I play games for 20 hours every day. I have to put in a full 20 hours, even if it means not eating or drinking. All because a game called Heavenly Abyss has arrived globally. Every registered player can randomly receive an account with a rating between 1 to 10 stars. Some registered players get a 3-star rated account. They are poached by gaming teams for a monthly salary of 100,000. Even some underdogs register and obtain a 4-star rated account, turning their fortunes around. They end up with countless luxury cars and properties, and change girlfriends daily. Although, I only registered a 1-star account, the lowest quality, but I unexpectedly received the only hidden special task reward. As long as I can level up my character to level 200 and complete the task within 5 years, I can receive a reward that allows me to upgrade any account rating to a solid divine scroll. To earn this reward, I grinded day and night to level up. I even swallowed my pride and begged those high-level players to take me into advanced dungeons for secret leveling. Finally, on the 1809th day, I successfully leveled up to 200 and received the Divine Scroll reward. It was at that moment that my beloved girlfriend, Yi Linger, whom I had lived with for 3 years, shot me in the back, killing me instantly. I had always treated Yi Linger like a precious jewel, caring for her wholeheartedly and meticulously. But now she says, "I know you care for me, but apart from that, you are nothing but a useless waste. You don't deserve the Divine Scroll." I looked up and laughed wildly, thinking, I have been tirelessly planning our future, and yet you betray me so easily. In my final moments, I used the Divine Scroll and gained its power, upgrading my account rating from 1 star to a full 10 stars. However, I unexpectedly reincarnated into the same timeline as a person with the same name. The original owner of this body was an orphan who just turned 18 today and registered a 1-star Heavenly Abyss account, only to succumb to pressure and commit suicide. Could it be that using the Divine Scroll caused my reincarnation? I eagerly opened the account interface to check the information. Account 330-200-9999, with a solid rating of 1-star talent Soul Reaper. The player can refine the bodies of defeated enemies to gain corresponding soul power, which can be used to summon undead warriors. The maximum number of refinements equals the player's level. Common Sense Talent 2 increases all skill effects by 10 times. Talent 3, Rebirth in Flames, allows the player to sacrifice the weakest undead warrior to resurrect when the player dies. Looking at the solid star account information and its 3 major talents, my heart raced, and I trembled with excitement. You must know that Heavenly Abyss has been around for 100 years, and so far, the highest rated accounts in the world are only 6 stars. In the world of Heavenly Abyss, even a level 100 summoner can summon at most 10 summons. Yet with the first talent 0/ at level 1, I can summon 10, and at level 100, I can summon 1000. The second talent at level 1 can increase skill strength by 10 times. I can't imagine how terrifying it would be at higher levels. Heavenly Abyss may seem like a game, but if a player dies in-game, their physical body in the real world will suffer brain death. Combining Rebirth in Flames with Soul Reaper, I could eventually command an army of tens of thousands of undead, essentially granting me immortality. This made it hard to contain my excitement, and I laughed maniacally. It's been 5 years. Do you know how I've survived these 5 years? So much so that passing players thought I had gone insane. Ha, Yi Linger, you will pay for this. After regaining my composure, I realized that my login point was in the Heavenly Origin world, number 1947, in the novice village of Falling Leaf Town. I immediately opened the status panel, Player Yumung, account rating 10 stars, Profession level 5, Strength 3, Agility 1, Endurance 1, Spirit 1, Constitution 1, Physical Attack 3, Armor 1, Magic Resistance 1, Speed 1, Mana 20, Health 60. Skill Recon level F. Consumes 1 mana point to view data of monsters no more than 3 levels above my own, with no cooldown. Description: a rookie entering Heavenly Abyss. Remember the law of this world, the weak are prey to the strong. How did I end up at level 1? But it doesn't matter, it's a chance to make up for the many permanent attribute upgrades I missed due to lack of strength in my past life. In my last life, it took me 5 years to level a 1-star account to 200. This time, with a 10-star account, I'm confident I can achieve that in a year. I then chose the profession of Spirit Tamer, known for creating formations that strengthen allies or weaken enemies. Combining the Soul Reaper talent with the Undead Army, I can't even imagine what that scene would look like. But, even with the world's top 10-star account, I would be very passive in the early stages without equipment or skills. I quickly opened the Heavenly Abyss marketplace, searched around, and finally set my sights on an A-class formal skill scroll priced at 1,999. Wartread A-class skill scroll. Upon use, you can learn the skill Battle Array, Arrow Tower, creating a circular war formation with a 50-yard radius, granting all allies within the formation a 10% increase in attack power and an additional 3 points for 15 seconds. It consumes 3 mana points to activate, then 1 mana point per second, with a cooldown of 50 seconds. Effects of the same type of formation do not stack. This was the cheapest skill scroll in the marketplace, but my account only had 2,112. 8 coins. I then spent 100 coins to buy a level 1 Spirit Tamer weapon, a rusty iron sword with a base physical attack of +3, requiring level 1 for the Spirit Tamer profession, with a durability of 7 out of 10. The description notes that while it looks shabby, it can still add some lethality. I took a stroll around Falling Moon Town and picked up a quest from the bar's security guard. Who stole the ring? Task difficulty index 10. A damn spider stole the ring Dick saved up for half a year to buy for his proposal. Players are asked to go to the Shadow Forest and hunt 10 jungle spiders to retrieve the ring for Dick. Task time 9:59. Rewards 50 experience points, 5 copper coins, and a very small chance for a whiteboard equipment drop. Outside Falling Moon Town, the city looked like a wasteland, with smoke rising everywhere and a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. Strange-looking creatures were moving through the ruins, attacking nearby players. With a low, rumbling roar, a giant black spear spider, as large as an adult bull, appeared in front of me. Jungle spider, normal creature, level 4, physical attack 4, armor 1, magic resistance 0, speed 1, health 50, skill, venom, level F. I expressionlessly drew my sword and charged forward, making a small sidestep to avoid the jungle spider's long-range venom spray. As I approached the jungle spider, my sword struck in an instant, splattering green blood everywhere. A crimson number leapt up from the jungle spider's head as it shook its head and lunged at me with its gaping maw. Even with my past experiences and 5 years of agility and skill, it took considerable effort to take down this jungle spider. With a mournful cry, the jungle spider fell to the ground, struggling a couple of times before going still. Kill level 1, jungle spider experience increased by 1. At this moment, a silver glow emanated from the jungle spider's corpse, followed by a prompt panel asking whether to refine the jungle spider. Feeling delighted, I immediately chose to refine it. The panel displayed that I could consume 1 point of soul power to summon a level 1 skeletal warrior. Without any hesitation, I clicked to summon. In the next second, a 3-meter-high shadow vortex tore open before me, distorting the space. Following that, a dark warrior clad in black metal armor, wielding an iron sword, stepped out of the vortex. Beneath the fully enclosed helmet, his eyes glowed with a greenish light, and he radiated a deathly aura reminiscent of a hellish messenger. In the next moment, the skeletal warrior suddenly knelt before me. Upon summoning, the warrior's level synchronized with mine, having 3 strength, 1 agility, 1 spirit, 1 constitution, 1 endurance, 3 physical attack, 1 armor, 1 magic resistance, speed, 20 mana, and 60 health with no skills yet. Having established a base, a red halo immediately blossomed around my feet. With a 10-fold amplification, a massive shockwave with a radius of 500 yards almost instantly enveloped the entire shadow forest, staining the ground blood red. To avoid drawing too much attention, I set the skill effect display range to normal, reducing the 500-yard super halo to 50 yards, while the effective skill range remained 500 yards. Nevertheless, the momentary skill effect still caught the attention of players leveling up in the forest. What just shook on the ground? Damn, who the hell cast a spell? I commanded the skeletal warrior to go hunt monsters. The skeletal warrior, wielding the iron sword, swiftly charged toward a nearby level 1 jungle spider. The 10-fold amplified war stomp could provide teammates with a base attack power of 100 and an additional 30 attack power. Combined with my 6 attack power, I could provide the skeletal warrior with up to 36 additional attack power. This raised the skeletal warrior's original 6 attack power to 39 points, allowing it to strike. When it stabbed the jungle spider, which only had 1 armor, it instantly took away more than half of its health. Before the jungle spider could react, the skeletal warrior struck again. It took me quite a while to slowly wear down the jungle spider, but the skeletal warrior killed it in just 2 strikes. The benefits from the kill are directly credited to the master. Kill level 1 jungle spider experience increased by 1. I refined the jungle spider again, gaining 1 point of soul power and summoning a second skeletal warrior. The outskirts of the shadow forest were almost all level 1 jungle spiders. I commanded the 2 skeletal warriors to automatically seek prey while I focused on refining. In no time, I had summoned 10 skeletal warriors and successfully obtained the quest ring, yet I didn't rush to submit the quest. Most ordinary quests in the Abyss have a tiered system, with the first tier requiring the killing of 10 jungle spiders. The second tier requires killing 50 jungle spiders. The higher the tier, the richer the rewards, up to the highest tier of 10. Each quest can only be completed once per player in their lifetime, and for conditional players, the higher the completed tier, the better. Under my command, the 10 skeletal warriors advanced in a fan-shaped formation, while I simply enjoyed the results without needing to lift a finger. When I killed enough jungle spiders to reach 30, the system notification rang in my ears, congratulating me on completing the Who Stole the Ring quest. The second tier reward increased to 100 experience points and a small chance for a whiteboard item. Additionally, if I continued to kill jungle spiders until reaching 50, I could upgrade the quest to the third tier. With the skeletal warriors hunting, the quest quickly reached the fourth tier, with rewards increasing to 250 experience points, 30 copper coins, and a high chance of obtaining a whiteboard item. At the same time, a golden light fell from above, congratulating me on reaching level 2, granting me an increase of 1 attribute, 10 mana, 20 health, and 3 free attribute points. The next level up would require 250 experience points. In less than half an hour, I reached level 2. It's worth noting that over 90% of low-quality new players take at least a day to level up from 1 to 2. In comparison, my leveling speed felt like I was using a speed boost. To address the early shortage of mana, I allocated all 3 attribute points from the level up rewards to Spirit. As a result, my mana increased from 20 to 70 points, and with a total of 5 Spirit attributes, I gained a restoration of 0.5 mana per second. The War Stomp skill also automatically leveled up to 2. Since my level increased to 2, the number of skeletal warriors rose from 10 to 20, allowing me to summon them using the previously accumulated 90 points of soul power. Before long, 10 skeletal warriors clad in black armor appeared one after another. The additional attack bonus from the War Stomp also increased from 36 points to 57 points. Now, the skeletal warriors could kill a level 1 jungle spider with just one strike, as it only had 50 health points. I guided the skeletal army deep into the shadow forest, where the 20 skeletal warriors pushed forward relentlessly, wiping out one level 1, 2, and 3 jungle spider after another. While remotely controlling the skeletal warriors with my thoughts, I discovered that I could share the vision of all the skeletal warriors. At 11:30 p.m., I looked at my character panel, player Yumming, level 5, account quality, 10 stars, strength 7, agility 5, spirit 17, endurance 5, constitution 5, physical attack 10, armor 5, magic resistance 5, speed, mana 220, health 180, money, 0 gold, 0 silver, 83 copper, experience 13. In one night, I leveled up 4 times, going from level 1 to level 5, achieving what would normally take an average player 3 to 5 days. The power of this 10-star account is simply extraordinary. Under the slaughter of the skeletal warriors, the quest Who Stole the Ring was quickly completed at the highest tier, tier 10. Just as I was about to call back the skeletal warriors to submit the quest, I suddenly noticed several figures rapidly approaching through the shared vision of one of the skeletal warriors. In the dead of night, darkness enveloped the earth, and all was silent. At the edge of the shadow forest, 2 figures hurriedly approached the woods. Vivi, run! As long as we get through this forest and reach the safe zone of Moonfall Town, we'll be safe. A young warrior in silver armor, in his early 20s, tightly held the hand of a mage girl in a blue robe, glancing back with a look of panic. Just as the siblings were about to flee into the shadow forest, they suddenly looked up to see a pair of eyes staring directly at them from within the trees. Clad in pitch-black armor, the figure exuded an aura of chilling coldness. Beneath a fully enclosed metal helmet, eyes glowed with a ghostly blue light. The entire being radiated a murderous intent, as if it were a messenger from hell. The sudden appearance of the undead warrior sent a wave of threat through the siblings. However, it seemed that something even more terrifying was chasing them from behind. After a brief hesitation, they resolutely dashed into the shadow forest. Once inside, they were shocked, for they discovered that the forest, which should have been the territory of jungle spiders, was filled with undead warriors. Fortunately, these undead warriors merely watched them without making any aggressive moves. However, as soon as they entered the woods, the young warrior was forced to stop, holding his sister's hand tightly, because ahead of them stood a figure. It was Lu Ming. Overwhelmed with anxiety, the first instinct of the young warrior was to mistake Lu Ming for an accomplice of their pursuers. His subconscious reaction to raise his sword caught the attention of the undead warriors. With a crack, sensing potential danger to their master, all the nearby undead warriors instantly gripped their iron swords, guarding Lu Ming on either side, their gazes fixed on the young warrior as if he were a corpse. Since they had not received any attack orders from Lu Ming, the undead warriors did not act recklessly, but their current stance made it clear, if the young warrior or his sister dared to move, without needing Lu Ming's command, they would immediately swarm and crush them before they could pose any threat to Lu Ming. In that moment, the young warrior realized that all these undead warriors were summoned by the enigmatic player before him. He instantly understood that Lu Ming was not an enemy, and he quickly lowered his sword to avoid making an enemy of him. The aura of the surrounding undead warriors clearly indicated that their master was extraordinary. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached from behind. The young warrior realized that the enemy had caught up, and he and his sister were trapped with no way to escape. In desperation, he placed his only hope in Lu Ming. The young warrior looked at Lu Ming, his heart racing. "Brother, can you please help us and save my sister? I don't care if I die, but please, save my sister. If Vivi falls into their hands, it's over for her." His gaze shifted to the girl beside him, referred to as Vivi. She wore a robe of ice and snow magic. Her eyes were cold, and her face was small and pointed. With a frosty expression and eyes like a starry river, her low ponytail and loose strands of hair clung to her face, making her skin appear even whiter. The girl was visibly breathing rapidly, her face a mix of helplessness and panic. She was indeed a beauty. Unfortunately, after just experiencing Yi Linger's betrayal, Lu Ming had lost all interest in women, even feeling averse to them. Yet, for some reason, seeing this girl gave him a sense of déjà vu. Just as Lu Ming was observing the girl, trying to recall where he had seen her before, a shadow suddenly flashed in the darkness. A sharp dagger sliced across the young warrior's neck. In an instant, blood splattered. Before the young warrior could react, a cloaked assassin, who had been in stealth, revealed themselves and stabbed the young warrior in the abdomen with the dagger multiple times. -162, -95, -95. The young warrior, who had just reached level 9 and had only over 300 health points, felt his health bar instantly drained to 0. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the black-clad assassin before him. The next moment, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. In his final moments, the young warrior still looked at Lu Ming with pleading eyes. "Please, please." Before he could finish, he fell to the ground. Watching the young warrior's body lying in a pool of blood, the mage girl who had accompanied him was stunned. After a long while, she finally came to her senses, kneeling in disbelief and throwing herself over the warrior's corpse, crying out loudly, "Brother!" Lu Ming, witnessing this scene, felt no emotion. He had seen such sights many times in his previous life. It was well known that in the world of Tianyuan, the only measure of life was strength, not law. This was a lawless land. Without the shackles of law, human nature was magnified infinitely. Aside from the black-clad assassin who had instantly killed the young warrior, a black-armored knight and a red-robed mage appeared behind him. The three were clearly a group, and they were well-equipped, obviously not weak in strength. Using his tenfold enhanced reconnaissance skill, Lu Ming scanned them and found that all three were at level 10. At that moment, the black-armored knight looked at the corpse in the blood pool and the girl crying beside it, and coldly remarked, "If I had known it would come to this, why did we bother in the first place?" The red-robed mage then noticed Lu Ming standing aside and immediately felt a hint of hostility towards him. "Kid, I advise you not to meddle in our business." Lu Ming had no intention of meddling. He simply got up and walked away. "At least you know your place," the black-clad assassin murmured as he watched Lu Ming's back. Just then, Lu Ming heard the three killers talking behind him. "This girl is quite pretty. No wonder Brother Yi doesn't look at anyone else but her. Tomorrow is Yi Chen's 18th birthday. Let's take her back as a gift for him. If he's happy, we'll definitely get some benefits." Hearing the name Yi Chen, Lu Ming's heart suddenly jolted, and he stopped in his tracks. He turned around and asked the three killers, "The Yi Chen you're talking about, does he have a sister named Yi Linger?" Among the three, the assassin who was wiping blood off his dagger shot a cold glance at Lu Ming. "What's it to you?" Lu Ming's expression remained unchanged as he reiterated, "You just need to answer yes or no. What if it's yes? What if it's no?" The black-armored knight replied impatiently, "Ever since that useless sycophant by Brother Yi's sister finally died last night, without that stumbling block, Brother Yi's status has skyrocketed overnight. He is now the #1 celebrity in Lehigh City, not someone like you can comment on." The red-robed mage sneered as well. "What, do you want to cling to Brother Yi's leg? Unfortunately, the three of us are brothers who have fought alongside him. You, unless your account qualifications are above 2 stars, Brother Yi wouldn't even look at a waste like you. Give up on that thought." The three spoke in a mocking tone, revealing their disdain for Lu Ming. Little did they know, at that moment, Lu Ming had already clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot, and his heart was being rapidly consumed by a strong hatred. In that moment, Lu Ming finally understood that the one he had loved for 3 years, who ultimately betrayed him, Yi Linger, along with her brother Yi Chen and their parents, had not been threatened by that person as Yi Linger had claimed. All of this was a conspiracy of Yi Linger's own making, not something she was forced into. Including Yi Chen, he clearly knew that Yi Linger was secretly colluding with others to harm Lu Ming, yet he had never told Lu Ming. Instead, he chose to conspire with his sister and deceive Lu Ming together. For the past few years, Lu Ming had treated Yi Chen like his own brother, doing his best to fulfill any request for a phone, computer, or anything else he wanted. Reflecting on this, a surge of intense killing intent suddenly erupted within Lu Ming. At that moment, the three assassins suddenly sensed the murderous aura emanating from Lu Ming. Damn it! That kid has a rebellious spirit. As the black-clad assassin finished speaking, the red-robed mage dismissed it with a wave of his hand. So what? He's just a level 5 rookie, a mere sewer profession, a trickster. How can he possibly bounce around in front of us? The black-armored knight's gaze turned cold. Eliminate him to avoid any long-lasting troubles for Brother Yi. As he spoke, the black-armored knight brandished a seemingly expensive flaming spear, advancing step by step towards Lu Ming. You didn't leave when I told you to, so don't blame me for not giving you a chance. As the words fell, whoosh! Flames ignited at the tip of the spear. In the next second, the black-armored knight thrust the spear towards Lu Ming. This was a knight's signature skill for quickly closing in on the enemy, flame thrust. Facing the incoming attack, Lu Ming showed no sign of dodging. A flash of killing intent crossed his eyes. With a swift motion, he planted his longsword into the ground, releasing a blood-red formation around him, War Tread. Whoosh! When the massive formation with a radius of 500 yards almost instantly covered the entire shadow forest, the black-clad assassins and the red-robed mage were left dumbfounded. What skill does this kid have? The range is so vast. Before they could recover, just as the black-armored knight was about to stab Lu Ming in the chest with the flaming spear, clang! A skeletal warrior suddenly stepped in front of Lu Ming, using its iron sword to block the black-armored knight's flame thrust attack. However, without a professional warrior's block skill, it was an ineffective block. A blood-red high damage number instantly appeared above the skeletal warrior's head, 171. With only 180 health points, the skeletal warrior's health bar plummeted, nearly being one-shot. Seeing this, the black-armored knight scoffed, thinking, as expected of a level 5 trash summon, truly unable to withstand a single blow. At that moment, the mage girl Vivi looked up and saw this scene, thinking Lu Ming was trying to save her. Not wanting Lu Ming to lose his life for her sake, she cried out in despair to the three assassins, "Don't hurt him. I'll go with you." The black-armored knight glanced at the girl and coldly snorted, "If it were before, I might have considered it. But now, it's too late." Just as the black-armored knight raised his spear, preparing to deal with the annoying skeletal warrior before going to kill Lu Ming, swish, swish, swish. 4 more skeletal warriors suddenly charged out from both sides, leaping up and swinging their iron swords, striking heavily against the black-armored knight. -128, -128, -128, -128. As the health bar above his head was emptied in an instant, the black-armored knight had yet to react when he suddenly thudded to his knees on the ground. Thud! The black-armored knight knelt heavily on the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief as he looked at Lu Ming, who stood calmly in front of him. How is this possible? After all, this was a world of real death. If he didn't have absolute confidence, the black-armored knight wouldn't have acted recklessly. Before attacking Lu Ming, he had clearly used reconnaissance to check the opponent's information. A mere level 5 trickster, even if he had summoned so many skeletal warriors through some summoning talent, those skeletal warriors were also only level 5, and summons couldn't wear equipment. In front of him, a knight who had already reached level 10, completed his second-class change, and was fully equipped with black iron gear. They should have been nothing but cannon fodder. He never dreamed that these seemingly weak low-level skeletal warriors would possess such terrifying damage. With endless reluctance, the black-armored knight fell into a pool of blood. The air fell silent. The black-clad assassin and the red-robed mage behind him were momentarily dumbfounded by the scene. The red-robed mage quickly realized the problem. His formation has a flaw. Retreat! The two turned to flee. However, under Lu Ming's mental control, the 50 skeletal warriors scattered throughout the shadow forest had already gathered towards this side. They had barely taken 2 steps when they were surrounded by a large group of skeletal warriors. Back to back, the two felt an unprecedented fear at that moment. After all, although these skeletal warriors were only level 5, they could easily slay even the toughest level 10 knights among the 8 great professions. Not to mention, they were just 2 fragile level 10 mages and an assassin. Kill! With a thought from Lu Ming, the skeletal warriors' eyes glowed ominously as they launched their attack. Even knowing the odds were against them, the black-clad assassin and the red-robed mage could only brace themselves and fight back. Boom! Boom! The red-robed mage waved his staff, unleashing 2 spells in quick succession. Fireball! Ice Spike! -213, -204. The level 10 second transformation mage in full black iron gear dealt high damage. The 2 skeletal warriors that were attacked fell dead on the spot. With the enhancement of War Tread, the skeletal warriors' damage had reached the level of elite players above level 10. However, their vitality and defense still remained at level 5. After all, War Tread only enhanced the attack power of allies. When players are at a lower level, the number of skills they can master is limited. As a mage who relied on skills, the red-robed mage, having used his only 2 offensive skills, meant death was imminent. Swish, swish, swish. 3 skeletal warriors rushed forward with iron swords, decapitating the red-robed mage. The black-clad assassin beside him struggled for a full 3 seconds before finally achieving his wish to die alongside his good friend, the red-robed mage. Seeing Lu Ming effortlessly command his summoned creatures to kill those 3 level 10 assassins, even the mage girl beside them widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at Lu Ming. Clearly, she hadn't expected that this level 5 formation master possessed such terrifying strength. Looking at the 3 corpses on the ground, Lu Ming's gaze was as calm as that of a seasoned killer. But in reality, in his previous life, Lu Ming had never dared to kill anyone and had never killed a single person. He never fought back or retorted when insulted. When bullied, he would only choose to silently endure, and in the end, he would still greet those who bullied him with a smile. That's right, in his previous life, Lu Ming was such a cowardly person. He thought that as long as he was kind enough, the world would be friendly to him, until Yi Linger taught him a lesson that woke him up harshly. Kindness? What the hell is that? In this life, whoever makes me unhappy, I will kill. Lu Ming opened the summoning panel, consuming 3 points of soul power to summon 3 skeletal warriors, filling the positions of the recently slain skeletal warriors. Then, he rummaged through the bodies of the 3 assassins. Surprisingly, these 3 were quite valuable. From them, Lu Ming astonishingly looted 4 pieces of black iron gear and over 200 copper coins. Moon Demon Ring, level 8 black iron gear, usable by physical classes plus 35 physical attack, plus 8 strength. Moon Demon Blade, level 8 black iron gear, for assassins plus 42 physical attack, plus 10 agility. Moon Demon Cloak, level 8 black iron gear, for assassins and formation masters plus 120 health, plus 8 stamina. Moon Demon Boots, level 8 black iron gear, usable by magic classes plus 24 speed, plus 8 constitution. Lu Ming opened the Abyss Trading House to check the value of these items. He was shocked by what he found. Good heavens! A regular level 8 black iron item with full durability starts at least at 800 coins. Is it really that valuable? The items in Lu Ming's hands all had over 90% durability, nearly new, and their prices were not far apart. Moreover, they belonged to a set of black iron items, making their value several times higher. The 6 to 8 level dungeon, Moon Demon Sanctuary, is said to be the most time-consuming yet the most rewarding dungeon in the novice village area. Lu Ming examined the equipment and murmured, "This dungeon is rich in black iron level Moon Demon set equipment, but the drop rate is very low. With a bit of luck, you might get 1 piece in 3 to 5 days." Many professional gold farmers deliberately kept their levels between 6 to 8, spending their days farming the Moon Demon Sanctuary dungeon. After all, just 1 piece of Moon Demon equipment could sell for 2 to 3,000 coins. If they managed to get 4 or 5 pieces in a month, they could easily earn over 10,000 a month. For average gold farmers, this income was quite satisfying. Lu Ming was also contemplating whether to farm the Moon Demon Sanctuary after reaching level 6, to get a few pieces of the Moon Demon set before tackling the later 8 to 10 level dungeon, Blood-Colored Forbidden Zone. The set skill, Mana Recovery, automatically restores mana every second, from the Moon Demon set was crucial for Lu Ming, who was a formation trickster. At level 5, his LV5 War Trample already consumed 2 mana per second. Even though Lu Ming allocated all his points to Spirit with his current 17 points only providing 1.7 mana recovery per second, he was already struggling to keep up with the mana consumption of just War Trample, not to mention he would need to learn other skills later. All formations consumed mana continuously. Just imagine the scene and the consumption when several formations were stacked together. It would be exhausting for Lu Ming. Initially, he thought farming this dungeon was too time-consuming and would disrupt his leveling plan. But now, these few people had conveniently delivered the items right to him. What good people! Lu Ming was deeply moved. Aside from the Moon Demon Dark Blade and Moon Demon Boots, which he couldn't use, the other 2 items, the Moon Demon Dark Ring and Moon Demon Cloak, were usable for him. The set skill didn't require a full set to activate, equipping 2 or more pieces would suffice. It could only be said that the more complete the set, the better the skill effect. For Lu Ming, the 2-piece, Mana Recovery, that restored 1 mana per second, combined with the tenfold enhancement of Comprehensive Amplification, meant he would recover 10 mana per second, which was more than enough for the early stages. Thus, Lu Ming listed the Moon Demon Dark Blade and Moon Demon Boots for sale at 2,800 and 2,500 coins respectively. He put the other 2 items in his backpack. Next, he just had to wait for level 8 to equip them. Those who often kill know. Killing is the fastest way to acquire resources in the Tianyuan world. This saying proved to be true. Aside from these items, Lu Ming also looted 245 copper coins from them. To put it in perspective, Lu Ming had worked hard all night to earn only 83 copper coins. Killing a few people had already equaled several nights of grinding. After handling his items, Lu Ming's gaze suddenly turned to the mage girl nearby. It was at this moment that he finally remembered where he had seen this girl before. In his past life, she was the girl that Yi Linger's brother, Lu Ming's brother-in-law Yi Chen, had been pursuing. No wonder Lu Ming felt a sense of familiarity at first sight. He had seen this girl in a photo that Yi Chen had posted. Her name was Lin Yue. If Lu Ming remembered correctly, Yi Chen had been pursuing this girl for over a year, but she had always clearly rejected him. The Yi family in Linhai City was just an ordinary family. Yi Chen's unrequited love for Lin Yue left him with no way out. But Lu Ming remembered that after one of Yi Chen's confessions was rejected by Lin Yue, he had once said in front of Lu Ming out of frustration, "If it weren't for you being a stumbling block, Wei Wei would have been mine long ago." At that time, Lu Ming did not understand what Yi Chen meant by those words. Now, looking back, Lu Ming finally understood. It turned out that Yi Linger and her family had long been in cahoots with the person who had secretly framed Lu Ming. The reason they had not exposed this was to wait for Lu Ming to reach level 200 and seize his divine scroll. So the implication of Yi Chen's words back then was actually, to prevent Lu Ming from discovering the flaw, the Yi family could only continue to pretend to live an ordinary life. If it weren't for Lu Ming, Yi Chen could have already used the authority of his future brother-in-law to directly obtain everything he wanted, including Lin Yue. Therefore, after Yi Linger killed Lu Ming last night, the Yi family no longer needed to disguise themselves and rose to power overnight. Regarding the divine scroll, Lu Ming had only mentioned it to Yi Linger. This meant that Yi Linger had long betrayed Lu Ming, secretly getting involved with another man while still dangling Lu Ming for the divine scroll. Thinking of all this, the killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes grew stronger. At the same time, a clear and complete revenge plan gradually emerged in his mind. Yi Linger, Yi Chen, your whole family deserves to die. And you, hiding in the shadows, no matter who you are, no matter how much power you have, I will make you pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold. After regaining his composure, Lu Ming used his talent, Soul Slash, to refine the bodies of the three assassins into 3 points of soul power, squeezing out their last bit of value. As he summoned the undead warriors and prepared to turn and leave, suddenly, he heard Lin Yue's voice behind him. Can you help me get revenge? I'll pay you. I'll give you all my money. Lin Yue's timid and weak voice was filled with pain and despair. Lu Ming paused but did not turn around. Lin Yue thought Lu Ming stopping meant he was willing to help her, and she cried, "My brother has never harmed anyone, he has always been a good person. Why did they kill my brother? Yi Chen. They are all sent by Yi Chen. It was Yi Chen who killed my brother. I want revenge for my brother. As long as you help me kill Yi Chen, I'll give you all the money I have." As she spoke, tears streamed down Lin Yue's face, her fair cheeks soaked. From the recent battle, she could see that Lu Ming was very strong, so she placed all her hopes for revenge on him. She opened the WeChat page linked to her game account, and the balance showed 13,584. 2. This was all the money Lin Yue had earned from part-time jobs while studying before entering the abyss. Since her parents had died in the abyss when she was young, she and her brother relied on each other. Not wanting her brother to struggle alone to take care of their living expenses and pay for her tuition, she chose not to continue her studies after high school and instead entered the abyss with her brother. But just as Lin Yue was about to ask Lu Ming for his WeChat ID to transfer the money, Lu Ming walked away without a word, not even looking back. Watching Lu Ming's indifferent figure leave, Lin Yue's eyes instantly filled with helplessness and sorrow. As Lu Ming left the shadow forest, the sound of Lin Yue's heart-wrenching cries echoed behind him. If it were in his previous life, Lu Ming might have felt some sympathy for this poor girl, but now, he only prioritized his own interests and would no longer empathize with anyone else. Yi Chen, Lu Ming had to find him, but not just for Lin Yue, but to take revenge for himself. Lu Ming returned to Moonset Town. At this time, it was already midnight. The town was still bustling with people, lively as ever. Ever since the abyss descended 100 years ago, the entire world had been divided in two. According to big data analysis, excluding 31 from the entire world, except for the 82% of people under 18 years old, although up to 35. 97% of the remaining population chose to continue living as ordinary people in the real world. There were still 21% who opted to become professional players in Tianyuan. Tianyuan has already become a second world essential for human survival, so the popularity of this world will only increase, not decrease. After returning to the town, Lu Ming went straight to the bar, found the security guard Dick, and submitted his task. Upon receiving the diamond ring Lu Ming had brought, Dick's face lit up with joy. "Great! My ring is finally back. Thank you, young hero. This is a small reward from me, please accept it. As soon as Dick finished speaking, the system's pleasant notification followed. Ding, congratulations on completing the task. Who stole the ring? Reaching progress level 10, and receiving rewards, experience plus 1000, silver coin plus 1, equipment brave sword, black iron, plus 1. Lu Ming's experience bar instantly surged by 83%. He opened his backpack and took out a pitch black iron sword that lay quietly inside. Brave sword, black iron, level 5, physical attack, plus 28, bonus, strength plus 6, durability, 15-15, class, array master, warrior, description, a sword that only heroes are qualified to wield, symbolizing the people's hero of Moonfall Town. Lu Ming immediately replaced the level 1 whiteboard iron sword in his hand, which only added 3 points of attack power, with the brave sword. He opened the status bar and saw his attack power jump from 10 to 41 points. Lu Ming gained an increase of 31 points in attack power, equivalent to the attack power boost effect of War Tread on a Death Knight, raising it by 31 points. Quite impressive. As for the replaced whiteboard iron sword, Lu Ming noticed that after a night of use, its durability had dropped from 7 to 6 points. It was 100 when I bought it, and losing 1 point of durability, selling it for 80 isn't unreasonable, right? With this thought, Lu Ming listed the iron sword for 80 yuan in the trading hall. Looking back, the first tier reward for this task was only 50 experience plus 5 copper coins, and even the equipment was just a very small chance of whiteboard quality. In comparison, the 10th tier reward was truly enticing. It was no wonder that professional power levelers outside charged at least 1,000 yuan just to take a ride for a task under level 10, completing all 10 tiers. After all, to kill 10 monsters in the first tier and reach 300 monsters in the 10th tier within 10 hours of task time was something ordinary players simply couldn't achieve. According to big data records, a single player could only reach up to the 6th tier. Rubbing his growling stomach, Lu Ming opened the logout interface and exited the game. Whoosh! A white light fell, and Lu Ming returned to the internet cafe where he had logged into the game before. In the early morning, the pedestrians on the street were sparse, most of them staying up late to play Tian Yuan. Lu Ming went to a roast duck noodle shop across the street and used the remaining 13 yuan in his WeChat to order a bowl of roast duck noodles. Just as Lu Ming was eating the noodles and pondering how to deal with Yi Linger and Yi Chen, he overheard a conversation from a few young men and women at the next table who were also eating noodles. Who is this, Chen Di? My goodness, there are 100,000 people online in the live stream. It shows the streamer is 13 kilometers away from me. Do we have such a big internet celebrity in Linhai City? As soon as a bespectacled youth finished speaking, the girl with twin ponytails sitting across from him proudly said, "You don't know this? This is a streamer I've been following for a while. I've been following him for several months. Although his popularity was indeed low at first, I always thought he had great potential. It turns out my judgment was right, he finally became popular." Hearing the name Chen Di, Lu Ming's heart trembled. As if he thought of something, he picked up his phone, opened Douyin, searched for Chen Di, and entered a live stream. On the live stream, there was a youthful boy with a delicate appearance. This boy was none other than Yi Linger's younger brother, Yi Chen, who was also Lu Ming's brother-in-law in his previous life. Yi Chen had been live streaming for 2 years, and Lu Ming was aware of this. He had taken the route of a good-looking streamer. After all, it must be said that he and his sister Yi Linger indeed had some charm. Otherwise, Lu Ming in his past life wouldn't have been enchanted by Yi Linger. However, in Lu Ming's impression, Yi Chen had always been a small-time streamer with little traffic and fame. But now, the number of viewers in the live stream had surprisingly exceeded 100,000. The popularity was so high that the entire screen was almost dominated by high-end gifts like supercars, yachts, and rockets. The barrage of comments was scrolling madly, with hundreds of messages appearing in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming took a quick glance, only to find that he had stumbled upon a hot topic that concerned him directly. Chen Ji's little fan, Chen Ge, I heard your sister's boyfriend died last night in Tianyuan. Is that true? Seeking rich woman for support, his sister confirmed it in the live stream last night, so it can't be fake. You can see the sadness in her expression. She must be a sentimental person. Not happy, I'll speak out. To be honest, I started following you because your sister accidentally appeared in your live stream once. With your sister's looks, her former boyfriend was simply not worthy of her. It's only right that he died. Your sister deserves better. Seeing these comments, Lu Ming thought Yi Chen would play the good guy and say some insincere words. But to his surprise, Yi Chen didn't even pretend. In front of over 100,000 viewers, he directly lashed out. You guys are right. How many people have pursued my sister, only to be rejected by her because she had a boyfriend? Although my sister was willing to endure hardships with him, she can't suffer for a lifetime with him. Yi Chen sighed and pretended to be disappointed, saying, to be honest, my sister's ex-boyfriend had no money or power, and my sister never looked down on him. But the key is, he was complacent, idling away his days, and even expected my sister to support him. Ah, if it weren't for my sister being so devoted. Yi Chen's complaints instantly resonated with countless fans in the livestream. In no time, the barrage was filled with insults. Truly, flowers wasted on cow dung. I had a bit of sympathy for your sister's boyfriend, but now it seems he deserved to die. Exactly. If it were me, I would have kicked such a burden away long ago. Watching Yi Chen's hypocritical demeanor, Lu Ming was almost laughing in anger. I'm complacent? I'm idling away? Although Lu Ming's qualifications were lacking in his past life, he could confidently say that no one worked harder or wanted to become better than he did. Forget it. Lu Ming was too lazy to think about these things now. In comparison, he had more important matters at hand. Just then, Lu Ming suddenly received a text message. The item you consigned at Tianyuan Trading Hall, Moon Demon Shin Blade, has been successfully sold, with a 5% handling fee deducted. The income amount for your account ending in 649 is 2,660.00 yuan, with a balance of 2,660.00 yuan. Seeing this message, Lu Ming felt a surge of joy. This transaction is truly a timely help. So, Lu Ming immediately switched to a secondary Douyin account, changed the nickname to You My Heart, set the gender to female, and replaced the avatar with one that looked like a soft girl. He entered Yi Chen's livestream. Choosing a moment when not many people were sending gifts, he gritted his teeth and sent a gift worth 899, True Love Eternal. Following that, he sent a barrage with a guilty conscience. Streamer, I'm your new fan, can I ask if you are a Tianyuan player? Sure enough, Lu Ming's gift made him stand out instantly among the hundreds of thousands of viewers. It successfully caught Yi Chen's attention and made him notice his message. He first thanked the young lady named Yu Weixin for the gift, then gently and patiently answered the question, not before, but it will be soon. This morning, I just registered a 2-star Tianyuan account and I'm ready to officially enter the Tianyuan world at 8 o'clock. At this point, Yi Chen took the opportunity to face all the viewers in the livestream, confidently saying, for those family members in Linhai City, let's meet in the Tianyuan world at 8 o'clock this morning and not scatter. The host declares here that any fans who happen to encounter me online at that time will receive a gift worth a random value between 1 to 10 silver coins. If you want it, just type 1. As soon as these words were spoken, the bullet screen was instantly flooded with countless ones. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had achieved his goal and quietly exited the livestream. A revenge plan had fully formed in his mind. Perhaps it was fate that allowed Lu Ming to be reborn in Linhai City. Coincidentally, Yi Linger's hometown is also in Linhai City. The novice area of the Tianyuan world is divided according to real-world cities. The area corresponding to Linhai City is the novice area 1947, Moonfall Town. All players logging in for the first time in Linhai City will be automatically assigned to Moonfall Town. This means that Yi Linger's brother, Yi Chen, will log into the same novice area, Moonfall Town, as Lu Ming at 8 o'clock this morning. Therefore, Lu Ming's revenge plan is to wait at Moonfall Town for Yi Chen to go online. Yi Chen just turned 18 today and has just registered his Tianyuan account. While he is still a novice with no power to fight back, this is the best time to take revenge. After finishing his late-night snack, Lu Ming returned to the internet cafe. Checking the time, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Whether it was the excitement from the strength of this 10-star account or the intense desire for revenge against Yi Chen, Lu Ming found himself unable to sleep. He booted up another machine and went online again. Ding, honorable 10-star qualified account player Yu Ming, welcome back to the Tianyuan world. Every time he heard this system prompt, he felt refreshed. It was proven that as long as you are strong enough, even the system will treat you with utmost respect. Lu Ming remembered that in his previous life, when he logged into Tianyuan with his 1-star account, there were no prompts at all. He glanced at his current status, level 5, 83, 5%. He considered doing a regular quest, but even if he reached the 10th tier, it seemed to have little significance and was very time-consuming. Because in comparison, the highest reward for a regular black iron equipment at the 10th tier of the quest was far less interesting to Lu Ming than the Moon Demon set equipment. I might as well go farm the Moon Demon Sanctuary dungeon. If I'm lucky, I might get a piece of the Moon Demon set equipment. Combining 3 pieces would give me a better chance in the upcoming level 8 dungeon, Blood-Colored Forbidden Zone. Moreover, the probability of skill scrolls dropping in dungeons is much higher than in the wild. Even if I don't get equipment, getting a skill scroll would still be good. With this in mind, before leaving Moonfall Town, Lu Ming stopped by the town's pharmacy. While other novice players still had only a few copper coins in their pockets, Lu Ming already had 4 silver coins and 28 copper coins. Thus, he bought 10 sets of the level 1 ordinary mana potion, which restores 30 mana points immediately upon use and restores 2 mana points per second for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds, at 3 copper coins per bottle, spending a total of 3 silver coins. Although he felt a bit reluctant, Lu Ming understood that investing wisely would yield higher returns. These mana potions would allow him to fight without needing to pause for mana recovery, saving a lot of time and speeding up the dungeon farming process. After getting ready, Lu Ming left Moonset Town through the south gate, following the map to the location of the level 6-8 dungeon, Moon Demon Sanctuary. There were relatively few wild monsters along the way, so there was no need to make a big fuss. Lu Ming only summoned 10 skeletal warriors to harvest the wild monsters by the roadside. 20 minutes later, as he arrived at his destination, a beam of golden light fell from above Lu Ming's head. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 6. Attributes +1, mana +10, health +20, free attribute points +3. Next level requires 1,800 experience points. He had just reached the entry-level requirement for the Moon Demon Sanctuary dungeon. As planned, he allocated all 3 free attribute points to Spirit, bringing it to 21 points. Meanwhile, with the War Tread skill upgraded to LV6, the attack power bonus for allies increased to Formation Trickster 10% attack power +20. The skill's continuous consumption also rose from 2 points per second to 3 points. The 2/1 mana recovery per second from 21 points of Spirit was no longer enough to cover the skill consumption. Fortunately, Lu Ming had prepared 10 sets of mana potions. Of course, potions were just a temporary solution. To fundamentally solve this problem, he needed to reach level 8 and equip the Moon Demon set. Looking ahead, he saw a massive purple light curtain, towering 7 or 8 meters high, blooming in a ruined relic. This was the only entrance to the level 6-8 dungeon, the Moon Demon Sanctuary. On either side of the entrance stood 2 fully armed level 20 NPC soldiers. At this moment, many players were milling about outside the dungeon. Although their levels were all between 6 and 8, it was easy to tell who were the newcomers who had just entered the abyss and who were the veterans who had been around for 1 or 2 years or even longer, deliberately keeping their levels suppressed at 8. The newcomers were naive, their eyes revealing a clear foolishness, like fresh graduates eager for a skilled player to take them through a dungeon. The veterans, on the other hand, had sharp, gleaming eyes, looking at the newcomers like a pack of hungry wolves on the hunt. "Hey, little bro, want a ride? Professional team, affordable prices. Why, getting a bit hot, little sister, want me to take you through the dungeon?" The newcomers had nowhere to hide from their gazes. Yet, no one approached Lu Ming, because Lu Ming's eyes were sharper than theirs. Thus, Lu Ming smoothly approached the 2 guards at the dungeon entrance, only to learn that he couldn't enter the dungeon alone. Almost forgot, most dungeons in the abyss require a 5-person team to enter. Just as Lu Ming scanned the crowd, preparing to find suitable teammates, he noticed an 8-level bearded middle-aged warrior with the ID, AAA Moon Demon No. 2, casually whistling at 3 girls passing by. "Sisters, let uncle take you through the dungeon?" 1249 runs of the Moon Demon Sanctuary, stable 7th tier clearance record available for verification. The regular price for a single run is 300. How about I charge each of you 250? The 3 girls shrank back. After a moment, one of the girls with a low ponytail and glasses, looking relatively quiet, timidly asked the warrior uncle, "Is 240 okay?" Moon Demon No. 2 pretended to think for a moment before replying, All right, I'll earn a little less this time, just consider it making a friend. Let's add each other as friends, next time you come to me, I'll give you the best discount." The girls thought they had struck a bargain and were overjoyed. "Thank you, uncle." Just as they were about to add each other as friends and transfer money, a sudden voice rang out, "I'll take you through the dungeon, you only need to give me 100 each." The girls turned towards the source of the voice and saw that it was Lu Ming. At this moment, the warrior uncle Moon Demon No. 2 also noticed Lu Ming. At first glance, Lu Ming confirmed that the other party was alone without any helpers, and was merely a level 6 auxiliary class, the Array Trickster. Without a hint of politeness, he shouted at Lu Ming, "Damn it, are you looking for death? How dare you steal my business?" Lu Ming directly ignored the second-in-command of the Moon Demon and asked the 3 girls, "Are you getting in the car?" As soon as he finished speaking, before the girls could respond, the second-in-command of the Moon Demon immediately warned them, "Don't listen to him, he's just a newbie like you, and he's only level 6, without even a single piece of equipment. How can he take you to do a dungeon?" Lu Ming remained calm. "We'll finish the run first, then you pay. If we don't complete it, I won't take your money." Money was of no concern to Lu Ming. He just wanted to gather a few people. He needed 5 to enter the dungeon. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the girls exchanged glances and ultimately walked towards him. Thus, Lu Ming created a team and sent invitations to the 3 girls. Ding player Strawberry Bear, level 6 mage, has joined the team. Ding player Creamy Pudding, level 6 priest, has joined the team. Ding player Lazy Cat, level 6 archer, has joined the team. They still needed one more person. Just as Lu Ming was pondering where to find another to fill the spot, he suddenly received a message. Ding player Tianxian Zonghong, level 7 knight, has requested to join the team.
Oh, someone's coming?
Lu Ming turned around and saw a middle-aged knight, around 30, striding towards him. The ID above his head, LV7 Tianxian Zonghong, clearly confirmed that he was the one who applied to join. The man was clad in fiery armor. By age, he didn't seem like a newbie. By level, he wasn't an old hand either. Moreover, his deep-set eyes suggested he was a steady person. Eager to gather numbers, Lu Ming didn't think too much and accepted Tianxian Zonghong's request. Thus, the 5-person team was complete. After receiving the dungeon quest from the Guardian, they stepped into the light curtain and entered the dungeon, leaving the second in command of the Moon Demon fuming.
Damn it, I've seen stupid, but never the stupid, to be so easily fooled by a kid.
You might as well die for being so foolish, and what are you doing running a dungeon? At that moment, a nearby assassin with the ID AAA Moon Demon III said fiercely, "We can't let this kid ruin the rules, we need to teach him a lesson." As he spoke, several other players with IDs starting with Moon Demon and at level 8 gathered around. They quickly formed a 5-person team and aggressively followed Lu Ming and the others into the dungeon.
Ding, welcome to the Moon Demon Sanctuary dungeon.
This round of the dungeon is timed for 5 hours. Please complete the task within the time limit to clear the dungeon and receive rewards. As the system prompt fell, Lu Ming and his group of 5 appeared outside a magnificent, massive sanctuary. Under the eerie glow of a blood moon overhead, the grand sanctuary emitted a chilling blood-red light. The city walls were adorned with dried human heads. Overall, it resembled the underworld. This scene made the girls instinctively grip their weapons tighter, their eyes filled with tension and fear.
Lu Ming calmly opened the quest interface.
Exorcism Quest, exclusive dungeon quest for the Moon Demon Sanctuary, difficulty index, 75. Description: once a prosperous place for humanity, it was attacked one night by the Moon Demon Legion, led by Blood Demon Crus. They slaughtered the entire city, brutally killing all the humans here and completely occupying the area. Please enter the Moon Demon Sanctuary and kill the Moon Demons. 0 out of 10. Task time, 5:59. Task reward, experience plus 100, copper coins plus 8, tiny chance for black iron level Moon Demon set equipment plus 1. Like most ordinary tasks, this dungeon task also follows a tiered upgrade model. According to historical records, every player, upon first clearing the 10th tier of the dungeon as the team leader, is guaranteed to receive 1 piece of Moon Demon set equipment as a reward.
Clearing the 10th tier guarantees 1 piece, and if luck is on our side, we might even get a second one along the way. That would be a double reward.
Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, a blood-red barrier suddenly materialized on the ground ahead. In the next moment, a humanoid monster, its body a bloody mess as if it had been boiled in hot oil, crawled out from the barrier. Hee, with a chilling laugh, the monster dragged a bloodied blade towards them. Lu Ming casually cast a reconnaissance spell. Moon Demon, LV6, physical type normal monster, physical attack, 55 armor, 20 magic resistance, 14 speed, 12 health, 320 skill, blood kill, F grade. Description: as the most elite warrior under the Blood Demon Crus, the mission of the Moon Demon is to kill all humans who intrude into the Moon Demon Sanctuary and clear all obstacles for its master. A flash of killing intent crossed Lu Ming's eyes. Just as he prepared to draw his sword and take action, suddenly, the middle-aged knight Tianxian Zonghong, holding a heavy metal shield in his left hand and dragging a blazing spear in his right, silently walked past Lu Ming. With a sharp sound, the spear's blade scraped against the ground, sending sparks flying and creating a piercing noise. Facing the charging Moon Demon, Tianxian Zonghong remained unfazed, his heart as calm as still water. The moment the Moon Demon charged right in front of him, he slammed his shield down, executing a shield bash that knocked the Moon Demon heavily to the ground. Before the Moon Demon could rise, his right hand thrust forward with a thud, executing a gravity thrust that pierced straight through the Moon Demon's head.
-159, -166.
The Moon Demon fell to the ground, dead on the spot. Ding, your teammate Tianxian Zonghong has killed a level 6 Moon Demon. You receive 30% participation reward, experience plus 6.
Ding, task kill progress plus 1.
Seeing this scene, Lu Ming felt slightly surprised. Although he had sensed that this person was somewhat extraordinary when he joined the team, he hadn't expected that as a tank-type knight, he could deal such high damage. A level 7 first transformation knight had damage even higher than the level 10 second transformation assassins Lu Ming had encountered before.
As Tianxian Zonghong effortlessly killed a monster, the 3 girls behind him looked at him with admiration. Wow, so impressive. That uncle has such high damage. Meanwhile, behind them, the second Moon Demon team that had just entered the dungeon with Lu Ming was shocked to see Tianxian Zonghong kill a dungeon monster in 2 moves. What the hell? What damage does that knight have? That guy seems to be something else. what should we do? Should we still go in? It's just a bit of something. Are we 5 level 8s afraid of a level 7 against a few level 6 newbies? Besides, that level 7 is the only one with some skill. The rest are useless. Let's just go in and take down that formation master. Earlier, as Tian Xianzongheng had just slain a moon demon, suddenly, 3 blood-red barriers appeared on the ground around him. Following that, 3 moon demons emerged simultaneously, dragging their bloodied blades and surrounding Tian Xianzongheng to attack. Not only was his damage impressive, but as a knight, Tian Xianzongheng's defensive capabilities were also formidable. He faced the attacks of 3 level 6 moon demons without faltering. However, under the continuous assault of the moon demons, being outnumbered eventually took its toll. After all, the significance of a team dungeon lies not in the individual, unless that individual possesses exceptional strength. Clearly, although Tian Xianzongheng has some skills, he has not reached the level where he can solo a dungeon. Seeing Tian Xianzongheng struggling to withstand the attacks of 3 monsters alone, several girls in the team quickly intervened. Boom! The mage girl, Strawberry Bear Lover, waved a cheap wooden staff and cast an F-level fireball, hitting one of the moon demons and dealing a measly 33 points of damage, which was utterly useless. At the same time, the archer girl, Kissy Lazy Cat, also shot several arrows in quick succession. Not to mention the damage, out of the 3 arrows she fired, 2 went astray. One of the arrows even hit Tian Xianzongheng on the head. The priest girl, Milk White Pudding, hurriedly cast a healing spell. Whoosh! A green light fell, healing Tian Xianzongheng for plus 44, like a drop in the bucket. The little health he regained was quickly consumed by the 3 moon demons. The 5 players approaching from behind couldn't help but laugh. Did you see that? With such poor skills, they think they can do the dungeon without us, truly overestimating themselves. I thought that knight was impressive, but it turns out he's just putting on a brave face. Isn't the funniest part that formation master who hasn't even grown all his hair yet? Before entering the dungeon, he boasted that if he couldn't beat it, he wouldn't charge any money. Now he doesn't even dare to move. He should really know his own weight. It's hilarious. As they spoke, ahead of them, whoosh, the Black Iron Hero's sword was drawn. Lu Ming made his move. Our equipment is too poor. The damage we deal can't even attract the monster's aggro. What should we do? The 3 girls behind were anxiously stamping their feet, while Tian Xianzongheng was increasingly at a disadvantage under the assault of the 3 moon demons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From all directions, dozens of 3-meter-high shadow whirlpools suddenly erupted. The unexpected scene caused the approaching players to halt in panic. The assassin moon demon, Old 3, exclaimed, "What the hell? What's going on? Why are so many monsters spawning at once?" The warrior moon demon, Old 2, looked serious. "No, the monsters are spawning from the ground. This isn't a normal spawn feature." Then what is it? Just as they were filled with curiosity and confusion, they saw figures stepping out from those shadow whirlpools, clad in heavy dark metal armor, their eyes glowing with a ghostly blue light, exuding a dark aura like that of hellish messengers, skeleton warriors. Lu Ming summoned a total of 60 skeleton warriors. At the same time, he planted his long sword into the ground. Whoosh! A dark red super formation with a radius of 500 yards erupted from beneath Lu Ming's feet, instantly covering the entire area in dark red. The effect of war trampling enveloped all the skeleton warriors. Lu Ming quietly stared at the few moon demons ahead. Kill! With a thought, in the next second, dozens of skeleton warriors surged forward like a tide, instantly devouring the 3 moon demons. Minus 235. Minus 235. Minus 235. Minus 235. In an instant, the 3 moon demons were cut down by the chaotic blades. The scene fell into silence. The 3 girls were dumbfounded. Just as they were shocked, watching the explosive power of the skeleton warriors and wondering where they had come from, the team notifications chimed. Ding, your teammate Yumming killed a level 6 moon demon, you receive a 30% participation reward, experience plus 6. Ding, your teammate Yumming killed a level 6 moon demon, you receive a 30% participation reward, experience plus 6. Ding, your teammate Yumming killed a level 6 moon demon, you receive a 30% participation reward, experience plus 6. At that moment, the girls suddenly realized, casting incredulous glances at Lu Ming. At the same time, the few who were preparing to ambush from behind were shocked by the scene before them, questioning their lives. What the hell? How did he manage to have so many summons at level 6? How is that summons damage so high? It's even higher than my healing on the grave. What is this? It's terrifying. In their shock, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and their hands trembled. They were immensely relieved that they hadn't made a move yet. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Run! Run fast! Hurry up and run! Fearing that if they stayed even a moment longer,
Lu Ming's Death Knights would rush over and chop them down. The few who had just entered the dungeon quickly opened the exit portal and fled in a panic. On Lu Ming's side, according to the team mechanism of Tianyuan, when 5 players team up to kill monsters, only the last hitter can receive 100% of the total rewards, while the other 4 members receive a guaranteed 30% reward. Therefore, Lu Ming received the full amount, totaling 60 experience points. At this moment, the breathing of the other team members became rapid. The army of Death Knights that had almost instantly occupied the entire battlefield exuded a powerful aura that was awe-inspiring.
Those Death Knights were all summoned by that Array Master guy? But isn't his class an Array Master? How can he use summoning skills? It must be the effect of an account talent, right? I've seen many summoning talents online. Oh my god, did you see the damage those Death Knights dealt? It's terrifying. This Array Master is amazing.
The girls whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with admiration for Lu Ming. Only Tian Xian Zongheng, who was in front, seemed to have anticipated Lu Ming's strength, remaining relatively calm in the presence of these powerful Death Knights.
Level 6 monsters are slightly more valuable.
The Death Knights collected a total of 7 copper coins from the corpses of 3 moon demons for Lu Ming. While refining the moon demon corpses, Lu Ming commanded the Death Knights to continue killing monsters. In no time, the number of moon demons harvested by the Death Knights had reached 10.
The 3 girls in the team all gaped in disbelief. The summons of Brother Yuming are too strong.
With the general public's understanding, it was naturally hard to comprehend. Players familiar with the details of Tianyuan only knew that a level 6 Array Master could at most provide a damage boost of 20 to 30 points to teammates within range. They could not imagine that under the tenfold enhancement of the Comprehensive Amplification talent, Lu Ming's LV6 Wartread had already reached an attack power boost effect of 100% of his own attack power plus 200, totaling 242 points.
What does this mean?
Normally, a level 10 second transformation player, with the enhancement of full black iron gear, would barely reach an attack power of over 100. Yet the attack power of the Death Knights had already reached an astonishing 255 points.
How could a moon demon with only 20 points of armor withstand the attacks of the Death Knights?
Thus, when the number of moon demons killed reached 10, the dungeon task completed the first tier and directly upgraded to the second tier, requiring a total of 30 moon demons to be killed. The rewards for the second tier also increased from 100 experience, 8 copper coins, and a minuscule chance of obtaining black iron level moon demon set equipment plus 1, to 200 experience and 15 copper coins.
The probability of obtaining equipment remained minuscule.
At this moment, after Tian Xian Zongheng restored her health with a life potion, she rejoined the battle with the 3 girls behind her. To their astonishment, they discovered that they were receiving an unusually high damage boost from Lu Ming's Wartread.
By Yubiu,
the archer girl locked onto a moon demon that had respawned on her right and shot 2 arrows, dealing 2 unbelievable damage numbers, 251.
251. Oh my god.
Little Lazy Cat opened her big eyes, her small mouth forming an O shape. Why is my damage so high? The mage girl beside her, Strawberry Bear, quickly tried a moon demon and indeed found, her fireball spell dealt a staggering 339 points of damage, instantly killing that full health level 6 moon demon. The priest girl, Creamy Pudding, with 1 healing spell, could astonishingly feed someone with over 400 plus healing.
Wow, my attack power is 281 points. I have over 270 points too. Oh my god.
At that moment, they finally realized, the truly powerful one was not Lu Ming's summoned undead warrior, but Lu Ming himself, the formation master. The formation he released had an absurdly strong enhancement effect. At this moment, the girls were grateful to have joined this great god's team. With such an amazing guy leading, this dungeon is a sure win. Thus, under Lu Ming's mental control, 60 undead warriors with 255 attack power swept through, quickly resolving all the moon demons that had respawned outside the moon demon sanctuary. Following that, they charged through the city gate and entered the sanctuary. Upon stepping inside, they began to encounter higher level 7 to 8 moon demons. Although their strength had increased, they could not withstand the damage from the undead warriors.
There wasn't a single moon demon that the undead warriors couldn't take down in 2 strikes.
If there was, then it would take 3. Ding killed a level 7 moon demon, experience plus 25.
Ding killed a level 8 moon demon, experience plus 32. Ding killed a level 8 moon demon, experience plus 32.
Ding, congratulations, your team has killed a total of 50 moon demons, completing the 3rd tier of the dungeon task. Rewards have been upgraded. The undead warrior's assault was like a tornado destroying a parking lot. The moon demons in the sanctuary had no way to resist and were pushed aside. When Tian Xian, Zongheng, and the 3 girl players followed Lu Ming into the sanctuary, what greeted their eyes was a ground littered with the bodies of moon demons. Lu Ming refined these corpses one by one, constantly monitoring the summoning panel. As soon as he noticed any undead warriors falling, he immediately summoned new ones to fill the gaps. At that moment, Lu Ming had only learned one skill, War Trample. This meant that his undead warriors had gained a massive boost in attack power, but no other enhancements. Unless they were killed instantly, if the moon demons were given a chance to react, their 70 to 80 points of attack power could inflict significant damage on the undead warriors, who had only a few points of armor. Therefore, casualties among the undead warriors were inevitable.
However, with sufficient soul power, Lu Ming would not suffer any substantial losses.
Unknowingly, in less than 2 hours, the task progress had already reached the 9th tier. At this point, Lu Ming's level had risen to level 7.
Meanwhile, the 3 girls who had been following Lu Ming were extremely excited.
I just checked online, those 4-man carry teams, with 4 level 8 professionals carrying a level 6 newbie, the fastest record to clear the 10th tier of the Moon Demon Sanctuary is 4 hours and 12 minutes.
And it's only been 1 hour and 48 minutes so far.
Oh my god, we actually cleared the 10th tier on our first attempt at this dungeon. Don't celebrate too early. I've heard that to complete the 10th tier, we still need to kill a dungeon boss.
That boss seems to be Black Iron level,
very powerful. Historically, many players have died at the hands of this boss, not even having time to escape. Just as they were talking, rumbling sounds echoed as the total number of moon demons killed reached 300, and suddenly, the ground shook violently. In front of them, deep within the Moon Demon Sanctuary, a massive blood-red barrier tore through space and materialized. Right after that, a 3-meter-tall super moon demon, wearing a blood crown, draped in a red cloak, and wielding a king's heavy sword, stepped out from the barrier. A wave of scarlet aura spread out in all directions. The powerful aura and the almost world-devouring intimidation made the 3 girls, aside from Lu Ming and Tian Xianzong Hung, involuntarily step back several paces. At that moment, a message appeared in the team channel from Tian Xianzong Hung, sharing the data panel of the Great Moon Demon. Blood Demon Crus, Physical Type Black Iron level boss, level 8 physical attack, 144 armor, 55 magic resistance, 46 speed, 42 health, 4980 skills, E-level, Blood Demon Shield, E-level, Blood Demon Roar, E-level. Description: a demon revived from hell. The mission of Blood Demon Crus is to obey the darkness and kill all humans who intrude into the Tian Yuan world. Such high attack power and health. I estimate that even a single attack from the boss would be unbearable. Moreover, there are 2 elite guards next to the main boss. How are we supposed to fight this?
The girls were all awestruck by the boss's powerful attributes, their mouths agape.
On either side of Blood Demon Crus stood a Blood Demon Guard, stronger than ordinary monsters but beneath the boss, level 8 elite monsters. The elite Blood Demon Guards had an attack power of 110, armor of 45, and health of 1800. For an average raid team, facing 2 elite monsters alongside a Black Iron level boss was indeed a tough battle. Because of this, over 90% of the teams that had struggled to reach the 10th tier of the quest had fallen at this final step. At this moment, Blood Demon Crus let out a chilling laugh.
He, insignificant humans, dare to intrude into the sacred land of my Moon Demon clan.
You shall rest here in this forbidden ground. As the boss wielded its giant sword, accompanied by the 2 guards, it charged forward. In the team, the middle-aged knight Tian Xianzong Hung, who had seemed extremely steady from the beginning, became even more cautious. His gaze burned as he stared at the boss, beginning to analyze the strategy carefully. This boss has very high defense, and its passive skill Blood Demon Shield will make it grow stronger in battle.
We must end this quickly.
In addition, its AoE skill Blood Demon Roar has a strong damage output, but it has a 2.7-second casting time. Once you see the casting, immediately retreat from the attack range. You won't be able to withstand it. Furthermore, just as Tian Xianzong Hung was analyzing intently, Lu Ming made a mental command. Around them, 70 skeletal warriors surged forward like a tide, instantly engulfing the Blood Demon and the Blood Demon Guards.
/// minus 266, minus 266, minus 266, minus 256, minus 256.
Under the siege of the skeletal warriors, the 2 Blood Demon Guards barely had a chance to react before being slain in an instant. After Blood Demon Crus managed to cut down 3 skeletal warriors, it was brutally overwhelmed and killed by the damage dealt by the skeletal warriors.
Damn it!
How could this demon die at the hands of you mortals? With endless unwillingness and rage, the massive body of Blood Demon Crus crashed to the ground. Ding, your teammate Yu Ming has killed the level 8 elite monster Blood Demon Guard. You receive a 30% participation reward, experience plus 150. Ding, your teammate Yu Ming has killed the level 8 elite monster Blood Demon Guard. You receive a 30% participation reward, experience plus 150. Ding, your teammate Yu Ming has killed the level 8 Black Iron level boss Blood Demon Crus. you receive a 30% participation reward, experience plus 600. In that moment, the air fell silent. The three girl players in the back widened their eyes. Even Tianxian Zongheng, who had always appeared extremely calm, was momentarily stunned, a flash of shock crossing his eyes.
An 8th level Black Iron boss. Instant kill. Plus 2 8th level elite monsters. Is this something a normal 7th level player can achieve? Lu Ming remained very calm, as if this outcome had been anticipated. His LV7 War Tread had fully amplified his effects, reaching a total of 100% attack power plus 250. After gaining the War Tread bonus, the attack power of the undead warrior had reached 311 points. Facing the elite Blood Demon Guard with only 45 points of armor and the Black Iron Boss Blood Demon with 55 points of armor, it was naturally like cutting vegetables. Lu Ming quickly had the undead warrior handle the loot. As expected from a boss and elite monsters, the drop rate was impressive. From Blood Demon Crus and the 2 Blood Demon Guards, he collected a total of 7 silver coins plus 45 copper coins, as well as an F-grade warrior skill scroll, Execution. 3 pieces of equipment, 2 of which were ordinary 8th level white bards. The last was an 8th level black iron item, though it wasn't part of the Moon Demon set. After all, this boss had long been farmed by players, and getting a black iron item was already a blessing. According to the rules, all loot from the dungeon should be shared among the team. However, throughout the dungeon run, Lu Ming had contributed 99.9%. The other few slackers naturally felt embarrassed to share the spoils. For them, just being able to clear the dungeon with Lu Ming and receive the 10th tier quest reward was already immensely satisfying. After handling the loot, Lu Ming activated the dungeon exit portal and left the dungeon. Returning to the entrance of the Moon Demon Sanctuary dungeon, he submitted the quest to the NPC guard. Ding, congratulations on clearing the Moon Demon Sanctuary dungeon. The highest completion progress for the dungeon quest is the 10th tier. You have received the rewards, experience plus 3000, silver coins plus 2. Ding, since you cleared the dungeon for the first time as a team leader at the 10th tier, you triggered the condition to receive a piece of Moon Demon set equipment with 100% probability. Congratulations, you have received the equipment Moon Demon Leggings plus 1. Wow! Golden light showered down upon Lu Ming. The system's pleasant voice rang out again. Ding, congratulations, you have leveled up to 8. The next level requires 5000 experience points. Finally level 8. I can now farm the 8 to 10 level dungeon, blood-colored Forbidden Zone, and get that $1 billion infinite upgrade skill scroll. Just thinking about $1 billion made Lu Ming feel a bit excited. But there was no rush for now. It was already 3 in the morning. By 8 in the morning, he had an important matter to attend to, revenge on Yi Chen. So Lu Ming decided not to mess around and prepared to log off and get some sleep, planning to deal with Yi Chen first when he logged back in at 8, then go farm the dungeon. After all, for 100 years, no one had cleared the hellish difficulty of the blood-colored Forbidden Zone. What was meant to be his would always be his. It wouldn't slip away. Lu Ming wasn't worried about someone else getting ahead of him. Just then, Tianxian Zonghang and the other 3 girls from the team emerged from the dungeon. The girls didn't rush to submit their quests but instead ran over to Lu Ming. Hey, can we add each other on WeChat? I'll transfer the money for the dungeon run to you. Brother Yu Ming, do you have a girlfriend? Lu Ming saw through their little schemes at a glance. They were merely impressed by his strength and thought that in the future, he could take them to play in Tianyuan. Such is the way of the world. In the world of Tianyuan, strength is paramount. The stronger you are, the more respect and favor you can earn from countless people. Even if you look like a toad, as long as you play well in Tianyuan, you'll never lack money, and you'll always have young and beautiful women around you. Having experienced his past life, Lu Ming had become thoroughly enlightened. Women would always be mere stumbling blocks on his path to success. Thus, Lu Ming opened his WeChat payment code and smiled slightly at the 3 girls. I've accepted the money, but no need for friends. Lu Ming didn't charge them extra. Even though the fare for a 10-tier team at the Moon Demon Sanctuary had reached 1,000 in the market, Lu Ming only charged each of them 100, as agreed before entering the instance. Seeing this, Tianxian Zonghang also went over to give Lu Ming 100. Watching Lu Ming turn to leave, the girls were filled with reluctance, thinking, is it because they are not young and beautiful enough? Why was Lu Ming unwilling to even glance at them? Meanwhile, Tianxian Zonghang, who stood quietly to the side, silently watched Lu Ming's departing figure, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. He opened his WeChat page and sent a message to a friend named Tianxian Eternal. Captain, you guessed right, that ID called Yu Ming, the formation trickster, is indeed exceptionally strong. He can solo the Moon Demon Sanctuary instance, Tier 10. Estimating his account strength, it's at least 5 stars. After a while, Tianxian Eternal replied, no matter what it takes, we must recruit him to our Tianxian battle team. Tian Xianzong Hong, understood. In the Tian Yuan world, players can only log off in safe zones. On the way back to Moonfall Town, Lu Ming took out the equipment he had just received as a reward from the instance. Moon Demon Leggings, LV8, Quality, Black Iron Armor, 35 Magic Resistance, 28 Additional Attribute, Stamina plus 8 Durability, 15 Class Requirement, Assassin, Formation Trickster. Note: this equipment is one of the components of the Moon Demon set description, forged from the essence of the Blood Moon by the Moon Demon clan. A powerful weapon designed to enhance the combat power of their soldiers. Humans should use it with caution. At the same time, Lu Ming also took out the Moon Demon Mystic Ring and the Moon Demon Cloak he had previously confiscated from the 3 assassins. He equipped all 3 pieces. Opening the status bar, he saw his attack power rise from 44 to 87, nearly doubling. His health increased from 270 to 390. Armor surged from 8 to 59 points. Magic resistance jumped from 8 to 52 points. It was hard to imagine that an 8-level formation trickster could have such attributes. After all, not everyone has black iron equipment below level 10. Not to mention that it was a set of black iron equipment. Many civilian players still wore plain white gear even at level 20. With these 3 pieces equipped, the system prompt sounded. Ding! The exclusive skill of the Moon Demon set, Mana Recovery, 3-piece set, has been activated. Mana Recovery, 3/8 passive. The wearer automatically recovers 2 mana points per second. Under the tenfold enhancement of the overall amplification talent, combined with the 29 points of spirit providing recovery, a blue recovery value of plus 22.9 appeared above Lu Ming's head every second. Instantly, his blue bar was fully restored. Currently, the mana consumption of the LV8 War Treader was already 4 points per second. Lu Ming murmured, with this set skill, I won't have to worry about running out of mana at least until level 20. It was about time. By the time Lu Ming reached level 20, these pieces of equipment would face obsolescence. Even if it weren't due to their low level, their 15 points of durability meant they wouldn't last long. Once the durability of the equipment reached 0, it would be directly scrapped. And low-level equipment isn't worth using the expensive repair stone to restore durability. Lu Ming also listed the 2 whiteboard equipment dropped by the boss and 1 piece of black iron equipment on the trading market. The whiteboard equipment was worthless, so he listed it at an average price of 200. That 8-level black iron piece was worth something, so Lu Ming set a fixed price of 900. As for the F-grade skill scroll, Execution, that was a good item. Lu Ming directly listed it at a price of 2,500. Because new players in Tian Yuan were increasing daily, skill scrolls, even the lowest F-grade ones, were in high demand in a small third-tier city like Linghai. Forget it, after a night of grinding a dungeon, I've earned about 4,000 yuan. Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim, a 10-star account is definitely much easier to make money with than a 1-star account. In his previous life, Lu Ming sometimes had bad luck and couldn't get good equipment, earning as much in a month as he did tonight. Plus, he had to spend money hiring people to help him clear dungeons, and with potion costs and other expenses, he often found at the end of the month that not only had he not made any money, but he had even lost some. After returning to Moonset Town, Lu Ming logged off. At that moment, he checked his messages and found that the Moon Demon Boots and Iron Sword he had listed in the trading market last night had sold. After deducting the 5% transaction fee, he had earned 2,451 yuan. At this point, Lu Ming already had over 4,200 yuan in his bank account. If he counted the few items he had just listed in the trading market, he was close to 8,000. The hard days were finally over. Good days are finally coming my way. So, Lu Ming immediately opened WeChat and transferred 2,400 yuan to his landlord, paying off the 3 months of overdue rent. Next, he planned to earn a bit more money and then buy a computer. After all, running to the internet cafe every day wasn't a sustainable solution. It would be much more comfortable to play at home. In the dead of winter, he could order takeout without wanting to go out. If he craved something, he could just go downstairs for hot pot. Wonderful! After logging off, Lu Ming returned home from the internet cafe. The shared apartment in the community, costing 800 a month, was cheap but uncomfortable in every way. The other 2 households sharing with Lu Ming included one that played musical instruments and another that housed a young couple. Based on the original owner's memories, he had previously spent every night either immersed in Love Even If I Die or the sounds of MMHM, in a state of ecstasy. Once I earn a bit more, I'll change my living situation. With that thought, Lu Ming took a shower. He set an alarm for 7:30 and collapsed onto his bed to sleep. Morning. Woken by the alarm, Lu Ming quickly got dressed and washed up,
then went to the bun shop downstairs in the community to buy 2 meat buns and a cup of soy milk for breakfast.
He arrived at the nearby Ant Internet Cafe, logged onto a computer, and went online. Ding, Honorable 10-star qualified player Yuming, welcome back to Tianyuan.
In the early morning of Moonset Town, the crowd was bustling. Especially today, there were unusually many players in town. Even the usual slackers, who would only log in once every 10 days or so, were online early today.
Lu Ming naturally understood their thoughts. After all, he logged in at this time for the same reason. That internet celebrity, Chen Di, said he would be online at 8, right?
Yes, I heard him say it in his live stream last night. He said that fans he meets online can receive gifts worth between 1 to 10 silver coins each. The average price of 1 silver coin in the trading market is about 200. Wow, I'm so excited.
Lu Ming blended into the crowd, remaining inconspicuous.
Before long, the crowd suddenly became restless.
Then, a shout rang out, Chen Di is online.
Brothers, hurry to claim your gifts. As soon as the words fell, players surged forward. Lu Ming didn't even need to walk, he was pushed along by the crowd. The scene was as heated as a supermarket giving away free eggs, limited to 100 portions, first come first served. Lu Ming was thus effortlessly pushed to the front row by the enthusiastic crowd. He saw a young player, surrounded by dozens of bodyguards, exuding an extraordinary presence, smiling and waving at the crowd. To anyone who didn't know, they would think a big star had arrived. And that young man, Lu Ming recognized at a glance, was Yi Chen. He remembered the last time he had faced Yi Chen was 3 days ago. At that time, Lu Ming, already at level 199, was planning to level up to 200 in one go for a quest, worried he wouldn't have time to celebrate his little uncle's birthday later. So he had come to the seaside with Yi Linger from the capital in advance to celebrate Yi Chen's birthday. Because Yi Chen had once said, on the day he turns 18, no matter what star-rated account he registers, he is determined to become a professional player in Tianyuan, and he plans to play as an assassin. So, Lu Ming prepared an 18th birthday gift for Yi Chen, which was a level 1 black iron weapon for assassins, the Blade of Vigilance. At this moment, Lu Ming saw that Yi Chen had indeed chosen the assassin profession and named his game ID as Chen Di. The dagger hanging at his waist was the very Blade of Vigilance that he had given him. Once upon a time, Lu Ming truly regarded Yi Linger as his future wife, treating her family as his own, wholeheartedly caring for them. But now, seeing Yi Chen again, Lu Ming's eyes were filled only with blazing anger and endless killing intent. If it weren't for the safety zone and the crowd, Lu Ming would have already acted. He held back for now, planning to strike after Yi Chen left Moonset Town. Clearly, after using Yi Linger to eliminate Lu Ming, the mastermind had given the Yi family too many benefits. Yi Chen, who once needed Lu Ming's support even for high school tuition, now had dozens of bodyguards protecting him as he entered Tianyuan. Moreover, overnight, he had gained such immense fame. However, Lu Ming took a look and found that the group of bodyguards around him were all only level 10. With the strength of Lu Ming's Death Knight warriors, once Yi Chen stepped out of Moonset Town, it would be effortless to crush them all. At this moment, Yi Chen was greeting fans while having 2 female assistants distribute gifts. Lu Ming was not interested, but since he was in the front row, he was forcibly handed a delicate red envelope. Upon opening it, he found 3 silver coins inside. In the trading market, 1 silver coin was worth 200 yuan. That was 600 right there, and it was just for Lu Ming alone. What a generous move, Lu Ming thought, looking at Yi Chen, who once had to transfer money to classmates just to go out for hot pot, his hatred growing even stronger. Yi Chen's goal was to win people's hearts, making all the players in Moonset Town his fans. Having been a streamer for 2 years, he had remained obscure. He longed for attention, to become a shining celebrity. Additionally, it was also to ensure that whenever he faced any inconvenience in the novice village, he could call for help anytime, anywhere. After distributing the gifts, Yi Chen accepted a quest in the town and then headed north out of Moonset Town. Seeing this, Lu Ming immediately followed closely behind. As Yi Chen finally stepped out of the safety zone, Lu Ming planned to follow him until they reached a secluded place, where he could quietly eliminate them all. However, at that moment, dozens of fully armed high-level players suddenly appeared outside the town. It seemed they had been waiting for a long time, ready to support Yi Chen as soon as he stepped out. Lu Ming casually glanced through his tenfold enhanced F-level reconnaissance skill and was shocked to find that those players were all level 30. Moreover, they had all completed their 4th promotion. This level is clearly not from the novice area. They must have come down from the second heaven, the main city. Lu Ming frowned. He hadn't expected Yi Chen to have such thorough protective measures. Lu Ming then realized, the dozens of level 10 players who had initially followed him were not bodyguards, but rather were there to help him level up. According to Tianyuan's team mechanism, players could only team up if their level difference did not exceed 10 levels. Higher level players could only deal damage to monsters, and even if Yi Chen landed the final blow, he would gain no benefits. So this group of level 34th promotion players were Yi Chen's true bodyguards. This was going to be a bit troublesome, because after Lu Ming's comprehensive enhancement of the formation, his undead warriors, although capable of matching players around level 15 at level 8, absolutely could not take down a level 30 player. Of course, Lu Ming could wait until he reached level 20 to kill him. By that time, the undead warriors would definitely possess the strength to crush level 30 players. However, as soon as a player's level reaches 10, they can leave the novice area, pass through the first layer of Tianyuan, and enter the second layer. No matter how fast Lu Ming levels up, with so many level 10 substitutes for Yi Chen, his leveling speed could not be slow. It was feared that by the time Lu Ming reached level 20, Yi Chen would have already reached level 10 and entered the second layer. At that time, there would be countless high-level players in the second layer, around levels 40 to 50, and Yi Chen would arrange for more high-level bodyguards, making it even harder for Lu Ming to kill him. Therefore, Lu Ming had to deal with Yi Chen in the novice area. The strength of a level 34th transformation player is too strong. My undead warriors are all melee, and I'm afraid they won't even have a chance to get close to Yi Chen before being killed instantly. Moreover, if I act rashly, unless I can kill him in one hit, I would instead alert the snake. I must think of a way to draw away that group of level 30s. Once Yi Chen was alone, it would be easy to kill him. But what method could make him go solo? In his hesitation, a figure suddenly flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Lin Yue. Lu Ming knew that Yi Chen truly liked Lin Yue, willing to stay in the small coastal city of Sanxian for her, giving up the opportunity to develop in the big city of Jingchen with his sister Yi Linger. In fact, part of the reason Yi Chen wanted to become popular was also for Lin Yue. He remembered Yi Linger once telling Lu Ming, "Why don't you go support Chen Chen in his livestream? Send him some gifts." Chen Chen said that as long as he becomes a big internet celebrity, he can pursue Lin Yue. My brother only likes this one girl, and I want to help him. At that time, Lu Ming was saving money to buy a house and marry Yi Linger. But Yi Linger said, "The house can wait, but my brother's matter can't. If Lin Yue gets taken by someone else first, my brother will regret it for life. After all, he is my brother and your brother too. And my mom said that when we get married, we won't ask for a bride price from you." As a result, the infatuated Lu Ming really believed Yi Linger's words and went to Yi Chen's livestream, giving him tens of thousands of gifts over 7 days, although it was still of no use. After all, Lin Yue simply rejected Yi Chen because she didn't like him, not because she looked down on him for being unknown. Reflecting on last night, the 3 assassins sent by Yi Chen killed Lin Yue's brother, preparing to force themselves on Lin Yue. This showed that Yi Chen's predatory intentions were still on Lin Yue. Using Lin Yue to get close to Yi Chen can make him lower his guard, and then find an opportunity to make Yi Chen go solo, which will definitely be much easier. But then the question arose. There was once a sincere opportunity in front of Lu Ming that he did not cherish, and only regretted when it was lost. If heaven could give him another chance. If I had known, I should have agreed to help Lin Yue take revenge last night. Now, where could he find Lin Yue? Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, a voice suddenly came to his ear. "Want to kill him? I can help you." Lu Ming's heart jolted. Turning around, he saw 5 players approaching from behind. The leader was a young archer dressed in silver chainmail. Although he looked young, barely 18, the sharpness in his eyes resembled that of a seasoned veteran. The white ID above his head was clearly visible. LV9 First Transformation Archer, Tianxian Yongheng. Just as Lu Ming was pondering where he had seen a similar ID before, he happened to see a familiar face standing next to Tianxian Yongheng. He was a knight clad in fiery armor, around 30 years old, and Lu Ming recognized him at a glance. He was none other than Tianxian Zongheng, who had teamed up with him last night to tackle the Moon Demon Sacred Hall dungeon. Besides him, the other 3 had IDs that all started with the prefix Tianxian. Ever since Tian Yuan descended and gradually took control of the human world, various player guilds, teams, and families had risen to prominence. This Tianxian was clearly part of a team organization as well. Lu Ming feigned ignorance and asked Tianxian Yongheng, "Are you talking to me?" Approaching Lu Ming, Tianxian Yongheng stopped and said, "Join my team, and I'll help you kill that Chindi." "What do you think?" Lu Ming's heart jolted again, surprised at how the other party knew his thoughts. He pretended to be confused. "What are you talking about?" Tianxian Yongheng smiled faintly. "Stop pretending. The desire to kill someone can't be hidden. I've been observing you for quite a while." Before Lu Ming could respond, Tianxian Yongheng continued, "He has so many level 30 bodyguards around him. If you want to kill him, it's as difficult as climbing to the sky. Our Tianxian team has countless experts above level 100. Killing them is as easy as squashing a bunch of ants. The only condition is that you must be willing to join us, Tianxian. Of course, I won't treat you unfairly. Besides helping you kill that person, I'll also offer you a monthly salary starting at 100,000.
How about that? 100,000 a month. To be honest, Lu Ming's first reaction was indeed one of temptation. However, having lived a life of being dependent on others and feeling like a dog in his past life, he was unwilling to be bound by anyone again. Moreover, he had to personally take down Yi Chen to experience the thrill of revenge. Not to mention, these people had unknown backgrounds, and their true intentions were unclear. Being cautious, Lu Ming politely declined, "Thank you, but no. Also, I just find him unpleasant. It's not to the point of wanting to kill him. Please don't misunderstand." After saying this, Lu Ming turned and left. Watching Lu Ming's figure gradually fade away, the level 8 assassin named Tian Xianing rolled up his sleeves and said fiercely, "This kid doesn't know what's good for him. Captain, let me teach him a lesson." Tian Xian Yonghong raised a hand to stop him. "We are civilized people. Let's not be reckless just because of a disagreement. Besides, you're not his match." Hearing this, Tian Xianing scoffed, "Humph, that kid may be the same level as me, but he's just a lowly sewer profession, a trickster, a fragile chicken with no damage or tanking ability. I can take him down before he even has a chance to react." As soon as he finished speaking, the knight Tian Xianzonghang glanced at the imposing Tian Xianing and said, "Not a word of exaggeration. That kid killing you is no different from squashing a little chick." Tian Xianing clearly disagreed. "I don't believe it." As he spoke, Tian Xianing rolled up his sleeves. "Unless you let me go teach him a lesson." Tian Xian Yonghong looked at Tian Xianing. "I already said, we are civilized people. Let's not be reckless just because of a disagreement. This person, we Tian Xian have him firmly in our grasp. Go and keep an eye on him. If anyone dares to snatch him from us." Before he could finish, Tian Xianing rolled up his sleeves. "Then we'll teach him a lesson." Tian Xian Yonghong looked at Tian Xianing with disdain. "Why are you so reckless? I'll say it again, we are civilized people." After a pause, Tian Xian Yonghong said without changing his expression, "Anyone who dares to snatch people from us Tian Xian, we'll deal with them." Understood. Lu Ming left the Moonset town, unsure of what to do next. His original plan was to deal with Yi Chen and then go tackle the blood-red Forbidden Zone dungeon. However, this plan was disrupted by the many level 30 bodyguards around Yi Chen, leaving Lu Ming with no desire to run a dungeon now. The only way to break this deadlock was to find Lin Yue. Moonfall Town has over 50,000 players below level 10 registered in the entire coastal city. Trying to find someone in this range is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Just as Lu Ming was troubled, not knowing where to find Lin Yue, he suddenly saw a large group of players gathered around a pile of ruins, not knowing what they were doing. As Lu Ming passed by, he overheard the crowd discussing, "This little girl looks so fragile. How did she get into this situation? I heard she owes someone money, but it's unclear. But such a delicate girl falling into the hands of these unreasonable creditors is bound to be in big trouble." Little girl? Fragile? Delicate? Could it be Lin Yue? Lu Ming murmured. He squeezed into the crowd for a look. Good heavens, it really was Lin Yue. He saw her on the ground, surrounded by several burly, fierce-looking men. At that moment, Lin Yue looked completely different from the image Lu Ming had seen her in last night. When he first saw her last night, his first impression was of her tightly holding onto her brother's hand. Even when being chased, as long as her brother was by her side, she felt safe. She had been wearing a black iron frost robe, which, while not luxurious, was far from ordinary. But now, she was dressed in cheap, low-level plain gear. Though simple and clean, it was heart-wrenching to see. She exuded a pure aura without any impurities, her messy hair sticking to her fair face, both innocent and alluring. Without her brother's protection, her eyes were filled with helplessness and fear. It was this aura, combined with her heart-wrenching face, that made many bystanders feel indignant for her. What kind of skill is it to bully a little girl? Yeah, aren't you ashamed? At that moment, one of the muscular men, weighing at least 250 pounds, raised his fist and shouted at the crowd, "Paying back debts is only right. If anyone disagrees, step up and pay back the money her brother owes us." As soon as he said this, the crowd immediately fell silent. Clearly, their so-called sense of justice was based on not harming their own interests. Seeing the crowd no longer speaking, the muscular man leered at Lin Yue and lewdly said, "If you really have no money, you can pay back the debt with your body. You know how about 1,000 each time?" Lin Yue, frightened, curled up and hugged her legs, her fragile body trembling slightly. Just as the muscular man was about to reach out his claws towards Lin Yue, suddenly a figure appeared in front of her. "How much does she owe you?" Looking at the suddenly appearing Lu Ming, the muscular man lost interest and impatiently said, "Her brother owes us 20,000. She has paid back 15,000, still 5,000 short." Lu Ming thought for a moment. The 3 pieces of equipment he had put in the trading hall and the F-grade skill scroll had all been sold, and he currently had over 5,600 in his account. So, he directly transferred 5,000 to the muscular man on the spot. The 4 muscular men looked tall and strong, but in reality,
they were just a few level 8 to 9 small Kurami. If Lu Ming activated the Death Knight, he could send them to meet their maker in an instant. But there were too many bystanders. It wasn't worth it to get himself into a situation over a few thousand. After receiving the money, the muscular man had nothing more to say and could only step aside, allowing Lu Ming to take Lin Yue away. As the crowd saw there was no more excitement, they dispersed like birds and beasts. However, the muscular men stared intently at Lu Ming and Lin Yue's departing figures, their eyes filled with unwillingness and desire. That kid, is he rich? Should we follow him, take him down a notch, and find a secluded place to have our way with that little girl? I think that's a good idea. As they spoke, the men wore lewd smiles and prepared to follow Lu Ming. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. You dare to touch someone from Tianxian? A few strong men turned around at the sound, only to see a cold, black-clad assassin standing behind them. Upon hearing the assassin mention Tianxian and seeing the ID above his head, Tianquan Shadow, the strong men immediately changed color in fear. Dasha Battle Team ranked 8th, Tianxian? In an instant, they were terrified, quickly kneeling before Tianxian Shadow, begging for mercy. Big brother, we were blind and didn't know those two were from your Tianxian. Please spare us this time. We won't dare again next time. Big brother, I'll return the money I just borrowed from that brother and the woman. As he spoke, the leader of the strong men hurriedly got up and handed over 20,000 yuan to Tianxian Shadow. After receiving the money, a cold glint flashed in Tianxian Shadow's icy eyes. This time I'll let it go, but be careful in your next life. The strong men repeatedly thanked him, but the next second, they seemed to come to their senses. What? Next life? As soon as the words fell, whoosh, 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 a rain of arrows descended from the sky, engulfing the strong men. A massive damage of over 500 instantly killed them. The next second, several level 20 archer players with the ID Tianquan quietly retreated from the nearby ruins. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Yue, being led by the wrist, kept her head down. When she lifted her head and saw the person who had just helped her was the same person who saved her last night, a hint of surprise flashed in her clear eyes. At that moment, Lu Ming released her hand and turned to look at Lin Yue. He then understood that the reason Lin Yue had become so plain was that she must have sold all her valuable equipment to pay off her brother's debts. Lin Yue knew she owed Lu Ming too much but felt powerless to repay him now. She lowered her head, not daring to meet Lu Ming's gaze, and said softly, "Thank you, I will definitely return the money from just now once I save enough." Looking at the petite Lin Yue, who seemed like a gust of wind could blow her away, Lu Ming asked, "Do you want to take revenge for your brother?" Lin Yue's eyes dimmed, and she lowered her head, saying, "I'm too useless, I can't take revenge." Lu Ming replied, "I can help you take revenge, but I need you to cooperate with me." Lin Yue had witnessed Lu Ming's formidable strength when he easily killed 3 level 10 assassins last night and knew he was powerful. However, since Lu Ming had refused her request for revenge last night, she thought he wouldn't help her again. Hearing Lu Ming's words now, she suddenly looked up, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes again. A ray of light appeared in her dim heart. "Really? How do I cooperate with you?" In the northern part of Moonfall Town, in the 1 to 5 level wild area, Shadow Forest. With a swift motion, Yichin struck down a level 5 jungle spider that had only 1 health point left after being attacked by his teammates. A beam of golden light fell upon him. In just over 10 minutes, his level rose to 2. Wiping the green blood off the blade of vigilance in his hand, Yichin smiled. "It seems this Tianyuan isn't as difficult as people say. It's quite simple." Dozens of level 10 players hired to level up listened to Yichen's boasting, not daring to speak, and continued to silently weaken monsters before sending them to Yichen. After all, the Yi family had given each of them 10,000 for the leveling service, so even if Yichen farted, it would smell sweet to them. While killing monsters, Yichen sighed, "Had I known this, that useless Lu Ming should have died earlier, allowing me, this high-ranking brother-in-law, to rise to power sooner. I could have enjoyed this imperial treatment long ago, instead of waiting until today. Tisk, if only Yue could accompany me, that would be even better. But it doesn't matter, with my current status, Lin Yue, you will eventually be mine." At this moment, Yichen's mind began to fantasize about the wonderful moments he would share with Lin Yue in bed, imagining her graceful and soft body, unable to suppress a wild smile. At that moment, a level 30 bodyguard stationed at the outskirts of the Shadow Forest rushed over with news. "Young Master Yi, there's a girl outside the forest who looks very much like the Lin Yue you asked us to keep an eye on." Hearing this, Yichin couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. So eager, does she want to throw herself into my arms? As he spoke, Yichin made his way outside the forest. Sure enough, not far away, on a patch of grass, a girl was playfully pushing and shoving with another young male player whose profession was a formation trickster. After chasing Lin Yue for 2 years, Yichin could recognize her from a distance. that girl was indeed Lin Yue. Seeing her being bullied, Yi Chen immediately strode over with a fierce demeanor.
"Let her go!" Yi Chen shouted angrily at the formation trickster.
Unbeknownst to him, this formation trickster was his former brother-in-law, Lu Ming. However, with a changed appearance, Yi Chen naturally did not recognize Lu Ming. So, Lu Ming, holding Lin Yue's wrist, pretended not to know Yi Chen and asked, "Who are you?"
"I'm Lin Yue's boyfriend." Yi Chen stepped forward, pulling Lin Yue behind him protectively. Seeing that the prey was hooked, Lu Ming began to set a trap.
"Alright, since you're her boyfriend, then finding you is the same." Lu Ming feigned a serious expression, pointing at Lin Yue, and said to Yi Chen, "Her brother took my money, saying he would take me through the blood color forbidden zone dungeon, but when I came to find him at level 8, he was nowhere to be found.
Since I can't find her brother, I can only look for her."
Hearing this, Yi Chen showed disdain. "So you're just a beggar. Wei, don't be afraid, I'm here." Yi Chen comforted Lin Yue while deliberately acting like a big spender in front of her, saying to Lu Ming, "Is 100,000 enough? Show me the payment code, take the money, and get lost." Not wanting to lose face in front of Lin Yue, Yi Chen appeared generous on the surface, but in his heart, he had already made plans: pay the money first, then find someone to deal with Lu Ming afterward, and get the money back. This way, he would achieve 2 goals at once. However, unexpectedly, the other party didn't want the money at all. "It's not about the money, one must be honest. Since her brother has promised to take me through the blood color forbidden zone on normal difficulty, it must be done." Yi Chen realized that the other party was likely targeting Lin Yue, and a clear glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. But he did not act rashly,
because there were many onlookers around, many of whom were Yi Chen's fans.
To maintain his image and dignity, Yi Chen could only agree to Lu Ming on the surface. "Alright, when I reach level 8, I will personally take you through the dungeon. I'll even raise the stakes for you. How about I take you through the blood color forbidden zone on epic difficulty?" Lu Ming, who had been waiting for this sentence, immediately agreed. "Good, then it's settled, no lying. A gentleman's word is hard to chase." After adding Lu Ming as a WeChat friend, Yi Chen watched Lu Ming's gradually receding figure, a glint of killing intent flickering in his eyes. At that moment, a level 30 bodyguard leaned close to Yi Chen's ear.
"Young Master Yi, do you want me to follow him and deal with that guy?"
"No need," Yi Chen deliberately said loudly in front of the crowd. "Am I, Yi Chen, the kind of person who goes back on my word?
What I promised, I will definitely do."
As soon as these words were spoken, they indeed drew praise from the onlookers. "No wonder he's the big internet celebrity I've liked for a whole year. Chen Di is so handsome." Exactly, compared to some washed-up stars who call everyone family but only suck money from their family, Chen Di gives fans silver coins as soon as he logs in, and he's so upright, it's just amazing. Yi Chen appeared humble on the surface, but inside he felt a surge of pride. Staring at the departing Lu Ming, he thought, "Just wait until we get into the dungeon, see how I deal with you." As the crowd dispersed, Yi Chen turned and gently placed his hands on Lin Yue's shoulders, softly reassuring her. Wei, don't be afraid, from now on, I will protect you." Lin Yue quickly stepped back, breaking free from Yi Chen, and whispered, "Thank you." Yi Chen understood that to win Lin Yue's heart, he couldn't be too hasty. As long as she was by his side, capturing Lin Yue would be just a matter of time. So, Yi Chen smiled and said, "No need to be polite with me. Let's go, Wei, I'll take you to level up." Clearly, Yi Chen was unaware that his actions against Lin Yue's brother had already been exposed. At this moment, Lin Yue looked at the enemy who had killed her own brother, and although she felt immense hatred, she could only bury that pain deep inside her heart, because against him, she stood no chance. To seek revenge, she had to follow Lu Ming's arrangements completely. Lu Ming's plan was to use the blood-red Forbidden Zone dungeon to eliminate Yi Chen. Even though Lu Ming had the opportunity to kill Yi Chen just moments ago, the group of level 30 bodyguards around made it impossible. Even if Lu Ming killed Yi Chen, he would not escape death himself. Moreover, the blood-red Forbidden Zone dungeon only allowed players between levels 8 to 10 to enter. That group of level 30 players could not go in. So, waiting to enter the blood-red Forbidden Zone with Yi Chen would be Lu Ming's perfect chance for revenge. Next, he just had to wait for Yi Chen to level up to level 8 before he would act. Before that, Lu Ming thought he could push himself to level 10.
As long as I don't exceed level 10, I can enter the dungeon.
And this is also a watershed moment in the early stages. Reaching level 10 allows for a second-class change, significantly boosting attributes. Additionally, my 3 10-star talent levels automatically increase by 1 level every 10 levels. Reaching level 10 before going to the blood-red Forbidden Zone will also increase the chances of clearing the hell difficulty. With this in mind, Lu Ming planned to return to Moonfall Town to pick up a high-level quest and level up. At this moment, Tianxian's shadow, who had been watching Lu Ming from the shadows, immediately reported everything he had witnessed to Tianxian Eternal. On the other side, Tian Xian Eternal, who was grinding monsters in the wild, showed a look of appreciation upon reading the message.
It seems this Yu Ming not only has strength but also quite a bit of brains, he said. I think I'm becoming more and more interested in you.
At this time, Tian Xian Shadow sent another message. Captain, that guy called Chen Di seems to look down on Yu Ming.
Should I go over and teach him a lesson? Don't do anything, Tian Xian Eternal replied. Just keep an eye on Yu Ming, don't alert the enemy. I'll handle the rest.
Oh, okay. In Moonfall Town, Lu Ming received a quest from the town mayor, Alephus, based on strategies developed over centuries by countless predecessor players.
This quest was said to be the most difficult in the novice area.
According to records, over 99% of quests in the novice area had a difficulty index not exceeding 100. However, the quest Lu Ming received was the only one with a difficulty index in the triple digits, ranking first on the novice area quest list for Moonfall Town at number 1947, and its difficulty was more than double that of the second place, known as the Devil Quest Slayer, Normal Quest, Difficulty Index, 200 Description. 8 years ago, the most elite unit of Moonfall Town, the Slayer, was annihilated by a powerful force while on a mission to eradicate the Dark Clan's Forbidden Domain. None of the 100 warriors returned, and since then, that Forbidden Domain has been referred to as the Burial Ground. Please go to the Burial Ground, kill Dark Skeletons, 0/50, inherit the will of the Slayer team, and quell the disaster of the Burial Ground. Quest time, 10 hours. Quest rewards, experience plus 1000, copper coins plus 80, whiteboard equipment plus 1, very small chance of F-grade skill scroll plus 1. Note, each player can only receive the quest reward once in their lifetime, and failing to complete the quest within the time limit will result in a death penalty. The rewards were far superior to those of other quests in the novice area, with the first tier rewards almost reaching the 10th tier rewards of many other quests. However, because of that note, countless players were deterred from this highly valuable quest. Most players would only dare to complete 1 or 2 tiers before quickly backing off. The first tier of the market price for this quest already reached 500. Lu Ming thought, since I need to complete this quest anyway, why not take this opportunity to make a fortune? Having just paid off 5,000 yuan of debt for Lin Yue, Lu Ming now had only a few hundred yuan left. He urgently needed money. So, he first checked the market situation. He found that the professional teams specializing in the Slayer quest charged about 500 for the first tier, 800 for the second, 1200 for the third, 1600 for the fourth, 2500 for the fifth, and so on, with the 10th tier reaching 15,000 per person. Thus, Lu Ming posted a message on the exclusive forum for the novice area of Tianyuan 1947, in the town of Moonfall, and ruthlessly spent 300 yuan to buy 10 minutes of a sticky post. The content was as follows: recruiting for the 10th tier Slayer quest team, single fare 10,000, for spots available on a first come, first served basis. As soon as this sticky post was published, it instantly stirred up a wave of excitement. Before long, a large number of netizens left comments. One user commented, "Only 10,000 for the 10th tier? Is your team reliable, or are you a scammer?" Another user said, "Whether you have the strength or not, can you show us your character panel?" A user nicknamed Koengu remarked, "There must be a problem. Otherwise, why would other teams charge 15,000 while you only charge 10,000? And they barely passed the 10th tier with 4 dragging 1, how do you expect to pass with 1 dragging 4? Seeing the popularity rising, Lu Ming immediately replied as the original poster, "Pay after passing the quest. If we can't pass the 10th tier, no charge." Sure enough, as soon as this was said, many people privately messaged Lu Ming, wanting to join the team. After all, they could pay once they reached the destination. Joining first meant they could jump off midway if things went wrong, without losing much. If they really passed the 10th tier, saving 5,000 yuan would be quite nice. So, Lu Ming selected 4 from those who messaged him in the order they arrived and sent the meeting location. Before they arrived, Lu Ming bought a mask from the shop. In the Tianyuan world, many players wore masks to avoid revealing their identities. Although ordinary masks provided no attribute bonuses, stylish and handsome masks could enhance a player's charisma, making it a trend. Lu Ming needed to make money but couldn't be too flashy and expose himself. Not to mention, if he inadvertently aroused Yi Chen's suspicion, it would definitely affect Lu Ming's upcoming revenge plan. About 10 minutes later, 4 players arrived as agreed. Among them were 3 men and 1 woman. The men included an assassin, an archer, and a priest. The woman was a mage. All 4 were level 8, and from their clear eyes, they seemed to be newcomers from relatively well-off families. Without saying much, Lu Ming immediately created a team. Just as he was about to invite the 4 into the team, he was suddenly questioned by the assassin boy, Wu Liuqi. "Hey,
are you sure an 8th-level array master can take us through the 10th tier Slayer quest? The archer youth, Shibaotsang Xiong, also looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. To be honest, before coming here, I had many guesses about your identity, thinking you might be a professional player from a big team, or a high-level player with great equipment and skills, but you. Looking at Lu Ming, who appeared ordinary and wasn't even fully equipped, the chubby priest, De Boba, also expressed doubt. Are you a scammer? Before Lu Ming could speak, the only mage girl in the team, Xing Yan, unexpectedly said to Lu Ming, I believe in you. As they spoke, Xing Yan accepted the Slayer quest from Mayor Alephus and then proactively applied to join the team. At that moment, Lu Ming couldn't help but pay a little more attention to this unique girl. Although she wore a raccoon mask that obscured her face, her pure white mage robe and waist-length flowing hair highlighted her extraordinary aura, resembling a princess from an ancient painting. It was hard not to imagine that beneath the mask lay a stunningly beautiful face. When Lu Ming looked into Xing Yan's eyes, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This familiarity wasn't from a memory of an acquaintance, but rather from someone he had seen recently, as if he had encountered those eyes before. Just as Lu Ming was trying to recall where he had seen those eyes, Xing Yan smiled at him and said, Let's get started. Lu Ming nodded, okay. At this moment, the other three, though skeptical, ultimately accepted the quest and applied to join the team. After all, one shouldn't judge by appearances. Who knows, this array master might actually have some skills. Beneath an ordinary exterior, there could be an extraordinary 4-star or 5-star top-tier account. Thus, the 5-person team set out from Moonfall Town. About 20 minutes later, they arrived at the quest location, the burial ground for level 9 to 10 wild areas. As they looked ahead, a massive graveyard resembling a mass grave came into view. The ground was littered with the stark white bones of humans, or severed limbs and broken arms. Before they even entered, a strong stench of rotting corpses hit them. The air was thick with a heavy atmosphere of death. Under the dense dark clouds overhead, it appeared extremely eerie and terrifying. At this moment, they could see that within the burial ground, several 5-person teams were already clearing the area. Most were 4 dragging 1, or 3 dragging 2 teams. Each team typically had 3 or 4 high-level players around level 15 or 16, accompanied by 1 or 2 low-level players around level 8 or 9. This quest was impossible to complete without high-level players leading. Relying solely on level 8 or 9 newcomers would not suffice. At this time, Lu Ming stepped into the burial ground first. While the 3 boys hesitated, the mage girl Xing Yan followed him without a second thought. Suddenly, as they entered, a dry skeletal arm burst forth from the ground ahead. Following closely, a skeleton frame, completely devoid of flesh, sprang up from the earth. Target locked. With a whoosh, Lu Ming drew his sword. In the burial ground, a 4 dragging 1 team. Crack! As a level 17 warrior in the team swung his sword down, he severely injured a skeleton warrior, then left it to the only level 9 archer in the team to finish off. A few people looked up at Lu Ming and his group not far away. Wow, those level 8 newcomers dare to team up to clear the burial ground? Quite brave. I just saw a post on the forum about a team that charges 10 levels for 1,000. The array master leading them can't be the one who posted, right? An 8th-level array master dragging 4 to take on the 10th level? Are you kidding me? This is hilarious. What shocks me the most are those 4 behind. There are really some warriors who aren't afraid of death to save money. Disturbing the market deserves to be punished. Just watch, I bet that kid won't even make it past the first level. While a few people waited to see Lu Ming's team make a fool of themselves, Xing Yan and the team used her reconnaissance skill to share the skeleton monster's information in the team channel. Skeleton warrior, physical type normal monster, level 9 physical attack, 92 armor, 42 magic resistance, 35 speed, 35 health, 610 skill, charge / F rank. Description: Undead sleeping underground, revived by the call of the Skeleton King, knock, they will pledge their loyalty to the darkness. At this moment, the 3 members of the team, Wu Luqi, Shibaotsang Xiong, and De Boba, looked at the monster's attributes and then weighed their own. Instantly, it felt as if they had donned masks of pain. I can't believe it. My attack is only 55, and this monster has 42 armor. Even if it stands still, how many hits do I need to kill a skeleton warrior? What a joke! No one to help us fight high-level monsters, and we only get 1 fixed experience point from low-level monsters. The game really doesn't give us newbies a break. Once I reach level 10, I'll just go farm low-level newbies for money. But the real problem is, even I, a full-strength warrior with only 55 attack power, can that guy, a support class illusionist, even deal with this skeleton warrior? Could it be that he's just setting up formations for us to fight ourselves? Damn it! How did I get myself into this mess? Just as they were lamenting, suddenly, crack, crack. Accompanied by the sound of bones rattling, the skeleton warrior charged at Lu Ming with a heavy cleaver, ready to unleash a skill.
Lu Ming stood his ground, calm and composed. With his long sword at the ready, he unleashed war tread. Seeing this, a few high-level players watching from a distance nearly burst out laughing.
What's that idiot doing? His teammates are behind him, and he's just standing there releasing a formation to wait for death? This is hilarious. Does he not know that the illusionist's formation only benefits teammates and not himself? Even if it did benefit him, how could an 8-level illusionist kill a 9-level skeleton warrior with just a formation? Just as the skeleton warrior swung its blade at Lu Ming, everyone thought he was about to be chopped to pieces. Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 necromancers charged in from the sides, swinging their iron swords at lightning speed, knocking the skeleton warrior to the ground before it could reach Lu Ming. -362. -362. 2 massive red damage numbers instantly emptied the skeleton warrior's 610 health points. Ding killed a level 9 skeleton warrior, experience +40. Instantly, the smiles on the faces of the players waiting to watch the show froze. The 3 young men at the back of the team were also left speechless. Did he just kill it? Where did those 2 come from? Everyone's gaze turned to the necromancers. The 2 necromancers stood guard beside Lu Ming like protectors. Clad in pitch black, cold armor, their eyes glowed with a ghostly blue light, exuding an intimidating aura. They watched as Lu Ming reached out to absorb the skeleton warrior's corpse. The distant players exclaimed in shock, those 2 necromancers, could they be his summons? An 8-level summon, how can it deal such high damage? Meanwhile, the 3 young men at the back of the line instantly changed their expressions. I told you, the big guy must have something up his sleeve to dare post that. So it turns out the big guy has a summoning talent, and his summons are this powerful. He can have 2 summons at just level 8? Professional summoners only unlock their second summon slot at level 10, right? Damn, the big guy is amazing. Just as they were feeling excited, the next moment, an even more life-altering scene unfolded. Lu Ming focused his mind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From all directions, countless 3-meter-high dark whirlpools tore through space, bursting forth. Following that, one after another, necromancers stepped through the portals. 80 necromancers instantly filled the battlefield. Go kill monsters. At Lu Ming's command, all the surrounding necromancers entered automatic monster killing mode. The poor skeleton warriors, just breaking through the ground, didn't even have time to take a breath of fresh air before being shredded by the necromancers. Under the tenfold enhancement of Lu Ming's level 8 war tread, the necromancers received a staggering 387 points of attack power, bringing their total attack power to an astonishing 404 points. Facing a level 9 skeleton warrior with only 42 armor and 610 health points, they only needed 2 normal attacks to easily take it down. Thus, under the relentless push of 80 undead warriors, within just a few minutes, the team received an update. Ding, congratulations. Your team has killed a total of 50 skeletons, and the first tier of the mission is complete. Continue to kill skeletons to reach 100, and the mission reward will be upgraded to the second tier. At this moment, several members of the team were utterly shocked. The mage girl, Qing Yan, looked at Lu Ming and revealed an enigmatic smile. Nearby, several high-level teams saw this and hurriedly retreated to the outskirts, not daring to offend Lu Ming's undead warriors, quickly making way. Thus, the undead warriors swept through the vast burial ground, unstoppable and invincible. Team notifications continued to sound. Ding, congratulations! Your team has killed a total of 100 skeletons, and the second tier of the mission is complete. Ding, congratulations! Your team has killed a total of 200 skeletons, and the third tier of the mission is complete. Ding, congratulations! Your team has killed a total of 1,000 skeletons, and the prerequisite for the 10th tier of the mission is complete. Under your rampant hunting, the Black Iron level boss, Skeleton King Knock, is about to appear. Killing Skeleton King Knock will complete the 10th tier of the mission. As the system notification fell, rumbling, the burial ground shook violently. Who dares to disturb this king's sweet dreams? Do you want to die? Accompanied by a roar that echoed through the skies, a super skeleton warrior, towering 6 to 7 meters tall, burst forth from the center of the burial ground map. Rumbling! With another tremor, at that moment, dozens of player teams scattered throughout the burial ground were all shaken. What kind of deathly noise is this? Damn! Could it be that the boss of the burial ground, Skeleton King, has respawned? The strategy guide states that the Skeleton King only respawns when a player has completed the 10th tier of the killer mission, right? Is there a team with a 10th tier today? Some envious players immediately hatched a scheme. Let's go, hurry over to see how strong that team is. If they're not that impressive, we might be able to snatch a few boss drops and make a fortune. As they spoke, several groups of players on the outskirts of the burial ground rushed towards the boss's respawn location. However, when they arrived at the center of the burial ground, they were met with a shocking scene. They saw the massive body of Skeleton King Knock kneeling on the ground,
motionless. Surrounding it stood a group of armored undead warriors, wielding iron swords, exuding an imposing aura.
A powerful undead presence enveloped the area. Is the boss dead? Didn't the Skeleton King just respawn? Was it killed instantly? How is that possible? This is a level 10 black iron boss. Could it have been taken down by these undead warriors? These undead warriors, they are only level 10, but why do I feel like they are much stronger? Some players who had come with the intention of snatching the boss's loot now dared not approach the boss even a step closer under the intimidation of the undead warriors. Meanwhile, within the encirclement of the undead warriors, Lu Ming walked straight to the corpse of Skeleton King Nok. The boss's loot had to be picked up personally for a better feeling. Ding, you have picked up black iron equipment, Skeleton King boots. Ding, you have picked up 5 silver and 25 copper coins. Ding, you have picked up whiteboard equipment, ruinous longsword. Another piece of black iron equipment? Not bad luck. Lu Ming was somewhat surprised. After all, according to market prices, this piece of black iron equipment alone was worth around 800. 5 silver coins for 1,000, and the whiteboard for 200. Moreover, during the slaughter of 1,000 skeleton warriors, Lu Ming also collected 4 pieces of whiteboard equipment and a total of over 1,600 copper coins, which adds up to 4,000. Clearing a dungeon and killing a boss, 6,000 coins came so easily. At this moment, the several bosses being carried by Lu Ming were still in a daze. If the earlier slaughter of 1,000 skeletons, where they didn't even have a chance to intervene and relied entirely on Lu Ming's necromancer warriors pushing through, was enough to shock them, then what truly made them question their lives was just now, when the Skeleton King Nok was toppled in less than 10 seconds after respawning. This is a level 10 black iron boss. Even if a group of level 15 to 20 players pushed together, it would take at least several minutes to take it down. How could he solo it in just a few seconds? Damn, this is terrifying. Wu Liuqi, De Boba, and Shi Bao Chong were already shocked beyond measure. Lu Ming temporarily put the boss loot into his backpack without examining it and walked over to the group. With a slight smile, he asked, "How was the experience, gentlemen?" The young assassin Wu Liuqi gave a thumbs up, excitedly stammering, "You are the most awesome big brother I've ever seen." "Ugh, the most amazing big brother. De Boba, great God, I bow to you, my little brother." Shi Bao Chong, "Big brother, add me as a friend, I have a cousin who wants to meet you." Lu Ming smiled and showed his WeChat payment code, "Sure." Without hesitation, the 3 of them scanned the code. Soon, 3 delightful notifications rang in Lu Ming's ears. WeChat received 10,000 yuan. Is this the sound of money? It's so pleasant. At that moment, the mage girl Qin Yan also came over to scan the code. However, Lu Ming heard a different notification. WeChat received 100,000 yuan. Lu Ming looked at Qin Yan, who was wearing a raccoon mask and looked playful, and said, "You added an extra 0. Qin Yan smiled gently. "Let's add each other as friends. If I need help next time, I'll look for you. The extra money will be considered in advance. Then let's talk about it next time." After saying that, Lu Ming returned 90,000. He then disbanded the team and turned to leave. Watching Lu Ming's figure gradually fade away, Qin Yan murmured, "He really has a unique personality." "Yu Ming? I'll remember you." While speaking, Cheng Yan opened WeChat and sent a message to a top friend named ATM. "Guess who I ran into?" Shortly after, the ATM replied, "Ex-boyfriend? Qin Yan, get lost. You know I've never dated, so how could I have an ex-boyfriend?" ATM, "Then who did you meet? Spit it out, I'm busy." Qin Yan, "A super amazing array master. Do you know how incredible he is? He soloed the Slayer Task's 10th tier, taking down a level 10 black iron boss in 10 seconds. And he's only level 10. ATM, is his ID Yu Ming?" Looking at the reply, Qin Yan was astonished. "What? How do you know?" ATM, "Because I've already reserved this person you're talking about." Qin Yan pouted, "I don't care, you didn't tell me, so it's still my introduction. Hurry up, give me some money. Didn't I just give you 50 last week? Have you spent it all so quickly? I don't care, I want it." Saying this, Qin Yan directly launched a barrage of emoticons. Until she heard a voice say, "Alipay received 1 million yuan, she finally stopped the attack. Then, pressing the voice message, she switched to a cute tone, "Brother loves you, Moa." On the way back to Moonset Town, Lu Ming checked his status. The massive experience rewards from killing skeleton warriors, along with the last Skeleton King boss, had raised his level from the initial level 8 to level 10. He had reached the standard for the second job transfer. As long as he completed the job transfer task,
he could break through to the second job. At this moment, the three major 10-star account talents, Soul Cutting, Comprehensive Amplification, and Rebirth from the Flames, were also in the upgrade stage.
As long as Lu Ming completed the second job transfer, the three talents would automatically upgrade to LV2.
Currently, all three major talents are only at LV1, yet they have already elevated my strength to such a terrifying level. Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a hint of anticipation. Following that, Lu Ming opened his backpack and took a look at the black iron item dropped by the Skeleton King.
Skeleton King Battle Boots, black iron item, speed, additional attributes, durability, class, array trickster, warrior level, 10 not identified.
He had originally planned to sell it, but upon discovering it could be used by an array trickster, and since Lu Ming's shoe slot was empty, he decided not to sell it.
In the world of Tianyuan, equipment dropped by monsters must be identified at a professional appraisal office before it can be used.
Thus, Lu Ming temporarily placed the Skeleton King battle boots back in his backpack.
Checking the time, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon.
He had been grinding tasks since 9:30 in the morning and had even forgotten to eat lunch.
However,
he had perfectly completed the 10th tier of the Slayer task in just 5 hours, and almost all of it was done solo, breaking the historical solo record for this task, especially since he had also earned 40,000 coins while doing the task. In his previous life, it would take Lu Ming several months to earn that much money.
I should treat myself. That new frog restaurant downstairs seems nice. After I log off, I'll go have a meal.
Just thinking about returning to Moonfall Town, submitting the Slayer task, and receiving a hefty reward made Lu Ming quicken his pace. Upon returning to Moonfall Town, Lu Ming immediately found the town mayor, Aliphus, to submit the task. Upon learning that Lu Ming had slaughtered 1,000 dark skeletons and killed the Skeleton King Nok, the old mayor was moved to tears. "Thank you, young warrior. If the members of the slaughter team who sacrificed themselves 8 years ago in the burial ground knew of your deeds, they would surely feel comforted in the afterlife. Warrior, please accept the reward you deserve." As soon as the mayor finished speaking, a pleasant system notification rang in his ears. "Ding, congratulations on completing the task Slayer Tier 10. You have received the reward, experience plus 20,000, silver coins plus 10, bronze equipment Slayer belt plus 1, F-grade skill scroll life barrier plus 1.
Bronze equipment." Lu Ming was overjoyed.
He immediately opened his backpack and indeed found a bronze-framed belt with silver stripes engraved inside, exuding an aura of high quality. The reason the transportation fee for the Slayer task was so high in the market was precisely because of the rewards for the 10th tier of this task. In addition to guaranteed receiving a level 10 black iron item and an F-grade skill scroll, there was a very small chance of obtaining bronze equipment or an E-grade skill scroll as a reward. It should be noted that within the same level range, a piece of bronze equipment is worth 10 times that of black iron equipment. Moreover, an E-grade skill scroll in the market could fetch prices as high as 20,000 to 30,000, and there are often no buyers. Therefore, most players who pay high prices to hire teams to help them complete tasks are not only after the massive experience and silver coin rewards but are also gambling on luck. If they hit the jackpot with bronze equipment or an E-grade skill scroll, they would make a huge profit. According to some experts' analysis, the probability of such luck in the Tianyuan world is about 10%, so it seems my luck is quite good. Lu Ming felt a bit smug.
He eagerly glanced at the attributes of this equipment.
Slayer's belt, LV10 bronze item, health, for 20 additional attributes, constitution plus 20, stamina plus 20 additional skill, slaughter, passive. The formation of the array trickster provides an additional damage bonus of 2% of its maximum health to allied units / cannot stack. Durability, 55-55 class requirement, array trickster description. The belt used by the captain of the Slayer squad from Moonfall Town, symbolizing the warrior who defends the peace of Moonfall Town. Compared to the 8th level black iron item, the Moon Demon Cloak, which only adds 120 health and 8 stamina to Lu Ming, the attribute bonuses of this bronze item are simply explosive, especially the additional skill Slaughter, when applied to Lu Ming, who possesses comprehensive enhancement talents, means a damage bonus effect of 20% of his maximum health. He immediately equipped the Slayer's belt, and upon opening the status bar, he saw his health attribute soar from 450 to 1070 points in an instant. With a first-class upgrade at level 10, he could have 4-digit health, comparable to a level 15 second-class knight. This means that the damage increase effect of the skill Slaughter can reach 214 points. Combined with the 100% plus 500 attack power from the LV10 Wartread, that's an additional 589 points of attack power. The damage of the skeletal warrior is simply explosive. Following that, Lu Ming looked at the skill scroll as a quest reward. Life Bastion, Array Trickster F grade, skill description, releases a circular formation with a radius of 50 yards, allowing all allied units within the formation to gain a shield of Array Trickster 1% maximum health plus 5, points per second, lasting 15 seconds. Maximum shield value cannot exceed 30% of the Array Trickster's maximum health skill cost, 3 mana to activate, then 1 mana per second cooldown. 50 seconds. The output of the skeletal warrior is sufficient, but the shortcoming in the early stages is the lack of defense and vitality, leading to significant casualties in battle. This skill perfectly solves that problem. With this thought, Lu Ming immediately crushed the scroll and learned the skill. The skill level also increased from LV1 to LV10 along with Lu Ming's level. The shield bonus per second increased to Array Trickster 1% maximum health plus 38. Next, Lu Ming went to the appraisal office, spending 50 copper coins to identify the 10th level black iron item, the Skeletal King Boots, dropped by the Skeletal King. Skeletal King Boots, speed plus 30, agility plus 9. After equipping, Lu Ming's speed reached 49 points. After listing all 5 pieces of whiteboard equipment he had collected during the dungeon run on the trading market, Lu Ming logged off from the game. Coming out of the internet cafe, he arrived at the newly opened Frog Fragrance restaurant downstairs in his community, ordered a large pot of spicy frogs, and a bottle of beer. He ate meat and drank beer heartily. Refreshing. Reflecting on his previous life, in order to save money to marry Yilinger and provide her with a better life, Lu Ming had never been willing to spend a penny on himself. Having endured too many hard days made him think that life was just like that. At this moment, he realized that life could actually be so beautiful. Just then, Lin Yue suddenly sent a WeChat message. Yi Chen is now level 7. In just a few hours, he had gone from level 1 to level 7? This leveling speed is almost comparable to Lu Ming, who has a 10-star account. It seems that the saying "the abyss is a playground for the rich" is indeed true. Lu Ming thought, at this rate, it should take him another hour or two to go from level 7 to 8, and before that, I can just complete my job change quest. So, Lu Ming replied to Lin Yue, let me know when he's almost level 8. Lin Yue, okay. After a satisfying meal and drink, just as Lu Ming was about to get up and leave to log back into the internet cafe for his job change, he suddenly heard a couple at the table behind him talking. Wow baby, check out that Douyin I forwarded to you. There's a level 10 Array Trickster who soloed a Black Iron level boss in 10 seconds. This person is from our Linhai. Is it true? Let me see. Damn, awesome. Where did this ancient god come from? Hearing this, Lu Ming frowned slightly. He didn't rush to leave but took out his phone, opened Douyin, and searched for the keywords Array Trickster soloing boss. Sure enough, he found a video of himself just moments ago at the burial ground, fighting the Skeleton King. The video was only a few seconds long but completely recorded Lu Ming controlling the undead warriors to attack the full health Skeleton King and then directly knocking down the boss. From the perspective of the shooter, it was a bystander. The video was posted 35 minutes ago. At this moment, the likes, comments, and shares had already reached 1,598,327,001, 245 million respectively. He casually opened the comments section, and it was filled with shock. I can't believe it. A 10-second solo kill of a Black Iron boss. Who is this godly figure? So terrifying. This video must be edited, right? Too fake. Who can solo a boss in 10 seconds? The author said there was no editing or retouching. I can prove he recorded it live because I was the Skeleton King getting hit. It's a pity he wore a mask, so we don't know what he looks like, but judging by his figure, he must be a handsome guy. Does anyone know the Douyin account of this Array Trickster? Help me out. I have a friend who wants to meet him. Indeed, fame brings controversy. Lu Ming couldn't help but feel relieved that he wore a mask. He got up and left the Frog Fragrance Pavilion, heading straight to the internet cafe. Little did he know, at that moment, Yi Chen also noticed this video. In the southern part of Moonfall Town, in the level 7 to 8 wild area of Tianhuang City, under the guidance of the boosters, Yi Chen was quickly killing monsters and leveling up, while organizing some materials to post on Douyin. He inadvertently noticed the video titled Unnamed Array Trickster soloing a Black Iron boss. At first, Yi Chen was deeply shocked by the scene of the undead warriors overwhelming the boss, but soon he noticed the Array Trickster commanding this group of undead warriors. Although the other party wore a mask and hid their ID, their figures still made Yi Chen feel, this person looks a bit familiar? As he spoke, Yi Chen seemed to think of something and suddenly turned to look meaningfully at Lin Yue beside him. Moonfall Town. After Lu Ming logged in, he headed straight to the professional hall. He received the second job transfer quest from the Array Trickster mentor, Xia Yi. Just as he was about to leave the hall, a familiar figure suddenly walked towards him. The other party wore a raccoon mask, draped in a pure white magic robe, with long hair down to her waist, exuding an extraordinary aura, clearly a young lady from a wealthy family. This mage girl was none other than Cheng Yan, who had teamed up with Lu Ming during the Slaughterer quest. Her ID information, which was not hidden, showed her level as 10, indicating she was also there to receive a job transfer quest. Lu Ming planned to pretend not to know her and walk past, but Qing Yan jumped in front of him, crossed her arms, tilted her head, and smiled. "Hi,
what a coincidence, we meet again. Can you help me with the job transfer quest? I'll pay."
All second job transfer quests are the same: kill 100 level 10 monsters within 6 hours. This task is not simple for most new players, as most need help to complete it.
However, for Qing Yan, who was fully equipped with black iron gear, it was a piece of cake. Lu Ming replied, "If you can do it yourself, why ask me?" Qing Yan didn't say much else, just stated, "I checked, the market price for a second job transfer service is 600 per person, so can you help me?" 600. Do you want it?
Lu Ming hesitated for a moment. Sure. After all, he needed to grind anyway, so it was a side task.
A fool doesn't earn money.
Of course, he wouldn't take the mysterious 90,000 that Qing Yan had suddenly gained before. Only the money that rightfully belonged to him could be spent with peace of mind. So, Qing Yan immediately transferred 600 yuan to Lu Ming. Lu Ming also created a team and pulled Qing Yan in. At that moment, Qing Yan looked at Lu Ming with curiosity and couldn't help but think, he refused 90,000 before, but now he treats this 600 like a treasure.
What a strange person. As they spoke, Lu Ming had already taken big strides away.
Qing Yan quickly followed him with light steps. Watching the two leave Moonset Town, Tianxian's shadow, who had been watching Lu Ming, immediately opened WeChat and sent a message to Tianxian Eternal. "Captain, someone is trying to steal our people.
Should I teach her a lesson?" After a while, Tianxian Eternal replied, "What's her name? Which team is she from?"
"I don't know which team, but her ID is Qing Yan."
"I can't wait any longer. If I delay, Yu Ming will be taken away by her.
I'm going to give her a taste of her own medicine." Just as Tianxian's shadow was about to draw his weapon with a fierce look, Tianxian Eternal suddenly sent a voice message. As soon as Tianxian's shadow connected, a voice blared at least 100 decibels. "If you dare to touch my sister, you're dead."
What the hell? Tianxian's shadow was dumbfounded. That Qing Yan, is she Miss Yan Yan? How reckless. On the way, Qing Yan kept asking Lu Ming questions. "Hey, what's your name? What star level is your account? Which district do you live in, near the coast?" Lu Ming stopped, glanced at Qing Yan, and said indifferently, "I'll refund you the money, you can leave the team. I'm not taking you anymore." "Don't. I won't talk anymore."
Qing Yan immediately pursed her lips and fell silent, looking at Lu Ming with a pitiful expression.
Soon, the two arrived at the nearest level 10 wild area, the Demon Wolf Forest.
Since it was the closest level 10 wild area to Moonset Town, there were quite a few players executing their second job transfer tasks, teaming up to hunt demon wolves. In those teams, each one basically had one or two high-level players around level 15 to 20 to guide the level 10 players through the tasks. Even outside the forest, there were many veteran players in their teens waiting for prey. So, when a level 10 array master and a level 10 mage, both looking like newcomers, entered the forest as a duo, they naturally attracted the attention of those hunters.
Two middle-aged assassin men, both level 17, approached.
One of them sized up Lu Ming and Qing Yan and smiled. "Here for the job transfer task, right?
Do you want Uncle to help you with the task?"
The other assassin chimed in. "Our prices are reasonable, 600 for one person. For the two of you, we only charge 1100.
Guaranteed to get you through in one go."
Just as he finished speaking, before Lu Ming could respond, Qing Yan said, "No need, I've already found someone to take me."
"Found someone?
Where?"
The two assassin men looked around. Qing Yan pointed at Lu Ming and said, "Look, he's taking me." Following Qing Yan's finger to Lu Ming, the two men sized him up again and couldn't help but laugh.
"Little girl, are you serious? He's a newbie just like you, and he's a useless sewer support class array master.
He can't even take care of himself, how can he take you?" Qing Yan didn't bother to explain further.
She just thought, you'll see when it's time for you to eat your words. So, the two ignored the two assassin men and stepped into the forest.
The two assassins snorted, waiting to see the show. "TCH, I've seen plenty of arrogant young people like you. You'll be back begging us soon."
At this moment, Lu Ming arrived at a relatively open area. Looking at the level 10 monsters, the demonized wild wolves, scattered all around, he immediately summoned 100 skeletal warriors with his mind. Clatter, clatter, clatter. At the moment when Lu Ming was surrounded by hundreds of shadow whirlpools, many players nearby were already drawn to the spectacle. As 100 imposing undead warriors stepped out from the whirlpool, Lu Ming drew the hero's sword and took his stance.
War Tread, Life Bastion. Whoosh, whoosh.
A red and a yellow formation burst forth from beneath Lu Ming's feet, radiating outward. With the 589 points of attack power gained from War Tread, the effect of the bronze equipment, Slayer's Belt, was triggered, granting all undead warriors an additional 214 points of damage. Under the enhancement of the Life Bastion, they automatically accumulated a shield of 487 points every second. In an instant, the undead warriors, who originally had only 330 points of health, found their green health bars completely covered by white shield bars. The shield value limit of the F-grade Life Bastion was originally only 30% of the maximum health of the Formation Master.
However, under Lu Ming's comprehensive enhancement talent, it could reach 300%.
This meant that the undead warriors could stack a maximum of 3,210 points of shield. Thus, their shields continued to accumulate. With the double tenfold enhancement of the formation, the surrounding 100 undead warriors seemed to be possessed by divine spirits.
Under Lu Ming's mental control, they quickly spread out, automatically seeking the magic wolves to attack.
With only 50 points of armor and 700 plus health, the level 10 magic wolves stood no chance against the undead warriors' attacks, which had 610 points of attack power plus 214 points of damage increase. The undead warriors only needed one strike to deal 774 points of damage, instantly killing the magic wolves.
Thus, the tornado destroyed the parking lot.
Ding killed a level 10 magic wolf, experience plus 50. Ding killed a level 10 magic wolf, experience plus 50.
Ding!
In a short time, under the onslaught of the 100 undead warriors, they had killed enough magic wolves. Ding, congratulations, you have completed the second transfer task, prove your strength. At this moment, the other players who were farming magic wolves around were all dumbfounded.
As the undead warriors swept through the magic wolf forest in an instant, the bystander players in the forest erupted in excitement. Wow! How did that formation master summon so many minions?
Wait, I feel like I've seen this undead warrior somewhere.
Is that formation master the one from the 10-second video of the Black Iron level boss on Douyin? Hold on, let me check that Douyin again. Oh my god, it really is him.
The Douyin god with 3 million likes is standing right in front of me. I'm so excited I'm spinning in place.
After completing the task, Lu Ming disbanded the team.
He summoned the undead warriors and left the magic wolf forest. The two assassin uncles standing outside the forest quickly straightened up to make way for Lu Ming, their eyes wide open, not daring to breathe as the army of undead warriors rushed past. Riding on Lu Ming's aura, Xingyan also walked past the two uncles with her head held high. Once out of the public eye, Xingyan quickened her pace to catch up with Lu Ming.
Hey, big brother, let's be friends. I can offer you ways to make money.
Lu Ming didn't look back and coldly replied, no need.
After experiencing Yi Linger's betrayal, Lu Ming would no longer easily trust anyone, especially women.
Xingyan stood there, pouting, humph, what a fool. Just as Lu Ming returned to Moonfall Town, he received a message from Lin Yue. Yi Chen is about to reach level 8. It was a bit faster than Lu Ming had imagined. So, Lu Ming quickly rushed to the professional hall to submit the task. Whoosh! At that moment, a beam of colorful light descended from the sky, enveloping Lu Ming.
Following that, a series of pleasant notifications rang in his ears.
Ding, congratulations, you have completed the second class transfer, your level cap has been raised to level 20, your attribute growth has been enhanced, and your skill slots have increased by 1. Ding, congratulations, your account talent soul reaping has been upgraded to LV2. Ding, congratulations, your account talent comprehensive amplification has been upgraded to LV2. Ding, congratulations, your account talent rebirth from the ashes has been upgraded to LV2.
The 8 major professions in Tianyuan have the same attribute growth during the first class transfer.
For example, 1 strength equals 1 physical attack, 1 agility equals 1 speed, 1 spirit equals 10 mana plus 0.
1 mana recovery per second. After the second class transfer, the growth will vary based on the characteristics of the profession.
For instance, Lu Ming's current profession, the Array Trickster, has its growth enhanced to 1 strength equals 1.
3 physical attack, 1 agility equals 1. 1 speed, 1 spirit equals 15 mana plus 0. 15 mana recovery per second. 1 stamina equals 1. 2 armor plus 1. 1 magic resistance. 1 constitution equals 13 health plus 1. 3 health recovery per second.
Additionally, the attribute increase gained from each level up has been raised from 10 mana plus 20 health to 15 mana plus 25 health. The Array Trickster's profession characteristic is unlocked. Every 5 points of spirit converts into an additional 1 point of physical attack. After completing the second class transfer, Lu Ming opened his status panel to take a look. Player ID, Yoming, LV10, second class Array Trickster, account qualification, 10-star strength, 26 agility, 19 spirit, 37 stamina, 46 constitution, 30 physical attack, 104 armor, 90 magic resistance, 79 speed, 50, 9 mana, 655 health, 1160 money, 0 gold, 35 silver, 32 copper experience, 25245/30,000 skills, Reconnaissance, F grade, War Trample, F grade, Life Fortress, F grade.
For Lu Ming, the greatest enhancement is the three major talents of the account.
The first talent, Soul Reaping, has a LV1 effect of killing enemies to refine soul power, consuming 1 point of soul power to summon a first-tier undead warrior, with a maximum summon count of level *10. Now at LV2, it consumes 10 points of soul power to summon a second-tier undead general, with a maximum summon count of level *20. The second talent, Comprehensive Amplification, has an LV1 effect of increasing all player skill effects by 10 times. Now at LV2, all player skill effects are increased by 20 times. The third talent, Rebirth from the Ashes, has an LV1 effect of sacrificing the weakest undead warrior upon player death to revive the player. Now at LV2, the player gains 1 second of invincibility upon revival.
Lu Ming couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Originally, these three talents were already quite overpowered at LV1.
Now with this intensity,
how can others even play?
Excited, Lu Ming opened the summoning panel. He discovered that through continuous monster killing and refining, he had accumulated a total of 2009 points of soul power. So, Lu Ming decided to test it out, consuming 10 points of soul power to summon a second-tier undead general.
Whoosh! A 3-meter-high silver vortex appeared before Lu Ming. Wow! Even the spatial gate has become advanced.
The next moment, an undead warrior stepped out from the vortex. The first-tier undead warrior, clad in black armor and wielding an iron sword, had a strong presence, but after a while, it felt somewhat cheap. However, the second-tier undead general that emerged was not only adorned in striking silver battle armor, but even the sword in its hand had transformed into a gleaming silver blade. The visible aura had multiplied, exuding a commanding presence. At this moment, Lu Ming's undead had truly upgraded from soldier to general.
So cool! This was simply too cool.
Looking at the panel of this second-tier undead general, it was much stronger than the first-tier undead warrior, and it even possessed an active skill. Undead General, second tier, LV10, Master, Yoming Strength, 21, Growth 1. 5, Agility, 28, Growth 1.
3, Spirit, 10, Growth 11, Physique, 10, Growth 18, Endurance, 10, Growth 1. 4, 1. 2, Physical Attack Power, 32, Armor, 14, Magic Resistance, 12, Speed, 36. 4, Mana, 210, Health, 410, Skill, Soul Shatter, F rank, LV10, select one enemy within 50 yards, mark with a soul imprint, and within 3 seconds, launch a killing attack dealing 120% attack power plus 72 damage, cooldown 9 seconds, cost 17. Since summoned creatures cannot wear equipment, even if they are promoted to second-tier necromancer warriors, their attributes remain unremarkable. However, under Lu Ming's 20-fold amplification from the formation enhancement, they become invincible war gods.
LV2 Spirit Slash can summon a maximum of level *20, which means 200 undead. Thus, Lu Ming consumed 990 points of soul power and summoned 99 second-tier necromancer warriors in one go. Additionally, Lu Ming discovered that the original first-tier necromancer warriors could also be upgraded to second-tier necromancer warriors by consuming 9 points of soul power. Therefore, Lu Ming consumed another 900 points of soul power to upgrade all 100 first-tier necromancer warriors.
On the battlefield, 200 necromancer warriors knelt on one knee, submitting to Lu Ming.
For the first time, Lu Ming experienced the feeling of being on high. He recalled all the necromancer warriors back to the summoning space. Just then, Yichen sent a WeChat message to Lu Ming. "I'm level 8 now. Come to the entrance of the blood-red forbidden zone. I'll take you to the dungeon."
Finally, the moment has come.
Looking at Yichen's message, the anger and hatred buried deep in Lu Ming's heart surged up, ready to explode.
"Yichen, I'm coming to take your life."
In the southern part of Moonfall Town,
entrance to the level 8 to 10 dungeon, blood-red forbidden zone. Yichen stood quietly there.
Having just reached level 8, he was now fully equipped with the complete level 8 Black Iron set, the Moon Demon set. Compared to the nearby players, who were also preparing for the dungeon but wore tattered white gear, many even lacking complete equipment, he stood out like a crane among chickens. At the same time, Lin Yue stood beside Yi Chen, her expression somewhat tense,
clearly worried about whether their revenge plan against Lu Ming would succeed.
Yi Chen glanced at Lin Yue's flushed face and revealed a faint smile, as if he had seen through everything. Pretending to be oblivious, he reassured Lin Yue, "Don't be nervous, Yue.
With me here, that waste won't dare to hurt you." Lin Yue nodded, not daring to speak.
Soon, a young array master, simply dressed and looking somewhat shabby, arrived. This array master was Lu Ming. Lu Ming noticed that the group of level 30 bodyguards was still guarding around, so he did not act rashly.
He walked straight up to Yi Chen and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh!
Without a word, Yi Chen suddenly drew his knife,
the sharp dagger pressed directly against Lu Ming's neck. His eyes radiated a sharp light as he coldly ordered Lu Ming, "Show me your account panel and attribute panel." This sudden scene shocked Lin Yue beside them. She thought, it's over. Yi Chen suspects brother Yu Ming. Brother Yu Ming pretended to be weak in front of Yi Chen before, but if Yi Chen sees that his panel attributes are strong, he will know brother Yu Ming is deceiving him. What should I do? Just when Lin Yue thought their plan was about to be exposed, Lu Ming calmly opened his account panel and attribute panel as Yi Chen requested. Yi Chen looked and found that the account panel displayed a qualification of 1 star, with the only talent, cooldown reduction, which reduced all skill cooldowns by 10%. Looking at the attribute panel again, the level 10 Array Master Dawn had nothing remarkable about his attributes aside from being a higher level. Overall, he was definitely a weakling. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself, this guy clearly looks like the Array Master I saw in that Douyin video, the one who can summon undead warriors and wears a mask. Their builds are similar, yet they aren't the same person. Am I overthinking this? Regaining his composure, Yi Chen put down his dagger, patted Lu Ming on the shoulder, and smiled. My mistake, brother, I mistook you for someone else. Lu Ming chuckled, so can we enter the dungeon now? You promised to help me clear it on epic difficulty. Yi Chen sheathed his dagger, of course. Although he didn't know what was really going on, Lin Yue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at this scene. Meanwhile, not far away, Tianshan Shadow and Tianshan Eternal, who were mingling among the crowd, were both utterly confused. What's going on? This shouldn't be happening. Tianshan Shadow crossed his arms, a look of suspicion on his face. Based on my observations and understanding from following him all day, isn't this kid's goal to deliberately team up with that female mage to act weak in front of the Chen Emperor, so that the Chen Emperor would take him into the dungeon, and then quietly eliminate him inside? How can just changing his gear dispel the Chen Emperor's suspicions? Could it be that his account quality is really 1 star? Tianshan Eternal pondered. Impossible. With his strength, his account quality can't be lower than 5 stars. So where did the problem lie? Tianshan Shadow was increasingly baffled. Also, why did he change his ID? Does he have 2 accounts? Tianshan Eternal didn't worry about that too much. Let's not focus on that for now. The urgent matter is to think of a way to recruit him into our Tianshan. Just as Tianshan Eternal was troubled by this, a pair of fair little hands suddenly rested on the shoulders of both Tianshan Shadow and Tianshan Eternal from behind. I have a way. What the hell? Tianshan Shadow, who was deep in thought, jumped 3 meters high in fright. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was actually Xing Yin. Oh my! Miss Yin, do you know you can scare someone to death? You made my heart race. Tianshan Shadow couldn't help but pat his chest, looking quite aggrieved. Tianshan Eternal turned to glance at Xing Yin, frowning slightly. What are you doing here? Xing Yin stood behind Tianshan Eternal, her delicate hands massaging his shoulders, her gaze fixed on Lu Ming not far ahead, smiling sweetly. Brother, do you want me to help you bring Yu Ming into our Tianshan? Stop joking, Tianshan Eternal said dismissively. If you really have that ability, I'll add an extra 200 to your allowance this month. Okay, you said it. As she spoke, Xing Yan seemed to have prepared in advance, pulling out a set of white gear from her backpack to replace her black iron equipment. Then, she walked straight towards the dungeon, and the 2 behind her couldn't stop her. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already created the team. Besides himself, an 8-level assassin, there was also Lin Yue, a mage who had reached level 9, and Lu Ming, the level 10 Array Master. In the team, there was also a priestess named Luo and a knight named Sunset. Both were level 10 second transformation players, fully equipped with the Black Iron set, Moon Demon set, their extraordinary strength evident to the naked eye. Yi Chen introduced Lu Ming and Lin Yue. These 2 are top-tier experts with 3-star quality accounts that my brother-in-law specifically found for me from the capital, including myself, who is also a 2-star quality expert. Even if you 2 are slightly lower in quality, clearing epic difficulty will be no problem at all. Brother-in-law? He sure sounds affectionate. Lu Ming had spent 3 years in his past life with Yilinger, pouring his heart out to her family, yet he had never heard Yi Chen call him brother-in-law. He always addressed him by name. It had only been a few days since his death, and he was so naturally calling someone else brother-in-law? As the image of Lu Ming entangling with Lin Yue flashed through Yi Chen's mind, a glimmer of killing intent crossed his eyes. Just because you're a useless piece of trash, you dare to touch my Yi Chen's woman? Once we enter the instance, I'll make you understand the price. Just as the 5 were about to enter the dungeon, someone suddenly ran up from behind and grabbed Lu Ming. Hey, you! Clearly, we both paid together, yet you sneak off to the blood red zone instance without telling me. Lu Ming looked at the sudden appearance of Qing Yan, frowning slightly. At this moment, Yi Chen asked, Who are you? Qing Yan crossed her arms defiantly. I'm a good friend of Li Ming. We both paid to give Lin You's brother,
so he could take us to do this instance. Hearing this, Lu Ming was momentarily stunned.
Great! Here comes someone even better at acting than himself. I don't care, you have to take me with you. Xing Yan's tantrum seemed genuine.
Yi Chen sized up Chang Yan and found that she had already reached level 10. Although her equipment was all basic, it was complete, and her strength should be decent. Yue Wei is also a burden. If we replace her with someone stronger, we might be able to tackle the legendary difficulty and increase the instance rewards.
After clearing the instance, I can kill both of them. With this thought, Yi Chen said to Lin Yue, how about I find another team to take you?
I'll help you sort out your brother's situation first and then take them through the instance.
Lin Yue didn't know what to do, so she nodded, okay. Thus, Yi Chen kicked Lin Yue out of the team and brought Chang Yan in.
Worried about exposure, Lu Ming said nothing. Soon after, the five officially stepped into the Blood Red Zone instance.
Not far away, Tian Xian's shadow was shocked. What the hell? How did she get in there? Isn't this a sheep entering a tiger's den?
On the other hand, Tian Xian Eternal, Qing Yan's older brother, was less worried. With Yu Ming around, it should be fine. Meanwhile, with a whoosh, passing through the light curtain, Lu Ming, Yi Chen, Qing Yan, Luo, and Sunset appeared in an old city. The dilapidated, crumbling houses, the scattered remains of animals and humans, the blood-soaked ground and the crimson sky, all exuded a deathly atmosphere reminiscent of the apocalypse. At this moment, the system's prompt descended from the sky. Ding, welcome to the Blood Red Zone instance. Current instance difficulty is normal level. Please players find the forbidden item within 60 minutes. Failure to obtain the forbidden item within the time limit will be considered a challenge failure, and no rewards will be given. Ding challenge officially begins. Blood Red Zone, Novice Area 8 to 10 level instance. Background introduction. The ancient city has been ravaged by vampires, with no one spared among the hundreds of thousands in the city. That night, blood flowed like rivers, and the once happy city turned into a hell on earth. Until the human Grand Mage Woola sacrificed his life, casting a forbidden spell to seal the city, trapping all the vampires in this forbidden zone. However, recently, the seal has begun to weaken, and the vampires are starting to stir. Current difficulty, normal level. Current clearance conditions. Players must find a forbidden item left by the human Grand Mage Woola within 60 minutes in the Blood Red Zone, and can choose to use the forbidden item to reinforce the seal of the old city to clear the instance, or consume the forbidden item to activate the next difficulty. Current difficulty clearance reward? Closing the instance introduction panel, Yi Chen's cold gaze swept over Lu Ming and Cheng Yan. A piece of trash equipment, a fifth-rate warrior with poor qualifications, and a third-rate mage who might have slightly better qualifications but is decked out in all-white gear, destined to stir up no waves at all. Killing you two is as easy as squashing two ants. For now, I'll spare your lives. Before we clear the dungeon, I'll kill you. Yi Chen thought he had everything under control. Little did he know that from the moment he stepped into the dungeon, he had already become Lu Ming's prey. Although he could have killed Yi Chen right away, Lu Ming knew it wasn't the right time yet. According to the activation conditions for each difficulty level in the Blood Red Forbidden Zone dungeon, transitioning from normal difficulty to elite requires one forbidden item, from elite to epic requires 2 forbidden items, from epic to legendary requires 3, and so on. If you want to activate the highest hell difficulty, you must have 5 treasures, and a single player can carry at most 1 treasure, which means all 5 team members must survive to have a chance to activate the highest difficulty. With this, Lu Ming could only suppress his murderous intent for now. After using Yi Chen and the others to activate hell difficulty, it wouldn't be too late to kill them. As the countdown began, whoosh! The level 10 knight, Sunset, raised his spear, glancing back at Lu Ming with disdain, saying, "Kid, pay attention, don't hold us back." The priestess, falling beside him, also looked down on Lu Ming, saying, "I don't know why we brought such a useless person into the team. Even switching to any other profession would be more useful. Formation master? Humph, I heard the formation range is small, and a formation lasts 15 seconds with a 50-second cooldown. That means in a 60-minute dungeon, 40 minutes are wasted. What can he do?" Yi Chen showed no mercy. He came in to waste time anyway, just ignore him. This time, we'll rely entirely on you two seniors. Xing Yan crossed her arms, looking at the others, and scoffed, murmuring, "I want to see just how powerful you really are." At that moment, in front of them, blood on the ground quickly gathered at a single point. Whoosh! In an instant, a clawing, fanged vampire materialized. Level 10 monster, vampire. 115 attack, 52 armor, 45 magic resistance, 40 speed, 740 health, unique skill, lifesteal. At this moment, the Night Sunset's body suddenly trembled. The next moment, whoosh! A blood-red shield appeared around him. Seeing this, Xing Yan was slightly shocked. This is the 3-star talent Blood Demon Shield. Sacrifice 10% of maximum health to convert it into a shield of 50% maximum health, with only a 10-second cooldown. Without saying a word, Sunset charged at the vampire, brandishing his spear and shield. Shield bash, flame thrust, bang, whoosh. With the first two skills, he heavily pushed the vampire back. -197, -214. Behind, Xingyan saw the damage dealt by Sunset and couldn't help but feel shocked again. As a tank knight, he could deal such high damage. It seems this guy in the full set of level 8 Black Iron Moon Demon gear really has something. Meanwhile, as an assassin, Yi Chen, wielding the Black Iron Moon Demon blade, moved like the wind, swiftly darting towards the vampire. Shadow strike, rapid stab, -172, -88, -176 critical hit. Yi Chen's damage was slightly lower, after all, he was only level 8. However, compared to other players of the same level who could generally only deal 50 or 60 points of damage, Yi Chen's strength was already outstanding. Yi Chen was very satisfied with his damage, a smile creeping onto his lips. This 2-star talent Berserk increases critical hit rate by 20%, is simply a perfect match for my assassin class. Together, the two dealt over 800 damage, easily taking down the vampire. Picking up 2 copper coins that had fallen beside the vampire's corpse, Sunset said in a deep voice, "Forbidden items may exist in the dungeon map through monster drops, hiding, or triggering some special conditions. We need to speed up." As he spoke, Sunset suddenly slammed his shield into the ground. Crash! A silver-gray halo spread out from under Sunset's feet, blooming in all directions. Taunt! Nearby, 5 or 6 vampires were affected by the taunt skill and began to swarm towards Sunset. Roar! Facing the assault of the 5 or 6 vampires, Sunset's head was hit with damage numbers of only 40 to 50 points. This showed that Sunset's defense was not low. At the same time, the priest in the back row waved his staff, casting a healing spell that restored 393 points to Sunset, easily bringing back the health he had lost. The 3-star talent, Healing Enhancement, increases healing effectiveness by 50%, made the priest's healing ability terrifyingly strong. With his solid tankiness and the priest's powerful healing, Sunset found himself in the midst of the monsters with almost no threat. He looked at the unresponsive Lu Ming and Cheng Yen in the back row and couldn't help but shout, "You two must be of some use." Cheng Yen responded with an "oh," raised her staff, and said, "Don't blink, watch my moves." As soon as she said this, Yi Chen, Luo, and Sunset couldn't help but look at Cheng Yen. Watching her movements light and yet full of momentum, Yi Chen thought to himself, could it be that she's really a hidden expert? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Cheng Yen completed her spell. Boom! Fireball, Ice Spike, -95, -92. The 2 damage numbers made the 3 on the field drop their jaws in disbelief. Luo looked at Cheng Yen with a face full of incredulity. "Are you kidding? You're a level 10-second transformation mage, and this is your damage?" Cheng Yen didn't hold back and shot back, "If I were strong, would I pay someone to carry me? What's wrong with your brain?" Yi Chen shook his head. "What a couple of useless people. If I weren't thinking about whether I could push through the nightmare difficulty and needed you two to make up the numbers, I would have killed you both by now." Saying this, Yi Chen drew his dagger to kill monsters. Lu Ming could see at a glance that Cheng Yen had deliberately changed all her equipment to trash white bards before entering the dungeon to hide her strength. If she performed too strongly, it would definitely arouse Yi Chen's suspicion. Although he didn't know what Cheng Yan's presence meant for entering the dungeon, it seemed that she hadn't exposed Lu Ming in front of Yi Chen and the others, which meant she posed no threat to him. If Cheng Yan's existence affected his upcoming revenge plan, he would not hesitate to kill her along with the others. Thus, the 4 of them, Yi Chen, Luo, Sunset, and Cheng Yan, were all fully engaged in killing monsters. Lu Ming stood idly in the back, doing nothing, looking quite like a slacker. But in fact, what Yi Chen and the others didn't know was that the entire Blood Forbidden Zone was about to become Lu Ming's personal domain. Lu Ming leisurely opened his account panel and clicked the switch button behind his account. The next second, ding! Honorable 10-star qualified player Netherworld, welcome back to the Tianyuan world. Ever since Lu Ming discovered that he could switch freely between his previous life's account and the current account of the original owner at any time, he began to lay out a plan. Before coming to the Blood Forbidden Zone to meet Yi Chen, Lu Ming had deliberately held back, logging into Tianyuan with the original owner's ID number. Sure enough, Yi Chen had indeed demanded to check all of Lu Ming's data information before entering the dungeon. Although the accounts and characters were different, since both were controlled by Lu Ming, the levels of the 2 characters were shared. Therefore, when Yi Chen saw the level 10-second transformation array Master Dawn and that 1-star qualified account, it was actually Lu Ming's alternate account. And now, Lu Ming was still the same Lu Ming as before, except his account had switched to his main account, Netherworld. As Yi Chen and the others fought fiercely against the monsters, Lu Ming, under the guise of a slacker, quietly began to activate his thoughts from the rear. As long as I stay within a range of 500 yards, I can summon Death Knights at any position. With this in mind, Lu Ming closed his eyes and, through his thoughts, locked onto his maximum distance to summon the Death Knights. In an instant, countless swirling vortices shimmering with silver light erupted within the dungeon map positioned 400 to 500 yards away from Yi Chen and the others. One by one, second-tier Death Knights clad in silver armor tore through space and stepped out of the vortices. Through shared vision, real-time images of various locations and corners of the blood-red Forbidden Zone appeared in Lu Ming's mind. At the same time, Lu Ming opened the settings panel and checked the skill effects to no effects. The next moment, he unleashed War Tread and Life Bastion at the same spot. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two invisible formations blossomed beneath Lu Ming's feet, enveloping a vast radius of 1,000 yards. Within a range of 300 to 500 yards from me, freely kill monsters and search for forbidden items. With a thought from Lu Ming, the 200 Death Knights scattered throughout the dungeon immediately sprang into action. Through shared vision, Lu Ming saw one of the Death Knights refresh a vampire within a 50-yard range ahead. The Death Knight immediately gripped its silver sword and activated the skill, Soul Shatter, against the vampire. Buzz! A flickering blood-red soul mark suddenly appeared on the vampire's chest. As if sensing something, the vampire looked down at the mark on its chest, bewildered. Whoosh! The Death Knight instantly executed a strike, flashing from over 40 yards away to stand before the marked vampire. With a swift motion, it pierced the vampire's body with its sword. Minus 1962. The explosive crimson damage instantly emptied the vampire's health bar. The poor vampire, having just spawned for less than a second, didn't even have time to react before it turned into a puddle of blood. Watching the damage dealt by the Death Knight, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel invigorated. After fully upgrading the enhancement talent to LV2, my skill effects have increased from the original 10 times to 20 times. This means that the attack power boost from War Tread to the Death Knights has increased from a basic 10% attack power plus 50 to 200% attack power plus 1000. In addition, the skill, Slaughter, from the Slayer's belt provided an extra damage boost to the Death Knights, increasing from 2% of maximum health to a staggering 40% of maximum health. With an attack power of up to 1240 points, combined with a damage boost of 464 points, the lethality of the Death Knights had reached an astonishing level. After breaking through from first-tier Death Warriors to second-tier Death Knights, the skill, Soul Shatter, they comprehended not only looked impressive but also allowed the Death Knights to achieve rapid long-distance kills. This made their monster-killing efficiency even higher. In such an extreme state, the 200 Death Knights moved as if in a no-man's land, rampaging through the vampire territory, utterly unmatched. In the vast old city, apart from the small area where Yi Chen and the others were located, over 90% of the outer regions had already been completely occupied by the Death Knights. In this one area that had not been taken over by the Death Knights, Yi Chen, along with a few others from the Sunset Group, had just dealt with a batch of vampires. While using potions to restore his mana, Yi Chen glanced back at Lu Ming, who was dozing off, and his eyes filled with disdain. He's just like my sister's useless ex-boyfriend Lu Ming, a complete waste. What Yi Chen didn't expect was that even at this moment, while Lu Ming was napping, his experience bar was skyrocketing. Ding killed a level 10 vampire, experience plus 50. Ding killed a level 10 vampire, experience plus 50. Ding killed a level 10 vampire, experience plus 50. Since Lu Ming was using a small account, Dawn, which was in a team with Yi Chen and the others, switching to a large account now meant he was in solo mode. All the kill rewards from the undead warlord would go entirely to Lu Ming, and Yi Chen and the others wouldn't get a single point. Lu Ming had also changed the automatic leveling to manual leveling in advance, so he didn't have to worry about leveling up exposing himself. When a player's experience points were full, they would automatically level up. If changed to manual, even when experience points were full, they could still continue to accumulate experience, up to a maximum of 3 times the experience required for leveling up at the current level. This was a method often used by many teams and veteran players to control their levels. The undead warlords killed monsters, picked up loot, and searched for forbidden items all automatically. Even the refining of vampire corpses could be done for him. Lu Ming had nothing to worry about. As a result, the undead warlords were almost going crazy killing on the outskirts. Yi Chen and the others were still slowly grinding 1 or 2 vampires. It wasn't that they wanted to grind this slowly, but this was already their limit. Lu Ming was slacking off, and Chang Yan was half slacking off. Luo, being a priest, had no damage output, while Ri Luo, as a knight, was mainly responsible for tanking and taking damage. Almost only Yi Chen was outputting. In such an environment, the monster killing efficiency was naturally low. After killing for more than 10 minutes, they hadn't killed many monsters,
and the dungeon task had made no progress. Yi Chen was almost on the verge of collapse. Can you two be a bit more useful? In response to Yi Chen's doubts, Xing Yan smiled lightly and said sarcastically, "You're useful, you're strong, right? Didn't you promise to lead us through the epic level? You wouldn't be unable to do it, would you?" Yi Chen's face turned red. Who said I couldn't do it? If it weren't for you two deadweights being useless, we would have found the forbidden item long ago. Just then, Ri Luo's voice suddenly came from behind. Strange, why are there no monsters around here? Looking around, it was indeed the case that just a moment ago, they would encounter several vampires after walking a few steps. Now, the streets and alleys were silent, and not a single shadow of a vampire could be seen. It was as if someone had already cleared this area before they arrived. At the same time, Ri Luo made a shocking discovery. He walked to a telephone pole and pulled down a scroll that had been tied to it. Looking at the scroll, his eyes suddenly sparkled. Forbidden item, Blood Curse. Found it. Blood Curse, one of the exclusive forbidden items for the blood-colored Forbidden Zone dungeon. Description: a seal that contains the power of bloodthirst. When used, it can siphon blood from within the city to reinforce the seal of the blood-colored Forbidden Zone. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Ri Luo laughed heartily. Truly, it's like walking on iron shoes without finding a place, and it comes effortlessly. Priest Luo was also excited. Yeah, I didn't expect our luck to be so good, finding the forbidden item in such an obvious place. Yi Chen smiled lightly, pretending to be relaxed. Luck is also a kind of strength. Only Qing Yan seemed to sense something. She didn't say anything, just silently turned back to glance at Lu Ming. At this moment, there were two choices. Either use the blood curse to reinforce the seal of the blood-colored Forbidden Zone and end the dungeon, obtaining the rewards for normal difficulty, or consume the blood curse to increase the dungeon difficulty to elite level. In the blood-colored Forbidden Zone dungeon, the rewards for each difficulty increase exponentially, but raising the difficulty comes with risks. If we fail at the next difficulty, we will lose even the rewards from the previous difficulty. Before making a choice, Luo analyzed the pros and cons. Yi Chen confidently said, "The previous few difficulties were relatively easy. The three of us are so strong, and with such good luck in the first level, I believe our luck won't be bad later. In my opinion, pushing for legendary level, or even nightmare level difficulty, would be no problem." Thus, with everyone's unanimous agreement, Ri Luo chose to consume the blood curse. As the scroll in his hand turned to ashes and floated into the air, the system prompt followed suit. Ding! The difficulty of the dungeon has been upgraded to elite level. Dungeon time has been reset. Dungeon monsters have been reset and strengthened. At this moment, looking at the task panel, the requirements for elite difficulty changed to finding 2 forbidden items within an hour. The task reward also changed from 2. Although the specific reward was still unknown, it was clear that its value had doubled. With the dungeon reset, vampires began to respawn from all directions. The elite level vampires were still level 10, but their attributes had increased by a full 30%. Come on, today, let's make a killing. The leading knight, Sunset, slammed his shield into the ground, releasing a taunt to draw the monsters. Yi Chen grabbed a dagger and charged in from the side, starting a new round of monster slaying. Meanwhile, Lu Ming did the same. On the surface, he continued to pretend to doze off, while secretly controlling the undead legion to carry out slaughter on the outskirts. Even though the vampire's strength had increased by 30%, to the undead warriors, they were still nothing but easy prey to be cut down with a single sword strike. 200 undead warriors, sweeping across all directions. In the blood-colored Forbidden Zone dungeon, the probability of dropping forbidden items from killing monsters was extremely low. However, under the ruthless massacre by the undead warriors, they successfully harvested 2 forbidden items in just 10 minutes, the Holy Sword and the Blood Seal. As before, Lu Ming had the undead warriors place these 2 forbidden items in conspicuous spots along the path that Yi Chen and the others would take next. Thus, under Lu Ming's arrangement, Yi Chen and Sunset, thinking they were incredibly lucky, found the Holy Sword and Blood Seal in an uncovered sewer and a fallen trash can, respectively. Consuming these 2 forbidden items successfully activated the epic difficulty of the blood-colored Forbidden Zone dungeon. With the dungeon reset, the strength of the vampires increased by 60%, and the requirement changed to finding 3 forbidden items within an hour. Initially, Yi Chen hesitated, thinking it might be better to stop early to avoid being too greedy and ending up with nothing. But in the subsequent difficulties, the ease of finding forbidden items almost made Yi Chen feel like he was the destined child of fate. 15 minutes to clear normal difficulty. 22 minutes to clear elite difficulty. 28 minutes to clear epic difficulty. 33 minutes to clear legendary difficulty. In just 40 minutes,
they had gathered 5 forbidden items and cleared nightmare difficulty.
Yi Chen felt elated. This is what's called the strongest dungeon in 100 years? The highest record in the history of the Great Xia for clearing nightmare difficulty in a century, and it's just this?
At this moment, Sunset said with some trepidation, maybe we should just take our winnings and leave, the rewards for clearing nightmare difficulty are already quite good.
Yi Chen, however, was unconcerned. What's so great about the rewards for nightmare difficulty?
The rewards for hell difficulty are what truly hold immense value. That's the infinite growth skill scroll that the Americans offered $1 billion for.
$1 billion. Do you know what that means? Yi Chen's eyes revealed endless desire.
To reach a consensus with Luo, Sunset, Lu Ming, and Xing Yan, Yi Chen excitedly said, money is the most wonderful thing in this world.
With money, you can have everything.
To be honest, just a few days ago, I was still a poor loser looked down upon everywhere. I was sick and couldn't afford medical treatment. I wanted to eat what I liked, wear the clothes I wanted, but I had no money to buy them. When my high school roommates gathered for dinner, they never invited me because they knew I couldn't split the bill with them. I liked a girl for 2 years, but I couldn't even afford to take her to a movie. Yi Chen sneered, from childhood to now, because I had no money, I felt inferior and endured countless cold stares.
Here's the funniest part. 3 years ago, my sister dated a boyfriend who treated her exceptionally well, was also good to me, and even took care of my parents meticulously. But I don't like him. I think he doesn't deserve my sister. But he gives me money, buys me phones, computers, clothes, and shoes. Because of him, I finally regained a bit of face. At that moment, Lu Ming almost thought Yi Chen had finally had a change of heart and felt regret. But the next second, he realized he was completely wrong. But it's precisely because he has no money. That's why I don't like him. No matter how good he is to my sister, to us, he can only be a useless waste.
Hearing this, Lu Ming laughed. In his past life, it wasn't that he had no money. It was because all the money he earned was spent on the Yi family. In 5 years, he definitely earned at least 700,000 or 800,000, if not $1 million. But his savings had never exceeded 50,000. No one has ever cared about my contributions. You only know how to take, and when you've drained my blood, you turn around and say I'm useless? How ridiculous. At this moment, Yi Chen continued, moreover, we breezed through the earlier levels, our strength is so great, our luck is so good, $1 billion is within reach, and you don't want it? As he said this, Yi Chen lowered his voice, speaking quietly to Ri Luo behind Lu Ming and Xing Yan. Once we unlock the hell difficulty and take them down, we can split this billion 3 ways, each getting 300 million.
Are you really not interested? With Yi Chen's words, Ri Luo and Luo exchanged glances.
Clearly, they were also tempted. They were just lucky to have registered accounts with 3-star qualifications, but they were still just 2 ordinary people. To put it bluntly, they were like dogs to the rich.
Didn't they want to live a life free from worries, rich and prosperous?
So, Ri Luo firmly said, alright, let's take a gamble. Activating the hell difficulty required 5 people together. Fearing that Lu Ming and Xing Yan might change their minds and hesitate to continue the challenge, Yi Chen intentionally said to the two, once we clear the hell difficulty and obtain that skill scroll worth $1 billion, we'll sell it afterward and give you each 200 million. Lu Ming couldn't ask for more and pretended to be excited. Great, great. Xing Yan followed suit. I have no objections.
Yi Chen sneered inwardly, thinking, what a fool.
Thus, the 5 of them each held a forbidden item and activated the dungeon at hell difficulty. Ding, dungeon difficulty has been upgraded to hell level.
Dungeon time has been reset. Dungeon monsters have been reset and strengthened.
At the moment the system prompt sounded, a flash of killing intent crossed Yi Chen's eyes. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he brandished his sharp dagger and launched a surprise attack on Lu Ming. However, what Yi Chen didn't expect was that Lu Ming seemed to have anticipated it, effortlessly dodging his attack with a quick step back. Yi Chen didn't take it to heart, only slightly surprised as he said, quick reflexes.
Too bad, you can't escape now.
As soon as he finished speaking, the knight Ri Luo and the priest Luo also revealed fierce expressions, drawing their weapons against Lu Ming and Xing Yan. Yi Chen's gaze was icy as he stared at Lu Ming and Xing Yan, sneering, you don't really think you can survive and get out of here, do you? At this moment, there was not a trace of panic in Xing Yan's eyes. Instead, there was a hint of schadenfreude.
Haven't you noticed something? Haven't we breezed through the earlier levels of this dungeon too easily?
Of course, it's because the 3 of us are strong.
Yi Chen clearly still didn't understand the meaning behind Xing Yan's words. He remained arrogant. Could it be because you 2 wastes?
Kill them, to avoid any long nights filled with dreams. As he spoke, the knight Ri Luo thrust his spear towards Lu Ming and Xing Yan. At that moment, Xing Yan suddenly took the initiative to attack.
Boom!
Raising her staff, a fireball spell unexpectedly struck Ri Luo.
Minus 371.
The high damage instantly caused Ri Luo, a level 10 second transformation knight, to lose a significant portion of his health. He was even knocked back several steps.
Seeing this scene, Yi-Chen couldn't help but be astonished.
In shock, he finally noticed, at some point, Xingyan's whiteboard equipment had been replaced with a full set of black iron gear. At that moment, Yi-Chen also realized a problem.
Damn, she actually hid her strength?
Even Lu Ming, who was beside him, felt a bit surprised. Although he knew Xingyan was concealing her power, he never expected her true strength to reach this level. Previously, during the burial ground mission, the Slayer task, and when he took Xingyan through the second transfer task, Lu Ming had never discovered her potential. With just this black iron gear, she can't deal this kind of damage, he thought. If nothing unexpected, her account qualification should be 3 stars, or even 4 stars. Lu Ming looked at Xingyan with newfound respect. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the Night Sunset, who had been violently repelled by the fireball spell, remained unfazed. With a disdainful huff, he said, "So what if you hid your strength?
Just you alone, I still see you as an ant. Did your math teacher teach you?"
Xingyan revealed a teasing smile and replied, "I'm not alone, you know." As soon as Xingyan finished speaking, Sunset's gaze shifted to Lu Ming beside her.
With contempt, he said, "What, are you trying to say he also hid his strength? A mere sewer profession, and a formation master with only 1-star qualification, does he even need to hide?
Then show me your full strength." As he spoke, Sunset activated his 3-star talent, Blood Demon Shield, thrusting his spear towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood still, unmoved. With a gaze as if looking at a corpse, he quietly watched Sunset. A flicker of killing intent flashed in his eyes.
The next second,
buzz! A flickering blood-red soul mark suddenly appeared on Sunset's chest. Just as Sunset looked down in surprise at the mark, wondering where it came from.
Crash! A silver-armored, ghostly-eyed Death Knight suddenly appeared before Sunset out of nowhere.
In the blink of an eye, Sunset's head was severed from his body.
Minus 1,798.
The explosive 4-digit damage instantly shattered Sunset's Blood Demon Shield and drained his health bar.
Thud! With his head severed, Sunset's headless body knelt on the ground.
Watching her husband in pieces, the priest beside him, Luo, exclaimed in disbelief, "No,
husband!"
Luo ran to Sunset's corpse, picked up his body, and cried out in anguish, heartbroken. On the other side, Yi-Chen, who had been smiling just a second ago, suddenly stopped. Seeing the Death Knight beside Lu Ming, an overwhelming shock, panic, and fear surged in his heart. Because Yi-Chen recognized at a glance that this was the Death Knight who had appeared in the trending Douyin video, taking down a black iron level boss in 10 seconds.
So that means, you are the formation master from the video.
Yi-Chen's face was filled with disbelief. How is that possible?
No way.
Although Yi-Chen had had this suspicion at first, he thought,
before entering the dungeon, I clearly checked his data panel.
He only had a 1-star talent, his attribute panel was quite ordinary, and he didn't even have any summoning skills.
How could he possibly be that formation master?
Just as Yi-Chen was in utter shock, Lu Ming casually said, "Thanks for accompanying me this far, helping me activate the hell level difficulty."
Yi-Chen's pupils widened. What do you mean?
As he spoke, he was astonished to see countless Death Knights surrounding them from all directions. In that instant, Yi-Chen suddenly realized. In shock, he said, "Could it be that the forbidden items from the previous levels were all found by you and deliberately placed in those conspicuous spots for us to discover?"
As soon as Yi-Chen finished speaking, before Lu Ming could respond, Xingyan, standing beside Lu Ming, couldn't help but shake her head inside. Otherwise? You really don't think you guys are that impressive, do you? You think you're just lucky? You think that in the past 100 years, our great Xia Kingdom's highest record for clearing levels has only reached the nightmare difficulty, while only the United States has just cleared the hell difficulty, claiming the title of the strongest novice dungeon in the world? It turned out that Xingyan understood everything. Before this, she had just seen through it without exposing it, merely playing along with Lu Ming's act. At that moment, the grieving priestess, Luo, suddenly grabbed her staff and charged at Lu Ming. "You killed my husband, I'll fight you to the death."
Sensing their master was in danger, several Death Knights guarding Lu Ming's sides had a flicker of eerie light in their eyes. Swish, swish, swish. Before Luo could even get close to Lu Ming, she was instantly torn apart by several charging Death Knights. Seeing this scene, Yi-Chen stumbled back a few steps, unable to steady himself. These two were both powerful individuals from the capital, possessing 3-star qualifications. Even they had no power to resist against these Death Knights. His own fate was easy to imagine. At this moment, even if he wanted to exit the dungeon, it was too late. Because once the new difficulty of the Blood-Red Forbidden Zone dungeon was activated, the only options were to clear it or fail when time ran out. There was no way to exit midway. Regaining his composure, in a bid for self-preservation, Yi-Chen hurriedly explained, "Bro, I was wrong.
I was just too anxious. After all, if it were you, if your beloved girl was bullied, you definitely wouldn't let the bully go, right? Originally, Lu Ming wasn't too affected, but Yi Chen's words instantly ignited the deep-seated hatred and anger within Lu Ming for Yi Linger. Sensing his master's overwhelming fury, dozens of Death Knights tightened their grips on their blades and advanced toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't even know which of his words had provoked Lu Ming, causing him to erupt in such rage. Watching the Death Knights closing in around him, Yi Chen swallowed hard and quickly continued, "Once we clear the dungeon and get the skill scroll, I'll give you 90% of the profits. I only want 10. Before he could finish speaking, under Lu Ming's mental command, a Death Knight behind him kicked Yi Chen in the rear, sending him stumbling toward Lu Ming, who then grabbed him by the neck. Yi Chen dared only to struggle, not to resist, because he knew that if he fought back, he would undoubtedly die. Lu Ming's cold gaze fixed on Yi Chen as he asked, "Who is the person with Yi Linger?" Yi Chen was taken aback. You know my sister?" Lu Ming tightened his grip, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "I'll ask you again, who is the one who instructed Yi Linger to seek the divine role?" The divine role. Upon hearing those 4 words, Yi Chen instantly realized that the person before him was very likely Lu Ming's good brother, the ex-boyfriend of his sister, who had come to take revenge. With life and death at stake, Yi Chen dared not be vague. I don't know who he is. I've only seen him a few times, and every time we met, he was wearing a mask. But I know, the God-slaying team, he is one of them. Spare me, I beg you. We were also forced by someone. My sister has always loved my brother-in-law Lu Ming. I can help you take revenge for Lu Ming." Lu Ming stared intently at Yi Chen. At that moment, his anger had reached its peak. "Do you want to know who I am?" Lu Ming suddenly said. When Yi Chen looked at Lu Ming in surprise and confusion, Lu Ming displayed his attribute panel before Yi Chen's eyes. Upon seeing the ID on the panel, Yi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yin Ming, you are." Yi Chen's words were cut off. Lu Ming swiftly drew his sword, sealing Yi Chen's throat, killing him instantly as his already dwindling life force faded away. Thud! Yi Chen fell heavily to his knees before Lu Ming, his eyes wide open, staring at Lu Ming, filled with fear, shock, and remorse. The thrill of personally slaying the little uncle who once lived by sucking his blood, and who had looked down on him for being useless, brought Lu Ming immense joy. However, Lu Ming knew that this was just a small step on his path to revenge. Slayer of Gods. As he murmured this name, a murderous intent flowed in Lu Ming's eyes. At that moment, Xing Yan, who was behind him, asked, "Why was he so surprised when he found out your ID? What is your relationship with him?" Lu Ming glanced sideways at Xing Yan with his peripheral vision. Knowing too much is not good for you, Xing Yan stuck out her tongue and smiled. Alright, Lu Ming quickly sorted through the spoils of the 3. They were all wearing the Black Iron Moon Demon set, so the few pieces of equipment that dropped were also valuable Moon Demon set items. The immediate priority was to clear the Hell level dungeon and obtain the infinitely growing skill scroll. Therefore, without examining these items in detail, Lu Ming stuffed them all into his backpack. The task for the Hell level dungeon was to find 10 forbidden items within an hour. Having wasted 3 minutes on Yi Chen and the others, Lu Ming had only 57 minutes left. Go kill monsters and search for forbidden items. With a thought, the 200 Death Knights around him quickly scattered and began their actions. Little did they know, just as Lu Ming and the others left this area, a loud crack echoed. A space rift suddenly tore open. The next second, a mysterious figure cloaked in black stepped through the rift, standing where Yi Chen, Luo, and the sunset had been refined. He took out a golden scroll. Waves of starlight rose from the place of the 3's death, gathering into the scroll in his hand. The difficulty had risen to the highest level, Hell level. The monsters in the dungeon, the vampires, were still level 10, but their attribute enhancement effect had reached 200%. This was equivalent to having 3 times the attributes. It was no exaggeration to say that their overall strength was comparable to level 15 monsters. For a group of level 10 players to face level 15 monsters while also needing to find 10 forbidden items was no wonder that for 100 years, apart from the United States, no other country had been able to clear the Hell level Blood Forbidden Zone dungeon. The vampires, with their 3-fold attribute enhancement, now boasted over 300 attack power, over 150 armor, over 120 speed, and over 2000 health. A Death Knight's Soul Shatter skill couldn't even take down a vampire in 1 hit. Of course, even if it couldn't be taken down in 1 hit, it wasn't a big deal. It was just a matter of adding 1 more normal attack. After all, the Death Knight's 1240 attack power, combined with a 464 damage bonus, was no joke. Thus, under the overwhelming force of the Death Knights, they collected the first forbidden item in less than 3 minutes. The items picked up by the Death Knights were directly teleported to Lu Ming's backpack. Lu Ming opened his backpack and took out the forbidden item, Forbidden Fruit.
he chose to use it. The next moment, the forbidden fruit, resembling a snake fruit, transformed into a golden radiance that floated upwards.
Ding task progress 1/10.
Under the LV2 skill enhancement effect that increased attributes by 20 times, the effective range of Lu Ming's War Trample and Life Fortress skills had extended from the already exaggerated radius of 500 yards to an astonishing 1,000 yards.
What does a circle with a radius of 1,000 yards and a diameter of 2,000 yards mean?
It's equivalent to the combined size of over 400 school playgrounds. The War Trample, with a 200% plus 1,000 attack power bonus, granted the Death Knights an indomitable and valiant body. The Life Fortress, with a 20% health plus 760 shield bonus, endowed the Death Knights with an unyielding, rock-solid immortality. Faced with the Necromancer General who accumulates 992 shield points every second, the Vampire's Bite, dealing over 300 points of damage, felt like an ant biting an elephant, utterly insignificant.
Both skills, even at LV10, consumed a staggering 5 mana points per second.
However, this combined 10 points of mana consumption was trivial compared to the 60 points of mana recovery per second provided by the Moonlight set skill, Mana Recovery, after a 20-fold enhancement. Thus, even in this hellish difficulty Blood Red Forbidden Zone dungeon, which had reached the highest level of challenge, Lu Ming's Necromancer army remained invincible.
200 Necromancer generals spread throughout the old city, killing any vampire they encountered.
The vast old city had become a slaughterhouse for the Necromancer army. By killing vampires for drops, searching hidden places, and completing special conditions like instantly kill 1 vampire in 1 second, kill 100 vampires in 10 minutes, Lu Ming found 10 forbidden items in just 40 minutes.
He used these forbidden items one by one.
At that moment, a cascade of endless golden light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire old city. Bathed in this golden rain, a pleasant system notification rang in Qing Yan's ears. Ding, congratulations on clearing the Blood Red Forbidden Zone dungeon at hellish difficulty with players Dawn, Star Emperor, Falling, and Sunset. Ding, since your teammates Star Emperor, Falling, and Sunset have died, and teammate Dawn is offline, you, as the captain, receive the unique first clear reward for the hellish difficulty Blood Red Forbidden Zone dungeon, Infinite Growth Skill Scroll +1. At the moment when Lu Ming realized he had completed the dungeon task but received no system reward notification, he sensed that something was amiss. Just as he cast a murderous glance at Qing Yan beside him, he suddenly saw her holding the skill scroll with both hands, presenting it to him. Here for you, please don't kill me, okay? If she dared to keep this skill scroll that Lu Ming had worked so hard to obtain, he would definitely not let her leave the dungeon alive.
At least you know how to behave.
Lu Ming reached out to take the skill scroll.
At that moment, Qing Yan tentatively asked, "But, can I trigger a server-wide announcement as the captain?"
Lu Ming didn't want to be too ostentatious. His only goal was the scroll, so he readily agreed to Qing Yan's request.
"Sure," Qing Yan exclaimed in delight. Thank you.
The next second, 3 loud system announcements echoed throughout the entire Daxia server of the Tianyuan world. System announcement. Daxia National Server. Ding, congratulations to player Qing Yan from the Novice Area 1947, Moonfall Town, for clearing the hellish difficulty 8 to 10 level dungeon Blood Red Forbidden Zone. System announcement. Daxia National Server. Ding, congratulations to player Qing Yan from the Novice Area 1947, Moonfall Town, for clearing the hellish difficulty 8 to 10 level dungeon Blood Red Forbidden Zone. System announcement. Daxia National Server. Ding, congratulations to player Qing Yan from the Novice Area 1947, Moonfall Town, for clearing the hellish difficulty 8 to 10 level dungeon Blood Red Forbidden Zone.
Undoubtedly, as soon as this announcement was made, it sent shockwaves across the nation.
All players immersed in the Tianyuan world were stunned.
Oh my god, was that announcement real? Did someone from Daxia actually clear the Blood Red Forbidden Zone at hellish difficulty?
That's a dungeon that no one from Daxia has cleared in over 100 years.
Heavens, who is this Qing Yan? Novice Area 1947, Moonfall Town? Wow, a god is actually in our little coastal city.
The world erupted in excitement.
This commotion was no less than when Tianyuan first descended upon the world 100 years ago.
Seeing Xian Yan's smug expression, Lu Ming couldn't help but think, still too young. Soon you'll realize how much trouble an overly prominent reputation can bring when your strength is insufficient. Lu Ming didn't want to concern himself too much with her. Now that he had obtained the scroll, he prepared to step through the portal before him and leave the instance.
Just then, Xian Yan suddenly called out to Lu Ming, "Wait, do you want to join our Tian Xin battle team?" Tian Xin?
Lu Ming turned around at the sound. As he locked eyes with Xian Yan, looking into those familiar eyes, he seemed to suddenly recall something.
"Wait, what is your relationship with Tian Xin Eternal?" Lu Ming asked.
Xian Yan answered without hesitation, "He's my brother.
My real brother. We're fraternal twins." He was born 8 seconds before me. Got it. Case solved.
No wonder when Lu Ming first saw Qian Yan, he felt her eyes resembled someone he had seen recently.
It turned out that person was Tian Xian Eternal. At that moment, Lu Ming understood. From the very beginning, Qian Yan had approached him with a purpose. She wanted to recruit Lu Ming to join Tian Xian.
Her brother, Tian Xian Eternal, also had this idea about Lu Ming. You really are siblings, Lu Ming said indifferently.
No need, I prefer freedom.
Just as Lu Ming turned around, Qian Yan's voice came again. The Emperor Qin you just killed, he's from the Slaying God team. If the Slaying God team finds out, they will definitely go to great lengths to take revenge on you. A flash of killing intent crossed Lu Ming's eyes.
Are you threatening me? Absolutely not. Qian Yan quickly replied, I just want to remind you, Slaying God is the 7th ranked frontline team in our great Xia kingdom.
Although your strength is indeed top-notch, you're only level 10. If they send a few hundred level players to assassinate you before you can develop, how will you respond?
If you join us in Tian Xian, our people can protect you.
Seizing the moment when Lu Ming was at a loss for words, Qian Yan continued, of course, it's not all for you. Our Tian Xian has had ties with Slaying God for a long time. Our families have been fighting and struggling for decades. My parents both died at the hands of Slaying God.
At this point, Qian Yan's eyes visibly glistened with tears. We will definitely fight Slaying God to the end. So, will you consider joining us? I promise we will never interfere with your freedom.
Joining Tian Xian means you can still do whatever you want, go wherever you want, and we won't interfere. We just hope that when someone asks, you can say you're one of us in Tian Xian.
Is that okay? Lu Ming knew that Tian Xian wanted to recruit him to bolster their ranks.
Or perhaps they were worried that Lu Ming would be snatched away by Slaying God or other high-end teams. After all, in the Tian Yuan world, players like Lu Ming, with exceptional talent, were highly sought after by all major teams.
Lu Ming pondered for a moment. She's right, my level is too low now.
If I attract the attention of high-level players, even with a 10-star account qualification, I could be in danger at any moment. I could use Tian Xian as a shelter to ensure stable development in the early stages, and once my level rises later, I can leave Tian Xian.
With this in mind, Lu Ming turned back to Qian Yan and said, okay, I'll join you.
Lu Ming's goal was to use the 8th-ranked Tian Xian battle team in the Great Xia Kingdom to protect himself during his early development. Meanwhile, Qian Yan would use her name to clear the instance and trigger an announcement, advertising their Tian Xian team to recruit more members. It was a win-win situation, and neither party had any objections. So, while Qian Yan was widely recruiting under the banner of just having cleared the instance, Lu Ming quietly left. On the way back to Moonset Town, Lu Ming eagerly opened his backpack and took out that skill scroll worth $1 billion. Infinite Growth Skill Scroll Introduction. After use, you will randomly obtain a unique growth skill. Is this the weight of $1 billion, equivalent to over 7 billion RMB? Weighing the scroll in his hand, it was indeed quite heavy. Currently, it was quite the hot topic online. Ever since the announcement of clearing the hell level difficulty of the Blood Red Forbidden Zone, it was well known. The second infinite growth skill scroll in the world has been born. The forums had already stirred up a storm. A big boss from the capital had already offered 300 million. Although it was still far from $1 billion, if Lu Ming truly wanted to sell it, the price wouldn't be an issue. Selling it would be enough to ensure Lu Ming a lifetime of wealth and comfort. But Lu Ming understood a principle of the Tian Yuan world. Sufficiently powerful strength can exchange for everything beyond comprehension, including money, identity, and status. And money can only bring limited improvements within comprehension. Just like today, it was because Lu Ming possessed sufficiently powerful strength that he could break through the hell level difficulty of the Blood Red Forbidden Zone, which even the wealthiest and most powerful could not clear, and obtain this $1 billion skill scroll. Therefore, Lu Ming did not intend to sell this unique skill scroll of the Great Xia Kingdom. Second-turn players could master up to 3 skills. Just right, aside from War Tread and Life Bastion, there was one empty skill slot left. Thus, Lu Ming decisively crushed the scroll. Ding, congratulations, you have mastered the unique skill of the Array Trickster Draw Sword. Lu Ming opened the skill list to take a look. Draw Sword, unique skill, LV10, grade, F, can grow, skill effect. When drawing the sword, release a sword shadow that deals 100% attack power plus 85 points of true damage, ignoring defense, to a single enemy within the attack range cooldown, 60 seconds skill cost, 34 proficiency, 0/100. Each use of the draw sword skill automatically gains 1 point of proficiency. Proficiency full can upgrade to E grade. Looking at the skill effect, Lu Ming was invigorated. With comprehensive enhancement, it means I can deal 20 times the attack power in true damage. And this is just the F grade effect. Truly worthy of being a unique skill. With this draw sword skill, Lu Ming was destined to no longer be the array trickster in people's mouths, who only enhanced teammates and had no offensive power, becoming useless once separated from them. He would demonstrate to the world, array tricksters can also deal damage and kill invisibly. Besides this skill, Lu Ming naturally had other significant gains from this dungeon. However, since he entered the dungeon with his alternate account Dawn, all the dungeon clearing rewards were distributed to that account. So, Lu Ming opened the account panel and switched accounts. In a flash, Lu Ming was still Lu Ming, but evening had transformed into dawn. The moment he logged into the Dawn account, the system's pleasant notification immediately rang in his ears. Ding, congratulations, you have cleared the Blood-Red Forbidden Zone dungeon at Hell level difficulty. Rewards, experience plus 100,000, gold plus 10, LV10 bronze equipment box plus 5, E-grade skill scroll plus 3. Hell level difficulty, such generous rewards? Lu Ming couldn't help but feel surprised, because just 10 gold, at market price, was already worth 200,000 renminbi. 5 pieces of LV10 bronze equipment had a total market value of around 50,000. 3 E-grade skill scrolls were worth 70,000 to 80,000. This dungeon had brought Lu Ming a total value of over 300,000 renminbi. Just from one dungeon, the money earned was already more than what Lu Ming had made in 2 or 3 years in his previous life. At this moment, Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh, Yi Linger, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, how would I have the chance to return to level 10, enter this dungeon, and obtain these things? A mere level 8 to 10 novice dungeon can bring such terrifying rewards to Lu Ming. It's hard to imagine how much money he could earn when he levels up and tackles higher level dungeons. In this life, with this 10-star account in hand, Lu Ming is filled with hope and anticipation for the future. The future is indeed promising. Lu Ming began to handle these items. He sent everything through mail to his main account. Then he switched to his main account, Yuming, to collect the mail. A level 10 bronze weapon is certainly nice, but with my current leveling speed, I'll be facing elimination in at most 2 days. Moreover, the main source of output for the Undead Legion currently comes from my formation bonuses, so the demand for equipment isn't high. It's more profitable to sell these 5 boxes. On the market, a level 10 bronze weapon is priced between 8,000 to 10,000. However, if it's an unopened bronze equipment box, the price can increase by about 20%, because the equipment box can yield gear corresponding to the profession of the opener. Compared to equipment with fixed professions, it has a broader audience. Thus, at a unit price of 12,000, Lu Ming listed all 5 equipment boxes on the trading market. He also listed a few pieces of black iron equipment from the Moon Demon set that Yi Chan and the others dropped, priced at 2,000 to 3,000 each, since they were useless for a formation trickster. As for gold coins, Lu Ming only listed 5, with a total price of 100,000. The remaining 5 coins had to be kept, as he would soon enter the second layer of Tian Yuan, where a black market would be useful. Finally, there were 3 E-grade skill scrolls, which Lu Ming opened all. Such items, perfectly compatible with the comprehensive amplification talent, can maximize his strength, and no matter how valuable they are, Lu Ming wouldn't sell them. He obtained the formation trickster skills, E-grade drawing a prison, E-grade war trample, and E-grade revitalization. The effect of drawing a prison is to weaken the armor of group enemies within range. Revitalization increases the life recovery effect of group allies within range. Both skills are good, but for now, Lu Ming doesn't have extra skill slots. He can only temporarily store these 2 skills in his backpack. Using E-grade War Trample, he replaced the original F-grade. This increased the basic amplification effect of War Trample from 10% attack power plus 50 to 20% attack power plus 50. For Lu Ming, who has a LV2 comprehensive amplification talent that increases all skills by 20 times, that means a 400% attack power plus 1000 bonus. Within the range of my War Trample formation, even ants could kill an elephant. Meanwhile, the experience points of the 2 accounts were shared. As the secondary account gained experience, the main account also received a dungeon reward of 100,000 experience points. At this moment, Lu Ming's experience had already reached 3 times the amount needed for the current level up, hitting the experience accumulation cap. There was no need to suppress his level anymore. So, Lu Ming manually clicked to level up twice. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 beams of golden light fell consecutively. Ding, congratulations, you have leveled up to level 11. Ding, congratulations, you have leveled up to level 12. 5-dimensional attributes plus 1, mana plus 15, health plus 25, free attribute points plus 3. Next level up requires 100,000 experience points. As long as a player's level exceeds 10, they can leave the first layer and enter the second layer. Lu Ming looked at the time and found it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Has it only been a day? He had reached level 12 in just 1 day. He remembered in his past life, he had to grind for nearly half a month, playing 18 hours a day, just to barely reach this level. The facts proved, in the face of talent, hard work is worthless. The leveling speed was already fast enough, there was no need to grind like in the previous life. I'll log off, have a late night snack, enjoy some skewers and a drink, take a shower, and sleep comfortably.
I'll enter the second layer tomorrow. With that thought,
just as Lu Ming was preparing to happily log off and enjoy himself in the city, he looked up and was astonished to see a figure blocking his path, appearing out of nowhere. The figure was draped in a black cloak, exuding an air of mystery. From this figure, Lu Ming sensed an extraordinarily powerful aura. It felt as if what stood before him was not a person, but a deity. The sudden appearance of the mysterious black cloak made Lu Ming think it was one of the bodyguards protecting Yi Chen. He immediately became alert, reaching behind him, ready to draw his sword at any moment. Just then, the black cloak suddenly spoke, uttering words that left Lu Ming bewildered. "You are the one known as Yu Ming. I know your past and your future. You are the hope of the great Xia kingdom and even this world. I need your help to join forces and save this world that will perish in 3 years." Lu Ming frowned slightly. He had thought he had encountered a reclusive master, but it turned out to be someone with a few screws loose. Lu Ming ignored the black cloak and walked straight past it. At that moment, he heard the figure's voice behind him. "You are the only one who can save this world,
and I am the only one who can save you. Otherwise, this world will perish, and everyone will die." Hearing the other party curse him, Lu Ming could no longer hold back and turned to the black cloak, retorting, "Are you crazy?" After saying that, Lu Ming left without looking back. This kind of person was clearly a fraud. Without a doubt, the next thing they would say would be, "Just give me 10 silver coins, and I can save you from your calamity." Don't ask Lu Ming how he knew. Just as he reached the entrance of Moonfall Town, he suddenly sensed something and turned around to see a figure following him. Lu Ming thought it was that cloaked fraud again and was about to give them a piece of his mind. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Lin Yue. He had no idea when she had started following him. She was just silently trailing behind, not saying a word. When she saw Lu Ming stop, she stopped too, fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, looking somewhat helpless. Lu Ming said, "Yi Chen is already dead. You don't need to follow me anymore. You don't have to pay back that 5,000. At that moment, Lin Yue seemed to muster her courage and caught up. With her head down, she didn't dare to meet Lu Ming's gaze, visibly nervous. She spoke softly, Can you take me with you?" Lu Ming glanced at Lin Yue. For a moment, he seemed to see the shadow of Yi Linger in her. He remembered when he first met Yi Linger, her family was destitute, and as a weak girl, she didn't have exceptional gaming skills and was bullied everywhere in the Tianyuan world, until Lu Ming stepped in to save her from her plight. Lu Ming saw through it. Lin Yue was merely drawn to him because of his strength. He coldly replied, "I've seen many women like you." Lin Yue felt a bit wronged. "My brother is dead, I have no family left, and I've been kicked out by my landlord. I don't have a single penny, and I have nowhere to go," Lu Ming said indifferently. "What does that have to do with me?" A girl's sense of shame made Lin Yue's face turn crimson in an instant. However, she had no choice. To be accepted by Lu Ming, she could only bite her lip and continue to sell herself to him. "I can do laundry, cook, and clean. I can do anything. Not needed," Lu Ming replied casually and logged off from Moonfall Town. Lin Yue stood there in a daze, her small hands almost tearing at the hem of her clothes. At that moment, she felt utterly wronged, confused, and helpless. Remembering that her only kind brother in this world had left her, she couldn't help but squat down, bury her head, and cry out loud. On the other side, as soon as Lu Ming logged off, he received a notification of incoming funds. It was only then that he realized, the bronze equipment box and gold he had just put up for sale a few dozen minutes ago had all sold out in an instant. It seems that level 10 bronze items are indeed in high demand. After deducting the 5% platform fee, he earned 152,000 yuan. Adding the 40,000 he made from the Slayer dungeon earlier, Lu Ming's bank account now boasted nearly 200,000 yuan. In his past life, Lu Ming had never seen so much money, so he allowed himself to feel the excitement and thrill of the moment. This incredible wealth has finally come to me. Thus, Lu Ming left the internet cafe and rushed to a nearby shopping mall, making a big purchase at the Apple Store, buying a laptop worth over 30,000 yuan. No haggling. He walked in and swiped his card, completing the transaction in half a minute. Even the salesgirl couldn't wait to add Lu Ming on WeChat. This feeling could only be described with one word: awesome. Having money is truly awesome. After returning home, Lu Ming immediately downloaded and installed the game Sky Abyss. From now on, he wouldn't have to run to the internet cafe every day. He could play Sky Abyss at home. Next, he headed to the night market Snack Street downstairs. In the past, Lu Ming had never spent money at night. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but because he knew that a casual meal would cost him several hundred, which was too wasteful. He still needed to save money to buy a house and marry Yi Linger. Even when he did eat, it was only to buy for Yi Linger. Lu Ming never allowed himself to indulge. But now, beef skewers, lamb skewers, and crayfish were all fair game. A few bottles of Usu beer too. Awesome. So, while enjoying the barbecue, Lu Ming began to plan his next steps. Yi Chen was just a minor character. Lu Ming's real enemy was Yi Linger, and the mastermind behind her. However, he had managed to extract some useful information from Yi Chen's mouth. According to Yi Chen, this mastermind is someone from the God Slayer team, but this God Slayer seems to have quite the background. Lu Ming picked up his phone and searched for information about the God Slayer team on Baidu. Sure enough, according to the webpage, the God Slayer team had a history of 50 years and was currently ranked 7th on the national team leaderboard in the Great Xia Kingdom. It had a total of 321 million members, with the main force stationed in the capital, Jingcheng. Its influence spanned 34 provinces in the Great Xia Kingdom, covering a total of 275 cities. This included Jiang Province, where Lu Ming was currently located, in Linhai City. Looking at the information he found online, Lu Ming finally understood the meaning behind Yi Linger's words. He has immense power. Killing us is as easy as squashing 2 ants. If this person was a high-ranking member of the God Slayer, then he indeed wielded great power. But, no matter how powerful you are, I will make you pay for your actions. A murderous intent surged in Lu Ming's eyes. His target would be the entire God Slayer team. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, Jingcheng, at the Xingyuas seaside restaurant, in a lavish and luxurious private room, a girl in an elegant white dress, with stunning beauty, sat at the dining table, fidgeting uncomfortably. With a worried expression, she said, "I want to go back to Linhai." Across the table, a well-dressed young man with a handsome face calmly cut his steak, saying lightly, "No rush, Linger, let's talk after we finish eating." "But that's my little brother." Yi Linger clenched her dress tightly, her eyes shimmering. "He just died without any explanation." The man across the table remained calm. "I know, after all, he was my brother-in-law too." Tears fell from Yi Linger's beautiful eyes as she cried, "I don't believe my brother died by accident. But the 2 I sent to him were both 3-star experts, and your brother himself wasn't weak. He had a 2-star account and a full set of black iron gear. And as far as I know, among the 2 who went in with them, one is a 1-star array master who doesn't even have complete equipment, and the other is just a novice mage. Even if they had that motivation, they completely lack the strength to match your brother." The man sitting across from her stopped cutting his steak and reached out to hold Yi Linger's delicate white hand. "Linger, don't worry. I just finished a call with the high-ranking officials of ancient Egypt. They said that in the recently breached 6th heaven, they detected the presence of a deity. If we can find the legendary god who sleeps in the abyss world, we might be able to use the power of Osiris, the god of resurrection from ancient Egypt, to bring back those who died in the abyss world." Hearing this, Yi Linger was filled with joy. "Really?" The man kissed Yi Linger's slender white fingers and said, "Rest assured, once we have news of the god of resurrection, no matter the cost, I will ensure that the people of ancient Egypt resurrect your brother at the first opportunity. Additionally, I have already informed the team in Linhai. Regardless of whether it was an accident or not, I will make those 2 pay with their lives for your brother's death." "Thank you, husband," Yi Linger said, filled with joy but also a bit guilty. "I'm sorry, you believe in me so much, yet in the end, I still couldn't get the divine scroll from Lu Ming." The man, however, was unconcerned. "It's fine. With my current status and strength, the divine scroll is merely a bonus. Even without it, it doesn't have much impact on me. It's just that you, Linger, have wasted 3 years of your youth and time on that useless person for this divine scroll. Don't worry, Linger, I will treat you twice as well in the future." Yi Linger smiled happily. Night turned to dawn. Before 8 in the morning, Lu Ming woke up to the sounds of MMHM off from next door. "I really can't believe this early in the morning. Don't you 2 have anything else to do? Are you glued to the bed?" Just as he finished speaking, the sound of instruments came from the other room. "Even if I die, I must love. If it's not thorough, it's not satisfying." Lu Ming, caught in a crossfire, could no longer endure it. "Damn it. Change houses. Once I earn enough money, I'll change houses immediately." Although Linhai City isn't a first-tier city, housing prices aren't cheap. Almost $1 million to start, and for better ones, it's $2 to $3 million. Lu Ming patted his pocket and realized he still needed to make money. So, after washing up, he had some soup dumplings at a breakfast shop downstairs, then went home to go online. "Ding, honorable 10-star qualified account player Yu Ming, welcome back to the Abyss world." As this system prompt, which I could listen to 1,000 times without getting tired, fell into his ears, Lu Ming appeared in Moonfall Town. Completing the novice village in just 1 day was unprecedented. Lu Ming arrived at the teleportation array in Moonfall Town, spent 1 silver coin, and activated the teleportation. Whoosh! White light fell, and Lu Ming disappeared from the teleportation array. "Ding, welcome to the Second Heaven Revival. Your current location is the main city, Starshine City. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming found himself in a magnificent city. As everyone knows, the layout of the abyss is divided by heavens. For example, the novice area where Lu Ming was before, Moonfall Town, belongs to the first heaven Calamity. Players who reach level 10 or above can enter the second heaven Revival. Starshine City corresponds to the three major novice areas of 1946, 1947, and 1948. Players coming out of these three novice areas to enter the second heaven will all gather in Starshine City. Correspondingly, these are the three cities of Jiang Province: Navigation City, Linhai City, and Yunju City. Unfortunately, the information security of the God-slaying team is too good. I can't find any specific information about their forces and layout in Starshine City online. Just as Lu Ming was worrying about this, he suddenly received a WeChat message. Opening it, I found a message from Qin Yan, a friend I had added in the Blood-Red Forbidden Zone dungeon. You should have made it to the second layer by now, right? By the way, just a heads up, the God-slaying team has a branch in Starshine City with about 20,000 members. The ID of the person in charge here is Godslayer, Moon, and their real-world coordinates are in Navigation City. Their level isn't high, just a level 19 assassin, but the account quality is a rare 4-star level among millions, and it's said to be the younger sister of the Godslayer captain, so her status is quite significant. If you run into her, be careful. Hungry for buns, sleepy for pillows? Just as I was pondering where to start, Qin Yan suddenly presented the dissection diagram of the Godslayer right in front of Lu Ming. Looks like joining Tian Xian has its benefits, Lu Ming thought, replying, thanks for the reminder. Oh, let me add you to a group. Qin Yan continued, it's our Tian Xian team group in Starshine City. If you encounter any issues and need help, just call for people in the group. The next second, Lu Ming joined a chat group named Tian Xian, Jiang Province Group, at Qin Yan's invitation. Wow! Over 17,000 members. As soon as Lu Ming entered the group, the messages on the screen came pouring in like a Gatling gun. Tian Xian Rogue, level 15 assassin. Hey, a new member has arrived. Is it a brother or a sister? Tian Xian Rich Woman, level 18 archer, looks like a little brother from the avatar. How many levels are you? Show a photo, and sister will help you level up. Let me see. Tian Xian Heavenly Reversal, level 11 priest rich sister, take me to level up. I'm also a new little brother, a bit conflicted. The atmosphere in Tian Xian seemed pretty good. However, it didn't stop Lu Ming from turning on Do Not Disturb for messages. He glanced back at Qin Yan's message. Godslayer, Moon, the younger sister of the Godslayer team leader? According to what Yi Chen described, and what Yi Linger said about the immense power, the person who led Yi Linger to betray me is very likely the captain of the Godslayer team. Then this Godslayer, Moon, since she is your younger sister, then let's start with her. A fierce killing intent erupted in Lu Ming's eyes. Let you taste the pain of losing a loved one first. Following the clues, let me see what kind of identity this filthy rat hiding in the shadows has, and just how capable they really are. Improving myself and seeking revenge, both at the same time. This situation, where the enemy is in the open and I am in the dark, is truly advantageous for Lu Ming. The priority is to level up to 21st and visit the black market, the unique black market of the second layer of the Tian Yuan world. It is said that as long as you have enough gold coins, players can buy rare items in the black market that cannot be obtained through any other means. The entry requirement for the black market is that players must reach level 20 or above. Thus, Lu Ming headed out of the city through the south gate of Starshine City. Unlike the usual methods of leveling up through tasks and dungeons, there is a place more suitable for leveling up in Starshine City, called the Ghostly Demon Tower. And Lu Ming's destination this time is the Ghostly Demon Tower. Just as he exited the city, Lu Ming received a WeChat message. Opening it, he found a transfer message from Lin Yue. The amount was 300. Lu Ming asked, didn't you say you were out of money? After a while, Lin Yue replied, someone just asked me to help him fight a level 12 elite monster, and he gave me $300 for it. Don't worry, brother Yu Ming, I will definitely pay you back that 5,000 as soon as possible. Lu Ming casually closed WeChat, ignoring Lin Yue. At that moment, a few male players around level 11 to 12 walked by. A series of lewd remarks inadvertently reached Lu Ming's ears. Old Chen said he hooked up with a young and pretty girl for just $300. Let's hurry over and take a look. These little girls nowadays are really cheap, and so easy to fool. TSK, I just love these naive little girls. Ha ha ha. Watching the backs of a few sleazy men as they walked away, Lu Ming thought for a moment and opened WeChat, sending Lin Yue a message. Don't get fooled. With that, Lu Ming refunded the 300 yuan. He continued on to the Ghostly Magic Tower. After a while, as he passed through a patch of forest, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the clearing, battling a level 12 elite mutated rabbit. Boom! Boom!
Despite Lin Yue's frail appearance, as if a gust of wind could blow her down, even swinging her staff seemed to take great effort. The magic orb struck the mutated rabbit, dealing a meager 30 to 40 points of damage, hardly affecting the creature at all. Meanwhile, not far behind Lin Yue, four male players were watching the spectacle, mocking her. "Little sister, if it's too hard, just give up.
It's okay, we'll just follow the rules. If you don't complete the training task as required, it's 10 times the refund. Just give us 3,000 yuan and it'll be fine, or if you can't pay, there are other ways to repay." The sleazy gazes of the men roamed over Lin Yue. How could a level 10 mage like her possibly solo a level 12 elite monster? In just a few moments, she was battered by the elite mutated rabbit. Just as the mutated rabbit closed in on Lin Yue, putting her in a perilous situation, a figure approached from the side. Brother Yu Ming.
Turning to see Lu Ming, Lin Yue felt as if she had seen a glimmer of hope in the dark abyss, her previously despairing face instantly filled with hope. At the same time, the players behind her saw Lu Ming and began to laugh mockingly.
"Oh, little brat, want to be a hero and save the beauty? Sure, if you have the ability, go ahead and take down that elite rabbit for this little girl. After all, we paid. Don't look down on him, maybe he really has the skill?" One of the bowmen looked Lu Ming up and down, unable to help but laugh. A level 12 support class, a trickster. If he can solo a level 12 elite monster, then even a Sao could do it. Whoosh! Before the bowman could finish his sentence, Lu Ming entered the attack range, swiftly drawing his sword. In an instant, a flash of swordlight, as quick as lightning, pierced through the mutated rabbit from 50 yards away. The next second, a blood-red damage number popped up above the mutated rabbit's head, 4088. The elite mutated rabbit's 3400 health was instantly cleared. Ding! Killed level 12 elite monster mutated rabbit, experience plus 900. Ding! Sword drawing skill proficiency plus 1. As the level 12 elite mutated rabbit was slain by Lu Ming's sword drawing skill, the air suddenly fell silent. The few who had been mocking just a second ago were now left dumbfounded. The 4000 plus damage dealt by Lu Ming, a support class trickster, had dropped their jaws. When they realized they had provoked such a top-tier figures woman, their first reaction was sheer terror, fearing the big shot would unleash his wrath and wipe them all out. Sorry for the interruption. Run! Taking advantage of the fact that the big shot hadn't exploded in anger yet, the men hurriedly fled in disgrace. The sword, which had only just been drawn, was sheathed again. Lu Ming glanced at Lin Yue and said, "You don't belong in Tianyuan. Go back to the real world and find a job." Just as Lu Ming turned to leave, Lin Yue suddenly whispered something that made Lu Ming's heart tremble. "But if I can't reach level 200 within 5 years, even if I return to the real world, I will still face the death penalty." Lu Ming's heart jolted. Within 5 years, reach level 200. Isn't this the task from the divine scroll I obtained in my previous life? Lu Ming said to Lin Yue, "Open your account panel for me to see." Lin Yue nodded and opened a panel. Account 340822****. Account qualification, account talent, drop rate increases monster drop rate by 10%. Account ban wrath of the deity. As a price for angering the deity, you will be subjected to the deity's wrath suppression. You must raise your character level to 200 before the ban time expires, or you will face account ban and character death penalties. Account ban time, 1792 days. Seeing this panel information, Lu Ming's heart shook again, because in his previous life, his account also had a similar ban effect. Account ban twisted fate. As a price for encountering the lucky deity, you will lose all your fortune. You must raise your character level to 200 within the ban time, or you will face account ban and character death penalties. At first, it was merely to survive. But later, Lu Ming discovered, as long as he lifted the account ban, not only could he save his life but he could also receive the rewards from the divine scroll. At that time, Lu Ming learned that he was the 99,999,999,999th registered player of the Tianyuan account, thus triggering this opportunity. Lu Ming then asked Lin Yue, "What were you doing before entering Tianyuan?" Lin Yue shook her head, confused. "I don't know, I didn't do anything." Forget it. How this wrath of the deity was triggered was no longer important. The most important thing was, since Lu Ming lifted his account ban and ultimately received the rewards from the divine scroll, then once Lin Yue's ban was lifted, she would undoubtedly also receive the rewards from the divine scroll. That was something that could evolve any account qualification into a 10-star level. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's heart surged with excitement, because in just one day, he had deeply experienced how outrageous the strength of a 10-star qualified account was. This divine scroll could be considered a priceless treasure. Thus, looking at Lin Yue, who had just lost her only brother, was kicked out by her landlord, homeless, broke, and almost scammed, an idea suddenly emerged in Lu Ming's mind: a plan to nurture a girl. Once she reached level 200, he would take the divine scroll from her. This was a windfall. At that time,
he could directly arrange for a small account to also have a 10-star qualification. 2 10-star accounts with different talents to play around with. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Lin Yue seemed to have understood that in Lu Ming's eyes, she was just a useless burden, so this time, she didn't cling to him. That money, I will definitely find a way to gather it quickly and return it to you. After saying that, Lin Yue prepared to leave. Lu Ming called out to her, "Forget it, just follow me. I'll help you level up." Hearing this, Lin Yue was stunned for a moment. She turned around, looking at Lu Ming in disbelief. Not knowing the true value of her, wrath of the deity, she thought it was a disaster, and her heart was suddenly filled with countless thoughts. Brother Yu Ming, he promised to help me level up? He must feel sorry for me, sympathize with me. No matter what, Lin Yue, you must do well. You can't let Brother Yu Ming think you're a burden. So, Lin Yue gratefully said to Lu Ming, "Thank you, Brother Yu Ming." At that moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt he understood Yi Linger a bit. Yi Linger approached Lu Ming for the divine scroll. Lu Ming approached Lin Yue for the divine scroll. This scene was astonishingly similar. The only difference is that Lu Ming relied on his own efforts to level up from start to finish, while Yi Linger directly enjoyed the fruits of his labor. At the moment Lu Ming was about to achieve success, she ruthlessly pushed him into the abyss and attempted to take away all of Lu Ming's accomplishments. As for Lin Yue, without Lu Ming helping her level up, it would have been impossible for her to reach level 200 within 5 years. Death awaited her. With her life as the exchange, Lu Ming felt no guilt. Thus, Lu Ming and Lin Yue headed to the ghostly tower together. Along the way, Lin Yue silently followed behind Lu Ming. Following the map's guidance, just about a mile away from the ghostly tower, a towering dark tower suddenly came into view. The ghostly tower is the most prosperous iconic map in the second layer of Tianyuan. It is suitable for both adults and children, and everyone who has entered says it's great. Not only can players level up here, but for those who play for gold, it is also a treasure trove for leveling. In fact, as long as one's strength is sufficient, players can level up directly from level 10 to level 50 within the ghostly tower, clearing the entire second layer. This was exactly the kind of place Lu Ming needed. So, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. Just as he arrived outside the tower, he saw a large crowd of players gathered. Not knowing what was happening, the atmosphere was lively. Lu Ming didn't want to join the commotion, but the entrance to the ghostly tower was blocked. Pushing into the crowd, he discovered that countless players had formed a large circle, and in the center, 2 different teams of players were engaged in a PK competition on a virtual stage. The fighters on stage unleashed their full power, a peak showdown. The spectators shouted loudly, cheering and encouraging. The scene was filled with excitement and fervor. When Lu Ming entered, a PK match was just concluding. Ding! In this PK match, player God Slayer, Knight, level 25 third transition warrior, won 2 matches, while Tianxian Little Knife, level 25 third transition assassin, won 1 match. The final result is God Slayer, Knight winning 2:1. As the system announced the PK results, some cheered while others sighed in disappointment. Damn, what happened to Little Knife? He won the first match so easily, I thought he had it in the bag, but unexpectedly lost the next 2. Didn't you see that after the first match, God Slayer, Knight deliberately changed his equipment to counter Little Knife's speed? As long as Little Knife hit him, he would slow down, completely countered. It must be the equipment effect. Damn, we can't enter the tower again today. Lu Ming then realized that the 2 sides in the PK were indeed God Slayer and the Tianxian team. After winning the best of 3 matches, the level 25 green armor warrior, God Slayer, Knight, did not rush to leave the stage but stood on the virtual platform, giving the Tianxian players around him the middle finger in mockery. Not a single capable one among you, is this all the strength Tianxian has? In my opinion, you might as well withdraw from Tianxian and join us Godslayers. Below, the Tianxian players, though furious, had no way to retaliate against Godslayer, Knight. This was because both sides had adhered to the winner-takes-all jungle law for decades, and it could not be easily broken at any time. Winning is winning, losing is losing, and one must accept it. This was not just about the ghostly tower. The competition between the 2 families spanned the entire Tianyuan world, across various fields. They had been using this relatively peaceful method to suppress each other for decades. Thus, after this PK match ended, the God Slayer players swaggered into the ghostly tower, while the Tianxian players could only watch from outside. At this moment, Lu Ming noticed that some independent players who did not belong to either God Slayer or Tianxian could also enter the ghostly tower freely. Somewhat confused, Lu Ming was about to enter the map when he was stopped by 2 God Slayer players. Are you from Tianxian? Faced with the questioning of a knight in his 20s, known as Zhanshen Wu, before Lu Ming could respond, another person suddenly pointed at Lu Ming and shouted, "He's from Tianxian. I saw him with the people from Tianxian before." Zhanshen Wu immediately narrowed his eyes and said to Lu Ming without any courtesy,
since you're from Jianshan, you have to follow the rules. Who let you in? Lu Ming calmly asked. Then how can I get in?
Jianshan Wu scanned Lu Ming with a detection technique and saw that he was only a level 12 array trickster. He immediately realized that Lu Ming must be a newcomer who had just joined Tianxian and was easy to fool.
So, he deliberately provoked Lu Ming, saying, "You're new, right?
It's okay if you don't know the rules. I'll explain them to you. The Ghost Tower is divided into 8 levels, 10 to 15, 16 to 20, 21 to 25, 26 to 30, 31 to 35, 36 to 40, 41 to 45, and 46 to 50.
As long as we each send one person from the corresponding level range, we'll have a best of 3 PK match.
The winning side will have the right to attack the Ghost Tower for 24 hours, while the losing side cannot step into the Ghost Tower for 24 hours.
If you want to enter the tower, you have to defeat one of our 10 to 15 level opponents. So, what do you say? Do you dare to challenge?"
Although Lu Ming had joined Tianxian just to facilitate his own actions, he thought, perhaps this was a good opportunity to showcase himself and enhance his standing in the Tianxian team. If he did well, they would surely pay more attention to him in the future. Thus, he blurted out, "Alright, I accept the challenge."
Great!
Jianshan Wu, seeing that Lu Ming agreed to the challenge, hurriedly turned around to arrange for someone and set up the arena. The virtual arena was a unique PK method in the Tian Yuan world. Both players could apply for a virtual arena, where they would defeat their enemies. It was a matter of victory or defeat, not life or death. With a whoosh, a huge 50 by 50 square arena materialized from the open space in the crowd, and the Jianshan team quickly sent a level 15 assassin to take the stage first. Seeing this, the surrounding Tianxian players, who were confused, were filled with astonishment.
Who opened the arena?
Who from our side accepted the challenge? Just as the words fell, Lu Ming slowly stepped onto the arena.
Seeing Lu Ming representing Tianxian in battle, the crowd below erupted in exclamations. Wow! Who is this person? Is he from our Tianxian? Why did he accept the challenge without saying a word? And what's an array trickster doing in a fight? Oh no! Isn't this going to get us in trouble? We've already lost 5 out of 8 PKs today. We've only won 2, and now we're left with this last 10 to 15 level match. Aren't we just giving it away?
Yeah, the captain just said in the group that he's on his way.
With the captain's strength, we could have easily won the first match. This kid has ruined it for us. There's nothing we can do now. It's out of our hands.
Ding player Jianshan Shui, level 15 assassin, versus player Yu Ming, level 12 array trickster. This round of PK will be a best of 3 match. The competition is about to begin.
As the system prompt sounded, the players from the Jianshan team around the arena couldn't help but laugh at the opponent on stage. Wait, is there no one left in Tianxian? How could they send out an array trickster? And a level 12 array trickster? Are they really bringing out a support class for PK? Wow, so brave. I admire that. This is hilarious. They're just handing us points.
Below the arena, Jianshan Wu, who had just tricked Lu Ming into stepping up, was feeling quite pleased. He thought, indeed, newcomers who just joined the team are so easy to fool.
As the PK was about to begin, Jianshan and Wu confidently called out to the players of the Jianshan team behind them, "Brothers level 10 to 15, get ready, we can enter the tower soon." The players from Tianxian didn't even dare to look.
They could already imagine how badly their level 12 array master, Yu Ming, would be beaten by the opponent's level 15 assassin, Jianshan and Shui. Under everyone's watchful eyes, as the countdown reached 0, the system prompt sounded, "Ding, this round of PK has officially begun, countdown 60 seconds. Just as the system notification finished, the opposing young assassin, Jianshan and Shui, did not rush to attack. Instead, he stood still, leisurely watching Lu Ming, and disdainfully said, "I'm 3 levels higher than you, so I'll let you have 3 moves, to avoid people saying I'm bullying the weak." "Alright," Lu Ming replied, decisively drawing his sword. Whoosh! At the moment the sword was unsheathed, a lightning-fast sword shadow suddenly pierced through Jianshan and Shui, who was standing 50 yards away. Draw sword 4088.
No one on or off the stage had reacted yet. Then a system prompt rang out, "Ding, in the first round. Player Yu Ming wins." Instantly, there was silence on the stage and in the audience.
On the platform, Jianshan and Shui didn't even know what had happened. The sudden system prompt left him completely bewildered.
What the hell? What's going on? Why the hell am I gone?
Just as Jianshan and Shui was in disbelief, the second round of PK had already begun. In Arena PK, at the start of each round, player skills are immediately reset. Therefore, the original 60-second cooldown of Draw Sword instantly reset. Thus, the second PK began and ended immediately.
Whoosh! Draw sword 4088. It perfectly replicated the previous scene. Zhan Xin and Shui didn't even have a chance to draw his sword before Lu Ming instantly killed him from a distance of 50 yards. Ding! In this match, player Yu Ming, level 12 second transformation array master, wins 2 rounds. Zhan Xin and Shui, level 15 second transformation assassin, wins 0 rounds. Final result, Yu Ming wins 2 o'clock. As the system prompt fell, Lin Yue cheered, "Yay! Brother Yu Ming won." Meanwhile, everyone else in the audience was left dumbfounded. This match completely refreshed their understanding of the Array Master, a profession widely regarded as the bottom tier in the Tian Yuan world. What the hell? What damage? A level 12 Array Master dealing over 4,000 damage? Are you kidding me? Isn't the Array Master a support class? How did he manage to kill from a distance? The players of Zhanshin were all shocked, questioning their lives. Zhanshin and Wu, who had previously tried to deceive Lu Ming, were also twitching at the corners of their mouths. They had thought they could easily deceive a clueless newbie and secure the first position in the Ghost Tower today. Who would have thought they were actually deceiving a hidden master? Meanwhile, the Tianxian players who had not looked favorably upon Lu Ming just a second ago were now casting admiring and respectful glances at him. Wow, this brother is really hiding his strength. He's so powerful. Where did we dig up this big shot from Tianxian? That damage looks like at least a 4-star account qualification. No, that's too small. This is definitely a 5-star qualification. Ha. Thanks to Brother Yu Ming, the level 10 to 15 brothers can enter the tower now. Amidst the discussions, after stepping down from the platform, Lu Ming faced Zhanshin and Wu and asked, "Can I go in now?" Zhanshin and Wu looked extremely grim and silently made way for Lu Ming. Thus, Lu Ming, along with Lin Yue, entered the Ghost Tower. Unbeknownst to them, not far away, a pair of eyes was watching him. Dressed in a tight black combat suit, the girl's slender waist and graceful figure were highlighted perfectly. Her refreshing and capable short hair, along with her deep, cold eyes, showcased the girl's confidence and poise. The 19th level assassin, Zhanshin Yu, with deep-set eyes, quietly gazed at Lu Ming in the crowd ahead, a slight arc forming at the corner of his mouth. He immediately instructed those beside him, in 10 minutes, gather all information on this Yoming. Yes, Miss Qin. On the other side, Lu Ming and Lin Yue had already stepped into the Ghost Tower through the entrance. The Ghost Tower was divided into 8 levels based on rank. Given Lu Ming and Lin Yue's current levels, they could only enter the first level, the Night Watchman's camp. Whoosh! White light poured down, and the two appeared simultaneously in a vast, boundless camp. The sky above the camp was dark, making daytime feel like night. The air was thick with the scent of death. Countless green ghostly lights floated in the air, like eyes, staring intently at the players in the camp below. Looking around, in the large camp, numerous player teams were hunting the undead monsters here. Lu Ming immediately joined the hunt. Currently, Lu Ming was at level 12, and the maximum number of summoned undead warriors had reached 240. Thus, within a radius of 500 yards, Lu Ming summoned all the undead warriors through his will. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, as swirling silver light erupted in every corner of the camp, fully armored undead warriors with extraordinary presence stepped out. Nearby players were frightened, thinking a boss had spawned. After all, the appearance and aura of the undead warriors were somewhat similar to the undead soldiers in the Night Watchman's camp. However, the presence of the undead warriors was far stronger than that of the undead soldiers, so it was understandable to mistake them for a boss. At the same time, Lu Ming released a dual formation. War Tread, Life Fortress. 2 invisible barriers erupted from beneath Lu Ming's feet, instantly enveloping a vast area of 1,000 yards. With the 20-fold enhancement of the LV-12E level War Tread, Formation Master 400% attack power plus 1,200, the attack power of the undead warriors instantly surged from 38 points to 1672 points. Meanwhile, each undead warrior gained a shield of 1107 points per second, stacking continuously. In just a few seconds, it had already stacked to 3 times Lu Ming's health limit, 3,708 points. Combined with his own 496 points of health, the undead warrior's life had surpassed 4,000 plus, comparable to an elite monster of the same level. Auto-kill monsters. Lu Ming commanded all the undead warriors with his mind. The next moment, in the shared vision, Lu Ming saw the undead warriors begin their slaughter. Soul Shatter. Whoosh! Minus 2,483. A freshly spawned level 12 undead soldier hadn't even had a chance to take a breath of fresh air before being shattered by the undead warriors. The same scene played out in every corner of the Night Watchman's camp. Just after summoning the Undead Legion, a wave of battle notifications rang in Lu Ming's ears. Ding killed a level 12 undead soldier, experience plus 60. Ding killed a level 12 undead assassin, experience plus 60. Ding killed a level 13 undead archer, experience plus 68. Meanwhile, in front of Lu Ming, a green ghostly light fell to the ground, transforming into an undead clad in a black robe, wielding a skeletal staff, radiating ghostly light. Undead mage, magic type normal monster, level 13, magic attack 172, armor 82, magic resistance 98, speed 67, health 1130, skills, soul capture, F level, breath of the undead, F level, description, crushed by the lord of the undead, Jia, forced to guard the ghost tower, hunting the living who enter the tower, sacrificing human souls to the lord of the undead. At this moment, the undead mage had set its sights on Lu Ming. Just as it was about to raise its staff to cast a spell at Lu Ming, he drew his sword first. Whoosh! In the darkness, a flash of sword light flickered and vanished. Minus 4088. The next moment, the necromancer turned into a cloud of ashes that floated away. Ding killed a level 13 necromancer, experience plus 68. Ding's sword skill proficiency plus 1. With a thud, a green gem dropped where the necromancer had died. Seeing the gem, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He walked over and picked up the gem along with the 7 copper coins that the necromancer had dropped. He glanced at the gem. Soulstone, special item, purity, 13%, description, a stone formed by the fusion of souls, possessing powerful spiritual energy. It is said that the blacksmiths in Starlight City are buying these in large quantities. The soul stone was the most valuable item in the ghostly magic tower map. Players could submit soul stones to the blacksmiths in Starlight City to receive rewards. Moreover, as long as there were enough soul stones, players could submit tasks infinitely and repeatedly claim rewards. This was the core reason why the ghostly magic tower was so popular among players in the second heaven. Wealthy players, too lazy to farm themselves, would directly spend money to buy soul stones from other players and then repeatedly claim rewards from the blacksmiths to achieve rapid leveling. In addition to generous experience and a large number of copper coin rewards, there was also a chance to obtain bronze level, soul set, equipment. The higher the purity of the soul stone submitted to the blacksmith, the more generous the rewards, and the higher the chance of obtaining soul set equipment. Therefore, soul stones were valued based on their purity. The higher the purity, the more valuable they were. Currently, the soul stone in Lu Ming's hand, with a purity between 0% to 40%, was classified as a 5th tier item, worth about 20 yuan each. Those with a purity between 41% to 70% were 4th tier items, worth about 50 yuan each. Purity between 71% to 90% was 3rd tier, worth 100 yuan each. Purity between 91% to 99% was 2nd tier, worth 300 yuan each. If you could obtain a perfect soul stone with 100% purity, you would strike it rich, as such perfect soul stones were worth as much as 1,000 yuan each on the market. Because of these wealthy buyers, soul stones were in high demand, leading many players to make a living by farming soul stones in the ghostly magic tower. Some calculated that if you had enough money, spending about 1 billion to buy soul stones could easily allow you to level up from level 10 to level 50 in just one day. For someone like Lu Ming, who is humble, it's better to stay grounded. The drop rate for soul stones was extremely low, around 10%. Moreover, the lower the plane, the lower the probability of high-purity soul stones appearing. In the first plane of the ghostly magic tower where Lu Ming was currently located, the level 11 to 15 undead dropped mostly the lowest quality 5th tier items. However, Lu Ming relied on quantity to win. He had a legion of undead, and his monster killing speed far exceeded that of other players of the same level by dozens or even hundreds of times. At this moment, 242nd tier undead warriors, under the dual formations of Wartread and Life Bastion, unleashed a massacre in the vast camp. It was no exaggeration that the undead warlords had an attack power of up to 1672 points, even higher than the health of those undead monsters in the camp. So cutting them down was as easy as chopping vegetables. The battle prompts rang incessantly in Lu Ming's ears. Ding killed a level 14 undead knight, experience plus 78. Ding killed a level 13 undead knight, experience plus 68. Ding! In a duo team, the average experience was 80%. The last hit did not affect Lu Ming. He still received 100% of the monster killing rewards. Even with Lin Yue by his side, it was just like soloing for himself, having no impact on his own interests. Meanwhile, the soul stones in Lu Ming's backpack were visibly increasing in number. In no time, there were already dozens. Lu Ming took a look. Although most of them were low-purity 5th grade stones, there was still one 4th grade stone among every 10. But the sheer quantity outweighed the quality. It should be noted that even those professional grinders who had been farming in the Ghost Tower for over a decade could only collect 10 to 20 soul stones in a day under good luck. Wait a minute! Just as Lu Ming was searching online for information about the drop rates of soul stones, he suddenly discovered a problem. The drop rate for soul stones is only 10%. Which means that killing 10 undead might yield one. Why do I feel like my drop rate is much higher? According to the kill records, the Death Knight had already slain nearly 100 undead, yet the number of soul stones in his backpack had astonishingly exceeded 30. Moreover, it seemed that the copper coins dropped by these undead were also off. Normally, a monster between levels 11 to 15 should drop around 2 to 3 copper coins. However, every time Lu Ming's Death Knight killed an undead, the copper coins submitted were almost 7 to 8 coins. What's going on? In his astonishment, Lu Ming suddenly remembered, when Lin Yue showed him her account panel, her talents seemed to enhance drop rates. Thinking of this, Lu Ming opened his skill panel and indeed found a temporary team-shared skill. Drop rate increases monster drop rate by 10%. What surprised Lu Ming even more was that this skill shared by Lin Yue could actually be enhanced by his own talent, comprehensive amplification. This meant that the original 10% monster drop rate increase was boosted to 200%. It was this 200% increase that raised Lu Ming's monster drop rate to 3 times the original. Therefore, the soul stones that normally had a 10% drop rate now had a 30% drop rate in Lu Ming's hands. Additionally, the drop rate of copper coins also tripled. Case solved. Lu Ming glanced back at Lin Yue, who was oblivious to everything, and felt a surge of joy. It seems bringing her along was indeed a wise choice. This was no burden, she was practically a lucky cat. Of course, it had to be with Lu Ming, who possessed a 10-star talent for comprehensive amplification, for it to work. Otherwise, her talent shared with others would still be useless. Thus, under the boost of the triple drop rate and the slaughter of the undead army, the soul stones in Lu Ming's backpack rapidly accumulated at a visible speed. The number of copper coins also soared. At the market price of 2 yuan per copper coin, that's equivalent to earning 15 or 16 yuan for every monster killed. That could buy a bowl of beef noodles. Lu Ming never imagined that one day, making money would be as easy as picking it up. Meanwhile, the terrifyingly powerful Death Knights scattered throughout the camp naturally attracted the attention of many nearby players. Players cast looks of shock and awe at the Death Knights. Wow, whose summon is this? So awesome. Killing level 13 and 14 monsters is like slaughtering little chicks. Why does it look a bit familiar? Could it be that array master who took down a black iron level boss in 10 seconds that went viral on Douyin yesterday? Damn, where's that array master? Let's hurry over and cling to their leg. Over here, Lin Yue, who had nothing to do but watch her experience bar soar, was utterly stunned by the speed of her gains. Meanwhile, Lu Ming was not idle. Although he didn't need to kill monsters himself, every minute, he would still draw his sword and casually slay a monster to improve his sword drawing skill proficiency. After more than an hour, after drawing his sword 100 times, his proficiency finally reached 100 points. Ding, congratulations, your skill sword drawing has upgraded to E level. Sword drawing, unique skill, LV12, grade, E level, can grow, skill effect. When drawing the sword, release a sword shadow that deals 150% attack power plus 99 points of true damage, ignoring defense, to a single enemy within the attack range, and increase own attack power by 10% for 10 seconds cooldown, 60 seconds skill cost, 51 proficiency, 0/1000. Each use of the sword drawing skill automatically grants 1 point of proficiency. Proficiency full can upgrade to D level. The improvement of the skill itself is not too significant. However, for Lu Ming, who possesses a comprehensive enhancement talent, it was a leap in power. After a 20-fold enhancement, the skill damage increases from 20 times the attack power to 30 times. In addition, the newly added effect of increasing attack power by 10% can reach 200% after enhancement, lasting 200 seconds, perfectly covering the 60-second cooldown of the skill, which means as long as I ensure to use sword drawing once every 200 seconds, I can continuously gain this attack boost. Looking at the sword drawing skill upgraded from F level to E level, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel excited. With a 10-star talent combined with a unique skill, the strength is simply earth-shattering. However, the difficulty of the next skill upgrade has increased tenfold compared to before. Of course, such a high upgrade difficulty is fitting for such an overpowered skill. Quite reasonable. Thus, with the quality upgrade of the sword drawing skill, Lu Ming's damage skyrocketed. Whoosh! Sword drawing 6222. With a massive damage exceeding half of the previous amount, he one-shot a level 15 undead knight in front of him. The effect of the sword drawing skill was triggered. Ding, attack power increased by 200%, lasting 200 seconds. Lu Ming's attack power surged from 108 points to 324 points. The lethality of the undead legion also became more terrifying, because the war trampling mainly enhances the undead generals based on Lu Ming's attack power. At this moment, the attack power of all undead generals instantly increased from the original 1672 points to 2501 points. Even facing the highest level 15 undead monsters in the Night Watchman's camp of the Phantom Magic Tower, they could easily be one-shot. Under such extreme damage, wherever the undead legion went, not a blade of grass would grow. 240 undead generals harvested across the map. At the same time, as the sword drawing skill upgraded from F level to E level, a beam of golden light fell from above, and Lu Ming leveled up to 13, with the number of undead generals expanding from 240 to 260. By consuming 200 points of soul power, he summoned another 22nd tier undead generals. Under Lu Ming's mental manipulation, the slaughter continued. Meanwhile, every time the sword drawing skill completed its cooldown, Lu Ming would release it. Although he didn't need to kill monsters, he still needed to gain proficiency for sword drawing. It's a pity that the subsequent attack power enhancement effects of sword drawing cannot stack, otherwise, it would be even more overpowered, he thought. Unknowingly, it was already noon. At this moment, Lu Ming's level had reached 13, 91%, just one step away from level 14. Lin Yue, following behind Lu Ming, despite only being able to gain 80% of the monster-killing experience, had risen from level 10 to level 12 at an astonishing speed in just one morning. In the Tianyuan world, leveling up is not an easy task. For ordinary players, after level 10, the experience required for each level up increases dramatically, making it common to take 2 to 3 days to level up once. As the saying goes, man is iron, rice is steel. If you don't eat a meal, you feel anxious. As hunger began to set in, Lu Ming checked the time. It was already noon. He decided to return to the city first, log off for lunch, and continue grinding in the afternoon. Thus, he summoned all the more than 200 undead generals scattered around the camp back to the summoning space with his mind. Glancing at Lin Yue, he said, "Back to the city." Seeing Lu Ming open the teleportation passage of the ghostly demon tower, Lin Yue beside him exclaimed "Oh" and hurriedly followed Lu Ming to activate the passage. Exiting the ghostly demon tower, on the way back to Starshine City, Lu Ming counted his spoils. Although the ghostly demon tower was rich in valuable soul stones, it had one drawback: the monsters inside did not drop equipment. Players wanting to farm for gear had to go to other maps. Therefore, Lu Ming's bag only contained soul stones. Counting them up, he was surprised. There were quite a few. In total, there were 625 soul stones in his bag. Among them, 578 were 5th grade soul stones with a purity of 1%-40%, 47 were 4th grade soul stones with a purity of 41% to 70%. Additionally, he had collected over 4,300 copper coins, which converted at a ratio of 100 to 1 amounted to 43 silver coins. Having spent 5 years meticulously managing his finances in his past life, Lu Ming instinctively calculated. According to market prices, a 5th grade soul stone is 20, and a 4th grade is 50. Plus, silver coins are priced at 200 each, so, did I really earn over 20,000 in just one morning? Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel at how easy it was to make money. At this rate, buying a house is just around the corner. Soon, they returned to Starshine City. Lu Ming said to Lin Yue, "Let's log off and have lunch. We'll meet up again at 1. Just as he was about to log off, he noticed Lin Yue standing still, showing no intention of logging off. "Aren't you going to eat?" Lu Ming asked. Lin Yue shook her head and said, "I'm not hungry," but just as she finished speaking, her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. Lin Yue immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. It dawned on Lu Ming that she might not even have money for food. Without a second thought, Lu Ming opened WeChat and instantly transferred 2,000 yuan to Lin Yue. He felt no reluctance at all. He knew that 2/3 of the 20,000 he earned that morning was thanks to Lin Yue. If it weren't for her talent, increased drop rate, combined with his overall enhancements, the 200% drop rate boost she provided meant that his earnings that morning would have been reduced to 33%. Moreover, with her as his lucky charm, Lu Ming could already envision a future of great wealth. Lin Yue was momentarily stunned and quickly said, "Brother Yu Ming, I'm already very grateful for you helping me level up. I can't take your money." As she spoke, she prepared to return the transfer. But Lu Ming said, "It's a loan, you can pay me back later." Of course, this was just a pretext. Lu Ming had no intention of asking Lin Yue to repay him. He wouldn't tell her that once her account ban was lifted, she would receive an invaluable treasure, the Scroll of Godhood, nor would he reveal how significant her seemingly useless one-star talent for increasing drop rates was to him. Even less would he tell her how much more he earned with her help. Because the undead warlord had been quietly picking up loot after killing monsters and automatically submitting it to Lu Ming. So from Lin Yue's perspective, she thought that Lu Ming hadn't picked up any rewards all morning, and the situation of him spending money to farm while bringing her along had already made her feel guilty. Keeping Lin Yue feeling indebted would ensure that she would follow Lu Ming wholeheartedly, never deceiving or betraying him. This was a lesson Lu Ming learned from Yi Linger at the cost of his life. Upon hearing the word loan, Lin Yue accepted the transfer and then promptly returned 1,950 yuan. You've given too much, 50 is enough. Don't worry, brother Yu Ming, I will definitely pay you back, including the 5,000 you helped me with before. Lu Ming couldn't help but think there are still such naive and pure, silly, girls in the world. He didn't say much more and logged off immediately. At the same time, Lin Yue also logged off. She was too lazy to go downstairs for a meal. So, when Lu Ming came out of the Phantom Demon Tower, he had already ordered takeout in advance. By the time he logged off and returned to the city, the takeout had already arrived at the door. Just a simple meal for lunch, we'll go out for something better in the evening. Saying this, Lu Ming opened the takeout box and took out a grilled fish, a charcoal grilled chicken, and a spicy bullfrog, plus some snacks like burgers, meat rolls, fried chicken, fries, grilled wings, and cola. He ate and drank to his heart's content. At 12:55 p.m., Lu Ming logged back in. It was almost time to meet, but he didn't see Lin Yue's shadow. After 1 p.m., Lu Ming sent Lin Yue a WeChat message, "Are you ready yet?" However, there was no reply. After waiting another 10 minutes, he still didn't see Lin Yue online. Lu Ming sent her another message, "Log in and come directly to the Phantom Demon Tower to find me." After saying this, Lu Ming didn't wait for Lin Yue and headed to the Phantom Demon Tower himself. After all, time is money. What Lu Ming urgently wanted now was to change to a comfortable big house in the city center and live a better life than he had now. The days in his previous life had been too bitter. In this life, Lu Ming didn't want to mistreat himself at all. Little did he know, just as Lu Ming had left Starshine City, several pairs of eyes immediately focused on him. Follow him. Yes. Lu Ming was heading towards the Phantom Demon Tower. Meanwhile, 10 undead warriors spread out a few hundred yards ahead, sharing their vision, while Lu Ming kept a close watch on the real-time situation around him to prevent any sudden danger. The premise of living well is to always know how to protect oneself, but Lu Ming never expected that the crisis would quietly descend from behind him. Just as he had not walked far from Starshine City, a group of players suddenly rushed over and surrounded Lu Ming. When Lu Ming looked, he found that they were all players from the God Slayer team, and their levels ranged from 30 to 35. A group of more than 10 people stared at Lu Ming like hungry wolves. Is it him? Can't see his face with the mask. ID is hidden too. Looking at this level, build, and profession, it should be him. Lu Ming had no idea what they were talking about. At this moment, a level 34 fourth transformation summoner, God Slayer, Dragon, pointed at Lu Ming and questioned, "Are you Dawn? Dawn? Isn't that the ID of my alternate account?" At that moment, Lu Ming seemed to suddenly understand the intention of the other players. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be here to seek revenge for Yi Chen, because Yi Chen was indeed a member of the God Slayer team. And at that time, Lu Ming had entered the Bloody Forbidden Zone dungeon with Yi Chen using the ID Dawn. As a result, Yi Chen died in the dungeon, and as a fellow player, Lu Ming would definitely face their retaliation. Lu Ming was not flustered at all. He said to the surrounding God Slayer players, "You're looking for Dawn. What does it have to do with me, Yumming?" While speaking, Lu Ming revealed his hidden ID above his head. When the words LV13 Second Transformation Array Master Yumming appeared before everyone, the surrounding God Slayer players were stunned. Damn it, we stared for so long, and it's not him. What now? Should we retreat? Retreat my ass. The higher-ups only gave us 1 day. If we let him go, where are we going to find Dawn? It's rare to find someone who looks so much like him. If he's not Dawn, he has to be. Let's kill him later, record a video, find someone to edit it, change his ID to Dawn, and then dispose of the body. This will work. Hearing their discussion, Lu Ming thought, well, so that's how you want to play it? Lu Ming decided not to pretend anymore. He immediately summoned all the undead warriors within 100 yards of concealment. Although he wasn't sure he could kill this group of God Slayer players, the level difference between both sides was indeed too great. Lu Ming had only reached level 13 in his second class transfer, while they had all surpassed level 30 in their fourth class transfers. However, Lu Ming's third talent, Rebirth from the Ashes, allowed him to randomly sacrifice one of his weakest undead generals to resurrect himself upon his death. With 260 undead generals at his command, this meant he could be resurrected 260 times. Even if he couldn't win, it wouldn't be so easy for them to kill Lu Ming. As a result, the surrounding players from the God-slaying faction brandished their weapons, their faces filled with menace. Just as both sides were on the brink of battle, a voice suddenly rang out from the periphery. "Everyone, stop." Following the voice, a female assassin approached. Dressed in a tight black combat suit, the girl's slender waist and graceful figure were accentuated perfectly. Her short, neat hair and deep, cold eyes highlighted her confidence and poise. When Lu Ming saw the ID above her head, he was taken aback. God-slaying, Moon? Lu Ming was slightly surprised. Wasn't this the younger sister of the God-slaying team leader that Qin Yan had mentioned, the highest authority of the God-slaying sub-team in Starshine City, and Lu Ming's current target for revenge? He hadn't expected God-slaying Moon to be quite so attractive. However, this did not diminish the killing intent he harbored for her. Yet, he refrained from acting rashly. After all, the death of Yi Qin in the blood-forbidden zone had been under the identity of Dawn, and with the cover of the dungeon, outsiders were unaware of the truth, which could absolve Lu Ming of any blame. At this moment, although God-slaying Moon was only level 19 and easy to kill, if Lu Ming were to openly kill her under his main account, Yomi, it would undoubtedly provoke a server-wide hunt by the entire God-slaying team. At that point, there would be no place for Lu Ming in the Tianyuan world. Just as Lu Ming was contemplating this, the God-slaying players around him displayed a respectful attitude towards God-slaying Moon. Miss Qin, we are carrying out the boss's orders to eliminate Dawn. God-slaying Moon crossed her arms, accentuating her curves, and spoke with an imposing tone. Since my brother has ordered you to kill Dawn, what do you mean by targeting this Yomi? This. God-slaying Moon's words left them speechless. Miss Qin, the boss instructed us that we must provide an explanation for the death of his brother-in-law, Yi Chen, today. The boss said as long as we provide him with a flawless kill video, it will suffice. Miss, we hope you won't make things difficult for us. God-slaying Moon ignored the pleas of the surrounding God-slaying players and said to Lu Ming, I know you are from Tianyuan, but it doesn't matter, come join my God-slaying team. Whatever salary Tianyuan offers you, I will give you 10 times that. How about a monthly salary of 1 million? Upon hearing this, the surrounding high-ranking God-slaying players were stunned. They clearly couldn't understand how a mere level 13 array master could be so highly valued by God-slaying Moon. A monthly salary of 1 million. That sounded incredibly tempting. Unfortunately, based on Lu Ming's current capabilities, he could earn more than 1 million in a month on his own. So why would he want to serve someone else? Once he joined God-slaying and accepted their million salary, he would no longer have the freedom he enjoyed now. Although he was nominally part of Tianyuan, he wasn't bound by their constraints and could act as he pleased. Moreover, this was God-slaying, the very team that had taken Yi Linger from Lu Ming and had incited her to harm him. Thus, Lu Ming decisively refused. No need. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. With that, Lu Ming turned to walk away. The God-slaying team members waiting to report back prepared to intercept him, but were met with a command from God-slaying Moon. Whoever dares to move against him, I will have them permanently banned from the Tianyuan world. As soon as these words were spoken, more than a dozen level 30 players from the God Slayer team were frightened into inaction. Finally, the summoner God Slayer, Long, couldn't help but ask, Miss Qin, I know that being noticed by you means this kid must have some extraordinary qualities, but why do you still? Looking at Lu Ming's gradually receding figure, God Slayer and Yu Lingan's eyes revealed a hint of appreciation. If he had shown even a bit of resistance just now and directly agreed to join us, it would have made me feel that I overestimated him. But now it seems, he is worth far more than 1 million, this array master, I must have him. Confidence shone in God Slayer and Yu's eyes. Meanwhile, in the shadows, seeing that God Slayer did not make things difficult for Lu Ming, Tianxin Shadow immediately signaled the more than 10 level 40 Tianxin players beside him to halt their actions. He sent a private message to Tianxin Eternal. Just now, God Slayer and Yu attempted to poach Yu Ming from us, offering a monthly salary of 1 million, but Yu Ming refused. As he spoke, Tianxin Shadow rolled up his sleeves. Captain, should I go give that God Slayer and Yu a taste of our strength? How dare they try to steal our people in broad daylight? Hold off for now. Even if we break the jungle rules, it must be them who initiate it. The disgrace of breaking the rules and being untrustworthy must be borne by them. The God Slayer, Tianxin Eternal replied. Continue to protect Yu Ming in the shadows, and send someone to keep an eye on God Slayer and Yu. Her usual style is to never give up until she achieves her goal. She will definitely take action against Yu Ming later. Understood. On the other side, for Lu Ming, although he missed this opportunity, at least he had locked onto his target. He could confirm that the captain of the God Slayer team was the one colluding with Yi Linger, responsible for his demise. If I can't kill you for now, then I'll kill your sister first. That should draw quite a bit of blood from you. Lu Ming began to plan his next revenge scheme in his mind. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the ghostly demon tower. Entering the First Plains Night Watchman camp, he summoned all the undead war generals and mentally commanded them to start killing monsters. With the support of the War Trample and Life Fortress formations, the Undead Legion was as unstoppable as ever, invincible. Lu Ming's experience bar rose rapidly, visibly. The only downside was, without Lin Youwei's drop rate boost, the Undead Legion's monster drop rate had significantly decreased. Previously, he could reliably obtain a soul stone for every 3 to 4 undead killed. Now he had to kill about 10 to earn one. The drop rate for copper coins had also plummeted, averaging only 2 to 3 coins. The triple drop rate from the morning had been so satisfying that now Lu Ming felt utterly unsatisfied. In this low mood, he had been soloing for almost an hour when Lin Yue finally arrived. "I'm sorry, brother Yuming, I'm late." Hearing the familiar voice behind him, Lu Ming turned to see Lin Yue rushing over. It was clear she had run all the way, her face flushed and panting heavily. "Why did it take so long?" Lu Ming asked, a bit anxious. Lin Yue tightly clutched her magical skirt, her little face looking quite embarrassed. I just went to find an old friend, hoping to borrow a place to stay." Hearing this, Lu Ming suddenly recalled that Lin Yue had mentioned she was kicked out by her landlord. So, without money for a hotel, she had been running around looking for a place to stay for the night. But judging by her current embarrassed state, it seemed her friend had likely refused to let her stay. One could imagine, such a frail girl, dragging her luggage alone, could not find a single place to shelter in such a vast city. At this moment, Lu Ming could understand how Lin Yue had mustered the courage to plead with him to take her in, because she was already at the end of her rope. There was no way out. Lu Ming asked again. Lin Yue's voice became even more delicate. In an internet cafe, she almost stammered, nearly unable to speak. She didn't want to elicit Lu Ming's sympathy. She was just afraid that if she didn't tell the truth, Lu Ming would refuse to help her level up, and then she would truly be at a dead end. Lu Ming didn't say anything, just created a team and pulled Lin Yue in. As Lin Yue's talent 4, increased drop rate, was shared with the team, they received Lu Ming's comprehensive 20-fold enhancement. The drop rate for the undead warrior's monster kills suddenly increased. When Lin Yue saw Lu Ming turn around to kill monsters, her little face turned even redder. "Brother Yuming must think I'm useless." "That's right, I can't help Brother Yuming at all, I'm just a burden. Brother Yuming must find me really annoying." Lin Yue's fingers were almost about to tear the hem of her clothes. Just when Lin Yue was drowning in self-doubt and disappointment, suddenly, a notification sound from WeChat rang out. Lin Yue opened WeChat and found a location sent by Lu Ming. At the same time, she heard Lu Ming say, "After you log off tonight, take a taxi to this location. I'll arrange a place for you to stay." Lin Yue couldn't help it, her eyes became moist. He's paying her back, helping her level up, arranging a place for her to stay. Besides my brother, no one in this world has ever been this good to me. Lin Yue nodded, trying hard not to let Lu Ming see that she was crying. Of course, for Lu Ming, it was merely because of the value Lin Yue could create for him that made it worth his while. He had to ensure Lin Yue's safety to continue having her create value for him. If something went wrong in the real world and Lu Ming lost this money tree, the loss would be too great. As for the location he sent Lin Yue, it was a property he had his eye on, not his current residence. To escape the torment of those two annoying neighbors, Lu Ming had been looking at houses on his phone whenever he had free time these past few days, and he finally found one. Located in Jiangbei District, Luhai City, the Jiangshan Wanli community, with Wanda in front and Wuyue behind. Nearby there was a university town, and next to the university town was a pedestrian street. It could be said to be the most prosperous area in Jiangbei District, and it was also Lu Ming's dream home in his previous life. However, the price was not cheap, at 38,000 per square meter. The 4-bedroom, 2-living room layout Lu Ming was interested in had a total price of over 6.3 million. Mainly, Lu Ming was afraid of trouble. This place was not only fully renovated and ready to move in, but the decoration style also perfectly matched Lu Ming's taste. Originally, Lu Ming planned to take his time and save up more money over the next few days, but now it seemed he had to hurry. So, he sent a message to the agent he had communicated with earlier. "For the Jiangshan Wanli layout you showed me on video at noon, what's the minimum down payment?" "The minimum is 20%, brother. I've calculated it for you. With the handling fee, the total down payment is 1.4 million. If you're sure, I can handle all the paperwork for you this afternoon. No need for you to worry at all. Pay the money, and you can move in tonight." Looking at the agent's reply, Lu Ming said, "Give me some time. I'll get back to you before 6 this afternoon." Alright. After that, Lu Ming threw himself into monster hunting. He played for the entire afternoon. The undead in the night watchman's camp were almost all slaughtered by the undead warrior. As a result, players in the regional chat channel kept complaining, "Which god summoned these undead warriors? Can someone have mercy on the kids and let a few monsters spawn for them to farm? I haven't managed to get 10 monsters all afternoon. The kids are starving. Damn. It feels like a level 100 pro is coming to the level 10 wild area to fish. Pro, go fish somewhere else. Give us newbies a chance to survive, please." At 5 in the afternoon. Wow. Golden light fell. Lu Ming's level reached 15. At this moment, the agent urged, "Brother, do you have any thoughts about that house? Several people came to view it this afternoon,
and it seems they are quite interested. Since you were the first to see it, you have priority. Regardless of whether this was a marketing tactic from the agent, Lu Ming had indeed taken a liking to the house.
Wait a moment.
Temporarily stalling the agent, Lu Ming took Lin Yue and exited the ghost tower. As they hurried towards Starshine City, Lu Ming counted the supplies in his bag. In total, from morning to afternoon, 1485 soul stones dropped. Among them, 1344 are level 5 soul stones, worth a total of 26,880, 142 are level 4 soul stones, worth a total of 7,100,
99 silver coins, worth a total of 19,800. Selling everything would amount to over 50,000. Adding the 160,000 in my card, that's just over 200,000.
Even if I sell all 5 gold coins I saved before, it's still too far off.
Faced with a down payment of
1.4 million, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel troubled. Just as he was worrying about this, a voice suddenly came from ahead, high price for soul stones, unlimited buyback.
Lu Ming looked up and found that the person shouting for high-priced buybacks was Zhan Shen Yu.
At that moment, Zhan Shen Yu's gaze was fixed solely on Lu Ming, as if the words were directed at him. Seeing the group of level 30 Zhan Shen players flanking Zhan Shen Yu, Lu Ming initially didn't want to pay them any mind. However, as he passed by Zhan Shen Yu, he heard her say, "Market price 10 times buyback, are you considering it?"
Lu Ming paused.
Looking at Zhan Shen Yu, he asked, "How much do you want to buy?" Zhan Shen Yu crossed her arms, seemingly intending to showcase the impressive curves of her chest in front of Lu Ming. Her eyes radiated confidence.
"How many you have? I'll buy how many?"
Lu Ming opened his backpack and said bluntly, 1,344 level 5 soul stones.
"Since you say 10 times the price, that's 200 each, totaling 268,800. 142 level 4 soul stones, 500 each, totaling 71,000.
I'll package it all for you and round it down to 340,000. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, Zhan Shen Yu's summoner, Zhan Shen Long, fiddled with his fingers and asked incredulously after a moment, "Are you sure you rounded it down?" Lu Ming shot a cold glance at Zhan Shen Long, who had previously tried to kill him, and said, "Do you have a problem?" For some reason, even though the other party was dozens of levels lower, Zhan Shen Long felt a hint of fear from Lu Ming's gaze. For a moment, he even felt a bit of regret for almost clashing with this formation master. Zhan Shen Yu, however, was exceptionally straightforward, confidently saying to Lu Ming, "Send me your card number." Without hesitation, Lu Ming provided his bank card number to Zhan Shen Yu. Before long, he actually received a notification of 400,000 incoming funds. The extra is a tip for your hard work today. Zhan Shen Yu's expression was casual, her words revealing her arrogance and generosity. But at the same time, it indirectly indicated that she had been secretly tracking Lu Ming for a day. Lu Ming tossed all the soul stones to Zhan Shen Yu, ignoring her, and left with Lin Yue on the spot.
Lu Ming's attitude further irritated Zhan Shen Long. "Damn this brat, he's a bit too arrogant. He doesn't appreciate it at all, acting like it's all owed to him."
Zhan Shen Yu, however, was unfazed, her cold and beautiful eyes revealing an even stronger interest and desire for Lu Ming. Guess why, with his strength, he doesn't go to other high-level maps to level up, but insists on staying in this ghost tower?
"Why?"
Zhan Shen Long asked.
"Because he needs money."
God Slayer Long scratched his head, looking confused. "But if you're short on money, why did you offer $1 million in salary before?"
"He still didn't want to join us, God Slayer."
God Slayer Yu casually replied, "That just means Tian Xian offered him more than I did. I thought he was a person with principles, but I overestimated you. It turns out you're just a greedy commoner after all," he said, watching Lu Ming's retreating figure. God Slayer Yu snorted coldly, "I'm just afraid he won't take the money. Since he wants money, then the next steps will be much easier." At that moment, some nearby players saw God Slayer Yu buying soul stones at a high price and gathered around.
"Sister, I have dozens of soul stones here, can I sell them to you? Really 10 times the price?"
God Slayer Yu glanced disdainfully at the group of greedy players and impatiently said, "No." On the other side, after walking far away, Lin Yue finally let out a small chuckle of joy. "Wow, brother Yu Ming, you just made a lot of money." Seeing Lu Ming silent, he seemed not at all happy about the money he just earned. Lin Yue awkwardly closed her mouth and stopped talking. Little did she know, Lu Ming felt not a bit satisfied. He thought it was far from enough. He certainly understood God Slayer's intention, which was merely to use money to win him over to work for them. If it were any other team doing this, Lu Ming wouldn't have been tempted by the cheap offer. But since it was God Slayer's people, Lu Ming didn't need to be polite with them. He even wished to take advantage of them a bit more. After all, compared to the life he lost in his previous life, this little compensation was just trivial. "What you made me lose, I will make you repay 1,000-fold.
Lu Ming recalculated.
With 400,000 plus what he already had in his account, his total assets were over 500,000, but he was still short by over 800,000 for the down payment.
Lu Ming hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to message Qin Yan. Can I apply to borrow some money from the team? No problem. How much do you need? Qin Yan almost instantly replied to Lu Ming's message.
Lu Ming continued, 1 million.
I will definitely pay it back within a month.
Lu Ming was editing some words to prove his ability to repay, but before he finished, he received a reply from Qin Yan, just send me your account number. Lu Ming deleted the unfinished message and sent over his account number. Meanwhile, in the real world, a girl in rabbit pajamas, sitting cross-legged on the sofa and holding her phone, entered 2 million on the transfer page. She recalled the scene when she transferred 100,000 to Lu Ming and got back 90,000. She changed 2 million to 1 million.
After a while, Lu Ming received a text message. Your account ending in 649 has received a transfer of 1 million yuan. Current balance 1,561,258. 3 yuan. Lu Ming let out a long sigh. He sent back 2 words, thank you. At that moment, Lu Ming once again experienced the authority that strength brought him. He knew that God Slayer, Yu, was buying soul stones at 10 times the price, and Qin Yan transferred 1 million without hesitation. They all valued his strength. He remembered when Yi Linger's father was sick in his previous life, he had to borrow money from everyone to gather the remaining 20,000 for medical expenses, but not a single person was willing to lend him even that small amount. It was because at that time, Lu Ming was just an ordinary person with only 1-star qualifications. Thus, Lu Ming finally gathered enough for the 20% down payment. He immediately messaged the agent. The money is ready, let's finalize it.
A house worth over 6 million, the commission would be substantial. The voice message from the agent was filled with excitement and utmost respect for Lu Ming, the big spender. Alright, brother. I'll prepare the contract right away, and I'll send someone to pick you up to my office. We just need to sign the contract.
After going offline, Lu Ming immediately took a taxi to the agency, finalized the contract, and paid a 20% down payment of 1.28 million, along with some taxes and fees, totaling 1.42 million. With money, indeed, everything is easier. In less than an hour, Lu Ming smoothly moved into his new home.
Even the moving of his luggage was handled by the agency, so he didn't have to worry at all. Standing in front of the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows on the balcony of the living room, he could see Wanda Plaza just across the street.
The road was bustling with traffic, yet not a sound could be heard. Under the glow of the setting sun, the scenery was incredibly beautiful. Sitting in the hanging chair, sipping the Starbucks just delivered by the agency, Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim, this is life. At that moment, Lin Yuwei sent a WeChat message, Brother Yu Ming, I've arrived at the location you sent me. Where should I go to find you now?
Looking at the time, he realized it was already past 6, and dinner time had arrived. So, Lu Ming replied to Lin Yuwei, just go into Wanda and wait for a bit.
Okay. Lu Ming went downstairs and arrived at Wanda Plaza across the street.
As he entered, he spotted a familiar figure. The girl was wearing a white dress and had her hair tied in a low ponytail. Stray hairs clung to her fair cheeks. In her simplicity, there was an air of pure desire.
Passers-by couldn't help but glance at her. One had to admit, Lin Yuwei was quite attractive.
Not in a stunning way that would leave one breathless, but rather in a very pleasing manner. At that moment, Lin Yuwei was holding onto a pink suitcase, her eyes nervously scanning the unfamiliar surroundings. When she finally spotted Lu Ming, her face lit up with a smile.
Brother Yu Ming.
Lu Ming walked over to help her with the suitcase.
What do you want to eat? Anything is fine. Whatever Brother Yu Ming eats, I'll eat too. Lin Yuwei didn't dare to decide. Then let's have hot pot.
Just right, Lu Ming was craving it too, so he took Lin Yuwei to Heidileo on the 4th floor. Next to Lu Ming, Lin Yuwei was very cautious. When it came time to order, she chose only the cheapest vegetables. The drinks were 3 yuan a bottle for cola. She was reluctant to use the paid napkins on the table and opted for her own tissues. Lu Ming couldn't help but think, it seems this little friend is quite easy to support. After dinner, Lin Yuwei followed Lu Ming to the upscale community Jianshan Wanli across the street. The moment she stepped into the large 4-bedroom, 2-living room house, her mouth dropped open. Brother Yu Ming, is this your own home?
Yes, it's my home.
Lu Ming pointed to the 2nd bedroom on the left side as they entered and said to Lin Yuwei, you can choose one of the other 3. Lin Yuwei truly didn't expect that the place Lu Ming arranged for her would be his own home, and it was so luxurious. For Lin Yuwei, who had lived in various rental houses all her life, this was a place she had never even dared to dream of. Lin Yuwei chose the first room on the right. Lu Ming then said, you go tidy up a bit, I'll log on and wait for you. We can tackle the first level of the ghost tower tonight.
Lin Yuwei nodded, okay.
Although life was comfortable, Lu Ming understood.
he needed to work even harder to earn money. Because aside from the 1 million borrowed from Qing Yan, Lu Ming was also burdened with over 5 million in mortgage. The monthly payment was over 25,000. Come on, working person. Lu Ming returned to his room, opened his computer, and logged into Tianyuan. Ding, welcome back to the world of Tianyuan, esteemed 10-star qualified account player Yu Ming. At 8:30 in the evening, in Starry City, the crowd surged, bustling with activity. While waiting for Lin Yue to log on, Lu Ming checked his current status. He was currently at level 15, 1.3%. The experience needed to level up to 16 was a staggering 500,000. At the normal pace of players, it would take at least 3 to 4 days to level up by one level at this point. However, Lu Ming's goal was to rush to level 16 with Lin Yue tonight. That way, they could directly enter the second level of the Soul Demon Tower tomorrow, hunting higher-level undead monsters, increasing the drop rate of high-purity soul stones, and maximizing their gains. Before long, Lin Yue came online. The two of them teamed up and headed to the Soul Demon Tower. In the evening, the number of players in the Soul Demon Tower was noticeably higher than during the day. Many players who were not full-time gamers had to work during the day and could only find time to grind for extra income at night. The night watchman camp in the first level was already overcrowded. However, this did not affect Lu Ming's slaughter. He still summoned 300 undead warriors within a radius of 1,000 yards and commanded them to freely kill level 15 undead. At the same time, Lu Ming unleashed a dual formation of War Tread and Life Bastion to enhance all the undead warriors. In fact, the Life Bastion was unnecessary. The damage from the undead warriors was already enough to deal one-hit kills to any monster in the first level. For Lu Ming, who had the Moon Demon set skill, Mana Recovery, automatically recovering 60 mana per second, the continuous consumption of 8 mana per second from the Life Bastion was not a concern at all. Since it was a free skill, he might as well let it be. Thus, under the harvesting of the undead warriors, a series of battle notifications rang in Lu Ming's ears. Ding killed a level 15 undead assassin, experience plus 90. Ding killed a level 15 undead assassin, experience plus 90. Ding, as the experience points skyrocketed, with the triple drop rate boost, the number of soul stones and copper coins in Lu Ming's backpack also increased rapidly. At that moment, Lin Yue beside him suddenly said cautiously, "Brother Yuming, can I go kill monsters?" She wasn't trying to slack off behind Lu Ming, she was just worried that her strength wasn't enough to kill monsters and would instead drag Lu Ming down. Therefore, before this, Lin Yue had never killed a monster and didn't know why she suddenly felt the urge to do so. Lu Ming didn't stop her and casually said, "Sure, go ahead, but don't run too far." "Okay." Lin Yue nodded, picked up a plain magic wand, and approached a nearby freshly respawned undead warrior. Just as she was about to get closer, two level 15 male players suddenly walked over. One was a knight, and the other was an archer. Seeing that Lin Yue was alone, they assumed she was by herself. The knight smiled and called out to Lin Yue, "Little sister, it's dangerous to be alone. Do you want your brother to help you grind monsters?" Lin Yue tightly gripped her wand, glanced back at Lu Ming, and then said to the two, "Thank you, but I have a teammate." "The teammate you're talking about isn't that trickster, is it?" The archer followed Lin Yue's gaze to Lu Ming and immediately showed a look of disdain. "You expect a trickster to help you level up?" Lu Ming stood there quietly watching their performance, neither stepping in to help nor stopping them. Seeing that Lu Ming remained unmoved, the two became even more reckless. "Did you see? Your friend doesn't dare to come help you. What can he do to help you level up? Sister, watch closely, I'm really strong." The archer turned back to Lin Yue with a confident smile. He then faced the undead warrior ahead, drew his bow, and shot an arrow. Whoosh, an arrow flew out with unstoppable force, hitting the undead warrior squarely in the chest. Minus 276. The undead warrior's health dropped by 1/6. The archer then looked back at Lin Yue, eager to show off. "Did you see? This is what I can do." Boom! Before the archer could finish his sentence, Lin Yue gripped her wand tightly with both hands and cast a fireball spell at the undead warrior. The blazing fireball struck the undead warrior. Minus 3,138. With a single blow, the health bar above the head was completely drained, and the undead warrior fell dead on the spot. At that moment, the archer and the knight stared wide-eyed. The next second, they hurriedly ran away, not daring to continue bothering Lin Yue. Previously, she had always feared her own lack of ability, but now, seeing that her fireball spell had instantly killed an undead warrior, Lin Yue was overjoyed. "My damage is so high. Brother Yoming's formation bonus is amazing." As she spoke, Lin Yue ran over to pick up the 6 copper coins dropped by the undead warrior. Then she turned to Lu Ming and cautiously asked, "Brother Yuming, can I keep this copper coin?" Lu Ming finally understood that Lin Yue was hunting monsters to earn money. Of course, Lu Ming replied, "You killed it, you keep it." "Thank you, Brother Yuming. Lin Yue attributed everything to Lu Ming because she knew that without his formation bonus, she would never have been able to kill a level 15 monster on her own. So, from then on, Lin Yue was full of energy. She remembered Lu Ming's advice and stayed close, killing monsters around him. Each time she killed an undead and picked up copper coins, she was incredibly happy. When she occasionally found a soul stone, she jumped for joy and treasured it like a precious gem. Lu Ming also realized that Lin Yue was a little money-loving girl. Of course, anyone who works hard to earn their wealth deserves respect. Lu Ming sent 2 skeletal warriors to surround Lin Yue, ensuring her safety, while he continued to use draw sword to reap undead and improve his proficiency. Unknowingly, it was already midnight. At this point, Lu Ming's experience bar was full. However, he intentionally held back his level because once he reached level 16, he would be forced to leave the Night Watcher camp, which was accessible only to players between levels 11 to 15. Before attacking the second dimension of the Ghost Tower, he had to ensure that Lin Yue also reached level 16 so they could advance together. Currently, Lin Yue had just reached level 15. At this rate, it will take at least 4 or 5 more hours for her to reach level 16. Forget it, it's too late, no need to rush, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Just as Lu Ming was about to call Lin Yue back to the city to log off, he suddenly received a WeChat message. Xing Yan, are you online? Do you have time? Can you come help me? Lu Ming guessed that borrowing $1 million from Xing Yan wouldn't be that simple. They had been in a free state, but now that she borrowed money, commands were coming in immediately. Lu Ming thought about biting the bullet and accepting it since he owed her. But the next message from Xing Yan filled him with energy. I've clashed with the people from Zhanshan, and I urgently need you to help me. Please. Zhanshan? Hearing that name, a chill flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. Since it was related to Zhanshan, there was even less reason not to go. So he replied, where's the location? After a while, Cheng Yan sent a location, LV-19 Death Cave. In the eastern part of Starshine City, the level 19 Wild Area Death Cave. Outside a huge, dark entrance that looked like a gaping maw, a group of players was gathered. These players were roughly divided into 2 factions. On the left, all IDs had the prefix Zhanshan. On the right, the IDs had the prefix Tianshan. Each side had more than 10 players, led by the level 19 assassin, Zhanshan, Yu, and the level 13 mage, Xingyan. The players on both sides were tense, with a strong smell of gunpowder filling the air. And between these 2 groups stood a plump man dressed extravagantly, exuding an air of wealth, clearly a rich man, with the ID, Niu Dehua, a level 16 priest. The scene was at a standstill. Niu Dehua was caught in the middle, impatiently saying, come on, can someone say something? Can we fight or not? Give me a solution. Did I pay you to come here to fight chickens? As soon as Niu Dehua finished speaking, Zhan Shen and Yu exchanged glances at him and said in unison, shut up. After that, the 2 continued to glare at each other, their eyes filled with a hatred that seemed ready to tear each other apart. Niu Dehua dared not speak again, fearing that if he said another word, he would be killed by the fiery glare from the 2 women. At that moment, Zhan Shen and Yu finally couldn't hold back any longer and broke the deadlock. With arms crossed, Zhan Shen mocked Chang Yan, if your Tian Shen can't do it, you might as well withdraw early. Don't waste time here, let us Zhan Shen handle it. Xing Yan placed her hands on her hips and snorted lightly. It's not even been an hour yet, why are you in such a hurry? Fine, Zhen Shen and Yu glanced at the time and smiled indifferently, then let's wait a bit longer, I want to see what tricks you can pull. As they spoke, a figure approached from the darkness. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Ming, Zhan Shen, Yu, and Xing Yan all felt a wave of joy. Lu Ming only glanced at Zhan Shen and Yu before coming over to Tian Shen and asking Cheng Yan, what's going on? Xing Yan explained, we took on a task to help him kill a boss, but the map where the boss is hidden has restrictions. Players above level 19 can't enter, and in a team, only 5 people are allowed in. Lowering her voice, Xing Yan said awkwardly, we've already tried twice and failed, mainly because my level is too low. I had no choice but to trouble you. The key is that Zhanshan's people are here too, so we must succeed in this task. Otherwise, if Zhanshan catches us failing, they'll definitely exaggerate it online, saying we're useless and tarnishing Tian Xian's reputation. Lu Ming understood that the team was essentially a large-scale studio. Their purpose was to help other casual players in need, execute high-difficulty tasks, defeat monsters they couldn't handle, take them through dungeons, and earn commissions from it. So, Lu Ming immediately said to the employer, Niu Dehua, form a team, let me in. Niu Dehua looked Lu Ming up and down, his face full of suspicion. Wait, you're just a level 15 array trickster, and being a sewer profession is one thing, but your level is even lower than mine. Inside is a bronze level boss. How can you help me kill it? As soon as Niu Dehua finished speaking, before Lu Ming could respond, Xing Yan immediately stepped forward, confidently assuring Niu Dehua, if he can't help you defeat the boss,
Tianxian is willing to refund your commission tenfold.
This statement drew laughter from the Zhanshan players opposing them. After waiting so long, I really thought they would find some expert, but it's just this? Where do they get the confidence that a level 15 array trickster can kill a level 19 bronze boss? Looks like Tianxian really can't do it. Just as the Zhanshan players, who were clearly seeing Lu Ming for the first time, mocked him, Zhanshan and Yu suddenly turned and shot them a cold glare.
Shut up! The Zhanshan players fell silent instantly.
Then, Zhanshan turned to Lu Ming and said, "Yu Ming, let's make a deal.
As long as you don't interfere tonight, regardless of whether they can solve this matter themselves, I'll give you $1 million. The Zhanshan players were stunned.
Why does the lady trust that array trickster so much? Yeah, spending $1 million to buy him not to intervene? Damn, can that guy really kill a level 19 bronze boss?
Zhanshan crossed her arms, her index finger tapping lightly on her shoulder, quietly watching Lu Ming, her cold, beautiful eyes revealing absolute confidence. It seemed she was absolutely confident that Lu Ming had no chance of refusing her terms.
Meanwhile, the players from Tianxian were shocked. Is that crazy woman out of her mind? 1 million? Damn, the commission for this task is only 50,000. What is she trying to do?
Tianxian Eternal, who was following Qing Yan, fixed a fiery gaze on Zhanshan and Yu. He understood that they were trying to poach someone.
Do you think only you Zhanshan have money?
Tianxian Eternal was about to step in, planning to replicate Zhanshan and Yu's tactics by directly offering Lu Ming 2 million. After all, he knew how strong Lu Ming's potential was. A random top player with 5-star qualifications from the outside could command a salary of at least $1 million a month from any major team. Moreover, once such potential players were exposed, they would be snatched up by the top 3 teams in the country immediately, leaving no chance for other teams. Therefore, as long as he could keep Lu Ming in Tianxian, a mere 2 million would not make Tianxian Eternal hesitate for a second. However, at that moment, he was stopped by his sister Qing Yan. Just as he was puzzled about why his sister was holding him back, he saw that Lu Ming had already applied to join Niu Dehua's team and then followed Niu Dehua into the death cave.
Niu Dehua certainly did not genuinely believe that Lu Ming could help him kill the boss.
Anyone who could afford 50,000 to hire someone to help them kill a boss wouldn't be short on money. What Niu Dehua was thinking was, after a while, if he could secure 10 times that amount, which was 500,000 in compensation, he could easily take 100,000 from it and then go to one of the top 3 first-line teams in the country to find someone to help him farm the boss. This way, not only would he get a free boss, but he would also make a profit of 400,000.
Why not?
Meanwhile, Zhanshan and Yu, who were directly ignored by Lu Ming, suddenly found their previously confident expressions turning ugly.
She didn't understand.
I spent 10 times the price to buy his soul stone. He clearly seemed to value money above all else.
How could he not be interested in this easily obtainable 1 million? What is going on? Just as Zhanshan and Yu pondered where the problem lay, Qing Yan smiled at her and said, "Do you think everyone is like you, without any bottom line? Don't be too happy too soon." Zhanshan and Yu said angrily, "That's a bronze-level boss. Yomi might not be able to kill it alone."
As soon as Zhanshan and Yu finished speaking, a rumble echoed through the death cave, accompanied by a wail.
The next moment, a map announcement sounded. Ding, the boss of the death cave, ruler of Deathvillia, has been killed.
Lu Ming stepped into the death cave. In the dark expanse, a general clad in golden armor, draped in a king's cloak, and wearing an imperial crown sat quietly on a throne.
Who dares disturb my peace?
Ruler of Deathvillia stepped down from the supreme throne, wielding a heavy sword, exuding murderous intent as he approached Lu Ming and Niu Dehua.
The immense pressure from the level 19 bronze-level boss forced Niu Dehua to retreat far behind.
He didn't care about Lu Ming's life or death. If he sensed something was wrong, he would run away immediately,
leaving Lu Ming alone to face the boss.
Ruler of Deathvillia, physical type bronze-level boss, level 19, physical attack power, 620, armor, 315, magic resistance, 260, speed, 222, health, 65280/81000, skills, Death Stomp, E-level, Pressure of the Dead, E-level, Death Execution, E. Description: the ruler of Death, Villia, will lead you to death. Are you ready to face death? Even players from Tianxian, ranked 8th in the national team standings, tried twice and only managed to whittle down 1/5 of the boss's health.
Clearly, this bronze-level boss has far exceeded the current capabilities of ordinary players. Die, mortal. This commander will lead you to join the ranks of the Death Legion. With that, the boss charged at Lu Ming, wielding a heavy sword.
Lu Ming stood his ground, calm and composed. Whoosh! He drew his sword, 5,989. Ding triggered sword drawing skill effect, attack power plus 200%, lasting for 200 seconds. In the next moment, at Lu Ming's command, dozens of skeletal warriors tore through space and appeared around the boss. War tread, kill.
With a thought from Lu Ming, the skeletal warriors simultaneously unleashed Soul Shatter on the boss. Minus 3,794. Minus 3,794. Minus 3,794. In an instant, the boss's health bar, which was over 70%, plummeted to zero. Ding killed level 19 bronze boss Death Ruler Velia, experience plus 50,000. Lu Ming understood the rules of the team, helped the employer complete the kill task, regardless of whether the loot was gold or scrap. All spoils belonged to the employer, and the team only collected a commission. Moreover, this boss had already been defeated countless times by previous players and was no longer valuable. Without Lin Youwei's drop rate bonus, it wouldn't drop anything good. Therefore, Lu Ming felt no attachment. After instantly killing the boss, he immediately recalled the skeletal warriors and left with a light and carefree demeanor. Watching the boss's corpse, which had died in a second, and then staring at Lu Ming, who walked past him nonchalantly, Nyoda's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit a durian. Meanwhile, outside the death cave, players from both Zhanshin and Tianxian were silent, quietly watching Lu Ming emerge from the cave unscathed. Even though they had guessed this outcome, Tianxian Eternal still felt deeply shocked. At that moment, Xingyan smiled at Lu Ming and said, "This time, the employer's commission is 50,000. According to the team's regulations, the member responsible for completing the task can receive a 50% commission share. So 25,000 has already been credited to your salary for this month." "Okay," Lu Ming replied. "Is there anything else?" "No," Xingyan said, "it's getting late. You should go back and rest." With that, Lu Ming left directly. At this moment, Zhanshin and Yu were completely baffled by Lu Ming. What is going on? Looking at Lu Ming's departing figure, Zhanshin and Yu's eyes were dazed. Why would he prefer Tianxian's 20,000 over my 100,000? Does he want money or not? Just as Zhanshin and Yu's confidence was shaken, and they found Lu Ming increasingly inscrutable, Xingyan waved at them with a smile and said, "We're leaving now. See you next time. Bye." Watching Xingyan's gloating expression, Zhanshin and Yu were so angry they stomped their feet. On the other side, on the way back to the city, Tianxian Eternal asked Xingyan, "How did you know that Yu Ming wouldn't agree to her conditions before?" Xingyan smiled and said, "He needs money, but he's not someone who can easily bow for it. So, you can't just give him money like charity. That would be an insult to him. What he needs is money earned through his own efforts." Just that short sentence enlightened Tianxian Eternal. It also made him look at his usually unremarkable sister with new eyes. "Not bad, Yen Yen. I didn't expect you to read people so accurately. Now do you know how amazing your sister is, right?" "Yeah, amazing, amazing." On the way back to Starshine City, Lu Ming felt somewhat gloomy. Every time he saw Zhanshin and Yu, it was as if he saw the shadow of the person who had caused his demise. He desperately wanted to eliminate every enemy immediately but kept missing opportunities. "Zhanshin and Yu are too well protected. What can I do to make her go solo?" If it were just about killing Zhanshin and Yu, Lu Ming wouldn't have such a strong desire for revenge. After all, it was her brother who caused Lu Ming's death, not her. Lu Ming's true goal was to use Zhanshin and Yu as hostages to lure out her brother, killing two birds with one stone. Otherwise, to take revenge on her brother and that pair of dogmen, Yi Linger, Lu Ming would have to wait until her level reached at least 150 to have the strength to do so. But every time she imagined that pair of dogmen drinking and singing joyfully every night, Lu Ming couldn't help but want to kill them immediately. So, she couldn't wait that long. And Zhanshin and Yu were the perfect entry point for Lu Ming to execute her revenge plan ahead of time. "I must think of a way to seize this opportunity." Lu Ming returned to Xinghui City, and when she logged off, it was already 1 in the morning. Through the window, she could see that the night market outside the community was still bustling. Lu Ming planned to go downstairs for a late-night snack, have a drink, and wash away the irritation brought on by Yi Linger. After thinking for a moment, Lu Ming decided to call Lin Youwei as well. After all, she had just moved into a new house today, and overall, she had made quite a bit of money in Tianyuan, so it was a celebration, a reward. Thus, Lu Ming went to Lin Youwei's door and knocked, but no one answered for a long time. Lu Ming picked up her phone and opened WeChat, preparing to send Lin Youwei a message. However, she found several unread messages from Lin Youwei sent over 20 minutes ago. Among them was a transfer notification for 287.25 yuan. Below, Lin Youwei wrote, "Brother Yuming, thank you for not disliking me and taking me to level up. I will definitely work hard to earn money and pay you back what I owe you, and I will also give you the rent money." Lu Ming was taken aback. She had thought Lin Youwei was a little money obsessed, but she didn't expect that tonight. She was killing monsters to collect copper coins and soul stones to sell for money to pay him back. Moreover, this transfer could have been 287 or 280, but it was precisely 287.25. This meant she had transferred all the money in her wallet to Lu Ming, leaving not a single cent for herself. Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "Good thing you met me. If it were someone else, they would have sold you, and you'd still be counting money for them." Lu Ming accepted Lin Youwei's transfer. Previously, Lu Ming had only heard that, when a man has money, he becomes bad. But later, Yi Linger made him understand, when a woman has money, she can also become bad. Therefore, he couldn't let Lin Youwei have too much money. He needed to give her hope, but she must always maintain the idea that as long as she was away from Lu Ming, she couldn't survive on her own. Lu Ming sent Lin Youwei a message, going downstairs for a late-night snack. "Wanna come?" Lin Youwei did not reply, and there was no sound from inside the room. Lu Ming knocked on the door again, but still received no response. Pushing the door open, it swung wide. Turning on the light, she found the room empty. Strange, did she not return to the city before I went to the death cave? Logically, she should have logged off by now. At the very least, WeChat and player accounts were interconnected. Even if Lin Youwei was online, she should have received his message. But after a long time, the chat box still showed that the other party had not read it. In that moment, Lu Ming suddenly realized there was a problem. She immediately returned to her room and logged into Tianyuan. Whoosh! A white light fell, and Lu Ming appeared in Xinghua City. Coincidentally, just as she logged in, she ran into the last person she wanted to see, Zhan Xin and Yu. Since the login position was random, Zhan Xin and Yu were currently facing away from Lu Ming and had not noticed her behind them. At this moment, Zhan Xin and Yu was alone, without any high-level players to protect her. Unfortunately, this was a safe zone, and Lu Ming couldn't take action against her. So, Lu Ming pretended not to see her. The urgent matter was to prepare to leave the city to find Lin Youwei. Just then, she heard Zhan Xin and Yu seemingly talking on a voice call. Her voice unintentionally reached Lu Ming's ears. "Are you sure? Is it the female mage with the ID name, Rose, who was with the underworld? Alright, you all hold off for now, give me the location, and I'll be there right away." As God Slayer and Moon just hung up the voice call, swish! A cold blade was suddenly pressed against her fair neck. "Where is Lin Youwei?" God Slayer and Moon did not turn around. From the voice, she had already identified the owner of the sword. Yu said, "Is this your attitude when asking for help?" "I'm not asking you," Lu Ming questioned sharply. "I'll ask you one last time, where is Lin Youwei?" God Slayer and Moon remained unfazed, slowly pushing the sharp blade away from her neck. Turning around, she crossed her arms, gazing at Lu Ming with a hint of mockery, and slightly smiled. "I never noticed up close before, your eyes are really beautiful. Take off the mask, let sister have a look. If it pleases me, I'll tell you where she is, how about that?" Lu Ming stepped closer to God Slayer and Moon, his eyes revealing endless killing intent. As their gazes locked, with Lu Ming getting closer, for some reason, God Slayer and Moon suddenly felt flustered. Her expression began to evade, not daring to meet Lu Ming's eyes any longer. She awkwardly lowered her hands and turned her face away to look elsewhere. "Don't look at me like that, making it seem like I owe you something." Lu Ming coldly stared at God Slayer and Moon. "After all, you are from the 7th-ranked prestigious team of the Great Xiao Battle Team. Are your methods really that low? You want me to join God Slayer, and if I refuse, you resort to using hostages to threaten me? Haha, well, I've heard that your brother directly harmed others to steal their girlfriends. A person capable of such despicable acts, what good can their sister be?" "Shut up!" God Slayer and Moon glared fiercely at Lu Ming, her eyes slightly reddening. After a long pause, she finally said to Lu Ming, "Come with me." With that, God Slayer and Moon turned and walked away. Lu Ming followed closely without hesitation. Gripping the sword of the brave tightly, he maintained a distance of only 2 steps from God Slayer and Moon. This way, if there were any ambushes ahead, Lu Ming could seize God Slayer and Moon immediately. Who wouldn't know how to take a hostage? Following God Slayer and Moon, they exited the city through the east gate of Starshine City and headed straight to a desolate city on the outskirts. Inside the city, several figures were moving about. 7 or 8 young men and women, all around level 30, surrounded a frail girl. In the dead of night, their laughter was particularly jarring. "I just want you to play with me for a while, is that too much to ask? You're a girl out here at this hour. Aren't you just looking for customers? Pretending to be serious? It's not like we're not paying you. Damn bitch. Don't act like you're too good for it. It's your luck that Brother Jia has taken a liking to you." At this moment, God Slayer and Moon glanced at several high-level God Slayer players lurking outside the desolate city and said to Lu Ming, "My people happened to pass by here and stumbled upon this scene. They recognized that little sister as someone close to you and informed me." When Lu Ming saw that the girl being bullied by that group of players was indeed Lin Youwei, a killing intent surged in his eyes as he moved closer to them. However, he was stopped by God Slayer and Moon. "Let me remind you, those guys are from the 6th-ranked team of the Great Xiao Battle Team, the Dragon Soul team." Lu Ming ignored God Slayer and Moon's warning and resolutely stepped into the desolate city.
At this moment, several level 30 players from the God Slayer team lurking outside the city quickly approached God Slayer and Moon. "Miss, since you value this underworld so much, should we negotiate with the Dragon Soul people and ask them to let that girl go, doing Underworld a favor?" God Slayer and Moon crossed her arms, looking as if she had already seen through the other party. "You want to reason with those scoundrels from Dragon Soul? They won't give us any face." But even if Yoming's strength is not weak, he is only level 15, while those from the Dragon Soul team are all level 30. If a fight breaks out, it would likely be unfavorable for Yu Ming. Zhan Shen and Yu looked at Lu Ming's back and pondered for a moment, saying, "Let's wait and see. If the situation turns against us, we will take action." Meanwhile, as Lu Ming stepped into the desolate city, the group of young male and female players from the Dragon Soul team, all over level 30, also noticed him. They scrutinized Lu Ming from head to toe, their eyes filled with curiosity or disdain. "This kid looks a bit familiar. I think I saw him walking with that Rose before. His strength seems decent, different from the usual array of illusionists," said a level 31 female assassin, Dragon Soul Little Demon. A level 32 archer beside her, Dragon Soul Explosion, scoffed, "So, Little Demon, are you reminding us to be wary of this level 15 illusionist little brother?" At this remark, the others couldn't help but laugh. "I mean, he's just a level 15 illusionist. You don't need to be so tense, right? If this gets out, where will our Dragon Soul's face go?" At this moment, Dragon Soul Explosion said to Lu Ming, "Oi, kid, your girlfriend has caught our brother Jia's eye. Let us borrow her for a few days, and we'll return her once we're done." Facing the group of lecherous individuals and seeing Lin Yue, who was surrounded and bullied, reduced to a sobbing heap on the ground, scenes from his past life flashed through Lu Ming's mind, moments when he was weak and often trampled upon and bullied by powerful figures. A stronger killing intent erupted in his eyes. "Do the weak deserve to be bullied by you? Do you really think that just because you have some strength, you can do whatever you want?" The group of young people exchanged confused glances. "What is this kid babbling about? Is he trying to show off in front of us, Dragon Soul? What an ignorant little brat. Go, bald donkey, teach him a lesson and show him what Dragon Soul is really capable of." As he spoke, the level 34th transformation bald warrior, Dragon Soul Shattered World, drew a gleaming giant sword and aggressively approached Lu Ming. Faced with a 4th transformation warrior who was a full 15 levels higher, Lu Ming showed no fear. He stood quietly in place, his gaze as cold as if he were looking at a corpse. Seeing that this level 15 illusionist had no intention of retreating in such a situation, the Dragon Soul players couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. This kid is still a pure love warrior. If you have no strength, don't go for such a pretty girlfriend. Not understanding this jungle law, what are you doing in Tianyuan trying to pick up girls? What a foolish brat. Remember not to be this stupid in your next life. Just as a few of them were mourning for Lu Ming, he silently reached for the sword hilt behind his back, waiting for Dragon Soul Shattered World to step into his attack range. With a whoosh, the moment he drew his sword, a lightning-fast sword shadow pierced through Dragon Soul Shattered World. The next second, a shocking blood-red damage number of -5,989 appeared above Dragon Soul Shattered World's head. Thanks to the sword drawing skill that ignores enemy defense, the true damage dealt by Lu Ming would not be affected regardless of the opponent's level. However, nearly 6,000 points of massive damage did not instantly kill Dragon Soul Shattered World, it merely took away half of his health. Clearly, a level 30 warrior who had completed 4 transformations and was fully equipped with level 30 bronze gear was no ordinary opponent. For Dragon Soul Shattered World, it was a devastating blow. He was taken aback and hurriedly pulled a high-level health potion from his bag. However, before he could drink it, as Lu Ming's killing intent stirred, a flurry of actions ensued. At the chest of the Dragon Soul Shattered World, several overlapping blood-red marks suddenly appeared. In the next second, swish, 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 4 Death Knight generals burst forth from both sides, launching Soul Shatter, instantly killing the Dragon Soul Shattered World in a flash, swords raised and struck down. -2,635, -2,635, -2,635, -2,635. Facing a level 30 opponent, the damage from the Death Knight generals was clearly reduced by a third. However, with only half of Dragon Soul Shattered World's health remaining, he could not withstand such damage, and his health bar was instantly emptied. With a thud, he fell heavily to the ground, the potion in his hand dropping as he failed to use it. At that moment, the smiles on the faces of the other Dragon Soul players behind him were instantly replaced by shock. After a long while, they finally regained their composure. A level 15 array trickster can kill a level 30 warrior in one hit? What kind of damage is this bastard dealing? How can an array trickster summon skills? Damn it! Anyone who dares to kill our Dragon Soul is looking for death.
Just as the Dragon Soul players were enraged, they were stunned to see, from the darkness all around, countless Death Knight generals clad in silver armor, wielding heavy swords, with eyes glowing with a ghostly blue light, were advancing towards them. The few of them immediately backed up against each other, huddling together. The anger in their eyes was instantly replaced by shock and fear. When doing something, either don't do it at all, or do it to the extreme. Lu Ming had already killed one of the Dragon Soul members, and to avoid retaliation from Dragon Soul, there was only one way: kill. With a thought from Lu Ming, hundreds of Death Knight generals, forming a dual formation of War Trample and Life Fortress, charged towards the Dragon Soul players. The Dragon Soul players passively rose to resist. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The archers activated Accelerate, arrows raining down, instantly taking out two Death Knight generals with damage exceeding 2,000. A male and female pair of mages quickly cast spells, chanting incantations, as powerful magical brilliance enveloped the ground, severely injuring the surrounding Death Knight generals. Relying on the protection of knights and warriors, the only female assassin in the team, Dragon Soul Little Demon, joined in to finish off the remaining wounded Death Knight generals one by one. Clearly, this group of level 30 plus Dragon Soul players was very strong. However, the most important issue remained: the level difference between the two sides was too great. The first wave of attacks from the Death Knight generals was easily resolved by them, with dozens of casualties. But before they could catch their breath, more Death Knight generals were already charging in from the periphery. Soul Shatter. Swish, 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 swish. One female mage was instantly killed under the Soul Shatter of four Death Knight generals, her life extinguished. Xiao Yu, the archer, Dragon Soul Explosion, watched his girlfriend die before his eyes, filled with grief and rage. In the next second, he was also torn apart by dozens of Death Knight generals. The knight on the other side could not withstand the tidal wave of attacks from the Death Knight generals either. As his life shield was shattered, he was killed on the spot. In the blink of an eye, 5 out of the 7 Dragon Soul players had fallen, leaving only the level 31 female assassin Dragon Soul Little Demon and the level 33 warrior Dragon Soul Jerry. At that moment, the two were extremely panicked, completely shattered by the terrifying power of a mere level 15 Array Trickster. Capture the leader first, kill the Array Trickster, and this formation can be broken. Dragon Soul Jerry glared fiercely at Lu Ming through the several Death Knight generals in front of him. In the next second, he charged at Lu Ming. As the leader of this 7-man team, Dragon Soul Jerry had some skills. Swish, 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 swish. Several Death Knight generals could not withstand Dragon Soul Jerry's onslaught and were knocked down by his sword. In an instant, Dragon Soul Jerry reached Lu Ming. Die! With a slash, the sword struck Lu Ming's shoulder. A damage of 2,468 points cleared Lu Ming's health bar of only 1,350 points. Seeing Lu Ming so vulnerable, Dragon Soul Jerry thought he had successfully broken the formation and secretly rejoiced. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Lu Ming, who had clearly fallen to the ground and died, actually stood up again, fully revived on the spot. At the same time, within the Undead Legion, a Death Knight silently disappeared from the battlefield, having sacrificed itself for its master. Lu Ming's cold gaze fixed on the shocked Dragon Soul Jerry before him. "You think you can kill me just because of you?" As he spoke, dozens of undead warriors surged forward, shattering Dragon Soul Jerry. The remaining female assassin, Dragon Soul Xiaoyao, was so frightened that her face turned pale. Facing Lu Ming, she begged for mercy. "Spare me. As long as you spare my life, I will agree to anything you ask." Lu Ming pretended to be intrigued and asked, "Really? You can agree to anything I ask?" Dragon Soul Xiaoyao, thinking Lu Ming was falling for her charm, began to seduce him, her expression sultry as she said, "Yes, big brother, do you want to experience the pleasure of dancing with me in bed?" Not interested, Lu Ming replied without hesitation. "Then go die." As soon as the words left his mouth, several undead warriors rushed forward and killed Dragon Soul Xiaoyao. They refined all 7 corpses on the scene. Picking up some equipment, potions, and silver coins that they dropped, Lu Ming then left the desolate city with Lin Yue. Watching Lu Ming's retreating figure, several god-slaying players outside the desolate city felt a chill run down their spines. Damn! Level 15 killing a level 30. I really can't believe it without seeing it with my own eyes. This is truly perverse. No wonder you value him so much, miss. God-slaying, and you cross their arms, their cold, beautiful eyes revealing an increasing interest in Lu Ming. As a formation master, he possesses summoning abilities and can use summoned beings for death and rebirth. This is getting more and more interesting. As they spoke, the god-slaying members also left the area. The scene fell into silence. Suddenly, a spatial rift opened, and a figure in a black cloak reappeared. Holding a golden scroll, he absorbed the souls of the 7 Dragon Soul players that Lu Ming had just killed into the scroll. A powerful aura swirled around the scroll. With a meaningful gaze fixed on the direction Lu Ming had left,
The black cloak then retreated into the spatial rift, disappearing from the scene. On the other side, Lin Yue followed behind Lu Ming, feeling incredibly guilty and remorseful for the trouble she had caused him.
"I'm sorry, brother Yu Ming, I didn't mean to," Lu Ming simply replied, "It's fine."
That said, Lu Ming also realized he had been careless. He shouldn't have let Lin Yue return alone after coming out of the Phantom Demon Tower. At this moment, what caught Lu Ming's attention even more was the fact that Godslaying and Yu were actually trying to help him. Initially, Lu Ming had mistakenly thought she had kidnapped Lin Yue. Looking back now, it seemed Lu Ming had been narrow-minded. Of course, even after this incident, it wouldn't make Lu Ming feel grateful towards Godslaying or Yu, nor would it change his attitude towards Godslaying. He understood that Godslaying and Yu were merely trying to win him over to serve them. At this time, Lu Ming glanced at Lin Yue. "This silly sweet girl is quite popular," he thought. "Looks like I need to strengthen my protection over you." Lu Ming was counting on Lin Yue to help him pay off his mortgage. If he lost her, his earning ability would take a significant hit. Upon returning to Starshine City, the two logged off. After taking a shower, lying in the luxurious bed worth 6 million felt truly comfortable. The next morning, Lu Ming and Lin Yue went downstairs for breakfast before logging back in. Today was another day of work. Lu Ming planned to first level Lin Yue up to level 16, meeting the requirements to enter the second level of the Phantom Demon Tower, and then go to the second level to obtain higher soul stone rewards. Thus, weighing his current strength, Lu Ming took Lin Yue directly to the level 24 to 25 wild area in the northern part of Starshine City, the Ant Nest.
In the vast, boundless dark nest, countless black ants the size of cows swarmed, along with many players.
According to the strategy guide, the monsters inside, the man-eating ants, could drop a special item called ant acid. Collecting ant acid and submitting it to the biologist Lilith in Starlight City could yield quest rewards. It was of the same nature as the soul stones in the Phantom Magic Tower. The difference was that ant acid could not be traded and could only be used by the player themselves. There are few people and many monsters here. For the Undead Legion, it's simply paradise. With this thought, Lu Ming immediately created a team and pulled Lin Yue in. They then stepped into the dark, damp nest. As expected, two players who were only level 15 entering a level 24 to 25 map immediately attracted the attention and suspicion of nearby players. Two level 15s actually dare to come to a level 25 map to seek punishment? Leveling up 10 levels to farm monsters? For the sake of a girl, they really don't care about their lives. Ignoring their mockery, Lu Ming selected a position. With his mind, he summoned 300 undead warriors. At the same time, he planted his long sword and released a formation. War Tread, Life Fortress, two super formations with a radius of 1,000 yards instantly enveloped the entire man-eating ant nest. Go kill monsters. With a thought from Lu Ming, the undead warriors automatically locked onto the nearby man-eating ants and launched their attacks. ///// For undead warriors locked onto the same man-eating ant and activated, Soul Shatter, 3,462, minus 3,462, minus 3,462, minus 3,462. The level 25 man-eating ant, with over 13,000 health, was instantly torn apart. Ding killed a level 25 man-eating ant, experience plus 330. Listening to the battle prompts in his ears and recalling the 90 experience points rewarded by the level 15 undead in the Phantom Magic Tower, Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "The experience from this level 25 monster is really sweet." At that moment, the players who had been mocking Lu Ming just a second ago were left dumbfounded. Because the level 15 undead he summoned dealt damage several times higher than that of their group of players in their 20s. They finally realized he was pretending to be weak, while they were truly weak. In fact, the level 24 to 25 man-eating ants were not weak. The reconnaissance skill showed that the level 25 man-eating ants had over 1,000 attack power, 600 plus armor, 400 plus speed, and over 13,000 health. Just looking at the attributes, they already surpassed the undead warriors by several times. But with the 20-fold enhancement from War Tread, the attack power of the undead warriors skyrocketed from 47 points to 2,979. Killing them was as easy as slaughtering chickens. The undead warriors themselves had 625 health points, which couldn't withstand even a single normal attack from the man-eating ants. But it didn't matter. Lu Ming had another formation, Life Fortress. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the support of Life Fortress, all undead warriors gained an additional 1310 shield per second, easily withstanding the damage from the man-eating ants. Thus, the Undead Legion harvested man-eating ants everywhere. Lu Ming enjoyed the ultimate rewards. Ding killed a level 25 man-eating ant, experience plus 330.
Ding, killed a level 25 man-eating ant, experience plus 330. Ding, at this moment, Lin Yue picked up her staff and wanted to join in the monster killing, but Lu Ming stopped her. You go pick up the items, stay away from the monsters. After all, these were level 24 to 25 monsters. Even the undead warriors on the field, if they were careless and surrounded by several man-eating ants, could be killed before their shields even stacked. Let alone Lin Yue, this little mage. The most important thing was, if the undead warriors were killed, they could be resummoned. If Lu Ming was killed, he could resurrect. But Lin Yue only had one life. Fortunately, Lin Yue listened to Lu Ming very well. She quickly put away her staff and obediently ran to a safe area to collect the ant acid dropped by the man-eating ants. Leveling up by defeating monsters beyond the usual level has indeed accelerated the speed of advancement significantly. According to Lu Ming's original calculations, if Lin Yue continued to grind in the first layer of the Phantom Demon Tower, she would need at least 4 to 5 more hours to reach level 16. However, in the ant nest, in less than 3 hours, Lin Yue was bathed in golden light and reached level 16. This does not even include the ant acid collected along the way, which could be turned in for experience rewards in the city. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's level also reached 16, with 68%. Although leveling up is fast, earning gold is too slow. Lu Ming organized his backpack. He found that even with Lin Yue's threefold drop rate bonus, he had only collected a total of 28 silver coins. Converted to RMB, that was just over 5,000. Although he had dropped quite a few whiteboard items, totaling more than 20, they were not worth much. On the market, whiteboard items for levels 24 to 25 were dirt cheap, only costing a few dozen each. Adding it all up, those 20 plus whiteboards would probably only be worth around 1,000. Overall, that meant he had only earned 6,000. This profit was far less than the 20,000 he made in half a day at the Phantom Demon Tower yesterday. The only thing that made Lu Ming feel better was that the threefold drop rate had significantly increased the yield of ant acid. Other players could only obtain one portion of ant acid for killing a single man-eating ant. Lu Ming, however, would drop 3. Therefore, even though they needed to collect enough for 2 people, in just 3 hours, he and Lin Yue each gathered the maximum amount a single person could pick up: 1,000 portions of ant acid. It could have been more, but 1,000 portions had already met the highest demand for the 10th tier of this task. At 11 in the morning, the two of them headed back home together. In Starshine City, they found the biologist Lilith, and Lu Ming submitted 1,000 portions of ant acid. At that moment, a pleasant system notification chimed in his ear. Ding, congratulations on completing the quest. Great Biological Contribution Tier 10, reward, experience plus 300,000, silver coins plus 8, bronze equipment, ant hat plus 1. Lu Ming opened his backpack and saw a hat resembling an ant's head quietly lying inside. Although it looked a bit ugly, Lu Ming discovered that it was a top-tier item: ant hat, LV16 bronze, armor, 110, magic resistance, 95, additional attributes, stamina plus 20, additional skill, strong acid rebound, passive, when the wearer is attacked, releases strong ant acid, causing 8% of the damage taken to be reflected back to the attacker / when releasing a formation. Teammates benefiting from the formation can share this skill. Durability, 55-55, class, formation, trickster, description, a hat made from the liquid acid of man-eating ants. The strong acid contained within can make enemies wary of you. Just right, Lu Ming had an empty space on his head. He immediately equipped the ant hat. With the bonus from this level 16 bronze armor, Lu Ming's armor increased from 96 points to 255 points. His magic resistance rose from 84 points to 224 points. In terms of attribute enhancement, what Lu Ming valued most was the additional skill, Strong Acid Rebound. This skill effect can be shared with the Undead Legion. An 8% damage reflection, combined with my comprehensive amplification talent for a 20-fold enhancement, wouldn't that reach a 160% reflection effect? Wow, that's really insane. Just then, Lin Yue suddenly said happily, "Brother Yuming, I got 8 silver coins and a piece of bronze equipment as a reward." The value of 8 silver coins is 26, 27, 28, 1600. The value of a level 15 bronze equipment is over 7,000. Oh my god, that's so much money. Lin Yue was so happy she felt breathless. After all, she used to earn only 2,000 to 3,000 a month working in the real world. And now, in just one morning, she had earned so much money from completing a single quest. If there were no reaction, that would be abnormal. Watching Lin Yue calm down, staring at the bronze staff she had just obtained, her gaze became somewhat dazed. Lu Ming immediately guessed that she was both reluctant to part with this top-tier equipment and wanted to sell it for money. Once Lin Yue paid off her debts, she would likely no longer rely on him as much. Thinking of this, Lu Ming began to persuade Lin Yue,
we're about to enter the second level of the Ghost Tower, where the monsters are stronger. My formation bonuses alone won't be enough, you need to improve your own strength. Otherwise, you won't be able to solo the monsters, earn copper coins, and you'll just hold me back. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue quickly dismissed the thought of selling the staff and nervously said to Lu Ming, I won't, brother Yu Ming.
I definitely won't hold you back. With that, Lin Yue immediately equipped the staff. Lu Ming pretended to be skeptical, but inwardly he was chuckling, this naive girl is so easy to fool. Checking the time, it was already 11:30. Lu Ming said to Lin Yue, let's log off for lunch first, and then we'll go grind the second level of the Ghost Tower in the afternoon.
Okay. With that, the two logged off simultaneously. Today, he forgot to order takeout, mainly because he had just moved, and he hadn't even memorized his new address clearly.
So he took Lin Yue downstairs to eat Huangmen chicken rice.
During lunch, Lu Ming checked the messages in the Tianxian team group and unexpectedly learned some bad news.
Brothers, why did we lose the PK in the second level again today? That's 3 days in a row.
I haven't been able to enter the Ghost Tower for 3 days. I feel like I've lost 100 million. We've already sent out the strongest players from all levels, but it seems that the strength of the Zhanshan team in one-on-one combat is indeed better than ours.
There's nothing we can do if we can't win. The second level was occupied by Zhanshan today, which meant Lu Ming couldn't enter, right?
Although that was the case, once online, Lu Ming still headed straight for the Ghost Tower to see if there was any chance for a turnaround. When Lu Ming and Lin Yue arrived at the Ghost Tower, they indeed saw that both Zhanshan and Tianxian had sent personnel to guard the map entrance. Zhanshan had won the PK in levels 2, 3, 6, 7, and 8 today, so they were guarding these 5 levels, not allowing corresponding level Tianxian players to enter. The Tianxian players were guarding the other 3 levels, preventing Zhanshan players from entering.
Neither side was giving an inch.
However, just as Lu Ming approached the Ghost Tower, a Zhanshan team player stationed there was preparing to inquire about Lu Ming's identity. The leading black-armored warrior, Zhanshan Yon, used a reconnaissance skill to check Lu Ming's ID and immediately commanded, the lady has ordered that at any time, no one is to obstruct Yu Ming from entering the Ghost Tower.
Let him through.
With Zhanshan Yon's command, the Zhanshan players all stepped aside for Lu Ming.
The lady? Zhanshan, you?
It seemed this woman had put in a lot of effort to get Lu Ming to join the Zhanshan team. Lu Ming said nothing and directly led Lin Yue into the tower.
This scene left the Tianxian players outside dumbfounded. What's going on? Isn't this Yu Ming one of us from Tianxian?
Yeah, what kind of relationship does he have with Zhanshan?
Damn, is this the charm of a strong player?
Indeed, gold will shine no matter where it is. I wish one day I could be fought over by both sides.
Fought over for what? To be kicked around like a ball?
Get lost, get lost.
Ding, you have entered the second level of the Ghost Tower, Horror Paradise. As the system prompt fell, Lu Ming and Lin Yue appeared in a huge amusement park.
The pirate ship swung automatically, the Ferris wheel creaked and turned, puppets emitted eerie laughter. The vast amusement park was lifeless, exuding a terrifying atmosphere. Scattered throughout the Horror Paradise were still undead-type monsters. The level has simply increased from the 10 to 15 range in the First Realm's Night Watchman camp to 16 to 20. Without a word, they charged in. Lu Ming immediately summoned all 320 undead warriors, releasing War Trample and Life Bastion, and issued kill orders to the undead warriors. For the undead warriors, who could easily cut down 24 to 25 level man-eating ants in the ant nest, dealing with these 16 to 20 level undead monsters was naturally a piece of cake. As the undead legion rampaged through the amusement park, Lu Ming's ears were filled with continuous kill reward notifications. Meanwhile, the number of soul stones and copper coins in his backpack rapidly increased. In order to quickly pay off the debt to Lu Ming, Lin Yue, holding the bronze weapon she just received as a quest reward, also joined the battle. Relying on her own abilities, she killed undead monsters to earn copper coins and soul stones.
An entire afternoon passed in the blink of an eye. By 6 in the evening, it was dinner time.
Lu Ming recalled all the undead warriors and called out to Lin Yue, who was still busy slaying undead, and they exited the Phantom Magic Tower. On the way back to the city, he counted the gains. Lu Ming discovered that the drop rate for high-purity soul stones had indeed increased significantly. Yesterday at the Night Watchman camp in the First Realm, over 90% of the soul stones dropped were 5th tier with 0% to 40% purity, with less than 10% being 4th tier with 41% to 70% purity. However, this afternoon in the Second Realm's Horror Amusement Park, he had collected a total of 625 soul stones. Among them, 472 were 5th tier purity, 140 were 4th tier purity, and 13 were 3rd tier purity. According to market prices, that added up to over 17,000 coins.
This didn't even include the copper coin earnings.
I wonder if I can encounter God Slayer in Moon again. If I sell to her at 10 times the price,
That would be over 100,000 coins. For a moment, Lu Ming found himself looking forward to meeting God Slayer and then extorting her again. Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, a group of players rushed past him. I heard God Slayer and Dragon Soul are fighting up ahead. Is that true? Aren't those two among the top 10 teams in our Great Xia battle rankings? And they don't seem to have any connections. Why are they fighting? I don't know. Let's go check it out. Dragon Soul? Lu Ming suddenly remembered the 7 players from the Dragon Soul team who had kidnapped Lin Yue last night and whom he had killed. Could it be that Dragon Soul was confronting God Slayer because of that incident? With this thought, Lu Ming followed the crowd to see if God Slayer and Moon were also involved. The onlookers arrived at a wooded area, where a considerable number of spectators had already gathered. Through the crowd, he could see 2 groups of players locked in a standoff in the woods ahead. They were God Slayer and the Dragon Soul team. Dragon Soul had a clear numerical advantage, with 4 to 5 dozen players present, all above level 30. In contrast, God Slayer's side had only a handful of players, all around level 20. Clearly, a battle had already erupted between the two sides. God Slayer's players had been defeated, all suppressed by Dragon Soul's high-level players, their lives hanging by a thread. Leading the charge, the level 19 assassin God Slayer, Moon, was forced to kneel on one knee, her left hand clutching her bleeding right shoulder. The situation was evidently very unfavorable for God Slayer. At that moment, a level 35 ice-armored knight, Dragon Soul's Tian Ni, stood in front of God Slayer, his sharp spear pointed directly at her pale face. Someone saw with their own eyes last night in the Fallen Land that your God Slayer team killed 7 of my Dragon Soul's high-ranking members. Do you still want to argue? Dragon Soul Tian Ni's words made Lu Ming, who was among the onlookers, shudder slightly. He hadn't expected that last night's incident would still be exposed. However, given the current situation, the Dragon Soul members should not know that it was Lu Ming who killed their people. They only know that the one who appeared in the Fallen Land last night was the God Slayer, so they assume it was the God Slayer who killed them. What Lu Ming did not expect was that, facing the questioning of the Dragon Soul's Tian and I, both the God Slayer and you, even when their lives were in danger, chose not to reveal Lu Ming's identity and still spoke with conviction. I said it was not us, the God Slayer, who killed them, so it was not us who killed them. I do not need to argue with you. The God Slayer and you raised their heads, their cold and beautiful eyes fixed on Dragon Soul's Tian and I, and said sternly, do you know who I am? Dare to touch me. Try it. Dragon Soul's Tian and I was clearly not easy to deal with. Unfazed by the threats from the God Slayer and you, he snorted coldly and said disdainfully, I don't care who you are. It was your God Slayer who killed my Dragon Soul people first. Killing requires paying with one's life. That's only right. Even if your superiors investigate, we have our reasons. What a pity, such a beautiful face is about to disappear from this world. Just as Dragon Soul's Tian and I raised his long spear, preparing to stab the God Slayer in you, a voice suddenly came from behind, I killed them, she has nothing to do with it. Dragon Soul's Tian Ni's attention was successfully drawn away. But when he turned to see the speaker, Lu Ming, a trace of disdain unconsciously appeared on his face. Do you know what you're saying? With you, can you kill the elite of my Dragon Soul team at level 30? It's no wonder Dragon Soul's Tian and I looked down on Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming's level had just reached 17. Even the onlookers cast mocking glances at Lu Ming. Wanting to be a hero and save the beauty is understandable, but it suddenly, from all directions, countless undead warriors tore through space, surrounding them. Instantly, everyone was on high alert. Even though it was clear that this group of undead warriors was only level 17, the powerful aura they exuded still struck fear into the hearts of the Dragon Soul team players, who were all above level 30. No one dared to act recklessly. After all, just a second ago, they had witnessed a few undead warriors easily defeating their leader, Dragon Soul Tian and I. Now, with so many undead warriors around, if they all attacked at once, they would likely be wiped out here. Without Lu Ming's orders, the undead warriors did not take any action, merely exerting pressure on the Dragon Soul players through their aura. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Dragon Soul Tian and I and casually said, now do you believe that it was I who killed them? Dragon Soul Tian and I swallowed hard. It was hard to believe that as a level 35 4th transformation knight, he had almost been killed in an instant by a level 17 2nd transformation array master. But Dragon Soul Tian and I knew well, if the other party hadn't intentionally activated PK mode, in PK mode, attacking any player would not cause lethal damage, leaving them with 1 point of health. He would already be a corpse. Even though he was still alive, the 6 undead warriors in metal armor, with eyes glowing with a deathly light, could easily take his life in a snap. Under such terrifying intimidation, Dragon Soul Tian and I was drenched in cold sweat, not daring to move an inch. Lu Ming continued, let me restore the events of last night for you. Last night, your Dragon Soul people kidnapped my person, and the people from Zhanshan saw it and told me. I went to get my person back, but your people tried to kill me to silence me. I acted in self-defense and killed them in return. That's how it was, understood?" After saying this, Lu Ming sheathed the Sword of Heroes and turned to leave with Lin Yue. At the same time, all 340 undead warriors followed their master away. Only then did the Dragon Soul players finally let out a sigh of relief. So, it was the Dragon Soul people who kidnapped his girlfriend, and he retaliated out of anger? They really had it coming. I've heard that Dragon Soul has a lot of scum, but I didn't expect it to be true. A dignified 6th-ranked team of the Great Xia actually does such shameless things. Faced with the whispers of the onlookers, Dragon Soul Tian Ni's face turned red, and he ordered those around him, investigate this matter thoroughly. If it is indeed as that array master said, we will not spare those who died last night. Immediately withdraw all compensation for their families. Although he said this in front of the crowd, Dragon Soul Tian Ni's gaze was filled with murderous intent as he fixed his eyes on the gradually receding Lu Ming. He privately instructed his subordinates, no matter what means, I want Zhan Xin and you, along with this array master, dead within 24 hours. Understood. Not long after Lu Ming left, Zhan Xin and you caught up. Hey, you really surprised me. I thought you had no bottom line, only cared about money, and were narrow-minded. I didn't expect you to be so righteous. Zhan Shen and you ran in front of Lu Ming, crossing their arms and walking backward while looking at Lu Ming with a sly smile. Lu Ming glanced at Zhan Shen and you expressionlessly and asked, why didn't you expose me just now? I have Zhan Shen backing me up. What do you have? You don't really think that the people from Tianxian would turn against the 6th-ranked team of the Great Xia for you, do you? Zhan Shen and you suddenly stopped, blocking Lu Ming's path. He scolded Lu Ming, you're really an idiot. Do you know what kind of scum Dragon Soul is? You dare to provoke them? Do you think that just because you let these people go and pointed out that last night's incident was their fault, they would be grateful to you? If the Dragon Soul members had this kind of awareness, last night's incident wouldn't have happened, and they wouldn't be recognized as the worst team in our Great Xia. They won't confront you openly, but they will definitely retaliate against you in private. Lu Ming was certainly not that naive. In reality, he had already weighed the situation. If a fight had broken out just now, he might not have had an absolute advantage. Although his Necromancer General, after being enhanced 20-fold, could match players over level 30, it was still not very stable. Just like last night, in order to kill those 7 Dragon Soul players, Lu Ming's Necromancer General had already fallen over a dozen times. And just now, there were more than 40 people on the Dragon Soul side, each with an average strength of level 30 in 4th transition. So unless they took the initiative, Lu Ming wouldn't provoke them. Regarding this, Lu Ming didn't explain to Zhan Xin, he merely glanced at her and said, last night you helped me find Lin Yue, today I saved your life, we're even. Zhan Xin, you suddenly changed the subject and introduced herself to Lu Ming. My name is Qin Sharon, and you? Yu Ming, Lu Ming replied and walked past Qin Sharon. Hey! Qin Sharon turned to look at Lu Ming's back, a bit worried, and said, the Dragon Soul people will definitely not let you off. Come to our Zhan Xin. I'll support you. Qin Sharon placed her hands on her hips, her eyes radiating confidence. The setting sun cast a beautiful glow. Lu Ming, however, ignored her and walked further away. Qin Sharon, feeling ignored, stomped her foot in frustration. What a fool! You underestimate the means of Dragon Soul too much. Anger aside, Qin Sharon immediately instructed those around her, quickly transfer a group of level 50 players from our Zhan Xin to secretly protect Yu Ming. I won't allow him to have any accidents. After saying that, Qin Sharon left in a huff. A few players from Zhan Xin whispered among themselves, what's wrong with the lady? I'd been with her for so long, and I'd never seen her care so much for a guy while also being angry. I can't understand that Yu Ming. Our lady is the sister of the boss of the 7th team of Great Xia, with money, power, and influence. Plus, she's a well-known cold beauty in the capital, and the wealthy young masters chasing her are lined up from the capital to Modu. That guy actually doesn't know how to appreciate her, repeatedly rejecting her invitations. On the other hand, as for why Lu Ming decided to intervene tonight and save Qin Sharon, it was because he thought of a better way to take revenge on her brother. That was to get close to Qin Sharon. In his previous life, Qin Sharon's brother colluded with Lu Ming's most beloved person, betraying and framing Lu Ming. In this life, I will make you taste the bitterness of being betrayed by your most beloved and trusted sister. Hatred erupted in Lu Ming's eyes. As for Qin Sharon, he had to be measured, not too obvious in revealing his intentions. Therefore, after saving Qin Sharon just now, Lu Ming intentionally rejected her while she was developing a good impression of him. As the saying goes, cast a long line to catch a big fish. After returning to the city, Lu Ming logged off with Lin Yue. Brother Yu Ming, what do you want to eat? I'll go downstairs and get it for you. Lu Ming received a WeChat message from Lin Yue. Just then, Lu Ming had something to handle, so he replied, I'll have noodles. Saying this, Lu Ming transferred 100 yuan to Lin Yue. However, she returned it. I just sold some silver coins. I have money now. You treated me to hot pot yesterday, so I'll treat you this time. Lin Yue seemed delicate, but her personality was quite independent. Lu Ming didn't say much. He then heard the sound of a door opening and closing. Lin Yue had gone out. He began to use this time to plan his own matters. Since he had farmed high-level monsters of levels 24 to 25 at the ant nest in the morning, returning in the afternoon to farm the lower-level undead in the ghostly magic tower's second plane felt rather dull to Lu Ming, because the experience difference between the two is a full double. The key issue is, with my current strength, I can even skip the third dimension and go directly to the fourth dimension to farm monsters at levels 26 to 30. This not only increases experience gains but also maximizes the drop rate of high-purity soul stones. But that level restriction is a problem. So, Lu Ming went online to check, and indeed he discovered a special set of equipment called the Yi Soul Set, which allows players to ignore the level restrictions of the Ghost Tower and enter any dimension at will. Soul Set? It seems that this equipment can only be obtained through a very small chance by submitting soul stones. Lu Ming first searched the trading market and found that there were no soul set pieces available at all. Then, Lu Ming sent a message in the Tianxian team group. Does anyone know where I can quickly get a soul set? I will reward those who provide a way. However, the all-powerful team group had no answers. Just then, Xing Yan sent him a private message. This soul set is very rare, and it's generally hard to buy a complete set on the market, but if you need it, I can find a way to get you a set. From all aspects, this soul set is indeed very rare, and with Xing Yan's status and connections, it would definitely be much easier for her to obtain this soul set than for Lu Ming. So, Lu Ming said, alright, then I'll trouble you for 2 sets. Just let me know how much it costs, and I'll pay you. Xing Yan, no problem, wait for my news. Lu Ming thought, as long as he gets this soul set, he can go directly to farm the fourth dimension of the Ghost Tower, hunting monsters at levels 26 to 30 for higher rewards. Moreover, once he reaches level 20 and upgrades the 3 major talents to LV3, it will further increase Lu Ming's potential. After farming monsters all day, Lu Ming lay in bed and watched some short videos on Douyin to relax. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Tianyuan world, in the city of Starlight, just returned to the city, Xin Charan suddenly received a message. Miss, according to the information from our undercover agent in Tianxian, it seems that Yu Ming just inquired about the soul set in the Tianxian group. Soul set? Xin Charan immediately understood Lu Ming's intention and said thoughtfully, it seems he wants to farm at a higher level. Suddenly, Xin Charan seemed to have an idea. Send someone to keep an eye on the trading market 24/7. As soon as you see any soul set equipment, no matter the price, buy it immediately. Yes, miss. Xin Charan smiled, a hint of cunning in her expression. Yu Ming, I will definitely have you under my control. After dinner, she went online to continue farming the Ghost Tower. Until after 10 at night, seeing Lin Yue yawning repeatedly, Lu Ming decided to call it a day. Lin Yue, with her frail frame, was clearly not cut out for staying up late. She was now Lu Ming's lucky charm. If anything happened to this fortune bringer, it would be like cutting off his own financial path, which Lu Ming could not afford. After going offline, taking a shower, and lying in bed, driven by an increasingly strong desire to obtain the soul set and farm for higher rewards in the higher dimensions, Lu Ming picked up his phone and, with a sense of luck, checked the trading market. To his surprise, he actually found a piece of soul set equipment that had just been listed for less than a minute, and it happened to be for the Array Trickster class. Soul Ring, level 20 bronze item, part of the Array Trickster soul set, price 49,999. This price made Lu Ming hesitate. A normal level 20 bronze item on the market only costs around 7 to 8,000, which is 6 to 7 times the price. Of course, Lu Ming also knew that the soul set and ordinary bronze equipment were not in the same league. Because it is well known, the drop rate of soul stones from monsters in the Ghost Tower does not vary based on the level of the killer, unlike other normal monsters. It is easy to imagine, when a level 50 player, wearing a full set of soul gear, goes to the first dimension to kill level 10 to 15 undead, how easy it would be to farm soul stones. Therefore, for high-level gold farming players, the soul gear is their path to wealth. As for Lu Ming, getting the soul gear as soon as possible would allow him to enter the high-level dimensions earlier. With Lin Yue's drop rate bonus, the profits would multiply. The money invested in buying the soul gear would be recouped in just a few days. I wonder when Qin Yan will be able to get the soul gear. If she can't, I'll have to buy it myself. I'll buy it first. If Qin Yan manages to get it for me, I can always sell it again. With this thought, Lu Ming, who still had over 100,000 in savings, was about to place an order when he suddenly saw, Soul Ring has already been purchased. What the hell? Who has such fast hands? Lu Ming was shocked. This was equipment for the illusionist class. Even the gear for this underdog class was being snatched up? Damn it! Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. He shouldn't have hesitated for those few seconds, otherwise, this piece of equipment would definitely have been his. Thinking of this, Lu Ming tossed and turned in bed all night, unable to sleep. The next morning, Lu Ming woke up and picked up his phone, discovering an unread WeChat message from Qing Yan. Lu Ming's heart leaped with joy, thinking that Qing Yan had managed to get him the soul gear. However, upon opening the message, he saw, "I asked many places, and it's currently very difficult to get the soul gear outside. But I heard that if you're lucky at the black market, you can buy the soul gear with gold coins." You can check the black market then. The underground black market exists in the second layer of Tianyuan, accessible only to players above level 20. Lu Ming had originally planned to visit there once he reached level 20. Besides the rare treasures that frequently appeared there, he now had an additional purpose, to see if he could get the soul gear. In fact, Lu Ming had an even more important goal, which was to fulfill a regret from his past life. I wonder if that goblin is still in the black market. With this thought, Lu Ming brushed his teeth with his right hand while scrolling through his phone with his left, searching the Tianyuan forum for the keyword black market goblin. He found that it was still a hot topic. Forum users had a love-hate relationship with this goblin. Whoever can get the scroll from that goblin, I'll give them 1,000,000. Even if in the end that scroll turns out to be a piece of waste paper, I'll still pay. This post is proof. It's been 10 years and no one has been able to get it. How could it possibly be waste paper? It's probably similar to the infinite growth skill scroll reward from the hell level difficulty of the Blood Forbidden Zone dungeon. Definitely a priceless treasure. Is there anyone interested? Let's form a team and take down that goblin. Once we get the scroll and sell it, we can split the money 50-50. The person above is really clever. Do you think what you can think of, others can't? Do you know what kind of identity that goblin has? A level 50 golden boss. You think you can just take it down? This post had been active just a few minutes ago, indicating that the goblin was definitely still around. 10 years ago, a goblin named Avani, a level 50 golden boss on the run, suddenly burst into the black market. No one knew where he came from, but everyone knew that goblin was hiding a golden scroll of immense value. For 10 years, countless players had tried to obtain the golden scroll from the goblin Avani, but all had returned empty-handed, because Avani ignored everyone. But strangely, when Lu Ming approached that goblin, he actually assigned Lu Ming a quest. Lu Ming didn't know why the goblin ignored everyone else but chose to give him this quest. However, it was a pity that in his previous life, Lu Ming was too incompetent. He had tried dozens of times but failed to complete the tasks assigned to him by the goblin. Moreover, he was eager to level up and couldn't afford to waste too much time in the black market, so ultimately, the matter was left unresolved. By the time he reached a higher level, he could no longer enter the black market and had forever missed that opportunity. Therefore, this time entering the black market, he wanted to see if he could find that goblin again. If he could still take on that task from his previous life, with his current strength, he would definitely be able to complete it. What secrets were buried within that goblin? What was that golden scroll resembling the scroll of God that Lu Ming had used to obtain his current 10-star account? Lu Ming was very curious. Then let's level up to 21st and check out the black market. Lu Ming was already at level 17, not far from level 20. So, after going downstairs with Lin Yue to eat some soup dumplings and finishing breakfast, the two returned to their rooms and went online. He decided to pause his progress in the Phantom Tower and would continue after obtaining the soul set from the black market. For now, Lu Ming planned to take Lin Yue directly to a high-level map around level 30, focusing on leveling up. Just as Lu Ming opened the map to look for a leveling spot, a voice suddenly came from beside him. "Bro, are you taking on a task?" Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw 3 male players walking towards him. Lu Ming noticed that they were all at level 30, but their equipment was all low-quality junk. Moreover, all 3 had the same profession, assassin. Lu Ming asked, "What task?" The leading assassin, named Wind Light Cloud Calm, said, "There's a task to kill scorpions from the patrol team leader Carlo in Starshine City. We need to clear it at 10 levels, 3,000 for a ticket. Are you in?" Without hesitation, Lu Ming replied, "I'm in, but you have to pay first." The 3 men exchanged smiles. "Alright, no problem." Saying this, Wind Light Cloud Calm quickly scanned the code and transferred 9,000 to Lu Ming. Lu Ming immediately formed a team and pulled the 3 of them in. Just when Lin Yue, who was nearby, thought Lu Ming had forgotten about her and proactively applied to join the team, she was rejected by Lu Ming. "Can you cook? I don't want to eat out for lunch today. You should go to the market early and buy some ingredients. I want to eat shrimp." Hearing Lu Ming's instructions, Lin Yue was taken aback. Although she didn't understand why Lu Ming would ask her to do this, she didn't think much of it. After all, she was living in his place, so it was only natural to cook a meal for him, especially since Lin Yue was very confident in her cooking skills. So, she obediently nodded, "Okay, I'll go buy the ingredients now. After saying that, Lin Yue logged off. After deliberately sending Lin Yue away, Lu Ming led the 3 players to the north of the city, where they accepted the task from the patrol team leader Carlo, and then left the city. The task he received from Carlo was a level 29 to 30 task, Hunt the Scorpions. It was a perfect target for Lu Ming's current leveling. Plus, he could conveniently pocket 9,000, so why not? Thus, after exiting the city through the north gate of Starshine City, they followed the map's guidance straight to the desolate area of LV-29-LV-30. The journey was silent. Lu Ming walked in front, seemingly intentionally leaving his most vulnerable back exposed to the 3 players in the team. Just as the 4 of them progressed to a secluded tree-lined path, the 3 behind him suddenly showed fierce expressions. They exchanged glances, as if reaching a certain consensus. Quietly, they swiftly replaced their shabby whiteboard gear with some higher-end black iron equipment. The next second, swish, 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 sharp daggers lit up simultaneously, unexpectedly lunging towards Lu Ming. However, just as the 3 thought they were about to succeed, suddenly, 2 skeletal warriors charged out from both sides, blocking the attack for Lu Ming with their swords. The 3 assassins were taken aback. What? When did this guy summon these undead warriors? At that moment, Lu Ming silently turned around. Through the 2 undead generals standing in front of him, he looked at the 3 opponents with eyes that showed no surprise, as if their actions had long been anticipated. Who sent you? Seeing Lu Ming so calm, the leading assassin suddenly realized, could it be? You already knew we were coming for you? Lu Ming casually replied, you 3 at level 30 come to find a level 17 array master like me to help you with your quest. How did you know I had the ability to help you with a level 30 quest? Moreover, at level 30, you're still wearing basic gear but can afford to pay 3,000 for a power leveling service. Didn't you think about whether that makes sense before hiding your strength? In fact, from the moment the 3 approached Lu Ming, he had already guessed their motives. That's why he had them buy tickets first. Now, they had bought their tickets, and halfway through, Lu Ming kicked them off the bus, which didn't stop him from getting 9,000 for free. After leaving the city, Lu Ming had already summoned the undead generals, lying in wait in an inconspicuous spot, just waiting for the 3 to make their move. The 3 clearly knew what kind of strength Lu Ming possessed. They had come with the intention of ambushing him because they couldn't confront him head-on. Seeing their plan exposed, the 3 dared not face Lu Ming directly and immediately turned to flee. Since you're here, then don't leave. A flash of killing intent crossed Lu Ming's eyes. Kill! With a thought, a large group of undead generals surged forth. Under the war-trampling aura released by Lu Ming, they activated Soul Shatter. Minus 2,865. Minus 2,865. Minus 2,865. In an instant, 2 of the assassins were slain on the spot, without any power to resist. After all, even fully equipped level 30 Dragon Soul elite players had no chance against the undead generals, let alone these black iron assassins. The remaining one, in a panic, quickly activated Wind Step and Stealth. While running, he glanced back to see if the enemy was pursuing. When he discovered that although these undead generals had terrifying killing power, they were not fast enough to catch up with him, a level 30 assassin, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But just as he turned around, whoosh, a sharp dagger sliced across his neck. Blood splattered instantly. The assassin clutched his neck with both hands, staring in terror at a cold, beautiful female assassin who had appeared before him without him noticing. The next second, he fell into a pool of blood. So weak, you can't even beat me, and you want to kill the underworld? What are you thinking? Shin Charan stepped over the corpse of the male assassin and walked towards Lu Ming. Once she confirmed through the shared vision of the undead generals that there were no other dangers around, Lu Ming relaxed his guard. He refined the bodies of the 3 assassins and picked up the few pieces of equipment and silver coins they dropped. At this moment, Shin Charan crossed her arms and proudly said to Lu Ming, I told you, right? The Dragon Soul people will never let you go, and they won't retaliate openly, they'll only act behind the scenes. In fact, Lu Ming could also guess that these were assassins hired by the Dragon Soul team. After all, apart from Dragon Soul, he hadn't provoked anyone else. After dealing with the spoils, Lu Ming glanced at Shin Charan and asked, what are you doing here? Shin Charan approached Lu Ming, opened her backpack, took out a set of equipment, and handed it to him. Here, this is for you. Lu Ming looked and was astonished to find that it was a complete set of level 20 Array Master Profession, Soul Set. Seeing Lu Ming's shocked expression, Shin Charan clearly felt a sense of pride. How about that? In a critical moment, you still have to rely on me, right? Lu Ming was suspicious and asked, how do you know I need a soul set? Shin Charan's gaze flickered as she replied, you don't need to worry about that, just tell me if you want it or not. Lu Ming saw through Shin Charan's thoughts. What are the conditions? Speak up. Qin Sharon, with her cold and beautiful eyes, scrutinized Lu Ming and smiled slyly. What if I ask you to pledge yourself to me? Lu Ming, who had just reached out his hand, immediately withdrew it. Then forget it. I don't want it. Qin Sharon glared at him with her beautiful eyes. Humph. Even if you throw yourself at me, I wouldn't want you. Then consider it a favor owed to me. Remembering that Qin Yan had said she couldn't get the soul set, Lu Ming asked Qin Sharon, where did you get it? Qin Sharon pretended to be relaxed and said, with my status, it's naturally within reach. We are much stronger than Tian Xian. However, when Lu Ming discovered that Qin Sharon's level had suddenly reached 33, he understood. Clearly, Qin Sharon had purchased a large number of soul stones and repeatedly submitted them in Starshine City to collect task rewards, thus gathering this set of equipment. After all, when he saw Qin Sharon yesterday, she was only at level 19. To go from level 19 to 33 solely by submitting soul stone rewards would cost at least 200 million. He never expected that Qin Sharon would go to such lengths to get him a soul set. Of course, it could also be because Qin Sharon had been beaten up yesterday, so she wanted to level up quickly to get back at those who hurt her. No wonder she had killed that level 30 assassin so easily. Lu Ming accepted the soul set and said to Qin Sharon, thank you. So you can say thank you? I thought you, this fool, wouldn't know those two words. Before Qin Sharon could revel in her small victory, Lu Ming asked, by the way, can you get me a soul set for the mage class? You want it for that Lin Yue, right? Qin Sharon's expression changed instantly, going from pleased to furious. Using my money to support another girl? Dream on. Figure it out yourself. With that, Qin Sharon stormed off. Oh, she's quite the jealous one. However, since Qin Sharon had already gone to such lengths for him, Lu Ming felt he should respond in kind. So he called out to her back, let's add each other as friends. I'll pay you the market price for this set of equipment. Qin Sharon had wanted to add Lu Ming as a friend for a long time but never had the chance to bring it up. Now hearing Lu Ming's invitation, she stopped, turned around, and looked at him with a proud expression. Fine, then I'll reluctantly add you. Sister is leaving now. Bye. After adding each other as friends, Qin Sharon turned to leave. Got it. Coming back to her senses, she thought about the person who had arranged for the assassin to kill Lu Ming, undoubtedly Longhun Tian and I, who had almost killed her yesterday. A hint of killing intent suddenly appeared in Qin Sharon's cold eyes. Forget about yesterday, I won't hold it against you, too lazy to argue with you, but if you dare to touch my people, then you'll know what regret is. Saying this, Qin Sharon opened a 5-person WeChat group named Ran Ran Little Princess, and sent a message, brothers, what should I do if someone bullies me? Soon, the 4 people lurking in the group all erupted. Xinglong, who dares to bully our Ran Ran? Outrageous. Xuanwu, Ran Ran, tell me who bullied you, I'll sit on him. Baihu, Ran Ran, where are you now? Zhuke, tell me your location, I'll come right over. Looking at the messages from the 4 great guardians, Qin Sharon said, it's someone from Longhun, called Longhun Tian and I, a level 35 knight. I am in the 2nd heaven, the city of starlight. Xuanwu, I just leveled up to 51, but it's okay, I have a quest here that deducts experience points if I fail. I can repeatedly grind this quest to drop my level back to 50, and then I can return to the 2nd heaven. Baihu, haha, silly Wu, why can't you learn from me? Knowing that Ran Ran is going to the abyss, I'm not stuck at a level. I've already leveled up to 53, but I'm intentionally keeping my level at 50. This way, I can jump between the 2nd and 3rd heavens whenever I need. Xinglong, it's fine, little Wu, you don't need to come back. I'm in the 2nd heaven, just a mere 4th transformation knight, I can kill him with one strike. Xuanwu, come on, can you all slow down a bit? Can you let him be mine? Please, let me have this chance, I haven't killed anyone in a long time. Baihu, it's a race to see who's faster, I'm already on my way to Jiang province. By the way, Qin Sharon added, Longhun Tianni doesn't dare to act himself, he always finds someone else to do it. Don't be too ostentatious, we can't let Longhun's people know it was me who killed Shin, otherwise, it'll involve too many issues. Baihu, okay, I guarantee that guy won't even know how he died. Xuanwu, 1 Juchuet, 1 Qinglong. Although Lu Ming had already obtained a set of soul gear from Qin Sharon, he still needed to reach level 20 to equip it. Additionally, he had to get a set of soul gear for Lin Yue from the black market, so they could maximize their gains by grinding the ghostly demon tower together. Therefore, the immediate priority was to level up to 20. Lu Ming sent a WeChat message to Lin Yue, the groceries are bought. Go to Captain Carlo of the soldier team in the north of the city to pick up the quest, then head towards the wasteland. Worried about the kidnapping incident from last night repeating itself, Lu Ming waited for Lin Yue near the city of Starlight and didn't go ahead alone. At this moment, Lin Yue replied on WeChat, Brother Yu Ming, I bought shrimp and 2 pounds of pork, and eggs, tomatoes, celery, and bean sprouts. Aunt Ding, who
who sells vegetables on the second floor of the market, even gave me some green onions. I'll make shrimp, stir-fried celery with pork, stir-fried bean sprouts, and a tomato egg drop soup for lunch.
Brother Yu Ming, do you want anything else?
Originally, it was just an excuse to send Lin Yue away to avoid her being mistakenly harmed by those three assassins. Unexpectedly, she really took the grocery shopping seriously. In his previous life, Lu Ming would buy groceries and cook for Yilinger every day without fail, often forgetting to ask the vegetable vendor for green onions, and when he remembered, he could only go buy them separately. Lin Yue was clearly someone who knew how to live well. Lu Ming casually said, "That's enough, just these."
Okay, then I'll go back and log on right away.
About 10 minutes later, Lin Yue logged on and met up with Lu Ming on the way.
As they headed towards the wasteland, Lin Yue looked around and curiously asked, "Brother Yu Ming, what happened to those 3 people you were supposed to take on the quest?"
"They probably thought I couldn't handle them, so they left," Lu Ming replied casually. Lin Yue believed Lu Ming's words wholeheartedly and even felt a bit indignant for him. "They don't know how powerful you are, Brother Yu Ming. They actually don't believe in your strength. They will definitely regret it later."
Yeah, they should have already regretted it.
As they spoke, the two arrived at the wasteland. True to its name, it was a desolate and empty mountainous area. In the vast wasteland, there were enormous brown poisonous scorpions scattered everywhere. Compared to the 25-level man-eating ants they had challenged last time, Lu Ming's target this time had increased by a full 5 levels. For caution's sake, before the battle began, Lu Ming cast a reconnaissance spell to check the attributes of the poisonous scorpion. Deadly poison scorpion, physical type normal monster, level 30 physical attack, 1580 armor, 920 magic resistance, 810 speed, 665 health, 21600 skills, lethal poison stinger, F grade, venom permeation, F grade, description. A mutated scorpion containing a large amount of toxins.
Once bitten, the deadly poison will gradually consume your life. A level 30 monster, its strength was visibly high. However, for Lu Ming, it was even more challenging. He locked his gaze on a deadly poison scorpion ahead. Drawing his sword, swish, the sword shadow flashed, and blood-red damage popped up above the scorpion's head, minus 6,113. After a 20-fold enhancement, the E-grade sword draw instantly took away a third of the scorpion's health. Ding sword draw effect triggered, attack power plus 200%, lasting 200 seconds. As the battle prompt fell, the attacked deadly poison scorpion charged towards Lu Ming.
Lu Ming summoned the Death Knight generals. At the same time, he stationed himself with his long sword, releasing a dual formation of War Tread and Life Bastion. Kill! With a thought from Lu Ming, 10 nearby Death Knight generals simultaneously activated Soul Shatter.
Minus 2,831. Minus 2,831. Minus 2,831.
Ding killed a level 30 deadly poison scorpion, experience plus 680, although it was still not very difficult.
The best scenario was that the Death Knight generals could easily solo the monsters.
If several, even 10 Death Knight generals were needed to kill a single monster, it would undoubtedly greatly reduce the overall monster killing efficiency. But in any case, the experience from this level 30 monster was indeed much higher than the 100 plus experience from the level 20 undead in the Soul Magic Tower's second dimension. Thus, under Lu Ming's command, every 5 Death Knight generals formed a team, with a total of 340 Death Knight generals divided into 68 teams, spreading out in the wasteland to hunt. 5 soul shatters were not enough to directly kill the deadly poison scorpion, giving the scorpion a chance to counterattack. But a lethal poison stinger struck one of the Death Knight generals, dealing over 2,400 points of damage, while the deadly poison scorpion itself suffered nearly 4,000 points of massive counterattack damage.
Each attack from the deadly poison scorpion triggered a higher counter damage to itself.
Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "The effect of this strong acid backlash is really impressive." The additional skill of the bronze item Anteater had a strong acid backlash. When the wearer is attacked, 8% of the damage is reflected, and when the Formation Master releases a formation, this skill can be shared with teammates. Combined with the comprehensive amplification of the 20-fold enhancement, this counter damage could be increased to 160%. This counter damage effect was simply higher than the attack damage of the Death Knight generals themselves. While Lu Ming manipulated the Death Knight army to kill monsters rampantly, Lin Yue was not idle either. Taking advantage of Lu Ming's formation bonus, she picked up the bronze staff and began her work of farming copper coins. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the southern part of Starshine City, in the level 36 to 37 wild area barbarian tribe, as the 35-level Ice Armor Knight Longhun Tianni shot his spear, he pierced through a level 36 wild man, ending the current battle. Dong Dong, he received a WeChat message. "Boss Tianni, the assassination mission failed.
the 3 people we were looking for were killed by the underworld. Seeing this message, Long Hun Tianni was instantly furious, useless. A few level 30s can't even handle a level teens formation master. Just then, a friend with the nickname Brother Guan sent a WeChat voice message. As Long Hun Tianni answered the call, a strong and steady voice of a middle-aged man came through. I heard that our Long Hun was killed by 7 people the night before yesterday. You went to settle the score, but instead got taught a lesson? What happened? Brother Guan. Dragon Soul's heavenly reversal was clearly in awe of this Brother Guan, fearing that he might blame him, and quickly assured, "Don't worry, Brother Guan. I will definitely seek justice for the 7 brothers who died. I won't let a single one of those who harmed them get away." At that moment, Brother Guan said, "Do you need me to go down and help?" "No need, Brother Guan." Dragon Soul's heavenly reversal vowed, "Rest assured, I can handle this." Just as he finished speaking, a sudden scream came from behind. Dragon Soul's heavenly reversal turned around in shock to see a shadow as fast as lightning flash by. In the next second, his mage teammate, Dragon Soul's Forbidden, fell to the ground. Seeing his teammate attacked by an unknown force and instantly killed, Dragon Soul's heavenly reversal was horrified and immediately tightened his grip on his spear, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings. At that moment, whoosh, the mysterious shadow once again swept past from behind at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye. Following the level 33 mage, Dragon Soul's Forbidden, the level 33 priest, Dragon Soul's Skillful Hand, was also wiped out. The remaining array trickster, Dragon Soul's Dominance, and assassin, Dragon Soul's Shadow, were in a panic. Who is it? As soon as the words fell, crack, the array trickster Dragon Soul's Dominance was killed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, 3 people had been killed, all without exception, instantly taken down with a single blow. Dragon Soul's heavenly reversal immediately realized that the opponent's level and strength must far exceed theirs, absolutely not something he could handle at his current level. Even now, he couldn't see where the opponent was. Under an unprecedented fear, Dragon Soul's heavenly reversal hurriedly shouted to the surroundings, "May I ask which great deity this is? Is there some misunderstanding? If I have offended in any way, please point it out to my face." As soon as he said this, the opponent finally revealed themselves. But as the price of revealing themselves, Dragon Soul's heavenly reversal's last teammate, the assassin Dragon Soul's Shadow, was slain. Crack! The knife fell, blood splattered on the spot. A young assassin, about 25 or 26 years old, with dark skin and a rather honest-looking face, stepped on Dragon Soul's Shadow's corpse. While wiping the blood off his dagger, he looked at Dragon Soul's heavenly reversal with a mocking gaze and said with a wicked smile, "You have offended me." Looking at this unfamiliar face, Dragon Soul's heavenly reversal racked his brain but couldn't recall when he had offended this level 56th transformation assassin. "We shouldn't know each other, right?" The young assassin said leisurely, "We don't know each other, but it doesn't matter. Zhanshin, you know, right?" Hearing this name, Dragon Soul's heavenly reversal's heart jolted. His thoughts were pulled back to the scene yesterday afternoon when he almost killed Zhanshin Yu. He immediately understood, the person before him was here to take revenge for Zhanshin Yu. Knowing that he, a mere level 35 4th transformation knight, could never be a match for this level 56 transformation assassin, Dragon Soul's heavenly reversal hurriedly explained, "It's a misunderstanding, bro. At that time, I mistakenly thought she was the murderer of my 7 brothers, so, but I didn't kill her afterward." Whoosh! In an instant, the young assassin suddenly flashed from dozens of yards away to stand in front of Dragon Soul's heavenly reversal with astonishing speed. The knife fell, and Dragon Soul's heavenly reversal was knocked to the ground, with a foot directly stepping on his face. The overwhelming pressure from the 6th transformation powerhouse left Dragon Soul's heavenly reversal with no strength to resist. "Who gave you the courage to bully my Ranran? I'm sorry, I was wrong. I really was wrong." Dragon Soul's heavenly reversal begged for mercy, "Great deity, spare my life, I won't dare again." "Don't you want to know who I am?" The young assassin looked down at Dragon Soul's heavenly reversal and coldly said, "Remember this, your father. My ID is White Tiger, ranked 98th on the Tianyuan assassin list in the Great Xia national server." As soon as the voice fell, a sound came from behind, "Xiaohu, don't easily expose your identity." Turning around, 3 people appeared behind, having arrived at some point. They all looked to be about the same age as the assassin by Hu, but each had a distinct aura. One of them, dressed in green armor, appeared mature and steady, a level 56th transformation warrior, Qinglong. The one who just spoke was him. To Qinglong's left stood a refined-looking red-robed mage, also a level 56th transformation, Zhu Ke. To Qinglong's right was a solid, chubby figure, a level 56th transformation knight, Xian Wu. "Damn, why are you always so fast?" Looking at the 4 Dragon Soul players' corpses lying on the ground, the chubby Xian Wu couldn't help but pout. not even one left for us. That's too much. The maid Shu Kei, holding his staff, said, Ran said we can't let them know who we are. Your identity has already been exposed. This person cannot be left alive. Bai Hu waved his hand impatiently. I know. I never planned to let him live. As he spoke, disregarding Long Hun Tian's pleas for mercy, Bai Hu directly swiped his knife across his neck. Oh no! These few weaklings dare to bully Ran? They really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Let's go find Ran. It's been a long time since we saw her, and since we're in Jiang province, we must treat her to a meal today. After checking the surroundings and finding nothing unusual, the four left the place. The desolate tribe returned to silence. Only Long Hun Tian and Brother Guan remained on an uninterrupted voice call, beeping away. LV-29 LV-30 Wasteland. Killing monsters across 13 levels, the experience gain was indeed fast. After grinding poisonous scorpions for a whole morning, Lu Ming successfully leveled up to level 18. Moreover, the kill count had reached 1,000, completing the 10th tier of the Hunt Poisonous Scorpions quest. Now I'm at level 18, 12%. Later, I'll go back to claim a wave of quest rewards, do another quest in the afternoon, and work overtime in the evening. I should be able to reach level 20 today without any problem. Returning to Xinghui City, Lu Ming submitted the quest to Captain Carlo of the Northern Soldiers. Brave adventurer, that's great. You've really solved my urgent problem. With this, those poisonous scorpions won't pose a threat to our Xinghui City for a while. Just as Carlo finished speaking, a pleasant system notification descended from the sky. Ding! Congratulations on completing the quest Hunt Poisonous Scorpions, receiving the 10th tier reward, experience plus 420,000, silver coins plus 8, and obtaining the E-grade skill scroll Life Fortress plus 1. Truly worthy of the level 30 quest's 10th tier reward. This 420,000 experience reward instantly jumped Lu Ming's experience bar from 12% to 54%. Of course, what surprised Lu Ming even more was, an E-grade scroll actually dropped? According to Lu Ming's knowledge, an E-grade scroll is worth 20,000 renminbi in the market, and based on player testing, even for completing the 10th tier of a quest, the drop rate is very, very low for levels below 50. Yet Lu Ming had only completed a level 30 quest and had received an E-grade scroll. If only Lu Ming had received the E-grade scroll reward, it might not be worth mentioning, merely a stroke of luck. But, after Lin Yue also submitted her quest. Brother Yu Ming, I received an equipment reward. Is this a silver item? A silver item? Lin Yue's words made Lu Ming's heart tremble. In the Tianyuan world, equipment quality is divided into whiteboard, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, gilded, dark gold, etc. Generally speaking, silver items of levels 40 to 50 are quite common. Silver items in the 30 to 40 level range are considered rare. Silver items in the 20 to 30 level range are truly exceptional. Lin Yue's current level is only 17, which means that what she has gained from this task is a level 17 silver item. At this moment, Lin Yue took out a delicately crafted, crystal clear silver white necklace from her backpack. Starshine Power, LV-17 silver item, necklace, mana, plus 10-20 additional attributes, spirit plus 50, intelligence plus 50 additional skill, star radiance, passive. The wearer restores 3% of their maximum mana plus 120 mana points each time they kill an enemy, drawing from the enemy's Starshine Power. Durability, 92 class, universal for magic classes. Description, a necklace, forged from the gathered power of starlight, representing the hope of Starshine City. Seeing the attributes of this necklace, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel shocked. The mana attribute alone is in the 4-digit range, plus the 2 additional 50 points in spirit, and the passive skill that restores mana upon killing. It perfectly solves the early game mana shortage that all magic classes suffer from, where using just a few skills leaves them out of mana, and it can even replace the use of mana potions. For any player below level 50, this is simply the best of the best, a priceless treasure. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's class cannot use it, and having this silver item on Lin Yue would be a waste. Since she was following Lu Ming to kill monsters, her demand for mana was not high. However, the market value of a level 17 silver item shouldn't be low. With this thought, Lu Ming once again employed his persuasion skills on Lin Yue. Listen to me, you can't handle this necklace. Trust me, give it to me, let me have it. Lin Yue didn't hesitate at all. Okay, brother Yu Ming. Saying this, she handed the Starshine Power to Lu Ming. Lin Yue seemed a bit silly, but in reality, her little head was spinning quickly. Without Lu Ming leading her, how could she possibly complete this level 30 task at level 17? She certainly wouldn't have obtained this silver necklace. So, with the 8 silver coins as a task reward, Lin Yue was already very satisfied and didn't expect to keep this necklace for herself. Holding the Starshine Power, Lu Ming opened the trading market to take a look. He discovered that in the shared trading market of the three cities of Jiang Province, Hanghai, Linhai, and Yunzhou, there were only 3 level 20 to 30 silver items. The best among them was the level 27 warrior and knight item, the muddy leggings, listed for auction with a starting price of 100,000 renminbi. As of now, there were as many as 421 participants in the auction, and the bidding price had already reached 257,000. If a pair of level 27 leggings can be worth over 200,000, then this level 17 necklace could easily sell for 500,000. Lu Ming was instantly filled with anticipation for the future, because he knew that if a level 30 player were to complete this level 30 task's 10th tier, they would at most receive a level 30 bronze item as a reward. Unless they were extraordinarily lucky to get a level 30 silver item, the odds of that are no better than winning a lottery jackpot. And Lu Ming realized, as long as I keep doing high-level tasks across levels, I can significantly increase the drop rate and obtain rare equipment and skill scrolls that ordinary people cannot get. This means that Lu Ming and Lin Yue, at their current level, could complete a level 30 task and receive E-level skill scrolls and silver item rewards. If they continued at their current level to challenge higher-level tasks of 40 to 50, wouldn't they be able to obtain D-level, C-level skill scrolls, or even golden and gilded equipment rewards? Other players have lower limits as their levels increase, so they become increasingly ineffective against higher-level tasks and monsters. However, Lu Ming's account has 3 major talents that upgrade every 10 levels, greatly increasing Lu Ming's potential. This means that the higher Lu Ming's level, the greater his power increase, allowing him to cross more levels to hunt monsters. By level 20, with the 3 major talents at LV3, I should be able to attempt level 40 to 50 quests. Lu Ming's attention returned to the silver necklace in his hand. Selling it would certainly earn him a good profit. However, Lu Ming had a better idea. That was, sell it to Qin Churen. This way, he could make money and also do her a favor. So, Lu Ming opened the WeChat chat with Qin Churen, sent her the equipment illustration of Starlight Power, and asked, "Are you interested?" Sure enough, Qin Churen couldn't resist the temptation of this silver item. She almost instantly replied to Lu Ming's WeChat, "Level 17 silver item? How did you get it?" Lu Ming didn't answer Qin Churen's question but instead asked, "Do you want it? If so, I'll sell it to you." Yes, Qin Churen was indeed tempted. In Lu Ming's view, Qin Churen was a high-ranking member of the Godslayer. Even if she couldn't use it herself, she would definitely think of spending heavily to recruit potential expert players for the team. Qin Churen immediately asked, "How much?" "The soul set you gave me is worth about 500,000, so let's offset it directly with the soul set." Looking at Lu Ming's response, Qin Churen said without hesitation, "Okay, no problem. Send me the equipment by mail." Without saying another word, Lu Ming sent Starlight Power to Qin Churen via mail. Next, Lu Ming looked at the reward he received, E-grade skill scroll Life Fortress. Although it was far less valuable compared to the silver item worth 50,000 that Lin Yue received, it was still something Lu Ming urgently needed, because he had already mastered this skill in his skill list. F-grade effect, applying, illusionist 1% max health plus 65 points of shield to teammates within range every second, with a maximum shield value of illusionist 30% max health. Lu Ming directly used the E-grade Life Fortress to overwrite the original F-grade, enhancing the skill's effect to apply illusionist 2% max health plus 65 points of shield to teammates within range every second, with a maximum shield value of illusionist 50% max health. Combined with the LV2 comprehensive enhancement of 20 times, it significantly improved the survival ability of the Undead Legion. The harvest this morning was quite good, so Lu Ming said to Lin Yue, "Let's go, I'll treat you to a meal." Lin Yue replied, "But, didn't you say you wanted to eat shrimp for lunch? That's fine, then we'll eat at home for lunch and go out for dinner." After logging off, Lin Yue began chopping vegetables in the kitchen to prepare lunch. Her technique was skilled and delicate, clearly showing she was a master at cooking. Lu Ming was considering where to go for quests in the afternoon. Before long, a delicious aroma filled the air. Oil-braised shrimp, stir-fried celery with meat, stir-fried bean sprouts, and tomato egg soup. 3 dishes in one soup, all colorful and fragrant, making it very appetizing. Lu Ming tasted it and found that while each dish's flavor couldn't be described as perfect, it had a homey taste completely different from what he had eaten in restaurants. In his past life, Lu Ming had meticulously prepared 3 meals a day for Yi Linger. This was the first time he had eaten food made by someone else, and he could tell how much effort the other person put into it. "I didn't expect that not only are you beautiful, but your cooking skills are also so good." Receiving Lu Ming's compliment, Lin Yue's little face turned slightly red, and she smiled. "If Brother Yu Ming likes to eat, then I'll cook for you every day from now on." Then I must be really lucky. After learning from Yi Linger for a few years, Lu Ming understood how to stir a girl's heart. Let's eat first, and after lunch, we'll take a short break before going to do a quest in the afternoon. Okay.
At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, after logging in, Lu Ming took Lin Yue to the tailor, in Starlight City to accept a level 30 quest, collect tiger skin.
Following the map's guidance, they left the city through the west gate.
Just as Lu Ming had just left the Starry City, a few pairs of eyes in the corner were fixated on him.
Is this the kid that Ran likes? Level 18 Array Master, Yu Ming, isn't that him?
I thought he would be some kind of expert. At the very least, he should be a well-off young master.
But look at him, a weak and shabby appearance. How could our Ran possibly be interested in him? Let's go meet this kid. We need to keep an eye on him. We can't let our precious cabbage be pushed around by a pig.
In the afternoon, the number of active players online was relatively sparse compared to other times, but there were still quite a few. Following the map's guidance, Lu Ming and Lin Yue were on their way to the LV30-LV31 Western Farm. As they passed through a ruined area, a sudden cry for help echoed nearby.
Help! Is anyone there to save us?
Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw 3 female players, around levels 15 to 16, being attacked by 2 level 20 mutated octopus monsters, trapped in a crisis. Seeing this, Lin Yue anxiously said to Lu Ming, "Brother Yu Ming, it seems like those sisters are in danger. Should we go help them?" Lu Ming kept his gaze straight ahead, his pace unbroken. No need to bother. Although Lin Yue was worried, she still listened to Lu Ming. Meanwhile, in a nearby concealed spot, 4 players Warrior Qinglong, Knight Xuanwu, Assassin Baihu, and Mage Zhuke were silently observing the scene. At this moment, Baihu nodded, a look of appreciation on his face, and said, "Not bad, this kid isn't sentimental, isn't a bleeding heart, and doesn't get distracted by looks.
His character seems fine. Okay, I passed this test." Just as Baihu finished speaking, one of the distressed girls shouted, "Is anyone there to save us? Whoever saves me, I'll give them 10,000.
As soon as those words were spoken, Lu Ming, who had not gone far, seemed to have stepped on a landmine and immediately stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at the 3 girls. At that moment, an octopus monster leaped into the air, pouncing towards the 3 girls. Within a 50-yard attack range, time was of the essence. With a swish, just as Lu Ming drew his sword, a shadow of the sword pierced through the octopus monster.
Minus 6,113.
The extremely high damage instantly cleared the octopus monster's health bar, which had only 5,000 plus HP.
One-hit kill.
Seeing Lu Ming take action, Lin Yue, who had been eager to help the 3 girls, immediately raised her staff.
Boom!
A fireball spell struck the other octopus monster hard.
The next second, a weak damage number appeared above the octopus monster's head, minus 398.
The brilliance that Lu Ming had always provided made Lin Yue forget her own strength. Lin Yue stuck out her tongue, a hint of embarrassment flashing in her eyes.
At that moment, she deeply realized, without Lu Ming's array bonus, she was just a small fry.
However, the octopus monster was clever. Although Lin Yue hadn't dealt much damage to it, seeing its companion being killed by Lu Ming scared it off immediately. Meanwhile, the 3 rescued girls hurried over. The leader, a hot-bodied level 16 archer girl named Qin, was tearfully grateful.
"Thank you, handsome. Thank you for saving us." The other 2 equally attractive girls looked at Lu Ming with admiration. "Does the big brother have a girlfriend? Can we add each other on WeChat?"
Without saying much, Lu Ming simply revealed a QR code. As the girls excitedly scanned it, they were disappointed to find
it was a payment code.
The leading archer girl, Qin, could only sadly send Lu Ming 10,000. After receiving the money, Lu Ming didn't even glance at the 3 girls and immediately left with Lin Yue.
Witnessing this scene, Xinglong, Xuanwu, Baihu, and Zhuke fell into silence.
At that moment, Baihu received a WeChat message from baby Qin. "Dear, I lost 10,000 yuan, it hurts so much." Without a second thought, Baihu immediately transferred 13,140 plus 5,200 to her.
He then sent a voice message saying, "It's okay, baby, I'll make it up to you, consider it mine. Love you, moi."
Despite saying this, Baihu felt his heart bleeding. Damn, just to test this guy, I lost half a month's salary. Instantly, the 3 people beside him were dumbfounded.
"Wait, Kuzi, this Qin, is she your girlfriend? You're using your own girlfriend to test another man? Damn, Hugo. You really have guts."
Baihu chuckled, "Isn't this a good way to test her loyalty?
Anyway, she doesn't know I'm in Jiang province. She thinks I'm still in Modu. Did you see that?
Those 2 girls are all over that guy, but Qin is completely indifferent. It seems Qin's feelings for me are quite devoted. At least this guy isn't a player.
Who doesn't love money?
Being devoted in a relationship is the most important thing. Okay, I've passed this test.
Now it's your turn."
As he spoke, not far away, just as Lu Ming had walked away, a group of players suddenly approached. They were all between levels 25 to 30, with the prefix, invincible, above their heads.
they came charging straight at Lu Ming. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Bai Hu was astonished. Who arranged this seamless connection? They started the second round of testing so quickly? Xinglong frowned and said, I arranged a group of players to test his strength, but they haven't arrived yet. These aren't my people. So this is an extra show? Maid Shuke observed the group of invincible players, pondering. Invincible seems to be one of the top 5 teams in Lehigh City, Jiang Province. And these people are all around level 25 to 30. Isn't it too difficult to test Yuming with them? No problem. Let's see how it goes. If it doesn't work, we'll step in. We must ensure his safety. If we accidentally kill him, with Iran's temper, we might not be able to handle the consequences. On the field, dozens of invincible players charged in aggressively. The leader, a level 28 third transformation archer named Invincible Loneliness, glanced at the Qin behind him, then glared at Lu Ming and shouted, Damn, you dare to ask my woman for money? Who the hell are you? The sudden turn of events left the four lurking in the shadows in silence again. Who are you? Being cheated on? Even Bai Hu felt a bit doubtful when he saw Baby Qin send him another WeChat message. Dear, just now a guy who won't leave me alone came to me. Should I continue testing that Yuming? Seeing this, Bai Hu immediately felt relieved. It's fine, just a lowly guy. This just shows my baby is excellent. So, without hesitation, Bai Hu replied, Test. The next moment, on the field, Qin pointed at the players from the Invincible team and said to Lu Ming, Handsome, help me get rid of them, and I'll give you another 10,000. Upon hearing this, Invincible Loneliness was confused. Qin, what do you mean? I thought this guy was just trying to get money from you and wanted to seek justice. Qin replied confidently, He saved me, this is the reward I should give him. Why should a lowly guy interfere? I already said I don't like you. I have a boyfriend. He is the only one in my heart. Don't bother me anymore. Qin's words brought immense comfort to Bai Hu, who had just lost tens of thousands. While his heart was bleeding, he was also deeply moved. Qin, I will only marry you in this life. However, Invincible Loneliness was relentless. Stop using that excuse to fool me. If you have a boyfriend, why have I never seen him around you? Or are you saying that your boyfriend is just a useless waste? How can he compare to me, an elite of the city's 5th invincible team? Upon hearing this, the hidden white tiger instantly exploded with rage. What the hell? You call my national server's level 98 assassin a waste? I'll show you who the real waste is. Damn it! Where's my knife? Let's focus on the test first and see how strong that kid is. If it weren't for the persuasion of Qinglong and the others, White Tiger would have already charged out. On the field, Lu Ming heard there was another 10,000 yuan to be made, so he reached behind him, ready to draw his sword. After all, free money is money you shouldn't pass up. Seeing this, Invincible Loneliness glared fiercely at Lu Ming. You like to meddle, huh? Then let me show you the consequences of meddling. Brothers, charge! Cut him down! Facing such a seemingly weak and easily bullied level 18 array master, Lu Ming, Invincible Loneliness's fierce gaze was mixed with a hint of reckless amusement. Watch closely, Qin. Soon you'll know that in this world, authority and status are the most important. Refusing me will be your most regrettable decision. Kill! With a command from Invincible Loneliness, dozens of players from the Invincible team brandished their weapons and charged at Lu Ming. Meanwhile, facing the dozens of third transformation players charging at him, all nearly 10 levels higher, Lu Ming stood his ground, calm and composed. To catch a thief, first catch the king. Lu Ming's gaze pierced through the crowd, locking directly onto Invincible Loneliness at the back. Just before the opposing players got too close, whoosh! In the instant he drew his sword, a flash of sword light vanished. The players from the Invincible team were momentarily stunned by the sudden aura that erupted from Lu Ming, halting their charge. But when they looked around, they found themselves and their teammates unharmed, thinking Lu Ming was just bluffing. Thud! Accompanied by a commotion from behind, when everyone turned to look, they were shocked to see their leader, Invincible Loneliness, heavily kneeling on the ground, eyes wide open. His health bar had mysteriously been emptied. The next second, he collapsed straight to the ground. At that moment, the air suddenly fell silent. The dozen or so players from the Invincible team were all dumbfounded. They didn't even know how Invincible Loneliness had died. The incident with Dragon Soul's heavenly reversal taught Lu Ming, when facing an enemy, don't hold back. What you think is leaving yourself room is actually letting the tiger return to the mountain. Thus, with killing intent unyielding in his eyes, Lu Ming prioritized eliminating Invincible Loneliness before turning his gaze to the remaining players of the Invincible team. When the players from the Invincible team looked at Lu Ming again, they were all filled with terror, no one daring to approach him even a step closer, instead retreating in panic. After all, they had dared to attack Lu Ming solely because they saw he was just an 18-level array master. Yet this mere level 18 support array master effortlessly killed their leader, a level 28 third transformation archer.
Such terrifying strength naturally made them realize the might of this person, filling them with fear.
Run! With a startled shout, everyone turned and fled. But as soon as they turned, they saw a group of skeletal warriors surrounding them from nowhere. Kill! With a thought from Lu Ming, dozens of skeletal warriors, forming a dual formation of War Tread and Life Bastion, launched an attack on the players of the Invincible team. With the current strength of the skeletal warriors, dealing with players below level 30 was no challenge at all. Amidst the rising cries of despair, dozens of players were instantly slaughtered. Seeing this scene, the four lurking in the shadows, Qinglong, Xuanwu, White Tiger, and Zhuke, were all stunned. What the hell? This kid, is this really the array master, that sewer profession among the 8 major professions in the Tianyuan world that I know? Level 18 against level 28? Damn, this guy is so strong. No wonder Ran Ran has her eyes on him.
At that moment, Qinglong, with an appreciative expression, said, "No problem with strength, I passed this level."
As soon as he finished speaking, Baihu, who was in the middle of transferring money to Qin Qin for the second time, looked bewildered. "Wait, what do you mean? You test, why should I pay?" Qinglong glanced at Baihu. "It's not like I asked you to pay." Xuanwu laughed heartily. Alright, at worst, I'll have a long treat you to some crayfish tonight." Damn, it's already 30,000. That's almost my entire month's salary.
Baihu was on the verge of tears. On the battlefield, as Lu Ming eliminated the dozen or so Invincible team players, the fight came to an end. He hadn't had time to ask Qin Qin for money when suddenly, through the shared vision of several outer sentry undead warriors, he saw a group of high-level players rapidly approaching. In an instant, the vision was forcibly interrupted. "Ding, your undead warrior has been killed. Ding, your undead warrior has been killed. Ding." Suffering heavy losses, several undead warriors stationed at a distance were wiped out. Lu Ming immediately furrowed his brows and instinctively shielded the fortune cat Lin Yue behind him.
The next moment, a large group of players burst through the ruins.
They also had the Invincible Team ID above their heads, but this time the players were at levels 30 to 40, clearly much stronger than the previous group of level 25 to 30 players. When this group of Invincible players arrived at the scene and saw the bodies of their fallen comrades lying in disarray on the ground, their anger surged.
The leader, a level 39 4th transformation warrior named Invincible Destiny, glared at Lu Ming with a fierce gaze. "Did you kill them?"
Lu Ming realized that with his current strength, this group of nearly level 40 players would be difficult to handle.
He immediately instructed Lin Yue in secret, "Run towards the main city, don't look back."
Lin Yue, who usually obeyed, surprisingly chose to defy Lu Ming this time.
"No, I'm not leaving. I want to fight alongside brother Yu Ming."
As she spoke, Invincible Destiny coldly declared, "Anyone who dares to touch my Invincible team, none of you will leave here alive today. Kill!" With a single command, over 30 level 35 to 44th transformation players from the Invincible team charged towards Lu Ming with overwhelming force. The scene was strikingly similar to the earlier attack led by Invincible Solitude. But Lu Ming knew well, although the formations were alike, the strength of the two groups was no longer comparable. In this situation, Lu Ming could only grit his teeth and order the undead warriors to defend. Truly, as a city-level team, the awareness and coordination of these Invincible players were far superior to those of ordinary solo players.
Clang, clang, clang.
The frontline knights quickly formed a formation, using their shields to block the attacks of the undead warriors, preventing the undead warriors' soul shatter skill from hunting the backline, forcing it to hit them instead. Meanwhile, the archers and mages in the backline, taking advantage of the knight's cover, launched ranged attacks.
Boom, boom, boom.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless magic balls and arrows soared over the heads of the frontline knights, raining down upon the undead legion. A large area of damage, reaching 300 to 500 points, instantly killed several undead warriors. In a situation of excessively low defense, relying solely on the paper-thin shield provided by the 20-fold enhanced E-level Life Fortress, clearly couldn't withstand such intense attacks. After all, the nearly 20-level difference between the two sides was simply too great. Seeing the undead warriors utterly powerless against this group of nearly level 44th transformation players, Lu Ming hurriedly said to Lin Yue, "Run." Just as he turned around, he was shocked to find that a group of Invincible players had somehow circled behind them, blocking their escape route.
"What, do you want to escape? Did I let you escape?"
Kill! With a single command, dozens of Invincible players charged from behind.
The dozens of level 18 undead warriors trying to defend were instantly overwhelmed.
In the next moment, dozens of Invincible players pounced on Lu Ming and Lin Yue like hungry wolves. Faced with the attacks from these players, who were all at levels 35 to 40, Lu Ming knew he could not withstand them.
However, he had no way to retreat. Just at this critical moment, boom, boom, boom.
Suddenly, massive golden shields descended from the sky, enveloping Lu Ming and Lin Yue, forming a gigantic protective barrier around them. The next moment, the charging invincible players crashed against the shield with fierce force, and instead of breaking it, they were all rebounded and sent flying. Night sea-level skill, Celestial Shield? Damn! Where did these second-tier players get a sea-level skill? Just as the group of invincible players who were knocked back were in shock, a huge fiery red circular barrier suddenly materialized around them, trapping them inside. Before they could regain their senses, boom, 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 countless fireballs rained down from the sky, covering the entire barrier area. Minus 23,258, minus 24,369, minus 23,589, minus 24,112. Under the devastating onslaught of the raging firestorm, accompanied by a series of screams, more than a dozen invincible team players were instantly killed, with no one spared. On the other side, Invincible Destiny was jolted awake by the sudden turn of events. However, there was no time to respond. He saw a shadow as fast as lightning darting through the crowd around him at an unimaginable speed. He had no idea what was happening. All he could hear were the rising and falling screams around him. Then, he saw his teammates falling one after another. Invincible Destiny's breathing became rapid, and he looked around in panic, but he couldn't even see a shadow of the enemy. Realizing that a powerful foe had appeared, Invincible Destiny no longer cared about the lives of his teammates and immediately turned to run. Just as he took a couple of steps, he saw a warrior in green armor, holding a green long sword, standing straight ahead, blocking his path. When Invincible Destiny saw the ID above the opponent's head, he was filled with fear. Qinglong, LV 56th Transcendence Warrior, rank 71 on the National Server Warrior list. At that moment, the flesh on Invincible Destiny's face trembled. His heart raced to 280, because he knew well, at level 50, the value of being ranked 71 on the national server was hundreds of times more terrifying than being in the top 10 at level 200. In other words, with the opponent's level and ranking, a mere flick of their finger could easily take his life. Invincible Destiny realized he had provoked a top-tier boss he couldn't afford to offend, and disaster was imminent. In a moment of panic, he directly knelt before Qinglong, trembling as he said, "Great One, spare my life." Qinglong calmly gazed at Invincible Destiny. "Do you know who that formation trickster is? The brother-in-law of the captain of the 7th-ranked Daxia team, the God-slaying team, and you dare to act against him?" Invincible Destiny glanced back at Lu Ming, then turned to Qinglong, his face growing even more terrified. I was blind to not recognize the mountain. Great One, spare me. I won't dare again." Invincible Destiny felt 1,000 regrets in his heart. Had he known that this formation trickster was the brother-in-law of the God-slaying team, ranked 7th in the Daxia team, even if he had 1,000 guts, he wouldn't have dared to offend such a small fry from the 5th city-level team. But now, it was too late to regret. Be careful in your next life. As soon as the words fell, Qinglong drew his green sword. Whoosh! A sharp blade of light descended from the sky, piercing through Invincible Destiny's body. A massive critical hit of 67,982 points instantly killed Invincible Destiny. At the same time, the remaining dozens of Invincible team players on the field were also wiped out under the harvesting of Xuanwu, Baihu, and Zhuke. So weak. Killing such trash really dirties my blade. The White Tiger stepped on the corpse of an invincible player, using the robe on his body to wipe the blood off his dagger. The seemingly honest and simple-minded chubby knight, Xuanwu, wore a displeased expression. "Every time I say to leave a few for me, you guys always kill them all. You're really dogs." The mage, Zhuke, smiled slightly. "Next time, for sure." Watching the few of them instantly slay so many while chatting so casually, Lin Yue, who had never seen such a scene, was frightened and hid behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming also didn't know where these people came from or why they were saving him. It wasn't until he accidentally caught sight of the silver flowing necklace around Yuchua's neck that he suddenly realized they were Qin Churen's people. That necklace was the level 17 silver item, Starlight Power, that Lu Ming had sold to Qin Churen. Can a necklace worth 500,000 be given away just like that? It seems these people have an extraordinary relationship with Qin Churen. As it turned out, they indeed were extraordinary. Each of the four had a dazzling national title above their heads. Level 50 Assassin White Tiger, ranked 98th on the National Assassin Leaderboard. Level 50 Mage Zhuke, ranked 66th on the National Mage Leaderboard. Level 50 Knight Xuanwu, ranked 83rd on the National Knight Leaderboard. Level 50 Warrior Qinglong, ranked 71st on the National Warrior Leaderboard. In the Tianyuan world, players reaching level 30 could earn points through daily duels to climb the professional rankings.
For 99% of players worldwide, even a small village title was an unattainable existence. Moreover, even if one had a title, most were achieved by players over level 100 accumulating high points over time. In his past life, Lu Ming had lived for 5 years and had never even seen a national title over level 100, let alone now, with these 4 level 50 national titles. To think that Zhanshan has such high-level experts, no wonder they can rank 7th in the national team. At the same time, Lu Ming understood that if it weren't for these few intervening, he would have found it hard to escape unscathed from the invincible team players. Thus, he humbly said to them, "Thank you, seniors, for your help." At that moment, Xinglong suddenly said to Lu Ming, "Congratulations, you've passed our test." "Test? What test?" Facing Lu Ming's confused expression, the assassin White Tiger appeared beside him like a ghost. He put his arm around Lu Ming's shoulder, squinting and grinning. "Stop pretending. Aren't you chasing after Ranon? We've agreed to this." Zhuke scrutinized Lu Ming with sharp eyes and said, "But let me be clear, we've watched Ranon grow up. Although we have no blood relation, we can be considered half of her family. If you dare to bully Ranon or treat her poorly, causing her any grievances, I will make sure you have no place to die." "I mean what I say." The chubby Xuanwu plopped down on the ground, crying like a child. "Ranon, why did you leave like this? I can't bear to lose you, Ranon." White Tiger suddenly flashed in front of Xuanwu and kicked him to the ground. "Go cry somewhere else. Don't act like Ranon is dead." Lu Ming understood. They had mistaken him for Qin Churen's boyfriend. His goal was to get close to Qin Churen and use her to further his revenge plan, so he didn't bother to explain their misunderstanding. For Lu Ming, this was actually a good opportunity to get closer to Qin Churen. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, you guys, planning to sell me while I'm not around, huh?" Looking in the direction of the voice, he found that it was indeed Qin Churen who had rushed over. Clearly, she had heard what Xinglong and the others had said to Lu Ming, and her originally fair face had turned red to the ears. She quickly explained to Lu Ming, "A few lunatics. Nonsense. You mustn't take it seriously." As she spoke, Qin Churen shot a glare at Bai Hu and the others, fuming, "You all hurry up and come with me. Stop embarrassing yourselves here." "So embarrassing." After saying that, Qin Churen grabbed Xuanwu's ear with her left hand and Zhuchue's ear with her right, lifting them like 2 little chicks and dragging them away. "Ah, ouch, ouch, ouch. Miss, be gentle." Looking at these 2 top players in the national server, they didn't dare to resist Qin Churen at all. On the side, Qin and the other 2 girls were left dumbfounded. Of course, anyone with a discerning eye could see that they weren't really afraid of Qin Churen. It was just a display of unconditional pampering and tolerance from the big brother to the little sister. "Let's grab a meal together offline sometime." Xinglong also greeted Lu Ming and then silently followed Qin Churen and the others. Bai Hu ran off to be affectionate with his girlfriend Qin, whom he hadn't seen for 3 months. "Ah, Hu, when did you come to Yunzhou? Why didn't you tell me?" "Hee, I was thinking of giving you a surprise. It's been a long time since I saw you. Didn't you miss me?" "I did. I missed you a lot. Come on, let's go offline and eat something delicious." "Okay." After Qin Churen, Xinglong, and Bai Hu left, Lu Ming took Lin Yuwei and continued on to their mission location, the Western Farm. On the way, recalling what had just happened, Lu Ming realized a serious problem. Currently, opponents above level 30 are already the upper limit of the Undead Legion's resistance. If I encounter higher level opponents, I will become increasingly powerless. It seems I must reach level 20 as soon as possible. Upgrade my talent to LV3 to raise my own limits. With this thought, Lu Ming couldn't help but quicken his pace. Soon, he and Lin Yuwei arrived at the Western Farm. While Lin Yuwei was cooking at noon, Lu Ming diligently studied the strategy guide. The reason for choosing this farm as the leveling spot for the afternoon was not only because there was a task to collect tiger skins, but also for a more important reason. According to the strategy guide, players can obtain summoning scroll fragments by killing saber-toothed tigers at this farm. With a complete summoning scroll, one can summon elite or even boss-level saber-toothed tigers. Before reaching level 20 and entering the black market, it was wise to slay a few more elite monsters and bosses to accumulate some gold. With this in mind, once he stepped into the farm, Lu Ming summoned all the undead warriors and issued them the command to freely hunt monsters. By consuming soul power, he filled the positions of the previously fallen undead warriors. A total of 360 second-tier undead warriors spread across the vast farm, hunting the ubiquitous level 30 to 31 savage saber-toothed tigers. Previously, he had already slain level 30 venomous scorpions in the desolate area. Now, with Lu Ming's life fortress upgraded from F level to E level, the survival ability of the undead warriors had significantly increased. Therefore, facing these level 30 to 31 saber-toothed tigers, which were 12 to 13 levels lower, posed no difficulty for the undead warriors. Ding killed a level 30 savage saber-toothed tiger, experience plus 660. Ding killed a level 31 savage saber-toothed tiger, experience plus 710. Ding! Accompanied by the frantic battle notifications, through the pickups of the undead warriors, Lu Ming earned 12 to 15 copper coins and 3 tiger skins for each saber-toothed tiger he killed. In addition to this, there is this thing, summoning scroll fragment, special item, description, a mysterious scroll sealed with a large amount of brutal power. Collecting 100 fragments can synthesize an elite saber-toothed tiger summoning scroll. Collecting 500 fragments can synthesize a bronze boss-level saber-toothed tiger summoning scroll. Collecting 1000 fragments can synthesize a silver boss-level saber-toothed tiger summoning scroll. Note: fragments cannot be dropped or traded, but the synthesized complete scroll can be dropped and traded. Each player can only synthesize one scroll in their lifetime. The world of Tianyuan is filled with gold, and this statement is not false at all. Things like this are toys for the wealthy, while they represent wealth in the eyes of common players. Ordinary players collect these scroll fragments, and even if they summon an elite or boss saber-toothed tiger, if their strength is insufficient, they cannot kill it and are easily robbed, essentially delivering free meals to others. Therefore, they would rather sell the synthesized scroll directly. Lu Ming took a look and found that on the market, an elite-level summoning scroll is worth around $3,000. A bronze boss-level summoning scroll can sell for $30,000. A silver boss summoning scroll is worth as much as $100,000. Just as Lu Ming was checking this information, he discovered that in just a short while, he had already accumulated dozens of scroll fragments in his bag. With Lin You's 200% drop rate bonus, it feels great. Other players need to kill 3 to 4 saber-toothed tigers to drop one fragment. Lu Ming basically gets one fragment for every saber-toothed tiger he kills. Before long, the fragments in his bag were enough to synthesize an elite saber-toothed tiger summoning scroll. Reflecting on his past life, he had worked tirelessly, grinding for 18 hours a day, and sometimes only earned a few $1,000s at the end of the month. Yet now, this $3,000 came so easily. This made Lu Ming deeply realize, effort is worthless in the face of talent. Lin Yue was still consistently using her staff to kill monsters and farm copper coins, filling her little treasury. With the undead legion around, Lu Ming couldn't afford to slack off. The only thing he could do was draw his sword once a minute. Swish! Ding sword drawing skill proficiency +1. Swish! Ding sword drawing skill proficiency +1. As Lu Ming continued to draw his sword, he lost track of time. Finally, it felt great. Ding, congratulations, your sword drawing skill proficiency has reached 1000, and the skill quality has automatically upgraded to D level. With the system's pleasant notification, Lu Ming eagerly opened the skill list. Sword drawing, unique skill, LV18, grade, D level, can grow, skill effect. When drawing the sword, release a sword shadow that deals 220% attack power plus 138 points of true damage that ignores defense to a single enemy within the attack range, and increase your own attack power by 20% for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Skill cost, 98. Proficiency, 0/10,000. Each use of the sword drawing skill automatically gains 1 point of proficiency. Proficiency full can upgrade to C level. The damage coefficient increased from 150% to 220%, combined with the overall enhancement of 20 times, effectively raised the true damage from 30 times attack power to 44 times. This increase is terrifying. Of course, for Lu Ming, the auxiliary formation trickster, the most important thing is not the damage increase of this skill itself, but the subsequent attack power enhancement effect. Originally increasing attack power by 10% now increases it to 20%. For Lu Ming, this means that after drawing his sword, he will gain an enhancement effect of up to 400% attack power. Locking onto a freshly respawned saber-toothed tiger ahead, Lu Ming eagerly tried out the D-level sword drawing effect. Whoosh! A silver sword shadow, fast as lightning, pierced through the saber-toothed tiger. Minus 17,808. The special effects looked cooler. The damage was more explosive. The saber-toothed tiger, with over 22,000 total health, saw its health bar drop by 80% in an instant. Beside her, Lin Yue, who had just killed a saber-toothed tiger, couldn't help but widen her mouth in surprise at the scene. Oh my god, brother Yu Ming, your damage has increased so much. In fact, this was not even Lu Ming's peak damage. Just before drawing his sword, his attack power was still based on the previous round's E-level sword draw with a 200% attack power increase. Now, after using the D-level sword draw, his attack power had risen from 342 points to 570 points. This meant that the next time Lu Ming used the sword draw, it would be his peak damage level at this stage. Thus, he commanded the undead warlord to finish off the low-health saber-toothed tiger. After waiting for a minute for the skill cooldown, Lu Ming locked onto another saber-toothed tiger. Whoosh! D-level sword draw 27,840. Ding! Killed a level 31 savage saber-toothed tiger, experience plus 710. Instant kill. An 18-level array master, with 1 skill, killed a level 31 full health monster. The 27,000 plus damage Lu Ming dealt with a single sword draw made the nearby level 30 players, who were teaming up to farm saber-toothed tigers, question their lives. At the same time, with the quality upgrade of the sword draw skill, the attack damage of the Undead Legion, including Lin Yue, also increased significantly. Boom! With a fireball spell, Lin Yue dealt 4,535 points of damage to a saber-toothed tiger ahead. Her mouth dropped open again, her eyes filled with surprise. Oh my god! How did my damage increase so much? If a level 30 mage dealt such damage to a monster of the same level, it might not be surprising. But Lin Yue was only a level 17 little mage. This made the group of level 30 players, who could only deal 1 or 2,000 points of damage to the saber-toothed tiger, feel utterly ashamed. What the hell? What kind of damage are those two doing? Is this damage something a person in their teens can achieve? Are they all decked out in golden gear? Damn it! I want to report. I want to report someone for cheating. The War Stomp with a 20-fold increase could provide teammates with a 400% plus fixed 1840 points of attack power bonus. As Lu Ming's attack power increased from 342 to 570 points, the attack power increase for the Undead Warlords rose from 3208 points to 4120 points. Such a massive attack increase made the slaughter of the Undead Warlords even more bloodthirsty and brutal. At this moment, the prefixes should be switched: Brutal Undead Warlord versus Weak Saber-Toothed Tiger. This infinite growth skill is really strong. Lu Ming was glad he hadn't sold this skill back then. He couldn't imagine that at just level 18, he already possessed a D-level skill. He remembered in his past life, even at level 200, all his skills were still only D-level. So next, Lu Ming continued to engage in battle. With Lin Yue's 200% critical hit rate bonus, by around 5 in the afternoon, they had already gathered 2,000 tiger skins. Lu Ming and Lin Yue each had 1,000, enough to complete the 10th tier of the Collect Tiger Skins quest. The only downside was that the collection progress for the summoning scroll fragments was only about 700 pieces. Although that was enough to synthesize a bronze boss level summoning scroll, Lu Ming's goal was not bronze, but silver. Bronze level boss could at most drop bronze equipment, but silver level boss, with a bit of luck, could drop silver equipment. Yes, that's right, Lu Ming's purpose in collecting fragments to synthesize a silver boss summoning scroll was not to sell it, but to use it himself. The reason summoning scrolls were so valuable was that the elite monsters or boss summoned by this scroll, unlike the naturally respawning monsters in the wild, were all deemed first kills by the system. It is well known, the first kill of a boss has the highest drop rate and is the most valuable, while subsequent kills decrease in value. With Lin Yue's 200% drop rate bonus, taking down a silver level boss for the first kill and getting a silver item shouldn't be too difficult, Lu Ming analyzed. As long as we get any silver item, it will be worth more than the 100,000 we would get from selling the scroll directly. Therefore, Lu Ming did not plan to leave the western farm just yet. Instead, he continued to hunt saber-toothed tigers with Lin Yue, collecting summoning scroll fragments. By 7 in the evening, they finally gathered 1,000 fragments. Lu Ming combined all the fragments. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a silver boss level summoning scroll. The scroll, worth 100,000, felt heavy in his hand. Silver boss level summoning scroll, special item, description: upon use, it will summon a level 30 silver boss saber-toothed tiger king for 10 minutes. Lu Ming did not use the scroll immediately. The boss would only exist for 10 minutes, and with the current strength of the Undead Legion, they might not be able to handle a level 30 silver boss. If things went wrong, it would be an irreparable loss. So, to be safe, Lu Ming planned to wait until he reached level 20 and upgraded all 3 major talents to level 3 before using the scroll. Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, Lin Yue said beside him, "Brother Yu Ming, it's almost 7. Should I go back and cook?" "Don't cook tonight," Lu Ming replied. "Let's go back together, and I'll take you out to eat." Lin Yue thought Lu Ming felt it was too late and couldn't wait, so she said, "It's fine, Brother Yu Ming. I'll just quickly stir-fry a couple of dishes and buy some cooked food from the market. Dinner will be ready soon. Always eating out is too wasteful." Lu Ming indeed couldn't wait, but not because he was hungry. It was because there were tasks after dinner. According to the rules, a single player could only synthesize 1 summoning scroll in their lifetime. Lu Ming planned to have Lin Yue synthesize 1 as well, doubling the value with 2 silver-level bosses. So, he intended to go online immediately after dinner to continue helping Lin Yue farm scroll fragments. He looked at Lin Yue, who was worried about money, and said, "It's okay, I'll treat you." The two returned to Starshine City. Before logging off,
they first found the tailor shop owner, Ale, to submit the task. The previous level 30 task rewarded Lu Ming with a level 20,000 E-grade skill scroll, and Lin Yue received an ultra-rare silver item as a reward. Therefore, Lu Ming was somewhat looking forward to this time as well. After submitting 1,000 tiger skins to Ale, the system's pleasant notification rang in his ears. Ding, congratulations, you have completed the task collect tiger skins, and received the 10th tier task reward, experience plus 450,000, silver coins plus 9, obtained bronze equipment tiger skin coat plus 1, E-grade skill scroll wind speed plus 1. Lu Ming felt a hint of disappointment. He did not receive the expected silver item. However, getting another E-grade skill scroll was still quite good. Lu Ming checked and found that the effective wind speed was to release a formation that increased the attack and movement speed of all friendly units within range. Currently, the biggest weakness of the undead warriors is their slow speed, which makes them appear sluggish against higher-level opponents. This skill can perfectly compensate for that weakness. However, to learn this skill, Lu Ming still needed to reach level 20 and unlock the 4th skill slot. So, he temporarily put the skill scroll in his bag. As for the level 18 bronze tiger skin coat, although it had much better attributes than his level 8 black iron moon demon cloak, considering that replacing the moon demon cloak would ruin the set skill, mana recovery, and he would soon reach level 20 to switch to the Yi Soul set, Lu Ming resolutely listed the tiger skin coat for sale at the trading post for 8,000. Since he couldn't use it, it was better to convert it into money to keep in his pocket, which felt more secure. At the same time, the experience points accumulated from killing saber-toothed tigers, along with the 450,000 experience points gained from the current quest reward, allowed Lu Ming to level up. Ding, congratulations on leveling up. Current level 19, next level requires 2 million experience points, only one step away from level 20. On Lin Yue's side, her luck this time wasn't as good as last time. Like Lu Ming, she only received a piece of bronze equipment and an E-grade skill scroll. She remained as naive as ever, leaving only the silver coins and promptly handing over the equipment and skill scroll to Lu Ming. Lu Ming accepted everything without hesitation. In his eyes, Lin Yue's existence was solely for attracting wealth. She didn't need to be too strong, and her resources couldn't be too abundant. After completing the quest, the two logged off. As soon as Lin Yue logged off, she went downstairs to buy groceries. Lu Ming transferred her 1,000 yuan via WeChat. Why is brother Yu Ming sending me money? I have money, Lin Yue asked in surprise. Lu Ming replied, it's for you to buy groceries. Although he needed to keep an eye on Lin Yue's little treasure chest to prevent her from becoming too wealthy, Lu Ming wouldn't go so far as to skimp on her meal money. That would make him a freeloader. Lu Ming had long known that Lin Yue was a little money grubber. She didn't refuse and accepted the transfer. Thank you, brother Yu Ming. Then she sent another message asking, by the way, brother Yu Ming, do you drink? Do you want me to bring you a bottle of beer? Since they would be grinding dungeons with the Undead Legion that night, there was no need for Lu Ming to do it all himself. Lu Ming said, sure, bring me a bottle of wusu. Okay. Lu Ming lay down on the bed to rest. Before he knew it, he dozed off. When he was startled awake by a knock on the door, Lin Yue had already prepared dinner. In the living room, the table was set with cold dishes, roast duck, fried peanuts, and smashed cucumbers. All were snacks to go with the drinks. Lu Ming sat down to drink and eat. After finishing the meal, Lin Yue quietly cleaned up without needing Lu Ming's help. In his previous life, for 365 days a year, even when he was sick, Lu Ming rushed to cook for Yi Linger and take care of her. For the first time, Lu Ming experienced how wonderful it felt to be taken care of. At 8 in the evening, Lu Ming and Lin Yue each returned to their rooms and logged on simultaneously. In Starry City, the only level 30 quests available were hunt poison scorpions and collect tiger skins. Higher level quests, around levels 35 to 40, were a bit too difficult for Lu Ming at the moment, so it wasn't suitable for him to attempt them now. Therefore, this was just right. Before reaching level 20, he could focus on grinding saber-toothed tigers and collecting summoning scroll fragments. Just as Lu Ming was preparing to head to the western farm with Lin Yue, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Isn't that Baihu's girlfriend, Xin? Lu Ming saw a hot-looking level 16 archer girl in a corner of the city, cuddling and kissing with a male player. And that male player was not Baihu. Honey, there are so many people. I'm so shy. What are you afraid of? Come on, let me kiss you again. Ahu is coming to find me soon. It won't be good if he sees us. Honey, you should go. What a bothersome guy. When is he going to leave? I don't know. He should be back in Magic City in a few days. Okay, then I'll wait a bit longer. As they spoke, the man took a hard bite on Xin's neck and reluctantly left. Not long after, Baihu rushed over from another direction. Xin naturally linked her arm with Baihu's, as if nothing had happened, chatting and laughing as they left the city together. The white tiger was completely unaware that the woman beside him had already put a green hat on him, not even knowing that the man who was flirting with Qin was standing nearby in a dark corner, watching them while savoring the lingering fragrance on his lips. Lu Ming didn't want to get involved in this matter.
However, Yi Linger's betrayal made Lu Ming despise all those who were unfaithful in love.
Thus, Lu Ming sent a brief WeChat message to Qin, remind the white tiger to keep an eye on his girlfriend. After that, Lu Ming didn't concern himself with the matter any further.
He continued to take Lin Yue to the western farm.
Upon arriving at the farm, he summoned all the undead warriors and issued them orders to kill monsters. In order to level up to 20 as soon as possible and to synthesize the second summoning scroll, he had to work overtime tonight. Previously, he would log off around 10 o'clock every night.
Tonight, the two of them played until midnight.
Finally, Lin Yue managed to collect 1,000 summoning scroll fragments and synthesized a complete silver boss-level summoning scroll. Lin Yue handed the scroll to Lu Ming.
Lu Ming checked the level, 19, 63%. Still a bit short. Forget it, let's grind again tomorrow.
With that thought, Lu Ming recalled all the undead warriors and left the western farm with Lin Yue. As they approached Starshine City, they passed through a forest. In the woods, a faint cry for help could be heard.
Spare me, brother, I won't dare again next time. Help, help me.
When Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice, he saw, under the cover of darkness, a black-clad assassin swiftly strike down a man in front of him with a knife, silencing him. As the man fell to the ground, the black-clad assassin turned around under the moonlight. Lu Ming locked eyes with him and realized that the assassin was none other than the white tiger. At that moment, the white tiger wore a weary and bittersweet smile as he said to Lu Ming, "Thanks for the reminder." It was then that Lu Ming realized the man he had just killed was the one he had seen flirting with Qin in Starshine City that evening. The white tiger then walked up to Lu Ming and, looking at him, said weakly, "Can we talk?" Lu Ming glanced at Lin Yue. "You go back first." Lin Yue looked at the white tiger, then at Lu Ming, and nodded, "Okay." After Lin Yue left under the escort of 10 undead warriors, Lu Ming thought the white tiger would discuss his relationship with Qin. However, to his surprise, the white tiger seemed to take it lightly. Instead, he led Lu Ming to a nearby mass grave. Following the white tiger's gaze, Lu Ming saw a dark, lifeless graveyard where a solitary figure was dancing among a horde of level 35 corpses. Lu Ming recognized that figure as Qin. Swish, swish, swish.
Amidst the flashing blades, the level 33 fourth transformation assassin Qin swiftly killed several zombies around her.
Without any breaks, she took some medicine to recover and immediately plunged into the next battle. In the eyes of outsiders, Ran, as the younger sister of the captain of the 7th-ranked god-slaying team of the Daxia Kingdom, and a young lady from the prestigious Qin family in the capital, is an object of admiration for countless people. But in reality, she is just superficially glamorous. Behind the scenes, she is the most pitiful and unfortunate person in this world. Gazing at the solitary figure in the graveyard, the white tiger's eyes were filled with stories.
Ran was abandoned by the Qin family since childhood, ostracized and bullied in the orphanage due to her introverted personality. Only I, Along, Xiaowu, and old Zhu never looked down on her, always protecting and accompanying her. After finally waiting for her to grow up, she was taken back by the Qin family, used as a tool for family marriage. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming felt a slight shock in his heart. He never expected that Qin had such a tumultuous experience. The white tiger continued, 3 years. If within 3 years, Ran hasn't led a battle team to break through the ranks and enter the top 100 of the Great Xia Kingdom, she will have to marry that foolish son of the Wang family in the capital, Wan Long. Do you know how foolish that idiot is?
He once crawled on top of a car in the middle of the street, pulled down his pants, and did a 360-degree spiral while taking a dump, and then smeared it on a passerby's face. As soon as Bai Hu finished speaking, Lu Ming suddenly trembled, and his expression turned extremely ugly. In his memories, in his past life, he had finally managed to make something of himself and planned to take Yi Linger to the capital to develop. Unexpectedly, on the very first day in the capital, he was inexplicably smeared with feces while walking down the street.
Damn it! So it was him. Shit! Seeing Lu Ming's furious expression, Bai Hu thought he was empathizing and couldn't help but say, "You think it's bizarre too, right?"
Thinking of that scene, Bai Hu couldn't help but hold his forehead.
If Ran marries such an idiot, her life will be ruined. There are 2.5 years left, and I've already made up my mind.
If by then Ran hasn't achieved her goal, I will risk my life to chop off that idiot from the Wang family. I will never let Ran marry him. Bai Hu's eyes were as determined as if he were joining a party. At this moment, Lu Ming finally understood why Qin was so eager to win him over. Creating a battle team that could rank in the top 100 of the Great Xia Kingdom was no easy task,
especially within just 3 years. It was almost impossible. But to Lu Ming, this seemed like a good opportunity. It seems that my previous worry about your sibling relationship, that you wouldn't be able to betray your brother for my sake, was unnecessary. No wonder Lu Ming's revelation about her brother had elicited such a strong reaction from Qin Churan last time. He thought she was defending her brother, but it turned out she simply didn't want to hear anyone mention him. Perhaps one day, if Lu Ming had Qin Churan personally kill her brother, she might even find it refreshing. That scene would definitely be spectacular, right? Lu Ming even began to look forward to it. Ran works harder than anyone else, but relying solely on her own efforts is far from enough. As he spoke, Baihu looked at Lu Ming and said, "You little brat, we all have high hopes for you. You must help Ran. It's also for the two of you. After all, only by dealing with that idiot from the Wang family can you both have a future." After Qin's family took Ran back, she never forgot about us 4 brothers. Without Ran, there would be no us now. So, I'll say this, during this process, if there's anything you need us brothers to do, just say the word. We'll go through fire and water for you. Buy 1, get 4, or 4 free big national standard fighters? Lu Ming felt a surge of joy in his heart. This deal was too good to pass up. So, Lu Ming confidently said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Baihu nodded. "Just having you say that is enough." At this moment, Lu Ming changed the subject. He asked, "What are your plans with your girlfriend?" Baihu smiled and said, "What plans? To marry her." Lu Ming was incredulous. This guy was more patient than a ninja turtle. "You don't understand," Baihu said earnestly. "I have an elderly grandmother back in my hometown who has trouble walking. I can't take care of her, and it's always been Qin who selflessly looks after her for me. Who hasn't made mistakes? It's my fault too. Over the years, when Qin was sick, had a cold, or was bullied, I wasn't by her side when she needed me the most, which gave others a chance to take advantage. And just now, Qin already apologized to me. She cried and begged me not to leave her. No matter what, Qin is the woman I must marry in this lifetime." Lu Ming suddenly realized that Baihu's feelings for Qin might not be love, but gratitude. After parting ways with Baihu, Lu Ming returned to Starshine City and logged off. The next morning, wow! Lu Ming pulled back the curtains, enjoying the warm embrace of the morning light. Waking the still sleeping Lin Yue, he took her downstairs for breakfast. Today's goal is to level up to 20 and venture into the black market. Just as Lu Ming was planning this, a message suddenly popped up from Qin Churan. "Do you know where Ahu went?" Lu Ming suddenly realized that she must have noticed him peeping at her with Baihu last night at the mass grave. He replied, "I logged off right after we parted last night." "What, he's missing?" "Yeah," Qin Churan said anxiously. "He went silent last night, and this morning he's nowhere to be found. He doesn't reply to messages. I don't know where he went." From his conversation with Baihu last night, Lu Ming understood the weight of Qinglong, Xianwu, Baihu, and Zhu Kei in Qin Churan's heart. So now was the perfect opportunity to show himself and gain her favor. Thus, Lu Ming asked in the Tianxian team group, "Brothers, have you seen a level 50 assassin with the ID Baihu near Xinhui City?" As expected from a group with nearly 20,000 members, asking in the group was more effective than searching online. Soon, several chatty friends responded. "Is he the one with the big national emblem? Damn, I saw him too. Our little Xinhui City actually has a level 50 national server 98 assassin. How terrifying. Just a little while ago, I just finished an all-nighter and saw him heading south of the city." Lu Ming took a screenshot of this information and sent it to Qin Churan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Churan received the message, logged in, and angrily tagged Baihu in the Ruan Little Princess group. "How dare you not reply? You better have a good reason. Otherwise, you're dead." Finally, Baihu replied in the group, "Qin went missing last night. I searched for her all night, just found out she was taken. I need to go save Qin. Zhu Kei, why didn't you say this earlier? Do you consider us brothers? Xianwu, give us your location, we'll head over right away." Baihu, "No need, I can handle it alone." Qinglong, "We just arrived in Zheng province, and your girlfriend gets captured. Don't you think that's too coincidental?" Qin Churan, "I also think this is suspicious." Ahu, "Don't act impulsively alone. Wait for us to meet up." Baihu, "If we wait, Qin will be in danger. I said I can handle it, you don't need to come." After sending this message, Baihu stopped talking in the group. When Qin Churan logged in, she found that not only Baihu was missing, but even Qinglong, Xianwu, and Zhu Kei had also disappeared. "Oh great, you all treat me like an outsider, ha!" On the other side, Qinglong, Xianwu, and Zhu Kei were heading south towards Xinhui City. According to what the passers-by saw, it should be this direction. Think about who we might have offended recently. How could Ahu's girlfriend be captured? Could it be Long Hun? The few of them recalled the Dragon Soul Tian Ni they had killed before, as well as that group of players from the Dragon Soul team, and couldn't help but feel a jolt in their hearts, because they understood that Dragon Soul was not ordinary. They were the 6th-ranked team on the national leaderboard of the Great Xia, with strength and status far surpassing Tian Xian and Zhan Shen. I knew long ago that those scoundrels from Dragon Soul were not easy to deal with, but at that time, we had already wiped them out without leaving a single survivor. How could Dragon Soul know it was us who killed their people? Let's not worry about that for now. If it really is a trap set by Dragon Soul, Ahu is in danger. We need to find Ahu quickly. In the southern part of Xinghui City, in the wilderness, at the LV-50 Despair Fortress, Baihu arrived alone. Entering the dark fortress, he saw ahead a middle-aged warrior man clad in golden armor standing there. The man hid his ID. His skin was dark, his gaze sharp, and his face fierce. At first glance, he looked like a prison escapee burdened with dozens of lives. His equipment shimmered with a golden glow, causing Baihu's expression to change. Damn, a gilded weapon. It should be noted that even as the 98th ranked assassin in the national server of the Great Xia Kingdom, Baihu only had a full set of golden gear. The person before him was clearly extraordinary. At the same time, a gilded Guangong broadsword in the man's hand was pressed against the neck of a girl archer standing beside him. When Baihu saw that the archer was Qin Qin, his heart suddenly jolted. Ahu! Save me, Ahu! Qin Qin cried out to Baihu. Don't be afraid, Qin Qin, I'm here. Just as Baihu's words fell, a large group of players with the ID prefix Dragon Soul, all at level 50 and in their 6th class transition, surged out from all directions. Take him down. At the command of the warrior wielding the Guangong knife, the surrounding Dragon Soul players charged towards Baihu. Looking at Qin Qin, who was in danger, a murderous intent erupted in Baihu's eyes. Touch my wife, and you seek death. As he spoke, Baihu drew his golden dagger. In the moment just before the enemy archers and mages unleashed their ranged attacks, he vanished like a phantom, evading all attacks while darting through the crowd like lightning. Minus 55,864. Critical hit. Minus 56,398. Critical hit. Minus 27,713. Minus 55,992. Critical hit. Accompanied by a series of screams, several Dragon Soul players fell to the ground. They were the elite of the Dragon Soul team, but before the 98th assassin in the national server, they were no match. Just as Baihu was rampaging, he suddenly sensed a powerful force approaching from behind. Instinctively, Baihu turned around, only to see a cold gleaming broadsword coming at him with the force of splitting heaven and earth. Unable to evade, Baihu swung his sword to block. Clang! With a crisp sound, Baihu, as an assassin, clearly could not withstand such a powerful attack and was knocked back several steps. The broadsword struck the ground, sending a chilling light spreading from beneath Baihu's feet. Baihu felt his speed significantly reduced. That strike, dealing over 50,000 damage, caused Baihu's health bar to drop sharply. The hand gripping the dagger trembled uncontrollably. Baihu raised his head, staring intently at the warrior holding the Guangong knife in front of him. Just one strike was enough to make Baihu realize how great the gap in strength between them was. At first sight, Baihu had guessed that the opponent was strong, but he never expected him to be this strong. However, seeing Qin Qin in a precarious situation, Baihu showed no sign of retreating, even in the face of an unbeatable enemy. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward like a phantom towards the opponent. Taking advantage of the enemy's momentary sidestep to dodge an attack, Baihu suddenly brushed past him and approached Qin Qin. It turned out that Qin Qin was his true target. Swish! With two swift strikes, he killed the two Dragon Soul warriors guarding Qin Qin and grabbed her wrist. Come with me. Just as Baihu was about to escape with Qin Qin, she suddenly broke free from his grip. The moment Baihu turned around, a frost arrow shot from Qin Qin's hand, piercing through Baihu's chest. As a level 16 archer, her damage was not high, but the F-grade frost arrow's 0.7-second freeze control was unavoidable. Before Baihu could escape the freezing effect of the frost arrow, the surrounding Dragon Soul players swarmed in, instantly knocking him down. Qin Qin, you! Baihu, knocked to the ground and held down by two Dragon Soul warriors, lifted his head, staring at Qin Qin with disbelief. Qin Qin, who had just moments ago appeared so pitiful, now transformed in an instant into a high and mighty princess. Looking down at Baihu, her eyes were filled with indifference and disdain. Zhang Hu, I tell you, I haven't liked you for a long time. I waited for you in Yunzhou for 2 years and 2 more years. When I was sick and bullied, where were you? I still have to take care of that old lady for you. I'm fed up. I've had enough. I'm so young and beautiful, with a great figure, while you are ugly, weak, and broke. What makes you think you deserve me? Just because you're a national standard assassin? What can a national standard do? Can it give me the life I want? Baihu's eyes widened in disbelief,
He couldn't believe these words were coming from Qin Qin's mouth. I admit, I haven't cared for you enough over the years, and thanks to you taking care of my grandma in Yunzhou, I could focus on developing in the Magic City, he said. But in the Magic City, I'm constantly working hard to earn money for a better life for you in the future. Qin Qin snorted coldly, but no matter how hard you try, what's the use? Some things, no matter how hard you work, you will never get in this lifetime. With that, Qin Qin walked over to the warrior man holding the guangong knife and affectionately linked her arm with his. She coquettishly asked, "How did I perform in that scene just now?" The man smiled faintly, "Beautiful. So can I be your girlfriend now?" "Sure." By whose face was one of disbelief and despair. "So this is just a trap." Just then, the man walked over, stepped on Bai Hu's face, leaned down, and stared at him, saying in a deep voice, "Do you know who I am?" As he spoke, he opened his status panel, revealing the hidden ID above his head, Dragon Soul Guanyu, LV 56 Transcend Warrior 39th on the national server warrior ranking. The 39th warrior on the national server. Seeing this golden national standard, Bai Hu's eyes widened in shock. No wonder that previous strike almost killed him instantly. Level 50, the value of being 39th on the national server is far greater than his 98th. Although both are on the national server, they are no longer on the same level. At this moment, Dragon Soul Guanyu stared at Bai Hu, his sharp gaze filled with rage. "Do you know who that Dragon Soul Tian you killed in the barbarian tribe the other day was? A person who was so easily betrayed by the woman he loved most, living such a failed life. What courage does he have to dare to kill my brother Guanyu? Today, this place will be your burial ground." With that, Dragon Soul Guanyu raised the guangong knife. Just as he was about to chop off Bai Hu's head, boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, endless fire rain fell from the sky, covering a large area of the Despair Fortress. The Dragon Soul players caught in the attack were severely injured by the high damage. Under the long-range firepower suppression of the mage Shu Kei, the warrior Qing Long and Knight Shen Wu charged into the Despair Fortress, cutting down all the blocking Dragon Soul players with unstoppable momentum. "Ah Hu, don't panic. We're here." Seeing that his three good brothers had arrived, Bai Hu was momentarily unsure whether to cry or laugh. "Didn't I tell you not to come? I can handle it." "Handle what the hell?" Shen Wu knocked down a wounded Dragon Soul warrior player with his shield and said to Bai Hu, "You're the one being handled." Swish! Qing Long pointed his Qing Gang sword at the ground. "We promise to stand together through life and death." "Good, life and death together." Dragon Soul Guanyu laughed heartily, his eyes turning cold. "Just in time, everyone is here, so let's go to the underworld together." As soon as Dragon Soul Guanyu's words fell, the gates of the Despair Fortress suddenly closed. At the same time, countless Dragon Soul team players surged out from within the fortress. All of them were level 50, 6 transcends, fully equipped with level 50 bronze gear. Seeing this, Shu Kei frowned. "It seems they are fully prepared this time, just waiting for us to come." With a whoosh, flames erupted from the Qing Gang sword in his hand, and Chang Long's gaze was fierce. "Then let's kill him until the sky turns dark." The Black Tortoise, stationed with a heavy shield, shouted, "If I don't get a few heads this time, I'll fight you all." "Kill them." With a command from the Dragon Souls Guanyu, hundreds of six-turn players from the Dragon Soul battle team surged forward to attack the Azure Dragon and his group with an overwhelming force. Boom! Under the clear sky, a sudden clap of thunder heralded the rain. Pitter-patter! In an instant, dark clouds filled the sky. The downpour was torrential. A slender figure braved the storm, running wildly. Even when she fell, she quickly got back up and continued forward. Qin Churen's heart was in turmoil. It was as if she had foreseen something. "Along Ahu, Xiao Wu, old Zhu, you mustn't come to harm." The intense unease made Qin Churen's steps quicken. The rain poured heavily. When Qin Churen reached the outskirts of the Despair Fortress, she looked out and saw the massive city shrouded in darkness, flames shooting into the sky. A cacophony of battle cries and screams echoed through the air. But just as Qin Churen rushed over and forcefully pushed open the tightly shut gates of the city, everything fell silent. Inside the vast city, corpses lay everywhere, blood flowing like rivers. Thud! As a sharp blade pierced through a body, the last sliver of health drained from the Black Tortoise, who fell heavily to the ground, collapsing in a pool of blood right before Qin Churen's eyes. At the same time, the vermilion bird on the other side was also pierced by 1,000 arrows, both meeting their demise. Xiao Wu, old Zhu. In disbelief at the unfolding scene, Qin Churen let out a heart-wrenching scream. The Azure Dragon, having slain a Dragon Soul player, looked towards Qin Churen and shouted, "Run! Ran Fan! Run! Run!" In the next moment, with health and mana nearly depleted, the Azure Dragon, already at the end of his strength, was beheaded by the Dragon Soul's Guanyu, his remaining body collapsing to the ground. Guanyu of the Dragon Soul stepped over the corpse of the Azure Dragon, his gaze icy, dragging his blade as he advanced step by step towards Qin Churen.
The last remaining white tiger cried out in agony, "I'm sorry, brothers, it's my fault. I'm sorry, let's be brothers in the next life." Saying this, the white tiger unleashed dozens of shadow clones, charging towards the dragon souls Guan Yu to buy time for Qin Shuren. Whoosh! With a sweeping strike, Guan Yu released a circular blade of light, instantly shattering all the clones. Thud! A blade pierced through the real body of the white tiger, who had leaped up with his sword. Ran Fan! Hurry! Run! The heart, pierced by the sharp blade, stopped beating. The white tiger's life came to a complete end at that moment. Qin Shuren watched as these four people, who had no blood relation to her but were closer than family, who had cared for, tolerated, and indulged her since childhood, died before her eyes, unable to hold back her heart-wrenching cries. After killing the white tiger and eliminating the last obstacle, Guan Yu of the Dragon Soul had no intention of stopping. Dragging his long knife, he continued to approach Qin Shuren. Qin Shuren transformed her grief and hatred into strength. As she raised her head to look at Guan Yu, an endless killing intent surfaced in her cold, beautiful eyes. Grabbing a dagger, she charged straight at Guan Yu of the Dragon Soul. Clang! Just as Qin Shuren entered the attack range, Guan Yu brandished his long knife, unleashing a blade of light that swept around him. Before Qin Shuren could get close, she was sent flying by the blade of light. She crashed heavily to the ground, her health bar, once full, now reduced to a sliver. A level 33 ordinary assassin. A level 50 warrior from the national server. The two were on completely different levels, and their strengths were worlds apart. Blood trickled from the corner of Qin Shuren's mouth. Yet she did not yield. Instead, a more intense killing intent erupted in her gaze. "I'll fight you to the end." The Dragon Soul's Guan Yu sneered. "You overestimate yourself." Just as Qin Shuren prepared to go all out against Guan Yu, a buzzing sound erupted. Blood-red marks suddenly appeared on Guan Yu's chest. As Dragon Soul Guan Yu lowered his head to look at the mark on his chest, unaware of its origin, four skeletal war generals suddenly charged out from both sides, instantly appearing before Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Swish, 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 swish. Four soul fragments erupted simultaneously on Dragon Soul Guan Yu. When he saw these imposing skeletal war generals inflicting only a few insignificant damage points of over 1,000 on him, a trace of disdain flashed in Dragon Soul Guan Yu's eyes. Looking for death. With a swift motion of his long knife, Dragon Soul Guan Yu instantly slaughtered all four skeletal war generals. However, after dealing with these skeletal war generals, when he looked ahead again, Dragon Soul Guan Yu realized that the female assassin Qin Shuren had vanished without a trace. Dragon Soul Guan Yu squinted his eyes. Trying to escape? Not so easy. Thunder rumbled. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, lightning flashing. Daylight felt like night. Amidst the torrential wind and rain, two figures quickly darted into a cave. Qin Shuren broke free from Lu Ming's grip, crying as she questioned him, "Why did you save me?" Lu Ming showed no leniency towards Qin Shuren, pointing at the cave entrance. "Fine, then you can go back. Turn right when you exit." Qin Shuren suddenly burst into tears. Lu Ming approached the cave entrance, looking outside, feeling a bit worried. His level was low, and his speed was too slow. If he ran, he would definitely not outrun Dragon Soul's group of level 50 players. So he could only hide for now. Just as he worried that Qin Shuren's reckless crying might attract Dragon Soul's players, a sudden sound of footsteps came from outside the cave. Lu Ming quickly withdrew, covering Qin Shuren's mouth in a flash, pressing her against the stone wall. Qin Shuren's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lu Ming. Before she could react, they heard voices from outside the cave, astonished that God Slayer, you, is only level 33, she can't run fast. She must be nearby, search carefully. We'll go this way, you all go that way, split up and search. Yes. They waited for the footsteps to gradually fade away. The close contact made Lu Ming distinctly feel Qin Shuren's heart racing. However, Lu Ming found it a bit strange. I clearly covered her mouth, but why can I feel her heartbeat? Ha, what is this soft thing? Just as Lu Ming was puzzled, he unknowingly pressed his left hand somewhere, feeling a bit soft, and it seemed quite comfortable to squeeze, so he couldn't help but squeeze it a couple more times. Then, instinctively looking down, he was astonished to find that his left hand was resting on Qin Shuren's chest. Lu Ming quickly released his hand and took a step back. Qin Shuren also turned her already flushed face away, awkwardly adjusting her somewhat disheveled clothes. The air fell silent. After a while, Qin Shuren calmed down and said to Lu Ming, "I'm sorry, I was impulsive just now. Thank you for saving me." Lu Ming squatted at the cave entrance, observing the situation outside. Qin Shuren crouched down, burying her head in softly sobbing. "When I was little, whenever someone bullied me, Xiao Wu would appear by my side to protect me," she said. "When I was unhappy or sad, Xiao Wu would find ways to cheer me up," she continued. "Along would secretly bring me delicious food every time he went out," she added. "Old Zhu was a quiet person, but he gave me all his tenderness." Qin Shuren's shoulders trembled slightly. At that moment,
she felt as if she had lost the whole world. Lu Ming looked at Qin Churen and said, "As long as you're alive, there's a chance for revenge." Just as Qin Churen raised her head, tears streaming down her face as she looked at Lu Ming, ready to say something, suddenly, there was another commotion outside the cave. "There's a cave over there, let's check it out. She might be hiding inside." The two immediately furrowed their brows, simultaneously looking deep into the cave. Inside was pitch black, like a gaping maw filled with endless danger. Faced with the looming threat from behind, Lu Ming and Qin Churen hesitated for a moment before resolutely running deeper into the cave. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Long Hun Guanyu personally led a team in pursuit. A few Dragon Soul players casually probed inside the cave and, not seeing any figures, reported back to Long Hun Guanyu, "Boss, there's no one inside." Long Hun Guanyu entered the cave, looking at the damp ground where a large number of footprints were clearly visible, leading deeper into the cave. He immediately understood. They are inside here. Hearing this, his subordinates were about to rush in, but Long Hun Guanyu stopped them. "No need to go in, we just need to guard outside." The surrounding lackeys were puzzled. What if they escape? Long Hun Guanyu calmly examined the map. He said, "This place is called the Venomous Snake Cave. The terrain inside is complex, easy to defend but hard to attack, but this map has only one exit, right beneath our feet. If they want to come out, they must pass through this exit, unless they die inside or hide there for the rest of their lives." Long Hun Guanyu squinted, looking as if he had already secured Lu Ming and Qin Churen. On the other side, Lu Ming and Qin Churen reached the depths of the cave. In a dark and damp area, they heard a rustling sound nearby. Looking around, they found the ground, stone walls, and even the ceiling were covered in snakes. In the darkness, countless pairs of glimmering green eyes were fixated on the two. Lu Ming then realized they had intruded into a level 42 map. The surrounding level 42 venomous snakes could take their lives at any moment. Qin Churen's face turned pale. It was clear she was afraid of snakes, yet she held back and said nothing. The venomous snakes, faced with the food that had come to them, would not be polite. In the darkness, several venomous snakes flicked their tongues, making a rustling sound as they crawled toward Lu Ming and Qin Churen. Whoosh! Qin Churen drew her sword. Lu Ming said, "Your level is too low, you're no match for them." Although Qin Churen's level had reached 33, the gap compared to these level 42 snakes was still significant. However, even under the dual pressure of psychological and physical constraints, Qin Churen did not show any signs of retreat. "Your level is even lower, you'll die faster." Qin Churen's gaze was fierce as she stared at the approaching venomous snakes, saying to Lu Ming, "I don't like being indebted to others. You saved me just now, this time, it's my turn to save you." As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Churen charged forward with her sword. Slash, slash, slash. Taking advantage of the assassin's speed, Qin Churen unleashed a flurry of quick strikes, initiating a combo against one of the venomous snakes. However, the damage of a level 33 assassin was ultimately limited. Even with her highest burst combo, she only managed to take away less than a quarter of the snake's health. Instead, she was bitten by the snake, causing her health to drop by half, and with the venom's corrosion, her health continued to deplete every second. Qin Churen's brows furrowed slightly. Anxiety surged within her. "No, my attack power is too low, and this snake's damage is too high. I can't withstand its attacks." Just as Qin Churen was at a loss for how to deal with this powerful opponent, suddenly, two light rings burst forth from behind, rapidly spreading outwards and instantly covering the area where Qin Churen stood. At the same time, Qin Churen received 3 battle notifications. Ding, you have gained the War Trampling skill effect bonus from player Yumming. Attack power plus 4440. Ding, you have gained the Life Fortress skill effect bonus from player Yumming. Shield per second plus 2345. Ding, you have gained the Equipment skill killing effect bonus from player Yumming. Additional damage plus 595. Qin Churen had no time to ponder the value of these buffs when she saw that the venomous snake, still with 80% of its health remaining, was attacking her. Hastily gripping her dagger, with a mindset of facing death head-on, she charged at the venomous snake. "I'll fight you to the death." Just as Qin Churen was ready to risk everything against the snake, she unexpectedly discovered that her attack dealt at least double the damage compared to before. Slash, slash, slash. Minus 7,395. Minus 7,724. Minus 7,498. A series of combos left the snake severely injured. However, when faced with the snake's second attack, Qin Churen failed to dodge. She thought she was doomed based on the damage she had taken last time. To her surprise, the snake's attack did not harm her at all. All the damage was absorbed by a layer of silver shield enveloping her. Moreover, the shield was rapidly regenerating at an astonishing rate. In shock, Qin Churen regained her confidence. With the powerful boost from Lu Ming's formation, she effortlessly crossed 9 levels and killed the level 42 snake. Once she regained her composure, Qin Shuren turned to Lu Ming with an incredulous look. How is your formation boost so strong?
Is it a talent boost? But your account's talent shouldn't be summoning, right?
Qin Shuren was puzzled. She could not imagine that Lu Ming was not a normal player with just one talent.
His account had 3 talents, and each talent was of the highest intensity, 10 stars.
Lu Ming did not answer Qin Shuren's question but shifted the topic, saying, killing these monsters is useless. The urgent matter is that we need to find a way to break out. Lu Ming intentionally summoned a Death Knight, positioning it near the cave entrance. Through shared vision, he had already seen the Dragon Soul players stationed outside the cave. Therefore, the only way to get out was to fight their way out. Qin Shuren realized that they had been trapped in this cave by Dragon Soul.
Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. Right, I'll go call for reinforcements. Only their Dragon Soul has level 50 players. Don't I have my own? Lu Ming shook his head and said, if you can think of it, do you think they can't? Why are they only guarding the entrance and not pursuing us inside? Because this map has limitations, messages can't be sent out.
Hearing this, Qin Shuren tried to send a message and found that it really couldn't go through. They were completely cut off from the outside world. So, to get out, they could only rely on themselves. Qin Shuren frowned slightly and said, unfortunately, even with your formation boost, I'm still no match for the Dragon Soul players.
Indeed.
Under Lu Ming's formation enhancement, Qin Shuren could handle the level 40 monsters that lacked intelligence and skill. But against the group of level 50 Dragon Soul players outside, she would definitely be outmatched. After all, Lu Ming himself was only level 19. His formation could allow a level 30 teammate to kill a level 40 enemy, which was already the limit at his current stage.
To raise this limit, he had to break through level 20. A bold idea formed in Lu Ming's mind.
As long as he reached level 20, he could equip the Bronze Spirit set and upgrade all 3 talents to LV3. For Lu Ming, this would be a qualitative leap. By then, with the Undead Legion, he could directly counterattack out of this snake cave.
So now, the question arose, how can I quickly break through to level 20?
Looking at his 19th level with 63% experience, Lu Ming felt troubled. The main issue was that being trapped in this cave, the only way for him to gain experience was by defeating the surrounding level 42 snakes.
With my own strength, I can't possibly kill a level 42 monster.
Lu Ming glanced at Qin Shuren and murmured, the level difference between her and me exceeds 10 levels. According to the rules of the Tianyuan world, even if she severely injures the venomous snake and leaves the final blow for me, I won't gain a single point of experience.
Qin Shuren turned back, looking at Lu Ming with a strange expression. What are you mumbling about?
After thinking for a moment, Lu Ming suddenly had a thought. He opened his backpack and focused on the 2 silver boss level summoning scrolls inside.
How much experience does a level 30 silver boss give?
Lu Ming suddenly asked. Although unsure of Lu Ming's intentions, Qin Shuren seriously replied, coincidentally, I just killed a level 33 silver boss yesterday.
Let me check the battle record. 500,000 experience.
If we calculate it, the experience for a level 30 silver boss should be between 400,000 and 450,000. Lu Ming opened his status bar and found that he needed a total of 2 million experience points to level up from 19 to 20, and his current experience was fixed at
26 million. He needed 740,000 more experience to level up.
If what Qin Shuren said was true, then the experience from these 2 silver bosses would be just enough for Lu Ming to reach level 20. Originally, he was worried about his insufficient strength and planned to level up to 20 first before tackling these 2 bosses. But now, Lu Ming had no other choice. Without hesitation, he immediately crushed one of the scrolls. As the scroll disappeared from his hand, the next second whoosh, a blood-red barrier materialized in front of him, and then a massive level 30 silver boss, the brutal saber-toothed Tiger King, appeared within the barrier.
Seeing this, Qin Shuren asked in confusion, what exactly are you trying to do?
Lu Ming looked at Qin Shuren with determination and said, I need you to do me a favor.
Help me intercept those venomous snakes and prevent them from coming over to interfere with me, okay?
Looking into Lu Ming's hopeful eyes, Qin Shuren suddenly felt a surge of strength throughout her body. She stared blankly into Lu Ming's eyes.
Okay, no problem, leave it to me.
As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Shuren gripped her dagger, her figure like a shadow, darting towards the nearby venomous snakes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Using the clone technique, she created several clones to attract all the nearby venomous snakes that could pose a threat to Lu Ming, employing clever movements and precise positioning to keep them at bay.
Qin Shuren's strength was indeed impressive.
Seeing her distract the venomous snakes, Lu Ming fully focused on the level 30 silver boss, the brutal saber-toothed Tiger King.
Ding, please note, the brutal saber-toothed Tiger King will disappear in 10 minutes. Please defeat the boss within the time limit.
As the system notification sounded, Lu Ming cast a reconnaissance spell on the boss.
Brutal Saber-Toothed Tiger King, LV30 Silver Boss Physical Type, Physical Attack, 3500, Armor, 2800, Magic Resistance, 2460, Speed, 1760, Health, 288,000, Skills, Frenzied Roar, D grade, Lethal Charge, E grade, Lethal Tier, E grade.
Description: as the leader of the Saber-Toothed Tiger clan, the Saber-Toothed Tiger King possesses a powerful bite force that can easily tear your body apart. If you do not have sufficient strength, do not attempt to challenge the Saber-Toothed Tiger King alone.
Truly a silver boss, its attributes were indeed extraordinarily strong.
Even a group of players in their 30s would likely struggle against the Saber-Toothed Tiger King. But today, at this very moment, in front of the level 19 array master Lu Ming, you must die. As he spoke, Lu Ming summoned the Undead Legion while reaching for his back. D-grade sword draw whoosh. The moment Lu Ming drew his sword, a shadow of the sword pierced through the body of the Saber-Toothed Tiger King.
Minus 29,280. Roar. Accompanied by a fierce roar, the health bar of the Saber-Toothed Tiger King dropped by 10%, instantly enraging it.
With its massive jaws wide open, it charged towards Lu Ming. On both sides, the undead warriors summoned by Lu Ming, fortified with the dual formations of War Tread and Life Bastion, surged towards the Saber-Toothed Tiger King. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of soul shards simultaneously erupted within the body of the Saber-Toothed Tiger King.
Minus 2,236. Minus 2,236. Minus 2,236.
The Saber-Toothed Tiger King had an armor rating of 2,800, which was exceedingly high. Even with Lu Ming's War Tread providing a boost of 4,440 attack power, the damage dealt by the undead warriors was quite limited. Only a tenth of the Saber-Toothed Tiger King's health was taken away by the simultaneous eruption of dozens of soul shards. At the same time, the Saber-Toothed Tiger King unleashed its skill D-class Frenzied Roar. Roar accompanied by a continuous, intense roar. Powerful sound waves erupted from the Saber-Toothed Tiger King's mouth. Around them, the undead warriors, shaken by the sound waves, had damage numbers of over 6,000 pop up above their heads. Even with the protection of Lu Ming's 20-fold enhanced E-class Life Bastion and the 10-fold health limit of 14,880 points, the undead warriors could not withstand such continuous damage. In an instant, dozens of undead warriors around were killed by the Saber-Toothed Tiger King. This formidable power left Lu Ming feeling embarrassed. But at the same time, the effect of the acid rebound triggered by the Anteater hat caused the Saber-Toothed Tiger King to suffer a 160% damage rebound while dealing damage to the undead warriors. Accumulating over 200,000 rebound damage, it unexpectedly killed the Saber-Toothed Tiger King in an instant.
Boom!
As the massive body of the Saber-Toothed Tiger King crashed to the ground, a pleasant system notification rang in Lu Ming's ears. Ding, you have killed the 30-level silver boss, Brutal Saber-Toothed Tiger King. Experience plus 420,000.
Lu Ming was stunned. I can actually play like this?
Just moments ago, he felt a bit regretful about the sacrifice of those dozen undead warriors. But now, looking at it this way, they had died for a good cause.
It was indeed a bit unexpected. Perhaps the silver-level boss itself didn't anticipate its demise would be so abrupt.
On the other side, when Qin Charan turned around and saw that the silver-level boss, which had just been summoned, had evaporated in the blink of an eye, her eyes widened.
What the hell? A 30-level silver boss just got one shot? Is it really that exaggerated?
On Lu Ming's side, after receiving the boss reward of 420,000 experience, his experience bar jumped from 63% to 84%.
It seems that if I kill another boss, I can definitely level up to 20.
With this thought, Lu Ming quickly rummaged through the Saber-Toothed Tiger King's drops. He didn't have time to examine what exactly had dropped, so he stuffed everything into his bag.
He immediately crushed another silver boss summoning scroll.
Whoosh! As the barrier opened, the second brutal Saber-Toothed Tiger King appeared. Meanwhile, outside the snake cave, the Dragon Soul players stationed at the cave entrance seemed to sense something unusual.
Did you hear that sound from inside just now? Such a strong roar, and a bit of a tremor. Could they be fighting the snakes inside? This is a level 42 map. How could a mere 30-something level assassin possibly kill a level 42 snake? Then we probably don't even need to lift a finger. The snakes inside can take care of them. While everyone was chatting and laughing, Dragon Soul's Guan Yu seemed to realize something and immediately became serious. No, that's not the sound of a snake. Something's going on inside. Send a team in to take a look. Yes, deep within the cave.
As the second silver-level boss, the Saber-Toothed Tiger King, was summoned, Lu Ming initially planned to use the same method, sacrificing a dozen or so undead generals to directly utilize the equipment passive skill, Corrosive Rebound, to kill the boss.
However, he did not expect that each saber-toothed Tiger King seemed to share a collective consciousness. This particular saber-toothed Tiger King appeared to have mastered the rebound characteristics of the undead generals, stubbornly refusing to unleash its AoE skill, Furious Roar. Instead, it transformed its offense into defense. It no longer launched fierce attacks but used various defensive skills to withstand the attacks of the undead generals. Clearly, it was stalling for time, because as long as Lu Ming couldn't kill it in 10 minutes, it could escape. I didn't expect this beast to be quite clever. Unfortunately, mere cleverness was useless. It couldn't withstand the siege of the Undead Legion. Even if he took 1,000 steps back and didn't use the Undead Legion, relying solely on Lu Ming's draw sword, once a minute, he could unleash it 10 times in 10 minutes. With each draw sword, dealing 29,000 damage, the accumulated damage from 10 draws would be enough to kill the saber-toothed Tiger King with over 280,000 health. However, Lu Ming wanted a quick resolution, so he summoned all the undead generals and adopted a swarm tactic. The saber-toothed Tiger King refused to attack the undead generals. The damage from the undead generals alone was insufficient to pose a significant threat to the saber-toothed Tiger King. Time was not a major concern as long as he could ultimately kill the boss within 10 minutes. But just as the battle was progressing slowly, Lu Ming suddenly shared vision through the undead generals stationed at the cave entrance and saw players from the Dragon Soul faction burst in. The undead generals didn't even have time to escape and were instantly slaughtered by the group of Dragon Soul players. Lu Ming's brow furrowed immediately. They've come in. This is bad. The battle was halfway through, and unable to retreat midway, Lu Ming could only speed up, trying to finish off the saber-toothed Tiger King before the Dragon Soul players arrived. But ultimately, he was still a step too slow. Hearing a commotion behind him, Lu Ming turned to see a group of level 50 Dragon Soul team players easily breaking through the defensive line formed by the undead generals and charging in. Upon seeing Lu Ming commanding the Undead Legion to besiege the saber-toothed Tiger King, the Dragon Soul players couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. What a leisurely affair! Even at this time, this guy still has the mind to hide here and kill a boss? Is he thinking of taking down a boss for a last thrill before dying? Wait, level 42 Poison Snake Cave. Where did a level 30 saber-toothed tiger boss come from? It must be a boss summoning scroll collected from the Western Farm. This boss has a market value of up to 100,000. Let's kill that array master and the Godslayer, and then call over a few level 30 brothers to take this boss. We can make a fortune on the side. Brothers, charge! Kill them! Amidst the chatter, the Dragon Soul players excitedly rushed towards Lu Ming and Qin Churen. In a critical moment, Qin Churen looked at Lu Ming. Can you tell me what your plan is? Dying is fine, but I don't want to die for no reason. While using draw sword to help the Undead Legion wear down the boss's health, Lu Ming glanced at the anxious Qin Churen and said, "Take down the boss, level up to 20, and I can deal with Dragon Soul." As soon as Lu Ming said this, Qin Churen showed no doubt about the truth of his words. "Okay, I'll hold them off." With that, Qin Churen swiftly slashed down the last remaining poison snake in front of her. It was as if she had suddenly made a decision. Turning around, gripping her dagger tightly, she resolutely charged towards the group of Dragon Soul team players who were 17 levels above her. Due to limited space, Lu Ming didn't need too many undead generals to kill the boss. With over 300 undead generals, Lu Ming directly sent 2/3 to intercept Dragon Soul. Even though he knew that these level 19 undead war generals were nothing more than cannon fodder in front of the group of level 50 Dragon Soul players, life and death hinged on this moment. Lu Ming had to use the undead war generals to hold off the Dragon Soul players for as long as possible, giving himself enough time to take down this boss, which was his only chance to survive and escape. Otherwise, the only fate awaiting him and Qin Churen would be a dead end. Sure enough, even with the double formation of War Trample and Life Fortress enhanced by 20 times, the undead war generals were still easily defeated. Whoosh! Boom! The level 50 Dragon Soul archers and mages, fully equipped in bronze gear, unleashed a round of ranged attacks, effortlessly annihilating dozens of undead war generals in a single area. However, the strength of the undead war generals lay in their sheer numbers. They charged forward one after another, quickly filling the gaps and continuing their assault. Meanwhile, Qin Churen, with her exceptional awareness and ultimate skills, mixed in among the Undead Legion, doing her utmost to restrain the Dragon Soul team players. Her attacks were not enough to threaten the level 50 players of the Dragon Soul team, but with her various outstanding skills and unique attack techniques, she effectively disrupted the opponent's offensive pace, buying precious time for Lu Ming in the back. However, just as the situation began to improve slightly, a powerful arc of blade light suddenly swept in from the front. Qin Churen reacted swiftly, leaping up and skillfully dodging the blade's attack. The dozens of undead war generals around her, however, could not escape the assault and were instantly killed by the massive damage of over 50,000. In the next moment,
the level 56 transformation warrior of Dragon Soul, Guan Yu, adorned in golden gear and bearing the emblem of the Great Xia 39 warrior nation, approached with a cold killing intent, dragging a Guan Yu blade behind him. The level suppression of 31 levels rendered the damage reflection effect of the skill, Corrosive Backlash, completely ineffective against Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Kill! With a mental command, Lu Ming ordered all the remaining undead war generals to attack. He focused on the saber-toothed Tiger King, which had 30% health left, and accelerated his offensive. Facing the swarm of undead legion charging ahead, a flash of killing intent crossed Dragon Soul Guan Yu's eyes. Seeking your own death. As soon as the words left his mouth, Dragon Soul Guan Yu swung his long knife and charged into the fray. Slash! With explosive damage, he felled one undead war general after another. Following the breach opened by Dragon Soul Guan Yu, dozens of Dragon Soul team players surged in, instantly breaking the entire undead legion. Qin Charan glanced back at Lu Ming. Knowing she could no longer hold on, she gritted her teeth and fought to the death. With a crash, she was ultimately struck down heavily by Dragon Soul Guan Yu's swift blade. I can tell you were close to those four I just killed. Then I'll be a good person to the end and send you to reunite with them. Just as Dragon Soul Guan Yu was about to bring his blade down on the fallen Qin Charan, a loud boom echoed. Looking up, they saw the massive body of the saber-toothed Tiger King crashing to the ground under the assault of dozens of undead war generals. Seeing this scene, Qin Charan managed to squeeze out a smile of relief despite her exhaustion. Looks like I didn't misjudge you. The Dragon Soul players, however, grew anxious. Damn it, that kid just took down the boss. Crap, 100,000 boss just like that. No, it's better that he killed it. With his level, taking down this level 30 boss is worth even more. The drops from the boss are the most valuable. Kill that kid, don't let him take the boss loot. With that, dozens of Dragon Soul players charged angrily towards Lu Ming. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, having defeated the boss, was showered in a beam of golden light. Ding, you have killed the level 30 silver boss, brutal saber-toothed Tiger King, experience points plus 420,000. Ding, congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level 20, please complete the third transfer to continue leveling up. Bathed in the golden light of leveling up, a series of pleasant notifications fell into his ears. Ding, congratulations, your talent comprehensive amplification has been upgraded to LV3. Ding, congratulations, your talent spirit slash has been upgraded to LV3. Ding, congratulations, your talent rebirth in flames has been upgraded to LV3. Finally, this moment has arrived. Lu Ming was excited to see that after comprehensive amplification upgraded to LV3, the skill enhancement effect indeed increased from 20 times to 30 times. Moreover, the original second-tier undead warrior could now consume 40 points of soul power to evolve into a third-tier deathlord, or, by consuming 50 points of soul power, directly summon a deathlord. The maximum summon quantity of deathlords is Lu Ming's level *30, which is 600. At this moment, Lu Ming turned around. When he saw the ground littered with the corpses of undead warriors, apart from the dozen or so undead warriors that had just fought the boss behind him, the remaining 200 undead warriors had all perished to protect their master. Looking at the group of Dragon Soul players trampling over the bodies of the undead warriors, approaching him, an overwhelming rage surged in Lu Ming's heart. Seeking death. With a furious shout, Lu Ming opened the Undead Legion summoning panel. Consuming 480 points of soul power, he completed the evolution of the 12 remaining second-tier undead warriors on the field. In the next moment, crack crack, behind Lu Ming, the 12 undead warriors clad in silver armor transformed their armor into a dark red color, evolving into a more distinct and detailed form, with blood-red patterns flowing with blood. A red king's cloak cascaded down their backs. Beneath the heavy metal helmet, the blue ghostly light in their eyes was replaced by a blood-red glow filled with brutality, bloodlust, and slaughter. Whoosh! The long sword in hand ignited with a blaze of crimson flames. The aura of a powerful being emanating from them forced the approaching Dragon Soul players to halt in their tracks involuntarily. They felt an unprecedented and intense intimidation. What's going on? How can his summoned creatures still evolve? Did he kill the boss just to reach level 20 to meet some requirement to evolve his summons? As everyone exchanged glances, a voice came from behind. Dragon Soul Guan Yu, no matter how much they evolve, they are just a bunch of level 20 ants. A group of level 50 people, are they afraid of a bunch of level 20 ants? Guan Yu's words instantly brought the Dragon Soul players back to their senses from the intimidation of the Deathlord. Damn! Almost overlooked, this kid's summons are only level 20, just a show of power. So what? Let him hit me, he can't even touch me. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? As they spoke, a level 50 assassin, Dragon Soul Aoshur, stepped out from the crowd, looking down on Lu Ming and the 12 Deathlords behind him, a smug smile on his face. I can easily take care of them by myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Dragon Soul Aosher drew his dagger and charged towards Lu Ming at lightning speed. Meanwhile, Lu Ming stood still, calm and composed. He opened his backpack, took out the prepared level 20 bronze equipment, the soul set, and equipped it with one click. The moment he raised his head, a strong killing intent flickered in his eyes. Whoosh! Just as the level 56 transformation assassin Dragon Soul Aosher emerged from the crowd, dagger in hand, rushing towards Lu Ming, the other players of the Dragon Soul team remained unfazed, because they had just witnessed Lu Ming's strength. Perhaps this array master is indeed somewhat extraordinary. He possesses so many summoned creatures and can, at level 19, overthrow a level 30 silver boss, which shows he has some strength. But still, he is only level 20. In the eyes of the Dragon Soul players, a level 50 assassin dealing with this newly leveled 20 array master is like using a big knife to chop an ant. Therefore, the Dragon Soul players in the back all watched Lu Ming with mocking eyes.
Do you think this kid can withstand a blow from Aosher? Are you kidding? A mere level 20 array master. What can he use to withstand a level 50 assassin?
He doesn't even need to use skills. If that kid can withstand a normal attack from Aosher, I'll eat shit. Just as the Dragon Soul players were imagining the scene of Lu Ming being chopped to pieces, at the moment when Dragon Soul Aosher entered the attack range, a flash of killing intent crossed Lu Ming's eyes. Whoosh! He drew his sword. Within Dragon Soul Aosher, a sharp light flashed. The next moment, a blood-red damage number jumped above his head, 181,822.
Suddenly, the entire venue fell silent. The explosive damage instantly drained Dragon Soul Aosher's full health bar. In fact, Dragon Soul Aosher hadn't even reacted to what had happened. It was as if his soul had been suddenly drained, and all his strength vanished. Unable to help himself, he thudded to the ground, staring wide-eyed at Lu Ming until he collapsed.
A level 56th transformation assassin, even with a full set of level 50 bronze equipment, had barely over 100,000 health. Lu Ming's damage of over 180,000 was enough to kill Dragon Soul Aosher in one hit. Meanwhile, the smiles on the faces of dozens of Dragon Soul players in the back froze.
Even Dragon Souled one, you couldn't help but tremble.
Looking at the damage Lu Ming dealt, Qin Churen was momentarily stunned, her heart filled with wild joy. She had imagined that when Lu Ming reached level 20, his strength would surely increase significantly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said, "As long as I'm level 20, I can deal with Dragon Soul." But Qin Churen never expected, just by leveling up once, his improvement would be so great. Through their earlier cooperation, Qin Churen already knew that Lu Ming's sword drawing skill had high damage, but before this, he could only deal around 30,000 damage at most. Yet at this moment, he had dealt 180,000 damage, reaching a terrifying 6 times his previous output.
A complete soul set could never allow a person's strength to increase so dramatically.
Qin Churen clearly realized that the reason for Lu Ming's strength increase was not solely due to the soul set, but she couldn't imagine where else Lu Ming had gained such a tremendous boost. As the air fell into silence, dozens of Dragon Soul players exchanged glances. The arrogance of the previous second was replaced by fear in the next. In that instant, their fear of this level 20 array master reached its peak, crossing 30 levels. A level 20 array master one-hit killing a level 50 assassin. The scene unfolding before them was enough to make them question their lives. In contrast, Lu Ming, who had one-hit killed Dragon Soul Aosher, who was 30 levels above him, showed no sign of emotion,
because this outcome was already within his expectations. After reaching level 20, what he gained was not just the soul set, but also a dual enhancement from 3 major talents at level 3. The full set of level 20 bronze soul equipment raised Lu Ming's attack power from the original 141 points to a staggering 381 points. And this was just the base attack. The sword drawing skill, enhanced 30-fold, allowed Lu Ming to gain an additional 600% attack power bonus within 300 seconds after using the skill. This meant that before using this sword drawing attack on Dragon Soul Aosher, Lu Ming's attack power had already reached 2,667 points, and the D-grade sword drawing skill, enhanced 30-fold, could deal 66 times the true damage. In this state, it was no surprise that Lu Ming's damage was explosive. At this moment, even the Dragon Soul's Guan Yu felt a bit intimidated. Because of this damage, even he, a level 39 warrior in the national server, couldn't withstand it. In this real death world where everyone only had one life, he didn't dare to recklessly risk his own life. However, even if he retreated, Dragon Soul's Guan Yu did not intend to let Qin Churen go. After all, Qin Churen was right in front of him, and she only had a sliver of health left. Killing her would be a mere matter of convenience. "I'll send you down first," Dragon Soul's Guan Yu raised his blade. Just as he was about to slash down at Qin Shuren, a buzzing sound echoed. A familiar blood-red mark reappeared on his chest. The next second, swish, 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 swish. 4 level 3 Death Lords simultaneously activated Soul Shatter, instantly killing their way to Dragon Soul's Guan Yu. The powerful slashing force knocked Dragon Soul's Guan Yu back several steps. What shocked Dragon Soul's Guan Yu was that although the scene was identical to when he was at the Despair Fortress, the level 2 undead general that had previously only dealt him over 1000 damage had now evolved into a level 3 Death Lord, and its damage had suddenly skyrocketed to over 15,000. The attacks from the 4 level 20 Death Lords had instantly taken away a third of Dragon Soul's Guan Yu's health. Dragon Soul's Guan Yu was immediately taken aback. With a swift motion, he swung his blade to unleash a crescent-shaped blade light, pushing back the Death Lords. Seizing this opportunity, he quickly turned and retreated towards the exit of the snake cave. Seeing Dragon Soul's Guan Yu trying to escape, Qin Shuren's eyes flashed with hatred as she grasped her dagger and leaped into the air, pursuing him without hesitation. Meanwhile, behind them, Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. Trying to escape? Did I allow you to escape? Lu Ming was not in a hurry to chase. Instead, he opened the summoning panel, consuming soul power to continuously summon a large number of Death Lords. On the other side, as Dragon Soul's Guan Yu ran towards the cave's exit, he glanced back. When he discovered that although these Death Lords had terrifying damage, they still maintained the normal speed of level 20 summons and could not catch up to him, a level 50 warrior, he felt pleased with himself for easily shaking them off. Want to kill me? Not that easy. Just as his words fell, as Dragon Soul's Guan Yu ran out of the cave, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Because outside the cave, there were already over 100 Death Lords stationed there, seemingly waiting for him. The triumphant smile on Dragon Soul's Guan Yu's face abruptly vanished. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. What kind of monster was this array wizard? How could he summon so many summons? And each summon was so terrifying. At this moment, an unprecedented fear washed over him. Dragon Soul's Guan Yu felt as if the sky had fallen. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, inside the snake cave, was using the shared vision of the Death Lords to observe the situation at the cave entrance. Kill! As Lu Ming's remote thought moved, outside the cave, over 100 Death Lords wielding flame blades charged towards Dragon Soul's Guan Yu to encircle him. Inside the snake cave, watching Lu Ming instantly kill the level 50 fully stated assassin Dragon Soul Aoshi, the other players of the Dragon Soul team were left in shock, unable to recover for a long time. When they finally regained their senses and looked around, they found that Dragon Soul's Guan Yu had vanished. What the hell? Where's Brother Guan? Brother Guan ran away. We should run too. Saying this, the Dragon Soul players quickly activated their escape mode. Unfortunately, Lu Ming did not intend to let any of them go. Since you're here, then leave them all behind. As he spoke, with a cold glint in his eyes, all the Death Lords obeyed their master's command and launched an attack on the Dragon Soul players inside the cave. Crash! Crash! War Tread, Life Fortress, the dual formations continued to unfold. With the enhancement of Draw Sword, Lu Ming's current panel attack power was 2,667 points. With a level 3 comprehensive amplification and 30 times enhancement, the attack power bonus effect that War Tread could provide to teammates within range had already reached Array Wizard 600% attack power plus 3,390 points. This means that the pure War Trampling has already brought an attack power bonus of 19,392 points to the Undead Legion. Excluding the bonus from drawing the sword, my panel attack power is only 381 points with a full set of Bronze Soul equipment. Lu Ming understood that he was merely a level 20 player, possessing the normal attack power attributes expected at that level. Moreover, with his attributes, he had already surpassed over 90% of level 20 players worldwide. After all, not every player could wear a full set of bronze equipment at level 20. At this moment, the Death Lord, also at level 20, already possessed nearly 20,000 attack power. Seeing this number, even Lu Ming couldn't help but gasp. It's simply terrifying. Under normal circumstances, a level 50 player in full bronze gear would have armor attributes around 4,000 to 5,000 points. Faced with the attack of a Death Lord with nearly 20,000 attack power, the Dragon Soul players simply couldn't withstand it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Accompanied by a series of blood-red marks appearing on the fleeing Dragon Soul team players, the Death Lord simultaneously activated Soul Shatter, appearing to the Dragon Soul players like a messenger from hell, instantly striking from dozens of yards away. Minus 19,625. Minus 19,976. Minus 19,111. Although this was not enough to deal fatal damage to these level 50 Dragon Soul players, whose health generally exceeded 6 figures, such a blow was still quite painful.
Lu Ming exhausted all the accumulated soul power he had to summon a Tier 3 Deathlord. Thus, just after the first round of Soul Shatter had passed, the attacked Dragon Soul players had not yet had time to recover when the second round of Soul Shatter came crashing in. Following closely was the third round, the fourth round, the fifth round. Under the onslaught of over 100 Deathlords, more than 20 Dragon Soul players present were slaughtered one by one. As a cost, 35 Deathlords were sacrificed. Because Lu Ming did not possess skills to enhance the armor or magic resistance of allies, the lethality of the Deathlords, although not inferior to level 50 players, still left their defensive capabilities as weak as a paper chicken.
However, for Lu Ming, who could always refine soul power by killing monsters and resummon Deathlords, such sacrifices were nothing.
As the battle ended, looking at the ground littered with Dragon Soul player corpses, Lu Ming instructed the Deathlords to collect the loot and refine these bodies. He then hurriedly made his way outside the Viper Cave. Through shared vision, he had already learned of an unfavorable situation outside. When Lu Ming arrived outside the cave, he saw the bodies of Deathlords sprawled all over the ground, and Dragon Soul Guan Yu was nowhere to be seen. Recalling the scene he had seen through the shared vision of the Deathlords outside, he remembered, wow. Facing the siege of dozens of Deathlords, a sudden burst of red light, resembling a berserk state, emanated from Dragon Soul Guan Yu.
The next moment, Dragon Soul Guan Yu seemed to be possessed by a deity.
Dozens of Deathlords simultaneously activated Soul Shatter, yet they failed to kill him instantly, only managing to reduce half of his health. With a sweeping strike, Dragon Soul Guan Yu instantly slaughtered all the dozen Deathlords around him. The damage caused was transformed into a blood magic shield thicker than a health bar, protecting Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Subsequently, Dragon Soul Guan Yu easily broke through the encirclement of the Undead Legion and fled into the distance. In Lu Ming's past life, he seemed to have seen this talent skill. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be a 5-star talent, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. It can greatly enhance all attributes of the player in a short time and convert damage dealt into a shield, a 1 in a million 5-star account. It seems this National Server 39 has some tricks up its sleeve, but, I remember you. Staring in the direction Dragon Soul Guan Yu fled, a hint of killing intent flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. At this moment, Qin Sharon stood dazedly to the side, as if she had lost her soul, her gaze blankly fixed on the distance, not knowing what she was thinking.
The deaths of Qinglong, Xuanwu, Baihu, and Zhu Ke had dealt her a devastating blow.
Especially when she opened WeChat and her eyes lingered on the group named Ran Ran Little Princess, Qin Sharon could no longer hold back and burst into tears again. After a long while, she finally stopped crying. She scrolled through her contacts and found a friend saved as Qin Feng. After hesitating for a long time, she bit her lip and reluctantly sent a message, "I almost got killed just now." Qin Sharon stared at the chat box. After a long time, the other party finally replied with a single word, "Oh." Qin Sharon bit her lip until it turned purple, and tears of grievance fell uncontrollably again. Unwilling to give up, she sent another message. It was the Dragon Soul team who did it. His name is Longhun Guan Yu. Although she knew what kind of reaction she would get, at that moment, Qin Sharon still felt a glimmer of hope, even expecting to see the other party show some concern for her, even if it was just a message that could make her feel the care of family. But in the end, what she received was still a bucket of cold water. "As long as you agree to marry Wang Long, I will make this person kneel before you immediately, at your disposal." Qin Sharon looked up at the sky, refusing to let the tears fall.
After the rain, the sky cleared, and the clouds dispersed.
The gentle sunlight broke through the dark clouds, casting down on Qin Sharon's fair cheeks. Bathed in the warm sun, at that moment, she seemed to find peace. She turned off WeChat and faced Lu Ming, saying, "Thank you, I will remember what happened today.
I owe you a life."
After saying this, Qin Sharon turned to leave. Just then, Lu Ming's voice came from behind, "I will help you take revenge."
Qin Sharon was taken aback.
She turned around, looking at Lu Ming in disbelief.
"You can't kill Longhun Guan Yu."
Lu Ming said, "I can help you kill him, and when the time comes, you can deliver the fatal blow."
Lu Ming's seemingly casual words struck deep into Qin Sharon's soul in an instant.
It was as if a sharp blade had shattered the heavy shackles in her heart. Before Qin Sharon could feel touched, she heard Lu Ming continue, "But I have a condition." Unable to rely on the power of the god-slaying team for revenge, and with her own meager strength, avenging Along and Xiaowu seemed as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lu Ming had become Qin Sharon's only hope. Her eyes glimmered slightly. "What condition?" Lu Ming looked at Qin Sharon and said, "After I help you achieve your revenge,
I want you to be my girlfriend."
Qin Sharon looked at Lu Ming, a glimmer flashing in her eyes.
She thought Lu Ming would ask for money or some other benefit. She never expected that Lu Ming would propose this condition. However, Qin Sharon hesitated not at all. She immediately responded to Lu Ming, "Okay, I agree." Don't act rashly for now, wait for my news. After leaving this sentence for Qin Churan, Lu Ming led the other Death Lords away from her side. Watching Lu Ming's departing figure, Qin Churan's gaze was hazy. She was a smart girl. Just now, from Lu Ming's eyes, she could clearly see that he had no romantic feelings for her. She didn't know what purpose Lu Ming had in wanting her to be his girlfriend. But, as long as I can take revenge for Along and Xiao Wu, as long as I can personally kill Long Han Guanyu, no matter what you want me to do, I am willing. Because just before Lu Ming proposed to help her take revenge, the thought of agreeing to her brother's wish to marry Wang Long, that foolish son of the Wang family, had already taken root in her mind. Moreover, she already had a good impression of this Yuming. Being Lu Ming's girlfriend was certainly better than marrying that idiot Wang Long. On the other side, Lu Ming's request to Qin Churan was certainly not because he was genuinely interested in her, even though she did possess some beauty. The main reason was that he had already seen the WeChat conversation between her and her brother, which had been shared with him through the vision of a nearby Death Lord. So your name is Qin Feng. Not only did he learn the true name of the mastermind, but he also understood that Qin Churan was eager for revenge yet felt helpless. This was the perfect opportunity for him to get close to her. Lu Ming didn't want to wait any longer. He needed to take the initiative. He intended to use Qin Churan to take revenge on Qin Feng and Yi Linger. Moreover, even if he wasn't helping Qin Churan, Lu Ming himself had to eliminate the Dragon Soul's Guan Yu. This person has already posed a threat to me. Keeping him alive will surely lead to endless troubles. I must get rid of him as soon as possible. Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, a message from Lin Yue suddenly popped up. Brother Yu Ming, where are you? Are you okay? When he left, Lu Ming hadn't told Lin Yue what he was going to do. He only asked her to wait for him in Starshine City. Little did he expect that this wait would last almost the entire morning. Yet, Lin Yue had no complaints and was constantly concerned about him. To prevent Lin Yue from being targeted by the Dragon Soul, Lu Ming said to her, "You wait for me in the city, I'm heading back now." After waiting all morning, Lin Yue finally received news from Lu Ming and immediately replied, "Brother Yu Ming, how about I log off and make lunch? You can come back later, and we can eat before leveling up." Lu Ming checked the time, it was close to noon. That works. Thus, the following conversation ensued. Lin Yue, what do you want to eat for lunch? Lu Ming, anything. Lin Yue, I have some leftover rice from last night, how about I make fried rice? Lu Ming, too dry. Lin Yue, what about noodles? Lu Ming, too plain. Lin Yue, then what does brother Yu Ming want to eat? Lu Ming, anything. Lin Yue. Seeing Lin Yue fall into silence, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. This silly sweet girl was quite amusing when teased. Closing the chat, Lu Ming headed towards Starshine City. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, a pair of eyes in an inconspicuous nearby thicket was closely watching him. The most dangerous places are often the safest. It turned out that after breaking through the encirclement, Dragon Soul's Guan Yu hadn't run far but had instead hidden nearby. For Guan Yu, he thought he was merely outmatched by the Undead Legion, but dealing with Lu Ming, the Array Master, would be a piece of cake. He initially wanted to see if he could find an opportunity to avoid the Undead Legion and directly ambush and kill Lu Ming. However, now that he saw Lu Ming surrounded by a group of Death Lords for protection, he abandoned that thought. Watching Lu Ming, who had killed dozens of his brothers, gradually walk away, the hatred in Guan Yu's heart accumulated little by little, reaching a boiling point that he could no longer contain. His eyes were filled with endless rage, and he nearly ground his teeth to dust. At that moment, he suddenly received a message from a WeChat friend named Boss Qin. How's the situation? Guan Yu struggled to calm the anger within him and replied, the 4 national standard fighters around Qin Churan have all been eliminated. As he spoke, he sent 4 photos over. Upon seeing the 4 photos documenting the deaths of Qinglong, Xuanwu, Baihu, and Zhu Ke, the other party was clearly satisfied. Very good. Then, Guan Yu angrily continued, but I don't know where a formation master popped up from. Not only did he save Qin Churan, but he also killed dozens of my brothers who fought alongside me. Boss Qin was silent for a moment and said, compile a list of all the casualties on your side, and I'll calculate the compensation for you. Also, didn't I tell you not to touch Qin Churan? As long as you deal with the people around her, you can teach her a lesson, but you must not kill her. This task will continue to be followed up by you. That Array Master you just mentioned, no matter what his identity is, I want to see his corpse within 3 days. And anyone who has had dealings with Qin Churan, kill one, leave none. After all, as an elite member of the Dragon Soul team, ranked 6th in the national leaderboard, and a gold medal warrior ranked 39 in the national server, Long Han Guan Yu was furious at being ordered and reprimanded like this, especially after just losing dozens of good brothers. He was about to send a message saying, I quit, you can find someone else.
Before he could send it, he suddenly received a text message.
Your account ending in 3195 has received a remittance of 32 million yuan, balance 45,327,652, 12 yuan. Dasha Bank. At the same time, Boss Chin sent a message. This is the remaining payment for those 4 national standard bounties.
Give me the list of sacrificed personnel, with a compensation of 2 million per person, or you can make an offer.
Long Hun Guanyu initially wanted to explode in anger.
But this text message made it impossible for him to feel even a hint of rage, because this guy, despite his poor attitude, was indeed generous with money. So, Long Hun Guanyu deleted the unsent message and re-edited a new one. No problem, within 2 days, I will definitely take the head of that array master.
Ending the conversation, Long Hun Guanyu couldn't help but sneer.
As the saying goes, even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. This guy can even lay hands on his own sister. He is truly a terrifying person. Originally, just looking at this treatment, it's dozens of times higher than Dragon Soul. I was considering whether to switch to your God Slayer team, but now it seems that working under someone like you might mean having money but no life to spend it.
Once this job is done, I won't stay in Dragon Soul anymore.
With this money, I can live comfortably for the rest of my life. On the way back to Starshine City, Lu Ming organized his backpack. This time, luck was not on his side. The 2 silver-level bosses, the brutal saber-toothed Tiger King, only dropped 5 pieces of level 30 bronze equipment and an E-level skill scroll. Even counting the 80 silver coins, the total market value was only about 60,000 to 70,000 yuan. It was not as good as directly selling the 2 bosses for 200,000. However, Lu Ming not only had no complaints but was instead grateful to these 2 silver-level bosses. After all, if it weren't for their help in leveling up, Lu Ming and Qin Charan would not have passed this difficult hurdle. It is worth mentioning that although the bosses didn't drop anything good, the Dragon Soul players had a big haul. In the cave, more than 20 Dragon Soul players were killed by the Death Lord. It should be noted that they were all fully equipped level 50 players in bronze gear, so everything they dropped was also level 40 to 50 bronze equipment. On average, each player dropped 2 pieces of equipment, and Lu Ming had a total of 49 pieces of bronze gear in his bag. Based on the market price, a level 40 to 50 bronze piece is about 5,000 yuan, so the value of these equipment had already reached over 200,000. In addition, there were over 300 silver coins in various high-level potions, totaling more than 90,000 yuan. This meant that just that group of Dragon Soul team players contributed over 300,000 yuan in profits to Lu Ming. This is several times more valuable than the boss. Lu Ming suddenly had a thought. I wonder if having the Fortune Cat in the team would enhance the drop rate talent. Could it also increase the drop rate from kills? If that drop rate could be enhanced, it would be fantastic. Immediately, Lu Ming shifted his focus back to himself. The reason why this time they could turn the tide against the odds and achieve a comeback was entirely due to the 3 major talents being upgraded to LV3 account. 330200****97 account qualification, full, talent, spirit/LV3. Every time the player kills an enemy, they can refine its corpse to obtain corresponding soul power. Consuming soul power allows the player to summon undead, who will protect their master to the death and never betray them, with a maximum refining quantity equal to the player's level *30, talent, comprehensive amplification LV3. The effects of all player skills are increased by 30 times, talent, rebirth from ashes LV3, upon the player's death, sacrifice the weakest undead to resurrect the player, granting them 2 seconds of invincibility after resurrection, summoning panel. Consuming 1 point of soul power can summon a first-tier undead warrior. Consuming 10 points of soul power can summon a second-tier undead general. Consuming 50 points of soul power can summon a third-tier deathlord. In addition, Lu Ming discovered that several new functions were unlocked on the LV3 summoning panel. Power amplification. Consuming 10 points of soul power permanently increases the strength of all undead by 1 point. The increase cannot exceed 100% of the undead's base strength. Agility amplification. Consuming 10 points of soul power permanently increases the agility of all undead by 1 point. Same increase as above. Additionally, there are stamina amplification, spirit amplification, and constitution amplification. Furthermore, skill upgrades and unlocking a second skill. This only applies to third-tier deathlords. Soul fragment skill upgrade. F grade E grade consuming 3,000 points of soul power. Soul/skill learning. F grade consuming 1,000 points of soul power to learn. The expansion of new functions undoubtedly greatly enhances the potential of the undead army. However, the consumption of soul power has also increased significantly. After all, killing a single monster only yields 1 point of soul power. Lu Ming used up all his soul power and could only summon 422 deathlords, leaving 178 empty slots. He couldn't even fill the undead army,
let alone have excess soul power for other attribute amplifications and skill enhancements.
Take it slow, as long as I kill monsters, I'll get soul power, and it doesn't cost money, he thought, putting all his equipment, unnecessary skill scrolls, and potions up for sale in the trading market. Lu Ming returned to Starlight City and logged off. He went to the water dispenser in the living room, poured a glass of water, but didn't see Lin Yue around. Just as Lu Ming was puzzled, Lin Yue returned with groceries.
Why did you go grocery shopping at this time? Lu Ming asked. Brother Yuming, didn't you say you didn't want to eat something too dry or too monotonous?
I bought beef vermicelli and some greens. We have meat at home. I'll make beef stew with vermicelli and a vegetable meat soup.
Brother Yuming, you go rest in your room for a bit. I'll have it ready soon.
As she spoke, Lin Yue changed into slippers and carried the groceries into the kitchen.
Lu Ming was taken aback.
He hadn't expected that his casual remark to tease Lin Yue would be taken so seriously, that she would hold his words in her heart. At that moment, Lu Ming suddenly realized that during his past life with Yi Linger, he had lived like a transparent person. So, while Lin Yue was cooking, Lu Ming sat in the hanging chair on the panoramic balcony, leisurely basking in the sun while searching online for strategies for Starlight City, thinking about where to take Lin Yue for the fastest level up in the afternoon. With the current strength of the undead army, although dealing with level 50 players is still a bit challenging, they should be able to steadily handle monsters of the second tier across all levels. This opened up a wide range of choices. To help Lin Yue level up to 20 quickly, Lu Ming directly chose a quest with a level as high as 48. By farming high-level monsters and with the generous rewards from this high-level quest, Lin Yue should be able to jump straight from her current level 18 to level 20. The direction for the afternoon was set. With nothing to do, Lu Ming scrolled through his social media. Just then, he came across a post from Qin Churen. Some people are alive, yet she is already dead. Some people are dead, yet he is still alive.
The post had been updated just a minute ago and was still fresh. Perhaps it felt too sentimental, too pretentious.
Lu Ming had barely glanced at it when he noticed that Qin Churen had immediately deleted the post.
Lu Ming couldn't help but think, Qin Churen, she wouldn't be thinking of ending it, would she? You can't die.
If you die, how am I supposed to take revenge on that dog couple, Qin Feng and Yi Linger? But what could possibly give Qin Churen hope for living? Just as he was feeling anxious, Lu Ming suddenly seemed to think of something.
He quickly sent a WeChat message to Qian Yan. Can you do me a favor and help me find someone? After lunch, Lu Ming and Lin Yue each returned to their rooms to go online.
Lu Ming first went to the professional hall, where he received a third-tier task from the mentor of the Array Master. The task required him to kill 200 monsters of level 20 or higher within 6 hours.
This task could perfectly coincide with the leveling task for the afternoon.
Just as Lu Ming was preparing to take Lin Yue to accept the pre-selected level 48 task, a message came. I found the person you asked me to look for. I'll send you the location. Grey Plains, location.
Okay, thanks. I'm on my way.
After replying to Qian Yan, Lu Ming immediately forwarded the location she sent to Qin Churen.
Come here. I have a big gift for you.
In the northern part of Starshine City, at the LV-26 Grey Plains, the level 18 mage Chen Yan, along with the level 18 archer Tian Shen Eternal and the level 18 assassin Tian Shen Shadow, were guarding the outskirts of the plains. When they saw Lu Ming arrive, Chen Yan said to him, "The person you're looking for is her, right?"
Following Qian Yan's gaze, Lu Ming looked in that direction.
On the vast, grey grassland, there were quite a few players of levels 24 to 25 hunting level 26 wild wolves in groups. Among them was a small team of 5 with varying levels. The only one with a hot figure was a level 16 archer girl, who, taking advantage of the moment the team had just killed a wild wolf, was twisting and turning her alluring body next to a level 25 warrior man, Jin Lin. She coquettishly said, "Brother Jin Lin, you're so amazing." The man reached out and gave the girl's perky bottom a hard squeeze, pulling her into his arms with a hungry wolf-like gaze, and laughed. "Not only am I good at fighting monsters, I'm also good in other ways.
Little sister, do you want to experience how amazing I am tonight?"
"Oh, you're so annoying." The archer girl lightly punched the man's chest, playfully pouting. At that moment, Lu Ming recognized that the archer girl was none other than Qin, who had betrayed the White Tiger. Clearly, even after selling out the White Tiger to the Dragon Souls Guan Yu, she had not gained favor from him and, having lost her value, was kicked aside. Who would have thought she would turn around and start flirting with other wealthy and powerful high-level players? As long as she offered her body, she could get high-level players to level her up for free. Evidently, this method of self-promotion worked like a charm for Qin. In her, Lu Ming seemed to see the shadow of Yi Linger. He loathed traitors. Seeing Lu Ming's furious gaze fixed on Qin, Tian Shen Shadow rolled up his sleeves and said, "Mingo, if you don't like that stinky girl, I can go give her a lesson." It was unclear when Tian Shen Shadow's way of addressing Lu Ming had gradually changed.
Wait! Lu Ming stopped Tianxian's shadow. Just as Jian Yan and the others were puzzled about what Lu Ming was planning to do, Tianxian's shadow suddenly looked in a certain direction, his eyes lighting up, his heart racing. Damn! Why is the one who slays gods here? Following the gaze of Tianxian in the shadow, they saw Qin Churen rushing over from behind. Upon seeing Qin Churen, the three immediately became alert. After all, Tianxian and Zhanshen had always been at odds. To their surprise, Qin Churen didn't even glance at them, her eyes fixed solely on Qin Qin in the Grey Plain. Memories flooded her mind of the scene when Qin Qin betrayed and sold out Xiaowu, leading to the deaths of Along, Xiaowu, and Old Zhu at the hands of Long Hunguanyu. Qin Churen's cold, beautiful eyes instantly turned red. Without saying a word, she gripped her dagger and moved closer to Qin Qin. At that moment, Qin Qin inadvertently spotted Qin Churen. Recognizing her as someone close to her ex-boyfriend Zhang Hu, she understood that the other party was definitely here to take her life. Feeling guilty, Qin Qin nervously clutched Jian Lin's arm and said anxiously, "Jian Lin Gij, there's someone who wants to kill me." Jian Lin turned, following Qin Qin's terrified gaze to see Qin Churen approaching with a murderous intent. His expression turned cold as he questioned, "What do you want?" Qin Churen's red eyes remained fixed on Qin Qin. "It's none of your business. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of my sight." As soon as Qin Churen's words fell, Jian Lin sized her up, noticing that although her level was as high as 33, 8 levels above his, she was alone and a fragile assassin. Jian Lin was confident that the 4 of them, all at level 25, could easily take her down without breaking a sweat. So, he casually shielded Qin Qin behind him and said with a dismissive smile, "It's fine, baby. With me here, she won't dare to touch you." While thinking about how to impress Qin Qin with this opportunity, Jian Lin suddenly drew his sword. With a disdainful look at Qin Churen, he said, "Want to touch my woman? You'd better ask this sword in my hand first." As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Lin's 3 teammates, all at level 25, also drew their weapons, standing united with him. Their lewd, mocking gazes roamed freely over Qin Churen. "This little girl isn't bad. She's making me a bit excited. Please, give her to me, Lao San. I really like her." "Shut up. Whoever takes her down gets her." As they spoke, the group approached Qin Churen like hungry wolves. Meanwhile, hiding behind Jian Lin, Qin Qin feigned a harmless, pitiful look, but inside she was gloating. She thought, "You think you can take revenge on me? No matter where I go, there are people supporting me. What do you have? Zhang Hu and the others are all dead. Now, who can protect you, the abandoned daughter of the Qin family?" At this moment, eager to show off in front of Qin Qin, Jian Lin stepped forward and said, "Brothers, leave her to me. Once I take this woman down, I'll let you handle her." Saying this, Jian Lin charged at Qin Churen with his sword drawn. Qin Churen's gaze was fierce. She had just raised her dagger and hadn't had time to act. Suddenly, a sword shadow, as fast as lightning, pierced through Jian Lin's body. -181,822. Accompanied by a high burst of blood-red damage, Jian Lin's health bar was instantly drained. Thud! He knelt before Qin Churen, instantly killed. Immediately, the players behind Jian Lin looked on in horror at the 20-level formation master, Yu Ming, who stood quietly not far behind Qin Churen, poised to draw his sword. Lu Ming habitually maintained a state of drawing his sword. Because of the 30-fold enhancement of drawing the sword, using the skill could grant Lu Ming a continuous 300 seconds of attack power boost, perfectly covering the skill's 60-second cooldown. Therefore, as long as Lu Ming drew his sword once every 5 minutes, he could sustain a 600% attack boost from drawing the sword. With Jian Lin, a level 25 warrior, being instantly killed by Lu Ming, a level 20 formation master, the scene was set. In an instant, the other 3 were taken aback. It dawned on them that Qin Churen was not alone. She had a powerful backing. Although this backing was not of a high rank, its strength was terrifying. They were completely on different levels. Just the astonishing damage that exceeded theirs by 100 times, reaching 180,000 plus, was enough to make them question their lives and dare not make any rash moves. Even on the other side, Qing Yan, Tianxian Eternal, and Tianxian Shadow were deeply shocked by the damage dealt by Lu Ming. "What the hell? What kind of damage is this, Minggu? This kid is just outrageous. His father must have opened the door to outrageousness. It's outrageous to the core." Xing Yan smugly said, "How about it, brother? The person I brought for our team is not bad, right?" Tianxian Eternal could hardly contain his inner shock. Once this Yu Ming grows, he will definitely become a top powerhouse that shakes the entire Great Xia in the later stages. On the battlefield, run! Quick, run! The few of them realized they had provoked a big shot and hurriedly tried to escape. Just as they turned around, swish, 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 countless flowing golden-hued blood-colored barriers materialized around them. In the next moment, hundreds of Death Lords clad in fully enclosed dark red blood armor, cloaks billowing behind them, eyes glowing with bloodlust,
and wielding blades of raging fire, tore through space and stepped out from that barrier.
Run? Did I let you run?
In an instant, the overwhelming aura emanating from the undead legion enveloped the entire gray plane. Under the intimidation of the Death Lords, the three huddled together back to back, their faces filled with terror as they looked at the group of Death Lords that seemed ready to pounce and tear them apart at any moment. Their hearts raced, and they didn't dare to make a sound. Meanwhile, seeing the mountain she had just relied on collapse, Qin Shin's face turned pale with fright. Noticing Lu Ming behind Qin Sharon, the very array master Zhang who had asked her to test just 2 days ago, Qin Shin suddenly thought, Lu Ming and Qin Sharon had only just met, they weren't very familiar. Thus, drawing on her vast experience with men, Qin Shin determined this was a perfect opportunity. Seizing this chance, she used her charm on Lu Ming.
Brother Yu Ming, do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of me? Can I be your girlfriend? Qin Shin was very confident in her figure and looks. After all, throughout her life, the men who had fallen for her numbered not in the hundreds but in the thousands. Before this, no man had ever rejected her beauty. She even thought that in terms of looks, she was not inferior to Qin Sharon, so she was fully confident she could win over Lu Ming. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming merely glanced at her disdainfully. Where do you get the confidence to think I would be interested in a worn-out shoe like you? Qin Shin's face instantly turned extremely ugly.
Lu Ming remained still, and the undead legion did not move. With the undead legion not moving, the three did not dare to act. Qin Sharon stepped closer to Qin Shin, her eyes bloodshot.
Why betray Xiao Hu? If you don't love him, you can leave. Why do you have to harm Xiao Hu?
Xiao Hu is not stupid, he just unconditionally tolerates you. He could have better choices, yet he remains loyal to you. As Qin Sharon approached with a dagger, Qin Shin hurriedly retreated and accidentally fell to the ground. A strong desire to survive forced Qin Shin to cry out to Qin Sharon for mercy. Ran, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. For the sake of my acquaintance with Zhang Hu, just forgive me this once, please spare me.
Anger and sorrow intertwined. Qin Sharon choked out, forgive you? You don't deserve it.
As soon as the words fell, swish, Qin Sharon flashed to Qin Shin's side, and with a swift motion, the knife fell. Instantly, blood splattered, and Qin Shin clutched her neck, which was bleeding profusely, filled with endless unwillingness and regret, struggling as she collapsed into a pool of blood. Moments later, she lay still. As Qin Sharon stood up, the other three players immediately knelt before Lu Ming, terrified.
Please spare us, big boss. We just met Qin Shin. We really didn't know what stupid things she did before.
It was clear they had realized, this hidden master of formations was the one backing Qin Sharon. Lu Ming stood calmly in place, maintaining his composure. In front of outsiders, he gave Qin Sharon enough face.
Begging me is useless.
Beg her. With this one sentence, Lu Ming made the three big men realize that their lives were in Qin Sharon's hands. They quickly turned to kneel before her.
Get lost.
With a cold shout from Qin Sharon, the three scrambled away under the countless deathly glares of the Death Lords. At that moment, Qin Sharon let out a deep breath of relief. Turning to Lu Ming, she was about to say something when Qin Yan suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming.
Hey, the soul set you asked me to help you get last time, I got it.
Saying this, Qin Yan took out a full set of equipment and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and saw that it was exactly the full set of mage soul equipment he urgently needed to prepare for Lin Yue. Lu Ming's heart filled with joy. He had been worried that if he couldn't get the soul set in the black market, it would be a headache. After all, if Lin Yue didn't wear the soul set when entering the Ghost Demon Tower, without her drop rate boost, his speed of farming soul stones would be greatly reduced. Right now, Qin Yan's soul set was like a timely help. Remembering that this time they were able to locate Qin Shin, allowing Qin Sharon to vent her inner hatred and anger, he was also grateful for Qin Yan's help. Lu Ming expressed his gratitude. Thanks, just note the market price for this equipment, and I'll transfer the money to you as soon as possible.
Qin Yan smiled, sure.
Seeing Lu Ming and Qin Yan chatting happily, Qin Sharon felt an inexplicable surge of jealousy. She stepped directly in front of Lu Ming, confronting Qin Yan.
How much does he owe you? I'll pay for him. Qin Yan sensed hostility. Worried that the underworld would be taken away by their divine slaying, she didn't back down. Who are you to pay for him?
Qin Sharon crossed her arms, justifying herself. I'm his girlfriend. At this, Lu Ming was momentarily stunned. Because the condition he had previously proposed was that after helping Qin Sharon kill the dragon soul Guan Yu, he would have her agree to be his girlfriend. He didn't expect Qin Sharon to declare her stance and attitude now.
At this moment, Qin Yan looked at Lu Ming with disbelief.
To her surprise, Lu Ming did not deny it. She is indeed my girlfriend.
No, you too. Qin Yan felt somewhat incredulous. When did this happen? Didn't you just meet? Then you don't need to worry about it.
At this, Qin Yan suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment. She thought to herself, the fool is actually me. At this time, Qin Charan continued, name a price. Starting today, the underworld officially withdraws from your Tianxian. No matter how much the breach of contract fee is, I can accept it. Clearly, this was no longer about money. It was about Lu Ming's value, which could not be measured in monetary terms. Just as Qin Yan was at a loss for how to keep Lu Ming, he suddenly spoke up, I'm still a part of Tianxian. That won't change. As long as it's the same as before, you won't restrict my freedom. Hearing this, Qin Yan's eyes lit up. Great, no problem. Then we won't disturb you any longer. Contact us on WeChat if anything comes up. With that, Qin Yan hurriedly pulled Tianxian Eternal and the others away, fearing that if they were late, Lu Ming would change his mind. Once Qin Yan and the others left, Qin Charan asked Lu Ming in confusion, why don't you withdraw from Tianxian? Lu Ming didn't rush to explain. He just glanced at Qin Shin's corpse and said, if it weren't for Tianxian, I might not have been able to find her. Qin Charan immediately understood that Lu Ming's purpose in staying with Tianxian was to make it easier for her. So, Qin Charan stopped saying anything more. Then, how much do you owe Tianxian? I'll pay it back for you first, and if you want to stay in Tianxian later, it's up to you. No need, Lu Ming said. I can pay it back myself. Qin Charan hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping short. She knew Lu Ming's character. Suddenly, Qin Charan fell into a long silence. Then she raised her head, blushing, and said to Lu Ming, where are you? I'll come over to find you, let's have dinner together tonight, and then, how about we go watch a movie? Qin Charan had already thought it through. Since she had promised Lu Ming that as long as he was willing to help her take revenge, she would be his girlfriend. This relationship could not just be words. So, even though they had never dated, Qin Charan understood, since they had established a relationship, they should do things that couples do. As long as it's not an excessive request, I can agree to anything. Just as Qin Charan was thinking this, Lu Ming suddenly said, it's fine, you don't need to come over for now. We're just getting started, so give yourself some space. Hearing this, Qin Charan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was eager to express her stance to let Lu Ming know that she, Qin Charan, meant what she said. The conditions she had promised Lu Ming were definitely not just for fun. Moreover, she felt that things were progressing too quickly, so when she suggested meeting offline, she was actually quite afraid that Lu Ming would really agree. Therefore, when Lu Ming said that, she felt unburdened. Wait for my news. Once I catch Long Hun Guanyu, I'll notify you. After giving Qin Charan this reminder, Lu Ming turned and left with Lin Yue. Watching Lu Ming's gradually disappearing figure, Qin Charan couldn't help but feel a warmth rise in her heart. You seem quite scheming, but I didn't expect you to be such a gentleman. No matter what your purpose is, thank you for letting me take revenge for Xiaohu myself. The original plan was to first take Lin Yue to do a high-level task, level her up to level 20, and then enter the Ghost Demon Tower. However, Lu Ming discovered that the soul set given by Qin Yan was not a level 20 set, but a level 10 set. The soul set is divided into 5 tiers, level 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50. Clearly, Qin Yan had considered this very thoughtfully, knowing that Lin Yue's current level was only suitable for a level 10 soul set. With this, once Lin Yue equipped this soul set, she could immediately enter the Ghost Demon Tower with Lu Ming without waiting for level 20. So, Lu Ming directly took Lin Yue and headed for the Ghost Demon Tower. I still owe $1 million from the house purchase, and now I've also acquired a soul set. According to the market price for a level 10 bronze soul set, it would cost around 500,000. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Unknowingly, he had already accumulated so much debt, and this was just the money owed to Qin Yan. Additionally, he had spent 6 million on the house, only paying a 20% down payment, leaving over 5 million in loans with the bank. That was quite a bit of debt. If this were in his past life, such a large amount of debt would have been like a death sentence for Lu Ming. He would have to work like a slave for a lifetime to pay it off. But now, Lu Ming had devised a plan. Within a week, I will pay off the money owed to Qin Yan. Soon, Lu Ming and Lin Yue arrived at the Ghost Demon Tower. According to today's battle situation, the 8th level of the Ghost Demon Tower had been captured by the God-slaying team. However, with Qin Charan's order, no one from the God-slaying team dared to stop Lu Ming, respectfully making way for him. Ding Yu have entered the 8th level of the Ghost Demon Tower Shadow's Nest. Whoosh! 2 beams of white light fell, and Lu Ming and Lin Yue were born into a dark realm. Looking around, they saw huge nests resembling fortresses, interspersed throughout this territory. Countless armored, cold-eyed emissaries of the dead continuously emerged from those layers. Meanwhile, within the vast map, numerous player teams were hunting these undead monsters. As the highest plane of the ghostly magic tower, the undead monsters residing in the Shadow Nest had levels ranging from 46 to 50. Therefore, the players grinding here also maintained levels between 46 and 50. When a level 20 array trickster and an 18-level mage appeared in this domain, it undoubtedly raised questions from onlookers. What the hell?
How did that level 20 array trickster get into the 8th plane? And there's even an 18-level mage with him? Look, they have soul sets. It's the effect of the soul set that allows them to ignore the level restrictions of the ghostly magic tower map and enter any plane at will. But those guys are high-level players who got soul sets to fish in lower planes. And these two are wearing soul sets to run into such a high plane. What are they thinking? They really don't know how to stay alive. They probably entered the wrong plane, right? Sure, let's not remind them. When they get wrecked by monsters, who knows, they might drop 2 pieces of soul set gear, each worth tens of thousands. Thus, some nearby players even stopped their monster hunting to focus on Lu Ming and Lin Yue, just waiting for them to be taken down by monsters. After all, if they could pick up even 1 piece of soul set equipment, it would be worth a year's income. Just then, ahead of them, from a huge lair riddled with holes and seemingly covered in countless eyes, a silver-armored undead general, wielding a frost spear and exuding a kingly aura, emerged riding a skeletal warhorse. An elite monster? Lu Ming excitedly cast a reconnaissance spell at the undead general. Undead general, LV-48 physical type elite monster, physical attack power, 9800 armor, 6600 magic resistance, 5800 speed, 4980 health, 558000 skills. Charge, degrade, frost stab, degrade. Description: as a general under the Lord of the Dead, Jia, the undead general is tasked with guarding the ghostly magic tower by Jia's command, vowing to lead the undead army to crush all humans who intrude into the shadow nest. Upon seeing the monster data automatically shared in the team channel, Lin Yue, standing behind Lu Ming, couldn't help but tighten her grip on her staff, her eyes filled with tension and fear. After all, the highest level monster she had faced before, while following Lu Ming, was only a level 30 poisonous scorpion in the wasteland. This time, it was a leap of 18 levels. For Lin Yue, who was only level 18, it was a staggering jump of 30 levels. In contrast, Lu Ming remained calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. Arrogant human, dare to step into the ghostly magic tower and disturb Lord Jia's peace. Die! With a roar, the undead general charged towards Lu Ming on his skeletal warhorse. Lu Ming was unhurried, waiting for the undead general to enter the attack range. His right hand, which had long been resting on the hilt of his sword, quietly drew the blade. Whoosh! The sharp sword shadow flashed through the undead general's body. Minus 181,822. The undead general's health bar instantly dropped by a third. At the same time, under Lu Ming's mental control, hundreds of third-tier deathlords tore through space, stepping out from the summoning barrier. Lu Ming stood firm with his longsword. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wartread Life Fortress. After 30 times enhancement, a massive formation with a radius of 1,500 yards instantly spread from beneath Lu Ming's feet, enveloping the entire shadow nest. Buzz! Dozens of blood-red marks appeared on the undead general's chest simultaneously. The next second, swish, 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 dozens of deathlords simultaneously unleashed soul shatter, instantly killing the undead general from dozens of yards away. With a longsword engulfed in blazing flames, they struck down mercilessly. Minus 15,498. Minus 15,498. Minus 15,498. Under Lu Ming's mental control, the first batch of deathlords quickly withdrew from the attack range after executing soul shatter, clearing space for the second batch to launch their assault. Following the same method, after 3 consecutive rounds of soul shatter, the undead general's health bar was instantly drained. Boom! With a loud crash, the heavily armored undead general fell from his horse, crashing to the ground. Ding, you have killed the level 48 elite monster. Undead general, experience plus 300,000. The experience from a level 48 elite monster is almost on par with a level 30 silver boss. Watching the experience bar visibly rise by a full 10%, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel excited. Meanwhile, the group of bystander players who had been waiting for Lu Ming to be killed so they could loot were left dumbfounded. A level 20 array master soloing a level 48 elite monster. Such terrifying power left those players in shock, and they quietly returned to their posts to grind monsters, no longer daring to think about targeting Lu Ming. Lu Ming, filled with anticipation, approached the corpse of the undead general. With Lu Ming's comprehensive enhancement talent upgraded to LV3, Lin Yue's monster drop rate bonus also increased from 200% to 300%. Let me see how valuable a level 48 elite monster with a 4-fold drop rate really is. Dingyu picked up 22 silver and 48 copper coins. Dingyu picked up 14 soul stones. The monsters in the Phantom Demon Tower do not drop equipment or skill scrolls. The only and most valuable product is the soul stone. I actually got 14 soul stones in one go. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. After all,
the chance of ordinary monsters in the Phantom Demon Tower dropping soul stones is only 10%. Normally, such an elite monster would drop at most 3 to 4 soul stones. Thanks to Lin Youwei's 300% drop rate bonus, Lu Ming was able to collect so many soul stones from this elite undead general in one go. Moreover, Lu Ming discovered that the purity of these soul stones was quite high. Among the 14, there was one first-class soul stone with 100% purity. Additionally, there were 4 second-class soul stones with 91% to 99% purity, 4 third-class soul stones with 71% to 90% purity, 3 fourth-class soul stones with 41% to 70% purity, and 2 fifth-class soul stones with 1% to 40% purity.
This shows that Lin Youwei's drop rate enhancement talent not only increases the quantity of soul stones dropped but also improves their quality.
Calculating the market value, the total worth of these soul stones had already reached 2,790 yuan. Adding in the 22 silver coins, the total profit brought to Lu Ming by just one elite monster, the undead general, amounted to over 7,000 yuan.
It felt like picking up money.
Thus, Lu Ming issued a command to all the Death Lords through his mind: kill monsters. In the next second, under the dual formations of War Trample and Life Bastion, the Necromancer army began to disperse within the vast Shadow Nest, automatically hunting the surrounding level 46 to 50 undead monsters. The ordinary level 46 to 50 undead minions had around 8,000 attack power, over 5,000 armor, 4,000 speed, and 120,000 to 150,000 health. With the 30-fold enhancement from War Trample, the Death Lords, possessing 20,000 attack power, moved through the hordes of monsters in the Shadow Nest, engaging in rampant slaughter.
Minus 17,985, minus 15,362, minus 16,421.
Although it was not enough to deal fatal damage to these undead monsters, it posed a significant threat to them. Facing the monstrous damage of over 10,000 points in a single hit, the Death Lords showed no signs of fear. This was because the E-level Life Fortress provided the maximum shield value for allies, which was 50% of the Warlock's health limit. After a 30-fold enhancement, it was directly increased to 15 times the health limit. Combined with Lu Ming's 2488 health attribute, the maximum shield the Death Lords could obtain had already reached over 37,000. The most important thing was that this shield was not a one-time use.
As long as it was below the maximum value, a shield of 4,253 points would automatically regenerate every second.
Therefore, for the high-level undead in the Shadow Nest, this group of Death Lords, who were only level 20, seemed like cockroaches that couldn't be killed.
Impossible to kill. Absolutely impossible to kill.
Thus, under the slaughter of over 400 Death Lords, Lu Ming began to enjoy the fruits of his labor.
Ding killed a level 49 undead mage, experience plus 5,250.
Ding killed a level 46 undead warrior, experience plus 4,880.
Ding killed a level 48 undead archer, experience plus 5,110.
Players needed a total of 3 million experience points to level up from 20 to 21. This meant that for every small monster killed, Lu Ming's experience bar would increase by about 0.15%. Additionally, he could steadily earn 20 to 25 copper coins. On average, every 2 to 3 undead would drop a soul stone. Lu Ming had imagined that once he obtained the soul set, it would be exhilarating to ignore level restrictions and enter the 8th plane of the soul tower to farm monsters. But he never expected it to be this exhilarating.
Following behind Lu Ming, Lin Youwei's experience bar was also skyrocketing. Wow! An hour later, the first golden light fell. Wow!
2 hours later, the second golden light fell.
Without any task rewards, purely through monster farming.
By 4 in the afternoon, Lin Youwei successfully leveled up to 20. The speed was astonishing, leaving players who took 10 days to half a month to achieve this goal in awe. At this moment, Lu Ming had also completed the third transfer task of kill 200 monsters above level 20.
He could farm in the Soul Tower at any time. The urgent matter was,
first, let's go to the black market and claim the quest from that golden level goblin boss, then see if we can boost our strength a bit more.
Lu Ming was clear about his current capabilities. The last time he won was because there were few people around Dragon Soul Guanyu.
Once Dragon Soul Guanyu brought hundreds or thousands of elite players to confront him, with Lu Ming's current strength, it would be difficult to handle. So, Lu Ming took Lin Youwei and left the Soul Tower.
On the way back to Starlight City, he organized his backpack.
He discovered that in just one afternoon, all the soul stones and silver coins he had obtained, when calculated at market value, had already exceeded 80,000. Lu Ming remembered that when he was in the first plane of the Soul Tower, he had farmed all day and only earned 50,000. It seems that if I want to make quick money, I still have to be in the 8th plane. It's worth the huge cost I paid to get 2 sets of soul sets. Thus, Lu Ming immediately listed all the soul stones for sale in the trading hall. He kept the silver coins for use when he went to the black market. Just as Lu Ming finished handling these, he inadvertently noticed Lin Yue, who had been silent beside him, suddenly glance at him, hesitating to speak. Ever since they entered the Soul Tower, he had noticed something was off with Lin Yue. She hadn't said a word the entire time, not even saving up her little treasury. She seemed gloomy, as if she had something on her mind.
So, Lu Ming asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Yue didn't dare to look at Lu Ming, lowering her head. After gathering her courage, she asked in a soft voice, "Brother Yu Ming, are you really together with that god slayer, you?" Lu Ming answered without hesitation. Lin Yue's little face inexplicably turned bright red. Her voice became even softer. "Do you like her?" When Lu Ming heard Lin Yue ask this question, it was as if he suddenly realized something. He looked at Lin Yue's small face, which was as red as a ripe persimmon. Suddenly, he asked her, "Have you ever been in love?" Lin Yue shook her head and said, "Brother won't let me date early." Lu Ming asked again, "Can you tell the difference between gratitude and liking?" Lin Yue still shook her head. Lu Ming smiled at her like an older brother and said, "You're still young. When you grow up a bit more, you'll understand. Let's go, we need to head back first. We have to go somewhere later." After saying that, Lu Ming continued on his way. Lin Yue stood there in a daze, seriously pondering Lu Ming's earlier words. What is gratitude, and what is liking? Could it be that Brother Yu Ming is with Zhan Xin and Yu out of gratitude because they helped him obtain the soul set before? So, does that mean Brother Yu Ming doesn't like Zhan Xin and Yu? With this thought, Lin Yue felt much clearer in her heart. She happily caught up with Lu Ming. After returning to the city, Lu Ming went straight to the professional hall. He submitted the 3rd transfer task to the mentor of the array trickster. "Ding, congratulations, you have completed the 3rd transfer. Level cap increased to level 30, attribute growth has been enhanced, skill slot +1. As the system notification fell, 2 beams of golden light cascaded down from above. After the level cap increased, all the experience points Lu Ming accumulated in the Phantom Magic Tower that afternoon were released, causing his level to rise consecutively to level 22. The 3rd transfer not only corresponded to the enhancement of the 5 major attributes, strength, spirit, endurance, agility, and constitution. For Lu Ming, the most important thing was unlocking a new skill slot. Finally, the Undead Legion can welcome a new formation enhancement. In Lu Ming's backpack, there were 3 E-level array trickster skill scrolls: Ground Prison, reduces all enemy armor, Revival of all things, increases all friendly units' health recovery, Swift as the Wind, increases all friendly units' speed. There were currently no skills to enhance friendly defense in the trading hall. Therefore, among these 3 options, Lu Ming chose the first one. "Ding, congratulations, you have mastered the array trickster E-level skill Ground Prison." Ground Prison, Array Trickster Skill LV22, Quality, E-level skill description, releases a circular formation with a radius of 50 yards, causing all enemies within the formation to reduce. Array Trickster 20% armor plus 138 points of armor value, lasting for 15 seconds. Skill cost, consumes 98 mana points upon activation, then 11 mana points per second thereafter. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Combined with my comprehensive enhancement talent of 30 times strengthening, that's a 600% armor reduction, plus 4,140 points of armor weakening. Lu Ming opened his status bar and analyzed, calculating with my 265 points of armor, the total armor reduction effect reaches 5,730 points. This calculation result made Lu Ming very satisfied, because even the highest level ordinary undead at level 50 in the Shadow Nest only had a little over 5,000 points of armor. This meant that after the weakening from Ground Prison, their armor would be completely cleared, allowing the Deathlord to deal higher damage. All skill enhancement effects of the Array Trickster are closely related to one's own attributes. Therefore, to allow the Undead Legion to achieve greater enhancement, Lu Ming's own strength must not fall behind. It was still early for dinner, so Lu Ming and Lin Yue went out of the city again. Following the map's guidance, they headed towards the black market. Currently, Lu Ming had accumulated a total of 10 gold coins in his bag. That should be enough to buy quite a few good things in the black market. Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, a notification sound from WeChat rang out. Lu Ming opened it to find a message from Qin Charan. "I pulled together a new rising team and plan to have them join us. Can you come over to help me check them out?" Lu Ming had just finished reading this message when, in the next second, the other party retracted a message. Since Qin Charan retracted it, Lu Ming simply closed WeChat and pretended he hadn't seen it. After all, he was with Qin Charan purely to use her to take revenge on Qin Feng and Yi Linger. He wasn't there to be her devoted servant. However, he ultimately couldn't escape this fate. Coincidentally, on his way to the black market, Lu Ming unexpectedly ran into Qin Churen. In an open space, a virtual arena was blooming. The audience below was a sea of people. On stage, the two teams were engaged in a 5v5 team PK match. Among the players participating in the duel, one side was the rather inconspicuous mixed team, Excellence, while the other was the renowned 7th team of the Great Xia, God Slayer. The 5 players representing God Slayer were led by the level 33 assassin, Qin Churen. The other 4 were also around level 30, all at the 4th transfer level. The 5 members of the opposing, Excellence, team were roughly at the same level. When Lu Ming arrived, a duel was just beginning. Whoosh! As the battle commenced, Qin Churen was the first to launch an attack. Her thoughts were clear, her target defined, going straight for the opposing team's most threatening level 34 mage, Excellence Little Wolf. Using her teammates as cover, she bypassed the enemy warriors and knights blockades, feigning an attack on the archer, Excellence Little Eagle. Just as Excellence Little Eagle dodged the attack, Qin Churen suddenly turned to attack the nearby mage, Excellence Little Wolf. Swish, swish, swish. Qin Churen's speed and the suddenness of her attack left Excellence Little Wolf with almost no chance to react. He didn't even have time to use his blink skill before being easily taken down by Qin Churen's feint attack. Truly a heroine among women. Qin Churen's awareness and skill were so impressive that even Lu Ming couldn't underestimate her. However, no matter how strong she was alone, it ultimately didn't matter. After all, this was a team match. Just as Qin Churen eliminated the enemy mage, her own archer and priest were ambushed by 2 enemy assassins and both fell. The remaining 2 warriors managed to pull off a desperate 2-for-1 trade, taking down one of the enemy assassins. But in the blink of an eye, the 5v5 had turned into a 1v3. In the end, Qin Churen fought valiantly against 3, taking down 2 of them, but was narrowly defeated by the level 35 warrior, Excellence Little Tiger. Ding! In this best of 5 PK match, the Excellence team wins. Current score, Excellence 2, God Slayer 1. At this moment, the audience below was taken aback. What the hell? What's going on with God Slayer? A top team ranked 7th in the Great Xia national server can't even beat a small mixed studio? This is so embarrassing. Yeah, they've already lost 2 matches. Is this what the 7th in the national server is like? So weak. I could beat them with my feet. Among the crowd, Lu Ming revealed a knowing smile. What seemed like a hard-fought match on the surface, he could see at a glance that aside from Qin Churen, the other 4 from God Slayer had clearly thrown the match. They had deliberately lost to Excellence. At first, Lu Ming didn't understand why they would do this. Until the halftime break, the leader of the Excellence team, the young warrior, Excellence Little Tiger, mocked Qin Churen, saying, "Sister, if you lose one more match, you'll be out. Remember the rules? If you lose, you'll have to join my Excellence team and serve me for a week." Qin Churen's gaze was fierce, revealing an unyielding spirit. It's not over yet. Though she said this, Qin Churen felt a bit anxious inside. All right. Excellence Little Tiger gently stroked his fiery sword, his gaze on Qin Churen filled with possessiveness. Then let's continue. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out from the audience. God Slayer requests a substitution. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, looking at the speaker, a young formation master. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Qin Churen's heart leaped with joy. It was as if she had seen a ray of light in the darkness. Yu Ming, what is he doing here? Did he see the message I sent him? But I clearly retracted it, and there was no location reported at that time. Just as Qin Churen felt a mix of joy and confusion, the outstanding player from the opposing team, Zhuang Yu, was naturally reluctant when he heard the request for a mid-match substitution. After all, given the current situation, they were bound to win. According to the rules, both sides must agree to a substitution, and the replacement must be of equivalent level. Lu Ming stepped onto the stage, standing on Qin Churen's side. He addressed the 5 players from the Zhuangyu team, saying, "My level should meet the requirements, right?" It was only at this moment that the players from the Zhuangyu team took a closer look at Lu Ming. When they saw that Lu Ming was only a level 22 array master, their attitude flipped 180 degrees. Zhuangyu suppressed his excitement and asked, "Are you sure you want to substitute?" "To be fair, I'll give you one more step," Lu Ming said calmly. "I'll take on 4. As soon as these words were spoken, all players on and off the stage fell into doubt. What the hell? Where does this kid get his confidence? A level 22 array master against a level 30 arena, and he wants to take on 4? Is he here to make us laugh? What a show-off. But I really look forward to seeing how this kid gets slapped in the face later. While the onlookers were discussing, Zhuangyu didn't care about fairness. Since the condition for substitution was initiated by the other side, he had no objections. Afraid that Lu Ming would regret it if he waited a second too long, he immediately stated, "Okay, we agree to the substitution." Thus, after Lu Ming joined the team,
Qin Charan unhesitatingly kicked out her original 4 teammates. It didn't matter that others didn't know Lu Ming or were unaware of his strength. As long as Qin Charan knew, that was enough. If she could, she would even want to kick herself out, because she knew that for Lu Ming, she was just a burden. Ding, the match is about to begin. Please both players get ready. As the system entered a 10-second countdown, Qin Charan glanced back at Lu Ming, playfully sticking out her tongue and whispering, "Why do you always arrive so timely? It's like you're my savior." Lu Ming stared straight ahead without looking away. He said, "I won't make a move, you go." "Ha!" Before Qin Charan could react, the countdown reached 0. The match began. The players from the Zhuangyu team did not underestimate their opponent just because they were down 3 players, and the new addition was a level 22 support class Array Master. At the very start of the match, they launched a full-scale attack. Clearly, the temptation of having the sister of the captain of the 7th team of the Great Xia National Server, the Slaying God team, join their nameless studio to serve Zhuangyu was too great. Therefore, they were desperate to win this match by any means necessary. At this moment, Qin Charan turned around and found that Lu Ming was indeed standing still. "You can't just be here to watch me make a fool of myself, right?" Thinking this, Qin Charan had no choice but to charge forward on her own. Just then, Lu Ming activated the draw sword skill. He raised his sword. Whoosh! With the long sword in place, War Tread Life Fortress, drawing the ground as a prison, whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 massive formations instantly covered the entire arena. Under the enhancement of the formations, Qin Charan, with her dagger, rushed into the enemy ranks at lightning speed. Slash slash slash. With swift strikes, she dealt damage evenly. Minus 33,652. Minus 32,169. Minus 31,999. Ding, the match is a best of 5, and the Slaying God team wins. The current score is Zhuangyu 2, Slaying God 2. The 5 players from the Zhuangyu team hadn't even reacted yet. The sudden system prompt left them in a state of shock. After a long while, they finally realized that what seemed like a battle that hadn't even started for them had already ended. Wah! What the hell? It's over? How the hell did I die? Why did her damage suddenly spike so high? Damn! There's a cheat. Mainly because they had already witnessed Qin Charan's strength in the previous 3 PKs. The damage suddenly surged from over 3,000 to over 30,000, a 10-fold increase in damage. Who could accept that? No way. There's something wrong. That Array Master has a problem. Finally, they realized where the issue lay. The 5 of them fixed their gazes on Lu Ming. His array formation has a problem. In the next match, let's focus fire and take him out first. As they spoke, the decisive 5th PK began. Ding, countdown finished, match starts. With the system prompt, the 5 members of the excellent team quickly exchanged glances. Little bear, you hold him off with me. Little eagle, little wolf, little chicken, focus fire and take out that Array Master. Understood. Just as they finished speaking and were about to execute their plan, whoosh, 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 a slender figure darted through the 5 of them like lightning. The next second, ding, in this best of 5 match, the Slaying God team wins. Current score, excellent 2, Slaying God 3. Ding, congratulations to the Slaying God team for winning this match. What the hell? What just happened? The members of the excellent team looked at each other, bewildered. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the audience also wore expressions of disbelief. That level 22 Array Master, how can his array bonuses be so high? I'm also an Array Master, and I'm 3 levels higher than him, yet my War Trample can only add a little over 100 attack power. Even if his gear is slightly better, it should only give his teammates an increase of 200 to 300 attack power at most. 200 to 300? Are you kidding me? He's adding like 20 to 30,000 attack power. Wow! This Array Master is incredibly impressive. I've never seen an Array Master turn the tide of battle all by themselves. On the stage, as Qin Charan secured victory in this match, supported by Lu Ming, she crossed her arms and stood like a little princess high above. She commanded the leader of the excellent team, the warrior youth Xiaohu, "I won, and according to the rules we agreed upon, your excellent team will now follow my orders for a week." "I refuse." Xiaohu raised his right fist, defiantly looking at Qin Charan. "Do you dare to have another match with me?" Qin Charan sized up Xiaohu and said, "But you have no stakes left. All 17 of you from Excellent are now under my command." Xiaohu gritted his teeth and said, "I have a brother who also helped me create a studio called Transcend. It's the same size as Excellent, with over 10 people. If you can beat me again, I'll introduce my brother's studio to join you. But I have a condition." Saying this, Xiaohu pointed directly at Lu Ming. "This time, I want to duel him. Best of 3. Qin Charan looked at Xiaohu with an incredulous expression. "Are you sure?" Seeing Qin Charan's doubtful attitude, Xiaohu became even more determined that he could win against Lu Ming in a duel. As everyone knows, an Array Master's formation has no bonus effect on themselves, even if your array bonuses are high, without teammates, you're useless.
As long as you dare to accept the challenge, I'll make you regret it. While thinking this, Xiaohu, fearing Lu Ming wouldn't dare to accept, deliberately mocked him. What's wrong? Are you just going to hide behind a woman and draw symbols, too scared to stand up and duel me like a man?
Unexpectedly, Lu Ming replied without a second thought, okay, I accept your challenge. Thus, both sides entered the virtual arena. Ding, player Outstanding Little Tiger, level 35 4th Transition Warrior, versus Underworld, level 22 3rd Transition Array Master. The match is about to begin. As the system began the countdown, the crowd below buzzed with discussion. The Array Master is just a support class. No matter how powerful the formations are, they don't enhance themselves.
This is the first time I've seen an Array Master in a one-on-one. Moreover, it's a level 35 against a level 22. Isn't that just blatant bullying by the outstanding team?
But since Underworld dares to accept the challenge, it means he must have some confidence.
What confidence? The Array Master class doesn't even have a single damage skill. Are they really expecting to rely on a sword and basic attacks? Can he even kill a chick?
Qin Shuren wasn't worried at all. With a look of anticipation, she quietly stepped aside. On stage, staring at the level 13 lower Array Master Lu Ming, Outstanding Little Tiger felt a surge of joy.
A little provocation has made you anxious. An Array Master dares to fight one-on-one? What a fool. Now's my chance to turn the tables on that last loss. Let's see if I can crush you.
Just as Outstanding Little Tiger thought this, the system countdown reached 0.
The match began. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Outstanding Little Tiger drew his sword with a flourish. Instantly, he rushed towards Lu Ming at an incredible speed. It was only when he raised his sword that he saw Lu Ming calmly resting his right hand on the hilt behind his back, showing no other movements. Just when Outstanding Little Tiger thought victory was in his grasp, Lu Ming's right hand moved. Whoosh! At the moment of drawing his sword, a shadow of the blade pierced through Outstanding Little Tiger's body. Minus 182,988.
A 6-digit damage enough to kill Outstanding Little Tiger 10 times instantly devoured his health bar.
Ding! Player Underworld wins this match. Current score, Underworld 1, Outstanding Little Tiger 0. At that moment, Outstanding Little Tiger was dumbfounded. What the hell? I refuse. Let's go again.
As the second match began.
Whoosh! Draw sword 182988. Ding! Player Underworld wins. Again! Come on. If you have the guts, kill me. Ding! Player Underworld wins. Ding! Player Underworld wins. Ding! Player Underworld wins.
Originally a best of 3, they played 10 matches.
Outstanding Little Tiger lost all 10.
He was so humiliated that he cried. Sitting in the center of the arena, he burst into tears.
This is too much bullying. Wah! Lu Ming calmly looked at Outstanding Little Tiger and asked, still want to fight? No more. Do you concede? I concede.
Lu Ming smiled lightly and said, then, a bet is a bet.
Outstanding Little Tiger got up and patted his backside.
Hesitating, he opened WeChat, thought for a long time, and finally mustered the courage to send a message to a friend saved as, adopted son, Dad found you an ally. As long as we follow him, he can lead our 2 families into the top 100 teams in the national server.
Adopted son, is it true? Outstanding Little Tiger, the ally is real. If not, I'm your grandson. Adopted son, great. Good brother. You didn't forget me for such good news. Send me the location, and I'll bring people over right away. Not long after, a group of players with the ID, Transcend, arrived.
When Outstanding Little Tiger saw the leading level 35 assassin youth, Transcend Dreams, tears welled up in his eyes.
Grandpa, you came.
Outstanding Little Tiger and Transcend Dreams look like those young people with little money but full of passion, eager to start a business.
Transcend Dreams, realizing too late, finally understood that he had been sold out by his good brother.
His first reaction was, of course, the same as Outstanding Little Tiger's at the beginning, expressing his refusal.
If you want us to join you, fine.
But you need to show us some skills that can convince us. Otherwise, why should we listen to your orders?
Xiao Yumeng looked at Lu Ming with disdain. Just because you're a level 22 formation master?
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuang Yuxiao who nudged him with his elbow.
Boss, he's really super brave. You have to believe me. Xiao Yumeng replied, I believe you, my foot. You little brat just know how to mess with me. Get lost.
Zhuang Yuxiao said, alright. At that moment, Qin Shuren spoke up. Then let's decide the winner through a challenge match. How about that? Xiao Yumeng shook his head and said, a mere challenge match, winning or losing doesn't matter, it proves nothing.
Being capable is what proves strength.
Xiao Yumeng said to Qin Shuren, I have a friend named Dingyu. She was originally part of my studio, but she was poached by the fire team a while ago. If you can help me get Dingyu back from the fire team, I will bring all the members of my studio to permanently join you.
how about that? As soon as Chow Yumeng finished speaking, Lu Ming suddenly said, Ding Yu is your girlfriend, right? Chow Yumeng's face turned red. Don't worry about who she is, just say whether you dare to take this job. Sure, Qin Churen said without hesitation. You set up a meeting with them. Chow Yumeng looked at the time and said, not now, Ding Yu usually takes her afternoon nap at this time. Then tonight, I'll let you know the exact location later. Alright, another devoted follower confirmed. Exchanging WeChat contacts, Chow Yumeng and Zhuang Yuxiao who left with their studio players. Lu Ming knew that Qin Churen's goal in recruiting was to build a top 100 team in the national server within 3 years, fulfilling her promise to her brother Qin Feng, thus breaking her engagement with the Wang family. But at the same time, Lu Ming was a bit confused. Your family is so wealthy, with a bit of cash power. What kind of people can't you recruit? My brother has cut off all my cards. It was clearly a heavy matter, yet Qin Churen spoke with an incredibly relieved tone. You see, to stop me from building a national server team, he even arranged these actors around me. Following Qin Churen's gaze, he looked at the few players from the Zhanshan team who had accompanied her in the challenge match. Those few instantly felt embarrassed and ashamed. It turned out that Qin Churen had seen through everything long ago. Unfortunately, she was too weak and had no way to counter it. At this moment, Qin Churen opened a search page, looking at the description of the fire team, and said, actually, the fire team he just mentioned is also on my recruitment list. The fire team was just established a year ago and currently has 100 members. If I can recruit them, it will stabilize our foundation. Looking at the hopeful expression in Qin Churen's eyes, Lu Ming said, I'll help you. Qin Churen looked at Lu Ming, a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Great, don't worry, I won't treat you poorly. Once my team is established, I'll invite you to be the vice captain. Lu Ming smiled without speaking. In his mind, his revenge plan became clearer. In today's world, the major families and teams stand tall. Even if my individual strength is strong, it will ultimately be difficult to withstand the enemy's overwhelming forces later on. Relying solely on the undead army was far from enough. After all, according to this growth trend, even if Lu Ming reached level 100, he could only summon a few thousand undead. Compared to those teams with hundreds of thousands of members, it was simply insignificant. Therefore, since the moment he was reborn, Lu Ming had long thought of creating a force of his own. However, with no power or influence, starting from such a grassroots identity, he would inevitably face suppression from other high-level forces, and he feared that his team would be wiped out before it even took shape. So, for Lu Ming, this was a perfect opportunity. After all, Qin Churen is the sister of the captain of the national server's 7th god-slaying team. With that identity, no one would dare to touch her. Support Qin Churen, help her establish and build a top 100 team in the national server, forming a complete opposition to Qin Feng. Then, using Qin Churen to eliminate Qin Feng, completing the revenge plan, and if necessary, I can seize control of this team from Qin Churen at any time. Thus, it was a twofold gain. Therefore, he not only wanted to help Qin Churen build the team but also to strengthen and expand it. With this thought, a sharp glint appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. He then said to Qin Churen, the person from Chaoyu will contact you tonight, let me know. Qin Churen nodded, okay. After parting with Qin Churen, Lu Ming continued with Lin Yue towards the black market. About 20 minutes later, the two entered an ancient forest. Sunlight filtered through the towering trees, casting a serene glow in the tranquil woods. As they ventured deeper, they came upon a massive vortex-shaped white light curtain, towering 7 to 8 meters high, blooming in the forest. On either side of the light curtain stood dozens of fully armed elite NPC soldiers, all at level 50, holding long spears and standing at the ready. This was the entrance to the black market. At this moment, many players were arriving from all directions, aiming to shop at the black market. According to the background setting of the Tianyuan world, the black market was established by the Human Alliance. Its purpose was to gather various treasures, allowing human powerhouses to acquire items according to their needs, strengthen their abilities, and better combat monsters. Therefore, the so-called black market was essentially a large auction market. The black market could be divided into 4 major areas based on levels: primary black market, intermediate black market, advanced black market, and supreme VIP black market. Before entering the black market, players would first go through a capital verification stage. Those holding fewer than 10 silver coins were only allowed to enter the primary black market. Those with more than 1 gold coin could enter the intermediate black market. Those with more than 10 gold coins could enter the advanced black market, and those with more than 100 gold coins could enter the supreme VIP black market. These 4 different levels of black markets all followed the same rule. Every 10 minutes, a new item would refresh for players to bid on. Regardless of whether the item was successfully bid on, it would be replaced with a new item after 10 minutes. Each refreshed item was random, but the higher the level of the black market,
the greater the chance of high-value items refreshing. Lu Ming opened his backpack and found that he currently held 11 gold, 35 silver, and 48 copper. Just right, I can enter the advanced black market, Lu Ming thought. After all, being able to enter the advanced black market was enough for him. The entry requirement for the Supreme VIP black market was 100 gold coins, which converted to 2 million RMB. That was a playground for the wealthy, not a place for someone like Lu Ming, who was deep in debt. After passing the capital verification, Lu Ming received a advanced black market pass. With this pass, he could freely enter the primary, intermediate, and advanced black markets and participate in the corresponding auctions. He also gave Lin Yue 1 gold coin so she could obtain an intermediate black market pass. Then, taking Lin Yue with him, he stepped into the white light curtain leading to the black market. Splash! As his vision shifted, they appeared in a vast market. A huge auction stage was surrounded by countless players in the audience, with almost no empty seats. The crowd surged, bustling with excitement.
Ding! Welcome to the primary black market.
At this moment, a new round of items was about to be auctioned. On the auction stage, an NPC girl dressed in a white long dress, looking as fresh and ethereal as a painting, held a microphone and called out loudly, "Let's wait and see what the 102nd item of the day will be.
The answer will be revealed."
The next item up for auction is a level 28 black iron equipment, the Bloodthirsty Blade, with a starting bid of 30 copper coins. Each bid must be no less than 5 copper coins.
This round of bidding starts now.
100 years since the descent of the heavens, the black market existing in the second layer of the sky has remained ever popular. The reason for its immense allure is not only because rare items that are hard to obtain from the outside world can randomly refresh within the black market. More importantly, even if the items that refresh are common in the outside world, their prices are very affordable.
Just like the item currently being auctioned, the Bloodthirsty Blade.
With a starting price of only 30 copper coins, even if we calculate the final transaction price to be 10 times that, the final price would only be 3 silver coins, equivalent to 600 yuan. On the market, any level 28 black iron equipment is priced no less than 1,000. Therefore, as soon as the auction began, the crowd participating in the bidding was filled with enthusiasm.
35 copper, 40 copper, 50 copper coins. Everyone wanted to secure this item at the lowest price, so the bids were not very high.
In addition, they had to weigh one more factor: any item in the black market is presented in a sealed state. After a player wins the bid for an item, they must complete a task to unseal it before they can use it. If the task fails, the item is destroyed, and the money will not be refunded. Ultimately, the Bloodthirsty Blade was won by a level 25 fat assassin for 1 silver and 90 copper. Next, the players began to wait for the next round of item refresh in 10 minutes. The fat assassin was not in a hurry to leave. He put the dagger he just won into his backpack and continued to sit in the audience, waiting to see if he could win a few more items. Lu Ming was not very interested in the beginner black market.
The probability of rare items refreshing here was simply too low.
Moreover, compared to the items in the black market, what Lu Ming valued more was finding the Goblin of Ani, who carried the Scroll of Godhood. Other players had not seen it and did not know, but Lu Ming, with his 10-star account, obtained it through the Scroll of Godhood. Therefore, he was 80% sure that the golden Scroll of Ani carried was indeed the Scroll of Godhood. This also explained why this goblin had appeared in the black market for decades without any player being able to obtain the scroll by any means. The Scroll of Godhood was certainly not something that could be easily obtained. It should be noted that in his previous life, Lu Ming had paid the price of his life to obtain the Scroll of Godhood. If nothing unexpected happens, completing the task on that goblin should get me the scroll. Just thinking about the effect of the Scroll of Godhood, which could elevate any account's qualifications to a full 10-star level, made Lu Ming eager to find that goblin and secure the scroll. Although helping Lin Yue level up to 200 would also yield a Scroll of Godhood, that goal was still too far off.
This current opportunity was much quicker to obtain. Coincidentally, Lu Ming also had a low-level account named Dawn.
At that time, with a double 10-star account, he could switch between accounts whenever he wanted, doubling the joy. According to Lu Ming's knowledge, that goblin only appeared in the black market from 6 to 7 in the evening.
Checking the time, it was still not even 5 in the afternoon. There's still more than an hour left, just in time to browse the black market. With that thought, Lu Ming passed through the beginner black market, leaving Lin Yue in the intermediate black market. He placed 3 gold coins on her. He then went directly to the advanced black market. Since the item refresh times for the 4 major black markets were the same, Lu Ming could only focus on one at a time. Therefore, the purpose of bringing Lin Yue into the black market was to simultaneously control 2 different dimensional black markets, improving the efficiency of item refreshing. After taking his seat, Lu Ming looked around at the crowded surroundings. These people are not ordinary.
Those who can enter the high-level black market indicate that they possess more than 10 gold coins, meaning they are wealthy individuals with around 200,000 in liquid assets.
After waiting for a few minutes, the goods finally refreshed. Thank you for your patience.
This round's item is a D-grade Night Skill Scroll, Desperate Charge, starting bid 1 gold coin, with each bid increasing by no less than 5 silver coins.
The auction officially begins. As the NPC girl host's voice fell, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. As expected of the high-level black market, just a random refresh, and there's a D-grade skill scroll. This item has a minimum market price of 100,000 each. Moreover, it is priceless when there is demand. What a pity, it's a night profession, Lu Ming lamented.
If it were a D-grade scroll for a formation trickster, he would definitely bid several times.
Meanwhile, the bidders below began a fierce auction. At this moment, Lin Yue sent Lu Ming a message. Brother Yu Ming, do you want this? Lu Ming opened the product link sent by Lin Yue.
Claim as your own. First level magic scroll. Description: after use, you can freely extract any additional skill from an equipment of a level not higher than your own for temporary use, limited to 3 days. Starting bid, 10 silver coins. Magic scrolls are very precious and rare items in the Tianyuan world. Although they can bring various significant benefits to players, their high value and one-time use have led people to commonly refer to them as toys for the rich.
However, the claim as your own that Lin Yue sent at this moment was exactly what Lu Ming urgently needed.
Since the Moon Demon set was replaced by the Ye Soul set, I've lost the mana recovery skill, and relying solely on the mana recovery from my mental attributes is clearly insufficient to keep up with consumption, leading to a significant increase in the use of mana potions. If I can use this claim as your own scroll to extract the mana recovery skill from the Moon Demon set, it will save a lot on potion expenses.
With this in mind, Lu Ming said to Lin Yue, yes, bid. No matter who bids, always outbid them by 1 silver coin.
If it exceeds 50 silver coins, then forget it.
Okay.
2 minutes later, Lin Yue sent a message. Brother Yu Ming, I won the bid. The price is 41 silver coins.
41 silver coins, when converted to market value, is about 8,200 yuan. That's fine.
It's completely within Lu Ming's acceptable range, because he had already calculated it. Just this afternoon, he spent the entire time in the 8th plane of the Phantom Magic Tower, and in just a few hours, he used mana potions worth no less than 5,000 yuan. Based on this consumption, if he were to grind monsters all day, Lu Ming's daily potion expenditure would not be less than 20,000 yuan.
No exaggeration.
Because Lu Ming is a formation trickster, under the continuous state of triple formation, his mana consumption per second is terrifying. For just 8,000 yuan for a scroll, it can save me a total of 60,000 in potion expenses over 3 days, a guaranteed profit.
Thus, Lu Ming instructed Lin Yue, that's good. This is what I need. Keep an eye on the next round of goods, and let me know when something good comes up.
Okay.
Lu Ming didn't know how happy Lin Yue was to have his approval.
For Lin Yue, she felt that she could finally help Lu Ming with something, which naturally made her very pleased. Next, Lu Ming focused on the high-level black market, while Lin Yue kept an eye on the mid-level black market. The auction rounds were every 10 minutes. What left Lu Ming speechless was that there were hardly any good items on his side.
On the contrary, Lin Yue's side almost had good items in every round. In less than an hour, Lin Yue had already won 3 items, and for Lu Ming, they were all essentials. Looking at the time, he realized it was almost 6 o'clock.
The goblin is about to arrive, let's leave it at that for now. First, let's claim the quest from the goblin, and we can come back to shop later, Lu Ming thought as he prepared to withdraw from the beginner black market where the goblin Avani often appeared. Suddenly, the voice of the NPC female host caught Lu Ming's attention.
Next up, this item in my hand is sure to be the star of today. It is
a Tier 3 Magic Scroll, Strategic Planning. A Tier 3 Magic Scroll. Upon hearing the grade of this item, not only Lu Ming but all the players present fell into a frenzy.
Holy crap, Tier 3.
I don't really understand, but I heard that the strength and value of magic scrolls in the Tianyuan world increased tenfold. If a Tier 1 magic scroll is worth 10,000, then a Tier 2 would be 100,000, and a Tier 3 magic scroll,
starting at 1,000,000?
Exactly. And such things are practically unseen in the market. Even if you have money, it's hard to buy. I can't believe the high-level black market actually has the luck to spawn such a heavenly item. As the players in the crowd grew restless, the young host shouted, the starting bid for this item is 5 gold, and each bid must not be lower than 10 silver coins.
The auction starts now.
As soon as she finished speaking, even before they could see the specific effects of the magic scroll, the crowd rushed to start bidding.
5, 1 gold, 5, 4 gold, 5, 7 gold. as expected of a Tier 3 magic scroll. In less than a minute, the bidding price had already reached 20 gold coins. Although Lu Ming couldn't afford it, he still joined in the excitement. When he saw the effect of the item, he was immediately intrigued. Strategic planning, Tier 3 magic scroll, description, upon use, immediately unlock an additional skill slot. Note, a single player can use a maximum of 3 such magic scrolls in their lifetime. In the Tianyuan world, players can only unlock 1 skill slot each time they change jobs. This scroll is equivalent to allowing the user to advance 1 job level ahead of other players of the same level. For ordinary players, it might not show much, but for those at the top of their game, who find it hard to gain improvements in other ways, it could greatly enhance their potential. Truly a rare treasure. Indeed, it's a toy for the wealthy, Lu Ming murmured. This scroll would undoubtedly be the best for me. If only I had money, I would definitely secure this scroll. Unfortunately, without money, he could only watch. At this moment, the continuously rising price had already eliminated over 90% of the bidders. The remaining 10% were still competing. 30 gold. A loud voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. A single increase of 10 gold coins instantly drew the attention of countless players around. Looking in the direction of the voice, Lu Ming discovered that the one who called out this price was a level 37 archer player with the ID, Flame Soul. Flame? Why does this ID seem a bit familiar? Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, another voice rang out, 35 gold. The crowd gasped in surprise. When Lu Ming saw who called out the bid, a chill involuntarily rose in his heart. A level 50 knight, Dragon Soul Zhang Fei, from the Dragon Soul team. Moreover, this ID was from the same series as Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Lu Ming instinctively scanned the area around Dragon Soul Zhang Fei but was disappointed to find no sign of Dragon Soul Guan Yu. However, there was a level 50 formation master, Dragon Soul Liu Bei. Being named after Liu, Guan, and Zhang, it was clear that the relationship among the three was anything but ordinary. Since Dragon Soul Zhang Fei and Dragon Soul Liu Bei are here in the black market, it means that Dragon Soul Guan Yu must still be lurking somewhere in Starlight City. Lu Ming immediately realized, while he was thinking of ways to deal with Dragon Soul Guan Yu, the latter was also deliberately hiding in some corner of Starlight City, always waiting for the opportunity to take revenge on him. If the Dragon Soul Guan Yu is not eliminated quickly, he will undoubtedly pose a great threat. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming's gaze remained fixed on Dragon Soul Zhang Fei and Dragon Soul Liu Bei. You two might be a good entry point. Since this was the black market, Lu Ming refrained from acting rashly for the moment. As Dragon Soul Zhang Fei shouted a price of 35 gold coins, Lai Huofenhan continued to raise the bid, 40 gold. Unexpectedly, Dragon Soul Zhang Fei pressed on relentlessly, 45. At this moment, a warrior friend of Lai Huofenhan, Lai Huarugu, advised him, "Forget it, brother Han, don't raise it anymore. If you do, you won't be able to afford it." However, Lai Huofenhan appeared determined. "Even if I have to take out a loan, I must secure this magic scroll. Buying it for 1 million and flipping it for 2 million to those rich fools is a guaranteed profit, isn't it? I'll say it again, if the price goes above this, I'll give up." Saying this, Lai Huofenhan raised his sign again, 50 gold. The atmosphere in the room became heated. Dragon Soul Zhang Fei was about to raise his sign when Dragon Soul Liu Bei pressed down on his hand and gave him a look. Following Dragon Soul Liu Bei's gaze, Dragon Soul Zhang Fei glanced at the level 37 archer, Lai Huofenhan. He understood immediately and put down the sign. 50 gold once, 50 gold twice, 50 gold 3 times. Sold. In the end, Lai Huofenhan successfully bid for the 3rd-tier magic scroll, Strategic Planning. He couldn't wait to rush out. Since the items purchased were in a sealed state, he had to complete the unsealing task before he could truly obtain the magic scroll Strategic Planning and then sell it for profit. Meanwhile, from Lu Ming's perspective, he saw that just as Lai Huofenhan and Lai Huarugu left, Dragon Soul Zhang Fei and Dragon Soul Liu Bei stealthily followed behind. Their intentions were obvious. They must want to kill and loot, obtaining that million-value 3rd-tier magic scroll from Lai Huofenhan without spending a dime. Following them might lead to the whereabouts of Dragon Soul Guan Yu. If they are not many, I can take this opportunity to kill them and eliminate future troubles. Thus, Lu Ming also pretended to leave the high-level black market nonchalantly. After exiting the black market, Lai Huofenhan immediately gathered a group of brothers to accompany him on the scroll unsealing task. At the same time, Dragon Soul Zhang Fei and Dragon Soul Liu Bei quietly followed. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Who would know that Lu Ming was following behind? While trailing Dragon Soul Zhang Fei and the others, Lu Ming summoned the Death Lord from the periphery through his thoughts, using shared vision to search the area for any ambushes from the Dragon Soul team. "Brothers, I've checked, and this magic scroll is of extraordinary value. Many skill-based mages are offering high prices online. Selling it for 1.5 million should be no problem. Along the way, Lightwolf Hun said excitedly, once we earn this money, I'll take the brothers out for hot pot tonight, and after that, we'll get our feet washed. At the end of the month, I'll give each brother an extra 1,000 bonus. As soon as these words were spoken, the dozens of players from Lightwa cheered. Thank you, boss. Just as the group was making their way through a desolate area, suddenly, a large group of players approached from all directions. Seeing that the newcomers were not friendly, Lightwolf Hun immediately became alert, instinctively taking down his bow and arrow, his gaze fixed on the group of players. Who are you? What do you want? The surrounding players all had hidden ID information and wore masks. Although there were only a little over 10 of them, their levels were all at a staggering 56 transfers, far surpassing the average level of the Lihua team players, who were only around 36 to 37. At this moment, the leading knight stared at the Flame Soul and said, hand over the level 3 magic scroll on you, or none of you will leave here alive today. The Flame Soul did not realize that the speaker was Longhun Zhangfei, who had just competed with him for this magic scroll in the high-level black market. His brow tightened. So they came for the scroll. I spent 1 million to buy this scroll, how could I let you take it for free? However, he did not dare to provoke this group of level 56 transformation experts. He said, fine, 5 million, take it. As soon as he finished speaking, boom, a blazing fireball fell from the sky, striking directly at the side of Flame Rouge. The E-level fireball spell from a level 56 transformation dragon soul mage dealt extremely high damage, instantly killing the level 37 warrior Flame Rouge. With a muffled groan, Flame Rouge fell to the ground. Seeing his good brother killed, the Flame Soul's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with grief. Rouge. At this moment, Longhun Zhangfei fixed his gaze on the Flame Soul and continued, I'm not negotiating with you. Either hand over the scroll or die. You have 10 seconds to think about it. At this moment, the other players of the Flame team were filled with rage. But facing this group of Dragon Soul players who completely overpowered them, they could only seethe in silence. As Longhun Zhangfei began the countdown, the dozens of Dragon Soul team players around them drew their weapons, ready to pounce like fierce tigers at any moment. The Flame Soul gritted his teeth. To protect the brothers behind him, he had no choice but to compromise. Alright, I'll give it to you. As he spoke, the Flame Soul took out the level 3 magic scroll in a sealed state, reluctantly handing it over to Longhun Zhangfei. I've given you the item, can you let us go now? Longhun Zhangfei weighed the scroll in his hand. Under the mask, the corners of his mouth curled up. Turning his back, he issued an order, make it clean, leave not a single one. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of 6 transformation Dragon Soul players around them grabbed their weapons and launched an attack on the Flame Team players. Bastards! You go back on your word. Damn it! You won't die a good death. Longhun Zhangfei was unfazed. Just as he was feeling proud of holding this million-value scroll he had obtained for free, whoosh! Suddenly, a sword shadow flashed from within him. Minus 182,988. The explosive damage instantly emptied Longhun Zhangfei's health bar. Before he could even react, he thudded to the ground. With wide eyes, he incredulously looked up. He was shocked to find that, at some point, a mysterious figure in a long black robe, exuding a chilling aura, stood before him. In the next second, Longhun Zhangfei fell to the ground, the million-value magic scroll slipping from his hand. The sudden appearance of Lu Ming caught Longhun Zhangfei off guard. A D-level sword draw was more than enough to kill a fully healthy level 56 transformation knight. Even, he died without a trace. The others behind him had not noticed. Lu Ming walked straight to Longhun Zhangfei's corpse and picked up the scroll that had fallen. He casually stored it in his backpack. Don't worry, I won't take it for nothing. Consider it a protection fee. As he spoke, Lu Ming summoned the Undead Legion with his mind. In the next second, just as the Dragon Soul Team players began to clash with the Flame Team players, swish, swish, swish. From all directions, countless blood-red barriers shimmering with golden light materialized. In an instant, Deathlords clad in fully enclosed dark red blood armor, cloaked, with blood-red eyes and wielding the blade of flame, tore through space and stepped out from the barriers. The people on the scene were immediately struck with shock. Damn! Where did these things come from? As elite players of the 6th team in the national server, the Dragon Soul players reacted quickly. Seeing the large number of Deathlords suddenly appearing around them, they fell into a state of alert. Death Legion is the underworld. Quickly notify Brother Guan, tell him to bring people over. The prey has appeared. Prey? It seems that, just as Lu Ming expected, the high-level players of Dragon Soul stayed in Starlight City to lie in wait for him. However, upon hearing how Dragon Soul referred to him, Lu Ming smiled. Sorry, you are the prey, he said, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Kill! With a thought from Lu Ming, hundreds of level 22 Tier 3 Deathlords surged from all directions, forming a dual formation of Death Tread and Life Fortress,
charging towards the players of the Dragon Soul team. At the same time, Lu Ming unleashed the third formation. Ground Prison 30 times enhanced E-level. Ground Prison almost reduced the armor of all Dragon Soul team players to 0. Buzz buzz buzz. Hundreds of soul shatter marks erupted on the chests of a dozen Dragon Soul players. In the next second, all the Death Lords launched a blitz. Minus 27,352. Minus 28,111. Minus 27,796. Level 50 Dragon Soul players, with an average health of over 100,000, could withstand a single hit from the Death Lords without issue, but facing the onslaught of hundreds of Death Lords, they had no chance to resist at all. In an instant, 8 players were killed on the spot. A few others fought back desperately, managing to kill 3 Death Lords, but in the next second, they all paid the price with their lives. As the battle ended, the scene fell into silence. Looking at the 13 bodies of Dragon Soul team players sprawled on the ground, the players of the Blazing Fire team were stunned. Under the pressure of those Death Lords, who seemed like messengers from hell, they were so tense that they didn't dare to make a sound. Although they didn't know where these hell messengers came from, to the Blazing Fire team, it was clear. Since these Death Lords could effortlessly kill high-level 50 Dragon Soul players, killing their group of over 30 level 30 tier 4 players would be like killing chicks, right? Among the dozens of Blazing Fire team players present, no one dared to act rashly. Fortunately, the Death Legion did not launch an attack against them, and with a command from Lu Ming, they all retreated behind him. At this moment, Blazing Fire realized, all these Death Lords were obeying the orders of the level 22 Formation Master, Underworld. Thank you, great God, for saving my life. As soon as Blazing Fire finished speaking, all the players of the Blazing Fire team shouted in unison, thank you, great God, for saving my life. Lu Ming said nothing, silently refining the bodies of the 13 Dragon Soul team players on the field. This place is not suitable for staying long. I suggest you leave quickly. After leaving this sentence to the players of the Blazing Fire team, Lu Ming led the Death Legion and left directly. Watching Lu Ming's departing figure, Blazing Fire was filled with admiration and respect. Damn, this Formation Master is so damn cool. He's so cool it hits me right in the heart. Besides my dad, this is the first time I've seen a man more handsome than me. Brothers, think of a way. We must get all the information about this Formation Master. I want to go thank him in person. I want to take him as my master. But soon, Blazing Fire discovered something he couldn't accept. Damn it! Where's the scroll? Where did the scroll go? Why didn't it drop? Quick, search. We must find the scroll, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Damn it! I bought that for $1 million with a loan. Dozens of Blazing Fire players quickly began a thorough search nearby, but found nothing. Blazing Fire was devastated. Damn it, my $1 million is gone just like that. There was no time to mourn. In the distance, hurried footsteps could be heard. Boss, someone is coming over there. If it's reinforcements for those guys just now, we're done for. We need to retreat quickly. In contrast, a dog's life is ultimately more important. Fire Soul didn't have time to mourn and quickly led his little brothers to escape. Before long, hundreds of players stormed into the wasteland, their momentum fierce. All were level 50, 6th transition, fully equipped with bronze gear, their strength visibly formidable. Looking at the empty space before them, Dragon Soul One you commanded, search. The Dragon Soul players quickly spread out to search the area, but they found nothing. Brother Guan, no one, no bodies either. Could it be the wrong location? This isn't the place? At that moment, Dragon Soul Guan Yu crouched down in an open area, carefully observing the ground, where there were traces that looked as if they had been burned by flames. His expression immediately turned cold. It's him, Yu Ming. He has the ability to refine corpses, and these are the remnants left after his refining. After investigation, there were a total of 14 similar traces at the scene, corresponding to their 13 Dragon Soul players, all of whom had perished. The extra one was left unguessed. Upon deducing this result, a surge of murderous intent rose in Dragon Soul Guan Yu's eyes. Yu Ming, if I don't kill you, I swear I won't be human. On the other side, Lu Ming had returned to the black market. Not only did he get a free 1 million value level 3 magic scroll, but he also conveniently killed a dozen of Dragon Soul Guan Yu's men. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a wave of exhilaration. Unfortunately, after wandering around outside for a while, he had wasted quite a bit of time. When Lu Ming returned to the black market, it was just 7 o'clock in the evening. He had missed the time when the Goblin Avani usually appeared, which was between 6 and 7 every night. Forget it, I'll wait until tomorrow. Lu Ming wasn't in a hurry. After all, the mysterious quest on Avani had been around for decades, and apart from Lu Ming from his previous life,
no other player had been able to take it. In Lu Ming's view, what was his would still be his. Others couldn't take it away even if they tried. Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, Xin Churan sent a WeChat message. Xiao Yu over there has contacted me. He arranged to meet with someone from the fire team at 9 o'clock tonight at Dawn Coast. Okay. After replying to Xin Churan, Lu Ming sent a message to Lin Yue. I'm out, waiting for you at the door. It was just 7 o'clock. Lu Ming thought he would log off to have dinner first. There should still be some time, and he could also complete the scroll quest to cash in the items sealed within the scroll. Then, he would give this fire a surprise. Lu Ming was glad he brought Lin Yue to the black market, because during this trip, Lu Ming didn't manage to get anything. If it weren't for this level 3 magic scroll, this trip would have been in vain. Meanwhile, Lin Yue had spent 2 hours in the intermediate black market and managed to get 4 items for Lu Ming. Brother Yu Ming, these 3 level 1 magic scrolls were sold for prices between 40 to 50 silver coins each. There's also a 1-star treasure, a bit more expensive, costing 1 gold coin. In total, it cost 2 gold coins and 42 silver coins. You gave me 4 gold coins, so there's still 1 gold coin and 58 silver coins left. On the way back to the city, Lin Yue handed over the 4 items she won at the black market, along with the extra money, to Lu Ming, without keeping a single cent for herself. Lu Ming left 3 silver coins for Lin Yue. This is your reward for your hard work. The little money lover clutched the 3 silver coins, her face filled with joy. Thank you, brother Yu Ming. Don't underestimate these 3 silver coins. They were worth 600 yuan in the market. Lin Yue had kept an eye on the black market for 2 hours for Lu Ming, which was equivalent to an hourly wage of 300. This was more than 10 times what Lin Yue had earned in her previous jobs, so Lin Yue happily tinkered with her little treasure chest. Lu Ming weighed the 4 items she had bid for him. Among them, 3 level 1 magic scrolls, claim as your own, break through yourself, attract wealth and treasure, and a 1-star magic item, Ring of Source Power. Breakthrough Self, first tier magic scroll / seal after use, it can break through personal limits, granting a temporary skill Breakthrough Self, for 300 seconds, all skill cooldowns -10%, and skill consumption -10%. Unsealing Task, kill 100 monsters of equal or higher level within 1 hour. Time starts counting after the task is activated. Wealth and Treasure, first tier magic scroll / seal after use, it grants the blessing of the god of wealth, providing a temporary skill Wealth and Treasure, for 300 seconds. The number of coins dropped from monsters plus 100%. Unsealing Task, kill 100 monsters of equal or higher level within 1 hour. These 2 scrolls provide temporary skill enhancements. I wonder if they can also gain the boost from the comprehensive enhancement talent. If I could get a 30-fold comprehensive enhancement, that would be amazing. As for magical artifacts, in the Tianyuan world, magical artifacts and magic scrolls have the same nature, both providing various enhancement effects to players. The difference is that magic scrolls are one-time use and their effects are temporary, while the enhancements from magical artifacts are permanent. Moreover, such items are almost unseen in the market. Even if they exist, ordinary players can only look on enviously. Basically, from the moment they are born, magical artifacts are labeled as exclusive to prestigious families. Therefore, the value of magical artifacts far exceeds that of magic scrolls of the same tier. Ring of Source Power, magical artifact / seal, quality. Artifact skill, Source of Magic, increases the bearer's maximum mana by 10% and mana recovery by 1%. Unsealing Task, kill an elite monster of equal or higher level within 10 minutes. For Lu Ming, who consumes more mana than a mage as a formation master, this magical artifact is practically tailor-made for him. The artifact skill is also a skill. This skill should also be able to gain the boost from the comprehensive enhancement, right? The higher the value of the item, the harder the unsealing task. Therefore, these unsealing tasks for the first-tier magic scrolls and 1-star magical artifacts are relatively simple. Only the unsealing task for the third-tier magic scroll requires players to accumulate kills of 1,000 monsters of equal or higher level within a day. For ordinary players, the difficulty is not low. However, for Lu Ming, it's a piece of cake. Returning to Starlight City, the two logged off. To save time, Lu Ming took Lin Yue to a restaurant downstairs in the community. Watching Lin Yue savoring her spicy and sour noodles, Lu Ming gradually found her more and more pleasing to the eye. Initially, he thought she was a burden. If it weren't for her having the account ban, Wrath of the Deity, he would have long since stopped bringing her along. But now, with Lin Yue's talent for increasing drop rates during daily battles, it allowed Lu Ming to gain several times more from killing monsters. She could also help with some minor tasks, like tonight's black market. Plus, in real life, Lin Yue could cook and was tidy. She kept the house clean, so Lu Ming hardly had to worry. Aside from being a bit greedy, she was almost flawless. A small, obedient girl, having her around was quite pleasing to the eye. Just while eating a bowl of spicy and sour noodles, a group of guys in the restaurant kept glancing at Lin Yue. One four-eyed guy even came up and asked, "Bro, does your girlfriend have a boyfriend?" Lu Ming looked down at his noodles. "I'm not her boyfriend, don't ask me." The four-eyed guy's eyes lit up, smiling at Lin Yue. "Sister, can we add each other on WeChat?" Lin Yue's face turned bright red, shaking her head like a rattledrum. The four-eyed guy, however, was relentless, sticking to Lin Yue, even shamelessly sitting down next to her. "Let's be friends. Bro plays Tianyuan like a pro. A level 19 2-star qualified mage will take you flying." Lin Yue looked a bit flustered, casting a pleading glance at Lu Ming for help. "Didn't you see that she didn't want to?" Lu Ming's calm tone was filled with sharpness. For some reason, the bespectacled boy felt a hint of awe from Lu Ming's gaze. He quickly took the hint and walked away. Lin Yue finally breathed a sigh of relief and secretly glanced at Lu Ming, who was slurping noodles, a warm feeling rising in her heart. After dinner, on the way back to the community, Lin Yue said to Lu Ming, "Thank you, brother Yu Ming, for helping me out just now. It's nothing. From now on, no matter who bullies you, I will protect you." The casual words from Lu Ming warmed Lin Yue's heart. Once they got home, the two went to their respective rooms to go online. Time froze at 7:30 in the evening. There was still an hour and a half until the appointment with Qin Churen. So, after Lin Yue went to the professional hall to receive her third transfer task, Lu Ming took her to the ghost tower. All of his item unsealing tasks involved killing monsters. Lin Yue's third transfer task was also about killing monsters. Therefore, this was the best choice. However, just as they arrived at the base of the tower, Lu Ming was stopped by players from the God Slayer team stationed outside due to his identity as a member of the Tianxin team. "Do you need me to report to God Slayer and you?" As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, the level 50 warrior from God Slayer, Luan Mian, replied expressionlessly, "Reporting to Miss Qin is useless. Our captain has already given the order to start immediately. All of Miss Qin's commands are null and void." First, they suspended all of Qin Churen's cards, cutting off her financial resources. Now, they had stripped her of all authority. "It seems he wants to force you into a corner, for the sake of family interests, to be so ruthless to his own sister. Truly, he will stop at nothing to achieve his goals." However, this situation was actually more advantageous for Lu Ming, because Qin Churen was left with no support. In this situation, the only person she could rely on to build a top 100 team on the national server was Lu Ming. This way, it would be easier for Lu Ming to gain Qin Churen's trust, laying a solid foundation for taking revenge on Qin Feng through her. Of course, the problem they faced at the moment was not difficult for Lu Ming at all. "I'm entering the second dimension." As soon as he said this, the God Slayer players had no choice but to step aside, because the second dimension of the Ghost Tower, the Horror Paradise, was under the control of the Tianxian team today. Thus, Lu Ming led Lin Yue into the second dimension, Horror Paradise. Then, through the Soul Set's ability to ignore level restrictions, they directly teleported internally to the 8th dimension, Shadow Nest. Next, it was time for slaughter. "Ding, you have activated the first level magic scroll, Seize and Confine task. Please kill 100 monsters above level 22 within 60 minutes. "Ding, you have activated the first level magic scroll, Break Self-Confinement task. Please kill 100 monsters above level 22 within 60 minutes. "Ding, you have activated the first level magic scroll, Wealth and Treasure task. Please kill 100 monsters above level 22 within 60 minutes. "Ding, you have activated the third level magic scroll, Strategy task. Please kill 1000 monsters above level 22 within 24 hours. Lu Ming activated 4 confinement tasks simultaneously. As for the 1-star artifact, the Source Ring's confinement task, it could only be activated after encountering an elite monster. Otherwise, if an elite monster didn't spawn within 10 minutes, it would be wasted. In the next moment, Lu Ming summoned over 500 Deathlords, auto-kill monsters. As he issued the command, Lu Ming drew his sword and unleashed the 3 formations, War Trample, Life Bastion, and drawing the ground as a prison. Although as his level increased, the number of undead he could control grew larger and his hunting range expanded. At the same time, after fully enhancing his talent to LV3, the range of all his formations also increased to 30 times, a radius of 1,500 yards. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the outer circle of Deathlords not receiving the formation bonus. The current Deathlord, although not yet strong enough to directly annihilate level 50 monsters, has no trouble dealing with level 46 to 50 undead in the 8th dimension. Ding killed a level 49 undead mage, experience plus 5,250. Ding killed a level 46 undead warrior, experience plus 4,880. Ding killed a level 48 undead archer,
experience plus 5,110. In no time, he had killed enough monsters, reaching a total of 100. Lu Ming also successfully completed the sealing task for the 3 level 1 magic scrolls and lifted their seals. At this moment, under the enormous continuous consumption of 39 points of mana per second from the triple E level formation, even with Lu Ming's impressive 4,145 points of mana, he could barely hold on and was already running low. This was thanks to Lu Ming consistently allocating 3 points to Spirit with each level up. Among the 5 attributes, Spirit was the highest, reaching 128 points. According to the Spirit growth of a third transformation formation trickster, every 1 point of Spirit equals 20 mana plus 0.2 mana recovery per second. This equated to a mana recovery of 25.6 per second. In this peak state, Lu Ming could barely last 5 to 6 minutes. Other players could rest and recover when their mana ran out, but Lu Ming could not. If his formation stopped, the Undead Legion would face the risk of death. So Lu Ming had to use potions to restore his mana. A level 3 mana potion costs 50 copper coins, equivalent to $100. That's really painful, but now it was better. The magic scrolls have been unsealed, and the issue of insufficient mana has finally been resolved. Saying this, Lu Ming took out the level 8 Black Iron Equipment Moon Demon set that he had replaced earlier and used the level 1 magic scroll claim as one's own. Ding, you have obtained the limited time set skill mana recovery, 3/8, remaining usable time 2 days 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds, with the mana recovery 3-piece set skill effect, plus a 30-fold enhancement boost. Lu Ming's mana recovery per second shot up from 25.6 to 85.6, perfectly covering the 3 formations' mana consumption of 39 points per second. At the same time, Lu Ming also used the other 2 level 1 magic scrolls Wealth and Prosperity and Breakthrough Self simultaneously. Ding, you have obtained the limited time skill Breakthrough Self. Overall enhancement talent has taken effect. Within 150 minutes, all skill cooldowns minus 300%. Skill consumption minus 300%. Ding, you have obtained the limited time skill Wealth and Prosperity. Overall enhancement talent has taken effect. Within 150 minutes, monster drops of coins plus 3000%. Lu Ming exclaimed, "Wow, the enhancement effects after the overall boost are simply terrifying." Level 1 magic scrolls were now being used as if they were level 4 to 5. Thus, Lu Ming wasted no time. While commanding the Undead Legion to continue killing monsters, he also joined in the slaughter. With the boost from Breakthrough Self, all of Lu Ming's skills entered a state of no cooldown and no consumption. This included drawing his sword. Whoosh! At that moment, 3 level 48 to 49 undead mages and archers respawned nearby. Lu Ming locked onto those undead. Draw sword, draw sword, draw sword, ///182988, minus 182,988, minus 182,988. The 3 undead, each with only 110-120k health, were instantly annihilated. Meanwhile, whoosh, next to each undead's corpse, a small pile of copper coins dropped. Normally, a level 50 monster would drop a stable 5 to 6 copper coins. Before this, with Lin You's 300% drop rate boost, Lu Ming would drop about 20 to 25 copper coins each time he killed level 46 to 50 undead in the 8th dimension. But at this moment, these undead astonishingly dropped a full 170 to 180 copper coins each. Little money-obsessed Lin You's eyes widened. Wow! So much money! Has the drop rate of monsters increased? With this thought, Lin Yue couldn't wait to show her skills. Under the enhancement of Lu Ming's 3 major formations, she mustered all her strength and finally managed to kill a level 46 undead without any danger. She hurried over to the corpse of the undead, only to be disappointed to find that the drop rate was still the same as before, yielding only 21 copper coins. Although it wasn't as much as what Lu Ming had dropped, Lin Yue was still quite satisfied. On Lu Ming's side, since the rewards from killing the Undead Legion were calculated based on the master's kills, they could also share the drop rate bonus. The price of 1 copper coin was 2 yuan. Killing a small monster could yield over 300 yuan. Who would have thought? Thus, the task of farming money was directly handed over to the Undead Legion. Lu Ming had another, more important task. With a whoosh, as another undead refreshed before him, Lu Ming did not rush to draw his sword and kill it. Instead, he opened his status bar and activated PK mode. The next second, whoosh, he drew his sword 182,988. The damage exceeded the health limit of that level 48 undead warrior, but he did not kill it, leaving it with 1 point of health. Without hesitation, Lu Ming drew his sword again. Draw sword, draw sword, draw sword. In PK mode, Lu Ming's attacks could not deal lethal damage to the enemy. The undead warrior always maintained 1 point of health. Meanwhile, a series of system prompts echoed in Lu Ming's ears. Ding sword drawing skill proficiency +1. Ding sword drawing skill proficiency +1. Ding sword drawing skill proficiency +1. Lu Ming felt a surge of excitement. Originally, he could only activate the sword drawing skill once every 60 seconds and gain 1 point of proficiency. But now, in a no cooldown state, Lu Ming frantically drew his sword. Skill proficiency skyrocketed. His right hand was sore from drawing, so he switched to his left hand. Swish, swish, swish. Under Lu Ming's rapid sword drawing and repeated thrusts, sword shadows continuously pierced through the body of the undead warrior, making it feel as if it were on the verge of ecstasy. After an unknown amount of time, Ding, congratulations, your sword drawing skill quality has been upgraded to sea level. Lu Ming had never experienced such pleasure. The no cooldown, no consumption skill mode was simply exhilarating. After his skill proficiency reached 10,000 points, allowing the sword drawing skill to upgrade from D level to C level, Lu Ming closed PK mode and dealt with the undead warrior. He paused to check the skill effects. C-level sword drawing compared to D-level, skill damage increased from 220% to 300%. The attack enhancement effect within 10 seconds after using the skill increased from 20% to 30%. On the surface, it seemed like an 80% increase in skill damage and a 10% increase in attack power, which was quite normal and not exaggerated. But, under Lu Ming's LV3 comprehensive enhancement of 30 times, that meant an additional 24 times skill damage and a 300% increase in attack power. In addition, Lu Ming discovered that after the quality was upgraded to C level, the sword drawing skill activated a new enhancement effect. After drawing the sword, all skill strengths of the formation trickster increased by 30%, lasting for 10 seconds. With the comprehensive enhancement bonus, the overall skill effect was sword drawing, C level release a sword shadow to deal 90 times physical attack power plus 5,460 points of true damage to a single enemy, and gain a 900% increase in attack power, as well as a 900% increase in skill strength, lasting for 300 seconds. Another 9 times skill enhancement, combined with the comprehensive enhancement of 30 times. Doesn't that mean my skill enhancement multiplier can reach 39 times? Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel at its absurdity. Next, to upgrade the sword drawing from C level to B level quality, 100,000 points of proficiency were needed. The difficulty of leveling up was still a tenfold increase. So, taking advantage of the effective, breaking through oneself, still being active, Lu Ming set a new target and activated PK mode again to continue drawing his sword. Whoosh! Drawing the sword, 573,261. Looking at this damage, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. After the quality was upgraded by 1 level, the skill damage had nearly tripled. Such a terrifying enhancement was indeed worthy of the skill's tenfold increase in upgrade difficulty. At the same time, with the attack power increase effect of drawing the sword rising from 600% to 1,170%, including the 9-fold skill damage increase after drawing the sword. After drawing the sword, Lu Ming's attack power surged from 2,667 points to 4,839 points. This caused the attack power bonus of the War Tread to explode from 20,142 points to 43,126 points. The lethality of the Undead Legion instantly doubled. This also directly improved their monster killing efficiency by a factor of 2. Lu Ming's combat profit effect increased by a full double. With such extreme efficiency, 1,000 monsters were quickly slain. The ceiling effect of the Tier 3 Magic Scroll, Strategy, was also lifted. Lu Ming opened his backpack and took out this magic scroll worth 1,000,000 RMB. For anything that could enhance his own strength, no matter how valuable, Lu Ming would prioritize using it himself. Just like that $1 billion draw sword skill scroll last time. Thus, Lu Ming crushed the scroll without hesitation. The pleasant system sound rang in his ears. Ding, you have used the Tier 3 Magic Scroll Strategy. Congratulations on gaining a permanent skill slot +1. Now, with War Tread combined with drawing the sword, the damage of the Undead Legion is already high enough. Even without defense enhancement, the Life Fortress can ensure their vitality to some extent. The only downside at the moment is the speed deficiency, which makes the Undead Legion appear too rigid when facing high-level opponents. So, Lu Ming took out the prepared E-level skill scroll Swift as the Wind and crushed it. Ding, congratulations, you have mastered the new Array Trickster E-level skill Swift as the Wind. He opened the skill list to take a look. Swift as the Wind, LV22, Quality, E-level skill effect. Releases an array that grants all allied units within the array Trickster 20% speed plus 147 points of speed, lasting 15 seconds. Skill cost. Consumes 121 mana points upon activation, then 13 mana points per second cooldown. 60 seconds. Combining the overall enhancement and the total 39 times boost from drawing the sword, let's see how it works. As he spoke,
Lu Ming stationed himself with his longsword. Whoosh! A green barrier blossomed outward. The next moment, with a total speed boost of 7,184 points from swift as the wind, all the Deathlord's speed attributes surged from less than 100 points to over 7,200. With a speed half again higher than level 46 to 50 undead, the undead legion moved like the wind, their slaughter becoming even more ferocious. Just then, through vision sharing, Lu Ming saw an elite undead spawn in front of a certain Deathlord. He immediately activated the sealing task of the last item, Ring of Source Power. In the next second, several nearby Deathlords rushed forward and instantly killed that elite undead. Lu Ming also successfully lifted the seal of the Ring of Source Power. In the Tianyuan world, players can obtain a space for a magical artifact every 10 levels. Currently, at level 22, Lu Ming had only 2 artifact spaces. In his previous life, as a loser, Lu Ming had struggled in the Tianyuan world for 5 years without ever wearing a magical artifact. Even when luck was on his side and he obtained one, he sold it for money at the first opportunity. Subconsciously, he had formed the notion that a loser like him was not worthy of using magical artifacts. This time, Lu Ming unhesitatingly wore the Ring of Source Power worth over 20,000 RMB on his hand. Ding! Magical artifact skill source of magic has taken effect, mana limit plus 10%, mana recovery effect plus 1%. With a comprehensive enhancement and a skill boost of 39 times, Lu Ming directly gained a 390% increase in his mana cap and a 39% improvement in mana recovery. He opened his status bar to take a look. His mana attributes surged from 4,145 points to 20,310 points. Moreover, Lu Ming's mana recovery rate of 85.6 per second also increased to 119 per second. Even after the effect of the magic scroll, Breakthrough Self, expired, he could still easily sustain the continuous consumption of 4 E-level formations. Next, Lu Ming continued to focus on practicing his sword drawing. The undead legion was busy slaughtering monsters, harvesting copper coins, maximizing the effect of attracting wealth. They kept grinding until 9 in the evening. Qin Sharon sent a message. The Transcendence team has contacted me. Do you have time to accompany me to Dawn Coast? Just in time, the effect of the magic scroll was about to end. Lu Ming replied, you go ahead and wait for me there. I'll be there soon. Qin Sharon, okay. In the southern part of Starshine City, LV 38 Dawn Coast. As night fell, under the moonlight, the deep sea reflected a yellow glow. At this moment, a group of players, ranging from levels 36 to 37, were teaming up to grind the level 38 monster, Nightmare Turtle. Their IDs all started with the prefix, Flame. At this time, a 37-level archer named Flame Burning Soul, taking advantage of just having shot a turtle, turned to his teammates and said, brothers, let's all work hard tonight and put in some extra hours. When our team rises in the future, I'll treat you all to good food and drinks. We'll be with beautiful girls. It sounded good, but what Flame Burning Soul was really thinking about was how to motivate his team to help him pay off the 1 million loan he owed for buying a Tier 3 magic scroll in the black market this afternoon. Just as he was pondering this, a group of players rushed over from a distance. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was familiar faces from the 2 major studios, Transcendence and Excellence. Flame Burning Soul couldn't help but frown. Damn, it's these useless people again. At this moment, a 35-level warrior named Excellence Little Tiger and a 35-level assassin named Transcendence Dream, along with a group of players, arrived. Transcendence Dream pointed at Flame Burning Soul and shouted angrily, give me back my yayet. Flame Burning Soul deliberately pulled a 34-level priestess named Tianyuse into his arms and impatiently said to Transcendence Dream, are you annoying or what? Have some self-respect. I'll say it one last time, Yaya is now my girlfriend. Stop bothering my girlfriend. Dingyu, who was held in Flame Burning Soul's arms, also looked a bit displeased and said to Transcendence Dream, you can't give me the life I want. You can't stop me from pursuing better choices, can you? Li Xiang, we broke up peacefully. I don't like you anymore. I hope you won't bother me again. No, Transcendence Dream said painfully, this isn't true. Yeah, have you forgotten our vows? It's you. Transcendence Dream pointed at Flame Burning Soul angrily, you must have forced Yayet. At this moment, Excellence Little Tiger was comforting his good brother while pointing at Flame Burning Soul's nose, saying, you better wait for us. We've already called for help. When they arrive, I swear I won't let you off for stealing my brother's girlfriend. Flame Burning Soul laughed heartily. You, a team leader from a broken studio that can't even support a dozen brothers, dare to call for help? Come on, call someone over for me to see. I want to see which big shot you can summon. Excellence Little Tiger said confidently, when my big brother arrives, you better not cry. Flame Burning Soul replied sarcastically, oh, I'll cry, whoever cries later is the grandson. As the words of the fiery soul fell, two figures were seen approaching from a distance. It was Lu Ming and Qin Charan. The outstanding little tiger hurried over to greet them. "Brother Ming, it's those guys." The outstanding little tiger pointed at the players of the fire team by the shore, indignantly saying to Lu Ming, "They stole my brother's girlfriend." Clearly, he had been frightened by Lu Ming during the day, so the outstanding little tiger was extremely polite to him. Of course, this politeness stemmed from his understanding of Lu Ming's strength. He knew that with Lu Ming around, they would definitely have support in front of the fire team. However, having never witnessed Lu Ming's true strength, he only heard his good brother say that Lu Ming was incredibly powerful, so he looked at Lu Ming with suspicion and asked, "Are you really that capable?" Lu Ming countered, "Do you remember what I said before?" The outstanding little tiger replied without hesitation, "If you can help me teach those fire team guys a lesson and get Ding Yu back, I'll immediately bring my brothers to join you. From now on, you are my big brother." On the side, the outstanding little tiger muttered softly, "If he's the big brother, then what about me? You are my grandson." The outstanding little tiger. Lu Ming smiled faintly, "Remember what you said." As he spoke, Lu Ming walked towards the players of the fire team. Under the cover of night, the fiery soul had not yet seen who was coming, only vaguely recognizing that the other party was a formation trickster, and a wave of arrogance surged in his heart. The other players of the fire team couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I'm dying of laughter. I really thought they found a master from somewhere. Turns out, they just brought a formation trickster to back them up? What use is a formation trickster? Even if it's a level 50 formation trickster, if the teammates are useless, they're still trash." The fiery soul raised his longbow, a smug smile on his face. "Let me see how he makes me cry." As Lu Ming approached, under the moonlight, when the fiery soul finally saw Lu Ming's appearance and ID, the smile on his face instantly froze. He stood there dumbfounded. The dozens of people who had been with the fiery soul that evening were equally stunned. Meanwhile, another group of fire team players who were not present earlier and had never seen Lu Ming erupted into even more rampant laughter upon recognizing him. "Is this really a level 22 formation trickster? Damn! So impressive. Are the guys from Outstanding and Transcendence crazy? They brought a level 22 formation trickster to stand up for them? Boss, you don't need to do it yourself. Let me teach that kid a lesson." Just as a level 35 warrior underling, Fire Hero, finished speaking and was about to draw his sword and approach Lu Ming, the fiery soul suddenly kicked Fire Hero to the ground. "Who the hell dares to touch my big brother?" Saying this, the fiery soul rushed to Lu Ming, his face full of excitement and joy. "Big brother, why are you here?" The players of the fire team behind them were left dumbfounded at this scene. The players from Outstanding and Transcendence were also wide-eyed. "What's going on? Damn, this ghostly figure isn't with the fire team, is he?" In an instant, the two teams of players exchanged glances, feeling as if they had walked into a den of thieves. Lu Ming looked at the fiery soul and said lightly, "So it's you who stole someone else's girlfriend?" The fiery soul then recalled that Lu Ming was indeed the person brought by the Outstanding and Transcendence teams. Remembering the scene from earlier that evening, where Lu Ming easily killed more than 10 level 56th transformation players, the fiery soul couldn't help but shudder, not daring to offend Lu Ming in the slightest. "It's a misunderstanding, big brother. I really didn't steal her. Ding Yu came to me herself." To prove his sincerity, the fiery soul immediately turned to Ding Yu and said without hesitation, "We break up. Right now." Ding Yu was also furious, pointing at Li Huofenhan and retorting, "He's just a level 22 array trickster. What are you so afraid of? You're such a coward. I must have been blind to have liked you." At that moment, Li Huofenhan couldn't care less about Ding Yu's feelings. He just wanted to hold on to Lu Ming's thigh tightly. "Big brother, can I be your disciple? Take me under your wing. I promise that wherever you need me in the future, I'll go through fire and water without hesitation." Seeing that Li Huofenhan had this intention, Lu Ming got straight to the point. "Sure, just join my side." Li Huofenhan was overjoyed. "Thank you, big brother." Ding Yu looked at Li Huofenhan with disdain. What a coward. Behind them, the players of the Li Hua battle team, who had no idea what had happened in the evening, were also confused. What does this mean? Why should we listen to a level 22 array trickster? Yeah, is that array trickster really that impressive? I can't see anything special about him. Meanwhile, the players from Chao Yumeng were completely stunned. Wait, is this really settled? As soon as the words fell, Shui Yuxiaohu chuckled and said, "I told you, he's super brave." Chao Yumeng, however, was unconvinced. "I think it's because they know each other. No wonder he's so confident. TCH, I really thought he had real skills. Turns out it's just connections." However, Li Huofenhan agreed too readily, and Lu Ming felt a lack of accomplishment. "There's no challenge at all, it's boring." Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, a commotion suddenly erupted from behind. He turned around to see a large group of dark figures surging forward from the shadows. Lu Ming felt an inexplicable excitement. Is the difficulty going up? Swish, swish, swish. A large group of players rushed in from the darkness. Without saying a word, they directly surrounded the players from the three major teams, Zhuoyu, Xiaoyu, and Lihua. Their momentum was overwhelming, and there were estimated to be over 100 of them. The three leaders, Lihua Fenhan, Zhuoyu Xiaowu, and Xiaoyu Meng, exchanged glances. Damn! Who stirred up trouble? As soon as Lihua Fenhan finished speaking, Zhuoyu Xiaowu and Xiaoyu Meng immediately shook their heads in denial. Not me. I don't even know them. Not me either. Hearing this, Lihua Fenhan looked around. He saw that the players were all between levels 35 to 40, with a mixed bag of IDs above their heads, lacking any uniformity. They looked like a group of random players. The key was that he didn't know any of them. I don't know any of you either. Lihua Fenhan couldn't help but shout at the players from Zhuoyu and Xiaoyu again. Who the hell stirred up trouble? You better stand up like a man and admit it. Don't drag us Lihua down. Just as Lihua Fenhan finished speaking, a level 38 mage named June's Fire shouted from the outer group, "Who is Yu Ming? Get out here!" As soon as this was said, everyone present silently looked at Lu Ming. Lihua Fenhan's face instantly turned as if he had eaten something disgusting. Following Lihua Fenhan's gaze, the outer group of players quickly locked onto their target, Lu Ming. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, everyone drew their weapons. Their momentum was like a rainbow, as if they could charge over at any moment. Our target is only Yu Ming, and it has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of the way. With June's Fire's loud shout, Lihua Fenhan, who originally planned to stay out of it, immediately tightened his grip on his bloody bronze bow when he heard they were coming for Lu Ming. Without hesitation, he faced the numerous players. Let's see who dares to touch my master. June's Fire's cold gaze erupted with killing intent. Those who block me will die. Brothers, kill them all. As he spoke, June's Fire raised his staff, ready to cast a spell. In the darkness, a shadow like a ghost suddenly struck. The blade flashed down, swift and decisive. Slash, slash, slash. Minus 4,932. Minus 9,626. Critical hit. Minus 4,888. After several consecutive hits, June's Fire had no chance to react, and his health bar was instantly drained. Accompanied by a muffled groan, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. In the next moment, Qin Charan appeared before everyone, holding a bloodied blade, her ghostly figure captivating all eyes. A level 34 assassin, taking down a level 38 mage in an instant. The formidable strength displayed by Qin Charan left June's Fire's teammates in shock. At the same time, the player from the Beyond Dreams team exclaimed, "What incredible damage! So the real big shot is this beautiful assassin sister." Ding Yu looked down on Lu Ming even more. He actually needs a woman to protect him. Humph, what a useless man. As June's Fire was taken down, the remaining players on the field cast fearful glances at Qin Charan. At this moment, Qin Charan stood protectively in front of Lu Ming, her cold and stunning eyes revealing endless killing intent. You dare to touch anyone belonging to me, Qin Charan? Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Qin Charan? The sister of the God Slayer captain from the 7th team of the Great Xia National Server. Damn, how did she end up here? What do we do? Realizing Qin Charan's identity, the players clearly felt fear, but under the temptation of immense profit, they resolutely chose to take the risk. As long as we kill the Phantom, we can get a 10 million bounty. With this money, we can leave Jianghai. It's just one Qin Charan, and the God Slayer team isn't here. If we kill her, who can find us? As these words were spoken, the more than 10 players from the Beyond team, along with Ding Yu, all showed expressions of disbelief. How much? 10 million? This level 22 array master has a bounty of 10 million? Must be in Vietnamese dong. Kill them all, leave none alive. With a shout, the group of unknown players surrounded the three major team players to attack. Slash, slash, slash. Just as three level 37 assassin players charged at Qin Charan with their blades drawn at lightning speed, Lu Ming's eyes behind them glinted with killing intent. With a whoosh, the moment he drew his sword, a sharp sword shadow pierced through the body of the one in front. Minus 573,261. The staggering damage left everyone questioning their lives, instantly killing that assassin. In that moment, all players from the Excellence, Beyond, and Fire teams gaped in shock. At the same time, the other two assassins had blood-red marks erupt from their chests. Slash, slash. Before they could react, they were suddenly killed by two Deathlords that charged in from nowhere, falling beneath the fiery long sword. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At Lu Ming's mental summons, countless flowing golden-hued blood barriers materialized, and hundreds of Deathlords stepped out,
surrounding all the players present. Kill! With a thought from Lu Ming, whoosh, 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 War Tread, Life Bastion, Ground Prison, and Wind Speed, 4 formations spread out from beneath Lu Ming's feet, blossoming in all directions. In the next moment, from all sides, hundreds of Tier 3 Deathlords charged towards the group of scattered players with an overwhelming force. Soul Shatter! Soul Shatter! Soul Shatter! Buzz, 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 51868. Minus 51,868. Minus 51,868. With a comprehensive amplification and sword draw, the total of 39 times enhancement from the War Tread bonus, the Deathlord's attack power reached a staggering 43,124 points, completely beyond the capacity of these level 35 to 40 players, whose armor values had been reduced to 0 after the ground prison effect. All players locked by Soul Shatter were instantly killed without exception. The 100 scattered players present had no power to resist and were crushed in an instant by the Undead Legion. The only remaining level 36 priest player, Schwer, looked around in terror at the corpses of her teammates scattered on the ground, her face pale and her body trembling. At that moment, Lu Ming gazed at Schwer and asked slowly, "Who paid to hire you?" Schwer, her face ashen and filled with fear, replied, I don't know that person. He wore a mask, hiding his level and ID. I only know he's a middle-aged man and a warrior." Upon hearing this, Shin Charan looked at Lu Ming and speculated, "It must be Long Han Guanyu." In fact, the moment this group of players suddenly appeared and stated they were coming for him, Lu Ming had already guessed it. But why didn't he take action himself and instead hired these people? Shin Charan was somewhat puzzled. Knowing that bringing these weaklings here would only lead to their deaths, Lu Ming's words dispelled Shin Charan's confusion. If he acted personally, the one dying now would be him. Shin Charan suddenly understood. He's testing your strength. Just then, Schwer, panic-stricken, pleaded with Lu Ming, "I beg you, spare me. I have a 3-year-old child at home. I took this job just to earn some extra money to buy better milk powder for my child." Lu Ming fixed his cold gaze on Schwer. Kill! With a thought, the 2 Deathlords on either side activated Soul Shatter, instantly slaying Schwer. It didn't matter that she had a 3-year-old child at home. Even if she were that 3-year-old child, Lu Ming would still kill her without hesitation. After all, if Lu Ming didn't have the strength in hand, he would have died at the hands of this woman today. Would the other party give up a 10 million bounty just because Lu Ming begged for mercy? Obviously not. At that moment, after finishing the battle on the field, Lu Ming seemed to anticipate something. He instinctively looked ahead and saw several figures flickering in the darkness. Trying to run? Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. Kill! With a thought, dozens of Deathlords, relying on the extreme speed brought by wind and thunder, chased into the darkness. In the dark, 2 level 56 transformation assassin players activated swift movement, increasing movement speed for a short time, and fled towards the direction away from Dawn Coast. However, in just an instant, when the 2 turned back, they were shocked to see dozens of Deathlords rapidly closing in behind them. With the 39-fold enhancement of E-level Wind and Thunder, the speed attribute of the Deathlords had reached over 7,000, far surpassing the 6 transformation assassins' maximum speed of over 6,000. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of soul shatters erupted simultaneously, and the 2 level 50 assassins didn't even have a chance to resist before being instantly killed. Meanwhile, Lu Ming confirmed the identities of the 2 assassins through shared vision. They were indeed players from the Longhun team. What a pity, just 2 weaklings keeping watch. Longhun Guanyu was not present. After several confrontations, Longhun Guanyu had clearly become more cautious. "It seems you're more cunning than I imagined," Lu Ming thought, commanding the Necromancer army to refine the corpses and loot the battlefield. At the same time, players from the 3 teams Excellence, Transcendence, and Blazing Fire cast doubtful glances at Lu Ming. Transcendence Dream's mouth was agape, as if it could fit a durian. Although his good brother, Excellence Little Tiger, repeatedly emphasized how powerful this array master was, he truly did not expect him to be this exaggeratedly strong. A single sword strike, over 500,000 damage? Is this guy really a level 22 array master? The surrounding Deathlords, exuding endless majesty and a kingly aura like messengers of hell, made the players present feel ashamed. Even Excellence Little Tiger and Blazing Fire Soul, who thought they knew Lu Ming well, were once again deeply shocked by the strength he displayed. Because obviously, this time Lu Ming was stronger than the Lu Ming they had encountered before. When I fought him in the arena before, I remember his sword draw only had 180,000 damage. How did it triple all of a sudden? As Zhuayu Xiaohu was shocked, Liaohua Fencel was also full of excitement and exhilaration. Damn, I'm convinced by this big brother. As they spoke, Zhuayu Xiaohu, Jia Yumengxiang, and Liaohua Fencel all ran towards Lu Ming. Lord Yuming, on behalf of the 112 members of the Liaohua team, I pledge my allegiance to you. Zhuayu Xiaohu and Jia Yumengxiang also expressed,
We also wish to join under Lord Yumming and will follow your commands from now on. Good to say. Lu Ming smiled lightly and then looked at Qin Shuren, saying to them, just listen to her. The three of them followed Lu Ming's gaze to Qin Shuren. Although she is from the Zhanshan team, I heard that her relationship with her brother isn't very good, right? Didn't they say her brother wants her to create a top 100 national team within 3 years? Yeah, doesn't that mean she has already distanced herself from Zhanshan? There's no authority in Zhanshan, and she's just a girl, so. Just as they were filled with doubts, Lu Ming's words completely dispelled all their concerns. She is my girlfriend. She represents me. Once these words were spoken, the three no longer had any doubts about Qin Shuren. Liewa Fensel asked Qin Shuren, Boss, what's our team called? It hasn't been decided yet. Qin Shuren said, once it's settled, I will let you know. I'll create a group chat, you all join. As she spoke, Qin Shuren added the three on WeChat, then created a group chat and pulled everyone in. For now, let's keep it like this. If there's anything later, I will notify you in the group. After saying that, Qin Shuren left with Lu Ming. Watching the two gradually walk away, Zhuoyu Xiuwu, Chayu Mengxiang, and Liewa Fensel's excitement took a long time to calm down. Damn! Level 20 fighting level 50, that's really fierce. I've never seen such a powerful array master in my life. Following Yumming, we might really make it into the top 100 national teams in the future. Then we three would be the first batch of founding members, right? As they spoke, they exchanged glances, and a surge of excitement rose in their hearts. It's like the flood washed away the Dragon King Temple, a family not recognizing each other. Big brother, second brother, third brother, big brother, third brother, good brothers. Liewa Fensel hugged Chayu Mengxiang excitedly. Brother, it's the big brother's fault. He shouldn't have taken your girlfriend. Chayu Mengxiang was also teary-eyed. As long as big brother likes her, I'll just let her go. Zhuoyu Xiuwu said, big brother, second brother, in my opinion, if you both like her, why not just all three of you be together? At that moment, Ding Yu trembled slightly. Meanwhile, on the way back to the city, Qin Shuren glanced at Lu Ming beside her, a glimmer of light appearing in her eyes. Thanks to you tonight, I'll treat you to a meal offline tomorrow? Clearly, Qin Shuren felt she had to do something to repay Lu Ming. Otherwise, it would seem like she was using Lu Ming in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Lu Ming, however, was unconcerned. It's fine, you handle the team matters first, the other things can wait a bit. Qin Shuren nodded, the stone in her heart quietly falling. Lu Ming's relaxed demeanor made Qin Shuren feel very at ease with him, without a trace of psychological burden or pressure. Then, I'll go to the blood color camp first. There's an event there at 10 tonight, and I've arranged with another studio. Lu Ming said, I'll go with you. No need. Qin Shuren clearly didn't want to trouble Lu Ming anymore. I'm okay, this studio's average strength isn't strong, but they have good character. I am confident I can take them down. If it really doesn't work, I can call the fire brigade for help. Lu Ming insisted, I have nothing else to do, let's go together. Qin Shuren felt a bit shy to speak up. Although she was also confident, having Lu Ming there would make it even more secure. Seeing Lu Ming say this, she didn't refuse and happily said, alright, when we get back, I'll treat you to a meal. For Lu Ming, following Qin Shuren served two purposes. First, it ensured her safety. After all, the revenge plan ahead had to be pushed forward by her. Second, the recruits would eventually become part of Lu Ming's own forces, so he naturally had to oversee them personally, just like the Fire Brigade, Excellence, and Transcendence teams tonight. In this way, they are publicly under Qin Shuren, but the ones they truly submit to army. When the time comes, I can mobilize them at any moment. On the way to the blood camp with Qin Shuren, Lu Ming assessed his own strength. His sword drawing skill had risen from D level to C level, and the increase was not just in the intensity of this one skill. It also included the overall strength of the Undead Legion. With the current strength of the Undead Legion, they could easily contend with level 50 players. Even against the Dragon Soul team's overwhelming numbers, they still had the power to fight back. You've lived long enough, it's time for you to die. The figure of Dragon Soul Guan Yu flashed in Lu Ming's mind, and a strong killing intent surged in his eyes. Next, he just needed to think of a way to draw the snake out of its hole. Unbeknownst to him, on the other side, this snake had been lurking in its hole, keeping a close watch on Lu Ming. Jiang Province, Navigation City. At a certain gym offline, Dragon Soul Guan Yu was lifting 200 kilograms. At this moment, a phone call came in. Brother Guan, the assassination of the underworld failed. The two brothers we sent to tail them were also discovered and killed by the underworld. The video they recorded before they died has been sent to you. Since the outcome was already anticipated by Dragon Soul Guan Yu, he felt no surprise upon hearing this news. However, when he opened the WeChat video, he was shocked by the content on the screen. 570,000 sword drawing damage.
The Undead Legion easily crushed 100 level 35 to 44th transformation players in 5 seconds. In the face of such astonishing speed, even his level 56th transformation assassins from the Dragon Soul team had nowhere to escape. In just one day, his strength has increased so dramatically. Dragon Soul Guan Yu was relieved he hadn't rashly acted himself tonight, but he frowned deeply, his malice growing stronger. He realized that if he didn't eliminate Lu Ming quickly, this person would surely become an even greater threat to him in the future. Just then, another call came in. Dragon Soul Guan Yu answered the phone, and he heard the voice of Boss Chin on the other end. "How's the situation? Have you dealt with that formation, master?" Dragon Soul Guan Yu felt a bit impatient. "Don't rush me, I'm on it. I have a new task for you," Boss Chin said. "Shin Charan is currently recruiting a team. I want you to eliminate anyone she recruits, one by one. 1 head, 1 million. I'll give you a portion of the deposit first." As soon as he finished speaking, Dragon Soul Guan Yu received a text message. "Your account ending in 3195 has received a transfer of 50 million yuan, balance 165,327,652, 12 yuan. Dasha Bank." The influx of 50 million instantly calmed all of Dragon Soul Guan Yu's restlessness. At this moment, Boss Chin added, "I have only one condition, Shin Charan cannot die, she is still useful to me." Dragon Soul Guan Yu replied indifferently, "Leave it to me." After hanging up the phone, to be honest, he wasn't interested in the new task assigned by Chin Feng. His mind was entirely focused on how to kill Lu Ming. "You've killed too many of my Dragon Soul brothers, Underworld." At this moment, a thought suddenly struck Dragon Soul Guan Yu's mind. A plan that could execute Qin Feng's task while simultaneously dealing with Lu Ming. "Yin Ming, prepare to bear my wrath." As he spoke, the Dragon Soul Guan Yu's eyes shone with brilliance, and he crushed his phone with his bare hands. In order to escape the fate of being a pawn in a family marriage, Shin Charan was indeed working hard. With Lu Ming's support, at 10 o'clock at night, midnight, and 2:30 in the morning, she successively met with 3 studios and teams, and through absolute strength, incorporated them. The representatives were, level 33 mage, Mr. Wu, from Yunzhou. Originally a factory worker, he left with a dozen factory friends overnight, dissatisfied with the low wages and lack of prospects, and moved to Tianyuan. The studio had just been established for half a year, with a total of 17 people. Level 29 archer, heartbroken senior, from Navigation City, who had just graduated from university, full of passion, created a team with 13 classmates and roommates. Level 35 warrior, Chi Tian de Shang, from Linhai, whose family was in business but was facing bankruptcy. With the last bit of money, he led over 50 company employees to establish a team, attempting to revive their glory in the world of Tianyuan. However, business was poor, and their last bit of money was about to run out. With the team on the verge of dissolution, clearly, Shin Charan's choice of targets was not random. The groups she selected were like loose sand, in urgent need of a leader to step up and guide them to the peak. Moreover, they all shared a common need, they were short on money. Therefore, Shin Charan offered everyone who joined her a starting salary of 8,000 a month. This salary far exceeded the levels of other teams in the market. "Didn't your brother freeze all your cards? With over 200 people, how are you going to pay them?" In response to Lu Ming's inquiry, Shin Charan said, "Along and Xiao Wu left me some money, and I sold some things to hold on for half a year, no problem. Once things stabilize, I'll start helping them develop business, take on tasks, and earn commissions." This was the profit model for all teams. No wonder the 3-year agreement had wasted half a year. It was only now that Shin Charan began to create the team. On the surface, it seemed like a waste of time, but in reality, she had used this time to prepare thoroughly in learning team operation models, identifying target groups, and raising funds. At 3 in the morning, after finishing all her appointments, on the way back to Starshine City from the wilderness, Shin Charan looked up at the starry sky, her face showing no signs of fatigue, but rather filled with anticipation and longing for the future. Her mood was excellent. "I will definitely create a top 100 team in the national server. We will definitely succeed. We will." Lu Ming looked at Shin Charan's stunning profile and said, "I'll help you." Shin Charan gazed affectionately at Lu Ming and nodded. Then she suddenly asked, "By the way, I still don't know your name. I always call you Yin Ming, and it feels a bit strange." Lu Ming, with a calm demeanor, replied, "I am called Zhang Yi." Shin Charan believed Lu Ming's answer without doubt. "Okay, I remember." After that, the two fell into silence. Shin Charan seemed to be planning something, her face alternating between red and pale. Upon arriving at Starshine City, Shin Charan suddenly stood on her tiptoes and, as if it had been planned for a long time, kissed Lu Ming on the cheek. "Good night, see you tomorrow." Without giving Lu Ming a chance to react, Shin Charan quickly logged off. Unbeknownst to her, while Lu Ming appeared harmless, a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes.
It seems everything is developing in the direction I expected. Shin Charon was quite pitiful. Over there, she was treated as a pawn by her brother Qin Feng, and over here, she was being used by Lu Ming. If you want to blame someone, blame your brother. After saying this, Lu Ming also logged off. Time froze at 3 in the morning. When Lu Ming went to the living room to get water, he discovered that silly girl Lin Yue was probably waiting for him to log off, and had fallen asleep with her head on the table. The phone screen was still lit, frozen on the Alipay balance page, showing her little treasury, 7134.46. It seems that following Lu Ming these past few days, she has saved quite a bit of money. Lin Yue, a small figure weighing just over 80 pounds, was effortlessly carried back to her room by Lu Ming. After returning to her room, taking a shower, and lying on her bed, she began to calculate. Today, she had spent the entire day grinding in the 8th level of the Ghost Tower. During the day, the total earnings from all the soul stones and copper coins sold reached 185,000, averaging about 20,000 per hour. In the evening, with the boost from the first level magic scroll, Wealth and Prosperity, she earned 97,000 in less than 2 hours. The magic scroll bought for 8,000 brought Lu Ming nearly 60,000 in extra profit. Truly a remarkable value. If it weren't for the rarity of magic scrolls, Lu Ming would have wanted to buy hundreds of them, so the effects could be permanently applied. Lu Ming sold all the soul stones, excess copper coins, equipment, and skill scrolls. As the text messages of incoming funds accumulated, her bank account balance finally reached 1 million. Now, it's only been 5 days since I regained my new life. In just 5 days, I've welcomed my first million in this life. Looking at the account balance, Lu Ming felt a small sense of achievement and satisfaction. Unfortunately, before she could even warm up this money, she transferred it to Qin Yan. This is the money I borrowed from you last time, I'm returning it first, and I'm saving up for the soul set. To her surprise, Qin Yan was also a night owl. At 3 in the morning, she was still awake. Upon receiving Lu Ming's transfer notification, she was filled with astonishment. In just a few days, you've managed to gather 1 million. That's terrifying. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yan replied to Lu Ming's message, if you need it, just use it first, there's no rush on my end. Lu Ming responded, I don't need the money for now, thank you. Watching her bank account balance blink from 7 digits to 3, Lu Ming felt a wave of disappointment. I'm broke. Make money. Keep making money. With dreams of striking it rich, Lu Ming fell asleep. The next morning, Lu Ming was startled awake by a voice call. Upon connecting, hearing Qin Churen's voice sent a jolt through Lu Ming, instantly waking her up. Without even time to wash up, she quickly got out of bed, turned on her computer, and logged into Tianyuan. Wow! A white light fell, and Lu Ming appeared in Starshine City. At that moment, Qin Churen sent over a location. Lu Ming hurriedly rushed towards it. 10 minutes later, when Lu Ming arrived at an abandoned city in the wild, she saw countless onlookers gathered outside, pointing and discussing what was happening inside the city. How tragic. Yeah, this is too tragic. Who could have done this? How cruel. Lu Ming pushed through the crowd and stood at the city gate with Qin Churen, who had already arrived. Looking out, the vast abandoned city was filled with corpses, blood flowing like rivers. There were hundreds of players' bodies, crisscrossing everywhere. Their deaths were extremely brutal. Heads were missing, arms severed, and there was hardly a complete corpse in sight. Moreover, these deceased players were none other than the members of the Excellent, Beyond, and Fiery teams, as well as the studio led by Mr. Wu and Qi Tian Deshang. Qin Churen stepped into the abandoned city, treading on the blood-soaked ground, weaving through the bodies of over 200 players from the 6 factions, Excellent, Beyond, Fiery, Qi Tian, Shattered, and Dream Factory. At that moment, it felt like a dream. Looking at everything around her, she couldn't imagine what had happened here. This scene seemed to pull her thoughts back to the moment when Qinglong, Xuanwu, Baihu, and Zhuke had tragically died before her eyes. Tears of grief and anger welled up in Qin Churen's disbelieving eyes. Her expression gradually became numb. All her hopes and dreams for the future shattered in that instant. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted deep within the desolate city. Qin Churen's eyes turned cold as she grabbed her dagger and rushed towards the source of the sound with the utmost speed. When she reached the depths of the desolate city, she saw 3 players, resembling university students, surrounded by 4 high-level warriors. The leader among the 3 players, a level 29 archer girl, was none other than Heartbroken Senior Sister, the team leader who had been recruited by Lu Ming and Qin Churen the night before. The other 2, a level 27 assassin boy Heartbroken Junior Brother and a level 27 priest girl Heartbroken Junior Sister, were also members of this team. Just as Qin Churen arrived on the scene, she witnessed Heartbroken Junior Brother and Heartbroken Junior Sister being ruthlessly slain by the 4 warrior players amidst their desperate pleas. Blood splattered everywhere. The
The moment she recognized that the four warriors were all players from the Dragon Soul team, an overwhelming hatred erupted in Qin Churen's eyes. Without a second thought, she charged towards them. At that moment, the four members of the Dragon Soul team also noticed Qin Churen approaching.
Brother Guan has ordered, don't move, Zhenshin, you, kill this archer and retreat.
As they spoke, the four pointed their swords at Heartbroken's senior sister. Heartbroken's senior sister held her head in her hands, trembling and crying,
"Don't kill me! Don't kill me!"
The four showed no mercy, and just as their bloody blades were about to fall, a buzzing sound erupted.
A blood-red mark suddenly appeared on their chests simultaneously.
In the next second, swish, 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 dozens of Deathlords rushed in from the surroundings, striking with extreme speed, and knocked the four Dragon Soul warriors to the ground.
Minus 51,868. Minus 51,868. Minus 51,868.
They had no chance to struggle. These four level 56 transformation Dragon Soul warriors were slain on the spot by the Deathlords. Under Lu Ming's command, 660 Deathlords were summoned, conducting a thorough search throughout the desolate city. Meanwhile, Qin Churen ran over and hugged the nearly frantic Heartbroken senior sister, soothing her, "It's okay, it's okay.
Tell me, what exactly happened?"
Heartbroken senior sister, tears streaming down her face and trembling all over, said, "We were pulled into a group, and they told us to bring all our team members here to gather. By the time we arrived, a large group was already lying in ambush here. Their levels were too high, too powerful, we couldn't fight them at all.
They're dead, all dead. Everyone was killed by them." Heartbroken senior sister's emotions were on the verge of collapse. Qin Churen asked, "Who pulled you into the group?"
Just then, Heartbroken senior sister looked up and saw Lu Ming standing behind Qin Churen.
Instantly, she let out a piercing scream. "It's him, Yu Ming."
Lu Ming frowned slightly. He had Heartbroken senior sister check WeChat and discovered that in this 7-person chat group there was indeed someone with an avatar and nickname identical to his.
It was evident. The Dragon Soul members impersonated you and lured them out in your name.
As soon as Qin Churen finished speaking, Lu Ming's killing intent reached its peak. On the surface, it seemed that Dragon Soul Guan Yu was targeting Qin Churen.
In reality, it was a provocation against Lu Ming's authority. "Are you so eager to die?"
Lu Ming immediately ordered the Undead Legion to expand their search radius. However, within a 1,500-yard radius, there was no sign of other Dragon Soul players. Clearly, their main force had already retreated. Lu Ming could only recall the Undead Legion and temporarily leave the area with Qin Churen and the only survivor, Heartbroken senior sister.
Meanwhile, in a grove 5 miles from the desolate city, dozens of Dragon Soul players were stationed there.
At that moment, a Dragon Soul assassin ran up to Dragon Soul Guan Yu and reported, "Brother Guan, 4 of our brothers were unable to retreat and were ambushed by Yu Ming." Upon hearing this news, the Dragon Soul's Guan Yu showed no signs of surprise, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Instead, he casually asked, "Have they cleaned up over there?" The assassin replied, "According to your instructions, Brother Guan, there's only that female archer left alive." At this point, the assassin, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Brother Guan, why leave her alive?" A glint of sharpness flashed in Guan Yu's eyes. "I have my own uses for her." In Starshine City, after Qin Churen returned to the city, she logged off without a word. Clearly, this incident had dealt her a heavy blow. The wounds left by the deaths of Qinglong and the others had yet to heal. Now, it was as if a handful of salt had been poured into her wounds.
For Qin Churen, it felt like she had caused the deaths of Zhuoyue Shouvu and Liua Fansun.
If she hadn't invited them to join her, they wouldn't have faced the Dragon Soul's retaliation. Thus, Qin Churen found it hard to accept. Just as Qin Churen logged off, the Heartbroken senior, the only survivor, suddenly hugged Lu Ming tightly, sobbing in fear, "Will they come after me again?
What should I do? I'm so scared." Lu Ming looked calmly at the Heartbroken senior.
She was as delicate as a flower, evoking sympathy. Lu Ming did not push her away but gently comforted her, "Don't be afraid, I will protect you. Since you've joined us, even if you're the only one left, we will take full responsibility for you." The Heartbroken senior nodded and instinctively hugged Lu Ming tighter. At that moment, Lin Yue, who had just logged in, was astonished by the scene.
"Brother Yu Ming, how could this happen? No, Brother Yu Ming isn't like this."
So, Lin Yue ran over, mustering her courage to shout at the Heartbroken senior, "Who are you?
Why are you hugging Brother Yu Ming?"
The Heartbroken senior, like a frightened little bird, quickly released Lu Ming and stammered, "I'm sorry.
I was rude." Lu Ming looked calmly at the Heartbroken senior and nonchalantly said, "It's okay." He then added, "Why don't you stick with us for a while? That way, the Dragon Soul won't dare to trouble you." The Heartbroken senior looked eager. "Okay." She nodded repeatedly, gazing at Lu Ming with starry eyes, saying affectionately,
brother Yuming, you're so gentle. You're such a good person. Meanwhile, Lin Yue, with her round eyes, glared at the heartbroken senior, puffing up her cheeks in anger.
This is clearly my brother Yuming. When did he become your brother Yuming?
But such words, Lin Yue only dared to think in her heart, lacking the courage to voice them. Lu Ming checked the time and said to the heartbroken senior, "Let's go, I'll take you to level up."
The heartbroken senior cheerfully replied, "Sure, thank you, brother Yuming." After saying this, the heartbroken senior followed Lu Ming out of the city. Lin Yue silently fumed while quietly following behind. On the other side, just logged off, Qin Charan found herself alone by the sea. One defeat after another, coupled with her brother's and family's cold indifference, plunged her into deeper despair. Memories of joyful moments with Along, Xiaohu, and old Zhu from her childhood flooded her mind. No matter how strong Qin Charan was, at this moment, she couldn't help but cry. "I'm a failure. I'm sorry, Along, Xiaohu, old Zhu. I'm so useless, I have no ability to avenge you." Just as Qin Charan was in despair, a notification pinged. She received a WeChat message from Lu Ming. "Log on, and I'll let you deal with Dragon Souls Guan Yu yourself." Brother Yuming, how are you so amazing? You can easily kill even a level 50 player from the Dragon Soul team.
You know, brother Yuming, just now over there, I really thought I was going to die.
You are my lifesaver. If it weren't for you, I would have been doomed. Brother Yuming, where are you from? Are you from the Maritime area, Yunzhou, or Linhai?
I just graduated from Maritime University not long ago. My name is Ling Wanner. I'm currently 22 years old, and I don't have a boyfriend yet.
If you have time, I can come find you to hang out.
On the way to the wilderness, the heartbroken senior sister frequently chatted with Lu Ming, sweetly calling him brother Yuming. She didn't seem like someone who had just lost a group of good friends at all. Strangely, Lu Ming responded patiently to every word Ling Wanner said, and his attitude and tone were very gentle. This made Ling Wanner develop the illusion that Lu Ming had feelings for her.
So, she took a bolder approach towards Lu Ming. "Brother Yuming, can I come over to play with you tonight?
My family isn't here, and I'm so lonely being by myself in the maritime area.
You have to reimburse my travel expenses. After all, women understand women better." Lin Yue, beside them, could no longer tolerate it.
Puffing her cheeks in anger, she said to Ling Wanner, "Brother Yuming already has a girlfriend.
Stop bothering him."
For the first time, Lin Yue felt that Lu Ming having a girlfriend was a good thing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have any reason to scold Ling Wanner. Unexpectedly, Ling Wanner, relying on Lu Ming's constant responses and concern for her while completely ignoring Lin Yue, turned the tables and confronted Lin Yue. "I'm talking to brother Yuming, not you.
Adults are talking. What are you butting in for? You."
In the end, Lin Yue lacked the courage and composure, her face turning bright red, and she didn't dare to retort Ling Wanner. Just as Ling Wanner was feeling smug, Lu Ming suddenly looked at her and sternly said, "Try being rude to her again." Lu Ming, who had been gentle all along, suddenly reprimanded her, causing Ling Wanner to shudder.
Meanwhile, Lin Yue felt a sense of security.
She hid behind Lu Ming and secretly made a face at Ling Wanner. Ling Wanner gritted her teeth in anger.
But under Lu Ming's intimidation, she didn't dare to speak again.
Lu Ming could tolerate Ling Wanner's annoyance towards him, but he absolutely could not allow anyone to cross his bottom line. Lu Ming had never even dared to scold Lin Yue, fearing that this little lucky cat might get hurt.
How could he tolerate others being rude to her?
The next moment, the journey fell into silence.
After walking for a while, Ling Wanner couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yuming, where are we going to level up?"
"We're here." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming suddenly stopped.
At that moment, Ling Wanner looked around and found themselves in a high-level area, the Nightshade Cemetery. Looking at the level 50 skeleton monsters wandering in the graveyard, Ling Wanner excitedly said, "Brother Yuming, are we going to kill the level 50 monsters directly?"
Lu Ming, with his back to her, coldly replied, "No."
Ling Wanner asked in confusion, "Then what are we going to kill?"
Lu Ming suddenly turned around, his gaze as cold as death, staring at Ling Wanner. "You." As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, Lu Ming suddenly drew his sword. Accompanied by a sharp sword shadow flashing through Ling Wanner's body, a massive damage of over 570,000 instantly reduced her full health bar to just 1 point. Clearly, Lu Ming had activated PK mode, otherwise, Ling Wanner would have already been a corpse. Ling Wanner was immediately terrified, her face pale. "Brother Yuming,
What are you doing?"
Lu Ming, holding the soul sword, continued to gaze coldly at Ling Wanner.
"If you don't want to die, do as I say."
At that moment, not to mention Ling Wanner, even Lin Yue beside her was greatly frightened. Although she didn't like Ling Wanner, she didn't want her to die either. Lin Yue thought Lu Ming was doing this to vent his anger for her. Dian hurriedly said with a nervous little face to Lu Ming, "Brother Yuming, she didn't mean to scare me just now, so please don't kill her. Lu Ming stared at Ling Wanner and coldly said, send a message to Dragon Soul Guan Yu.
Ling Wanner immediately trembled.
Her eyes darted away, panic written all over her face as she said, what are you talking about?
Dragon Soul Guan Yu, who is that? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Feeling their master's overwhelming killing intent, 4 Deathlords broke through the spatial rift and stepped out. Holding blades engulfed in blazing flames, they exuded a strong murderous aura, pressing towards Ling Wanner.
I'll say it again. If you don't want to die, do as I say. Under the intimidation of the Deathlords, Ling Wanner looked at Lu Ming with trembling eyes, feeling an unprecedented fear. Offline,
in the maritime city, at a 5-star hotel, Dragon Soul Guan Yu stood by the window, looking at the text message showing over 200 million in incoming funds, a smile creeping onto his lips. Just then, he received a WeChat message. Heartbroken Senior, Brother Guan Yu, Yu Ming is dead. Upon seeing this message, Dragon Soul Guan Yu's heart jolted.
If you dare to play me, you know the consequences.
After Dragon Soul Guan Yu replied, it wasn't long before the other party responded, he really is dead.
Dragon Soul Guan Yu immediately initiated a video call.
The next moment, the video connected, and the face of Ling Wanner appeared on the screen.
Ling Wanner was in a graveyard.
As she adjusted her angle, a corpse lying on the ground came into view. Dragon Soul Guan Yu recognized at a glance that the body was indeed that of Yu Ming, the array master he hated to the core.
Dragon Soul Guan Yu didn't say much but told Ling Wanner, send me the location. 10 minutes later, a Dragon Soul assassin player infiltrated the LV-50 Nightshade graveyard.
He went straight to Lu Ming, who lay on the ground, and after a detailed inspection, his eyes lit up. He sent a WeChat message to Dragon Soul Guan Yu, Brother Guan, this guy is really dead.
No doubt about it.
After about 10 more minutes, Dragon Soul Guan Yu personally led a large group of elite players from the Dragon Soul team to the Nightshade graveyard. When he saw Lu Ming lying motionless in a pool of blood, his eyes were filled with both joy and regret.
At that moment, Dragon Soul Guan Yu looked at Ling Wanner beside him and asked, how did you kill him? Ling Wanner feigned nonchalance and said, was he really that strong?
I just took advantage of him controlling his summoned creatures to kill monsters and ambushed him from behind, delivering a fatal blow.
Isn't he just a level 22 array master? Easy to kill. Dragon Soul Guan Yu did not doubt Ling Wanner's words.
After all, at this moment, Lu Ming's corpse lay right in front of him. This was an undeniable fact. Looking down on Lu Ming, Dragon Soul Guan Yu coldly said, you overestimate yourself, fool. With just a level 22 array master, do you think you can compete with our server's gold medal warrior at level 39?
It's just a pity that I couldn't kill you myself.
As Dragon Soul Guan Yu finished speaking, suddenly a voice responded, if that's the case, then I'll give you another chance to kill me yourself. As soon as the words fell, the next second, Lu Ming, who had been lying in a pool of blood and showed no signs of life, slowly stood up in front of the 100 Dragon Soul team players present. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Lu Ming suddenly stood up from the blood pool, fully revived, all the Dragon Soul players around drew their weapons and retreated, keeping their distance from Lu Ming, each staring at him with terrified eyes.
Even Dragon Soul Guan Yu was taken aback. What? Why you? What's going on? Lu Ming looked at Dragon Soul Guan Yu, revealing a chillingly strange smile. Surprised? Exciting, isn't it?
Whoosh! Dragon Soul Guan Yu raised his golden weapon, the Guangong long knife, his gaze burning as he stared at Lu Ming. At that moment, he faced an array master who was a full 28 levels lower than himself. As the warrior of the Great Xia Kingdom, Longhun Guan Yu felt an unprecedented fear, because he knew he had fallen into the trap of the underworld and was doomed to escape. But he didn't understand. You are clearly dead. How on earth are you? It's normal for a simple-minded, physically strong being like you not to understand, Lu Ming said, looking at the shocked Longhun Guan Yu with a casual tone. Moreover, for a dying person, you don't need to understand. You really like to hide in dark corners like a bug, secretly assassinating me, don't you? Today, I'll let you kill to your heart's content. As he spoke, a strong killing intent radiated from Lu Ming's eyes.
In the next moment, whoosh! Countless blood-red barriers shimmering with golden light materialized from all directions. Countless level 3 Deathlords broke through space and appeared in the Nightshade Cemetery.
Instantly, the 100 players of the Longhun team, surrounded by these Deathlords who exuded the aura of hellish messengers, showed expressions of terror. Whoosh! Lu Ming, with his long sword, established a super quadruple formation with a radius of 1900 yards, instantly enveloping the entire Nightshade Cemetery map.
It created a prison, weakening all enemy armor by 7449 points. War Tread enhanced all allies' attack power by 43,126 points. Swift Wind increased all allies' speed by 7184 points. Life Bastion granted all allies a shield of 5,529 points per second. Kill, with a thought from Lu Ming. Around him, aside from the Deathlord who sacrificed himself in place of Lu Ming, the remaining 659 Deathlords raised their swords, burning with fierce flames, and charged towards the players of the Longhun team. The players of the Longhun team grabbed their weapons and fought back, but they soon realized, despite the level difference of up to 28 levels, they were no match for this group of undead. Damn it, these undead deal too much damage. Their damage is even higher than the last time we fought them. And how did their speed become so fast? They were so slow before. Damn, how did my 6,000 plus armor turn to 0? What is this, an SSS level prison? Bastard, I can't hold on anymore. Amidst the cries of despair, the players of the Longhun team fell one by one under the blades of the Deathlords, collapsing into pools of blood. Their armor was reduced to 0 due to the 39-fold enhancement of the prison, making it impossible to withstand the attacks of the Deathlords with over 43,000 attack power. Every hit from the Deathlords was fatal. Moreover, with Lu Ming having learned Swift Wind, the speed of the Undead Legion was no less than that of the Longhun players, erasing their remaining speed advantage. It was not so easy to counterattack the Deathlords. In the chaos, the 100 Longhun players were annihilated in an instant. Seeing the situation turn dire, Longhun Guanyu activated his 5-star account talent, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. For a short time, all attributes received a massive boost, and the damage dealt was converted into his own shield. Whoosh! In a bloodthirsty frenzy state, Longhun Guanyu swung his knife and, with explosive damage, killed 2 blocking Deathlords under his blade. In the next second, Longhun Guanyu charged straight at Lu Ming. Die! With a furious shout, Longhun Guanyu struck Lu Ming's shoulder with his knife. Ding, you have been attacked by player Longhun Guanyu, losing 132,534 health points. You are dead. Watching Lu Ming fall before him, Longhun Guanyu felt a surge of joy in his heart. He thought, although this guy summoned an invincible undead legion, he himself was indeed vulnerable. However, the next second, ding, the talent of rebirth from the ashes has been triggered. Please choose whether to immediately sacrifice the weakest Deathlord to resurrect in place. If not chosen, the system defaults to automatic resurrection after 30 minutes provided there are still Deathlords alive. Resurrect. Ding, you have been resurrected and gain 2 seconds of invincibility. During invincibility, immune to all damage and control effects. With the disappearance of a Deathlord on the field, Lu Ming was resurrected in place. Seeing Lu Ming stand up fully healed, Dragon Soul Guanyu's face suddenly showed a look of shock. How is this possible? In his shock, the unconvinced Dragon Soul Guanyu swung his sword at Lu Ming again, but this time, it actually dealt no damage to Lu Ming at all. In contrast, Lu Ming looked at Dragon Soul Guanyu with indifference. Jester. As soon as the words fell, whoosh, sea-level sword draw 573261. Even in a berserk state, with damage conversion, having stacked over 200,000 shield value, Dragon Soul Guanyu could not withstand Lu Ming's strike at all. In PK mode, his health bar instantly dropped to 1 point. Lu Ming did not directly kill Dragon Soul Guanyu. Instead, he seemed to be deliberately waiting for something. Just at the moment he had severely injured Dragon Soul Guanyu, 4 Deathlords rushed in from the sides, their blades resting against Dragon Soul Guanyu's neck. The blazing flames burning on the blades continuously scorched Dragon Soul Guanyu's face. Dragon Soul Guanyu struggled in pain, but dared not move, because in this state, as long as he made a move, his head would immediately roll. At the same time, in front, Qin Charan approached slowly, holding a sharp blade, filled with killing intent. Dragon Soul Guanyu felt fear. The more someone like Dragon Soul Guanyu appeared brave and fearless on the surface, the more they were afraid of death, especially since he had just earned 300 million in commission. How could he be willing to die here before he even had the chance to enjoy the wealth and glory of his later years? Don't kill me. What do you want, money or something? I can give you anything. Qin Charan's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, her inner hatred and anger had reached a peak. I want your life. As soon as the words fell, whoosh, Qin Charan's figure moved like a ghost, instantly teleporting from dozens of yards away to stand in front of Dragon Soul Guanyu. Just as the blade in her hand was about to fall, Dragon Soul Guanyu suddenly shouted, "Wait, it's not me. The one who wants to deal with you isn't me. I'm just taking money to do a job." As soon as these words were spoken, the dagger in Qin Charan's hand suddenly froze just 0.01 centimeters from Dragon Soul Guanyu's neck. Her murderous gaze fixed on Dragon Soul Guanyu as she coldly said, "Who? Captain of the God Slayer team, Qin Feng." Upon hearing this answer, Qin Charan's heart jolted. "Impossible. You're lying to me." Dragon Soul Guanyu hurriedly explained. The 4 players beside you, all of them were specifically paid by Qin Feng for me to kill, one head for 10 million. And those who joined your team this morning were all sent by Qin Feng for me to kill. I have all the call logs and transfer records between me and Qin Feng for the recent period. If you don't believe me, I can show you. Buzz. Qin Churen's mind suddenly went blank. That heart, which had already been torn apart, felt as if it had been stabbed dozens of times by a sharp blade, completely shattered. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her hands trembled uncontrollably. Seizing the moment, Dragon Soul Guanyu said, "Don't kill me. Keeping me alive is useful to you. I can help you take revenge on Qin Feng. Whoosh!" Before Dragon Soul Guanyu could finish his sentence, Qin Churen decisively slashed his throat. Instantly, a deep gash appeared on Dragon Soul Guanyu's neck. Blood gushed out from the wound on his neck. Dragon Soul Guanyu clutched his neck, his eyes wide open, staring intently at Qin Churen in front of him. The next second, with a thud, he knelt before Qin Churen. Although she had personally killed Dragon Soul Guanyu, however, Qin Churen's heart was not the least bit happy. Instead, her mood became even heavier, because all along, she had thought that the only ones targeting her were the Dragon Soul team. Even though she knew her brother didn't like her, she had never imagined that the person who had been scheming against her all along was her own brother, Qin Feng. Abandoned by the family in an orphanage as a child, only to be retrieved later as a tool for family marriage, was already bad enough. To be plotted against by her own brother was unbearable. Such an experience would be hard for anyone to accept. If it weren't for Lu Ming noticing that Qin Churen was in a bad state and timely supporting her from behind, she would have almost fallen to the ground, feeling suddenly weak all over. "You should log off and rest for a bit. I'll handle things here," Lu Ming said. Qin Churen looked at Lu Ming with tear-filled eyes. At that moment, Lu Ming had become her only support. She didn't speak, just silently nodded. Thus, Lu Ming instructed Lin Yue, "You take her back to the city first." Although Lin Yue didn't have a good impression of Qin Churen, she still felt sorry for her, so she hurried over to take Lu Ming's place, supporting Qin Churen as they headed back to the city under the escort of 100 Deathlords. Only Lu Ming and Ling Wanner were left on the scene. Ling Wanner stood behind Lu Ming, filled with fear. Ultimately, she asked the question buried in her heart, How did you know?" Lu Ming turned around to look at Ling Wanner. "First, only friends can create groups on WeChat. As the second person to join the group, it's clear that the one impersonating me to add you was your friend. Secondly, they are all dead, and you are the only one who is alive, which seems too deliberate. Furthermore, you were too eager to expose your purpose of getting close to me. With so many loopholes, don't try to be clever in front of me." Ling Wanner turned pale with fright. She hurriedly cried out to Lu Ming, "I'm sorry, brother Yu Ming. I know I was wrong. It was that Dragon Soul Guanyu who forced me. He said if I didn't do this, he would kill me and my family. I have already cooperated with you to act and lured him over. Please spare me, I beg you. As long as you let me go, I am willing to do anything you want. Do you know who I hate the most?" Lu Ming stared at Ling Wanner, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. "I hate traitors the most." As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, he drew his sword, 573,261. The full health bar above her head was instantly drained, and Ling Wanner fell into a pool of blood, her face filled with fear and endless regret. Under Lu Ming's mental command, the Undead Legion began to loot the spoils. Lu Ming then approached the corpse of Dragon Soul Guanyu, picking up the pair of leg guards and the long knife that had fallen from him. When he saw the quality of these two pieces of equipment, he couldn't help but feel excited. Pride of the world, flowing light leg guards, level 50 gilded equipment. Shattering the world, Demon Slayer knife, level 50 gilded equipment. I was still thinking about making some money off Dragon Soul Guanyu before dying. Unfortunately, Qin Churen acted too quickly. Fortunately, I still have these two pieces of gilded equipment as compensation, which is not bad. Saying this, Lu Ming immediately listed the flowing light leg guards and the Demon Slayer knife on the trading market for 1.55 million and 1.7 million respectively. The total value of the two pieces of equipment exceeded 3 million RMB, which is no exaggeration. After all, these were gilded equipment, surpassing silver and gold quality. It's worth noting that within the trading market, level 50 and below, even silver equipment is quite rare, and gold equipment is a national treasure. Not to mention level 50 gilded equipment. That is definitely a rare treasure. Meanwhile, the Undead Legion had also finished processing the battlefield. As the elite level 50 members of the Dragon Soul team, their value was far less than that of Dragon Soul Guanyu, but they still guaranteed an average of bronze equipment, with some better ones even having silver equipment. Over 100 Dragon Soul players brought Lu Ming a total of 135 pieces of bronze equipment and 7 pieces of silver equipment as profit. According to market prices,
Lu Ming put all of them on the trading market. Next, he just had to wait for the income to roll in. Once all these items were sold, not only could he pay off the remaining 500,000 debt to Qin Yan, but he could also pay off a large portion of the mortgage to the bank at once. Glancing at the corpse of the dragon-souled Guanyu, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. What a pity, it's a waste of your golden armor. If only you could stand up and let me farm you a few more times. After saying that, Lu Ming refined all the corpses. Leading the undead army, he withdrew from the Nightshade Cemetery. Unbeknownst to him, in a corner, a pair of eyes had been observing the entire situation. Shortly after Lu Ming left, as the Nightshade Cemetery fell into silence, suddenly, a shimmering silver timespace rift tore through the air, materializing. Following that, a figure cloaked in dark robes stepped out from the rift. He walked straight to the spot where the dragon-souled Guanyu's corpse had been refined. He took out a scroll glowing with golden light and crushed it. Waves of golden light fell to the ground, and the body of dragon-souled Guanyu reappeared. On the other side, after Lu Ming left the Nightshade Cemetery, he headed towards the ghostly demon tower. After all, life had to go on, and days had to be lived. The money just donated by the Dragon Soul team was already enough to pay off 60% of the loan, but there was still 40% left. In the second heaven, there was no place that made money faster than the ghostly demon tower. While farming soul stones for money, he could also level up. By the time I pay off the loan, I should be close to level 50, just in time to advance to the third heaven. With Lu Ming's current strength, staying in the second heaven felt like a demotion. Only by stepping into the higher third heaven could he achieve better development. With this in mind, Lu Ming sent a message to Lin Yue, and the two met at the ghostly demon tower to advance to the 8th dimension together. They farmed until noon, then logged off for lunch. In the afternoon, they returned online to continue farming. Under the efficient monster farming mode of the undead army, Lu Ming's experience bar skyrocketed. With Lin Yue's 390% drop rate bonus, the number of soul stones in his backpack also increased rapidly. At 5 in the evening, a wave of golden light fell, and Lu Ming leveled up to 25. Lu Ming put all the soul stones on the trading market. Checking the time, he said to Lin Yue, who was still killing monsters nearby, "Stop farming, log off for dinner, and we can farm again tonight." Lin Yue, using all her strength, killed a skeletal warrior. Happily picking up the copper coins dropped by the skeletal warrior and putting them in her bag, she replied to Lu Ming, "Okay, coming." Just as they exited the ghostly demon tower together, Lu Ming suddenly saw a familiar figure lingering outside the tower, seemingly waiting for him for a long time. But when Qin Churen saw Lu Ming come out of the ghostly demon tower, she hesitated, lowered her head, and hurriedly turned to leave. "Wait," Lu Ming called out to Qin Churen and asked, "Do you need something?" The passers-by around made Qin Churen feel very embarrassed. Knowing that Qin Churen was shy, Lu Ming stepped closer to her. "What's wrong?" Qin Churen looked up at Lu Ming. The next second, she awkwardly glanced away. "Can I come over to find you?" "Forget it." Before Lu Ming could respond, Qin Churen hurriedly turned away. At that moment, Lu Ming looked at Qin Churen's back and blurted out, "You can. Come over here." Qin Churen stopped and turned back. Lu Ming continued, "Where are you on the sea? I'll book you a high-speed train ticket for tonight. Come to Linhai." It's no wonder Qin Churen felt so anxious, wanting to say something but feeling too shy to voice it, because when they had just confirmed their relationship, she had already asked Lu Ming to come to Linhai, but he had refused. Being a reserved girl, Qin Churen would never bring up this topic with Lu Ming again unless it was absolutely necessary. She turned to look at Lu Ming, a bit surprised, and asked, "Aren't you going to ask me why I came to find you?" Lu Ming shrugged it off, saying, "You're my girlfriend. Isn't it normal for you to come find me?" "I know, I should have gone to find you, but I was worried that since we just got together not long ago, moving too fast might make you uncomfortable." Lu Ming was not a typical guy. In his past life, Yi Linger had taught him only how to win a girl's heart. It turned out that Lu Ming's relaxed demeanor indeed made Qin Churen feel very at ease. As soon as Lu Ming said this, all of Qin Churen's inner unease, anxiety, and concerns vanished. She let out a sigh of relief. Not only did she no longer feel awkward, but she also boldly said to Lu Ming, "My WeChat wallet, Alipay, and bank card are all frozen. I'm about to sleep on the street." Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh. "Miss Qin, are you really in such a dire situation?" Qin Churen frowned slightly. "Humph, you're actually laughing at me? So, is it your brother targeting you again?" Qin Churen was already numb to it. "Yeah, who else could it be? In the half year since I returned to the Qin family, I've spent quite a bit of their money, and Qin Feng sued me, demanding I pay him back. I won't pay. Then he found ways to forcibly freeze all my transaction accounts." The extent of Qin Feng's ruthlessness was gradually exceeding Lu Ming's expectations. At this moment, Lu Ming thoughtfully said to Qin Churen, "Did he tell you that the only solution is for you to marry into the Wang family?"
Shin Charan suddenly had a whimsical idea and tentatively asked, "So do you want me to marry Wang Long? If you want to marry him, then go ahead. The decision is in your hands, how could I stop you?" She had only wanted to tease Lu Ming and see his reaction, but upon hearing Lu Ming's response, Shin Charan felt a sudden sense of disappointment. "You fool! Humph, then I'll go marry Wang Long right now." Lu Ming grabbed Shin Charan's wrist. "Do you really want to marry him?" "I don't want to," Shin Charan confessed to Lu Ming. "I don't want to marry that fool." "Then don't marry him," Lu Ming said. "As long as you don't want to, no one can force you." "That's what I said." Shin Charan nodded. Looking at Lu Ming, a glimmer of light sparkled in her eyes. She suddenly tilted her head and looked at Lu Ming, playfully yet affectionately saying, "Zhang Yi, you're actually quite nice." At that moment, the air suddenly fell into silence. Lu Ming was momentarily stunned. "Ha!" Shin Charan felt a bit embarrassed. "You're such a silly goose." Little did she know, at that moment, what Lu Ming was actually thinking was, "What the hell? Who is Zhang Yi? Oh, it seems to be me." Lu Ming almost forgot that he had told Shin Charan his alias. Regaining his composure, Lu Ming said, "Let's head back to the city. I'll book you the next high-speed train ticket." So, the three of them returned to Xinhui City and logged off. Using the location and ID information sent by Shin Charan, Lu Ming booked her a high-speed train for 7:10 p.m. Hainan South Station, Linhai East Station, arriving at 9. "I'll pick you up at the station." Ding dong. Shin Charan replied on WeChat, "No need, I'll just take a taxi to your place." After sending the WeChat message, Shin Charan held her phone, thinking about the upcoming offline meeting with Lu Ming. For some reason, she felt a fluttering sensation in her heart. Meanwhile, Lu Ming was calculating the time. "It's 5:30 now, after dinner, I'll log on just in time for 6, when the Goblin of Ani appears in the black market. First, I'll accept the task from the Goblin, then log off to pick up Shin Charan." With this in mind, while eating the shredded pork and egg noodles that Lin Yue had cooked, Lu Ming instructed her, "We're not going to grind the Phantom Tower tonight. You don't need to log on, and don't wait for me. Get some rest early." Lin Yue didn't say anything, just lowered her head and continued eating her noodles, because she knew that Lu Ming was going to pick up Shin Charan that night. Hiding her inner disappointment, Lin Yue obediently nodded. "Oh, okay." After finishing the noodles, Lu Ming set off alone. Leaving Xinhui City, he headed straight for the black market. 20 minutes later, just as Lu Ming was about to reach the black market, he suddenly received a WeChat message from Qingyan. "Someone in our team spotted that little mage following you in the southern part of Xinhui City, Rose. She was kidnapped by a group of people, and our team is negotiating with the kidnappers, but they clearly stated they want 10 million in ransom to release her. Should I have someone pay the money first? It's crucial to ensure her safety?" Seeing this message, Lu Ming's brows furrowed. "This girl is always getting me into trouble." Lu Ming replied to Qing Yan, "Don't pay them yet. Have the team keep them occupied for a bit. I'll be there right away." After all, 10 million was no small amount. Moreover, Lu Ming had no idea about the situation over there. After replying to Qing Yan, Lu Ming looked up at the black market ahead. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose to turn around and head towards the troll flat following the map's guidance. Meanwhile, in the southern part of Xinhui City, at LV-25 Troll Flat, a robbery and kidnapping was taking place. The one being held captive was none other than our Lin Yue. At this moment, a group of over a dozen fierce-looking players was holding Lin Yue, who had only 1 point of health left, at knife point. Outside, dozens of players from the Tianxian team, led by Qing Yan and Tianxian Eternal, Tianxian Shadow, were trying to negotiate with the kidnappers to buy time. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived. Seeing the scene before him, a murderous intent surged in his eyes. At this moment, Tianxian Eternal looked at the players who had kidnapped Lin Yue and introduced them to Lu Ming. "They are from the Yi Ground Lurkers, a notorious underground force in Yunzhou, specializing in such robberies and kidnappings." "I've heard of this group," Qing Yan said with a frown. "They are said to be ruthless and merciless, with countless hostages torn apart by them." As she spoke, Shang Yan looked at Lu Ming. "We've been negotiating for a long time, but they refuse to budge. We might have to pay them first to ensure her safety." Before Lu Ming could take any action, the group of ground lurkers players immediately noticed him. The leader, a dark-skinned man with only one eye, a level 50 assassin known as One-Eyed Dragon, pressed his sharp dagger against Lin Yue's fair neck and menacingly shouted at Lu Ming, "You better not make any sudden moves, unless you want to see whether your sword is faster or our knife. I recognize you, Yu Ming. I know you have a sword drawing skill that can kill from a distance and summon a legion of the undead, but even if you're fast, it only takes a slight movement for me to kill this girl." Lu Ming's heart sank. It seemed this group had done their homework. They weren't just randomly robbing, they were specifically targeting him. Who knows how long they had been watching Lu Ming before finally seizing the opportunity when Lin Yue was alone. At this moment, Lin Yue's face was pale,
and she began to cry in fear.
Yuming brother, save me.
At this time, One-Eyed Dragon continued to threaten, I know this girl is very important to you.
10 million. As soon as the money arrives, we will release her.
Facing the kidnappers from the ground lurkers, a glint of killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. There were 12 of them, all at level 50, but if Lu Ming wanted to kill them, it would be like stepping on a bunch of ants.
However, he couldn't act, because he indeed wasn't as fast as the players from the ground lurkers. But if he paid the ransom, that would be 10 million. Even if Lu Ming sold his house, he couldn't gather that much money. Just as Lu Ming was weighing his options, a voice suddenly whispered in his ear, Do you need my help? Who is speaking?
As soon as these words were spoken, the players of Tianxian around them shivered. Looking left and right, they found that they could not see the speaker.
It was as if that voice had appeared out of thin air.
At this moment, the voice rang in Lu Ming's ear again, I can help you save her. Lu Ming could clearly feel that the other party was right in front of him,
yet he could not see them.
At that moment, Lu Ming's heart suddenly jolted, and his breathing became rapid.
Even an assassin's invisibility could be sensed.
But now, Lu Ming only knew that they were in front of him, yet he could not perceive even a trace of their presence.
I must ensure her safety.
As soon as Lu Ming's words fell, the voice by his ear vanished. In the next second, a shimmering silver rift in space appeared before the group of Tianxian players. Following that, a mysterious figure cloaked in black stepped out from the rift. The sudden appearance of the black cloak clearly alerted the players of the Foodie gang to the threat.
Damn it! Do you really think I won't dare to tear up the ticket? The leader, the One-Eyed Dragon, glared angrily, and with a roar, he aimed to slash the sharp dagger across Lin Youwei's neck.
Just then, with a thought from the black cloak, time lock, crack. A transparent energy shield with a radius of 50 yards instantly erupted around the group of Foodie gang players. At that moment, time seemed to freeze within the area covered by the energy shield. All the players of the Foodie gang were frozen in place, maintaining a single action, not even blinking.
Except for Lin Youwei. She was the only one unaffected.
Lin Youwei tightly closed her eyes, initially thinking she was doomed. But suddenly sensing the surrounding silence, she opened her eyes to find that everyone holding her hostage was unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, she quickly slipped out from between the blades. Her legs moved as if powered by small motors, swiftly running to hide behind Lu Ming. It was also at this moment that the energy shield shrank and disappeared.
Everything returned to normal.
The players of the Foodie gang could move again, but were shocked to discover the hostage was gone. Turning around, they found that the hostage had somehow already stood behind Lu Ming.
For a moment, the One-Eyed Dragon and his subordinates were dumbfounded. Damn it! What happened? What just occurred? When did she escape? While they were confused, they also realized disaster was imminent.
Looking up at Lu Ming, the players of the Foodie gang showed panic on their faces.
Retreat! Run! Having done their homework, the players of the Foodie gang were very clear about Lu Ming's strength and what level he was at.
Without a hostage in hand, they were just a group of lambs to be slaughtered in front of Lu Ming.
Thus, they turned and ran.
But it was clearly not that easy.
After ensuring Lin Youwei's safety, the murderous intent hidden in Lu Ming's eyes erupted in an instant.
Kill! With a thought from Lu Ming, dozens of summoned Deathlords, under the dual formation of War Trampling and Lightning Speed, surged forward. Accompanied by a series of screams, in an instant, the group of Foodie gang players was effortlessly slaughtered by the Deathlords. At this moment, Lu Ming's attention returned to the figure in the black cloak. He suddenly realized, this person seemed somewhat familiar.
Wait!
Lu Ming finally remembered, isn't he the one who came to me before, claiming that the world would end in 3 years, and that I was the future savior? Forget it, whether he was a fraud or not was no longer important. What mattered was, he had indeed helped him a lot this time. So, Lu Ming said, thank you, whatever reward you want, just ask. The black cloak turned around, facing Lu Ming, and said in a deep voice, no need for a reward, but I have one condition. I need you to cooperate with me. Before Lu Ming could respond, he continued, you don't need to rush to agree or refuse.
Time will tell me your answer.
After saying that, whoosh, a spatial rift appeared in front of the figure in the black cloak. In the next second, he stepped into the rift and vanished.
The players of Tianxian looked around in astonishment. What the hell?
Where did he go?
What kind of skill is this? Spatial teleportation?
In an instant, the identity of the figure in the black cloak drew the attention of everyone present.
In the Tianyuan world, even a return scroll has a mandatory guidance time of 10 seconds.
His instant teleportation that ignores distance has clearly broken the norm, Xingyan analyzed while carefully checking online information.
And the spatial confinement ability he just used, there are no records of such skills or talents in history. Tianxian's shadow said with a face full of astonishment, I couldn't even detect his information with my reconnaissance skill. Is this guy a player or an NPC? Tianxian Eternal's eyes glimmered slightly. His reaction was just like when he first saw Lu Ming. This person is extraordinary. We must find a way to recruit him into our Tianxian team. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a sense of doubt. Could it be that what he said earlier was true? There was no time to think further because Lu Ming had something more important at hand. Looking at the time, he realized it was already 6:30. Only half an hour left. The goblin is about to leave the black market. I need to hurry over. Thanks to the Tianxian people who encountered him and informed Lu Ming. After expressing his gratitude to Qing Yan and the others, Lu Ming hurriedly left with Lin Yue. On the way to the black market, Lu Ming's expression was dark. Lin Yue knew she had caused trouble and made Lu Ming unhappy. Brother Yu Ming. Lin Yue was just about to apologize. Lu Ming suddenly turned around and glared at her, shouting, Did I not tell you to stay offline? Why didn't you listen? Why did you have to run out alone? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Lin Yue quickly explained, I just wanted to farm some more copper coins, save up some money. Sorry, Brother Yu Ming, I was wrong. I won't go out alone again. I'll listen to you from now on. Please don't be angry. Money. You would risk your life for money, huh? Lu Ming shouted at Lin Yue. What if I had to spend 10 million to redeem you just now? Have you ever earned 10 million in your life? Lin Yue, who had never seen Lu Ming so furious, was frightened. She clutched her clothes tightly, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Lu Ming wanted to continue scolding her, but seeing Lin Yue looking so wronged, it seemed that if he scolded her a bit more, her heart would break. He held back. Forget it. Just don't run around next time. I can't guarantee I'll be there to protect you every time you encounter danger. When Lin Yue realized that Lu Ming was so angry just because he was worried about her safety, she nodded vigorously and said, I won't run around anymore. Lu Ming stopped talking and turned to continue heading to the black market. Lin Yue wiped her tears and silently followed Lu Ming. When they arrived at the black market, the time was frozen at 6:50. Only 10 minutes remained before the goblin Avani would leave the black market. Lu Ming quickly passed the asset verification and entered the black market. As soon as he stepped into the primary black market, he indeed saw the little goblin with a pair of large ears, green skin, and a height of only 1 meter in the crowd. Above its head was a line of red ID, Goblin Avani, LV50 Golden Boss. Decades ago, when this goblin first brought a golden scroll to the black market, it was like a national treasure, surrounded by a group of players all day long. Until later, players discovered that no matter who tried to talk to him, he wouldn't respond, and no one could obtain the golden scroll from him. Gradually, players began to lose interest in the goblin. At this moment, the surrounding players seemed to ignore the goblin, each busy with their own affairs. Avani wandered aimlessly through the black market as usual, occasionally looking up to use the golden divine eye to scrutinize the players passing by. Lu Ming couldn't wait to approach the goblin Avani and squatted down. The players around them couldn't help but mock Lu Ming. Another greenhorn wanting to buy a scroll. Don't waste your effort, buddy, this goblin won't talk to you. Lu Ming remained unfazed. It had been the same in his previous life. Avani ignored everyone, but when Lu Ming sought him out, he responded and even assigned Lu Ming a bounty task. So this time, Lu Ming was confident he could pry open the goblin Avani's mouth. He greeted, "Hello, little N.I." To his surprise, after examining Lu Ming with the golden divine eye, Avani ignored him and walked straight past. Accompanied by a burst of laughter, Lu Ming was instantly petrified. He tried several more times, but Avani continued to disregard him. Something's off. What's going on? Could it be that he doesn't recognize me because I changed my identity? Just as Lu Ming was puzzled, Lin Yue, bending down, blinked her big, watery eyes at Avani and softly greeted him, "Hello." Lu Ming glanced at the innocent Lin Yue and shook his head. The next second, Avani looked at Lin Yue with the golden divine eye and said, "Hello, my destined daughter." What? Seeing the goblin Avani actually respond to Lin Yue shocked not only Lu Ming but all the players around who noticed this scene. Damn! Who told me this goblin wouldn't talk? Isn't he talking now? What the hell? I said I wanted to introduce my distant cousin to this goblin as a girlfriend, and he ignored me. Why is that? Although Lu Ming didn't understand the principle behind it, he saw that there were only a few minutes left before the goblin would leave the black market. He quickly instructed Lin Yue, "Keep talking to him, get him to give you a task." Lin Yue nodded. The next second, she asked Avani, "Can you give me a task?" Good. So direct. Lu Ming liked Lin Yue's straightforwardness. However, Avani pretended to be confused, saying, "What task? I don't have any tasks here." Lin Yue looked up at Lu Ming and reported back like a robot, "Brother Yu Ming, he says he has no tasks." I heard that. Lu Ming was somewhat astonished. The trigger mechanism is clearly the same. He remembered that in his previous life, when he faced the goblin Avani, his first words were also, "Hello, destined child." After a conversation, Lu Ming received a bounty task from him. He even remembered that the name of that bounty task was Avenger, Path of Nirvana. The task was to help Avani complete a revenge plan for the annihilation of his race. Lu Ming got straight to the point and said to Avani, "I can help you avenge the annihilation of your race." Unexpectedly, Avani ignored Lu Ming entirely. His focus was clearly only on Lin Yue. Moreover, no matter how Lin Yue tried to extract information according to Lu Ming's suggestions, she couldn't get any task from Avani. Could it be that this task is already gone? Just as Lu Ming was at a loss, he suddenly noticed a detail. The golden scroll Avani carried with him was emitting a golden glow that had noticeably dimmed. At that moment, Lu Ming realized the task Avani had was not gone, but had already been taken by someone else. Because in his previous life, Lu Ming had attempted this task dozens of times. He clearly remembered, every time he accepted the task, the golden glow of the scroll on Avani would dissipate. Lu Ming carefully observed the scroll on Avani again. It was indeed the scroll of divine sealing, no doubt about it. Fortunately, as long as the scroll is still with Avani, it means that the person who accepted the quest has not yet completed it. So, they waited until 7 o'clock, and Avani disappeared from the black market without seeing that player return to turn in the quest. Lu Ming then left the black market with Lin Yue. Why can Lin Yue also trigger the opportunity on the goblin? Who exactly is the person accepting the quest? Lu Ming's mind was filled with doubts, but at the same time, he was also firm in one thought. The scroll of God must not fall into anyone else's hands. Compared to this scroll that could elevate a player's account qualification to 10 stars, the value it could bring to him was immense. What Lu Ming cared about more was, once this scroll fell into the hands of someone with ill intentions, it could pose a threat to him and even the entire world in the future. It is well known that for 100 years since the descent of Tianyuan, the reason the world's order has remained intact is because the ambitions of players are bound by their strength. It should be noted that, apart from Lu Ming, the strongest player account qualification in the current world is only 6 stars, and such strong players are few and far between. Someone like Longhun Guanyu, a 5-star account and a gold medal professional powerhouse in the national server, is indeed strong enough to easily defeat players at levels 70 or 80 with just level 50. But in front of Lu Ming, who holds a 10-star account, he is nothing. Looking at the world, such people cannot stir up any waves. It is precisely because Lu Ming obtained the world's first 10-star account that he understands how outrageous the strength of a 10-star account is. Right now, it's just that my level is low. With the strength of the 3 major talents of my account, once I reach level 200, I could probably stand against a nation alone. It is easy to imagine that if a player at level 2 or 300 were to use the Scroll of God, the power they could gain would be enough to destroy the world. Therefore, no matter what, Lu Ming must personally control the second Scroll of God in this world. Lu Ming has already thought of a strategy. Based on my previous experience executing this task, if the task fails midway, it will automatically refresh. Even if one is strong enough to complete the task, they must return to the black market to submit it to the goblin. Next, I just need to guard the black market every night from 6 to 7 o'clock, wait for the task to refresh, or for that person to appear, and then directly kill him to seize the task. A cold glint emanated from Lu Ming's eyes. His experiences in his past life taught him a survival rule. If one does not act for oneself, heaven and earth will punish them. Just then, Shin Charan sent a WeChat message, "Silly, I'm on the high-speed train." "Okay," Lu Ming replied, "be careful." Shin Charan chuckled. "What a silly person, how can I be careful on the high-speed train?" Lu Ming, Shin Charan, what are you doing? Lu Ming, hanging out at the black market. I'll pick you up at the station before 9. This time, Shin Charan did not refuse. Okay, see you later. Lu Ming had already calculated. The community he lived in was not far from Linhai East Station, and the subway would take just over 10 minutes to reach. Seeing that it was still early, Lu Ming took Lin Yue to the ghostly magic tower. He wouldn't miss any opportunity to level up and earn money. After all, soon he would have 2 women to support. At 8:30 in the evening, Lu Ming and Lin Yue returned to the city and logged off on time. Leaving Lin Yue at home, Lu Ming went out. The apartment Lu Ming bought could be considered a prime location. Exiting the east gate of the community, he was at the subway station. Perhaps because it was Friday, there were particularly many people on the subway tonight, with every carriage packed to the brim. Lu Ming felt like a sandwich, being jostled around by the crowd. At that moment, his desire to buy a car reached its peak. He stood all the way to Linhai East Station. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, at a little past 9, a large group of people from the same train poured into the waiting hall. And among the crowd, Lu Ming spotted Shin Charan at a glance.
he saw her pushing a large black suitcase. With her sleek, jet-black bob held up by a simple white clip, she exuded a minimalist elegance that was far from gaudy. Her cold, clear eyes and porcelain-like complexion stood out. Exposed between her black coat and over-the-knee socks were her round, snow-white legs, which surely drew the envy of many onlookers. Such a fresh and refined beauty was hard to miss in a crowd. It was nearly impossible not to notice her at first glance. Fool! At the moment Qin Charan greeted and smiled at Lu Ming, how many hearts shattered, casting envious glances at him. Lu Ming took the suitcase from Qin Charan's hands. Glancing at her even more delicately featured face, he pondered aloud, "Did you adjust your character's appearance in the game?" "Yeah, I thought if I made myself look uglier, the Wang family wouldn't want to marry into my family," Qin Charan sighed, saying, "Do you think I'm foolish?" Lu Ming exclaimed, "Goodness." It was well known that players entering the abyss for the first time had a chance to adjust their appearance by up to 20%. While others were eager to look better, Qin Charan had chosen to make herself uglier. Even more absurdly, even after a 20% reduction, her appearance in the abyss still overshadowed those female players who had increased their looks by 20%. Nowadays, people didn't like to carry cash. Realizing that Qin Charan's WeChat and Alipay accounts were frozen, Lu Ming guessed she probably hadn't had dinner yet. After leaving the station and looking around, he said, "There are no restaurants nearby, let's go home first, and then we can eat at the mall across the street." As expected, Qin Charan didn't refuse. Okay. So, Lu Ming took Qin Charan on the subway. To his surprise, the train was even more crowded on the way back than when he had arrived. Lu Ming braced himself against the train's wall, barely managing to create a small space for Qin Charan to avoid being squeezed. Just then, he suddenly remembered something. Wait, why am I taking the subway when I could just take a taxi? Having lived a hard life in his past life, Lu Ming almost forgot that he was now considered a wealthy man. Just as he was thinking this, the train stopped suddenly, and he was hit by a terrifying force from behind, causing him to lose his balance and fall directly onto Qin Charan. Instantly, he felt the softness of her body and a faint fragrance wafting towards him, making his face flush. He awkwardly tried to get up but found he couldn't push against the 300-pound woman behind him. Even with Qin Charan's help, it was futile. Finally, the two of them gave up. In that limited space, Lu Ming and Qin Charan were pressed closely against each other, feeling each other's breaths and heartbeats clearly. Especially for Lu Ming, he could deeply sense a softness against his chest. Qin Charan's fair face was visibly flushed. At that moment, the air was thick with ambiguity and awkwardness. To ease the tension, Lu Ming said, "You're really soft." It was better when he didn't speak. Once he did, it became even more awkward. Finally, they reached their stop and got off. "This neighborhood looks quite upscale. The rent here must not be cheap, right?" At the entrance of the Jiangshan Wanli community, Qin Charan gazed at the bustling area and remarked. Clearly, she thought Lu Ming couldn't afford to buy a place here, so he must be renting. Lu Ming didn't explain, simply responding, "It is quite expensive." At that moment, a few young people entered the community. As they passed through facial recognition, the access prompt was, "Welcome." But when Lu Ming scanned his face, the prompt read, "Dear owner, welcome home." This high-end voice prompt made the girls walking in front turn back to glance at Lu Ming. Qin Charan was also astonished. "You are the owner?" Lu Ming smiled lightly and said, "Yes, I bought the house, it's not rented." In Lu Ming's eyes, this apartment was purchased for 6.48 million. At this moment, the value of 6.47 million was already evident. Qin Charan smiled and said, "I didn't expect that. Despite your shabby appearance, your conditions are quite good." Lu Ming chuckled and replied, "I have to thank you. This house has the 400,000 you sponsored." Qin Charan was taken aback and suddenly remembered that a few days ago, she had spent 10 times the price, 400,000 yuan, to buy a soul stone worth only 40,000 yuan from Lu Ming. "So you were eager to make money back then to buy a house?" Qin Charan, realizing this too late, said with some regret, "If I had known, I should have given you 4 million. After all, it was Qin Feng's money." Lu Ming glanced at Qin Charan and said, "If you had moved a bit slower this morning at the Nightshade Cemetery, we would have already surpassed 1 billion in assets." Qin Charan stuck out her tongue and said with a hint of guilt, "When I saw the dragon sold Guan Yu, I was so angry that I didn't consider this issue. If only he could be resurrected. First, get his money back, then I'll kill him again." A glimmer shone in Qin Charan's cold, beautiful eyes. After going upstairs, Qin Charan chose the room next to Lu Ming's. Lin Yue helped tidy up a bit. Soon after, the three of them went to the 4th floor of Wanda Plaza across the community to eat Heidileo. For Qin Charan, it was dinner. For Lu Ming and Lin Yue, it was a late-night snack. Once she took off her loose coat, the tight black tank top outlined Qin Charan's perfect figure. Accidentally catching sight of Qin Charan's prominent chest, Lin Yue instinctively looked down at her own flat chest, feeling a wave of inferiority. "What are your plans next?" As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking,
Qin Charon's eyes sparkled with confidence. Anything that can't defeat me will only make me stronger. The more Qin Feng wants to see me fail, the more I have to prove him wrong. Seeing Qin Charon's attitude, Lu Ming felt reassured. To stabilize Qin Charon's mindset, Lu Ming painted a grand vision for her. I will always be your strongest support. Just then, Qin Charon suddenly gazed deeply at Lu Ming and asked a question that left him at a loss for words. Why are you so good to me? Lu Ming hesitated for a moment and said, of course, because you are my girlfriend. Qin Charon didn't say anything more, just smiled gently. After dinner, they returned to the community. They agreed to meet the next morning to brush the Soul Demon Tower, and the three of them went back to their respective rooms. Late at night, when Lu Ming finished showering and lay down in bed, he suddenly sensed a figure slipping into the bedroom. The next second, Lu Ming's hand, which had just placed on the bedside lamp switch, was stopped by a delicate, smooth jade hand. In the darkness, a soft, fragrant body was straddling Lu Ming. Thank you for avenging Along and the others, she said softly. I give myself to you. Hearing Qin Charon's gentle words, Lu Ming's blood surged, and he flipped her over, pinning her beneath him. But he didn't rush into the next move, as if testing Qin Charon. In the dark, Lu Ming quietly felt Qin Charon's rapid breathing and the slight trembling of her body caused by excessive tension and fear. Despite this, Qin Charon showed no resistance physically. In Lu Ming's eyes, she seemed like a lamb ready for slaughter. Just as Qin Charon tightly closed her eyes, prepared to give her first time to Lu Ming, he suddenly released her and got up to turn on the light. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he said to Qin Charon, I'm your boyfriend, it's only natural to do these things. You don't need to make such a big sacrifice out of gratitude. Qin Charon lay quietly on the bed, looking at Lu Ming with a somewhat incredulous expression. I can tell you don't really like me, but doesn't it say in books that even men are willing to have physical relations with women they don't like? Qin Charon truly was a clever person. She knew that Lu Ming was with her possibly because of a fleeting novelty. Perhaps it was simply because he found her somewhat attractive, or maybe it was because he saw her as the eldest daughter of the Qin family, and conquering her would give him a sense of achievement. But it could never be because he liked her. Therefore, in Qin Charon's eyes, Lu Ming's actions were merely to obtain her body. After all, it was said in books that men are creatures who think with their lower bodies. Qin Charon thought Lu Ming hesitated because he was worried she would cling to him because of this matter. So she said to Lu Ming, don't worry, I won't hold you responsible. She thought that by saying this, Lu Ming would have no more worries. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming still maintained his stance. Let's wait until you're ready. Qin Charon was momentarily stunned. Could it be that she had misjudged him? Lu Ming's reluctance to engage with her was merely because he didn't want to take advantage of her? Qin Charon found it increasingly difficult to understand Lu Ming. She stood up and tidied her somewhat disheveled clothes. I'm sorry, I was too forward. After saying this, Qin Charon fled Lu Ming's bedroom like a little rabbit that had stolen a bite. Just as Qin Charon left, Lu Ming couldn't help but let out a deep sigh of relief. After all, he was a normal man. How could he not be interested in a beautiful body, especially one like Qin Charon's? Just now, if Qin Charon had stayed even a second longer, Lu Ming would have been unable to resist taking her. But Lu Ming knew very well that tonight was actually a trap set by Qin Charon. Once he truly engaged with her, all the goodwill and trust he had built up with her would be destroyed in an instant. It would confirm Qin Charon's suspicion that Lu Ming was indeed approaching her for her body. In that case, Lu Ming would have enjoyed himself tonight, but it would be nearly impossible to make Qin Charon develop feelings for him again afterward. What Lu Ming wanted was Qin Charon's heart, because only by making her truly like him could he later use her to take revenge on Qin Feng and Yi Linger. It's a trap. It's all a damn trap. Lu Ming downed a large glass of water from the bedside table in one go, finally suppressing the restlessness within him. Just then, the door creaked open. Qin Charon actually came back, but this time, she was wearing a very conservative set of pajamas, completely devoid of the sexy and ambiguous atmosphere from before. She stood at the door, peeking her head in, and cautiously asked Lu Ming, can I borrow your computer to log into Tianyuan? My computer accidentally broke on the way here. Lu Ming glanced at the clock. It was already 11 at night. He said, it's so late, you should rest early today. It's not too late to level up tomorrow. It's not just for leveling up, Qin Charon said. I pulled in an investor who agreed to invest 10 million. He's in Modu, but he has a son who happens to be in navigation, also in Xinghua City. Just now, his son messaged me to arrange an online meeting to discuss the investment. It seemed that, just as Qin Charon said, anything that doesn't kill her only makes her stronger. Even if Qin Feng sent people to kill her closest companions, Xinglong, Xuanwu, Baihu, and Zhu Ke, destroyed the team she had worked so hard to build, stopped her credit card, frozen all her accounts. Even with all of Qin Feng's obstacles, Qin Churen remained unyielding. Lu Ming felt a genuine admiration for Qin Churen's indomitable spirit. So, Lu Ming asked, "Do you want me to accompany you?" Qin Churen seemed to be waiting for Lu Ming to speak. She smiled brightly, "Yes." Whoosh, whoosh, 2 beams of white light fell. Lu Ming and Qin Churen appeared one after the other in Xinghui City. At 11 at night, the city was still bustling with crowds, lively and extraordinary. Lu Ming glanced at the energetic Qin Churen beside him and asked, "Do you stay up late every day?" "Occasionally." Qin Churen said, "There will be 1 or 2 days in a week when I won't stay up late." "Good. What a rare occasion to not stay up late. Isn't it that you occasionally don't stay up?" "I have nothing left." The originally oppressive words were spoken by Qin Churen with a sense of relief. "So, shouldn't I work a bit harder?" "You are not without anything." Lu Ming looked at Qin Churen and said, "You still have me." It was clear that Mr. Lu was really trying hard to win Miss Qin's heart. Qin Churen smiled sweetly. "Yes, now I have you." At that moment, Lu Ming looked around and asked, "Where is that person?" "He said he was leveling up in the wild and asked me to find him." Qin Churen seemed to see the helplessness in Lu Ming's eyes and said, "There's nothing to be done, he is an investor." After a pause, Qin Churen continued to Lu Ming, "Otherwise, you don't have to accompany me, you can log off and rest early. This person's father has had dealings with Along and the others, I know him. His father is a good man. It's fine for me to go alone, you don't need to worry. By the way, send me your card number, I'll pull in the investment later and have him transfer the money directly to your card. My card is frozen." Lu Ming teasingly said to Qin Churen, 10 million, just transfer it to my card directly. "Aren't you afraid I'll swallow your money?" Unexpectedly, Qin Churen was not worried at all and playfully replied, "You wouldn't even swallow me, so how could you swallow my money?" Lu Ming nodded and said, "Alright, then you go." Qin Churen looked up at Lu Ming and said eagerly, "You really won't go?" Lu Ming replied lightly, "Didn't you tell me not to go? Fine, then I'm leaving." After taking a couple of steps, she turned back to see that Lu Ming had actually logged off. Qin Churen frowned. "Humph, what a fool." Thus, Qin Churen had no choice but to leave the city alone. Following the map's guidance, after about 10 minutes, she arrived at the level 38 wild area map in the eastern part of Starshine City, the Bone-Eating Spire. Looking around, she saw a group of players around level 36, teaming up to hunt the level 38 monsters scattered between the watchtowers, the Bone Sentinels. At this moment, that group of players also noticed Qin Churen. "Young Master Hui, Miss Qin Churen is here." As a level 35 green-armored warrior underling, Brilliant Rise, finished speaking, a young level 36 archer, Brilliant Years, who looked to be in his early 20s, shot and killed a low-health Bone Sentinel. Turning around and seeing Qin Churen, he was instantly filled with fervor and excitement. Qin Churen walked over and smiled to greet Brilliant Years. "Young Master Hui, long time no see." Brilliant Years, with his sparkling eyes, couldn't wait to skin Qin Churen from head to toe. Then he smiled and said, "Long time no see, Ranon, you are still as stunning as ever." Qin Churen felt uncomfortable under Brilliant Years' gaze, but since he was an investor, she couldn't say anything and could only smile awkwardly. "You're too kind, young Master Hui." After looking Qin Churen up and down, Brilliant Years got straight to the point. "I won't beat around the bush, let's speak frankly. I'll add 10 million on top of what you have, and I'll pull in 20 million for you." Hearing this, Qin Churen hadn't even had time to feel happy when Brilliant Years continued with a squint and a grin. "However, I have one request. I want you to be my girlfriend." Qin Churen frowned slightly and bluntly told Brilliant Years, "Sorry, young Master Hui, I can't agree to that request because I already have a boyfriend." Brilliant Years, however, was unconvinced. With a faint smile, he said, "I've heard, it seems he's a level 20-something formation master?" Brilliant Years shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. "Miss Qin, even if you've been kicked out by your brother, you shouldn't settle for that kind of third-rate character, right? What can he offer you? My dad is at least a prominent figure in the Magic City, and our Li family has assets exceeding 100 billion. We are well matched with your Qin family. Following me is not a loss." Qin Churen firmly asserted her stance. "Aside from this condition, I can agree to everything else." Brilliant Years snorted coldly, "Then let's not talk." Although he urgently needed the money, Qin Churen would never betray Lu Ming. "Then I'll take my leave." Without another word, Qin Churen turned to leave. However, her righteous attitude immediately provoked Brilliant Years. "I've always gotten what I wanted. There's nothing I can't have. Qin Churen, I've got you." As he spoke, Brilliant Years signaled to a younger brother beside him. The younger brother understood immediately and opened a WeChat chat box, typing away. On the other side, as Qin Churen prepared to leave the bone-biting spire,
she was contemplating where to find another investor. Suddenly, a group of shadows sprang out from the surrounding darkness. "Hey, beautiful, all alone? Want to play some games with us?" The predatory eyes of the players roamed over Qin Shuren without restraint. Just then, a mocking voice came from behind her. "Miss Qin, if you need my help, just say the word. Call me hubby and I'll help you deal with them, how about that?" Qin Shuren's eyes turned cold as she scanned the group around her, all players between levels 35 and 40, clearly not good people. Although these individuals seemed unrelated to Brilliant Years on the surface, Qin Shuren could tell at a glance that they were sent by him. She ignored Brilliant Years. With a swift motion, she drew her sword, signaling her attitude and stance. Seeing this, Brilliant Years' expression darkened. "You're asking for trouble. Qin Shuren, you better not be crying and begging me later." As he spoke, the group of players approached Qin Shuren with arrogant smiles. Qin Shuren gripped her dagger tightly, ready for battle. Just then, a figure approached from the front. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Shuren's furrowed brow relaxed, and her heart lifted. This fool, didn't he say he wouldn't come? At that moment, the group of players noticed Qin Shuren's expression and seemed to sense something. Following her gaze, they spotted Lu Ming walking towards them. When they realized he was just a level 25 array master, the expressions of the players, averaging levels 37 to 38, turned even more mocking. Brilliant Years also snorted disdainfully. "You turned down my offer for this little brat? Qin Shuren, I really don't know what you're thinking." Earlier, the leading level 38 black-robed summoner, Emperor Shirtian, looked at Lu Ming and sneered. "Kid, your girlfriend is borrowing from us for a night. If you don't want trouble, then..." With a swift motion, before Emperor Shirtian could finish his sentence, Lu Ming quietly drew his sword from behind his back. A sharp sword shadow flashed through Emperor Shirtian. 575,698. A level 38 four-turn summoner, with health barely reaching 50 to 60,000. Lu Ming's damage, enough to kill Emperor Shirtian 10 times over, instantly took him down. Thud! As Emperor Shirtian fell to the ground, the smiles on the faces of the surrounding players froze, and they looked at Lu Ming in terror. What damage? They had thought he was just a level 25 support array master, someone they could easily bully. They never expected to encounter a tough opponent. Coming to their senses, the players scattered in an instant. Run! At that moment, a glint of killing intent appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. At Lu Ming's summons, a full 750 third-tier Deathlords broke through space, appearing from all directions. The entire bone-devouring tower map had become the territory of the undead army. Such a terrifying display left the players of It Glorious in shock. Looking at the Deathlords around them, who resembled messengers from hell, clad in blood armor with capes, their eyes bursting with bloodlight, and exuding the breath of death, the members of Glorious Years and their dozens of followers turned pale, not daring to make a sound. What are these things? Did that guy summon all these undead? Kill! With a thought from Lu Ming, the nearby Deathlords simultaneously activated Soul Shatter, instantly annihilating those few scattered players. Lu Ming's killing intent did not cease. Just as he was about to issue orders to the undead army to take care of Glorious Years and the others, Qin Shuren suddenly stopped him, saying, "Can you do me a favor and let them go?" Lu Ming coldly replied, "They want to harm you, so I will kill them." Such a casually spoken sentence gave Qin Shuren a strong sense of security. But her thoughts were crystal clear. His father is a good man, who once helped along and the others. To me, he is a benefactor. Moreover, his father knows that his son is discussing matters with me tonight. If anything happens to his son, he will definitely suspect me, and the Li family is also a prominent family in Magic City. Having one more enemy is not as good as having one more ally. We can take this opportunity to give him a favor. As she spoke, Qin Shuren walked towards Glorious Years. With her arms crossed, she asked him, "Is my boyfriend a third rate?" No. First rate. Absolutely first rate. I'm the third rate. Glorious Years turned pale with fear, worried that he might end up like those people in front of him, with a fate worse than death. Then, about the investment? Without needing Qin Shuren to finish her sentence, Glorious Years trembled as he opened the operation page, stammering, "Why you send me your bank card number, and I'll invest 10 million for you right away." "No, 20 million. Qin Shuren smiled sweetly. "Thank you, young Master Hui. Don't worry, we'll set the contract. I'll return the principal plus 15% interest within 2 years. After saying this, Qin Shuren sent Lu Ming's card number to Glorious Years via WeChat. She then turned and left the bone-devouring tower with Lu Ming. As the undead army followed Lu Ming and retreated from the bone-devouring tower, the players from Glorious couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Damn, that was close. I almost went to meet my great-grandmother. What was that strange master? Why was it so terrifying? I said, how could Qin Shuren, the sister of the captain of the 7th team of the Great Xia National Server, be with such a poor-looking guy? I really underestimated people. Glorious Years looked at Qin Churen's departing figure, feeling unwilling.
What does that guy have besides strength? Does he have more money than me? Qin Churen, why can't you look at me for once? Just as Glorious Years felt discontent, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Do you want to have her? Let me lend you a hand. Glorious Years turned around to see a shadow quietly standing in the darkness. He looked the figure up and down and asked, "Who are you? How can you help me?"
The shadow said in a deep voice, "I can make her kneel before you, at your command." Upon hearing this, Glorious Years imagined that scene, and his heart surged with heat and excitement.
Okay, as long as you can help me get Qin Churen, no matter what you want, I can give it to you.
The shadow continued, "Then, you should pay me a part of the deposit first."
In a moment of impulsiveness, Glorious Years didn't question the other party at all and asked, "How much do you want?" "I don't want money." "Then what do you want?" Glorious Years asked. "I want your hatred." As soon as the voice fell, a loud crash. The shadow suddenly revealed a long knife in hand, striking heavily against the ground. In the next second, a powerful arc of blade light pierced straight through the group of brilliant players in front. Minus 52,365. Minus 51,369. Minus 50,992.
In an instant, apart from the selected protection target, the rest of the brilliant players present were all killed in an instant. The only survivor, the Brilliant Years, fell to the ground in shock, staring at the shadow.
What do you want?"
The shadow fixed its gaze on the terrified Brilliant Years, speaking in a sinister tone. "I told you, this is a deposit.
Next, do as I instruct, and I can help you get what you want."
As it spoke, the shadow waved its hand to open a status panel. The panel displayed, account 329917 ****, account qualification, account talent, bloodthirsty frenzy, increases all attributes by 100% and converts 50% of damage dealt into a shield, lasting 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds, account ban power of revenge, as the price to be paid for rebirth through the power of the god of revenge. You will be subjected to hatred suppression from the deity. You must eliminate all hatred points held by the character before the ban time expires, or you will face account ban and character death penalties. Current character hatred points 995, 3258. Each kill of a monster at or above your level can eliminate one hatred point. Killing any level elite monster multiplies by 10. Killing a boss multiplies by 100, killing a player multiplies by 1,000, account ban time, 18-24 days. On the other side, on the way back to the city, Lu Ming looked at Qin Churen with new respect. "You've learned to be smart this time, knowing to prioritize the big picture and not acting impulsively." Qin Churen felt a bit ashamed. "I was blinded by hatred before, acted too quickly. Otherwise, if I had gotten the money from the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, I could have directly pulled investment from you." After a pause, Qin Churen confidently continued, "I've scouted a few studios. Once this money arrives, I'll go recruit them." Lu Ming reminded, "With your brother's temperament, even if the first Dragon Soul Guan Yu is dead, there will still be a second and a third Dragon Soul Guan Yu."
"I know."
Qin Churen not only showed no anxiety but instead had a confident gleam in her eyes. "I won't give up." After returning to the city, the two logged off. Late at night, Lin Yue went to the living room to get some water. When she heard the sound of the door, she turned around and saw Qin Churen coming out of Lu Ming's room in her pajamas. Instantly, she froze. Qin Churen saw Lin Yue and greeted her openly. "Sister Lin, you're still awake so late?"
In contrast, Lin Yue appeared somewhat flustered.
I'm thirsty, just getting some water, get some rest early, good night." After saying that, Qin Churen pushed the door into her own room. Lin Yue stood by the table, her gaze fixed on the floor, her left hand holding the cup and drinking water, while her right hand unconsciously fidgeted with the table edge. Her mind was in chaos. For some reason, she felt an indescribable discomfort. As if she had lost her heart, Lin Yue returned to her room and lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She didn't know when she finally fell into a hazy sleep. The morning sunlight spilled into the living room. The three gathered around the dining table, drinking soy milk and eating buns.
Lu Ming asked Qin Churen, "What are your plans for today?"
"The investment from Li Hui hasn't arrived yet, so I can't proceed with my plans for now." Qin Churen sipped her soy milk and asked Lu Ming in return, "What actions do you have?" "I'll follow you first."
"Sure," Lu Ming said, "we'll go to a place later."
Right now, what Lu Ming was most concerned about was how to find the person who had taken the quest from the Goblin of Ani. The previous plan was to wait for the rabbit, lurking in the black market until the other party appeared. But last night, while lying in bed trying to sleep, Lu Ming suddenly had a better idea. Having completed this task in his previous life, Lu Ming knew the content and location of the mission.
It's faster to go directly to the mission map to find him.
With this thought, after finishing the buns, Qin Churen returned to the room with Lu Ming.
Seeing Qin Churen enter Lu Ming's room, Lin Yue looked stunned. After a while, she silently returned to her own room.
Inside, Lu Ming sat down at the computer desk and turned on the computer. He turned to Qin Churen, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, and said, "I'll buy you a new computer, it'll be more convenient to log into the game."
"No need, I really need to save money right now."
"I don't even have enough to treat you to a meal," Qin Churen said somewhat awkwardly. "I've already sent my computer for repairs, it should be fixed in a day or two." Knowing that Qin Churen was very strong-willed and didn't like to owe others, Lu Ming didn't say much more. The two logged into Tianyuan one after the other.
Moments later, the three met in Starshine City. Relying on his memory, after leaving the city, they headed north towards Starshine City. "Where are we going?" Qin Churen asked curiously along the way. Lu Ming replied, "You'll know when we get there." As he spoke, Lu Ming suddenly furrowed his brow. As if sensing something, he quickly led Qin Churen and Lin Yue into a thicket by the roadside. Just as the two girls were puzzled, a large group of players hurriedly passed in front of the thicket. To Qin Churen's astonishment, they were actually players from the Dragon Soul team. There were probably over 100 of them, all between levels 45 to 50. Moreover, Qin Churen recognized at a glance, some of them are former subordinates of Dragon Soul's Guan Yu. Whenever Lu Ming went out into the wild, he had a habit of having a few Deathlords keep watch around him. Just now, he had detected the group of Dragon Soul players coming through the vision shared by the Deathlords watching from behind. Once the Dragon Soul team players hurried away, the three of them quietly followed. Or rather, it wasn't following. Since Dragon Soul's Guan Yu was dead, as long as the Dragon Soul team didn't actively seek trouble, Lu Ming no longer needed to waste energy on them. It just so happened that their direction aligned with Lu Ming's. The players from the Dragon Soul team arrived at a valley. Deep within the tranquil valley, a swirling vortex blossomed on the ground. Lurking outside the valley, the scene before them made Qin Churen ponder, "Isn't this the gates of hell?" Legend has it that it exists in the second layer of Tianyuan, on the side of Starshine City, that door leading to hell? Lin Yue clearly had heard of it too, fearfully hiding behind Lu Ming. "I heard that there are monsters inside that eat people without spitting out bones." Qin Churen, however, was unconvinced. This gates of hell has been here for decades, and not a single player has been able to enter. The idea of monsters that eat people without spitting out bones is clearly nonsense. Some even say there are countless rare treasures hidden inside. Just as the two girls were discussing, Lu Ming remained silent, his expression intensely focused on the front. Because the place the Dragon Soul players had come to was exactly where Lu Ming intended to go. Could it be that the Dragon Soul people are taking on the mission? Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, he saw that the group of Dragon Soul players had clearly come prepared. Boom! Boom, boom. Several level 47 to 48 Dragon Soul mages launched a round of concentrated attacks, killing a nearby level 50 monster, the Ghost Wolf. They then dragged the Ghost Wolf's corpse to the vortex. Before long, the Ghost Wolf's body slowly sank into the vortex. At the same time, with a splash, a black hole materialized in the vortex. "Everyone in, hurry!" The players from the Dragon Soul team jumped into the black hole one after another, until they all disappeared into the valley. The black hole was then covered by the swirling vortex. Everything returned to calm. Seeing this scene, Qin Churen couldn't help but be surprised. They actually opened the gates of hell. Lu Ming appeared relatively calm. It seemed, just as he had anticipated, that it was indeed the Dragon Soul members who had taken on the mission. The corpse gas could temporarily corrode the gates of hell, opening a passage. Only those who had come into contact with the mission would learn this characteristic from the Goblin of Ani. Moreover, with this group clearing the way ahead, Lu Ming no longer had to think about how to explain to Qin Churen and the others how he knew the method to open the gates of hell. Thus, Lu Ming directly followed suit. He stepped into the valley and locked onto one of the ghost wolves within his attack range. Whoosh! He drew his sword, 575,698. Awoo! With a mournful howl, the level 50 ghost wolf was instantly killed by Lu Ming, a level 25 array master, crossing 25 levels in a single strike, collapsing to the ground. Ding killed a level 50 ghost wolf, experience plus 5,450. Lu Ming summoned two Deathlords and ordered them to drag the ghost wolf's corpse to the vortex. Just like before, the corpse sank into the vortex. A black hole materialized. Without hesitation, Lu Ming walked over and jumped into the black hole. Qin Churen and Lin Yue, astonished, followed suit and jumped in as well. The next second, the three of them arrived in a dark place. According to Lu Ming's memory, this place was called the Goblin Kingdom, which could be understood as a level 50 hidden map on the side of Starlight City. It was also the hometown of the Goblin of Ani, who had fled from this place to the black market decades ago. Lu Ming vaguely remembered the original wording of the mission. The Goblin family had guarded the sleeping god for generations to repay the god's protection, until that day when the god's aura attracted the demons awakening from hell. To seize the power of the god, Avani witnessed the demon king Zino, leading the demon army to slaughter the entire Goblin Kingdom.
King Alask paid with his life to cast a Goblin Clan forbidden spell, imprisoning all demons in the Goblin Kingdom and allowing the Prince Avani to escape with the sealed scroll of divine power. Avani, filled with hatred, vowed to find his destined person to avenge the destruction of his race. Therefore, the content of this mission required players to kill all the demons within the Goblin Kingdom map. The demons here were not particularly strong. Aside from their higher level, they were all level 50 monsters and were no different from the wild monsters outside. Unfortunately, in his previous life, due to a lack of money to hire help and not wanting to expose this opportunity, Lu Ming had struggled alone for dozens of attempts, all ending in failure. Looking ahead, he could see that the group of Dragon Soul Team players who had just entered this place had already dispersed, systematically clearing the demons outside the Goblin Kingdom castle. It seems that those who took on the mission are among them. In that case, the next steps will be easier, Lu Ming said, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Whoosh! At Lu Ming's command, 750 third-tier Deathlords surged forth, instantly surrounding the 100 Dragon Soul players who were farming monsters. Kill! Before the Dragon Soul players could react, Lu Ming directly manipulated the undead army with his mind and launched an attack. According to Lu Ming's original plan, he had to obtain the divine scroll from the Goblin Avani. If the person who took on this mission was an ordinary person, as long as they were willing to give up the mission, Lu Ming would not make things difficult for them. But now that it was the Dragon Soul Team, there were no concerns. He would kill them all, refresh the mission, without a hint of hesitation. Looking around, the Dragon Soul Team players were hunting demons. Faced with the sudden encirclement of the undead army, everyone fell into a panic.
Damn! The undead army! The underworld is nearby.
Don't fight them. That guy's undead army is invincible within level 50. Use the return scroll, retreat. Clearly, after having fought with Lu Ming multiple times, they knew him inside out and realized that they could not possibly contend with the unstoppable undead legion. Without a second thought, everyone present took out the prepared return scrolls from their backpacks and crushed them. Whoosh! A white light enveloped everyone as they entered a 10-second return guide. However, under Lu Ming's mental manipulation, the undead legion did not give them a chance to return. Wartread, Life Fortress, Lightning Speed, drawing a prison. Under the enhancement of these four formations, the undead legion charged at them with an invincible stance.
Buzz! In an instant, blood-red marks appeared on everyone. The next second, hundreds of Deathlords simultaneously activated Soul Shatter and surged forward.
The Dragon Soul Team players who were attacked found their return interrupted. Without even a chance to resist, they perished amidst a chorus of screams under the overwhelming damage of over 50,000. Without breaking a sweat, they wiped out 100 players from the Dragon Soul Team. Following this, under Lu Ming's command, the undead legion quickly dispersed in all directions, searching throughout the entire Goblin Kingdom. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, through shared vision, clearly explored every location and corner of the map. After not finding any other players, he left the area with Qin Charan and Lin Yue. Compared to how the Dragon Soul members knew the method to open the Hellgate, what puzzled Qin Charan even more was, this is a hidden map.
Are we just leaving like this?
Lu Ming explained, this place is under the control of the Dragon Soul members. They will definitely send more people over later.
We'll come back after a while. Lu Ming's explanation seemed too forced.
Even Qin Charan knew that with Lu Ming's current strength, he could easily dominate the entire second layer. No matter how many Dragon Soul members came, it would just be a free gift of heads. However, Qin Charan was a shrewd person. She understood that Lu Ming must have his reasons for doing this, so she said nothing more. The three left the valley. In the shadows, a pair of eyes stared intently at the three who were gradually moving away, filled with rage.
In Ming, Qin Charan, if I don't kill you too, I swear I won't be human.
For Lu Ming, among those people just now, there must be someone who accepted a quest. Death will force a quest refresh. Avani's quest must have refreshed. I'll go to the black market again at 6 o'clock tonight and let Lin Yue trigger the quest. Therefore, during this time before 6 o'clock, the focus would be on leveling up and making money. Although the third layer, accessible after level 50, was filled with various opportunities, treasures like the Ghost Tower, which could both level up and yield a lot of money, were rare finds. In this life, Lu Ming needed more than just strength.
He also wanted wealth. The thrill of crushing others with strength, while effective, sometimes made Lu Ming want to try something different, to experience the pleasure of conquering others with money like Qin Feng, Li Hui, and even the previous Qin Charan and Qing Yan, who were all wealthy. Thus, he wanted money, power, and influence, all of it. The three headed straight to the Ghost Tower. Considering that Qin Charan was only level 34 and did not have a soul set, Lu Ming said, "Today we will grind the fifth dimension." No need, just follow your original plan, I can keep up.
Qin Charan knew that Lu Ming was concerned about her level. As she spoke, Qin Charan surprisingly took out a complete soul set from her bag.
weren't you asking me to help you get a soul set before? I got one for myself as well. Qin Sharon looked at Lu Ming and said, it's a pity I haven't been able to use this set. Thanks to Qin Feng freezing all my accounts that could receive money, otherwise I would have probably sold it. With that, Qin Sharon immediately equipped the soul set. Under the influence of the soul suit, the three ignored the level barriers of the ghostly magic tower and directly stepped into the 8th dimension, the Shadow Nest. Swish, 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 swish. Summoning all the Death Lords, they issued commands for automatic monster killing. With a quadruple E-level formation enhanced by 39 times, the level 25 Death Lords slaughtered level 46 to 50 undead monsters as easily as chopping vegetables. Amidst the rampant harvesting of the Necromancer army, Lu Ming reaped the benefits. He could only hear the battle notifications ringing in his ears, incessantly. Ding killed a level 49 undead mage, experience plus 5,250. Ding killed a level 46 undead warrior, experience plus 4,880. Ding killed a level 48 undead archer, experience plus 5,110. The soul stones in his bag were also accumulating wildly. Lu Ming was moved. After all, this was all easy money. Lin Yue, as always, was building her little treasure trove. Under Lu Ming's formation enhancement, as a level 24 little mage, she had no pressure in solo killing level 46 to 50 undead. Every time she killed a monster, she would excitedly run over to pick up copper coins one by one, happily stashing them in her bag. Lin Yue's pace was slow and leisurely. In contrast, on the other side, Qin Sharon was like she had activated a tenfold speed. Swish, 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 swish. Her figure flitted like a specter, moving through the crowd of monsters at an incredible speed. The sharp dagger in her hand continuously sliced through the undead around her, leaving deep, profound marks on them. Minus 76,835. Minus 75,349. Minus 77,431. Because her base attributes were already high, combined with her strong skills, after receiving Lu Ming's formation enhancement, Qin Sharon's damage output was clearly higher than that of the Death Lords. What shocked Lu Ming was Qin Sharon's speed. Her speed was almost beyond what Lu Ming could perceive with the naked eye, simply astonishing. A level 34 assassin, even at the fastest, should only be around 2 to 3,000. Even with my wind speed boost of over 7,000, it would only be a bit over 10,000 in speed. Why does it feel like her speed is far beyond 10,000, even reaching 30 to 40,000? Just as Lu Ming was pondering this, swish, 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 swish. With a swift motion, Qin Sharon struck down, a whirlwind of destruction, synchronously harvesting 6 low-health undead around her with terrifying power. Taking advantage of a brief moment after a battle, she glanced over at Lu Ming, who was quietly staring at her. As if guessing what Lu Ming was thinking, she spoke, "My talent is 4-star, Swift, which increases my speed by 200%. So that's it." It seemed that just as Lu Ming had speculated, with the talent boost, Qin Sharon's speed indeed reached over 30,000. After recovering for a moment, Qin Sharon charged back into the crowd of monsters. At this moment, the gap between a skilled player and mechanical summons was vividly illustrated. Both having received Lu Ming's formation enhancement, Qin Sharon's combat power alone could match that of 10 Death Lords. "It seems you are just too weak." While speaking, Lu Ming opened the summoning panel. He saw that due to the recent continuous killings and refining by the Death Lords, the accumulated soul power on the panel had already reached 5,125 points. "I can enhance you all again." Saying this, Lu Ming consumed 3,000 points of soul power to upgrade the Death Lord's Soul Shatter skill from F level to E level. He then consumed another 1,000 points of soul power to learn a second skill, Soul Slash. Soul Shatter, E level, LV25. Select an enemy within 50 yards, mark the soul imprint, and within 3 seconds, launch a one-time instant kill attack on the marked enemy, dealing 180% attack power plus 242 points of damage, cooldown 9 seconds, consumes 152. Soul Slash, F rank, LV25. Deals 130% attack power plus 255 damage to a single nearby enemy. If the enemy has a soul mark, the damage of this attack is increased by 50%, cooldown of 8 seconds, costs 155. It seems these two skills can be combined into a combo. Let's see how this skill combo performs. Lu Ming looked ahead. Not far away, a Death Lord was attacking a freshly spawned level 49 undead warrior in front of it. Soul Shatter. Soul Slash. Slash. The Death Lord quickly charged in, executing 2 consecutive slashes, sword raised and falling. Minus 79,685. Minus 88,738. Ding killed a level 49 undead warrior. Experience plus 5,250. Instant kill.
Previously, with the strength of the Undead Legion, it was already enough to crush the highest level 50 undead monsters in the second tier. But with an F-rank Soul Shatter, the 50k plus damage could only take away a third of the opponent's health, and several normal attacks were needed to finish the kill. It was somewhat sluggish. But now, with an E-rank Soul Shatter plus an F-rank Soul Slash, the two-skill combo easily killed a monster. The subsequent monster-killing effects were almost beyond Lu Ming's expectations. The refresh rate of battle prompts doubled compared to before. Seeing this result, Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems this investment of 4,000 soul power was well worth it." And now, it was not even the peak state of the Undead Legion, because there was still room for improvement on the Undead Legion summoning panel. Upgrading the Soul Slash skill from F rank to E rank required 3,000 soul power. The 5-dimensional attributes could be enhanced by consuming soul power, and the current upgrade progress hadn't moved. Soon, Lu Ming would level up to 30. Once the 3 major talents underwent another round of comprehensive upgrades, the upper limit of the Undead Legion would become even higher. And all these enhancements were closely related to soul power. It seems I need to work harder and accumulate more soul power. With this thought, Lu Ming joined the battle. He practiced his skill proficiency by drawing his sword once a minute. Except for the period from noon to 1 when he returned to town to have lunch, he spent the rest of the time in the Shadow Nest. Accompanied by the sweet and salty beauties Lin Yue and Qin Shuren, and under the envious gaze of passing players, he farmed all day without feeling bored. Lu Ming checked his status. After crossing over 20 levels in high-intensity monster farming mode, his level jumped from 25 at 13% to 27 at 36%. The earnings in copper coins and soul stones were estimated to total around 310,000. Daily income set a new historical high. Before reaching level 50, I should pick up as much as I can in the Ghost Magic Tower. Paying off the mortgage shouldn't be a problem. In addition, the soul power refined throughout the day reached 19,325 points. Thus, Lu Ming opened the Undead Legion summoning panel and first consumed 3,000 soul power to upgrade the Soul Slash skill from F rank to E rank. The base damage of the skill increased from 130% to 170%. The basic increase wasn't very high, even lower than the E rank Soul Shatter's 180% damage coefficient. But when combined with Soul Shatter, it could deal an additional 50% damage effect, meaning this skill could deal up to 255% attack power damage. An E-rank skill already possessed the damage effect of a D-rank skill. Currently, with 2 E-rank skills, it had reached the upper limit of a 3rd-tier Deathlord. To continue gaining skill enhancements, it seemed he would first need to unlock 4th-tier Undead. Therefore, Lu Ming allocated all of the remaining 16,000 plus soul power to the 5-dimensional attribute bonuses. Consuming 10 points of soul power could permanently increase all undead by 1 point in strength, agility, endurance, constitution, or spirit, with a maximum increase of 100% of the base value. Currently, the 5-dimensional attributes of the Deathlord are only around 100 points. Lu Ming has consumed a total of over 5,000 points of soul power to max out the enhancements. The enhancement of the undead army has now reached its limit. To break through and continue enhancing, I can only wait until I level up to 30 and unlock the 3 major talents at LV4. Before that, I can just gather another wave of soul power, and when I unlock the 4th tier of the undead, the enhancement will be maxed out directly. Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, Qin Shuren beside him couldn't help but exclaim, "How did you level up so fast? You idiot, your leveling speed is just too exaggerated. How can those ordinary people who take 10 days or half a month to level up once survive?" Lu Ming glanced at Qin Shuren, who had just leveled up from 34 to 35 in a single day, and said, "You're not bad either." Qin Shuren was self-aware and stuck out her tongue, saying, "Without you, I wouldn't even reach level 35 in a week on my own." Watching the easy banter between Lu Ming and Qin Shuren, Lin Yue, who couldn't join the conversation, felt a bit inferior. Lu Ming had already calculated the time. Looking at the clock, it was 5:40 p.m. He said, "Let's go to the black market first." At this moment, Lin Yue timidly spoke up, "You guys go ahead, I'll log off to buy groceries and cook." "Brother Yu Ming, Sister Charon, what do you want to eat tonight?" "You have to come," Lu Ming said to Lin Yue, "you're the main character. If you don't go, it won't make sense for us to go to the black market." With Lu Ming's words, Lin Yue's mood instantly did a complete 180. Her eyes lit up. Really? So, the 3 of them set off for the black market. When they arrived at the black market, it was exactly 6 p.m. They quickly passed the asset verification and entered the black market, encountering the goblin Avani, who had just appeared there. As last night, Lu Ming let Lin Yue talk to Avani. Avani responded to Lin Yue. However, Lu Ming was somewhat surprised to find that Lin Yue still couldn't accept a quest from Avani. Looking again at the scrolls Avani carried, they were indeed still dim and lifeless. This indicated that the quests had not refreshed.
What's going on? Could it be that the person who accepted the quest wasn't among the group I killed this morning?
Lu Ming was a bit confused. He let Qin Charan and Lin Yue return to the city first. Lu Ming stayed alone in the black market until 7 p.m., but he still didn't wait for that person before Avani disappeared from the black market. Lu Ming immediately went to the Goblin Kingdom.
Finally, he discovered a clue.
Outside the castle of the Goblin Kingdom, there were corpses of demons everywhere. According to the setting of the Tianyuan world, monster corpses refresh in at most an hour, and these demons' death time shouldn't exceed an hour. So, Lu Ming summoned the undead army and ordered them to search the entire Goblin Kingdom thoroughly. Yet, he still couldn't find a single shadow. Clearly, that person had already fled before Lu Ming arrived here. At the same time, Lu Ming realized that by killing those 100 Dragon Soul players here this morning, he had startled the snake.
It seemed this guy had a strong counter-surveillance awareness. His cunning made Lu Ming involuntarily think of one person, Dragon Soul Guan Yu. However, the problem wasn't too big. If I remember correctly, this quest should have a 7-day time limit.
To complete the quest, all demons in the Goblin Kingdom must be killed within 7 days, or the quest will fail and refresh. As long as I stay here, I don't believe you won't show up. Thus, Lu Ming temporarily left the Goblin Kingdom. After all, being well-fed gives him the strength to engage in a protracted battle with this guy. Just as Lu Ming had just left, a pair of eyes in the dark of the valley stared intently at him.
I wanted to let you live a few more days, but since you can't wait to die, then die. When Lu Ming logged off, he came to the living room and saw Lin Yue and Qin Charan busy in the kitchen. Chef Lin Yue, with Qin Charan assisting beside her. The two women chatted and laughed in the kitchen, creating a warm atmosphere. This pickled fish smells so good. It looks even better than what the chefs make at restaurants. Lin Mei, I didn't know your cooking skills were this good. No, it's because Sister Charan prepared the ingredients well. Is this much of the bok choy enough? It's enough. Later, I'll make a soup with bok choy and meatballs, and then we can eat. Okay, then I'll roll the meatballs. Wait, I'll do it. Sister Charan, you go take a break. It's fine, I'm not tired. Besides, how can I let you, Lin Mei, cook alone? You've worked hard all day too. Such a warm scene surprised Lu Ming a bit. He had been somewhat worried. Lin Yue was ordinary and mediocre, while Qin Charan was from a prestigious family. The two women, with such different social standings, might not get along due to their differing views on life. But now, the facts proved that Lu Ming's worries were completely unnecessary. They got along like good sisters. Instead, Lu Ming felt a bit out of place. When Qin Charan brought the dishes to the table and Lin Yue served rice in front of Lu Ming, he suddenly felt, damn, why do I feel like a useless person? But he had to admit. After tasting the pickled fish, Lu Ming praised Lin Yue. Wei, your cooking is indeed impressive. Qin Charan smiled brightly. Whoever can marry Lin Mei in the future will really be lucky. Lin Yue's face turned red. Brother Yu Ming, Sister Charan, you flatter me. Just as they were enjoying the delicious meal, ding-dong, Qin Charan's phone suddenly rang with a WeChat message. She picked up her phone and, upon seeing the message, was instantly delighted. Li Hui said he's ready to transfer the money. At the same time, Lu Ming also received a message from the trading house. You have an unread message from the trading house. Lu Ming opened the Tianyuan trading house app. Anonymous buyer, hey, I want those 2 gilded items. Shall we do an online face-to-face transaction? The 2 gilded items, Pride of the World, Flowing Light Leggings, and Shattered World, Demon Slayer Blade, which dropped from the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, had been listed in the trading house for a day. Although the number of interested buyers had exceeded 1,000, perhaps due to the high price of over 1 million, no one had placed an order. The daily display fee of over 3,000 for the 2 items made Lu Ming feel the pinch. Finally, someone was ready to make a move. Due to the trading house charging a hefty 5% transaction fee, many players preferred face-to-face transactions for high-value items, which was quite common. Although it carried some risk, the 5% saved would go into both parties' pockets instead of being taken by the platform. For Lu Ming, the total price of the 2 items was 3.25 million, which meant over 160,000 in fees. Even if split between both parties, they could save 80,000. Why not? However, looking at the message from the anonymous buyer, Lu Ming did not rush to reply but instead asked Qin Charan, what did he say? Qin Charan looked at the WeChat message from Li Hui and said, he wants to finalize the contract online face-to-face at the same place as last night, the bone-crushing spire. As she spoke, Qin Charan turned to Lu Ming and asked, what about you? I saw your expression just now. Do you have good news too? The 2 gilded items dropped by Dragon Soul Guan Yu require an online face-to-face transaction. Hearing the conversation between Lu Ming and Qin Charan, Lin Yue quietly remarked, what a coincidence, both of your matters are coming together. Lin Youwei's casual comments seemed to remind Lu Ming and Qin Churen, and they exchanged glances.
At this moment, Lu Ming replied to the anonymous buyer in the trading hall, "Sure, let me know the time and place for the transaction."
After a while, the other party responded, "I'm currently on a mission near the mole cave. If it's convenient for you, just bring your gear and come here to trade with me." "Okay, no problem."
After dinner, Lin Youwei cleaned up the dishes. Lu Ming went back to the room with Qin Churen and logged in simultaneously. According to the map, the LV-38 bone-eating spire and the LV-47 mole cave were located at two completely opposite ends of Starshine City.
Thus, the two parted ways in the city. Following the map's guidance, 10 minutes later, Lu Ming arrived at the mole cave map located in the western part of Starshine City.
In the vast wetland, numerous player teams at levels 45 to 46 were clearing the area, hunting the level 47 monsters, carnivorous moles. At that moment, a level 46 summoner youth, the Great Summoner, waved at Lu Ming, "Hey, over here."
Lu Ming walked over and glanced at the Great Summoner and his 3 male and 1 female teammates.
They were all dressed in shabby black iron gear, looking nothing like wealthy players.
Lu Ming didn't dwell on these issues and got straight to the point. "Are you the buyer?"
"Yes."
The Great Summoner nodded and excitedly asked Lu Ming, "Did you bring the 2 gilded pieces of equipment?"
Without saying a word, Lu Ming took out the glimmering leggings and the Demon Slayer blade from his bag.
The 2 gilded items immediately attracted the attention of countless players around. "Wow, that shine! Could it be gilded equipment? Goodness, gilded items are over $1 million each in the market. One piece of equipment is worth decades of my salary."
Some players even harbored malicious thoughts about Lu Ming, contemplating robbing him for the gilded items.
However, seeing the 10 Death Lords guarding Lu Ming like hellish messengers, they dared not act recklessly. Lu Ming, holding the equipment, said to the Great Summoner, "First, the payment."
The Great Summoner revealed a sinister smile, "Sure." Meanwhile, in the eastern part of Starshine City, at the LV-38 bone-eating spire, level 35 green-armored warrior Li Hui was leading a group of brilliant players, casually killing the bone sentinels while occasionally glancing towards the direction of Starshine City.
"Why haven't they arrived yet? It's been half an hour.
It should only take a little over 10 minutes to get here from Starshine City." Just as Li Hui was feeling anxious, a graceful figure approached in the distance.
Li Hui's eyes lit up. "Finally here." Qin Churen stepped into the bone-eating spire and walked straight up to Li Hui. After greeting him, Qin Churen got straight to the point. "I've drafted the contract according to our discussion. Take a look, and let me know if you have any questions."
As she spoke, Qin Churen opened an electronic contract and sent it to Li Hui.
However, Li Hui didn't even glance at the contract.
Throughout the conversation, his eyes, shining with excitement, were fixed on Qin Churen.
Ruan, you're so beautiful, I really like you. Be my girlfriend."
Qin Churen frowned slightly. "Li Xiao, please behave yourself." Li Hui snorted coldly, revealing his true nature. "Qin Churen, whether you like it or not, today I'm going to have you."
As he spoke, swarms of brilliant players surrounded Qin Churen, swords drawn.
Qin Churen was astonished. "You never intended to invest in me sincerely." Li Hui sneered. "I told you last night, as long as you become my woman, I can give you as much money as you want, but you just won't agree."
"Last night, with that Yumming protecting you, I couldn't do anything. But now that Yumming is gone, how will you protect yourself?"
Qin Churen surveyed the group of level 35 to 36 brilliant players around her, her expression turning cold. "Do you really think they can deal with me?"
"You might have some strength." Li Hui smiled and said, "I just don't know if you can defeat the gold-ranked warrior from the national server, level 39?
As soon as Li Hui's words fell, a figure slowly stepped out of the darkness.
When Qin Churen saw that figure clearly, disbelief flashed in her eyes.
Because the opponent, except for the legs and weapon, was adorned with equipment that shimmered with a golden light symbolizing exquisite quality. Holding a long knife, with sharp brows and eyes, he exuded a domineering aura of a powerful warrior.
Dragon Soul Guanyu, LV-56 Transitions Warrior National Server 39 Warrior. Qin Churen exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? Weren't you already dead?"
Dragon Soul Guanyu, with eyes as cold as a corpse, stared at Qin Churen.
Indifferently, he said, "With you, do you really think you can kill me?"
He was a man who repaid grudges. Looking at the person who had once killed him, the hatred and killing intent in Dragon Soul Guanyu's eyes had reached its peak. He couldn't wait to tear this woman apart. At that moment, Li Hui urgently said to Dragon Soul Guanyu, "Brother Guan, you said that as long as I cooperate with you, you would hand Qin Churen over to me, letting me do as I please." Dragon Soul Guanyu opened his WeChat interface and looked at a message from a friend named Great Summoner. "Brother Guan, Yu Ming is with me now, in the mole cave.
I'm negotiating with him."
Closing the chat box, Dragon Soul Guanyu said to Li Hui,
you have 10 minutes to do what you want. Dragon Soul Guan Yu fixed his gaze on Qin Churen, a hint of mockery appearing in his eyes. Before I kill you, it wouldn't be bad to humiliate you first. Relying on Dragon Soul Guan Yu's backing, Li Hui approached Qin Churen slowly with an extremely lewd smile. However, the shock in Qin Churen's eyes was fleeting. At this moment, she was not the least bit flustered. Instead, she calmly looked at Dragon Soul Guan Yu and said, "Aren't you afraid that I might kill you again?" "Kill me?" Dragon Soul Guan Yu laughed heartily. "You don't really think you could kill me last time because you were strong, do you? Without Yu Ming, what are you?" Yu Ming is currently in the western part of Starshine City. Even if he rushed over at full speed, it would take at least 20 minutes. "What makes you think you can kill me?" As soon as Dragon Soul Guan Yu's words fell, a voice echoed from the darkness. "Because I can kill you." Following the sound, a figure slowly walked out from behind Qin Churen. When Dragon Soul Guan Yu saw that figure clearly, the arrogant smile on his face abruptly stopped, instantly turning into shock. "Yu Ming." From behind Qin Churen, Lu Ming stepped out of the darkness. His appearance was akin to pronouncing a death sentence to everyone present except Qin Churen. Dragon Soul Guan Yu exclaimed in shock, Shouldn't you be in the mole cave map? How did you get here?" In his astonishment, Dragon Soul Guan Yu opened WeChat and sent a message to Great Summoner, "You dare to play me?" Seeing that Great Summoner had not replied for a long time, Lu Ming said, "Are you looking for that summoner? Don't look anymore, he's right here." As he spoke, behind Lu Ming, two Death Lords brought over a summoner player who had been beaten half to death with the flame blade. And that summoner player was none other than Great Summoner. Thud! The battered Great Summoner was forced to kneel beside Lu Ming, his face full of pain as he said to Dragon Soul Guan Yu, "Brother Guan, save me." Upon seeing Great Summoner, Dragon Soul Guan Yu finally realized he had long been under Lu Ming's control, and the WeChat message sent by Great Summoner earlier was also deliberately made by Lu Ming. The purpose was to make Dragon Soul Guan Yu believe that at this moment, Lu Ming was over at the Mole Cave and could not possibly arrive here in a short time. Dragon Soul Guan Yu's eyes widened in anger as he shouted at Great Summoner, "You dare to betray me, traitor?" Before the Great Summoner could speak, Lu Ming smiled faintly and said to the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, "You can rest assured about this. I can guarantee you he doesn't have that capability." Dragon Soul Guan Yu didn't understand. "Then how do you know? Next time, please find some actors, some professionals. Don't insult my intelligence again." Lu Ming glanced at the Great Summoner, who had already reached level 46 but was still dressed in tattered black iron gear, and said, "With that shabby appearance, do you look like someone who can afford a few million gilded items?" As he spoke, Lu Ming squatted down beside the Great Summoner and continued, "Also, when I went to the Mole Cave to find you, you recognized me right away. How did you know I was the seller?" Looking up at Dragon Soul Guan Yu, Lu Ming added, "Since you're so afraid of me, don't keep jumping around in front of me trying to provoke me." Dragon Soul Guan Yu's expression turned extremely ugly. He was indeed afraid of Lu Ming, because Lu Ming's strength was simply too overwhelming. They were not even in the same league. That's why he had tried every means to arrange a deal with Lu Ming for equipment while also setting up Li Hui to meet with Qin Churen, hoping to separate the two. This way, he could take revenge on Qin Churen alone. Moreover, it was only after receiving confirmation from the Great Summoner that Lu Ming was at the Mole Cave that Dragon Soul Guan Yu dared to show up. Who would have thought that despite being so cautious, he would still end up being targeted by Lu Ming? Faced with this formidable enemy, whom he had repeatedly failed against, Dragon Soul Guan Yu felt a surge of fear. Having finally regained his life, he didn't want to lose it again at Lu Ming's hands. Capture Qin Churen. Clearly, Dragon Soul Guan Yu understood that the only chance to escape was to capture Qin Churen and use her as a hostage to threaten Lu Ming. With Dragon Soul Guan Yu's command, Li Hui, in a panic, quickly regained his composure. He hid behind Dragon Soul Guan Yu while shouting to the surrounding lackeys, "Quick, capture Qin Churen." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of players from Brilliance charged towards Qin Churen with weapons drawn. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Kill! With a thought, dozens of Death Lords around him simultaneously activated Soul Shatter. Whoosh! Minus 79,685. Minus 79,685. Minus 79,685. In an instant, those dozen or so players from Brilliance, who were only level 35 to 36, were annihilated, not even getting a chance to approach Qin Churen. Seeing the situation turn dire, Dragon Soul Guan Yu wanted to escape, but around him, a full 810 Death Lords had surrounded him, sealing off all escape routes. At this moment, there was no way out for Dragon Soul Guan Yu, only a path to death remained. "I don't care how you resurrect, nor how many times you can come back." Lu Ming's gaze was icy as he stared at Dragon Soul Guan Yu, speaking slowly, as long as you appear in front of me once, I will kill you once. Dragon Soul Guan Yu felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, his hatred and fear of Lu Ming reached their peak. Just as Lu Ming locked onto Dragon Soul Guan Yu, preparing to draw his sword, suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice rang in his ears. Wait! As soon as the words fell, a shimmering silver rift in space appeared before Lu Ming. The next moment, the mysterious black cloak that had appeared before Lu Ming 2 days ago, controlling the power of time confinement, reappeared before him. Give me a favor, spare his life. As soon as the black cloak said this, Lu Ming hesitated. Because he had once saved Lin Yue from the hands of the kidnappers of the Ground Gang. This was a debt Lu Ming owed him. However, if he let Dragon Soul Guan Yu go, it would be like letting a tiger return to the mountain. With Dragon Soul Guan Yu's nature, even if he can't do anything to me, he will definitely find a way to target Qin Charin or Lin Yue, using any means necessary to annoy me. Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, the black cloak seemed to sense Lu Ming's concerns. It said, if he threatens you or anyone around you again, I will personally hand him over to you for you to deal with. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment. He said to the black cloak, you answer me 3 questions, and I will let him go. The black cloak replied without hesitation, all right. The first question. Lu Ming glanced at the Dragon Soul Guan Yu and asked, how did you resurrect him? Clearly, this black cloak possessed unpredictable divine powers such as spatial teleportation and time confinement. It was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, it protected the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, the only possibility being that Guan Yu was resurrected because of it. However, being able to resurrect someone who died in the abyss was simply against the natural order and unprecedented. Therefore, Lu Ming felt very curious. In response to Lu Ming's question, the black cloak candidly stated, the Scroll of the Gods. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's heart jolted. The shock within him took a long time to settle. After a while, he posed the second and third questions in quick succession. Who are you? You said before that you wanted me to cooperate with you. What exactly is this cooperation? Faced with these 2 questions, the black cloak seemed somewhat hesitant. It suddenly looked up at the sky. The moon hanging in the air was gradually becoming round. Tomorrow night will be the full moon night. At 11 o'clock tomorrow night, wait for me in Starshine City, and I will take you to a place. There, you will find all the answers you want to know. As it spoke, the black cloak turned to look at the Dragon Soul Guan Yu on the other side. You come too. Since the answers would be revealed tomorrow night, Lu Ming was no longer in a hurry to ask anything further. Instead, he suddenly walked past the black cloak and approached the Dragon Soul Guan Yu directly. Seeing this, the Dragon Soul Guan Yu exclaimed in shock, you already promised to let me go. How can you go back on your word? It's none of your business. Lu Ming fixed his gaze on Li Hui, who was hiding behind the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, and casually uttered a word to Guan Yu, get lost. Although the Dragon Soul Guan Yu was displeased, he did not dare to continue being stubborn in front of Lu Ming. He obediently stepped aside to make way for Lu Ming. Facing the approaching Lu Ming, Li Hui trembled in fear. Guan, brother Guan, help me. He hurriedly ran over and grabbed the arm of the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, clinging to it like a lifeline, pleading desperately. In times of great danger, everyone looks out for themselves. The Dragon Soul Guan Yu waved his hand, get lost. Li Hui was stunned. He then turned to Lu Ming and begged for mercy. Big brother, spare me, big brother. I'll get investment for your girlfriend. Get it. Lu Ming looked at Li Hui and said, do it now. Life was at stake. Li Hui quickly opened WeChat and sent a message to the family finance department. After a while, Lu Ming received a text message about a transfer. Your account ending in 649 has received a transfer of 20 million yuan, current balance 20,331,258. 3 yuan. Daxia Bank. At this moment, Li Hui took the opportunity to say to Lu Ming, big brother, the money has been transferred. You received it, right? I received it. With Lu Ming's affirmative response, Li Hui couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He then said, so can you give me a chance and let me go? While saying this, he put on a respectful demeanor towards Lu Ming. However, in his heart, Li Hui looked down on Lu Ming. No matter how strong he is, what does it matter? In the end, he still bows to money. What are you pretending for? I have money, so you have to obediently listen to me. Just as Li Hui was thinking this, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a flash of killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes. I remember, I already gave you a chance. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Ming reached behind him and drew his sword. Whoosh! A sword shadow, as fast as lightning, pierced through Li Hui's body. Minus 575,893. Thud! Li Hui fell to the ground, dead on the spot. Lu Ming's decisive killing of Li Hui, the young master of the Li family in the Demon City, instantly shocked the group of players from Brilliance who had followed Li Hui. Faced with the encirclement of the undead army, they had nowhere to escape and knelt before Lu Ming, pleading for mercy. Great God, spare us. We're just a group working for the Lee family. It has nothing to do with us. Yes, it was all Lee Huey's idea. He ordered us to capture your girlfriend. We were just following orders. Lu Ming's gaze was cold, revealing no hint of emotion. Anyone who posed even the slightest threat to him would have to pay the price. Kill. With a thought from Lu Ming, hundreds of Death Lords surged forward, instantly dismembering the dozen or so brilliant players. This included the Grand Summoner. He was a man of Dragon Soul Guan Yu, and thus deserved to die. In an instant, only Dragon Soul Guan Yu remained on the field. He understood, Lu Ming was making an example. If it weren't for the Black Cloak's influence, he would undoubtedly die tonight. The Black Cloak was also worried that Lu Ming would kill Dragon Soul Guan Yu, so he said to him, "Leave." Dragon Soul Guan Yu's eyes were filled with fear and killing intent towards Lu Ming. Gradually, he retreated, disappearing into the darkness. Lu Ming kept his promise and indeed did not make a move against Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Of course, it was only this time that he refrained. He waited until Dragon Soul Guan Yu was completely far away. Then the Black Cloak opened a spatial rift and vanished from the scene. What is the Scroll of God's Sealing? Qin Charan said thoughtfully, I checked, and there are no historical records of this thing. To have the power to resurrect the dead is simply unbelievable. Lu Ming remained silent. He had some doubts. If it really is the same Scroll of God's Sealing that I obtained in my previous life, Dragon Soul Guan Yu's account should have been upgraded to 10 stars, and he should have, like me, 3 major 10-star talents. But judging by his state just now, it seems he hasn't gained any enhancement from the Scroll of God's Sealing. His strength is still the same as before. Could it be? Lu Ming suddenly seemed to think of something. He decided not to dwell on these questions for now. Instead, he ordered the undead army to quickly clean up the battlefield, refining all the corpses. Following that, he left the bone-devouring spire with Qin Charan. On the way back to the city, Lu Ming noticed that Qin Charan was silent and seemed quite downcast. He understood, they had just managed to kill Dragon Soul Guan Yu to avenge Qinglong, Xuanwu, Baihu, and Zhu Ke. But now Dragon Soul Guan Yu had resurrected. The hatred and sorrow that Qin Charan had barely suppressed in her heart erupted once more. Let's see what happens tomorrow night, Lu Ming said to Qin Charan. I will let you kill Dragon Soul Guan Yu with your own hands again, I promise. Qin Charan looked up at Lu Ming, revealing a somewhat weary smile. She took a deep breath, regaining her composure. Qin Charan opened her WeChat page and sent a video to a friend saved as Uncle Lee. Fortunately, I had the foresight to record it in advance. Li Hui had ill intentions towards me, and my boyfriend accidentally killed him in self-defense while trying to protect me. I believe Uncle Lee is a reasonable person, he will understand. Lu Ming glanced at Qin Charan and said, no matter how understanding he is, that's still his son. Be careful in the coming days. He knew that killing Li Hui would provoke the Li family's revenge, but keeping such a person alive would undoubtedly pose an even greater risk. Qin Charan was unfazed and smiled sweetly at Lu Ming. I'm not afraid because I have you to protect me. Lu Ming said, during this time, stay with me, don't go off alone. Qin Charan replied, then you can help me keep that 20 million for now, let's not recruit anyone for the time being. We'll talk about it again when we reach the third heaven at level 50. Clearly, Qin Charan also realized, since Dragon Soul Guan Yu had resurrected, if she continued to form alliances at this time, it would inevitably lead to a repeat of what had happened to Zhuoyu Xiaowu, Xiao Yumeng, and Lai Huofan Hun. After much effort, they managed to secure a 20 million investment from the Li family, which would have to be repaid later, so it couldn't be mishandled. Therefore, they had to stabilize Longhun Guan Yu first. It was still early, and they planned to pick up Lin Yue, and then the three of them would go to grind in the ghostly demon tower. After returning to the city, Qin Charan went to the pharmacy for supplies. Lu Ming logged off. He saw the diligent little bee mopping the floor and cleaning the living room. Lin Yue was quite the homemaker. With her around, the house was always spotless. Lu Ming said to Lin Yue, Wei, come here for a moment, I have something to tell you. Lin Yue, holding the mop, looked at Lu Ming with a puzzled expression. In just a few seconds, she recalled all the bad things she had done in the past few days. Feeling a bit nervous, she walked over to Lu Ming. Anxiously, she asked, Brother Yu Ming, what's wrong? When you first entered the game, before your account was banned, did you receive a golden scroll? Lin Yue was taken aback. She recalled, yes, but I used it. Lin Yue's words completely confirmed Lu Ming's suspicion, because in his previous life, as the 99,999,999,999th player to enter Tianyuan, Lu Ming also received a golden scroll gifted by the system. The account ban task he received, Fate Full of Trials, actually originated from that scroll. In other words, any scroll of the God Sealing, including the one on the Goblin of Ani,
initially appears in a banned state. After players use it, they will receive a ban task, and only by completing the task can they truly unban it and enhance their account strength with the God Sealing Scroll. This means that Long Hung Guanyu's account must also be in a banned state. At the same time, Lu Ming suddenly realized something even more important. Only players with banned accounts can trigger the tasks on the goblin. This perfectly explained why in his previous life, Lu Ming, as well as the current Lin Yue, could trigger the task on Avani, while the current Lu Ming could not. Further speculation based on this characteristic led to the conclusion: the one who took the goblin's task is Long Hung Guanyu. Upon reaching this conclusion, Lu Ming felt a jolt in his heart. He recalled the mysterious black cloak and thought with growing dread, it seems that their purpose in resurrecting Long Hung Guanyu is to trigger the task on the goblin Avani through him, thereby obtaining the God Sealing Scroll from Avani's hands. But how did they know that only players with banned accounts could trigger this task? Where did the God Sealing Scroll used to resurrect Long Hung Guanyu come from? Who on earth is this person? Lu Ming's desire to uncover the identity of the figure in the black cloak grew stronger. Why choose tomorrow night, on the night of the full moon? Is something going to happen? It was still early. Lu Ming, Qin Sharon, and Lin Yue went to the ghostly demon tower. As the saying goes, a man and a woman working together is not tiring. With the sweet and salty Lin Yue and the two beautiful women, Lu Ming felt as if he had endless energy. For Qin Sharon and Lin Yue, Lu Ming's Deathlord could solo level 50 monsters. Hiring someone of this caliber in the market would cost 700 to 800 a day. Right now, this level of service was not only free but also had over 800 of them. Calculating it out, it was equivalent to saving 50 to 60,000 in service fees by following Lu Ming for a day. Therefore, with Lu Ming's necromancer army leading the grind, Lin Yue and Qin Sharon were naturally full of motivation. They didn't know how long they had been grinding. As Qin Sharon swiftly took down several nearby undead, she inadvertently glanced at the time and exclaimed in surprise, "How is it already past 11? But I'm so excited, I don't feel tired at all. I'm a bit hungry." As she spoke, Qin Sharon looked at Lu Ming and Lin Yue, revealing a smile filled with schemes. "Are you too hungry? How about we go out for a late-night snack?" Lu Ming had the same idea and said, "Great minds think alike." So, Qin Sharon called out to Lin Yue, who was still picking up copper coins on the other side, "Stop picking, Lin Mei. Let's go, we're logging off to eat." "Oh, okay, coming." Lin Yue struggled to pull out a copper coin from under a fallen necromancer's corpse, stashed it in her bag, and quickly ran over. The three of them left the ghost mage tower. On the way back to the city, while sorting the soul stones they had collected that night and putting them up for sale in the trading hall, Lu Ming suddenly received two transaction notifications. The equipment you consigned in the trading hall, Proud World Flowing Light Leggings, level 50 gold item, has been successfully sold. The platform deducted a 5% fee, and the remaining 2,375,000 yuan has been transferred to your bank account. The equipment you consigned in the trading hall, Shattered World Demon Slayer Knife, level 50 gold item, has been successfully sold. The platform deducted a 5% fee, and the remaining 2,375,000 yuan has been transferred to your bank account. Seeing these two transaction notifications, Lu Ming's lips curled up, revealing a hint of playful satisfaction. "I knew you would buy them." Even though the trading hall didn't display buyer information, Lu Ming could guess that these two items were bought by Dragon Soul Guanyu. After all, they originally dropped from him, and he would definitely find a way to get them back. So, knowing that Dragon Soul Guanyu had resurrected, Lu Ming had deliberately relisted these two items, originally priced at 1.55 million and 1.7 million, for 2.5 million in the trading hall. Sure enough, even at such a high price, Dragon Soul Guanyu still bought back the two items that originally belonged to him. Originally, the total was over 3 million. Now, it was over 4.7 million. A profit of over 1 million. Awesome. Looking at his bank account, after deducting the 20 million investment from the Li family given to Qin Sharon, he still had over 5.1 million left. Lu Ming pondered, there are still goods worth over 300,000 in the trading hall. If I sell them all, I could have over 5.4 million. The loan at the bank is 5.18 million, which is enough to pay off all the loans. So, Lu Ming directly sent a WeChat message to the intermediary, Xiao Zhang, asking him to help schedule an early loan repayment. The next second, Xiao Zhang replied with a, "Bro, you just took out the loan a few days ago, and you can pay it off so soon? You borrowed 5 million. His words were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming replied firmly, "Pay it off." Xiao Zhang didn't say much more. "Alright, bro, I'll arrange it for you tomorrow." "Thanks, hard work." Lu Ming didn't hold back and sent a 1,000 yuan red envelope. On the other end, Xiao Zhang, who had been busy all day and just finished showering, jumped up excitedly from his bed. "Oh my god, I've never seen such a generous big brother."
So, Xiao Zhang excitedly pressed the voice message button and said, "Thank you, bro. Don't worry, I have a backdoor at the bank. I'll get you in line tomorrow. Everything will be arranged, just prepare the money, and leave the rest to me." At that moment, Lu Ming felt the superiority that money brought. "Once I pay off the mortgage, every penny I earn afterward will truly belong to me. Let's set a goal. Within a year, let's aim for a small target." After logging off, the three of them strolled to a nearby late-night food stall. This was already the most bustling area of Linghai City. Late at night, the food stall was packed with people. Countless young men and women were eating barbecue skewers and playing drinking games, creating a lively atmosphere. The three of them casually chose a spot and sat down. "Come on, what do you want to eat? Order whatever you like. Tonight, it's on me." Qin Sharon, who had just secured a 20 million investment, showed a long-lost happiness. Lu Ming picked up the menu. "Alright, then I won't hold back." In the eastern part of Starshine City, at the level 37 wild area map, the Dark Night Camp. Darkness envelopes the land. The vast camp is littered with player corpses. "No, don't kill me. I beg you, big brother, spare me. I'll give you money. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you." Accompanied by a mix of fear and pleading voices. Swish! Dragon Soul Guan Yu raised his knife and swiftly severed the head of the last level 36 young mage player before him. Thud! The headless body fell among the dozens of player corpses scattered throughout the camp. Ding player killed, account hatred value -1000. Examining the gilded weapon in his hand, the world-shattering Demon Slayer knife, that he had just bought back from the trading hall for 2.5 million, Dragon Soul Guan Yu's eyes erupted with endless hatred and sharpness. "You Ming, Qin Sharon, when I lift the account ban and gain supreme power, it will be your death day." As soon as he finished speaking, thud thud, a WeChat message notification sounded. Dragon Soul Guan Yu opened WeChat and saw a message from his only pinned friend, named, "Baby, Daddy, save me." Upon seeing this message, Dragon Soul Guan Yu's heart jolted. He felt restless all the way and hurried back to Starshine City. Spending 10 silver coins, he activated the teleportation array. Level 50 is a checkpoint. Players at this level can freely enter and exit the second and third heavens. Dragon Soul Guan Yu had returned to the third heaven, Miracle. Exiting the safe zone main city, he quickly headed towards the level 52 wild area map, Doomsday Altar, following the location information from WeChat. When Dragon Soul Guan Yu arrived alone at the Doomsday Altar, he was shocked to see a young level 50 mage girl tied to a grey altar. Surrounding the girl were dozens of level 60 players, bowing and kneeling, motionless, or more accurately, dozens of corpses. Dragon Soul Guan Yu recognized at a glance that these were the high-level mercenaries he had hired at a high price from the Mercenary Alliance, specifically to protect this girl. At that moment, the mage girl tied to the altar, upon seeing Dragon Soul Guan Yu, cried out, "Daddy, help me, Daddy!" Dragon Soul Guan Yu, panicking yet composed, tried to reassure the girl, "Tong Tong, don't be afraid. Daddy is here to save you." Saying this, he hurriedly rushed towards the mage girl Tong Tong. Before he could get close, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a rain of arrows fell rapidly from the sky. Dragon Soul Guan Yu reacted quickly, rolling to avoid the arrow storm. When he looked up, he saw several figures stepping out from behind the altar, appearing beside Guan Xiaotong. "If you don't want your daughter to die a terrible death, don't move." Dragon Soul Guan Yu dared not act rashly, because Guan Xiaotong was his life. What surprised Dragon Soul Guan Yu was that the 6 kidnappers of Guan Xiaotong, all over level 70, were members of the God Slayer team. The leader, a young man about 1.8 meters tall, holding a gilded bow, clearly of high level and strength, was a level 78 archer named God Slayer, Heavenly Gift. With a cold gaze, he said to Dragon Soul Guan Yu, "I came to give you a reminder. You promised our captain that you would deal with the array master beside Qin Sharon within 3 days. Now you've taken the money, but how many days have passed? Why is that array master still alive?" Dragon Soul Guan Yu then realized they were sent by Qin Feng, but facing the questioning of God Slayer, Heavenly Gift, he had no words to say, because he indeed had not completed this task. "I'll return your money, you let my daughter go. Also, give me some more time, I will continue to keep my promise and kill Yu Ming." 3 days. God Slayer, Heavenly Gift held up 3 fingers and said to Dragon Soul Guan Yu, "I'll give you 3 more days. If you still haven't completed the task in 3 days, be prepared to collect your daughter's corpse. Furthermore, as a member of the Dragon Soul team, secretly collaborating with us, the God Slayer team, for personal gain, if this matter gets out, according to your Dragon Soul team's regulations, you should be blacklisted, right?" Facing the threats from God Slayer and Heavenly Gift,
Dragon Soul Guan Yu clenched his fists, his eyes bursting with killing intent. God Slayer and Heavenly Gift exchanged a playful smile with Dragon Soul Guan Yu and said, "Good luck." After that, God Slayer and Heavenly Gift, along with 5 God Slayer players, took Guan Xiaotong away. Dragon Soul Guan Yu could only listen to his daughter's cries echoing in his ears, helplessly watching her being taken away. Just then, he suddenly received a text message.
Your account ending in 3195 has received a transfer of 24 million yuan, balance 275,327,652, 12 yuan.
Daxia Bank. Upon seeing the message, Dragon Soul Guan Yu felt no joy. Instead, a hint of fear surfaced in his eyes. During the mission, every time someone unfortunate died, there was a fixed compensation of 2 million. This was Qin Feng's usual style, and this 24 million corresponded to the 12 mercenaries who died beside Guan Xiaotong. At that moment, a trace of fear emerged in Dragon Soul Guan Yu's heart.
Madman, you are truly a madman. He regretted taking on Qin Feng's task, which led to his daughter's capture and left him in a dilemma.
But right now, there was no other way. He had to follow the requirements and kill Yuming within 3 days.
Tong Tong, Daddy will definitely save you. Last night, he had a bit too much to drink with Qin Churen and Lin Yue. When he woke up, it was already past 9 in the morning. Fortunately, there were no special tasks today. The only important thing was the appointment with the Black Cloak in the evening. As for the task on the Goblin of Ani, since it was likely that Dragon Soul Guan Yu had taken it, and Lu Ming had promised the Black Cloak not to act against Dragon Soul Guan Yu for the time being, it was meaningless to seek him out again. It was better to see what the situation was like tonight. So today, he would just do his usual tower grinding, leveling up, and collecting money. Lu Ming thought he had woken up late enough. Until he passed by the door of Qin Churen and Lin Yue's room and heard no sound from inside, he realized the 2 girls hadn't even woken up yet. Recalling last night, Lin Yue couldn't handle her alcohol. She was done after half a bottle of beer. Qin Churen, on the other hand, could drink as much as Lu Ming. He didn't know how many bottles she had, but it was definitely not less than what Lu Ming had. So, Lu Ming didn't disturb their sweet dreams. Just as he was about to go downstairs to buy breakfast, he suddenly saw Qin Churen coming back from outside with breakfast. "You're up?" Qin Churen changed into slippers as she entered the room, placing various mouth-watering breakfast items like steamed buns, fried dough sticks, layered pancakes, and soy milk on the table. Seeing Lu Ming's astonished expression, she chuckled awkwardly. "You can't handle it either. Your alcohol tolerance is even worse than mine. If you're out alone in the future, drink less." A man's pride, of course, couldn't be lost. Lu Ming replied calmly, "I just had a little to drink last night. Next time, I'll show you my true strength." "Oh really?" Qin Churen teased. "Does someone remember how they got back last night?" "Lu Ming? If it weren't for me and Lin helping you, you'd have been sleeping on the street last night." Qin Churen couldn't help but laugh, making a honking sound. Lu Ming's face instantly turned red. He hurriedly changed the subject. "Let's have breakfast. After we eat, we can log in and level up. Lin hasn't woken up yet. I'll go wake her." Qin Churen giggled as she walked past the blushing Lu Ming. After finishing breakfast, at 9:30 in the morning, the 3 logged in. They left Starshine City and headed straight to the 8th level of the Soul Demon Tower, Shadow's Nest. Lu Ming summoned the undead army and set up formations. Together with Qin Churen and Lin Yue, they began their slaughter. Ding killed a level 49 undead mage, experience plus 5,250. Ding killed a level 46 undead warrior, experience plus 4,880. Ding killed a level 48 undead archer, experience plus 5,110. At first, it felt quite challenging, but over time, Lu Ming gradually found it monotonous. Because he knew well, with the current strength of the Undead Legion, we can completely cross higher levels to hunt monsters above level 50 for greater rewards, but in the second tier, level 50 monsters are already the highest. The upper limit of the second tier is ultimately too low. It seems I need to level up to 50 quickly and head to the 3rd tier to raise the limit. Thus, another day passed in the ghostly magic tower. Today's harvest was also abundant. Lu Ming's level had already reached 29.33%. He was just one step away from level 30 and the 3rd job transfer, as well as the 3 major talents at LV4. Looking at the time, it was already past 9 at night. He had been grinding and hadn't even eaten dinner. Lu Ming calculated the time. If I return to the city at 10, go out for dinner, and come back, it should be around 11, just in time for the agreed time. Thinking this, Lu Ming said to Qin Churen and Lin Yue, who were happily killing monsters ahead, "Stop grinding, let's log off and go out to eat." At that moment, Lin Yue had just killed an undead mage, picked up the dropped copper coins, and turned back to say, "Then this time, I'll treat." "Brother Yuming, Sister Churen, what do you want to eat? Sister Lin is treating? Shin Charon said, then I won't be polite.
Lin Yue stared at her WeChat balance, reluctant to part with her little savings, but it seemed she had made a certain decision. Nodding, she said, well, you all have treated me before, this time I'll treat you.
You don't have to be polite.
Then, Shin Charon pretended to think and said, then let's eat spicy hot pot. I haven't had it in a long time, and I'm craving it.
Zhang Yi, what about you? Seeing Lu Ming's lack of response, Shin Charon asked again, Zhang Yi, do you want to eat spicy hot pot? Who? Lu Ming, who was handling the trading post, was momentarily taken aback and didn't react to who Zhang Yi was. Me? The next second, he replied, anything is fine. Shin Charon looked at Lu Ming with a strange expression. Then let's eat spicy hot pot.
Lin Yue had already prepared to spend a few hundred yuan to treat Lu Ming and Shin Charon to a big meal. Learning that they wanted to eat spicy hot pot, she couldn't help but be a bit surprised.
The naive Lin Yue thought Shin Charon really wanted to eat spicy hot pot.
She was completely unaware that Shin Charon was considering her dignity, not refusing her invitation while also carefully taking care of her, who didn't have much money. So, the three of them logged off and indeed went out to eat spicy hot pot.
After dinner, on the way back to the community, Lu Ming said to the two girls, you two don't log on tonight, get some rest.
Shin Charon knew Lu Ming was going to meet the cloaked figure because she was present when they talked last night, so she said to Lu Ming, I'll go with you.
No need, Lu Ming replied, I can go by myself.
Although he knew Lu Ming was very strong and that almost no one could threaten him in the second tier, Shin Charon still felt a bit worried. That cloaked one is a bit strange, you need to be careful of him.
It's fine, don't worry.
After returning home, Lu Ming logged on.
Whoosh, white light fell, and Lu Ming was born in Starshine City.
The time was fixed at 10:50 p.m., with 10 minutes left until the agreed time. At this moment, Starshine City was bustling with people. Many passers-by were looking up to admire the beautiful moon.
The moon tonight is so round and so big. It looks so soft. I want to pinch it. Is this moon serious? Why does it look yellowish with a hint of red? Really? Did you all notice? It seems that since several years ago, every full moon night, the color of the moon has had a bit of a reddish tint. Could it be that a blood moon is coming, and the apocalypse is near? You've watched too many apocalypse novels, haven't you?
I recommend you read some online game novels instead, but you insist on reading about the apocalypse.
You must have a vivid imagination. As passers-by discussed, Lu Ming couldn't help but look up. He saw the round moon hanging high in the sky, like a bright lamp, indeed being eroded by a wave of red mist. This situation had begun about 5 years ago, when Lu Ming first entered the Tianyuan world in his previous life. Until now, every full moon night, the red mist enveloping the moon had grown thicker. No one could explain why, but as long as it didn't affect this world, the players wouldn't pay much attention to it. Soon, Long Hun Guanyu arrived with a group of underlings. Enemies meeting, their eyes were particularly fierce.
The two stood there, not saying a word, but the sharpness in their gazes could almost kill each other.
Are you afraid I'll kill you? Bringing people along?
With Lu Ming's words breaking the silence between them, Long Hun Guanyu snorted coldly and said, if you have the ability, you can bring people too. Not necessary, Lu Ming replied casually, only trash needs protection. Long Hun Guanyu's eyes widened in anger, but in front of Lu Ming, he didn't dare to be too reckless. Lu Ming insulted him indirectly, and he could only listen.
After a while, a shimmering silver space crack appeared before the two. A figure in a black cloak stepped through the rift. Without further ado, he got straight to the point. Let's go, I'll take you to that place now.
Saying this, the black cloak headed south towards the city of Starlight, with Lu Ming and Long Hun Guanyu following closely behind. They walked for nearly an hour, almost reaching the boundary of the city of Starlight map, when the black cloak finally stopped. Gazing ahead, there was a bottomless darkness, like a blood-red mouth of a chasm. The black cloak looked up at the moon being eroded by the red mist.
Turning back to Lu Ming and Long Hun Guanyu, he asked, are you ready?
Just as the more than 10 Long Hun players present were confused, and even Lu Ming looked puzzled, the clock struck midnight. The black cloak walked to the edge of the chasm, picked up a dagger, and made a cut on his left hand.
Blood dripped from his palm into the abyss. In the next moment, rumble, accompanied by a sudden tremor, a terrifying dark aura erupted from the chasm, as if something was about to emerge. Following that, a surge of black mist shot up into the sky.
Sensing an unknown danger, the dozen or so Long Hun players drew their weapons, falling into a state of inexplicable panic.
Under everyone's gaze, suddenly, snap, a hand, emitting black mist and resembling a desiccated corpse from 1,000 years ago, reached out from the black fog, clawing at the edge of the chasm. Cackling, accompanied by a chilling, eerie sound, a four-limbed monster with a green face and sharp fangs, eyes glowing with blood, crawled out from the abyss covered in black mist. Its gait resembled that of a gorilla, but it was not as robust,
its body was emaciated. Its limbs were extremely long, like sharp blades. Seeing this terrifying monster, the players of the Longhun team were astonished.
What is this? I've been in the second heaven for so long. How have I never seen such a monster? There's no record of this monster in the strategy guide. This is not a monster from Tianyuan at all. What the hell is this thing? Just as the players were in shock, in the blink of an eye, the monster suddenly vanished from sight. Where did it go? Where's that monster? Why can't we see it? It's nearby. Everyone be careful. As soon as the words fell, whoosh, a shadow darted through the crowd like lightning. Accompanied by a scream, warm, blood-scented blood splattered onto the surrounding Longhun players. As they regained their senses, they were horrified to see that one of their teammates in the middle had been brutally dismembered. His head, arms, and thighs were all severed. Intestines were scattered all over the ground. The scene was utterly gruesome. The people present were filled with terror. Some couldn't help but scream. Long Soul's Guan Yu's expression changed drastically. He had already predicted that they might face some danger tonight, so even though he had only brought 10 people, each one was a carefully selected powerhouse, the elite among the elite. All were level 50, 6th transition. All accounts had a uniform 3-star rating. Moreover, Long Soul's Guan Yu had invested millions to specially order a full set of silver equipment for them. With this level of strength, even the undead summoned from the netherworld would be able to put up a fight. Yet they were instantly killed. Not to mention that the one killed, Long Soul's floating life, was the toughest knight among the 11 in the team. The crowd had no time to react. Shadows flitted across the battlefield like phantoms, accompanied by a chorus of screams. Long Soul's players were being wiped out one after another, and without exception, they were all dismembered like Long Soul's floating life. The manner of death was nothing short of horrific. Severed limbs and broken arms lay scattered everywhere, and the strong smell of blood hit them like a wave. Long Soul's Guan Yu was taken aback, immediately activating his 5-star talent, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, looking around in sheer panic. At the same time, the rear guard, Lu Ming, dared not slack off for a moment. He observed that the damage taken by Long Soul's players ranged between 30,000 to 40,000. According to Lu Ming's knowledge, the 8th level of the Ghost Tower represents the 50-level undead of the 2nd tier's ceiling, with an attack power of only 10,000, far from dealing such damage. According to records, in the 100 years since the descent of the Abyss, even the strongest monsters that appeared in the 2nd tier of history, the 50-level Golden Boss, the Earth Demon, had a base attack power of only 30,000. This monster's normal attack damage is between 30,000 to 40,000, deducting armor value. Its attack power is at least above 40,000. Reaching this conclusion, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel shocked. What grade of monster is this? Could it be a gilded boss? There was no time to ponder further, because Long Soul's 10 fighters had already been wiped out. Next, it would turn its attention to Long Soul's Guan Yu and Lu Ming. Lu Ming immediately summoned the Undead Legion. With his right hand on the hilt of his sword, he kept his gaze fixed on the battlefield, ready to draw his sword at any moment. Finally, in that instant, Lu Ming caught sight of the creature. He saw it holding a bloody severed arm, gnawing on the blood within it, making a crunching sound as it chewed. This scene left Long Soul's Guan Yu frozen in place, momentarily unable to move. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Ming finally used his reconnaissance skill to obtain information about the monster, Blade Ghost, physical type First Order Ghost Beast, level 50, physical attack power, 43,200, armor, 25,300, magic resistance, 22,800, speed, 20,600, health, 758,000, skills, tear, E-level, rapid, E-level, description, unknown. Seeing this data, Lu Ming was taken aback. All attributes exceed those of a normal monster of the same level by more than 4 times. Its attack power is even higher than that of a 50-level golden boss. Moreover, what surprised Lu Ming even more was that, according to the setting of the Abyss world, any monster is classified into 3 major grades: normal monsters, elite monsters, and boss. This monster, however, was classified by a special rank. It had already broken the conventional setting of the Abyss world. Amidst his astonishment, a cold glint appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. No matter what kind of monster this is, it must be dealt with first. The target was locked onto the monster, the Blade Ghost, which was feasting on flesh and drinking blood. Lu Ming reached behind him. With a swish, just as Lu Ming drew his sword, the Blade Demon suddenly vanished from sight. The timing was just perfect. It actually missed Lu Ming's sword-drawing skill. What? Just as Lu Ming was in shock, a chilling presence surged from behind him. Crack! He barely had a chance to react before a wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body. In an instant, he was torn apart by a terrifying force. Ding Yu had been attacked by the Blade Demon, losing 42,145 health points. You are dead. Ding, the Phoenix Rebirth talent has been triggered. You have been resurrected and gained 2 seconds of invincibility. With a crash, as a nearby Death Lord vanished, the slain Lu Ming resurrected in place. Ahead, the Blade Demon, with a grotesque expression, stared at Lu Ming, baring its fangs and claws, and once again lunged at him with incredible speed. Lu Ming stood his ground, using himself as bait. Taking advantage of the 2 seconds of invincibility from Phoenix Rebirth, he withstood the Blade Demon's lethal attack. Seizing this opportunity, he commanded, "Kill." With a thought, the 4 Death Lords within the attack range simultaneously locked onto the Blade Demon and unleashed a Soul Shatter plus Soul Slash combo. Slash, slash, slash. Minus 47,258. Minus 66,321. Minus 47,258. Minus 66,321. The Blade Demon's health bar plummeted by a third. Witnessing this, the Dragon Soul's Guan Yu felt a chill run down his spine. He knew just how terrifying the Death Lords summoned by Lu Ming were. At level 20, they could effortlessly kill level 50 players. And now, under the quadruple E-grade formation enhanced by 39 times, the 4 third-tier Death Lords' 4 rounds of Soul Shatter plus Soul Slash combo had failed to kill the Blade Demon. What on earth is this thing? Giggling. Accompanied by a chilling scream, the Blade Demon transformed its limbs into blades, slicing through the 4 Death Lords. Slash, slash. The shield provided by the Life Bastion was shattered in a single blow, and the 4 Death Lords were instantly torn apart. Lu Ming's heart surged with killing intent. Kill! A large group of Death Lords surged in from the periphery. The Blade Demon's reaction and speed were so fast that even the Death Lord's Soul Shatter skill couldn't lock onto it. It charged outward, rampaging through the undead army, unstoppable. Wherever it passed, Death Lords fell one after another. Dragon Soul's Guan Yu was so frightened that he didn't dare to make a move. If even the Netherworld couldn't handle this enemy, he would only be adding to the trouble. Slash, slash. With dozens of Soul Shatters erupting simultaneously on the Blade Demon, sacrificing over 20 Death Lords, they finally managed to slay it. Looking at the fallen figure on the ground, even though it had lost its life, its eyes remained wide open in anger, and its body still trembled. Surrounding it were dismembered limbs scattered everywhere, making it hard to distinguish between Dragon Soul players and Death Lords. In that moment, both Lu Ming and Dragon Soul's Guan Yu felt an unprecedented fear. Lu Ming turned to face the Black Cloak standing at the edge of the abyss, the one who had released the Blade Demon from the depths. He questioned, "What is this thing?" The Black Cloak gazed into the endless abyss, turning its back to Lu Ming, and said in a deep voice, "A ghost. A ghost that, in 2.5 years, will single-handedly destroy the entire Starshine City, causing 35 million players in Jiang Province to meet their demise." The Black Cloak's explanation left Lu Ming astonished and skeptical. Dragon Soul's Guan Yu couldn't help but ask, "How do you know about the future? Can you predict the future?" "I cannot predict the future." The Black Cloak turned around to face Lu Ming and Dragon Soul's Guan Yu, saying, "But I come from the future." Upon hearing this, both of them felt a wave of astonishment again. "I know you may not believe me," the Black Cloak said solemnly. "In 2.5 years, the Blood Moon will descend, and the ghosts will fully awaken. Mortals will have no power to resist them, only the gods can contend with them. But the number of deities awakened by us humans is too few, and their power is too weak, resulting in the resurrection of the spirits only lasting half a year, during which the 100 deities in the world were completely wiped out, and the entire world was thoroughly controlled by the spirits. And I am the only human survivor from 3 years later." Longhun Guan Yu snorted lightly, clearly disdainful as he said, "Are you implying that 3 years from now is the end of the world? It's been over 100 years since the descent of the abyss, and nothing has happened. You're telling me that humanity will perish in 3 years? Don't you find that absurd?" Lu Ming did not question it like Longhun Guan Yu did. After all, he had experienced even more absurd things like reincarnation. His capacity for acceptance was far stronger than that of an average person. Lu Ming only asked, "Then how did you come back from 3 years later to now?" The Black Cloak snorted coldly, thinking, one really dares to say it, and the other really dares to believe it. Damn, 2 lunatics. The Black Cloak did not immediately answer Lu Ming's question but instead said, "Didn't you just ask me who I am?" Looking at Lu Ming, the Black Cloak lowered his voice and said, "I am the second sequence deity, code 017, the divine agent of the god of time, Kronos." Does this world really have deities? Lu Ming did not feel overly surprised. Instead, he was somewhat excited, because he had long suspected that the divine scroll that granted him a 10-star account was a gift from the god of luck, and the account ban that Lin Yue was currently facing, the wrath of the deity, was also due to her angering a deity. Moreover, in recent years, players from various countries had frequently released news about their explorations of divine traces in the abyss world. Although no one had encountered a true deity yet, many players believed that deities indeed existed in the abyss world. And a divine agent, as the name suggests, is a human who possesses the power of a deity. After a pause, the Black Cloak continued, "My divine ability is to control time. During the last battle between spirits and gods, at the moment of humanity's annihilation, I exhausted all my divine power, reversed time and space, and returned to the present." Wait! Lu Ming suddenly realized a problem. If what the Black Cloak said is true, and he is the only survivor in the world 3 years later, then doesn't that mean even he, with 3 major 10-star talents, could not withstand the spirits mentioned by the Black Cloak and was wiped out? Just as Lu Ming was lost in terrifying thoughts, the Black Cloak looked up at the round moon being eroded by red mist and said, "There are still 2.5 years until the blood moon descends. Before that, all the spirits lurking in the abyss world are still in a semi-sealed state, their power has not fully recovered, and they can only briefly manifest on the night of the full moon." Just like that blade spirit from earlier. The Black Cloak looked at the corpse of the blade spirit lying not far away and said, "It is merely the lowest tier first-level spirit beast, and about 60% of its power has been sealed." Hearing this, and recalling the scene where over 20 Death Lords had sacrificed themselves just to barely kill the blade spirit, Lu Ming couldn't help but frown. Even with only 40% of its power, it has such strength. After a pause, Lu Ming pondered, "So your purpose in returning to the present is to eliminate them before the spirits fully recover their strength and resurrect, rewriting the outcome of humanity's extinction?" "Yes, but not entirely." The Black Cloak said, "I came back mainly to find you." "Find me?" Lu Ming was puzzled. "Why?" The Black Cloak looked at Lu Ming and said something that shocked Longhun Guanyu nearby, "Because you are the divine agent of the god of luck, Fortuna, the first divine agent born in the human world, the strongest player in the Daxia national server, the only first sequence divine agent in the world. Divine code 008, the underworld." Just as a proud light flickered in Lu Ming's eyes, the Black Cloak then said, "According to historical records, you will die on June 15, 2037, with an unknown cause of death. Nima, it is now November 22, 2034, corresponding to the time of death. 2.5 years later? Isn't that just when the ghostly beings break through their seal and revive?" At this moment, the silent dragon-souled Guanyu couldn't help but interject, "The ghostly beings have just revived, and he's already dead?" The credibility of this top player in the national server is really questionable. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to respond to the hard-headed dragon-souled Guanyu. What he was thinking was, what the hell does unknown cause of death mean? Am I not dying at the hands of the ghostly beings? Just as Lu Ming was puzzled, the Black Cloak continued, "The ghostly beings are not the most terrifying. What is more terrifying than ghosts is humans. Before the ghosts even revived, they began to use various means to win over people's hearts, making humans serve them. They have always been lurking in the shadows, gathering strength right under our noses, waiting for the right moment. After they completely revive, their own strength is not that strong. It is precisely because of the human forces that have allied with them that they can annihilate all of humanity in just 6 months. According to records, within our Great Xia, there are 3 teams that have allied with the ghostly beings. You treacherous dogs! Just a second ago, Dragon Soul Guanyu was doubting the authenticity, and the next second, he put himself in the situation, glaring angrily, "I admit that I, Guanyu, am not a good person, but I will never betray humanity at any time." Meanwhile, Lu Ming finally understood. "So, when you said you wanted to cooperate with me, you meant for me to help you eliminate all ghostly beings and eradicate the human traitors who have allied with them before they revive?" "Correct." The Black Cloak stated bluntly, "This is the only way to save humanity." At this point, the Black Cloak suddenly looked at Dragon Soul Guanyu and said, "You can leave now. There's nothing else to do here for the time being. Unblock your account as soon as possible. This world also needs you to save it." Dragon Soul Guanyu was eager to leave, fearing that a blade ghost might suddenly emerge from the abyss. He was also afraid that Lu Ming would take action against him. He hurriedly left the place. After deliberately sending Dragon Soul Guanyu away, the Black Cloak once again extended an invitation to Lu Ming. "Only by cooperating can we redeem this world." Lu Ming hesitated for a moment and asked a question in return. "You just said that in the future, our Great Xia has 3 major teams that betray humanity and ally with the ghostly beings. Which 3 teams are they?" "The human minions who have allied with the ghostly beings are buried too deep. Based on the information we have, we can only confirm one of them, which is the God-slaying team." The Black Cloak said, "We even suspected for a time that your death was related to the God-slaying team because there was a long period when you and the God-slaying team members did not get along, so we suspected they eliminated you with the help of the ghostly beings." God-slaying. Upon hearing these 2 words,
Lu Ming immediately thought of Qin Feng and Yi Linger, and a strong killing intent erupted within him. To be honest, Lu Ming was not surprised by this result at all. After all, Qin Feng had previously colluded with Yi Linger to betray Lu Ming for the sake of seizing the divine role. Later, he had resorted to any means necessary against his own sister for the benefit of his family. What kind of person would not do anything for profit? What Lu Ming could not accept was that in his previous life, he had died at the hands of this pair of treacherous lovers. In this life, he was still destined to be harmed by them? How is that possible? I have 3 major 10-star talents. How could you possibly kill me again? I will never let this happen. Qin Feng, Yi Linger, you treacherous pair, I will make sure you have no place to be buried. Looking at the overwhelming hatred erupting from Lu Ming's eyes, the unaware Black Cloak mistakenly thought he was doing it for Dragon Soul Guan Yu. He said to Lu Ming, he is the chosen agent of the god of revenge, Horus. Of course, you can still kill him if you have that thought. This time, I won't stop you. Naturally, the issue raised by the Black Cloak was also within Lu Ming's considerations. What will happen if I kill him? Following Lu Ming's gaze, he looked at the increasingly distant Dragon Soul Guan Yu. The Black Cloak said, then you will become the first godslayer in human history. Late at night, Lu Ming lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Because that night, the information his brain received was simply too much. Gods, ghosts, and time travelers from the future. The most outrageous thing was, he learned that he only had 2.5 years to live. And it was precisely because of that dog couple, Qin Feng and Yi Linger, that he would be killed. For a moment, Lu Ming found it hard to digest. He had to take this matter seriously. Undeniably, if the Black Cloak was indeed the divine agent of the god of time, Kronos, and came from the future, if everything he said was true, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for Lu Ming. With my talent growth trend, I will surely reach the peak of humanity in 2.5 years. If I am ultimately killed by them, the only possibility is that the two of them have also gained divine power, or they collude with powerful ghosts to ambush me. It could also be that I am all alone, unable to fight against many, unable to match the vast god-slaying team. In the words of the Black Cloak, you always like to go solo, and apart from the cold, lifeless undead army, you have no trustworthy friends around you, which gives your enemies an opportunity. You are the god of the great Xia. If you don't die, perhaps humanity still has hope and won't be defeated so thoroughly. In the future, he had no Qin Charan, no Lin Yue, not even a single teammate. It had completely deviated from his expectations. Lu Ming didn't know the reason for this, but in any case, he had to reverse this outcome. If Qin Feng and Yi Linger colluded with ghosts, then before the ghosts they colluded with revived, he would wipe them all out, prevent them from becoming divine agents, form alliances and build the strongest force in the Great Xia. This time, I will never admit defeat. As for Dragon Soul Guan Yu, Lu Ming had never changed his mind about killing him. If such a person were to complete the account ban and gain supreme divine power like Lu Ming, it would be a terrifying thing. So, even if it meant slaying a god, Lu Ming had to eliminate him before Dragon Soul Guan Yu completed the account ban. It was just that he had promised Qin Charan to let her deal with Dragon Soul Guan Yu herself, so Lu Ming had temporarily held back last night. Furthermore, once the task on the goblin refreshes, it will enter a 72-hour cooldown before it can be re-accepted, which is too time-consuming. It's better to directly complete the task through Dragon Soul Guan Yu, obtain the Divine Sealing Scroll, and then kill him. After all, the most valuable part of this task was the Divine Sealing Scroll. The rest was not important. Thus, Lu Ming stopped thinking too much and fell asleep. The next morning, after breakfast, he went online with Qin Charan and Lin Yue. Leaving Starshine City, on the way to the wilderness, he recalled the words of the Black Cloak from last night. Lu Ming subconsciously glanced at Qin Charan and Lin Yue, who were chatting and laughing about girl topics, and couldn't help but feel a bit sad. In the future, were they dead? Or had they simply left Lu Ming's side? I hope it's the latter. Lu Ming couldn't help but say aloud, "You are not dead." At that moment, Qin Charan tilted her head, looking at Lu Ming with curiosity. What are you talking about? What, dead or not dead? From now on, don't mention the word dead, it's so unlucky. Don't worry, I will always protect you and Lin Mei. Lu Ming smiled and said, okay. As they spoke, the three arrived at a familiar valley. A swirling vortex appeared on the ground. The gate of hell? Qin Charan, who had been following Lu Ming without paying much attention to the road, asked suspiciously, what are we doing here? To complete a task, Lu Ming replied, drawing his sword with a swish and instantly killing a nearby level 50 monster, the Spectral Wolf, with a massive damage of 57W+. He commanded the Death Lords to drag the Spectral Wolf's corpse to the vortex, opening the Gate of Hell. Meanwhile, inside the world of the Gate of Hell,
Hidden map, Goblin Kingdom. During this time, anyone who followed Dragon Soul Guan Yu would die.
Everyone knew that Dragon Soul Guan Yu had provoked a master of formations who walked horizontally in the second heaven. There had been so many deaths that no one dared to follow Dragon Soul Guan Yu anymore. Outside the vast royal city, only Dragon Soul Guan Yu was left alone, grinding demons and carrying out the task of Avenger, Path of Rebirth. With a swish, Dragon Soul Guan Yu swung his knife, knocking down 2 demons around him. After using potions to recover, he prepared to dive into the next battle. Suddenly, swish, 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 from all directions, blood-red barriers shimmering with golden light materialized. Following closely, a number of Deathlords, familiar to Dragon Soul Guan Yu, tore through space and stepped out from the barriers. Dragon Soul Guan Yu turned to see Lu Ming, who had appeared in this goblin kingdom at some point, and was instantly shocked.
Gripping his demon-slaying knife tightly, he warily eyed the surrounding Deathlords while questioning Lu Ming. "You promised him you wouldn't kill me."
Lu Ming didn't take Dragon Soul Guan Yu seriously at all. He issued orders to the undead army, "Go kill monsters."
With a single command, all the Deathlords wielding fiery blades launched an attack on the nearby demons. Dragon Soul Guan Yu was stunned.
It turned out that Lu Ming's target was not him.
Meanwhile, Qin Churan asked, "Are we here to help Dragon Soul Guan Yu?"
Seeing the incredulous look in Qin Churan's eyes, Lu Ming softly said, "Have you heard of the pig farming strategy?" Qin Churan suddenly understood and smiled. "I get it." Without further ado, Qin Churan joined the battle. Lin Yue also picked up her small staff. To prevent Dragon Soul Guan Yu from making any moves, Lu Ming arranged for 100 Deathlords to protect the 2 women while they killed monsters. Instantly, both women felt a strong sense of security.
As Lu Ming's undead army joined the battlefield, Dragon Soul Guan Yu noticed his task progress skyrocketing. He looked at Lu Ming with a worried expression. "There's only a 3-day deadline.
If I can't kill him in 3 days, Xiaotong will be in danger," he thought.
But if history follows the trend that guy mentioned last night, the underworld will die 2.5 years later, at the beginning of the ghostly revival. Doesn't that mean that no matter what means I use now, I still won't be able to kill him in the end? The image of his daughter, Guan Xiaotong, who had been his only companion, flashed in his mind, and Dragon Soul Guan Yu felt a surge of anxiety. He hadn't slept a wink last night because of this. His gaze was fixed on Lu Ming. Weighing his options, Dragon Soul Guan Yu's expression turned cold, and he finally made a decision. He lifted the golden demon-slaying knife and approached Lu Ming. Seeing Dragon Soul Guan Yu dragging his knife toward him, dozens of nearby Deathlords sensed their master's potential crisis and quickly locked onto Dragon Soul Guan Yu as their target, their eyes flashing with bloodlust. Although they had not received Lu Ming's command and did not act rashly for the moment, their attitude clearly indicated, if Dragon Soul Guan Yu posed any threat to Lu Ming, they would immediately rush over and smash him to pieces. Lu Ming also noticed Dragon Soul Guan Yu. "What, do you want to fight?"
As soon as Lu Ming's words fell, Dragon Soul Guan Yu suddenly stopped.
Clang! He planted his long knife into the ground, gritted his teeth, and suddenly thudded to his knees. This scene took everyone present by surprise.
Even Lu Ming was somewhat astonished. Someone like Longhun Guan Yu, who was so concerned about his face, would actually kneel before him.
Longhun Guan Yu bowed his head, his gaze fixed on the ground, and pleaded with Lu Ming, "Yumming, I beg you, help me save my daughter. All along, my actions against you and Qin Churan were under the orders of Captain Zhanshan, Qin Feng. He sent someone to capture my daughter and demanded that I bring you his head within 3 days, or my daughter will die." At this moment, Longhun Guan Yu chose not to hide any longer. Clearly, sincerity was the ultimate weapon.
"I know I can't blame anyone but myself for being too greedy, but my daughter is innocent. She is suffering because of me.
Yumming, I beg you, right now, only you can save my daughter. As long as you can save her, I will give you my life."
He thought that based on everything he had done to Lu Ming before, there was no way Lu Ming would agree to help him. He put aside his pride, seeking a glimmer of hope for his daughter. Just when Longhun Guan Yu had prepared himself to be harshly mocked and humiliated by Lu Ming surprisingly showed no hesitation. He blurted out, "Okay, I'll help you."
Longhun Guan Yu was shocked but overjoyed. "Thank you." Lu Ming said, "I understand what you mean, you just need to kill me and record a video, right?" Longhun Guan Yu nodded repeatedly. "You have the ability to resurrect, so it shouldn't be a problem, right?" "It's not a problem," Lu Ming replied.
"But there's no rush, let's wait until I help you complete this task." Longhun Guan Yu immediately understood Lu Ming's meaning and said, "Once the task is complete and I obtain the divine scroll from the Earth Spirit, I will give it to you. A child worth teaching." Lu Ming waved his hand at Longhun Guan Yu. "Go play."
Longhun Guan Yu accepted the order and left.
Knowing his daughter was saved, he felt even more motivated to slay monsters. With a swipe, he swung his long knife, cutting down several demons around him. At this moment, Shin Charan approached Lu Ming. Looking at Longhun Guanyu, she introduced him to Lu Ming. Longhun Guanyu, real name Guanyu, from Longchuan. He wasn't originally a player in Tianyuan but a simple fish seller. His wife ran off with a wealthy man, leaving him with a daughter.
The two of them relied on each other.
When his daughter was 8, he accidentally killed someone while trying to protect her and was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Shortly after his release, he fell seriously ill and couldn't afford treatment. His daughter, Guan Xiaotong, dropped out of school to earn money to save her father. Later, when Guan Yu recovered, to protect his daughter from being bullied in Tianyuan and for a living, he became a professional player.
The father and daughter relied on and redeemed each other. Guan Xiaotong is his life. Hearing this, Lu Ming was somewhat surprised. You know so much?
Shin Charan replied, at first, I didn't think of having you help me. To take revenge on Guan Yu and avenge alone, I specifically looked into his background.
I originally planned to target his daughter. Lu Ming asked, so are you starting to sympathize with him?
No. A sharp glint flashed in Shin Charan's cold eyes. Someone like him doesn't deserve sympathy. I must kill him to avenge Along and the others.
As she spoke, Shin Charan looked at Lu Ming. Fool, after you save Guan Xiaotong, can you hand Guan Yu over to me to deal with?
I didn't plan to save Guan Xiaotong. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, Shin Charan was somewhat surprised. Then why did you agree to Guan Yu earlier?
Lu Ming looked at the spirited Longhun Guan Yu and said, it seems my big pie is quite delicious.
I can still obtain the divine scroll without helping him. You want to kill him, and you can do it anytime, anywhere. He has no value that warrants my help, Lu Ming said to Shin Charan.
Moreover, you should know better than I do who Qin Feng is. Even if I let Longhun Guan Yu fake my death and get the video, can Qin Feng really let Guan Xiaotong go? Guan Xiaotong is already doomed.
At this moment, Shin Charan did not feel pity for Guan Yu. Instead, she felt a bit sorry for his daughter, Guan Xiaotong.
Next, they continued to engage in battle.
The demons in the Goblin Kingdom, like the undead from the 8th level of the Phantom Tower, were all ordinary level 50 monsters.
Therefore, the Undead Legion could easily dominate.
During the process of the Undead Legion slaying monsters, Lu Ming planned to organize his backpack to make space for the upcoming harvest. When he opened his backpack, he suddenly discovered a strange stone quietly lying inside, emanating a black obsidian glow.
What is this?
Lu Ming curiously picked up the stone and examined it. It looked like a heart, and to his surprise, it was actually thumping in his hand. Ghost Core, Level 1, Description. The essence of ghostly beings, infusing 10 points of divine power can unlock it. Upon seeing this note, Lu Ming suddenly remembered. So this is what dropped from that Level 1 ghost beast, the Blade Ghost, last night. After killing the Blade Ghost, the Death Lord had automatically picked up the drop, which Lu Ming had forgotten to check. Last night, he had heard the Black Cloak mention it. The Agent of the Divine must reach level 30 and undergo the 4th transition to activate divinity and begin to access the core attributes that are most important to the divine power. Divine power can not only be used to enhance the strength of the divine but also to unlock the Ghost Core, obtaining extremely rich resources from it. Lu Ming looked at his own level, 29, 35%. He was just one step away from level 30 and the 4th transition. Weighing the Ghost Core in his hand, Lu Ming murmured, it seems I will soon uncover your secret. For Lu Ming, reaching level 30 would be a significant breakthrough. Not only would it activate divinity, but it would also allow his 3 major talents to upgrade to LV4. Thus, with the goal of the Master reaching level 30, the Undead Legion unleashed even wilder slaughter. By noon, a beam of golden light finally fell. Ding, congratulations, you have leveled up to 30. Ding, congratulations, your talent has upgraded to LV4.
Finally level 30. Lu Ming eagerly opened the talent interface to take a look.
He saw that the 3 major talents had upgraded from LV3 to LV4. The first talent, Soul Reaping, allowed him to refine the bodies of slain enemies, gaining 3 points of soul power. The maximum number of summoned undead increased from his level *30 his level *40. The second talent, Comprehensive Amplification, increased all skill effects for the player from 3040 times. The third talent, Rebirth in Flames, allowed the player to sacrifice the weakest undead upon death to resurrect the player, gaining invincibility for 2 seconds 3 seconds. In addition, the Undead Summoning page, which originally consumed 50 points of soul power to summon a maximum of a level 3 Death Lord, could now consume 300 points of soul power to summon a level 4 Death God.
Death God? Sounds incredibly powerful.
With a mix of excitement and anticipation, Lu Ming used the summoning page before him, consuming 300 soul power to summon a Death God. In the next moment, a shadowy barrier shimmering with dark golden light tore through space and materialized. Following that, a being exuding a strong shadowy aura, clad in dark red armor, with cold, icy eyes and a cape like a hellish demon, stepped out from the barrier, wielding a sharp scythe flowing with bloodlight, modeled after a character from a certain game, Zheng Baiqi. Looking at the level 4 death god before him, Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim, truly worthy of being a death god. The aura was so overwhelming that Qin Churen, glancing back, almost thought a gilded level boss had respawned in the Goblin Kingdom map. Not only had the basic attributes and appearance been enhanced, but the level 4 death god could permanently augment the 5-dimensional attributes of power, spirit, physique, endurance, and agility by consuming soul power, increasing from the 100% base limit of the level 3 Deathlord to 500%. For every 10 points of soul power consumed, one attribute can be permanently increased by 1 point. Without hesitation, Lu Ming used the more than 30,000 points of soul power he had accumulated to max out the Grim Reaper's 5-dimensional attributes to 500%. Grim Reaper, 4th rank, LV30, Master, Underworld Strength, 580 Growth 3. 2. Agility, 760, Growth 2. 1. Spirit, 400, Growth 18, Constitution, 400, Growth 40, Stamina, 400, Growth 2. 2 plus 2. 0. Physical attack power, 2124 armor, 1012 magic resistance, 932 speed, 1671 mana, 7850 health, 18200 skills, Soul Shatter, E rank, Soul Slash, E rank. Compared to the same level 30 wild monsters, 1500 plus attack power, 900 plus defense, 700 plus speed, 20,000 plus health. Now the Grim Reaper, even without Lu Ming's formation bonuses, could finally stand on its own. This should have been a cause for joy. However, what Lu Ming thought was, damn, I'm glad I chose the formation trickster profession back then. Otherwise, the Undead Legion would still be struggling to make headway. If he had chosen a mage, Lu Ming would have died 100 times by now. Unfortunately, all the soul power had been used to enhance the Grim Reaper's 5-dimensional attributes, and there was hardly any soul power left on the panel. At most, he managed to evolve a dozen 3rd-rank Deathlords into 4th-rank Grim Reapers. But it was fine. Now the LV4 Soul Slayer could obtain 3 points of soul power per refinement, 3 times the original amount. This meant that it would be much easier for Lu Ming to acquire soul power in the future. Checking the time, it was nearly noon. Lu Ming took Qin Churen and Lin Yue out of the Goblin Kingdom, planning to log off for lunch and continue grinding quests in the afternoon. Turning back, he saw Dragon Soul Guan Yu still fighting alone, fiercely slashing at the demons. Lin Yue curiously asked, why isn't he logging off for lunch? Qin Churen replied, that probably shows how much his daughter means to him. Forget him, let's go eat. Time was tight, and the three didn't have time to cook, so they went straight downstairs to eat at a local restaurant before immediately logging back online. Before leaving Starshine City, Lu Ming visited the professional hall to accept a 4th transfer quest from the Formation Trickster mentor. He had to complete the 4th transfer to awaken his divinity. Lu Ming was quite curious about what kind of benefits this divinity would provide. The 4th transfer quest required him to kill a total of 1,000 monsters of at least his own level within 6 hours. This could easily be done alongside the tasks in the Goblin Kingdom. Soon, the three arrived at the Goblin Kingdom. Seeing Dragon Soul Guan Yu still fighting monsters alone, Lu Ming summoned the Undead Legion to join the battle. With the comprehensive amplification talent upgraded to LV4, the Undead Legion's monster-killing ability significantly improved. Because all of Lu Ming's formation enhancement multipliers increased from the original 39 times, comprehensive amplification 30 times plus sword drawing 9 times, to 52 times, comprehensive amplification 40 times plus sword drawing 12 times. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming established a super quadruple formation with a radius of 2,600 yards, almost instantly covering the entire Goblin Kingdom. Drawing the ground as a prison, it weakened all enemy armor by 9882 points. War Tread enhanced all allies' attack power by 60,767 points. Swift Wind increased all allies' speed by 9183 points. Life Bastion provided all allies with a shield bonus of 7,129 points per second. Such terrifying amplification left the level 50 demons in the Goblin Kingdom with only 9,000 plus attack power, 7,000 plus armor, 5,000 plus speed, and around 150,000 health, with absolutely no room to survive against the Undead Legion. They transformed into a massive amount of experience, copper coins, and equipment, all absorbed by Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming's soul power was skyrocketing at 3 times the previous speed. Lu Ming kept a close eye on the summoning panel. As soon as the soul power reached every 250 points, he would use it to evolve a 3rd-tier Deathlord into a 4th-tier Death God. Currently, the necromantic summoning space had reached 1,200. However, Lu Ming only had 900 undead at the moment, and more than 90% of them were 3rd-tier Deathlords. The task of turning everyone into Death Gods was a long and arduous journey.
Soon, the task of killing 1,000 monsters for the fourth transition was completed. However, Lu Ming did not rush back to the city to submit the task. Instead, he planned to wait until the task on Dragon Soul Guan Yu was completed before doing so. With a whoosh, as Dragon Soul Guan Yu swung his knife, he slashed down a demon in front of him. Unintentionally turning his head, he saw one powerful death god after another being born around Lu Ming, and he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming shock inside. No wonder this guy will become the strongest player in the future of the Great Xia Kingdom. Is this the power of a deity? If I could lift the account ban and gain the power of a deity, could I also become as strong as him? If I could be as strong as the underworld, I could protect Xiao Tong, and no one would be able to bully her. The monsters in the Goblin Kingdom map numbered in the hundreds of thousands, and they respawned quickly. Clearly, without Lu Ming's help, Dragon Soul Guan Yu alone would never be able to complete it. And this task, which had tripped Lu Ming countless times in his past life, became exceptionally easy in his hands this time. In just one day, he eliminated all the demons inside and outside the royal city. At this moment, boom! Accompanied by a rumble that shook the ground, Lu Ming, Qin Sharon, Lin Yue, and Dragon Soul Guan Yu all looked towards the depths of the royal city simultaneously. They saw a powerful dark force about to emerge. Is the final big guy finally coming out? Generally speaking, some larger maps in the Tianyuan world would hide a guardian boss. The hidden map of the Goblin Kingdom was no exception. With another rumble, a gigantic figure wrapped in darkness appeared in front of everyone. It stood 5 meters tall, with antennae on its head, draped in a cloak, wearing dark armor, and wielding a massive axe. It exuded a demonic aura. Above its head, a line of blood-red ID caught their eyes. Demon King Zino, LV50 Physical Type Golden Boss. Golden Boss. Seeing the quality of this boss, even Dragon Soul Guan Yu was somewhat shocked. The rearguard, Qin Sharon, also exclaimed in surprise. Historically, the second heaven has never had a golden boss. The highest was only a golden level boss. No wonder it's a hidden map. It actually set a record. Of course, Lu Ming knew very well that the reason a golden boss could spawn here was not because the Goblin Kingdom was a hidden map, but because this boss was the guardian of the Divine Scroll. This fully demonstrated the weight of the Divine Scroll. Lu Ming was somewhat excited. A golden boss, and it's the first kill in the entire server. It must be worth a lot. As he spoke, Lu Ming used his reconnaissance skill to check the boss's data. Demon King Zino, LV50 Physical Type Golden Boss, Physical Attack, 61800 Armor Value, 41,000 Magic Resistance, 38,000 Speed, 35500 Health, 320000 Skills, Open Heaven and Earth, Sea Level, Death Stomp, Sea Level, King's Dread, D Level. Description: the king from the demon realm, who once led a demon army to slaughter the entire Goblin Kingdom to seize the Divine Scroll, has been sealed in the Goblin Kingdom for decades, allowing Demon King Zino to accumulate even more malice. Golden Boss. So strong. Looking at the illustrated guide shared by Lu Ming in the team channel, Qin Sharon couldn't help but gasp. Lin Yue also hurriedly hid behind Lu Ming, forgetting to pick up the copper coins on the ground out of fear. Lu Ming, however, seemed unfazed. Is it strong? Just average. Just as they were talking, ahead of them, the Demon King Zino let out an angry roar upon seeing the demon corpses scattered around. Damn humans, you dare to slaughter my demon kin. I will make sure you have no place to die. As soon as he finished speaking, the Demon King Zino, wielding a massive axe, strode towards Lu Ming and the others. To prevent the level 50 Dragon Soul Guan Yu from affecting the boss drop rate, Lu Ming instructed him, "Don't move, just stand to the side." Dragon Soul Guan Yu didn't dare to move either. After all, he couldn't handle this level 50 gilded boss. He obediently retreated to the side. Next, Lu Ming focused on the boss, waiting for it to step into the attack range. Whoosh! Drawing his sword, suddenly, a sharp sword shadow pierced through the body of the Demon King Zino. The next second, a high blood red damage number appeared above the boss's head, 813,228. With the upgrade of his talent, Lu Ming's sword drawing skill damage had increased significantly. This sea-level sword draw directly caused the boss's health bar to drop by a quarter. Dragon Soul Guan Yu was taken aback. How come I remember this guy's skill only did 570,000 damage this morning? It only leveled up once, and the damage increased so much. What a terrifying enhancement ability. Under the 40-fold skill enhancement effect of the comprehensive amplification talent, the 1200% attack power and 1200% skill intensity boost from the sword draw continued to take effect. Lu Ming continued to lock onto the Demon King Zino. Kill! With a thought, from all directions, a group of third-tier Deathlords raised their flame blades and, forming a fourfold formation, charged towards the Demon King Zino. Buzz buzz buzz. Shatter soul. Shatter soul. Shatter soul. Shatter soul. // Minus 57,832. minus 57,832, minus 57,832.
It had to be admitted that this gilded boss was indeed something.
Its armor attributes were simply too high.
Even with Luming's Z-level formation, drawing the ground as a prison, which could weaken the enemy's armor value by 9882 points after a 52-fold enhancement, the Demon King Xino still had an enormous armor value of over 31,000.
As a result, the attacks from the Death Lords barely posed any threat to it.
After enduring a round of concentrated fire from dozens of Death Lords, the Demon King Xino swung his axe down heavily onto the ground. Whoosh! Heaven and earth split instantly, the ground tore apart in all directions, a powerful shockwave sweeping outward.
Minus 186,325, minus 185,527, minus 186,139.
The Demon King Xino's attack power of over 60,000, combined with the lethality of the sea-level skill, was simply too great. Nearby, dozens of Death Lords were all instantly killed. Fortunately, Lu Ming had anticipated this outcome, so he deliberately sent in the third-tier Death Lords while keeping the fourth-tier Reapers on standby. This way, losing a dozen Death Lords was a lower loss than losing a dozen Reapers. Subsequently, Lu Ming continued to let the Death Lords charge while keeping the Reapers ready.
Under the relentless assault of the Death Lords, the boss's health bar plummeted.
Ultimately, at the cost of sacrificing 50 to 60 Death Lords, they finally killed the Demon King Xino.
To say it didn't hurt would be a lie.
After all, summoning a third-tier Death Lord required consuming 50 points of soul power. So many Death Lords amounted to a loss of nearly 3,000 points of soul power.
The problem ultimately lay in Lu Ming not having a defensive formation.
The only E-level Life Bastion, even after receiving a 52-fold skill enhancement, could only provide allies with a shield that offered a maximum of 26 times the health of the formation's illusionist. Lu Ming only had a basic health attribute of 5,000 plus, which was too low, and could only provide the undead army with a maximum shield of 130,000 plus.
He could easily withstand the damage from level 50 small monsters,
but he couldn't endure the damage from a level 50 gilded boss at all. Just in time to complete the fourth transfer at level 30 and unlock a new skill slot. This time, I have to set up a defensive formation. With this thought, he saw the massive body of the Demon King Xino crash to the ground. At the same time, a pleasant system notification descended from the sky. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the level 50 gilded boss Demon King Xino. Experience plus 4 million. Players need 8 million experience to level up from 30 to 31. The experience reward from this boss was enough for Lu Ming to level up half a level. As the saying goes, truly a gilded boss. Of course, what was even more exciting was the boss's drops. After all, it was a gilded boss. Lu Ming gave the Demon King Xino enough respect and didn't let the Death Lord do the work. Instead, he personally walked over to collect the drops. A level 50 gilded boss. The first kill on the server. Plus, with Lin You's 520% monster drop rate bonus, the drop rate was maxed out. Ding! You picked up gold plus 33. Ding! You picked up a 3-star magic treasure world extinguishing heavenly chapter. Ding! You picked up a gilded equipment demon domain, King's Ring of Authority. Ding! You picked up a gilded equipment King's Great Axe. Ding! You picked up a Knight C-level skill scroll Deadly Deterrence. Brother Yu Ming, what good stuff did the boss drop? The little money lover Lin Yue couldn't help but poke her head over, asking curiously. Lu Ming estimated the market value. C-level skill scroll, 3-star magic treasure, average price 1 million. 2 pieces of level 50 gilded equipment, average price 1.5 to 2 million. 33 gold coins, 660,000. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, Lin You's little brain spun around, and her eyes widened. The total value of everything
is over 6 million?
When she reached this conclusion, even Lu Ming was shocked.
Just a single boss, worth over 6 million? What does that mean? It's equivalent to a house in the center of Lehigh City.
But he understood that, in fact, even the first kill of a gilded boss was far from being worth this much. The high rewards were mainly due to Lin You's talent for increasing drop rates.
Otherwise, under normal circumstances, a gilded boss would most likely drop golden equipment, and even for a first kill, the chance of dropping gilded equipment wouldn't exceed 10%.
Lin You's drop rate boost, combined with Lu Ming's 52 times skill enhancement, brought a total of 520% increase in drop rates, which directly raised the chance of the Demon King Xino dropping gilded equipment to about 60%, resulting in 2 pieces of gilded equipment. Lu Ming glanced at Lin Yue and couldn't help but think, you really are my little fortune god. Lu Ming began to handle the loot. The C-level skill scroll was for the Knight class, which Lu Ming couldn't use, so he directly priced it at 1 million and threw it into the trading market. He kept the gold coins for later use, as sometimes it was hard to buy gold even with money. The gilded equipment, the king's great axe was a knight's weapon, so he sold it for 1.7 million, and the other gilded equipment, the demon domain, king's ring of authority, was universal for physical classes, which Lu Ming could use, so he naturally kept it. After all, a level 50 gilded equipment was a rare treasure that money couldn't easily buy. The soul set is just right to be replaced at level 50, and I can directly switch to this ring then. With this thought, Lu Ming put the king's ring of authority into his backpack. Finally, there was a 3-star magic treasure. World Extinguishing Heavenly Chapter, Magic Treasure, Quality, Magic Treasure Skill, Heavenly Might, Passive. When in a team, the wearer shares 15% of all attributes with all teammates. Seeing the effect of this magic treasure, Lu Ming's heart surged with joy. It should be known, as the only profession in the Tianyuan world that can provide attribute boosts to teammates, the Array Master, even with an E-level single formation, can only grant a 20% increase to one of their own attributes for teammates. Moreover, it lasts only 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 50 seconds, and comes with a significant ongoing mana consumption. However, the skill, Heavenly Might, shares a 15% boost to all attributes. It activates automatically when in a party, with no time limit, and it requires no consumption at all. This treasure, just by looking at its surface, already seems very powerful. If it were to be further enhanced by my comprehensive amplification talent, it would be simply outrageous. In the Tianyuan world, players unlock a treasure carrying slot every 10 levels. Currently, Lu Ming has 3 treasure slots, but he only carries a 1-star Ring of Source Power, obtained from a black market auction. Thus, Lu Ming immediately equipped the World Extinguishing Heavenly Chapter. With the comprehensive amplification and the ongoing effect of drawing the sword, the total skill enhancement effect reached 52 times, and the treasure skill Heavenly Might increased the all-attribute sharing coefficient for allies from 15% to a staggering 780%. This skill is simply a perfect match with the Undead Legion. Such a reward made Lu Ming feel that spending a day helping the Dragon Soul Guan Yu complete the task was worth it. At this moment, Dragon Soul Guan Yu was checking the task panel and said to Lu Ming, "The task is complete. I will head to the black market right away to turn it in and get the divine roll for you." It was just after 5 o'clock, and within an hour, the Goblin Avani would appear in the black market. So, Dragon Soul Guan Yu left the Goblin Kingdom and went directly to the black market. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and Qin Churan returned to Starshine City. Lin Yuwei logged off to make dinner. Qin Churan also went down to help. Lu Ming then visited the Hall of Professions to submit his job change task. Suddenly, golden light poured down. "Ding, congratulations, you have completed the 4th job change, and your level cap has increased to level 40. Skill slot +1. Physical attack growth increased, 2. 1-2. 8. Armor growth increased, 1. 7-2. 3. Magic resistance growth increased, 1. 5-2. 1. Speed growth increased, 1. 6-2. 1. Mana growth increased, 2635. Health growth increased, 3042. Lu Ming opened his status panel to take a look. Player ID, Yoming, LV30, 4th Job Array Master. Account qualification, 10-star Strength, 125 Agility, 110 Spirit, 182 Stamina, 115 Constitution, 100 Physical Attack Power, 620 Armor, 454 Magic Resistance, 422 Speed, 298 Mana, 39494 Health, 7820 Money, 51 Gold, 35 Silver, 32 Copper Experience, 6225245/8000000. The attributes of the Array Master were indeed lacking. No wonder it was defined as a low-tier profession. But it didn't matter. Lu Ming had 3 unbeatable talents. His own shortcomings were irrelevant. As long as the Undead Legion was strong, that was enough. The 3-star treasure, World Extinguishing Heavenly Chapter, skill Heavenly Might continued to take effect. All undead could receive Lu Ming's 780% all-attribute boost. Attack power plus 4,836. Armor plus 3,541. Magic resistance plus 3,292. Speed plus 2,324. Mana plus 308,053. Health plus 60,996. Is this what it means to be invincible? Looking at the data panel of the Undead Legion, Lu Ming was astonished. It was simply overwhelmingly powerful. It felt like he was cheating. However, Lu Ming loved this feeling, because, although with his previous strength, he could dominate the entire second heaven. Once he reached level 50 and entered the third heaven, facing higher level opponents with stronger talents, this level of strength would still be far from enough. Therefore, in the pursuit of strength, there is no strongest, only stronger. At this moment, a more melodious system prompt sounded. "Ding, dear Divine Agent Netherworld, congratulations, your strength has reached the standard, activating the divinity of the God of Luck Fortuna.
From the Black Cloak, the most important core data for a deity, divinity, has finally been activated. Let me see. As the future #1 powerhouse of the Great Xia Kingdom, the only first sequence divine agent in the world, what exactly is this divinity? As he spoke, Lu Ming waved his hand to open a brand new panel. The attributes, skills, backpack, and all other panels were white backgrounds typical of players. Only this panel before him radiated a golden background with the supreme aura of a deity. God of Luck Fortuna Affiliation, Roman Mythology Divine Code, 008, First Sequence, Divine Rank 1, 3 Lifetimes of Fortune. Your character account qualification will be upgraded to 10-star level, and you can simultaneously possess 3 growth talents. Divine Rank 2, not activated, can be activated at level 80, Divine Rank 3, not activated, can be activated at level 200. Current Divine Power, 0. Divine agents have a very small chance of gaining divine power with each monster kill, and will definitely gain divine power when killing ghostly beings. Divine power can be used to unlock and enhance exclusive divine skills, as well as to crack ghost cores. Exclusive divine skill 1 of the God of Luck, Lucky Hand, unlocks at the cost of 100 divine power. Exclusive divine skill 2, please prioritize unlocking exclusive skill 1, Divine Introduction. When the gears of fate begin to turn, everyone will encounter opportunities or disasters of varying weights in their lifetime. How to seize opportunities and how to face disasters are the keys to success. As the oldest goddess of Roman mythology, who governs fate, Fortuna presides over human happiness and opportunities. As Fortuna's divine agent, you will gain supreme fortune. Upon seeing the divinity of God of Luck Fortuna, Lu Ming finally understood. So the true purpose of the divine sealing scroll is not to elevate a player's account qualification to 10-star level, but to allow one to become a divine agent and gain the power of a deity. Different deities grant their agents different abilities, and the reason my account was upgraded to 10-star qualification and can simultaneously possess 3 talents is all because of Fortuna's divine rank, 3 lifetimes of fortune. For the first time, Lu Ming intuitively witnessed the majesty and power of a first sequence deity. What excited Lu Ming the most was that such an extraordinary divine rank was not even unique. Next, as long as he raised his level to 80 and then to 200, he could unlock the second and third divine ranks. Just this first divine rank has elevated my account qualification to the highest 10-star level, and I can also gain 3 growth talents. I wonder what kind of heaven-defying effects the second and third divine ranks will have. Besides that, truly worthy of a deity, there are even exclusive divine skills. It is easy to imagine that the exclusive skills of a first sequence deity would definitely not be low in prestige or strength. In an instant, Lu Ming was filled with anticipation for the future. He did not believe that with such an extraordinary strength, he would still fall victim to the schemes of Qin Feng and Yi Linger in 2.5 years. Fortunately, Lu Ming was now aware of this outcome in advance, giving him the chance to change the future. I will personally take down you 2 scoundrels. Lu Ming logged off. He then saw Qin Charan and Lin Yue busy in the kitchen. Unable to help, Lu Ming leaned back on the sofa and picked up his phone to browse the trading market. Having completed the 4th transfer, he unlocked the 5th skill slot, along with the previously used 3rd-tier magic scroll strategic planning, which permanently granted a skill slot. He now had a total of 6 skill slots. The 5 skills he currently mastered were Sword Draw, War Tread, Life Bastion, Drawing Boundaries, and Wind and Thunder. The newly unlocked skill bar urgently needed to be filled with something to alleviate its loneliness. Thus, Lu Ming directly searched for defensive skill scrolls for the Array Master. The trading post was divided by region. According to Lu Ming's location, he could only trade in the Jiang province area. Upon searching, Lu Ming discovered that there were only 3 Array Master defensive skill scrolls available in the entire Jiang province trading post. Among them, 2 were the lowest level F grade. One was called Copper Wall and Iron Bastion, which increased allies' armor attributes. The other was As Solid as Gold, which enhanced allies' magic resistance. Not only were they of low grade, but their bonuses were also singular. Copper Wall and Iron Bastion could only deal with physical monsters, while it was useless against magical ones. As Solid as Gold was the opposite. Lu Ming shook his head. This is why big cities are so appealing. So many people are eager to go there for development, because in big cities, opportunities are better, and there are more choices. Not to mention, as long as you have money, in the capital's trading post, you could even buy C-grade and B-grade skill scrolls. Fortunately, among the 3 scrolls found here, there was one E-grade that Lu Ming could barely accept. Unbreakable, Array Master E-grade skill scroll, skill effect, releases a circular formation with a radius of 50 yards, granting all allies within the formation, Array Master's 15% average armor and magic resistance plus 185 points of damage reduction, lasting 15 seconds, based on your level 30 assessment. Skill cost, 225 mana upon activation, followed by 43 mana per second, cooldown, 50 seconds, although the bonus effect of this skill was not as high as other Array Master formations of the same grade. The most outrageous part was that it provided full damage reduction, including both physical and magical damage. The price was a bit steep. Generally, the market price for E-grade skill scrolls was around 20,000. This Unbreakable was priced at 30,000. It's even more ruthless than I am. Thinking back to how he had gained over 1 million from Longhun Guanyu and just slaughtered a gilded boss for over 6 million, Lu Ming, feeling confident in his worth, did not hesitate to buy the scroll. In his previous life, this was something Lu Ming wouldn't have dared to imagine. It would have taken him 2 to 3 months to earn that 30,000. After finishing dinner, he went online. Lu Ming received the skill scroll he had just purchased through the system mail. Without a second thought, he immediately crushed it to learn the skill. Ding, congratulations, you have learned the E-grade Array Master skill Unbreakable. He gained a total of 52 times enhancement with a LV4 overall amplification of 40 times plus 12 times for drawing the sword. The effect of Unbreakable instantly elevated to grant all allies, Array Masters 520% average armor and magic resistance plus 6,500 points of damage reduction. Combined with Lu Ming's average armor of 454 and magic resistance of 422, 438. This meant he could provide the Undead Legion with a fixed damage reduction of up to 13,036 points. It can almost completely negate the damage from level 50 small monsters. This skill would work even better when used in conjunction with Copper Wall and Iron Bastion or as solid as gold. Unfortunately, Lu Ming currently had no extra skill slots. The time was now 10 past 6. At that moment, Longhun Guanyu, who had previously added Lu Ming as a WeChat friend, sent him a message, "Are you ready? I've got the scroll of deification, and I can give it to you anytime." Seeing this message, Lu Ming turned to Qin Shuren beside him. "Let's go, I'll take you to get your revenge." Noticing that Qin Shuren looked a bit dazed, Lu Ming asked, "What's wrong? Don't you want to kill Longhun Guanyu anymore?" "No," Qin Shuren sighed lightly, "I just suddenly feel that even if I kill him, it won't have much significance." As soon as Qin Shuren finished speaking, Lu Ming seized the opportunity to fan the flames. "Because the one who truly killed the Qinglong and the others is your brother, Qin Feng." Qin Shuren's heart trembled. Lu Ming's words hit the nail on the head. Lu Ming continued, "If you want to kill him, then do it. If you don't want to, then don't. The decision is in your hands." Qin Shuren's fondness for Lu Ming continued to rise as she nodded at him. She knew very well that her confidence came entirely from Lu Ming. The group left Starlight City, heading towards the black market. More than 10 minutes later, just as they were about to reach the black market, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. "Run! Help! Help! Someone save me! Ah!" The cries and screams merged into one. The crowd surged ahead, with a large number of players fleeing rapidly from the direction of the black market. They rolled and crawled, their faces filled with terror and fear, as if they had seen a ghost. Seeing this, Lu Ming randomly grabbed a chubby mage and asked, "Brother, what happened up ahead?" The chubby mage looked panic-stricken. There are ghosts. There are ghosts over there. Man-eating ghosts. Many people have already been dismembered and eaten. My ex-girlfriend was eaten too. It's too terrifying. Dude, run. Don't go over there." Hearing this, Lu Ming's brow furrowed. He looked up and was met with an unbelievable sight. Ahead, there were monsters with green faces, sharp fangs, blood-red eyes, and a swirling black mist all over them, like demons from hell, crazily slaughtering and devouring players. Looking at those strange creatures he had never seen before, Qin Shuren exclaimed, "What kind of monsters are those?" Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on the bloodthirsty monsters as he said in a deep voice, "First-tier ghost beast, Blade Ghost." As he spoke these words, even Lu Ming found it hard to believe, because according to what the Black Cloak had said last night, ghostly beings should currently be in a sealed state, only able to briefly break the seal on a full moon night. But tonight was not a full moon night. How did these Blade Ghosts break free from their seal? There were at least 7 or 8 Blade Ghosts in sight, just like the one Lu Ming had seen last night in the abyss. They killed anyone they saw and then ate them. Their methods were extremely brutal. The scene was incredibly bloody. The ground was littered with severed limbs and blood flowed like a river. The strength of the Blade Ghosts was terrifying. The players who came to the black market were quite mixed. There were those at levels 20 to 30, and others at levels 40 to 50. But without exception, not a single player in the entire area could withstand the attacks of the Blade Ghosts. Slash. The Blade Ghosts used their limbs as blades, continuously cutting into the bodies of the players. Those attacked fell dead under the massive damage of 80,000 to 90,000. Seeing this normal attack damage, Lu Ming couldn't help but frown. Is it much higher than the one I encountered last night? As he spoke, Lu Ming seemed to have guessed something. He cast a reconnaissance spell at the Blade Ghosts ahead. "Blade Ghost, Physical type first tier ghost beast, level 50 physical attack, 95, 600 armor, 58, 300 magic resistance, 55, 800 speed, 50, 600 health, 1, 900 000 skills. Tear, E-level, Rapid, E-level, Description, evil spirits that sleep underground, a century of sealing has made them more bloodthirsty and brutal. Only the gods can contend with them. Sure enough, the blade ghost he encountered last night had an attack power of only over 40,000, with armor, magic resistance, and speed attributes only around 20,000 plus, and health of over 700,000. According to the Black Cloak, it was sealed at 60% of its power, possessing only about 40% of its strength. But the attributes of these blade ghosts had clearly reached about 2.5 times that of the one from last night. Calculating based on this ratio meant these are fully unsealed complete ghost beasts. But didn't he say that the ghostly beings would only fully awaken after 2.5 years? What's going on? Lu Ming suddenly felt a chilling fear. At the same time, he saw Lu Ming sharing the Blade Ghost's data in the team channel. Qin Charon's eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. Their attributes are actually higher than that level 50 golden boss from the Goblin Kingdom, the Demon King Zino. Indeed, one must know that the Demon King Zino only has an attack power of just over 60,000. Aside from having slightly more health than this Blade Demon, all of the Demon King Zino's other attributes are lower than those of the Blade Demon. Wait, why did they choose this moment to appear in the black market? Suddenly, Lu Ming thought of something. In his mind, he recalled a phrase the Black Cloak had once said: "The power of the gods is supreme. It's not just us humans who desire this power, the spirits are also constantly coveting it." Lu Ming's brows furrowed sharply as he realized, oh no, they are after the Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Because in the hands of Dragon Soul Guan Yu, there is the Divine Sealing Scroll they want. I can't let them take the Divine Sealing Scroll. With this thought, Lu Ming began searching the crowd for the whereabouts of Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Just then, a blade demon that had just devoured a player suddenly raised its head and noticed Lu Ming. Giggling, accompanied by a chilling roar, the blade demon charged towards Lu Ming at an incredible speed. A glint of sharpness flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. Just as he was about to draw his sword, suddenly a figure charged in from the side, appearing in front of Lu Ming, raising a knife and striking back the blade demon. Dragon Soul Guan Yu turned around, handing a golden scroll to Lu Ming, gazing at him with intense eyes, and solemnly said, "Yin Ming, I entrust my daughter to you." After saying that, Dragon Soul Guan Yu raised the golden weapon, the fragmented world demon slayer knife, activating the 5-star talent, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, charging towards the blade demon with a fearless attitude. Last night, facing a blade demon that had only 60% of its power sealed, Dragon Soul Guan Yu was terrified and hid behind, not daring to engage. Now, facing a group of fully powered blade demons, he showed no hesitation and charged right in. Clearly, he had placed all his hopes on Lu Ming, so even if it meant risking his life, he would protect Lu Ming. "For my daughter, can you really disregard everything?" Lu Ming looked at Dragon Soul Guan Yu, a glimmer of light appearing in his eyes. However, the intensity of this opponent had already far exceeded what a mortal could handle. Even with Dragon Soul Guan Yu's 5-star qualified account and top-tier golden equipment as a level 39 warrior from the Great Xia National Server, he had no power to resist against the Blade Demon. Before Dragon Soul Guan Yu could get close, the Blade Demon suddenly launched an attack. With a speed almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, it rushed in front of Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Swish! Its right hand transformed into a sharp blade, piercing through Dragon Soul Guan Yu's body. Blood splattered. A staggering 73,258 points of damage instantly knocked off half of Dragon Soul Guan Yu's health. And this was just a normal attack. Moreover, it was under the condition that Dragon Soul Guan Yu had activated the 5-star talent Bloodthirsty Frenzy, gaining a 50% boost to all attributes. Even a full set of golden equipment from a major country can't withstand this monster. The surrounding players watching Dragon Soul Guan Yu nearly get one-shot fell into despair. At this moment, Dragon Soul Guan Yu raised his head, seeing the blade demon lift its left hand, sharp as a blade, ready to strike down at him. Whoosh! Suddenly, several beams of light from the formation spread from beneath his feet. At the same time, the blade demon swung its hand, striking Dragon Soul Guan Yu's shoulder. Just as Dragon Soul Guan Yu was prepared to face death, minus 55,168. The significantly reduced damage, combined with the shield enveloping Dragon Soul Guan Yu, meant that the actual damage did not pose a fatal threat. Just as Dragon Soul Guan Yu was shocked at how he could withstand this supposed lethal blow, continuous battle prompts rang in his ears. Ding, you have received the War Trample skill bonus from player Yuming, attack power plus 92,352. Ding, you have received the Life Fortress skill bonus from player Yuming, shield plus 16,453 per second. Ding, you have received the speedy skill bonus from player Yuming, speed plus 16,099. Ding, you have received the indestructible skill bonus from player Yuming, fixed damage reduction plus 13,036. Ding, you have received the Artifact Annihilation Heavenly Chapter attribute sharing effect from player Yuming, attack power plus 4,836. Armor plus 3,541, magic resistance plus 3,292, speed plus 2,324, mana plus 308,053, health plus 60,996. Dragon Soul Guan Yu turned to glance at Lu Ming, who was forming a formation behind him. A look of incredulity suddenly appeared in his eyes. It wasn't just the exaggerated enhancement effect brought by Lu Ming's formation. What surprised Dragon Soul Guan Yu even more was that he had finally been favored by Lu Ming. Previously, while grinding in the Goblin Kingdom, although they were on the same map, Dragon Soul Guan Yu had never been in Lu Ming's teammate options. He had never been enveloped by Lu Ming's formation. This was the first time he had been favored by Lu Ming. At this moment, there was no time to be overly moved. Dragon Soul Guan Yu immediately snapped back to focus on the Blade Demon in front of him. With the quadruple E-level formation boosted by Lu Ming's 52 times amplification, and the ultimate enhancement of the 3-star Artifact Annihilation Heavenly Chapter, Dragon Soul Guan Yu had reached a peak state. Facing the Blade Demon charging at him, swish, swish, swish. With a swift motion, he delivered a series of heavy slashes that knocked the Blade Demon to the ground. 513,264, minus 416,324, minus 434,397. In an instant, the Blade Demon's health bar dropped by 2/3. Such terrifying damage left Dragon Soul Guan Yu himself in utter shock. Even in the activated state of the 5-star talent Bloodthirsty Frenzy, my previous highest single-target B-level skill, Desperate Execution, only dealt a maximum damage record of 130,000. To think it has suddenly increased by 4 times the damage. The formation bonus from Yuming is actually this high. As he spoke, the Blade Demon, with only 1/3 of its health remaining, roared and charged at Dragon Soul Guan Yu once more. The incredibly high damage dealt by the first 3 slashes instantly gave Dragon Soul Guan Yu boundless confidence. He was fearless. Relying on the 50% damage converted to shield effect from the Bloodthirsty Frenzy talent, he braced himself with a super Bloodthirsty shield boasting over 700,000 shield value, directly withstanding a series of attacks from the Blade Demon. Clang, clang, clang. The razor-sharp arms scraped against his gilded armor, creating sparks. Minus 98,354, minus 53,324, minus 54,632. Aside from the slightly higher damage from skills, the Blade Demon's normal attack damage was no longer a threat to Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Is that all you've got? As soon as he finished speaking, Dragon Soul Guan Yu countered with a C-level, Armor Break Strike, plus C-level, Fatal Slash, bringing the Blade Demon down to the ground. 436, 528, minus 228,565, minus 228,565. With a total of 1,900,000 health, the Blade Demon fell to the ground, lifeless. A 5-second limit to solo kill a fully healthy first-tier ghost beast. One must say, the formidable strength displayed by Dragon Soul Guan Yu left Lu Ming in the rear somewhat shocked. After all, this was a ghostly creature that surpassed the gilded-level boss. At this moment, Lu Ming fully realized, his formation, while capable of transforming any rookie into a god, when applied to a powerhouse who was already at the god level, it was like adding wings to a tiger, turning them into a bug-like existence. With the enhancement of 50-level gilded gear, Dragon Soul Guan Yu, as a 50-level 6th transformation warrior, already possessed an attack power far exceeding 20,000. With the dual enhancement of Lu Ming's war-trampling and the world-destroying Heavenly Chapter, his base attack power has skyrocketed to over 110,000. Under the activation of the 5-star talent Bloodthirsty Frenzy, all attributes are further increased by 50%. This means that at this moment, the attack power of the Dragon Soul Guan Yu has reached an astonishing 170,000. For an ordinary level 50 player, their health attributes are far from matching the attack power of Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Of course, Dragon Soul Guan Yu is not always in peak condition. After 10 seconds, the Bloodthirsty Frenzy talent goes on cooldown, and all of Dragon Soul Guan Yu's skills have been used. He can only rely on over 100,000 damage from basic attacks to contend with the Blade Ghosts. Although he no longer has the super high burst damage from before, it is enough to hold the Blade Ghosts at bay. It has been proven that these ghostly beings are indeed targeting the Divine Scroll. After Dragon Soul Guan Yu handed the Divine Scroll to Lu Ming, the Blade Ghosts ahead all shifted their focus to Lu Ming. Pairs of bloodshot eyes filled with malice stared intently at Lu Ming.
From their blood-soaked mouths, a chilling low growl of gurgle, gurgle echoed ominously.
In the next moment, several blade ghosts charged at Lu Ming with lightning speed.
Although your strength has increased by 60% compared to the blade ghost from last night, which had only 40% of its power, Lu Ming said, I am no longer the same as I was last night. A glint of killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he stared at the group of blade ghosts. Kill! With a thought, hundreds of level 4 Reapers were summoned from all directions, half forming a protective circle around Qin Churen and Lin Yue, giving the nearby players who were being crushed by the blade ghosts an enviable sense of security. The other half launched a counterattack against the blade ghosts. Shatter soul, slash soul, minus 97,235, minus 97,235, minus 137,729, minus 137,729. With Lu Ming's 3 major talents upgraded to level 4 and the 3-star artifact world-destroying Heavenly Chapters enhancement, the damage of Lu Ming's undead army was much higher than when they faced the blade ghosts last night. However, it was still not enough to pose a lethal threat to the blade ghosts. Crack, crack, crack. 5 blade ghosts surged forward, instantly shredding 3 Reapers. In front of the fully formed blade ghosts, whose attributes rivaled those of a golden-level boss of the same rank, even with the indestructible damage reduction and the all-attribute enhancement from the world-destroying Heavenly Chapter, the Reapers could only survive for an additional 0.5 seconds. Kill! The sharpness in Lu Ming's eyes grew even more intense. The outer Reapers received the command, gripping their sides and launching an assault on the blade ghosts. Behind them, Qin Churen felt a surge of anxiety and pain as she saw Lu Ming's undead being slaughtered. To her, although these undead were mindless summons, they were still Lu Ming's brothers and friends, weren't they? Watching the scene of the undead army being massacred reminded Qin Churen of the time when Along, and later Zhuoyue Xiaohu and Xiaoyumeng, were brutally killed. A flicker of hatred rose in her eyes, and she drew her sword, ready to rush to their aid. But Lu Ming stopped her with a hand. Don't go over, you're no match for them. Leave it to me. Fortunately, of the 7 blade ghosts present, 1 had been killed by Dragon Soul Guanyu, and 1 was being held back. The remaining 5 blade ghosts were within a controllable range. Under the wheel tactics of hundreds of Reapers, they were systematically slain. Ding killed level 50 first tier Ghost Beast Blade Ghost, experience plus 550,000. Congratulations, you have gained 1 point of divine power. Ding killed level 50 first tier Ghost Beast Blade Ghost, experience plus 550,000. Congratulations, you have gained 1 point of divine power. Lu Ming felt a surge of excitement. When he killed that blade ghost last night, he hadn't really paid attention. The experience from a single blade ghost was actually a full 100 times that of an ordinary monster of the same level. After killing these blade demons, Lu Ming felt a golden light showering down on him, directly leveling him up to level 31. At the same time, it could be seen that beside almost every blade demon corpse, there lay a black-brown stone that throbbed like a heart demon core. As the battle ended, the scene fell into silence. Lu Ming walked over and picked up several first-stage demon cores one by one. Just then, his expression suddenly changed. Through the shared vision of the Grim Reaper behind him, Lu Ming suddenly saw a shadow moving at lightning speed towards Qin Churen and Lin Yue. When Lu Ming turned around, he was shocked to see a lurking blade demon had already charged to Lin Yue's side. Just as its razor-sharp right hand was about to strike down at Lin Yue, crack! A transparent energy shield with a radius of 50 yards instantly erupted around Lin Yue. In an instant, it felt as if time had stopped within the area covered by the energy shield. Everyone, including the blade demon, was frozen in place, unable to move. Time confinement. Lu Ming had no time to think further. Seizing this opportunity, he quickly locked onto the blade demon and drew his sword. Whoosh! -1180920. A C-grade sword strike severed 2/3 of the blade demon's health. The next second, under Lu Ming's command, dozens of Grim Reapers around him simultaneously activated Soul Shatter. In an instant, dozens of damage values exceeding 90,000 harvested the blade demon. The confinement was lifted. The space resumed its flow. Crash! A rift in time and space materialized beside Lu Ming. Following that, a black cloak, claiming to be the divine agent of the god of time, Kronos, stepped out from the rift. They have begun to act. Lu Ming looked at the black cloak and asked in confusion, they? Who? The Godslayer team. In fact, Lu Ming should have anticipated this. According to the progression of history, 2.5 years later, the blood moon would descend, marking the day when all demons would fully awaken. Therefore, before that, the only possibility for these blade demons to break their seals early was that someone had been feeding them. Because the Black Cloak had previously mentioned, demons thrive on human flesh and blood. Human flesh and blood can help them grow rapidly. If it's the flesh and blood of a deity, their growth rate could increase 100-fold or 1,000-fold. As long as they consumed enough flesh and blood,
they could restore their state and break the seal ahead of time. But ordinary people were completely unaware of the existence of demons, let alone feeding them. It was easy to imagine that as one of the three major forces that would betray the Great Xia Kingdom and ally with the demons in the future, the God-Slayer team had the greatest potential and conditions to feed these demons. According to the progression of history, the God-Slayer team probably began to gradually make contact with the demons around this time. The Black Cloak quietly gazed at the several fallen blade demon corpses on the ground and said, "They released these blade demons, which should have been sealed in the dark lands of the eastern Starshine City, through artificial feeding, and attempted to use them to seize the Divine Scroll. Furthermore, later on, they would further exploit these demon beasts to hunt players in Starshine City, using them to feed the demon general lurking underground in Starshine City, the Blood Moon Warrior, Gula." It clicked. Hearing the term demon general from the Black Cloak, Lu Ming's heart trembled. Last night, when it was said that the blade demon from the abyss would wash Starshine City in blood 2.5 years later, slaughtering 35 million players in Jiang Province, Lu Ming had felt doubtful at the time. A first-stage demon beast, even if its strength is indeed powerful enough to rival a gilded boss of the same level, shouldn't be able to reach a point where tens of millions of players in Jiang Province combined would be helpless against it. So, that demon beast, including the group of demon beasts that just appeared, are all just pawns. The one truly responsible for destroying Starshine City and slaughtering Jiang Province in 2.5 years is this demon general? As soon as Lu Ming's words fell, the Black Cloak replied, "Based on the known spirits, they can be roughly divided into 3 tiers, first-tier ghost beasts, second-tier ghost generals, and third-tier ghost kings. Whether there are spirits more powerful than ghost kings, we do not know, because at that time, just 5 ghost kings annihilated our entire Great Xia Empire. We have yet to encounter spirits higher than ghost kings. Just 5 ghost kings could destroy the vast Great Xia Empire?" Lu Ming couldn't help but feel it was unbelievable, but the facts were undeniable. The complete strength of a first-tier ghost beast is already comparable to a gilded-level boss. If what it says is true, and the second-tier ghost general lurking in Starshine City awakens, what kind of heaven-defying strength would that be? No wonder this ghost general could single-handedly destroy Starshine City and paralyze the entire Jiang Province server. In an instant, Lu Ming felt a chill run down his back, but at the same time, he understood the meaning behind the Black Cloak's words. To prevent the future from heading towards destruction, the first step we must take is to eliminate this ghost general before it is fully nourished. That's right, the Black Cloak said. Once it regains its form and breaks the seal, within the second heaven, no one will be able to rival it. So, Lu Ming asked, "Where is this ghost general lurking?" "I can't determine its exact location for now. I'm searching for it, and I'll let you know once I find it," the Black Cloak said. "Also, with your current strength, you are far from being able to contend with a second-tier ghost general. Even if it hasn't broken the seal, it could easily kill you. So your task is to continue to increase your strength. Once you are strong enough, we will join forces to eliminate it." Hearing this, the Dragon Soul Guan Yu beside him found it hard to believe. With this kid's current strength, he doesn't even have a say in front of that ghost general? Incredible! Lu Ming was quite clear about his own capabilities. Just now, killing those few ghost beasts had cost dozens of reapers. What does that indicate? Weak. He still needed to train. When Lu Ming could achieve 0 casualties and easily crush first-tier ghost beasts, he would barely be able to deal with a second-tier ghost general. So, he nodded, "All right." After a pause, the Black Cloak continued, "The scroll of sealing the gods is now in your possession. When the chosen one appears beside you, they will remind you. However, you must remember that until they truly select an agent, anyone could potentially be their choice. Additionally, you must always be vigilant. Spirits are constantly coveting the item in your hand, and you must not let it fall into their hands." At this point, the Black Cloak suddenly turned to look at the Dragon Soul Guan Yu on the other side. With a hint of meaning in his words to Lu Ming, he said, "You must understand one thing. With a mortal body, the only way to fight against spirits is through level suppression. An 80-level mortal can kill a 50-level ghost, but within the same level range, a mortal can never kill a spirit. Only the divine can combat spirits and save our Great Xia, and even this world." After saying this, the Black Cloak tore through space and vanished from the scene. This guy really wasn't worried at all that Lu Ming would run off with the scroll of sealing the gods. "It seems you trust me quite a bit," Lu Ming mused, weighing the scroll of sealing the gods handed to him by the Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Scroll of sealing the gods, seal, description. A scroll that contains the traces of the goddess of night, Nyx. Goddess of night, Nyx, a deity from Greek mythology. Lu Ming murmured, "I wonder what sequence this deity belongs to and what the conditions for selecting an agent are." Looking at the temporarily unresponsive scroll of sealing the gods in his hand, Lu Ming stored it in his backpack. Just then, the Dragon Soul Guan Yu approached Lu Ming. Rarely seen, he politely said to Lu Ming, "In Ming, thank you for saving my life just now. He understood that if it hadn't been for Lu Ming's timely formation, he would have long since become food for those blade demons. My daughter. Just as Long Han Guanyu was about to ask Lu Ming suddenly interrupted him. Go back and wait for my news. Long Han Guanyu's heart trembled, but he knew that the only person who could save his daughter was Lu Ming. So everything had to follow Lu Ming's arrangements. Alright, he said, but Qin Feng has only given me 1 day. I beg you. You must give me a response before tomorrow night. I am willing to exchange my life for my daughter. As long as you can help me rescue her, you can do whatever you want with me. After saying this, Long Han Guanyu silently retreated into the darkness. At this moment, Qin Churen saw through Lu Ming's thoughts. Are you trying to win him over? Lu Ming did not answer Qin Churen's question but said, I promised you, as long as you want to kill him, you can do it anytime, anywhere. However, Qin Churen shook her head. Looking at the severed limbs and the terrifying corpses of the blade demons around, she said with lingering fear, such powerful monsters, ordinary people can't deal with them at all. Besides you, only someone of Long Han Guanyu's level can barely fight against them, right? Recalling what the Black Cloak had said when leaving, Lu Ming understood the implication. You can still kill Long Han Guanyu. I won't stop you, but he is the chosen one of the vengeful god Horus, the future divine agent. Killing him would mean a loss of a deity for humanity. In fact, even if he hadn't said it, Lu Ming had already seen it clearly in Long Han Guanyu. Just now, my formation and the enhancement effect of the magical artifact have covered the entire area, all players, but the only one who survived is Long Han Guanyu. Among the dozens of passerby players at the scene, even with Lu Ming's formation enhancement, they still couldn't withstand the blade demons. Only Long Han Guanyu, a warrior with a golden armor and a 5-star qualified account in the national server, stood firm under Lu Ming's formation, not only becoming the only survivor among the passerby but also managing to slay 2 of the 8 blade demons by himself. Long Han Guanyu's strength had never been weak. It was just that encountering someone like Lu Ming, who seemed to be cheating, made him appear like a fragile rookie. This corresponded to what the Black Cloak had said, mortals are no match for demons, only deities can fight against them. Moreover, Long Han Guanyu's current identity was still that of a mortal. He could only become a true divine agent after his account ban was lifted. One can imagine, once Long Han Guanyu becomes a divine agent and gains divine power, combined with Lu Ming's formation enhancement, to what level would his strength rise? Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, Qin Churen sighed and said, actually, when you asked me to kill Long Han Guanyu last time, in my heart, he was already dead. Moreover, the one who truly killed Long and the others is Qin Feng. I understand. I have always understood. Qin Churen was a smart person. She could more or less pick up on what the Black Cloak had said to Lu Ming. If he can use this power to guard the Great Xia and resolve the crises that our Great Xia might face, then I, as his sister, will let him go. Of course, thank you, otherwise I wouldn't even have the chance to let him go. While speaking, Qin Churen looked at Lu Ming, feeling a bit embarrassed. Unknowingly, you've helped me so much, I don't even know how to repay you. Lu Ming smiled and said, it's simple, you treat me to a late-night snack tonight. Qin Churen smiled brightly. Okay, no problem. Next, Lu Ming's goal became clearer. The figures of Qin Feng and Yi Linger appeared in his mind, and a glint of sharpness flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. Want to revive this ghost general, curry favor with the demons, and destroy the Great Xia? Don't want to be human, just love being a dog, huh? Truly a pair of shameless dog men and women. You all can try. Lu Ming commanded the Grim Reaper to refine all the bodies at the scene, whether players or blade ghosts. After all, these players' bodies were torn to shreds, utterly unrecognizable. Refining them would at least give them some dignity. Immediately after, Lu Ming's attention focused on the ghost cores. A total of 8 blade ghosts, but only 3 first-tier ghost cores dropped. It seems the drop rate for these ghost cores is quite low, Lu Ming recalled. The 3 ghost cores were all picked up next to the 6 blade ghosts killed by the Undead Legion. The 2 killed by the Dragon Souled One you didn't drop anything. It can be seen that getting 3 drops was thanks to Lin You's 520% drop rate bonus. However, as the saying goes, rarity adds value. A low drop rate can reflect its worth. Unfortunately, cracking a first-tier ghost core requires 10 points of divine power. Yet, after killing 6 blade ghosts, Lu Ming only gained 6 points of divine power from them. He couldn't crack the ghost core for now. But fortunately, as a divine agent, besides killing ghostly beings, hunting ordinary monsters can also yield divine power. With this thought, Lu Ming immediately went with Qin Churen and Lin Yue to the Phantom Demon Tower, eager to kill monsters to gather the remaining 4 points of divine power. They headed straight to the 8th dimension, the Shadow Nest. War-trampled Life Fortress Wind and Thunder, drawing a prison unbreakable 5-fold formation, continuously unfolding. With a 52-fold ultimate enhancement, the level 38 assassin Qin Churen transformed into a starry night dancer, her figure like a phantom, weaving through the monster horde. Slash, slash, slash. With swift strikes, wherever she went, the undead were shattered. Minus 103,245. Minus 102,564. Minus 101,999. The excessive normal attack damage allowed Qin Churin to skip using skills. Just 2 normal attacks were enough to easily kill a level 50 undead with 150,000 health. On the other side, the level 29 mage Lin Yue raised her staff. Boom! An F-level fireball spell struck a level 49 undead warrior ahead, 146,524. Roar! Accompanied by a wail, the full health undead warrior was instantly killed, turning into a pile of skeletons scattered on the ground. Lin Yue's mouth dropped wide open. Oh my damage has increased again. This damage left the nearby group of level 46 to 50 players, also hunting undead, utterly astonished. Seeing that the caster was just a mage girl in her 20s, the group of older men felt embarrassed. With Lu Ming's 3 major talents upgraded to LV4, his formation bonuses became even higher. Coupled with the 3-star artifact, the world-destroying Heavenly Chapter's enhancement, being Lu Ming's teammate was truly a stroke of luck. It's a pity that the Heavenly Might skill effect of the world-destroying Heavenly Chapter is based on the player's base attributes for percentage enhancement. If the sword attack power enhancement effect were included, that bonus, TSK, Lu Ming clicked his tongue. Of course, he was already very satisfied, as the effect of Heavenly Might was permanent and required no consumption. Even though, under the influence of the comprehensive enhancement talent, all of Lu Ming's skills could be continuously deployed with almost no cooldown. It's just that the mana recovery skill extracted from the Moon Demon set has expired and become ineffective. The 5-fold formation consumes a total of 233 mana points per second, which is a bit of a strain, Lu Ming said, examining the 1-star artifact, the Source Power Ring. After comprehensive enhancement, it increases the wearer's mana by 520% and mana recovery by 52%, his mouth curling into a grin harder to suppress than an AK. Hey! 39,494 mana points, and 97 mana recovery per second, can't use it all. Absolutely can't use it all. Under the slaughter of 1,240 undead, the undead in the Shadow Nest were being harvested madly. Nowadays, every refinement yields 3 points of soul power, and on Lu Ming's summoning panel, the soul power is rapidly accumulating. One after another, Lu Ming evolved the 3rd-tier Deathlords into 4th-tier Reapers. The goal of having everyone as Reapers is getting closer. The only downside is, the Undead Legion has been killing for 10 minutes and hasn't gained a single point of divine power. Is divine power really that hard to obtain? However, Lu Ming firmly believes, the rarer something is, the more precious it becomes. He is increasingly looking forward to what he can gain from cracking the Ghost Core. After all, even if an ordinary person obtains this thing, they cannot crack it, because ordinary people cannot acquire divine power in any form. It's as if it has already been labeled as exclusive to the divine. It turns out this thing is not just rare. After more than half an hour, having defeated thousands of undead, he finally heard a battle prompt with an elevated notification sound, along with a golden prompt panel. Ding, congratulations! You have successfully obtained 1 point of divine power while defeating a level 50 undead knight. Lu Ming's eyes lit up instantly. This feeling is just like having drunk Dongpang's special drink for over a decade and finally, one day, getting a 1 more bottle out of it. Previously, when killing the Blade Ghosts, he felt unsatisfied with just 1 point of divine power from a single ghost. Now, Lu Ming suddenly thought, those ghost beasts are really generous. Just 1 gives 1 point. If he had known, he shouldn't have let Dragon Souled One you kill those 2 blade ghosts, causing him to lose 2 points of divine power for nothing. Now he doesn't know how many small monsters he has to kill to make up for those 2 points. He kept grinding until after 10 o'clock at night, finally earning the 4th point of divine power. Finally gathered enough for 10 points of divine power. Lu Ming looked at the divine panel in front of him and took out a 1st-tier ghost core from his bag. Ding, 10 points of divine power injected, cracking 1st-tier ghost core, accompanied by the ghost core in his hand transforming into a burst of light and disappearing. The next second, ding, congratulations! You have activated the Divine Soul, Guardian, LV1. Guardian, LV1 permanently increases the agent's armor value by 10%. It's actually a permanent attribute boost, and it's a percentage increase. Seeing the effect of this Guardian Divine Soul, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel delighted. Because it is well known, in the Tianyuan world, aside from leveling up, the only way for players to gain permanent attribute boosts is through the arena unlocked after level 30. By participating in daily PK matches, players earn points, which can then be exchanged for attributes in the shop. Moreover, the attributes that can be exchanged in the Arena Points shop are all fixed bonuses. This kind of percentage attribute is considered a super rare bonus,
only top players from city, provincial, and national servers are qualified to obtain it. And judging by this situation, this divine soul should be able to upgrade later, increasing the percentage bonus.
The array master profession relies entirely on its own attributes for all array bonuses.
It has the lowest attribute growth among the 8 major professions, yet it is the profession that relies most on panel attributes. Opening the status bar, he saw that under the boost of this guardian divine soul, his armor value increased from 454 points to 499 points. With percentage bonuses, the higher the base attribute value in the later stages, the more significant the bonus effect.
At this moment, Lu Ming felt that all the hard work of the night was worth it.
There are still 3 first-tier ghost cores in his bag, which means he needs another 30 points of divine power to crack them. Once the ghost cores are cracked, Lu Ming has an even more important task: to continue accumulating divine power to activate the exclusive divine skill of God of Luck Fortuna.
It seems that the potential of the divine agent is truly not small. Looking at the time, it was already 10 o'clock at night. The day's agenda came to an end. A few of them headed back home. Back in the city, they logged off and went for a late-night snack.
At the late-night barbecue stall, countless young men and women enjoyed barbecued food and beer, chatting happily, creating a lively atmosphere. Lu Ming was also eating skewers with Qin Charan and Lin Yue. He casually glanced at Lin Yue, who was leisurely gnawing on a chicken wing.
An idea suddenly struck him.
Such a small one, I didn't expect she is also a divine agent.
In his previous life, Lu Ming was chosen as the agent of the goddess of fortune, Fortuna, because he was the 99,999,999,999th player to enter the abyss, triggering luck. It was easy to imagine that Lin Yue must have triggered some condition to be selected by a deity. He wondered which deity had chosen Lin Yue, what rank it was, and what kind of extraordinary abilities it possessed. Lu Ming's heart was filled with anticipation, and he couldn't help but want to nurture Lin Yue quickly. Just then, Qin Charan suddenly handed her phone to Lu Ming. "You idiot, look, you're famous again." Lu Ming took the phone and saw a Douyin video.
The content of the video was a shocking scene from earlier that evening, showing the Blade Demon brutally slaughtering players outside the black market. In just a few seconds, the video perfectly showcased the power and cruelty of the Blade Demons from a bystander's perspective, along with the bloodshed at the scene, causing countless viewers in the comments section to feel a chill.
What is this? Why is there no record of this monster in the Abyss strategy? This monster is too powerful. It can kill a level 50 player in an instant? Damn! They actually eat people and drink blood. So terrifying. Isn't it said that there are deities in the Abyss world? Where there are gods, there are demons. Could this be one of them? Why do I have a sense of an apocalypse coming? If these monsters swarm, how can humanity defend itself?
Indeed, this array master is quite strong.
He can actually kill this monster. Where there are demons, there are gods. Could he be a god? This demon had quickly entered the public eye.
In fact, this was not a good thing, because ordinary players, even if they knew about the existence of demons, had no means to deal with them, which would only exacerbate their panic and increase internal strife. Of course, for Lu Ming, none of this was the most important. The most important thing was to change the outcome foretold by the Black Cloak, that he would die at the hands of Qin Feng and Yi Linger in 2.5 years. The Godslayers had already begun to secretly collude with the demons, and history was developing in the direction the Black Cloak had mentioned. If Lu Ming continued to focus on improving his own strength and used conventional means to cope, it would inevitably lead to a repetition of history, because all the strength Lu Ming had gained now, according to history, would also have been obtained along the timeline when the Black Cloak traveled back through time. Yet he still died. This indicated that the calamity that would lead to Lu Ming's death in 2.5 years could not be reversed by him alone, because, in the words of the Black Cloak, the future him preferred to act alone, with no friends or teammates by his side. Relying solely on himself, he would inevitably be unable to confront the entire Godslayer team, let alone the demons backing them. Therefore, he had to break the pattern and respond with unconventional means. Since a mortal body cannot resist the demons, only a deity can. It seems I need to find the agent of the night goddess, Nyx, as soon as possible. The more allies, the more strength. Additionally, he needed to assist Lin Yue in lifting her account ban quickly, helping her become a divine agent. The more deities there were in this world, the more hope humanity would have for the future. And Lu Ming would have one more chance to change the future, because Lu Ming's profession and talent lean towards support. A divine agent under his command could unleash even greater power. Therefore, regarding the future divine agent of the God of Revenge, Horus, the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, for the sake of the God of Revenge, I'll give you a chance. But whether you can seize this opportunity depends on your fortune. The deep night enveloped the earth. In a realm of darkness, Dragon Soul Guan Yu stood alone, as if trapped here.
The cries of his daughter, Guan Xiaotong, echoed in his ears, pleading for help. Daddy, save me, help me, Daddy, I'm so scared.
Dragon Soul Guan Yu gripped the dragon-slaying blade, his anxious gaze scanning the surroundings, trying to find his daughter's figure in the darkness. Finally, ahead of him, he spotted Guan Xiaotong.
Xiaotong, don't be afraid, Daddy is coming to save you.
Just as Dragon Soul Guan Yu rushed towards Guan Xiaotong, a sharp blade suddenly pierced her body from behind. Instantly, blood stained her white robe. With an expression of immense pain and fear, Guan Xiaotong collapsed into a pool of blood before Dragon Soul Guan Yu's eyes.
Xiaotong, Dragon Soul Guan Yu suddenly sprang up from the bed.
Sweating profusely, he looked around and realized he was in a hotel room. Only then did he understand that he had been having a nightmare, but this dream left him with endless dread. Just then, the phone rang. Dragon Soul Guan Yu answered, and a stern voice came through.
Guan Yu, you really have some nerve.
How dare you collude with the underworld and openly oppose me, the God Slayer?
Dragon Soul Guan Yu's heart jolted. He realized that the incident in the black market where he and Lu Ming had teamed up to slay the Blade Ghost had been recorded by a passerby and was now known to the God Slayer Tianci.
Just as Dragon Soul Guan Yu wanted to explain, he heard Tianci's voice again. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't want your daughter to die a terrible death, I don't care what means you use. Tomorrow night at 8, bring the underworld to the northern part of Starshine City, the map of the Magic Forbidden Zone.
Remember, this is your last chance.
With that, the call ended. Dragon Soul Guan Yu gripped his phone tightly, unable to stop trembling. He recalled what the figure in the black cloak had said in front of him and Lu Ming that day. Thinking of these traitors of the nation, colluding with ghosts, betraying the Great Xia, and causing the potential extinction of humanity in the future, Dragon Soul Guan Yu couldn't help but clench his fists, an endless rage igniting in his sharp eyes. But thinking of his daughter Guan Xiaotong still in their hands, Dragon Soul Guan Yu dared not act rashly. I'm sorry, Xiaotong, it's Daddy's fault.
Daddy can't save you. The warm morning sun shone down on Starshine City. Whoosh! 3 beams of white light descended.
Lu Ming, Qin Sharon, and Lin Yue logged in simultaneously. The urgent task is to increase our strength and slay the second-tier ghost general lurking in Starshine City, Blood Moon Warrior, Gula. Not only can we avert the crisis of Starshine City being bloodied in 2.5 years, but we can also gain some rewards from this ghost general. Last night, the massive experience points and ghost cores from those first-tier ghost beasts had given Lu Ming a taste of success. He believed the value of this second-tier ghost general would be even higher. For Lu Ming, the fastest way to increase his strength was to level up. Every 10 levels would upgrade his 3 major talents, leading to a qualitative change in overall strength. By the time he reached level 40, with all talents at LV5, he should have the power to slay ghost generals. With this in mind, the 3 of them headed to the ghostly magic tower as usual,
leveling up and making money, both at once.
After grinding in the 8th dimension for a day, Lu Ming's level rose from 31 at 24% to 33 at 51%. In addition, the massive amount of soul power gained during the process allowed all 1,320 undead to be promoted to 4th-tier death spirits. Moreover, through killing numerous monsters, he was fortunate enough to earn 10 points of divine power. Lu Ming then took out a first-tier ghost core from his bag, consuming 10 points of divine power to crack it open.
Ding, congratulations, you have activated the Divine Soul, Immortality, LV1. Another Divine Soul was activated.
Lu Ming checked and found that this Divine Soul's effect was to increase his health attribute by 10%. With the addition of this Divine Soul, his health attribute rose from 7,944 points to 8,738 points.
1 Divine Soul a day.
1 day, a percentage bonus. Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim, gods, truly worthy of being gods. As a free-to-play player, how could he compete with VIP spenders? Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, suddenly, thud thud, a message came from Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Yin Ming, I've discovered that the one who slays gods is negotiating with the spirits. Hurry over. LV-43 Magic Forbidden Zone, location, in the evening, in the northern part of Starshine City, the LV-43 Magic Forbidden Zone. The old city, shrouded in magical energy, was eerily quiet. Lu Ming arrived outside the Forbidden Zone, paused for a moment, and then stepped inside.
As soon as he entered the city, he encountered Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Where is the one who slays gods? As soon as Lu Ming's words fell, Dragon Soul Guan Yu pointed deep into the city and said, over there.
So, Lu Ming walked in the direction indicated by Dragon Soul Guan Yu, who followed closely behind. When Lu Ming arrived at the location, he found it completely empty. Just then, rustle rustle rustle. Accompanied by a sudden commotion, a large group of players with the Slayer of Gods, ID rushed out from all directions, surrounding Lu Ming and Dragon Soul Guanyu. At the forefront was a level 50, 6 transformation mage in a red robe, Slayer of Gods, Red Lotus, who stared indifferently at Lu Ming and said, "In Ming, you finally arrived.
I've been waiting for you for a long time." Lu Ming turned around and glanced at Dragon Soul Guanyu behind him. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. However, he did not show a hint of surprise. Instead, he casually replied to Slayer of Gods Red Lotus, "Waiting for what? Waiting to die?" A flash of coldness crossed Slayer of Gods Red Lotus's eyes. "Do you think you're very powerful? The undead legion you summoned is invincible?" Lu Ming looked at Slayer of Gods Red Lotus and said, "You said everything. What else can I say?" Lu Ming's response left Slayer of Gods Red Lotus momentarily speechless. After a long while, he finally regained his composure and said, "I've looked into you, In Ming. I admit, the undead legion you summon is indeed strong. But do you know where you are standing? The magic forbidden zone. Within this map, all summoning skills for players are completely sealed. You can't summon the undead legion. Without the undead legion, what are you? A mere auxiliary array trickster." Slayer of Gods Red Lotus said coldly, "I've heard you're the toughest thorn beside our captain's sister, Qin Sharon. I want to see just how tough this thorn really is." As he spoke, Slayer of Gods Red Lotus ordered Dragon Soul Guanyu, "What are you hesitating for? Move." He can no longer summon the undead legion. In this place, he's just a waste. I'll give you a chance to personally rescue your daughter. Brother Tianxi has said that as long as you kill In Ming, you'll be reunited with your daughter immediately. At this moment, Dragon Soul Guanyu, holding the golden level Shattered World demon slaying knife, approached Lu Ming. Seeing this, Slayer of Gods Red Lotus snorted lightly and said indifferently, "A dignified national standard, isn't it easy to handle?" Just as Slayer of Gods Red Lotus was feeling smug, thinking things were going in his expected direction, the next moment, Dragon Soul Guanyu actually walked slowly past Lu Ming. He stood in front of Lu Ming. Clang! With his long knife planted, the blade pointed directly at the opposing Slayer of Gods players. Seeing this scene, Slayer of Gods Red Lotus was stunned. He questioned Dragon Soul Guanyu, "Big Fool Chun, what are you doing? Are you crazy? He can no longer summon the undead legion. What are you afraid of? You're a national server warrior, killing him is as easy as pie. Don't forget your daughter is still in our hands." Dragon Soul Guanyu's gaze was fiery. "Whoever dares to touch In Ming must first step over my corpse." Everyone present was taken aback. Who would have thought that Dragon Soul Guanyu, who once hated Lu Ming to the bone, would now go to such lengths to protect him, openly opposing the 7th team of the national server, Slayer of Gods, even disregarding his daughter. Fool! You can't even make use of the opportunity given to you. The God Slayer Red Lotus's eyes turned cold. "Do you think you can protect the underworld just because of you? Charge! Kill the underworld!" With a command from the God Slayer Red Lotus, dozens of players from the God Slayer team grabbed their weapons and rushed towards Dragon Soul Guanyu and Lu Ming. Clearly, they believed that the underworld's strength lay solely in the undead army, and without the ability to summon the undead in the magic forbidden zone, the underworld would be useless. Even if Dragon Soul Guanyu turned against them, even if he was the top warrior with a 5-star talent in the national server, how could he alone withstand so many of them? After all, 2 hands cannot fight against 4 fists. There were dozens of God Slayer players present, all at level 50 with 6 transfers, fully equipped with silver gear, their strength visibly outstanding. God Slayer Red Lotus felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. "If I kill the underworld, I can get 5 million in bounty from Brother Tianxi. This money comes so easily. I can't understand how this summoner, who is useless without his summons, has such a high value." Just as God Slayer Red Lotus showed disdain for Lu Ming, on the battlefield, with a swish, as Lu Ming planted his sword and released the formation, Dragon Soul Guanyu, enhanced by the fourfold formation of War Trample, Life Bastion, Indestructible, and Wind and Thunder, simultaneously activated his 5-star talent Bloodthirsty Frenzy, transforming into an invincible war god, charging into the enemy ranks. Slash! 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 Under Lu Ming's weakening formation, all the armor values of the God Slayer players were reduced to 0. Dragon Soul Guanyu dealt 180,000 plus damage with each strike, knocking down the God Slayer players one by one. In contrast, their attacks, whoosh, whoosh, boom. The volley of ranged attacks from dozens of archers and mages hit Dragon Soul Guanyu, all showing a large area of damage, 0, -0, -0. What? Including melee assassins, warriors, and knights, all their attacks failed to break through the defense. The people on the field were instantly shocked. That kid is only level 33, the summoners, indestructible, can at most add a few hundred points of damage reduction. How could he not deal any damage at all? Wait a minute. Damn, that kid's formation has a problem. The reason his undead army is so powerful is because of his formation enhancement. The God Slayer players realized too late, but by the time they reacted, it was too late. Dragon Soul Guanyu, in an unmatched stance, slaughtered his way through the crowd. No one could stop him. In an instant, dozens of God Slayer players were all killed. Not a single one escaped. Stepping over the piles of corpses, Dragon Soul Guanyu, holding the golden demon-slaying knife, approached the remaining God Slayer Red Lotus like a reaper. God Slayer Red Lotus was so frightened that he fell to the ground. He never expected that after the enhancement from the summoner Lu Ming, Dragon Soul Guanyu's strength could become so terrifying. So many elite God Slayer players under him were no match for just one person. Looking at the surrounding corpses, God Slayer Red Lotus stared at Dragon Soul Guanyu with fear, while incredulously saying, "I don't understand. The summoner's formation does not enhance himself. With your strength, you could easily kill the underworld. Why are you standing on his side? Or you could just stand aside and let me kill him. Do you know who he is?" Dragon Soul Guanyu suddenly asked God Slayer Red Lotus in return. Hearing this, God Slayer Red Lotus couldn't help but re-evaluate Lu Ming. His eyes still showed contempt. Isn't he just a summoner? Even if his formation enhancement effect is high, he is ultimately just a support class from the sewers. Dragon Soul Guanyu stepped on God Slayer Red Lotus's chest, leaned down, and looked down at him. Speaking slowly, listen carefully. He is the world's premier deity, the divine agent of the first sequence of the god of luck, Fortuna, the future's strongest player in the national server of the Great Xia, the god of the abyss, the underworld. As soon as the words fell, swish, Dragon Soul Guanyu did not hesitate. His hand raised the knife and fell, severing the head of the god-slaying Red Lotus. The battle was over. At that moment, a voice came from behind. "You should know that I need to rely on the undead to complete the resurrection. In this map, I cannot summon the undead, and thus cannot be revived. The god-slaying provided you with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why didn't you kill me just now?" Dragon Soul Guanyu turned around to look at Lu Ming. He simply said, "Because you promised to save my daughter. I don't trust the god-slaying, I only trust you." Lu Ming did not say much more. He only told Dragon Soul Guanyu, "Kill me, record a video for the report." Dragon Soul Guanyu replied, "Let's talk outside." "No need, right here." Dragon Soul Guanyu was astonished. "But didn't you need to rely on the undead to be revived?" Lu Ming reiterated, "Now, make your move." Dragon Soul Guanyu hesitated for a moment. Though he verbally expressed his reluctance, his body was quite honest. Swish! The knife fell decisively, killing Lu Ming. After completing the video recording, swish! Lu Ming suddenly stood upright in front of Dragon Soul Guanyu, revived with full health. Looking at Lu Ming, who had revived on the spot, Dragon Soul Guanyu was filled with astonishment. It wasn't until he finished dealing with the scene and followed Lu Ming outside the Magic Forbidden Zone map that he suddenly discovered there were actually hundreds of 4th-tier Reapers waiting outside the city. Dragon Soul Guanyu then understood, so he had already summoned the undead army before entering the Magic Forbidden Zone map. In this way, even if summoning spells cannot be used inside the Forbidden Zone, the summoned beings outside cannot enter the Forbidden Zone. He can still use these undead outside to revive. No wonder he was so confident just now. At that moment, Dragon Soul Guanyu suddenly realized, it turned out that just now, Lu Ming seemed to be in a desperate situation, but it was actually a test for him. If I had really compromised with the god-slaying and acted against the underworld, I would not have been able to survive coming out of this forbidden zone. It turns out everything is under the control of the underworld. Thinking of this, Dragon Soul Guanyu couldn't help but feel a chill down his back. Upon further reflection, he was horrified. Indeed, according to the trajectory of history, the underworld dies 2.5 years later. No matter what, no one can kill the underworld now. Regarding Lu Ming's ability to revive, apart from Dragon Soul Guanyu, Xin Charan, and Lin Yuwei, no one else knew. Thus, Dragon Soul Guanyu sent the recorded video via WeChat to the god-slaying Tian Ci, who had kidnapped his daughter, saying, "The underworld has been eliminated. Can you release my daughter now?" According to the video, the underworld's head had been severed, and it was indeed dead beyond any doubt. God-slaying Tian Ci did not question it. However, he then sent a message that made Dragon Soul Guanyu furious. "Don't be anxious, if you want your daughter to live, you still need to continue doing something for our captain." Just as Dragon Soul Guanyu was about to tear his face with god-slaying Tian Ci, Lu Ming suddenly stopped him, saying, "Agree to him first." Dragon Soul Guanyu suppressed his anger, obeying Lu Ming's intention, and replied, "What else is there?" God-slaying Tian Ci, "When the time comes, I will tell you. For now, just continue staying in Starshine City." Dragon Soul Guanyu could not contain the hatred and anger in his heart. "If you dare to touch my daughter, I swear I will make you pay 1,000 times the price." After Dragon Soul Guanyu ended the call with god-slaying Tian Ci, Lu Ming suddenly said to him, if you want to save your daughter, just listen to me next.
If there is any movement from the god-slaying side, notify me immediately. Do not act rashly without my orders. Originally, Lu Ming agreeing to fake his death and cooperating in recording the video was already a great kindness to Dragon Soul Guan Yu. He had not expected Lu Ming to continue helping. Hearing this, he, who had already fallen into despair, instantly reignited hope. Okay, as long as there is any news, I will inform you at the first moment. Watching the figure of Dragon Soul Guan Yu gradually fade away into the darkness, Lu Ming began to formulate a plan in his heart. Right now, he is merely a pawn in Qin Feng's eyes. Once he loses his value, with Qin Feng's nature, he will surely find a way to eliminate him. The reason he is still being kept around must be related to that second-tier ghost general lurking in Starshine City.
Coincidentally, the Black Cloak side also couldn't determine the exact location of this ghost general for the time being.
Therefore, Lu Ming intended to take advantage of this opportunity, following the clues to locate the ghost general through the Godslayer and disrupt their plan to revive this ghost general. Tonight was supposed to be Lu Ming's trap, giving Dragon Soul Guan Yu a chance. It is worth mentioning that Dragon Soul Guan Yu did not disappoint Lu Ming and successfully seized this opportunity. This incident made Lu Ming truly realize the importance of teammates. For instance, just now, if it weren't for Dragon Soul Guan Yu, it would have been quite difficult for Lu Ming to deal with the God Slayer team on his own. Although the God Slayer team couldn't kill Lu Ming, who possessed the talent of rebirth from the ashes, it was hard to guarantee that Lu Ming could always be prepared in advance. Lu Ming even suspected that 2.5 years later, his death at Qin Feng's hands would be due to stepping into a trap similar to a magic forbidden zone, without any defenses. Before that, I must establish a force under my control. As the future divine agent of the God of Revenge Horus, Dragon Soul Guan Yu had already become Lu Ming's first choice for his power. After this trial, Lu Ming had basically conquered half of Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Next, as long as he could find a way to rescue his daughter from the God Slayer, he would surely bring him completely under his command, acting the whole part. Since the God Slayer believed that Yu Ming was already dead, to avoid raising their suspicions, Lu Ming could not expose himself for the time being. Thus, switching to his alternate account, Dawn, Lu Ming left the Magic Forbidden Zone and returned to Starshine City. Just as Lu Ming had left, a pair of beautiful eyes quietly watched him from the shadows.
Yu Ming, I didn't expect you to be not only powerful but also able to switch between 2 different accounts? Not bad, quite interesting. Then it's decided, it's you. Lu Ming logged off as he returned to the city. Just in time, Lin Yue had finished preparing dinner. However, when it was time to eat, Qin Shuren was nowhere to be seen.
Where's Ranan? Lu Ming asked Lin Yue, who was holding a plate of food. At that time, Lu Ming had received a message from Dragon Soul Guan Yu and had gone alone to the Magic Forbidden Zone, instructing Qin Shuren to return with Lin Yue. Lin Yue replied while arranging the dishes, "Oh, Sister Shuren said she was going to do some PK, so she didn't log off with me, but I just messaged her, and she said she would log off soon, so she should be coming down any minute now." The so-called PK refers to the arena. Players can activate this feature once they reach level 30. It allows them to earn points to exchange for permanent attributes and compete for rankings to enhance their prestige. Just like Dragon Soul Guan Yu's National Server 39 Warrior title, which was earned through the arena. With Lu Ming's level, he could have participated, but he found the arena too time-consuming and felt that competing for rankings at the moment had little significance, so he chose not to participate for now. As for Qin Shuren, it was clear that she needed such a ranking to enhance her fame and prestige, preparing for the upcoming power consolidation. Lu Ming didn't think much of it. Meanwhile, in Starshine City, in the north of the city, at the duel arena, on a virtual stage, whoosh! With her 4-star speed talent, Qin Shuren moved like a specter, darting around her opponent at an incredible speed, easily defeating them without any resistance. Ding player Godslayer, Moon, level 38, 4th transition assassin, defeated player Skydome, level 39, 4th transition warrior, winning this duel points +1. Today, I achieved a winning streak of 30 matches, earning an additional winning streak reward of +10 duel points. Ding, congratulations! Your total historical points have reached 500, and your rank has been promoted to Bronze I. Your city ranking has improved by 13 places. Currently the highest rank in Linhai City is the 15,354th assassin. Ding, you have 0 duel matches remaining for today. Please continue participating in duels tomorrow. As the system notification faded, Qin Shuren and a young warrior player, Tian Xiong, were simultaneously teleported back to the duel arena. So strong! Tian Xiong looked at Qin Shuren with astonishment and admiration, saying, "You didn't even give me a chance to strike before you took me out.
I've been playing in the arena for a week, and you're the strongest opponent I've encountered at this level. Qin Sharon smiled gracefully and replied, "You're too kind." Looking at the elegant and strikingly beautiful Qin Sharon, Tian Shun's eyes revealed admiration, and he said with a heart flutter, "Miss, can we add each other on WeChat? Don't get me wrong, I just want to get to know you." Qin Sharon replied generously, "No, I'm afraid my boyfriend might misunderstand, so I can't add unfamiliar male friends." "Alright then, sorry to bother you." Tian Shun left sadly. Another 30-game winning streak. Looking at the dual data panel, Qin Sharon murmured, "But I need to be in the top 1,000 to get the city badge, and then I can have a chance to reach the provincial badge." Qin Sharon, don't be arrogant, the road ahead is long, keep pushing forward. Just as Qin Sharon was about to log off, a voice suddenly rang in her ears. "Qin Sharon, I challenge you." When Qin Sharon turned around, she saw a tall, sexy girl archer exuding confidence standing before her. Qin Sharon frowned slightly and asked, "Do we know each other?" "It doesn't matter if you don't know me. I know you. I know you're the girlfriend of Yu Ming." The archer girl, with a cold demeanor, raised an eyebrow and said, "Do you dare accept my challenge? If you lose the challenge, you have to leave Yu Ming." Looking at the sudden challenger, a level 42 archer girl named Wanyu, Qin Sharon frowned again. "This is ridiculous. Why should I accept your challenge?" Wanyu looked at Qin Sharon and said leisurely, "By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Li Wan Ning." No matter what her name was, Qin Sharon didn't want to waste time with her until the next words came out. "I'm Li Hui's sister." Qin Sharon's heart jolted. She then noticed that a group of players with IDs prefixed by the word brilliant were following Li Wan Ning, and Li Hui was the one who had invested 20 million in her, the young master of the Li family, brilliant years. Just a few days ago, Lu Ming had killed him to protect her. Qin Sharon had also heard Along and the others mention that the Li family in Modu had another daughter studying abroad besides Li Hui. It seemed that this girl before her was the Li family's returnee. Qin Sharon immediately realized, the other party was here to seek revenge for Li Hui. But at that time, I sent the video to Uncle Li, and he didn't say anything. After all, it was his son who tried to harm me first. I was just acting in self-defense. Just as Qin Sharon was thinking this, Li Wan Ning crossed her arms, her imposing presence once again challenging Qin Sharon. "Just because my dad doesn't say anything doesn't mean I have no opinion. Even if Li Hui is useless and a family outcast, he is still my brother. However, as long as you win the challenge against me, I won't pursue my brother's matter with you anymore. How about that as a bargaining chip? If you don't agree, then this matter will definitely not end well for you and the Li family." Since this incident stemmed from her, Qin Sharon didn't want to bring trouble to Lu Ming. After hesitating for a moment, she agreed, "Alright, I accept your challenge." "What are the terms of the challenge?" "Simple." Seeing that Qin Sharon had accepted the challenge, Li Wanqing smiled lightly and said, "Let's have a one-on-one match, best of 3. Qin Sharon did not hesitate. "Alright." Li Wanqing reminded her, "Don't forget the wager. If you lose, you must leave the side of Yu Ming." "Don't forget your end either." Qin Sharon replied, "If I win, the matter of Li Hui is off the table. After all, if someone wants to kill you, I'm sure you wouldn't just sit back and wait." Thus, the two sides entered the virtual arena. Meanwhile, offline, Lu Ming and Lin Yue waited for more than 10 minutes but did not see Qin Sharon log off, and she hadn't replied to the messages Lu Ming sent. Feeling a bit uneasy, Lu Ming went back to his room to log on. Arriving at the Starshine City Duel Arena, he happened to witness the scene of Qin Sharon and Li Wanqing engaged in a PK match. At this moment, the audience around the arena was countless. The crowd was buzzing with discussions about the upcoming PK duel. These two are quite impressive. The archer girl on the right seems to be the daughter of the prestigious Li family from Magic City, Li Wancheng. Wealth, beauty, status, power, she has it all. That Zhanshin, Yu, is even more extraordinary. She is the younger sister of the captain of the 7th Zhanshin team in our great Xia national server. Her skills are no less than Li Wanqing's. Wow, that Zhanshin Yu is so beautiful. I really like her. I like Li Wanqing. Such a slim waist, such white legs. Wow, her figure is absolutely amazing. Is it true that they are fighting over the same guy? Damn, who is this lucky guy? How come I don't get to have such amazing girls fighting over me? Hearing this, Lu Ming frowned slightly. For me? Looking at the level 42 archer Wan Yu on the stage, Lu Ming was somewhat puzzled. When did he gain such a little fan, and he didn't even know about it? However, Lu Ming was not worried about Qin Sharon's situation at all. Instead, he felt a bit sorry for Li Wanqing. Challenging Qin Sharon one-on-one, isn't that asking for death? On stage, Li Wanqing was full of confidence. Looking at her opponent, Qin Sharon, she thought, although you seem strong, your level is lower than mine, your equipment is worse than mine, and I have a rare 3-star talent in hand. Qin Sharon, you are bound to lose. As the countdown ended, ding, match start. Whoosh! With the 300% speed boost from her 4-star talent,
Qin Churan transformed into a shadow, rapidly closing in on Li Wanqing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li Wanqing, relying on her ranged attack advantage, initiated the attack first. However, after 3 consecutive attacks, all were perfectly dodged by Qin Churan with her exceptional positioning. A trace of panic visibly flashed in Li Wanqing's eyes. She clearly did not expect that Qin Churan's awareness and skills were this strong. How is her speed so fast? Just as Li Wanqing was stunned for a moment, Qin Churan had already closed in. Swish, swish, swish. With swift strikes, Li Wanqing didn't even have a chance to react before being defeated in a combo. Ding, player Zhan Xin, you wins this PK. Li Wanqing's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Soon, the second match began. Li Wanqing still attacked first, but without any predictive ability, even with better equipment and a higher level, and the powerful 3-star talent, severe injury, increases damage by 50%. She couldn't hit Qin Churan and had no room to perform. After a round of missed ranged attacks, she was approached by Qin Churan, who effortlessly took her down. 2 o'clock. The match ended. The audience sighed in amazement. Zhan Xin, you is so strong, no wonder she's from the 7th Zhan Xin team in the national server. It's clear that while Zhan Xin you may lack hardware, her software is exceptional, and that Wanyu, despite having top-notch hardware, has software that is just too poor to support it. Not only is she beautiful and has a great figure, but her strength is also so impressive. This Miss Zhan Xin Yu's boyfriend must have saved the galaxy in his past life to find such an extraordinary girlfriend. Yeah, I really envy that guy. The overwhelming defeat, coupled with the murmurs of the onlookers, instantly made Li Wanqing furious with embarrassment. But there was nothing she could do. She could only watch as Qin Churan logged off, disappearing before her eyes. As for this outcome, Lu Ming was not surprised at all. He also quietly vanished into the crowd. The strong-willed Miss Qin was afraid that Lu Ming would find out she had been fighting with other girls outside for favor, so she said nothing about it. Mr. Lu was also very considerate of Miss Qin's feelings, pretending to know nothing. After dinner, the 3 returned online. They couldn't go to the ghostly tower for now, because once the Zhanshan people knew that Lu Ming was still alive, they would definitely suspect Dragon Soul Guanyu and would no longer instruct him to carry out any revival tasks related to that ghost general. Lu Ming would then be unable to trace the ghost general's location. Since they had to hide the truth that he was still alive from Zhan Xin, they couldn't appear in such a crowded place anymore. Let's go to the shadow domain, Qin Churan suggested while searching the map. In this map, the monster's strength increases by about 20% at night, and regular players usually avoid going here at night. But given our current strength, a 20% increase in monster strength shouldn't be a concern. For Lu Ming, even if he wasn't in the ghostly tower, grinding in other maps was just a matter of not being able to farm soul stones for money. Right now, leveling up and hunting the ghost general were the priorities. Making money was secondary. So, the 3 headed straight to the LV-47-LV-49 shadow domain. Under the cover of night, countless level 47 to 49 monsters, the shadow guards, roamed the vast area. They were covered in a layer of red light, indicating a strengthening effect. Indeed, at night, this place was deserted. Thus, Lu Ming summoned his undead army without restraint. Go kill the monsters. With a thought, a full 13-20 level 4 reapers scattered, automatically hunting monsters. Even facing the shadow guards with a 20% strengthening effect, they crushed them effortlessly, without any pressure. Ding killed a level 48 shadow guard, experience plus 5,120. Ding killed a level 47 shadow guard, experience plus 4,950. Ding killed a level 49 shadow guard, experience plus 5,360. Congratulations, you have gained 1 point of divine power while hunting shadow guards. Lu Ming's experience bar continued to rise. Just at that moment, Dragon Soul Guanyu suddenly sent a message. The Zhanshan people have started to act. The night shrouded the land. In the eastern part of Starshine City, in the level 33 wild area, giant snake forest. Run! Brothers, run! A shout pierced the night. A 5-player team of around level 30 fled in panic from the woods. At the same time, with a roar, a level 33 silver-grade Snake King boss burst out of the forest, opening its massive mouth and suddenly swallowing a level 30 priest player who was running at the back. Roar! Roar! At the Snake King's call, countless small snakes surged from the darkness, surrounding the players. We shouldn't have provoked this Snake King. It's over, we're done for. Someone help me. I don't want to die. Woo woo. Just as the remaining 4 players fell into despair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a rain of arrows fell from the sky, killing all the surrounding small snakes. Following that, a group of fully armed players, all above level 40 and looking exceptionally strong, approached from the front. The IDs above their heads all had the prefix, Zhan Shen. It's our Daxia National Server Team ranked 7th, Zhan Shen. Great!
We're saved. Clang, clang, clang. The Night players formed a defensive line with their shields, blocking the venomous splashes from the Serpent King. The warriors scattered to harvest the small snakes continuously summoned by the Serpent King. The archers and mages, under the reinforcement of the formation techniques like War Trample and Wind Speed, locked onto the Serpent King and unleashed a fierce barrage of attacks. The assassins joined forces with the summons of the summoner to reap the rewards. With the orderly cooperation of the 12 god-slaying players, they easily killed the silver-level Serpent King boss. Roar accompanied by a wail, the massive body of the silver-level Serpent King crashed to the ground. At this moment, the 4 bystanders who had been chased by the Serpent King couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. They expressed their gratitude to the god-slaying players. "Thank you, Big Shot, for saving us." Unexpectedly, the next second, charge. With a command from the leading knight, dozens of god-slaying players surged forward, brandishing their weapons and without a word, knocked the 4 to the ground. "Take them away." The 4 were utterly confused, having no idea what was happening, as they were bound and forcibly taken away by the god-slaying players. What left them most bewildered was that the god-slaying players didn't even spare the priest player who had been devoured by the silver-level Serpent King, dragging away his mangled remains as well. When they were brought to a remote area far from Starlight City, outside a deep, dark cave, they were shocked to discover that a large group of players like them, bound and kidnapped, had already gathered there. The god-slaying players had completely taken control of the scene. All these scattered players were their captives. Hundreds of scattered players from various places were forced to kneel outside the cave. Under the eerie cave that resembled a bloodthirsty maw, and the intimidation from the surrounding god-slaying players, the scattered players erupted in terrified screams and wails. "Where is this? What do you want from us? Why did you bring me here? Do you want money or something? I can give you money. Let me go. My wife and kids are waiting for me at home. They can't be without me. Please let me go." No matter how they pleaded, the god-slaying players remained unmoved, but they also took no action, as if waiting for something, until a figure emerged from the darkness. Long Soul Guan Yu arrived at this place based on the positioning of God-slaying, Heaven's Gift. Upon seeing the group of captured scattered players, he couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Just then, a young, exceptionally charismatic archer among the god-slaying players turned around. When Long Soul Guan Yu saw the young archer, a murderous intent immediately erupted in his eyes, mixed with some astonishment. God-slaying Heaven's Gift? Isn't his level over 70? He should be in the 3rd heaven. According to his level, he shouldn't be able to enter the 2nd heaven, right? Why is he here? Soon, Long Soul Guan Yu realized. I understand now, it's the Suppression Scroll, a unique magical scroll in the Tianyuan world. The Suppression Scroll. After using it, players can suppress their levels. But there's a flaw. The Suppression Scroll suppresses not only the level but also the strength. God-slaying Heaven's Gift's original level was 78, and he suppressed it to level 50 with the scroll, so now he can only exert the strength of a level 50 player. Moreover, before the effect of the Suppression Scroll ends, players cannot forcibly return to their original level and strength. To actually use the Suppression Scroll to bring his level down to 50 and personally enter the 2nd heaven. It seems tonight's operation is very important to you. Just as Long Soul Guan Yu was thinking this, God-slaying Heaven's Gift issued him a command: kill them, all of them. Following God-slaying Heaven's Gift's gaze to the group of captured scattered players, Long Soul Guan Yu suddenly felt a jolt. The purpose of God-slaying Heaven's Gift calling him here was to have him kill these people? Clearly, they could take action themselves. Why did they have to wait for Dragon Soul Guan Yu to act? Seeing Dragon Soul Guan Yu hesitate, God-slayer Tianxi's eyes flickered with a cold glint as he once again used his daughter as a threat. If you don't want your daughter to die. Whoosh! The moment Dragon Soul Guan Yu raised his blade, the players of the God Slayer team around him instinctively became alert. They clearly understood the worth of this national server warrior before them. Fortunately, Dragon Soul Guan Yu did not defy the order. Even if I don't kill you, the God Slayer people will never let you go. Consider it a contribution to lift my account ban. When I become the agent of the gods and gain the power of the vengeful god Horus, I will avenge you. Sorry, everyone. As soon as the words fell, Dragon Soul Guan Yu, wielding the golden level Shattered World Demon Slayer blade, charged into the crowd. Slash! 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 Amidst the heart-wrenching screams and wails, over 300 innocent bystanders were slaughtered. In an instant, the ground was littered with corpses, and blood flowed like a river. Dragon Soul Guan Yu's decisive killing left the surrounding God Slayer players trembling in fear. Ding killed 229 players, account hatred value minus 229,000. After killing them, what next? Dragon Soul Guan Yu's bloodshot eyes fixed on God Slayer Tianci. God Slayer Tianci, quite satisfied, said, "It's fine now, you can temporarily leave for now,
and wait for my further arrangements. Remember, if this matter leaks even a bit, not only will your daughter's life be in danger, but you will also die a miserable death."
Dragon Soul Guan Yu clenched his fists.
But the reminder from Lu Ming echoed in his mind. Without his orders, he must not act rashly. He sheathed his long knife and silently turned to leave. However, before he left, Dragon Soul Guan Yu intentionally glanced at that cave. Just as Dragon Soul Guan Yu stepped away, under God Slayer Tianxi's command, the God Slayer players began transporting the bodies of the bystanders into the cave.
Caw caw caw.
An eerie sound that sent chills down the spine echoed from within the cave, accompanied by the chilling sound of chewing. Looking at the cave entrance that resembled a blood-red maw, God Slayer Tianxi's lips curled up. Eat more. When you grow up, don't forget who fed you." Before long, the cave fell silent. God Slayer Tianxi couldn't help but frown slightly and sent a WeChat message to his friend named Big Brother. "Bro, we've been feeding it for so many days now, with hundreds of people every day, and that thing still hasn't made a move.
Is it not full? Does it have such a big appetite?"
After a while, Qin Feng replied, "A good horse naturally eats a lot. You have to understand, it is the key for our Qin family to dominate the national server of the Great Xia and achieve a leap in class. Whatever it eats, we will feed it. The day it emerges will be the day our Qin family rises. By then, not just Great Xia, but looking at the whole world, both you and I will have everything we desire." Hearing this, God Slayer Tianxi immediately became excited. "Good, then I will personally supervise this matter from start to finish. I won't leave Jiang province a step until it is full." Qin Feng, "Good, as expected of my own brother, I trust you with this. But this matter must be conducted in secrecy. No one outside of us God Slayers can know." Got it, bro, don't worry. By the way, bro," Qin Ci then asked with some confusion, "I don't understand. Why did you arrange for Guan Yu to kill these people? The array master next to my second sister is already dead. Guan Yu is no longer useful. Why not just kill him and his daughter, to avoid raising a tiger?" "No," Qin Feng said, "I have my own arrangements. Don't ask so much, just follow my orders." Qin Ci didn't ask further. "All right." Immediately after, Qin Ci addressed the 100 God Slayer players present. "Brothers, you've worked hard these past few days. After logging off, go wash your feet, get a massage, and enjoy the best places. All expenses for the combat team will be reimbursed. Additionally, each of you will receive a bonus this month, increased from 50,000 to 100,000. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in joy. "Thank you, Brother Ci." In the stillness of the night, with silence enveloping everything, in the northern part of Starry City, several figures moved quietly through the darkness, following the location sent by Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Soon, Lu Ming, Qin Churen, and Lin Yue arrived outside a deep, dark cave. From a distance, a strong smell of blood hit them, causing both Qin Churen and Lin Yue to furrow their brows deeply.
Dragon Soul Guan Yu had long been waiting there.
Upon seeing Lu Ming arrive, he immediately walked over. The mastermind behind this operation is ID named God Slayer Tianxi. He arranged for God Slayer's people to capture over 200 scattered individuals and threw them all into this cave. If nothing unexpected happens, the second-tier ghost general they are raising should be inside this cave. Upon hearing the name God Slayer Tianxi, Lu Ming noticed Qin Churen's expression freeze. He asked, "What's wrong?" After a moment of silence, Qin Churen, with a serious tone, replied, "His name is Qin Ci, he is my brother."
"So, that means he is Qin Feng's biological brother?"
Upon learning about Qin Ci's identity, Lu Ming felt inexplicably excited. It was as if he had encountered his late brother-in-law, Yi Chen, who had died at his hands in his previous life. Although he couldn't kill Qin Feng and Yi Linger for now, taking down their left and right arms would still hurt them significantly. At that moment, Dragon Soul Guan Yu, somewhat puzzled, said, "But there's one strange thing. I don't know why they captured those people and insisted that I handle it." Hearing this, Lu Ming suddenly recalled a question that had been buried in his mind. He thoughtfully asked, "What is your account ban task?" Dragon Soul Guan Yu answered straightforwardly, "Within 5 years, eliminate 10 million points of hatred value. Killing monsters can eliminate 1 point, elite monsters 10 times, boss 100 times, and killing players 1,000 times.
Lu Ming then asked, "Does Qin Feng, or this Qin Ci, know about your account ban?"
Dragon Soul Guan Yu thought for a moment and said, "Only Qin Feng knows because I told him in a hurry to save Xiao Tong, to show my value."
Sure enough,
Lu Ming immediately speculated, Qin Feng must have seen the potential in Dragon Soul Guan Yu as a divine agent and wanted him to serve him.
Ordinary people wouldn't know,
but secretly colluding with ghostly beings, and knowing about the divine scroll in Lu Ming's previous life, Qin Feng couldn't possibly be unaware that there are deities in the Tianyuan world. Since they were going to kill people to feed the ghostly beings, he simply let Dragon Soul Guan Yu do the killing,
which would also help him speed up the process of lifting the account ban. Want to eat both gods and ghosts? It seems your ambition is quite large. Unfortunately, I've already designated the god of revenge. You won't be able to have it. Lu Ming didn't say much more to Dragon Soul Guan Yu. He just reminded him, do whatever they ask you to do, just try to cooperate with them. As he spoke, Lu Ming approached the cave entrance. Suddenly, a powerful aura rushed toward him. At that moment, Dragon Soul Guan Yu suddenly stepped in front of Lu Ming, brandishing the Demon Slayer blade. I'll go in first to scout. No need, Lu Ming replied. With my current strength, I shouldn't be able to kill this ghost general. This time, I'm just here to test its strength. Saying this, Lu Ming immediately consumed 1 point of soul power to summon the cheapest first-tier undead warrior. Under Lu Ming's mental control, the undead warrior fearlessly walked into the cave. Meanwhile, Lu Ming observed the scene inside the cave through shared vision. As the undead warrior ventured deeper into the cave, in the suffocating darkness, Lu Ming felt a pair of eyes staring intently at him from the depths of the cave. Even though Lu Ming was outside the cave, he could still sense a powerful pressure through the shared vision. Fortunately, the Death Knight had no emotions, feared nothing, and charged forward without hesitation. At that moment, a chilling, eerie sound unique to the undead echoed again. Simultaneously, a powerful beam of obsidian light shot out from the darkness. In an instant, the Death Knight was obliterated. The vision was cut off. However, Lu Ming had already obtained the data he wanted through the Death Knight. Brutal Dominion Tina, Magic Type 2nd Tier Ghost General, Level, 50 Magic Attack, 187200 Armor, 121100 Magic Resistance, 135000 Speed, 128800 Health, for 200000 Skills, Night Dominion, C Grade, Brutal Trample, C Grade, Killing Zone, C Grade, Description, Unknown. Indeed, it was a ghost general. But Lu Ming remembered that the Black Cloak had mentioned a ghost general that would fully revive in 2.5 years and destroy Starshine City, exterminating over 9 million people in Jiang Province. That ghost general seemed to be called Blood Moon Warrior Gula. Yet, this ghost general was named Brutal Dominion Tina. Could it be that he remembered wrong? Lu Ming didn't think too much about it. After all, the identity of this guy as a ghost general was beyond doubt. Upon seeing the data Lu Ming shared in the team channel, Qin Charan exclaimed, "What terrifying attributes! Is this just the strength in its sealed state?" Yes. Lu Ming recalled what the Black Cloak had said and analyzed. According to him, the ghost beast from that night had 60% of its power sealed, so this ghost general should be about the same. In other words, what we are seeing now is only about 40% of Brutal Dominion Tina's strength. Previously, when Lu Ming mentioned that humanity would perish due to the undead in over 2 years, Qin Charan had been somewhat skeptical. It was only at this moment that she truly realized the horror of the undead. And Lu Ming, despite having mentally prepared himself before coming, knew that with his current strength, he would have no chance against this ghost general, even in its sealed state. But he also didn't expect the gap between them to be so enormous. Lu Ming compared his own data. Currently, his LV-33 Death Trample had an attack power bonus of 92,458 points to allies. Even with the addition of the 3-star artifact, the Annihilation Heavenly Chapter, and the 4th tier Reaper's own attack power, he could barely push the Reaper's attack power past 100,000. Even with the 17,555 points of armor reduction from the ground prison skill, he couldn't even scratch this ghost general with over 120,000 armor, not to mention the overwhelming advantages in speed, health, and other aspects. Thus, Lu Ming decisively left without looking back. On the way back to Starshine City, Qin Charan asked, "Have you thought about how to deal with this ghost general?" Lu Ming replied confidently, "Wait until I reach level 40. Once Lu Ming reached level 40, with his talent fully upgraded to LV5, he could increase the skill enhancement multiplier to 50 times. Adding the 15 times enhancement from drawing his sword, the total skill enhancement effect would reach 65 times, enough to raise the attack power bonus of his Death Trample skill to over 140,000. Coupled with the armor reduction effect from ground prison, he would be able to deal significant damage to the ghost general. By that time, the undead army would surely be able to easily handle this second-tier ghost general in its sealed state. Let's settle for a few days first. Lu Ming looked at his current level, 33, 55%, and said, "I expect to reach level 40 within 3 days. At that moment, Qin Charan suddenly tilted her head and looked at Lu Ming, saying, "Silly, do you know how people in the comments are evaluating you?" Lu Ming was puzzled. "How are they evaluating me? They say you're a bug. You really are a bug." From the very beginning, she agreed to be Lu Ming's girlfriend only because he promised to help her take revenge. But she didn't know when it started. Qin Charan began to see affection in Lu Ming's eyes. Women are naturally drawn to strength. In this world where power is paramount, who could refuse someone like Lu Ming, a top-tier powerhouse who is both gentle and has a sense of boundaries? Unknowingly,
time had already reached midnight. Lu Ming, eager to level up to 40 and eliminate this ghost general, instructed Qin Churen and Lin Yue, "You two log off first, I'll practice for a while longer." "I'll go with you," Qin Churen said seriously. "It's too dangerous for you to be alone in the wild, I have to protect you."
Lin Yue quickly chimed in, "I'll go too."
"Then Dragon Soul Guan Yu hesitated. "Forget it, I'll just grind by myself." "Let's go together," Lu Ming called out to Dragon Soul Guan Yu. "With my formation bonus, you'll level up faster."
Dragon Soul Guan Yu hesitated. After all, he didn't dare face Qin Churen. "It's fine, I won't join you," he said. "If there's any news from the godslaying side, I'll let you know right away." With that, Dragon Soul Guan Yu disappeared alone into the darkness.
Lu Ming noticed that there was still hatred in Qin Churen's eyes.
Indeed,
Dragon Soul Guan Yu had personally killed Qin Churen's closest companions, the Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird.
Who could forgive such an enemy?
It was merely for Lu Ming's sake. The world needs gods to save it. In the face of human rise and fall, what do love and hate matter?
Qin Churen could only comfort herself this way.
The three planned to return to the Shadow Domain map to level up. However, just as they had not gone far, Lu Ming, with his keen insight, sensed a disturbance in the darkness nearby.
The next second, whoosh, 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 a rain of arrows suddenly shot towards Qin Churen among the three.
Lu Ming reacted quickly, without hesitation, and rushed towards Qin Churen. He rolled on the ground with her, narrowly avoiding the barrage of arrows. Qin Churen, pinned beneath Lu Ming, had yet to realize what was happening.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From all directions, a large group of players charged out aggressively.
As Lu Ming got up, he instinctively shielded Qin Churen behind him. Looking at the group of players around them, he saw they were all level 50, 6 transformation players, equipped with bronze to silver gear, their strength impressive.
Moreover, their IDs, not hidden, all shared a common prefix, brilliant.
This immediately reminded Lu Ming of the brilliant years he had personally eliminated a few days ago. At this moment, the leader of the group, a stunningly beautiful and charismatic level 42 archer named Wanyue, provocatively taunted Qin Churen. "Qin Churen, do you only know how to hide behind others?"
Qin Churen frowned slightly. "Li Wanning?"
Lu Ming guessed their intention and got straight to the point, unceremoniously addressing Li Wanning. "Didn't you agree that as long as Ruan wins the duel against you, you wouldn't trouble her again?
As a young lady from a prestigious family, how can you be so untrustworthy?"
As soon as Lu Ming said this, Qin Churen suddenly realized that Lu Ming had already known about her PK competing for affection with Li Wanning in the arena that evening. Thinking of this, a blush involuntarily crept onto Qin Churen's fair cheeks. In the face of Lu Ming's questioning, Li Wanning crossed her arms defiantly and said, "She killed my brother. How can this matter just be brushed aside? You don't need to speak for Qin Churen. I know you killed my brother because of her." Qin Churen had said that the Li family had done her a favor. So from Qin Churen's perspective, unless absolutely necessary, Lu Ming would not resort to violence to resolve the issue. Protecting Qin Churen, he confronted Li Wanning and said, "Li Hui is the one I killed.
I am Ranran's boyfriend. How do you want to resolve this? Just tell me."
Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Li Wanning made a shocking statement. She said to Lu Ming, "Be my boyfriend. As long as you agree to be my boyfriend, I won't hold Qin Churen responsible." Before Lu Ming could respond, Li Wanning looked at him with an arrogant gaze and proudly declared, "Our Li family has assets worth billions. We are a prestigious noble family in Magic City. My dad is the chairman of the Li family, and I am the young lady of the Li family.
Being with me, whatever you want, I can satisfy you."
Qin Churen is just a discarded daughter of the Qin family, someone who can be summoned and dismissed at will. She has no power or influence and is not worthy of someone like you, a top-tier powerhouse.
She will only be a stumbling block on your path to success.
Moreover, you should know that her brother has already arranged a marriage for her with the Wang family. She is about to marry that foolish son of the Wang family. You two together are destined to have no future." Li Wanning's words were filled with disdain for Qin Churen and confidence in herself. The most infuriating part was that Qin Churen had no strength to refute her, because every word Li Wanning said was painfully true. It seemed that in Li Wanning's eyes, Lu Ming was merely a commodity she had set her sights on. After a pause, Li Wanning continued, "Of course, there is another solution, which is to exchange lives. If you refuse to be my boyfriend, then I will kill Qin Churen and use her life to repay my brother's life."
Since reasoning was futile, she decided to stop.
Just as Qin Churen was being scolded by Li Wanning and fell into a wave of self-doubt, Lu Ming suddenly fixed a cold gaze on Li Wanning and said, "Go ahead and try." At these words, Li Wanning was stunned. She had clearly underestimated Lu Ming's resolve. At that moment, a level 50 assassin boy named Brilliant Moment angrily pointed at Lu Ming and shouted, "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to Ning Ning like that?"
For Ning Ning to take a liking to you is your lifelong blessing." As he spoke, Brilliant Moment turned to Li Wan Ning and said, "Ning Ning, let's go. This kid doesn't know what's good for him, and he's just a useless array master at level 35. Not worth your time." Li Wan Ning stamped her foot. "I don't care. I want him." Brilliant Moment gritted his teeth. He couldn't understand how he was inferior to this array master in front of him. But to win Li Wan Ning's favor and to make her see just how inadequate this array master was, he drew his sword and approached Lu Ming and Qin Churan. "In that case, Ning Ning, I'll kill this woman for you." Looking at the level 35 array master who was 15 levels lower than him and seemed inconspicuous, Brilliant Moment sneered. "A useless person who can't even protect himself? Let's see how you protect your girl." Whoosh! Before Brilliant Moment could finish his sentence, Lu Ming suddenly drew his sword. In an instant, a sharp sword shadow pierced through Brilliant Moment's body. -1180920. The explosive damage in the 7 figures instantly consumed Brilliant Moment's full health bar. With a cold gaze, Lu Ming quietly stared at the incredulous Brilliant Moment and said indifferently, "My girlfriend is not someone you can dictate to." In the next second, Brilliant Moment's eyes widened, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground, collapsing into a pool of blood. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of players from the Brilliant team drew their swords, ready for battle. Before they could take any action, whoosh! From all directions, countless flowing blood-colored barriers shimmering with dark golden light materialized. Following that, one by one, 4-tiered reapers clad in blood armor, wielding scythes like hellish demons, stepped through the space. Lu Ming summoned only a few dozen reapers, but their aura was enough to intimidate the entire scene. The players of the Brilliant Squad were all frightened, their faces turning pale, not daring to make a move. Except for Li Wan Ning. The others present clearly did not expect that this seemingly inconspicuous level 30-something 4th-turn support necromancer was hiding such powerful strength. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Li Wan Ning with the gaze one would give to a corpse. "I gave you a chance." With a thought from Lu Ming, swish, swish, swish. From all directions, hundreds of level 4 reapers wielding scythes approached Li Wan Ning and the group of brilliant players around her. At this moment, even Li Wan Ning felt a wave of fear. But just as the undead army was about to strike, Lu Ming seemed to suddenly sense something. He immediately commanded all the reapers to stop. Then he spoke to the brilliant players, saying, 3 seconds, get out of my sight." As soon as these words were spoken, the brilliant players immediately turned and ran. Li Wan Ning, however, stared at Lu Ming and Qin Chu ran with a look of unwillingness. She said to Lu Ming, "You will regret this, Yu Ming." After saying that, Li Wan Ning turned to leave. Qin Chu ran had not particularly disliked Li Wan Ning. She always felt guilty for having killed her brother. But just now, at the moment when Li Wan Ning was scheming to take Lu Ming away, a surge of murderous intent inexplicably rose within Qin Chu Ran. So just now, she did not stop Lu Ming. Qin Chu Ran turned to look at Lu Ming. Clearly, the murderous intent in his eyes just now had already sentenced Li Wan Ning and the others to death. So why did he suddenly let them go? Just as Qin Chu Ran was puzzled, she saw Lu Ming take out the divine scroll he had obtained from the black market goblin Avani, which sealed the divine power of the night goddess Nyx. The golden scroll faintly flickered with a soft light. As this soft light grew fainter with Li Wan Ning's distance, Qin Chu Ran was utterly shocked, saying, "Li Wan Ning is the chosen divine agent of the night goddess Nyx." The moment Li Wan Ning completely disappeared into the night, the divine scroll in Lu Ming's hand also returned to calm. Only then did Qin Chu Ran realize, "So you let Li Wan Ning go because you sensed the resonance of the divine scroll?" Recalling what the black cloak had said, Lu Ming said with some excitement, "Once the divine agent chosen by the goddess appears nearby, the divine scroll will resonate. In the past 2 days, I have seen countless people, and the scroll had no reaction until just now, when it finally resonated for the first time." Although this resonance pointed to Li Wan Ning, it was strange that Lu Ming had tried to use the divine scroll just now but could not crush it. What was going on? Could it be that Li Wan Ning is indeed one of the chosen agents of the night goddess Nyx, but she has not yet fulfilled the prerequisite contract conditions, so the scroll cannot be used? What exactly are the contract conditions of the night goddess Nyx? Looking in the direction Li Wan Ning had left, Lu Ming fell into deep thought, and looking up at the intense light radiating from Lu Ming's eyes, at that moment, Qin Chu Ran wished that she was the chosen agent of the night goddess Nyx. That way, she could also gain the power of the goddess, become stronger, and not just be a stumbling block on Lu Ming's path to success, as Li Wan Ning had said. But Nyx's choice is ultimately not me. Qin Chu Ran knew well the weight of being a divine agent, and she also knew that Lu Ming was looking for other divine agents to join forces against the impending resurrection of the spirits and save the future of humanity. So she could only pretend to be happy and said to Lu Ming, "But finding an agent is always the first step to success. As for what the contract conditions are, we can explore that slowly later." Lu Ming put the divine scroll back into his backpack. After that, the three of them returned to Starshine City. At this time, it was already 12:30 in the morning. The daily arena matches have been reset. Qin Sharon did not log off with Lu Ming and Lin Yue, but instead went alone to the dueling arena in Starshine City to participate in the competition. Even if you cannot become a divine agent, it does not mean you are destined to be a weakling. As long as you work hard enough, even as a mortal, one day you can become a powerful being in the Tianyuan world, standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods. With this obsession, Qin Sharon spent half an hour completing 30 arena matches. With her outstanding abilities, she achieved another 30 consecutive victories. Just as she was feeling a bit tired and preparing to log off to rest, suddenly, that person she detested appeared before her. Li Wanqing. Qin Sharon pretended not to see her, intending to ignore Li Wanqing and log off directly. But Li Wanqing clearly had come specifically for her. She walked straight up to Qin Sharon. Name your price, leave the underworld, and you can set the amount. Qin Sharon looked at the aloof Li Wanqing and replied irritably, do you really think it's a matter of money? Li Wanqing crossed her arms, her eyes filled with disdain, and contemptuously said to Qin Sharon, it seems you still haven't recognized your own position. The underworld is destined to become a peerless powerhouse of our great Xia. What can you do for him on his path to greatness? It is undeniable that you can do nothing. You still have to rely on the underworld for everything. You will only slow down his progress and become a burden to him. And you? Qin Sharon retorted, what can you do for him? Li Wanqing laughed mockingly, if the underworld wants to subdue the dragon soul Guan Yu, I have a way to rescue his kidnapped daughter, Guan Xiaotong, from the hands of the Godslayer. Can you? I have money. I can tailor top-notch equipment for the underworld to enhance his strength. Can you? I have power. I can clear all obstacles on the path to greatness for the underworld. Can you? Although she knew Li Wanqing was deliberately trying to provoke her, Qin Sharon was still deeply hurt. She finally realized Li Wanqing had come fully prepared. Enduring the pain, Qin Sharon asked Li Wanqing a question. Do you like the underworld? Li Wanqing casually replied, of course I like him. Qin Sharon quietly gazed into Li Wanqing's eyes and said, no, you don't like him. There is no love in your eyes, only possessiveness. Love? Li Wanqing couldn't help but laugh. Don't talk to me about love, that's the cheapest thing in this world. Only fools believe in love. Then why are you still with the underworld? What do you really want? Faced with Qin Sharon's questioning, Li Wanqing said impatiently, that's none of your business. Don't blame me for not reminding you. How to weigh your options is up to you. Oh, by the way, what if the God Slayer's people find out that the underworld is still alive and is secretly plotting against them with Dragon Soul Guan Yu? What do you think they will do to Dragon Soul Guan Yu and his daughter? And how will they try to deal with the underworld? After saying this, Li Wanqing laughed and left. Qin Sharon stood alone in place, unsure of what to think. After a long time, she finally clicked to log off, disappearing from the spot. Since her computer was still being repaired, Qin Sharon had been logging into Tianyuan using Lu Ming's computer these days. After logging off, Qin Sharon appeared in Lu Ming's room. The bright moonlight streamed through the window, casting a glow on Lu Ming, who was sleeping on the bed. Qin Sharon gently walked over and carefully covered him with a blanket. Sitting by the bed, she quietly watched Lu Ming, her eyes gradually becoming moist. Feelings unknowingly arose, deepening with time. She didn't know when it had started. Perhaps it was due to the days spent together, sharing life and death. Or perhaps it was because of Lu Ming's care and protection in the little things. At this moment, Qin Sharon suddenly realized, it seems I really do like you a bit. After a long while, Qin Sharon quietly got up and left the room. When the morning sunlight spilled into the room, Lu Ming was startled awake by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Brother Yu Ming, wake up quickly. Lu Ming got up and opened the door, only to see Lin Yue with a worried expression saying, I just saw that Sister Churen's door was open. When I went in, I found she was gone, and all her luggage and belongings have disappeared. Just as Lu Ming was taken aback, a notification pinged. Qin Churen sent a message on WeChat. Silly, forgive my sudden departure. I was afraid that if I left in person, it would make you sad and reluctant. Lu Ming immediately called Qin Churen's voice number. As soon as the call connected, Lu Ming urgently questioned, Qin Churen, what are you doing? How can you just leave without a word? Where are you going? On the other end of the line, Qin Churen's voice sounded slightly embarrassed. Actually, I've been thinking about it for a long time, but I just didn't tell you. I'm planning to go to Anyang. A long time ago, Along and the others recruited a battle team over there, and I'm going to take over and sort things out. Alright, a brief farewell is for a better reunion next time. Silly, take care of yourself while I'm not around. Why didn't you tell me about this in advance? Lu Ming frowned. Aren't I your boyfriend? At that moment, Qin Churen suddenly said something that made Lu Ming's heart skip a beat. Silly, your real name isn't Zhang Yi, right? Before Lu Ming could gather his thoughts, Qin Churen continued with a laugh, "It's okay, anyway, you don't like me." Lu Ming was completely stunned. He never expected that Qin Churen knew everything, but Qin Churen laughed heartily. "Alright, that's it. Silly, I'm getting on the bus now, talk later, bye." Beep, she hung up. Instantly, a wave of shame and anger surged within him. Although he initially approached Qin Churen to use her to take revenge on Qin Feng and Yi Linger, through their time spent together, Lu Ming had long separated Qin Churen from Qin Feng. She, along with Lin Yue, were both good friends and partners of Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming had no romantic feelings for Qin Churen, he couldn't just stand by and watch her or Lin Yue get bullied. Moreover, no matter how you looked at it, Qin Churen was officially his girlfriend. Going to Anyang was clearly an excuse. If it was because she discovered Lu Ming was deceiving her, she wouldn't have waited until now to expose it. Why did she choose to leave right after Li Wanqing appeared? Lu Ming immediately realized Qin Churen must have been threatened by Li Wanqing in some way. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Li Wanqing, you dare to touch my people? You're asking for death. Don't think that just because you're a divine agent, I won't dare to kill you." After breakfast, Lu Ming and Lin Yue went online. Lu Ming thought for a moment. Actually, it was fine for Qin Churen to be away for a while. The current situation is quite special. On one hand, I'm about to go to war with that ghost general, and on the other, I have to pretend to be dead to avoid the Godslayer. If Qin Churen were by my side, she would easily attract the attention of the Godslayer. It's better to avoid the spotlight for now, and once these issues are resolved, she can come back. With that in mind, Lu Ming temporarily shifted his focus back to leveling up quickly. The urgent task was to reach level 40 as soon as possible, kill that ghost general, and resolve the crisis in Jiang province. Soon, Lu Ming selected a map. LV-46 LV-47 Holy Light Camp. This place was the exact opposite of the shadow domain he visited last night. The monsters in the Holy Light Camp gained a 20% enhancement effect during the day and weakened at night, so players generally didn't level up here during the day. Therefore, to avoid drawing attention, Lu Ming switched to his alternate account, Dawn, and separated from Lin Yue, each heading to the Holy Light Camp. On the way, Lin Yue's trouble-attracting ability suddenly drew a group of small thugs. Only 7 or 8 players were scattered between levels 40 and 45, sporting colorful hair that made them look anything but friendly. In broad daylight, they surrounded the solitary Lin Yue. "Little sister, do you know who I am? Do you remember our dragon brother, the one-eyed dragon?" Not far away, Lu Ming immediately recognized that the group surrounding Lin Yue were members of the Grounded Gang. The Grounded Gang was known as the largest underground black force in Yunzhou, specializing in robbery and kidnapping. Just a few days ago, Lin Yue had been kidnapped by someone named One-Eyed Dragon from their ranks, who demanded a ransom of 10 million. In the end, the Black Cloak used the power of time confinement to rescue her. It seems the last lesson wasn't enough. You dare to seek death again. On the scene, Lin Yue tightly gripped her staff, fear evident in her eyes. The 8 thugs from the Grounded Gang looked at her with mocking gazes, circling around her. They taunted, "Oh, little beauty, why are you alone today? Where's your array master bodyguard, brother Yu Ming? Could it be that he was killed by the God Slayer? I heard his head was chopped off. How tragic." Lu Ming suddenly realized. No wonder they dared to act so boldly. They must have heard the news that Lu Ming was dead. It seemed they had been lurking for a long time, finally waiting for such an opportunity to take revenge on Lin Yue. Many onlookers among the players gathered around, but they all maintained an attitude of detachment, not wanting to attract trouble. A flash of killing intent crossed Lu Ming's eyes. Seeking death, just as Lu Ming was about to switch to his main account to summon the undead army, he suddenly spotted several God Slayer players mixed in with the crowd. Lu Ming immediately stopped his actions, because once he made a move, he would surely expose himself. If the God Slayers find out I'm still alive, they'll know Guan Yu betrayed them, and Guan Xiaotan will definitely be in danger, which will inevitably affect my upcoming plans. Just as Lu Ming felt a bit at a loss, a graceful figure lurking in the shadows revealed a hint of killing intent in her cold eyes, and with a swift motion, she drew her sword. Just as she was about to rush out to rescue Lin Yue, suddenly whoosh, 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 a rain of arrows fell from the sky, enveloping Lin Yue. The sudden attack caught the Grounded Gang players off guard, instantly injuring them all. Before they could recover, a large group of level 45 to 50 players with the brilliant ID surged out from the crowd. Leading them was a 42-level archer girl. Her tight-fitting chainmail showcased her curvaceous figure perfectly, and her exquisite face was stunningly beautiful. Li Wanqing's appearance was like a crane among chickens, instantly attracting the attention of countless men around. A hint of killing intent flickered in her icy eyes. What a bunch of disgusting trash! Kill them! With Li Wanqing's command, dozens of brilliant players surged forward, instantly slaying the 8 Grounded Gang players on the spot. The scene erupted into thunderous applause. Good. Well done. This lady is truly beautiful and generous. Beautiful and kind-hearted. As Li Wanqing took action to eliminate the grounded gang players and rescue Lin Yue, the graceful figure in the shadows silently sheathed her dagger. Meanwhile, Lu Ming also lowered his guard. He instinctively opened his backpack and saw the divine scroll inside resonate again, emitting a faint glow. Li Wanqing approached Lin Yue, smiling gently. Where do you want to go? Let me escort you. Lin Yue felt grateful, but when she looked up and saw that her rescuer was Li Wanqing, she was instantly stunned. She thought, it's actually her. She almost got Sister Churin killed last night and made Brother Yuming unhappy, and she wants to take Brother Yuming away. This bad woman. Don't be fooled by Lin Yue's soft and pliable demeanor, she has her temper too. She huffed at Li Weining and got up to walk away. Li Weining, however, was not one to stoop to Lin Yue's level. She ordered the brilliant players around her to follow Lin Yue while she stood still, waiting for the crowd around them to disperse. Only then did she suddenly look over at Lu Ming and greet him. Yuming, hello. It's nice to see you again. Lu Ming, with the ID dawn above his head and a character appearance completely different from Yuming at that moment, was taken aback. How does she know I'm Yuming? It seems I can't let you go now. Seeing that there was no one around and that Li Weining already knew his identity, Lu Ming decided to drop the act and reveal his true self, switching to his main account, Yuming. With a glint of killing intent in his eyes, he approached Li Weining. Li Weining seemed to see through Lu Ming's intentions. She crossed her arms in feigned innocence, saying, You don't mean to repay kindness with enmity, do you? I just helped you save your sister. Could it be that your girlfriend abandoned you, and now you're taking it out on me? Answering her own question, it seemed that Qin Churin's sudden departure was indeed related to Li Weining. Lu Ming pressed closer to Li Weining, questioning, What did you say to Qin Churin? What could I say? Li Weining pretended to be clueless, looking aggrieved as she spoke to Lu Ming. Maybe she just felt unworthy of you and left. How can you blame me? She simply likes you and hasn't done anything wrong. If this were the previous life, Lu Ming might have believed Li Weining, even feeling pity for her. But now, he could see through Li Weining's green tea act. After all, compared to Tea Emperor Yi Linger, Li Weining's acting was still too clumsy. Just then, Li Weining suddenly looked around and, feigning mystery, whispered to Lu Ming, Let me tell you a secret. I know where the person who killed Shin is keeping Guan Xiaotong, and I can call someone to rescue her anytime you need. Seeing Lu Ming's astonished expression, Li Weining continued, pleased with herself, How about that? I told you, as long as you're with me, I can fulfill whatever you want. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment and asked, So, why do you want me to be your boyfriend so badly? What else could it be? Brother Yuming, do you think my intentions are impure? Li Weining blinked her eyes, pretending to be wronged. Is it wrong for me to simply like you? I just think you're handsome and fell for you at first sight. Plus, you're strong and very manly, Brother Yuming. Why don't you consider it? After all, you and your girlfriend have already broken up. In the shadows, Qin Churin quietly observed everything. It turned out that her saying she was going to Anyang was just an excuse. In fact, Qin Churin had not left Jiang province, nor had she left Xinghua city. She still held a glimmer of hope for Lu Ming. She wanted to know how Lu Ming would respond to Li Weining. But unexpectedly, Lu Ming ultimately gave Li Weining an answer that shattered Qin Churin's heart. Okay, let's give it a try. Really? Brother Yuming, you agree? Li Weining looked at Lu Ming with joy, eager to solidify their relationship, reaching out to take Lu Ming's arm. But Lu Ming shook her off. I just said, let's try. Feeling awkward, Li Weining immediately pretended to be reserved. I was too eager. It's just that I like you too much. I can't help wanting to be close to you. In the shadows, Qin Churin watched this scene, feeling despondent. But thinking about it, Li Wanning, regardless of her background, figure, or appearance, was indeed outstanding. A normal man would probably find it hard to refuse Li Wanning. Moreover, this opportunity was given to her by you. Who can you blame? With a broken heart, Qin Churin silently left. Meanwhile, Li Wanning followed Lu Ming to the Holy Light Camp. On the way, Li Wanning felt quite pleased with herself. She thought to herself, you really think you're so noble, but it's all just an act. In the end, you still fell at my feet. I used to think you were a bit different, but now it seems you're no different from other men. Li Wanning believed she had Lu Ming under her control. Little did she know, from this moment on, she had already become a pawn in Lu Ming's eyes. Without connections or resources, Lu Ming truly didn't know where to start to save Guan Yu's daughter. If she can really save Guan Xiaotong, it would solve a major urgent problem for me. Of course, what truly made Lu Ming change his mind, not only sparing Li Wanning but also agreeing to date her, was the divine scroll. Anyone can become a divine agent, which means that the divine selection of agents is not unique, but the contract conditions should be unique. Then I'll use you to figure out what the contract conditions for the night goddess Nyx's agent are. Once I understand the contract conditions, I'll find a controllable agent to become Nix's divine agent. With this thought, Lu Ming casually opened his backpack and was surprised to find that the divine scroll had lost its brilliance. What was going on? Wasn't it said that as long as the divine selected agent approached the divine scroll, it would react? Why was there no reaction at such a close distance? Could it be temporary, not always resonating? Lu Ming looked at Li Wanning with suspicion. He needed to observe her more closely. He had to quickly figure out Nix's contract conditions. After all, Lu Ming didn't know what purpose Li Wanning had in approaching him. Soon, they arrived at the Holy Light Camp. To his astonishment, besides Lin Yue, hundreds of level 56 transformation players from Glorious had already gathered here. Upon seeing Li Wanning, they immediately scattered to kill monsters, leaving the final blow for her. Like stars surrounding the moon, they gathered around Li Wanning. The young lady from a wealthy family, her daily leveling routine was always so extravagant yet insubstantial at this moment. Li Wanning pointed at the surrounding glorious players and boasted to Lu Ming, "Did you see that, brother Yuming? These are all elite members of my Li family's glorious team, and they are my exclusive levelers. Of course, now that you're my boyfriend, they can help you level up too. Although you can summon dozens of undead, their strength is definitely not as strong as my levelers. If I let them help you level up, your leveling speed will definitely improve a lot." Dozens of undead? Not strong? It seemed that Li Wanning's understanding of Lu Ming was still too shallow. No wonder she occasionally flaunted her superiority in front of him. Clearly, in Li Wanning's perception, Lu Ming's strength was decent, but it was only limited to decent. Just as Li Wanning was about to show off her power again and command the glorious players to help Lu Ming level up, suddenly, with Lu Ming's mental summon, countless flowing dark golden glowing blood-colored barriers erupted in every corner of the Holy Light Camp. In the next second, a total of 1,400 level 4 Reapers broke through space and appeared in the camp. At the same time, Lu Ming stationed with his long sword, simultaneously releasing a 5-layer formation that covered a radius of 2,600 yards. Go kill monsters. With a thought from Lu Ming, all the Reapers, empowered by a super formation with a 52-fold enhancement effect, wielded their scythes and began hunting the level 46 to 47 monsters, the golden armored behemoth, within the camp. Shatter soul, slash soul, swish, swish, swish. Countless 6-digit damage numbers between 100,000 and 200,000 erupted across the battlefield, instantly slaying countless golden armored behemoths. This scene left all the brilliant players on the field in shock. Li Wanning also gaped, her face filled with astonishment. So amazing. Amidst her shock, Li Wanning felt a surge of joy. My judgment was indeed correct. Just as Lu Ming was immersed in monster slaying, Li Wanning's voice suddenly reached his ears. "Brother Yuming, can I ask you for a small favor as your girlfriend?" So soon, had she revealed her true intentions? Lu Ming turned to glance at Li Wanning, choosing not to expose her, and simply asked, "What favor?" Li Wanning smiled mysteriously, "Just wait a bit, and accompany me to meet someone." Lu Ming had no interest in Li Wanning's air of mystery. He mechanically responded, "Okay." As he continued to slay monsters, Li Wanning chatted with him, making small talk. Of course, her topics revolved around her experiences studying abroad, how she was pampered as the daughter of the Li family in Magic City, and how superior her family background was. Even Lin Yue couldn't stand it anymore and deliberately moved far away to hunt monsters. Lu Ming was also uninterested in these conversations. He was focused on the changes in the Divine Scroll. However, for some reason, the Divine Scroll no longer resonated. After a whole day of grinding at the Holy Light Camp, Lu Ming's level reached 36.91%. At this rate, I should reach level 40 in 2 days. Returning to Starlight City, it was just evening. Lu Ming was about to log off when Li Wanning suddenly grabbed his arm, saying, "Brother Yuming, wait a moment, the person I'm meeting is about to arrive." Following Li Wanning's gaze, he saw a figure approaching slowly. It was a young, exceptionally handsome silver-armored archer. When Lu Ming saw the ID above his head, he couldn't help but be astonished. God Slayer, Heaven's Gift, LV56 Transitions Archer. Wasn't this the person who had captured Long Hun's daughter, as mentioned by Guan Yu? He was also Qin Feng, the brother of Qin Churen, Qin Ci. The younger brother of the person who colluded with Yilinger to harm him in his past life was now standing right in front of him. In an instant, a strong killing intent surged within Lu Ming. However, he did not act rashly. After all, this was a safe zone, and there were many people around. Fortunately, Lu Ming was logged in as his alternate account, Dawn, so Qin Ci definitely wouldn't recognize him. The relationship between Qin Ci and Li Wanning seemed unusual. After sizing up Lu Ming, Qin Ci looked at Li Wanning suspiciously and said, "So this is your new boyfriend? I thought he was some impressive character." I didn't expect him to be such a weakling. Come on, Wan Ning, you're from a noble family. You wouldn't stoop so low just to annoy me, would you?
Li Wan Ning crossed her arms and huffed, proudly declaring to Qin Si, he's much stronger than you.
How about a bet?
If my boyfriend doesn't achieve a city mark within 10 days, you can't sleep with any woman for 3 years. At this moment, Lu Ming fully understood. Li Wan Ning's purpose in approaching him was merely to strike at her ex-boyfriend, Qin Si. At this time, Qin Si shot a cold glance at Lu Ming and threatened, "Kid, I advise you not to meddle in others' affairs, or else."
All right.
Initially, Lu Ming had no interest.
But Qin Si's identity and his threatening words ignited Lu Ming's competitive spirit. 10 days? Lu Ming said casually, "No need, that's too long. 3 days is enough."
As soon as he said this, Qin Si couldn't help but burst into laughter.
A city mark in 3 days? Do you think you're a god?
After a day of practice at the Holy Light Camp, Li Wan Ning had already deeply witnessed how monstrous Lu Ming's strength was. Therefore, she maintained absolute trust in him.
Qin Si mocked. What's wrong? Are you afraid to bet?
Qin Si smiled indifferently and said, "What if you lose?" Before Li Wan Ning could speak, Qin Si narrowed his eyes and continued, "If you lose, I'll pickle your adorable little boyfriend right in front of you. How about that?" As he spoke, Qin Si placed his hand on Lu Ming's shoulder, leaned in close to his ear, and coldly said, "Touch my woman? You're dead. 3 days from now, I look forward to your city ranking." He finished, then turned and left with a flourish. Li Wan Ning immediately turned to Lu Ming and cried, "Brother Yu Ming, I've already broken up with him, but he keeps pestering me."
"You have to win against him, otherwise, he'll definitely keep bothering us."
Lu Ming assured her, "Don't worry, I won't lose."
As he spoke, Lu Ming felt a movement in his backpack.
When he opened it, he was surprised to find that the God Sealing Scroll, which had been silent for a day, was finally resonating again, emitting flashes of light. At the same time, Shin Charan suddenly sent Lu Ming a WeChat message, "Have you
eaten yet?"
"Not yet,
just about to log off," Lu Ming replied. "Have you arrived in Anyang?"
"Yeah, I'm here," Shin Charan said.
"You idiot, has that Li Wan Ning looked for you?"
At that moment, Shin Charan was actually not far away, watching Lu Ming and Li Wan Ning from a corner. She had thought Lu Ming would deceive and hide things from her, but to her surprise, he was so honest. She asked me to be her boyfriend, and I agreed. But don't worry, I'm just using her to figure out the contract conditions of Nike's. Later, I'll choose another agent.
You're such an idiot.
Shin Charan looked at Lu Ming from a distance, a warm smile spreading across her face.
At 7 in the evening, in the northern part of Starry City, the duel arena was bustling with crowds.
Regardless of level 30 or 50, regardless of gender or age, whether from the sea, coastal areas, or Yunzhou, countless players were eagerly participating in the competitive matches to earn points, improve their ranks, and career standings.
Because reaching the top 1,000 in rankings would earn a mark, and a mark not only elevated one's status. For professional players, its value was equivalent to a professional qualification certificate.
Many teams and studios in the market offered extra salary bonuses for members with marks. A normal salary of 5,000 could increase by an extra 1,000 a month if you had a 900-plus city mark.
A city ranking of 800-plus would mean 1,200. A city ranking of 700-plus would mean 1,400, and so on. Undoubtedly, provincial and national marks were even more valuable.
Thus, the participating players were filled with enthusiasm. I won 17 matches today, played for a month, and finally made it into the top 3,000 of the Yunzhou City Warrior ranking.
Ha, awesome. Just a bit more effort and I'll have a city mark. Damn it, I've lost 29 matches today. What the hell? Noobs, I've already won 5 in a row. Bring it on.
At that moment, a powerful aura surged into the duel arena, instantly causing countless players present to tremble.
Don't panic, it's just Lu Ming.
He had planned to deal with the Ghost General first and then slowly grind in the arena. But since Li Wan Ning happened to have this need, Lu Ming took the opportunity to advance his arena participation. It was also a good chance to earn some points in exchange for attributes, increasing his odds of defeating the Ghost General later. He registered for the competition with the arena master, Hearn, and conveniently received the energy needed to participate.
Ding, you have registered for the competition. Congratulations on receiving 30 points of energy, and wish you a successful match. Lu Ming opened the competition panel to take a look.
ID, Yoming, level 36, 4th transition, Array Master, rank, Black Iron Tier 1, 0 out of 100, ranking, 52,585th Array Master in Linhai City points, 0 historical record, 0 wins 0 losses historical win rate, 0%. It seems there aren't many people playing Array Masters after all. Lu Ming murmured, with a total population of over 9 million in Linhai City, and 61% being Tianyuan players, it means that among 5 million players, only 1% chose the profession of array trickster. However, the fewer the players, the less competitive this track becomes. For Lu Ming, this was a good thing. So, without a second thought, while Lin Yue and Li Weining were still signing up, Lu Ming directly entered the competition state. Ding, you have started the first match. Based on your rank, positioning, and level, we are matching you with players in the 30 to 39 level Black Iron rank in Linhai City. Matching is expected to succeed within 10 seconds. Ding, matching successful. This match consumes 1 point of energy. Your opponent is Huang Tiandi, level 38, 4th transition archer, Black Iron 2. The match is about to begin, please prepare. As the system prompt fell, Lu Ming and a male archer player dressed in dark armor appeared simultaneously at opposite ends of a virtual arena. At the same time, a puppet appeared in front of Lu Ming. Due to the special nature of the array trickster profession, it does not possess any damage skills, so when array trickster players compete, the system will equip them with a puppet of the same level and balanced attributes. The puppet accepts the array trickster's formations and substitutes in combat. Upon seeing this opponent, who was not only 2 levels lower than himself but also a support profession, Huang Tiandi couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, a free win. Damn it, I've lost 29 matches today, and finally, the system is willing to let me win one. While speaking, Huang Tiandi looked at Lu Ming across the arena with a mocking expression and chuckled, "Brother, good luck." As soon as he finished speaking, the countdown reached 0. Ding, the match begins, countdown 60s. With the system prompt, before Huang Tiandi could draw his bow, whoosh. The moment Lu Ming drew his sword, a sword shadow pierced through Huang Tiandi's body. -11811036. Ding, match ended, player Yu Ming wins. From the start to the end of the match, the entire process took less than 1 second. Even the puppet in front of Lu Ming didn't have a chance to act. Hearing this prompt, Huang Tiandi was completely stunned. Before he could react, he was already teleported back to the duel arena. What the hell? What happened? Why am I gone? On the other side, Ding, congratulations, you have gained 1 point. Duel experience +1 can be used to improve rank, no points awarded for failure, and 1 point of duel experience will be deducted. When Lu Ming returned to the duel arena, Li Weining and Lin Yue had just finished signing up. Turning around to see Lu Ming, Li Weining was startled. Oh my, didn't you go to compete? I'm done. As he spoke, Lu Ming clicked to start the second match. In the next second, matching succeeded, and Lu Ming disappeared from his spot again. Li Weining was completely petrified. Ding, matching successful. This match consumes 1 point of energy. Your opponent is Xiao Wu, level 35, 4th transition mage, Black Iron Eye. The match is about to begin, please prepare. This time, the opponent was a young girl. Compared to the previous Huang Tiandi, this Xiao Wu was clearly more cautious. Big brother, can you let me win? Facing Xiao Wu's cute and playful demeanor, Lu Ming remained expressionless. No. As soon as he finished speaking, the system countdown ended. Whoosh! -11811036. Ding, match ended, player Yu Ming wins. Ding, congratulations, you have gained 1 point. Duel experience +1. Ding, matching you with an opponent. Ding, match ended, player Yu Ming wins. Ding, match ended, player Yu Ming wins. Ding, match ended, player Yu Ming wins. With his sword drawing skills, Lu Ming dominated the arena, defeating everything in his path, unmatched. All the players matched against Lu Ming were left questioning their lives. One after another, system reward notifications rang out continuously. Ding, congratulations, you have gained 1 point. Duel experience +1. Ding, congratulations, you have gained 1 point. Duel experience +1. Ding, congratulations, you have reached 5 consecutive wins today, earning an additional reward of 3 points. Ding, congratulations, you have reached 10 consecutive wins today, earning an additional reward of 5 points. Ding, congratulations, you have reached 20 consecutive wins today, earning an additional reward of 7 points. Ding, congratulations, you have reached 30 consecutive wins today, earning an additional reward of 10 points. 30 consecutive wins, effortlessly and without pressure. At that moment, Li Wanning was completely stunned. Looking at Lu Ming, her eyes were filled with a complex mix of shock, joy, admiration, and adoration. Oh my god, 30 consecutive wins? That's incredible. Seeing Li Wanning so impressed by his strength, Lu Ming knew it was time to implement his next plan. So, he decided to use what he had just learned. He feigned sorrow and said, it's a pity that each player only has 30 points of energy per day. If I had a bit more energy and could play more matches, I could earn even more points and quickly hit the market benchmark to get back at them for you. Li Wanning fell for it. It's okay. I'll buy you energy potions. Players can receive 30 points of energy for free each day. In addition, they can restore energy by purchasing energy potions. However, for competitive masters, a bottle of energy potion costs 1 gold coin, which translates to 20,000 yuan per bottle.
Ordinary players simply can't afford it. Even the big shots have to think twice before buying.
But Li Wanning didn't hesitate at all. She directly instructed her magnificent bodyguard to buy 100 bottles of energy potions from the competitive master Hearn. The daily limit for players using energy potions is 100 bottles. That totals 100 gold coins, worth 2 million yuan. Li Wanning didn't even blink as she handed the potions to Lu Ming, her face beaming with happiness as she said, "Brother Yu Ming, go for it.
I believe in you."
If Lu Ming had to spend his own money to buy energy potions, even with his current financial status, he wouldn't be willing to buy them.
But now, with 2 million yuan for free, Lu Ming accepted without hesitation.
He downed all 100 bottles of energy potions in one go, boosting his energy to 100 points.
With the energy replenished from Li Wanning, Lu Ming continued to fight.
And his performance in the following matches made Li Wanning unable to contain her excitement. Ding, congratulations, you have reached 50 consecutive wins today, earning an additional reward of 10 points. Ding, congratulations, you have reached 70 consecutive wins today, earning an additional reward of 10 points. Ding, congratulations, you have reached 90 consecutive wins today, earning an additional reward of 10 points. Ding, congratulations, you have reached 110 consecutive wins today, earning an additional reward of 10 points. Ding, congratulations, you have reached 130 consecutive wins today, earning an additional reward of 10 points. Li Wanning watched Lu Ming, who kept winning, completely astonished. As the daughter of the prestigious Li family in the Magic City, having studied abroad for 8 years, she had seen many top-tier experts. Just among the Li family, there were no fewer than 100 top-tier players with 5-star qualified accounts.
Yet, she had never seen anyone as strong as Lu Ming.
Not just Li Wanning, even the brilliant team players around her were utterly shocked. 130 consecutive wins.
Even national server players couldn't achieve such results, right? Wow, is this even human?
At this moment, Lu Ming checked the scoreboard. 130 victories, earning a fixed 130 points of duel experience. In addition, the extra duel experience reward for consecutive victories is a total of 75 points. Combined with the 130 points from previous matches, it amounts to 205 points of duel experience, which allows Lu Ming to rise 2 ranks. ID, Yoming, level 36, 4th Transition Array Master, rank, Black Iron Tier 3, 5 out of 100, ranking, 25,365th Array Master in Lehigh City points, 205 historical record, 130 wins, 0 losses historical win rate, 100%. His ranking suddenly surged by over 27,000 places. Clearly, the Array Master profession has no advantage in this type of one-on-one competition, making it much less competitive compared to other professions. Especially in a small third-tier city like Lehigh, there aren't many skilled players. In his previous life, Lu Ming was in the capital of Daxia, a first-tier city. He completed the free 30 matches every day for a full 5 years in the arena, experiencing many ups and downs, and his highest historical ranking barely reached 800 plus at the city level.
Lu Ming looked at the leaderboard and found that the 1000th Array Master in Lehigh City was only at the rank of Bronze Tier 1, 81 out of 200.
As long as I play a full 130 matches every day, I can consistently earn 205 points of experience. In 3 days, getting a Lehigh City badge will be no problem. With this thought, Lu Ming casually opened the points shop. Here, players can exchange points for 6 permanent attributes: strength, intelligence, agility, stamina, endurance, and spirit.
Each point of points consumed can be exchanged for 1 point of an attribute.
The maximum limit for exchanging attributes is related to the player's highest historical rank. For example, a player with the highest rank of Black Iron Tier 1 can exchange up to 50 points for each attribute. Black Iron Tier 2 can exchange 100 points. Lu Ming, now at Black Iron Tier 3, can exchange up to 150 points for each attribute. It's a pity that I only have 205 points. I can't max them out for now. Therefore, excluding the unnecessary intelligence for an Array Master, Lu Ming evenly distributed the remaining 5 attributes, raising each by 41 points. After all, in the end, he would definitely want to max them out, so pursuing extreme single attributes is meaningless. Corresponding to the attribute growth of a 4th Transition Array Master: physical attack plus 115,
armor plus 94, magic resistance plus 86, speed plus 86, Health plus 1722. Mana plus 1435. With the bonuses from the 2 Divine Souls Guardian, LV1, and Immortality, LV1, the armor and health attributes are additionally increased by 10%, 9 points and 172 points. Currently, due to the low base attribute values and the Divine Souls level being only LV1, the percentage bonuses are low, so the enhancement effect is not obvious. In the later stages, the exclusive Divine Souls and Arena attributes will surely cause Lu Ming's attributes to explode in growth. At this moment, Lin Yue was just starting her 8th match. Lu Ming planned to wait for her to finish before taking her offline to eat. Just then, Li Wanqing suddenly approached, looking expectantly at Lu Ming and said, "Are you free tonight? I'm in Lehigh too. I can come find you and treat you to dinner." Lu Ming coldly glanced at Li Wanqing and said, "Let's not refer to each other as boyfriend and girlfriend anymore. You help me save someone, I help you fulfill the bet. Let's just call ourselves partners, it's more fitting." Li Wanqing then began to feign a pitiful look and said, "Yu Minggij, don't be angry, I didn't mean to deceive you. I admit, at first, I really did want you to help me with this bet to get back at my ex-boyfriend. But, I really do like you now. I want to be your girlfriend, I don't want to be your partner." Thinking that her overly proactive and eager demeanor was what Lu Ming disliked, Li Wanqing continued, "Next time, I'll be more mindful. Yu Minggij, give me a chance, okay?" As the saying goes, women understand women better. Lin Yue, who had just finished a match, looked at the tea-drinking Li Wanqing, her face flushed with anger. But with her soft and gentle personality, she didn't dare to say anything to the high-ranking and powerful Miss Li. She could only think to herself, "I wish Sister Charan would come back soon. I really hope Brother Yu Ming can see her true colors quickly." Although she had previously disliked Qin Charan being with Lu Ming, compared to that, Lin Yue clearly didn't want Li Wanqing to be with Lu Ming even more. Lu Ming said nothing. After Lin Yue finished her match, they both logged off together. Watching Li Wanqing transform from a dignified and elegant young lady into a little fangirl, the brilliant players whispered, "After following the young lady for so many years, this is the first time I've seen Miss Wanqing so accommodating towards a man." Yeah, even with her ex-boyfriend, the vice-captain of the national server's 7th-ranked Zhanshan team, Qin Ci, I never saw Miss Wanqing treat him like this. This is the charm of a strong person. I have to say, this Yu Ming is indeed strong. On the other side, Lu Ming logged off with Lin Yue and went to a noodle shop downstairs in the community to eat noodles. During this time, Lu Ming was pondering a question. Why does the resonance effect of the night goddess Nyx's divine scroll on Li Wanqing appear intermittently and is so unstable? After observing for a day, Lu Ming still couldn't figure out why Nyx chose Li Wanqing, nor could he see through Nyx's contract conditions. Therefore, in order to solve this problem quickly and bring back the wandering and helpless Qin Charan, Lu Ming spent the next few days being close to Li Wanqing day and night. They leveled up together during the day and fought in the arena at night. With the strong support of this billion-dollar Li family young lady, Lu Ming enjoyed 100 bottles of energy potions worth 2 million each every day, filling up to 130 points of energy. In the 30 to 39 level Black Iron rank, Lu Ming was invincible. He directly achieved 130 consecutive wins every day, steadily earning 205 points of ranking in duel experience. After 3 consecutive days, he raised his rank to Bronze I, 115 to 200, ranking 962nd among the array masters in Linhai City, successfully obtaining the city mark. In addition, after 3 days of relentless effort, Lu Ming's level finally reached 40 as he wished. The 5th transfer was unlocked. The 3 major talents upgraded to LV5. The 5th level Undead Legion was unlocked. Looking at his current strength status, Lu Ming felt invigorated, but his eyes revealed a killing intent. "It seems it's time to pronounce your death sentence." Brutal rule, Tina. Ding, congratulations, your talents Soul Slaughter, Comprehensive Amplification, and Rebirth from the Ashes have all been upgraded to LV5. Ding, congratulations, you have completed your job change and become a 5th transfer array master, with a level cap increased to 50, skill slots +1, and attribute growth has been enhanced. As the system's pleasant notification fell, Lu Ming checked. The effect of LV5 Soul Slaughter has been upgraded to killing enemies and refining their corpses can gain 5 points of soul power, and can summon up to 5th level, Undead Demon Emperor. The maximum summon quantity is level *50, which is 2000. LV5 Comprehensive Amplification, all skill strengths of the player are increased by 50 times. LV5 Rebirth from the Ashes, when the player dies, sacrifice the weakest undead to resurrect the player and gain 4 seconds of invincibility. Lu Ming opened the summoning panel and took a look. He found that compared to the 4th level Death God, the strength of the 5th level Undead Demon Emperor had greatly increased. Not only were the basic attributes and growth significantly enhanced,
but the upper limit of permanent attribute enhancement obtainable through consuming soul power was also increased from 5 times the basic value of the 4th level Death God to 10 times. The 2 major skills, Soul Fragment and Soul Slaughter, unlocked D-level. In addition, the 3rd skill was activated, Soul Refinement, D-level the Undead Demon Emperor, while refining the enemy's corpse, will gain a 10% increase in all attributes for 30 seconds, stacking up to 3 layers, cooldown of 3 seconds, consuming 328 points of mana. Looking at this skill, Lu Ming murmured, according to the killing speed of the Undead Legion, it can easily stack up to 3 layers within 30 seconds, which is equivalent to increasing the Undead Demon Emperor's attributes by 30%. Indeed, the strength of this skill is visibly high. The upper limit of the Undead Legion was constantly rising, but all improvements were based on having enough soul power. The cost of summoning a 5th-tier Undead Demon Emperor had increased from 300 soul power for a 4th-tier Reaper to 1,000 points. Although Lu Ming had crazily killed monsters over the past 3 days to accumulate soul power, the 276,580 points he had gathered were clearly not enough to fully utilize all the enhancements at once. Lu Ming considered it and prioritized spending 20,000 soul power to upgrade the skill Soul Shatter and Soul Slash to D-level. He then spent another 14,000 soul power to learn D-level Soul Refinement. Only the Undead Demon Emperor could use D-level Soul Shatter and Soul Slash, as well as the newly unlocked Soul Refinement skill. Thus, Lu Ming used the remaining 242,580 soul power to evolve 346 4th-tier Reapers into 5th-tier Undead Demon Emperors. Watching the increasingly powerful Undead Legion, a glint of sharpness flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. To deal with the 2nd-tier Ghost General, Brutal Rule, Tina, lurking in Starshine City, Lu Ming pretended to be dead. He dared not expose himself in front of the Reaper. He dared not go to the Ghost Tower. Every day he could only hide in a secluded map that no one cared about, leveling up secretly. After being stifled for so many days, it was finally time to breathe easy. During these days, Lu Ming had also been observing the Reaper's progress through Dragon Soul Guan Yu. The large number of missing people had already thrown Starshine City into turmoil. Players in Starshine City were all spreading rumors. I heard there's a monster in Starshine City that eats people without spitting out bones. If you're exposed outdoors at night, you'll be eaten. It's true. A dozen people from my studio went out to complete a task the night before yesterday, and I didn't go because I had diarrhea. As a result, they went and never came back, just vanished into thin air. No wonder. I have several friends who like to level up at night, and they've all gone missing these days. It seems they were all eaten by that monster? God, what kind of monster is that? It's too terrifying. Even Lin Yue felt a bit scared. Brother Yu Ming, maybe we shouldn't go out at night for a while? That monster that eats people without spitting out bones. So scary. Who would have thought that the so-called man-eating monster was just a gimmick released by the Reaper's people? The missing players had actually been captured by the Reaper's people to feed that ghost general. Li Wanqing, however, was unconcerned. Coward, if you're scared, then just don't come out. Brother Yu Ming, don't be afraid. I'll call more people from the glory side to protect us. Considering that the plan was just one step away from success, Lu Ming decided to endure Li Wanqing for a bit longer. He said to her, "You mentioned before that you have a way to save Dragon Soul Guan Yu's daughter, Guan Xiaotong?" Previously, Lu Ming had refrained from letting Li Wanqing act hastily for fear of alerting the enemy. Now, Lu Ming was about to go kill that ghost general. Once he struck to kill, Brutal Rule, Tina, Dragon Soul Guan Yu would be exposed, and his daughter would inevitably be in danger. Therefore, before killing the ghost general, it was the best time to rescue Guan Xiaotong. At this moment, Li Wanqing nodded and confidently said, "Of course. My people have long been keeping an eye on Guan Xiaotong. She is trapped in a hidden map in the third heaven that ordinary people cannot cross. However, with just a little trick, I can easily unlock the entrance to that map. Brother Yu Ming, as long as you need it, I can have my people act immediately. We can rescue Guan Xiaotong in 3 minutes." Li Wanqing's words were filled with pride and confidence, which only proved her exceptional abilities. Thus, Lu Ming said to Li Wanqing, "All right, help me rescue Guan Xiaotong now." "Sure, but you have to agree to one request," Li Wanqing said with a mischievous smile, looking at Lu Ming. "Tonight, you have to accompany me to watch a movie." For now, the bigger picture was the priority. Once Guan Xiaotong was rescued and the ghost general was dealt with, Li Wanqing would no longer hold any value, and there would be no need to accommodate her. So, Lu Ming casually agreed, "Okay, no problem." Lin Yue, on the side, hung her head, her face clearly showing her unhappiness. Li Wanqing immediately sent out action messages to her subordinates. At the same time, she lifted her head, her starry eyes quietly gazing at Lu Ming, her heart already beginning to anticipate. "Brother Yu Ming finally agreed to meet me offline. It seems I need to dress up nicely tonight. I don't believe any man can resist black stockings. Men all like delicate girls. Just arrange a horror movie, and the atmosphere will be set. After the movie, we can go eat hot pot and just wait and see how I handle you tonight. Clearly, after these few days of interaction, Li Wanning had completely fallen for Lu Ming. While Li Wanning was meticulously planning for tonight, Lu Ming was also strategizing for the evening. However, Lu Ming's plan was to slay the ghost general and Qin Feng's brother, Qin Ci. According to Long Hun Guanyu, Qin Ci had deliberately suppressed his level to 50 through a suppression scroll to return to the second heaven and supervise in person. His original level had already reached 78, so now was a good opportunity to kill Qin Ci. Otherwise, when he reached the third heaven, it would be much harder to take him down. Just right, with the bet between Li Wanning and Qin Ci as a pretext, Lu Ming had already set the market mark within 3 days as promised, and next, he could use Li Wanning to invite Qin Ci out and then deal with him. First deal with the ghost general, then kill Qin Ci. Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, Li Wanning reported to him, Guan Xiaotong has been rescued. She's currently in Yun province, and I've arranged a private jet to escort her to Linhai, expected to arrive in 2 hours.
Confirming Guan Xiaotong's safety, Lu Ming directly messaged Long Hun Guanyu, prepare for action.
The always ready Long Hun Guanyu replied instantly, received. Time was of the essence. Without delay, Lu Ming set off towards the hiding place of the second-tier ghost general, Brutal Rule Tina.
The remaining Lin Yue and Li Wanning exchanged glances, wide-eyed. What is he going to do? Why isn't he taking us with him? I don't know, I'm logging off to cook.
Lin Yue didn't want to spend another second with Li Wanning. She shot her a glare and logged off. For Lu Ming, what he was about to face was a battle between gods and demons that mere mortals could not touch.
Even with complete confidence, he absolutely could not take Lin Yue into danger. Meanwhile, offline, in Jiang province, at a high-end restaurant in Hanghai City,
Qin Ci, who was enjoying a lavish dinner in a luxurious private room with several young and beautiful girls, received a message from his subordinate, Brother Ci, Guan Xiaotong has been rescued.
Upon hearing this news, Qin Ci showed no signs of surprise. Instead, he revealed an enigmatic smile. Is it finally time to take action?
As he spoke, Qin Ci's expression turned cold, and he shouted at the girls in the private room, "Get out!" The girls were momentarily stunned. Just a second ago, they had been chatting happily, and they couldn't understand why Qin Ci suddenly changed his demeanor. But seeing Qin Ci's fierce expression, they dared not say a word and hurriedly got up to leave the private room. Following that, Qin Ci wasted no time pulling out his laptop and logging into Tian Yuan right there in the private room. North of Starshine City, on the way to the unknown cave where the brutal ruler Tina was hiding, Lu Ming met with the Dragon Soul Guanyu. Noticing the increasingly intense divine aura emanating from Dragon Soul Guanyu, Lu Ming thoughtfully asked, "Is your account ban about to be lifted?" Dragon Soul Guanyu replied, "In recent days, Qin has arranged for me to kill quite a few rogue players, and my unbanned progress is already at 90%.
Indeed,
the closer he got to obtaining divine power, the heavier the divine aura around Dragon Soul Guanyu became.
This aura could only be sensed by Lu Ming, who was the agent of the divine. Lu Ming found it somewhat unbelievable. Even if killing one person can eliminate 1,000 points of hatred, you shouldn't be able to eliminate 90% of your 10 million hatred so quickly, right? Well, I used some methods, Dragon Soul Guanyu said slyly. In the past few days, I secretly killed quite a few first-tier ghost beasts that were 80% to 90% sealed, and each first-tier ghost beast can eliminate 10,000 points of hatred, which is 10 times the value of killing a player. Impressive.
He truly was someone destined for greatness. Lu Ming couldn't help but admire Dragon Soul Guanyu, saying, "I'm starting to appreciate you more." Just then, Dragon Soul Guanyu suddenly approached Lu Ming, and as he drew his long knife, Lu Ming was nearly startled into drawing his sword. In the next moment, Dragon Soul Guanyu knelt on one knee before Lu Ming and bowed, saying, "I, Guanyu, swear here that I will be loyal to you in this life, yumming, willing to go through fire and water without hesitation."
Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "What does this mean?"
Guanyu looked up at Lu Ming, his eyes red, and said, "I just spoke with Xiaotong. Thank you for helping me rescue her." Lu Ming waved his hand and said, "Just don't chase after me with your sword like before."
"I wouldn't dare."
Soon, the two arrived at the cave. The dark entrance resembled a gaping maw, exuding a chilling aura of darkness.
At the same time, with a whoosh,
as a space-time rift opened, the agent of the god of time, Kronos, in a black cloak, arrived as expected. The thought that this was a battle concerning the lives and deaths of 9.35 million people in Jiang province stirred the blood. Without further ado, Lu Ming directly summoned the Undead Legion. Whoosh! One after another, more imposing dark golden barriers tore through space and materialized. Following that, a number of 5th-tier undead demon kings, clad in dark golden armor and seemingly flowing with bright red blood, stepped out from the barriers, wielding the blood shadow scythe. Compared to the 4th-tier reapers, the aura of the 5th-tier undead demon kings was even more overwhelming.
Guan Yu looked on in astonishment. They've evolved again. Go kill the ghosts. With a thought from Lu Ming, all the undead demon kings aligned towards the cave entrance.
Due to spatial constraints, Lu Ming could only send 10 undead demon kings into the cave for now.
Meanwhile, with a whoosh,
with the long sword drawn, the enhanced war trample, life bastion, indestructible, drawing the line, and lightning speed formations, all at 65 times, overall enhancement of 50 times plus 15 times for drawing the sword, were continuously deployed. All undead demon kings received enhancements: physical attack plus 274,105 points, speed plus 34,255 points, damage reduction plus 28,295 points, shield per second plus 42,112 points. Through shared vision, Lu Ming constantly monitored the situation inside the cave.
Giggling,
a strange sound, like phlegm caught in a throat, echoed again.
At this moment, the figure of the brutal ruler Tina finally emerged from the darkness.
It was a female zombie clad in blood armor, with a face twisted in a snarl beneath an iron helmet, as if she had just crawled out of a grave after being buried alive for 1,000 years, radiating endless resentment. Her eyes glowed with a ghostly green light, and she wielded a blood-stained human bone whip, exuding an aura of brutality and bloodlust. Through reconnaissance, Lu Ming clearly saw, thanks to the feeding from the god-slaying over the past few days, this ghost general's attributes had significantly improved compared to 3 days ago. Her magical attack power had reached 200,000,
armor 130,000, magic resistance 140,000, speed 130,000, health 4,500,000. Such powerful attributes were truly daunting. However, fortunately, after a 65-fold enhancement, the armor reduction of 38,298 points meant her armor value was now only 90,000. With the current attack power of the Undying Demon Emperor, it could easily pierce through her armor. With this thought, Lu Ming directly issued an attack command to the Undying Demon Emperor. Buzz buzz buzz. Dozens of Undying Demon Emperors simultaneously activated, Soul Shatter, launching a concentrated assault on the brutal ruler, Tina. Minus 451,235. Minus 451,235. Miss.
Although more than half of the attacks were dodged by Tina due to her impressive speed of 130,000, the remaining few still inflicted considerable damage.
In an instant, Tina's health bar dropped by a third. Meanwhile, crack!
As Tina swung her bone whip, she instantly killed 3 Undying Demon Emperors with a massive damage output exceeding 610,000. Outside the cave, Lu Ming, who was sharing vision, couldn't help but frown slightly at the scene.
Even a 5th-tier undead can be killed so easily. This ghost general is formidable.
It was hard to imagine that this was still a 2nd-tier ghost general with about 60% of her power sealed, leaving only 40% of her strength. If she were to break the seal and become a complete ghost general, even Lu Ming would find it difficult to deal with her. At this moment, Lu Ming completely believed what the Black Cloak had said. 3 years later, the Great Xia Kingdom would fall to the hands of 5 third-tier ghost kings. Under Lu Ming's mental manipulation, the Undying Demon Emperors outside advanced into the cave, filling the gaps and launching attacks on Tina one after another.
With extreme speed, she dodged the attacks of the Undying Demon Emperors. Whoosh! Just as the bone whip swept towards several Undying Demon Emperors, crack! The air froze. Time was imprisoned. Time god Kronos had made his move.
Taking advantage of Tina's moment of being trapped, dozens of Undying Demon Emperors unleashed a round of Soul Shatter, severely injuring Tina.
Indeed, dealing with ghostly beings required divine intervention.
The god of luck and the god of time, the two deities working together, left the brutal ruler Tina no chance to catch her breath. At this moment, Lu Ming intentionally left Tina severely injured without directly killing her.
He turned to Guan Yu and signaled, "Go for the final blow." Guan Yu understood that Lu Ming wanted to quickly eliminate his hatred value and lift the account ban.
So he did not hesitate, raised the golden weapon Shattered World, Dragon-Slaying Blade, activated his 5-star talent Bloodthirsty Frenzy, and charged into the cave under Lu Ming's formation. Although the time imprisonment power of the Black Cloak significantly shortened the control time over Tina, a 2nd-tier ghost general, with the Undying Demon Emperors providing distraction, the barely surviving Tina was ultimately beheaded by Guan Yu with a single strike.
Ding killed 2nd-tier ghost general brutal ruler Tina, experience plus 8 million.
Congratulations, you have fortuitously gained 50 points of divine power during the enemy hunt. The battle notification ringing in his ears excited Lu Ming.
That's equivalent to 4 times the experience of a boss of the same level, right? Moreover, the gain of divine power was also substantial. It should be noted, according to Lu Ming's usual monster killing speed, relying solely on killing ordinary wild monsters, he could at most earn about 10 points of divine power in a day. Yet this ghost general directly rewarded Lu Ming with 5 days' worth of earnings. Not in vain for all the preparations I made for tonight, Lu Ming thought. Just as he was contemplating this, an even more exhilarating scene unfolded for both Lu Ming and the Black Cloak. In the cave ahead, a golden light radiating a divine aura burst forth. His account ban has been lifted. The Black Cloak gazed at the cave and said, "Aside from you and me, the third deity in the world has awakened." At this moment, Lu Ming's heart was filled with anticipation and excitement. He was eager to see just what rank the god of revenge, Horus, was and what kind of powerful abilities he possessed. The moment Guan Yu stepped out of the cave, he radiated a strong divine aura. It seemed that the nutritional value of this ghost general was indeed high. Just one had already filled Guan Yu's remaining 10% account ban progress. Lu Ming couldn't wait to ask, "What is your divine ability?"
Guan Yu unreservedly displayed his information to Lu Ming: God of Revenge Horus, Affiliation, Ancient Egyptian Mythology, Divine Code, 1012, 4th rank, Divine Attribute 1, Avenger, all damage dealt by your character is increased tenfold. Divine Attribute 2, not activated, can be activated at level 80. Divine Attribute 3, not activated, can be activated at level 200. Current Divine Power 2. Divine agents have a very small chance to gain divine power with each monster kill. Killing ghostly beings guarantees divine power. Divine power can be used to unlock and enhance exclusive divine skills, as well as to crack ghost cores. Exclusive divine skill 1 of the God of Revenge, Life and Despair, unlocks at the cost of 100 divine power. Exclusive divine skill 2 of the God of Revenge. Please prioritize unlocking exclusive skill 1. Divine Introduction. As the guardian deity of the Pharaoh, a symbol of royal power, Horus was born for revenge, and only with a heart full of hatred can Horus unleash even more powerful divine power.
Increased damage by 10 times?
Looking at the divine panel of the God of Revenge, Lu Ming thought to himself, compared to my first divine attribute ability, it's far behind, but for an ordinary person, it's already very strong. Lu Ming's first divine attribute, Fortunate 3 Lives, granted him 3 10-star talents with growth potential. Just one of them, the Comprehensive Amplification talent, currently at LV5, already increased skill intensity by 50 times. It completely crushed the God of Revenge's divine ability, Avenger. Although he felt very satisfied with the divine ability he possessed, it was clear that Guan Yu could also sense the gap between himself and Lu Ming. Why is there still such a huge power gap between me and the underworld, even though we are both divine agents? As soon as Guan Yu finished speaking, the Black Cloak explained, because you are a 4th rank, minor god, while the underworld is a 1st rank, supreme god.
Deities are divided into 4 ranks.
Codes 001009 are 1st rank, supreme gods. Codes 010-099 are 2nd rank, main gods. Codes 100 to 999 are 3rd rank, minor gods. Codes 1000 plus are 4th rank, minor gods. At this moment, Lu Ming finally had a more intuitive understanding of deities, so there is this level of division among deities. No wonder his divine ability was so much stronger than Guan Yu's. After all, in the words of the Black Cloak, there are only 9 supreme gods in all mythological systems. The height of supreme god code 008 is naturally unattainable for minor god code 1012. At this time, the Black Cloak said to Guan Yu, "But even as a 4th rank minor god, the power you possess already far exceeds that of ordinary people by dozens or even hundreds of times." Guan Yu nodded, feeling extremely fortunate to have gained this power, without a hint of dissatisfaction.
The divine attribute, Avenger, combined with Guan Yu's 5-star talent, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, plus Lu Ming's formation enhancement. Hiss! Lu Ming couldn't help but gasp. He could hardly imagine how terrifying Guan Yu's explosive power would be under his command as a minor god. The 3 of them stepped into the dark cave. Lu Ming bent down to pick up the spoils dropped beside the corpse of the brutal ruler, Tina. Ding Yu have picked up 5 first-tier ghost cores and 1 second-tier ghost core. Ding Yu have picked up 21 gold coins. Ding Yu have picked up the Gilded Equipment Brutal Ruler Helmet. Ding Yu have picked up the Gilded Equipment Bloodthirsty Bone Blade. Ding Yu have picked up the C-Grade Skill Scroll Killing Zone. The bountiful rewards made Lu Ming unable to help but exclaim, "This second-tier ghost is really not bad. Its value is almost several times that of a gilded-level boss of the same tier." It should be noted, this is still without Lin You's drop rate bonus. Just as Lu Ming was marveling at the astonishing drop rate of this ghost general, the figure in the black cloak carefully examined the area around Tina's corpse and suddenly said in surprise,
How could there be none? It doesn't make sense, it should be on her.
Hearing this, Lu Ming asked suspiciously, "What thing?"
The national treasure of our great Xia. The figure in the black cloak stood up and said solemnly, "The imperial seal." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming was not too surprised. Instead, he felt a sense of relief as if an inner question had been answered. Ever since the figure in the black cloak mentioned the future to him, he had long pondered a question: since the entire Tianyuan world has sealed countless ghosts in various places, then even if we eliminate this second-tier ghost general lurking in Jiang province, it is only a temporary solution. But why does it have to be so fond of this ghost general, rather than finding a way to eliminate the 5 ghost kings that pose the greatest threat to the survival of Great Xia? Lu Ming had also speculated that this ghost general had a different significance. It was highly likely that something the figure in the black cloak wanted was buried within it. Now it seemed, just as Lu Ming had guessed.
At this moment, Guan Yu asked in confusion, "Great Xia's national treasure? It seems there are no relevant records in history."
The figure in the black cloak spoke earnestly. 3 years later, the reason we humans suffered a complete defeat, aside from the overwhelming strength of those 5 ghost kings, is mainly because of this national treasure, the imperial seal. The potential of a national treasure is extremely high. It can slay deities in an instant and massacre demons in the blink of an eye. In this world, every country has a national treasure, just like deities and ghosts, sealed within the Tianyuan world.
And our Great Xia's national treasure is the imperial seal.
Hearing this, Guan Yu was even more puzzled. If we humans have such a heaven-defying artifact, why would we still suffer a great defeat 3 years later? The figure in the black cloak gazed at Tina's corpse and said solemnly, "Because according to the progression of history, our Great Xia's national treasure will fall into the hands of the Godslayer."
So, the Godslayer not only aids the revival of ghosts but also seizes the Great Xia's national treasure, the imperial seal, and uses it to assist the ghosts in exterminating humanity? Instantly, both gods and humans were filled with rage. The Godslayer is simply unworthy of being human. Clang!
Endless hatred erupted in Guan Yu's eyes, and as he struck the ground with the demon slayer blade, the divine power of the vengeful god Horus erupted from within him, swallowing the heavens and the earth. The figure in the black cloak continued, "Therefore, we must first obtain the imperial seal before the Godslayer to completely shatter their plans and better deal with the ghosts. This world must not allow the imperial seal to fall into their hands again." According to historical records, the map fragment that documents the sealed location of our Great Xia's national treasure, the imperial seal, is divided into 5 pieces, each sealed in 5 different realms. One of them is in Jiang province, on the body of the second-tier ghost general, Blood Moon warrior Gula. It turned out that this was the true purpose the figure in the black cloak had been scheming against this ghost general.
But at that moment, Guan Yu suddenly realized a problem. "Wait, what did you say? Blood Moon warrior Gula? The ghost general we killed is named Brutal Ruler Tina, right?"
As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 of them all turned their gazes toward Tina's corpse,
just as they were pondering where the problem lay. At that moment, Guan Yu suddenly received a video call.
When he connected, the image that appeared was unmistakably his daughter, Guan Xiaotong. From the background, it seemed that Guan Xiaotong was locked in a closed room. Moreover, her mouth was taped shut, and on either side of her stood 2 masked men, holding her at knife point. Guan Xiaotong couldn't speak, only struggling in fear and shedding tears. Meanwhile, Guan Yu received a WeChat message from Qin Ci, "You have one last chance. Get here within 10 minutes to LV 50 Night Watchman Tomb City." Seeing that his daughter Guan Xiaotong had once again fallen into Qin Ci's hands, Guan Yu felt as if the sky had collapsed in that instant. Even Lu Ming was astonished.
What's going on? Didn't Li Wanting say she had sent someone to rescue Guan Xiaotong and escort her from Yun province to Linhai?
Just as Lu Ming was about to question Li Wanting, she sent a WeChat message, "I'm sorry, brother Yu Ming, the people I sent to escort Guan Xiaotong have somehow gone missing, and Guan Xiaotong has disappeared. But don't worry, I've already reported it to the police, and they should find Guan Xiaotong soon."
It seemed like just an accident,
but Lu Ming clearly sensed the taste of conspiracy. Qin Ci must have anticipated that someone would come to rescue Guan Xiaotong.
But why did he deliberately let Guan Xiaotong be rescued first? And why has he captured Guan Xiaotong again? Qin Ci, what exactly do you want?
At that moment, Lu Ming realized that he seemed to have underestimated Qin Feng's brother, Qin Ci. The Night Watchman tomb was located in exactly the opposite direction from where Guan Yu was at that moment in Starshine City. Guan Yu, who valued his daughter more than his own life, immediately crushed a return scroll. He returned to Starshine City and rushed out through the south gate, hurrying to the location Qin Ci had given, the Night Watchman tomb. Just as he exited the city, a commotion suddenly erupted outside.
"Help! Help! Ah! Run!" Accompanied by screams and wails. Outside the south gate of Starshine City, a large group of scattered players was frantically fleeing into the city.
Behind them, a horde of monsters was aggressively pursuing them. Seeing those monsters, Lu Ming and Guan Yu frowned in unison, because they were, unmistakably, the fully unsealed first-tier ghost beasts, blade ghosts. There were dozens of them. It was unimaginable how many innocent scattered players had been persecuted by the Godslayer during this time, allowing so many ghost beasts to break their seals. Cackling. Amidst a chilling and eerie sound, those blade ghosts leaped like they had springs in their legs, soaring over 10 meters high, easily landing beside the fleeing players. Swish, swish, swish. With their blade-like arms, they sliced through the players. Minus 85,324. Minus 82,961. Minus 88,993. The fully evolved first-tier blade ghosts at level 50 had strength comparable to that of a gilded-level boss of the same rank. The players in Starshine City, all below level 50, were like lambs to the slaughter before them, utterly defenseless. Amidst the rising screams, they were all cut to pieces by the blade ghosts. In an instant, the ground outside the city was littered with countless severed limbs and blood flowed like a river, a sight too horrific to behold. The players inside the city watched this scene in terror. What are those things? Could this be the monster that has been rumored online recently? The one that eats people without spitting out bones? Are the missing people during this time related to them? Their strength is incredible. I remember the 50-level silver boss I fought a couple of days ago only had an output of about 10 to 20,000. What kind of damage is this? The reconnaissance skill shows they are called blade ghosts. What species is a first-tier ghost beast? I've never seen one before. Some timid female players in the city had already been scared to tears by the terrifying appearance of the blade demons and their brutal killing methods. Soon, hundreds of scattered players outside the city had been wiped out. Dozens of blade demons, with their gaping bloody mouths, were closing in on Starshine City. The overwhelming sense of oppression made the players inside the city panic. They're coming. What are you panicking about? Can't you just log off? Damn it! Why can't I log off? I can't log off either. Is there a bug? It's not a bug, don't you know? When the safe zone is attacked, the system automatically disables the log-off function. During this time, players belonging to this area can only log in, not log out. Damn! Does that mean we're just waiting to die? These monsters are scarier than golden-level bosses. How do we fight them? It's over. When they break into the city, we're all dead. Just as the players were terrified and at a loss, suddenly, shouts rang out in the city. If Starshine City falls, it won't just be us who die, it will also mean the complete destruction of our cities, Navigation City, Coastal City, and Yunzhou. Behind us, it's not just these three cities, but also our parents, wives, and children. The rise and fall of Jiang Province is the responsibility of every man. Brothers of the vast team, follow me to fight, resist the demons, and defend Starshine City. 10 years of sharpening the sword, all for this day. Heavenly Hall, team, all brothers above level 40, kill with me. Damn it! I have no parents, no wife, no children, nothing to hold me back. I'll charge first. If I die, brothers in the same city remember to burn my girlfriend for me. My home is in Yunzhou, Xingtian Community, Building 5, Room 203. My girlfriend is in my wardrobe. Amid the shouts, one batch after another of players surged out of Starshine City with fervor. Navigation City's 7th team, Vast. Coastal City's 5th team, Starry Night. Jiang Province's 9th team, Empty Nest. Even players from the national server's 8th team, Heavenly Mystery, joined this defense battle. Countless players charged towards the group of demons outside the city like a tidal wave. They were not fearless. It was simply because behind them, they had homes and people they wanted to protect. Soon, the players engaged in fierce combat with the blade demons. Clang, clang, clang. With the formation of the backline's illusionists and the continuous healing from the priests, the knight players raised their shields and formed a defense line to resist the demons. The archers and mages in the backline launched ranged attacks, with countless arrows and magic balls flying over the heads of the frontline knights, raining down on the blade demons. Although the damage dealt by individual players was negligible, ranging from a few hundred to a few thousand points, the collective effort was formidable. Under the storm-like offensive from thousands of players, they actually succeeded in killing a blade demon, but at the cost of hundreds of players being shredded and dying under the blades of the demons in an instant. Inside the city, Lu Ming watched the scene outside and murmured, "Their appearance here at this time is no coincidence. It looks like a deliberate obstruction." Just as Lu Ming finished speaking, the figure in the black cloak suddenly said something chilling. The trajectory of history is beginning to change. According to the original historical progression, the demons should not have appeared in human sight this early. We must eliminate these demons, otherwise, they will use the humans they devour to unseal more demons and revive more monsters, leading to the premature destruction of Jiang Province. Although that second-tier demon general was the key to destroying Starshine City, if too many revived demons appeared, it would also lead to history repeating itself. Lu Ming naturally understood this principle. As a local who has lived in Linhai City for 18 years, Lu Ming has things he wants to protect. That is, the house I just bought for over 6 million. I will not allow you to destroy it at will. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu and the figure in the black cloak were both taken aback. At that moment, Guan Yu received a message from Qin Ci, friendly reminder, you have 8 minutes left. There's no time. I have to save Xiao Tong. Guan Yu's original strength was already unmatched among his peers, except for Lu Ming. Now, with the divine power of the god of revenge, Horus, backing him, it wouldn't be so easy for those who slay gods to deal with him. Moreover, those who slay gods have been scheming to help Guan Yu lift his account ban, so they certainly wouldn't easily harm him. Lu Ming then assured Guan Yu, go ahead, I'll handle things here. As he spoke, a strong killing intent erupted in his eyes. Lu Ming placed his hand on the sword hilt and moved towards the blade demon that was rampaging outside the city. Offline, Lin Yue had already prepared 3 dishes and a soup, sitting at the table waiting for a long time without seeing Lu Ming return. Seeing that her message sent 10 minutes ago had still gone unanswered, she couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Picking up her phone, a news alert popped up. The second-tier city of Starshine in Jiang Province has been attacked by unknown monsters. All players are trapped inside the city, and casualties among players are heavy in this resistance. Upon reading this news, Lin Yue's heart jolted. The first thing that came to her mind was Lu Ming's safety. Starshine City. Brother Yu Ming won't be in trouble, right? Brother Yu Ming, you must be okay. Ultimately, Lin Yue couldn't sit still, feeling uneasy, and returned to her room to log into Tianyuan. Meanwhile, online, at the south gate of Starshine City, as players struggled against the ghost beasts far beyond their capabilities, Lu Ming stepped onto the battlefield. At that moment, a level 48 warrior player from the Tianxian team, Tianxian, Wujie, was locked onto by a blade demon. Whoosh! Just as the blade demon rushed towards Tianxian Wujie at lightning speed, its blade poised to pierce through his body. A sharp sword shadow flashed from within the blade demon as Lu Ming drew his sword. The next second, a blood-red damage value popped up above the blade demon's head, 2846,750. The blade demon, with a health bar of 1.9 million, was instantly wiped out in one hit. Instant kill. Ding killed a level 50 first-tier ghost beast. Blade Demon, experience plus 550,000. Congratulations on your lucky gain of 1 point of divine power during the hunt. As Tianxian Wujie tightly shut his eyes, fearing he would be torn apart by the Blade Demon, he opened them to find the Blade Demon's corpse lying before him. The damage that reached 7 figures, instantly killing a Blade Demon, shocked the entire arena. Suddenly, all players' gazes turned towards Lu Ming. That formation master killed a ghost beast with strength comparable to a gilded-level boss in one strike? My God, what terrifying damage is this? Even the figure in the black cloak behind couldn't help but be shaken. One hit to kill a first-tier ghost beast of the same level. No wonder he is the future #1 powerhouse of the Great Xia National Server, the only supreme god in the world. As for his current damage, Lu Ming was also very satisfied. In fact, Lu Ming's base attack power of 1253 points was not high, even considered terrifyingly low for a level 45th transformation player. But it didn't matter. After drawing his sword, he gained a 30% attack power boost, and with a comprehensive 50-fold enhancement, Lu Ming's attack power shot up to 18,795 points. Coupled with the 65-fold enhancement from drawing his sword, how could the damage not explode? The aura of the divine instantly attracted the attention of all ghost beasts in the arena, cackling, accompanied by a series of strange cries. From all directions, dozens of blade demons opened their bloody maws, rushing towards Lu Ming, as if they wanted to tear him apart. Sensing that their master was in danger, countless dark golden barriers, flowing with blood-colored light, tore through space and materialized. Following closely, hundreds of 5th-tier undead demon emperors, clad in dark golden armor and exuding immense pressure, stepped out from the barriers, wielding their blood shadow scythes. A fierce killing intent flickered in Lu Ming's cold gaze. Kill! With a thought, all the undead demon emperors aligned themselves with the blade demons. With the 4 formations of War Trample, Wind Chase, Life Fortress, and Invincible, they simultaneously locked onto the blade demons, whose armor values had been significantly reduced, and unleashed Soul Shatter. Swish, 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 swish. At the moment the marks blossomed on their chests, hundreds of undead demon emperors struck down instantly. Minus 661,352. Minus 661,352. Minus 661,352. Half of the blade demons managed to dodge the first round of soul shatter attacks from the undead demon emperors with rapid movements, continuing to rush towards Lu Ming.
But what awaited them was the second round, the third round,
the fourth round of soul shatter from the surrounding undead demon emperors. Buzz, 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 swish, 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 swish. They had no chance to get close to Lu Ming, as dozens of blade demons were intercepted by the undead demon emperors and were cut down to the ground. Soul shatter plus soul slash, 2D level skills combined were enough to easily cut down 70% of the blade demon's health. The surrounding undead demon emperors continued to finish them off.
In an instant, all the dozens of blade demons were annihilated.
Lu Ming heard dozens of battle notifications in his ears. Ding killed 50 level first tier ghost beast blade demon, experience plus 550,000. Congratulations on your lucky gain of 1 point of divine power while hunting blade demons. Ding killed 50 level first tier ghost beast blade demon, experience plus 550,000. Congratulations on your lucky gain of 1 point of divine power while hunting blade demons.
Ding, swish, swish.
2 streams of golden light fell from above Lu Ming's head, and his level shot up from 40 level 75% to 42 level 13%.
The experience reward from a ghost beast was equivalent to that of a 50 level silver boss. Killing dozens of ghost beasts, this leveling speed made Lu Ming feel exhilarated.
Watching this group of ghostly creatures, which even the top teams from various regions like Navigation, Coastal, and Yunzhou found hard to contend with, being so easily wiped out by the Undead Legion, the entire venue fell into silence. Almost all players cast doubtful glances at Lu Ming. Without pausing, Lu Ming ordered the undead demon emperors to collect the loot and refine the corpses of the blade demons. He walked straight through the crowd, heading towards the direction of the Night Watcher Tomb City. Along the way, Lu Ming suddenly received a transfer message.
Your account ending in 649 has received a transfer of 325,836,000 yuan. Balance 328,497,652. 12 yuan. Dasha Bank. Lu Ming's heart jolted.
Just as he was startled by the sudden transfer of 300 million, Guan Yu sent a WeChat message. All the bounty I earned from Qin Feng is here.
If I survive this time, this money will still be kept for you, as a token of my loyalty. If I die, it will all belong to you.
Seeing this message that resembled a last will, Lu Ming instantly realized that Guan Yu must be in grave danger. But he is already the divine agent of the god of revenge, Horus. Logically, within the second heaven, no one but me can threaten Guan Yu. Those who slay gods cannot harm him either.
What kind of danger could lead him to make such a decision? A wave of unease surged within Lu Ming. He couldn't help but quicken his pace.
Meanwhile, in the southern part of Starshine City, the 50-level map of Night Watcher Tomb City, within the dark city exuding an endless aura of death, bones were scattered everywhere. In the core area of the city, a massive tomb was revealed. Surrounding the tomb were large groups of players from the God Slayer team, and Qin Ci was among them. At this moment, Guan Yu arrived with a knife in hand. The overwhelming killing intent radiating from him made all the god-slaying players present break into a sweat.
Clang!
Planting his long knife into the ground, Guan Yu's blood-red eyes fixed on Qin Ci as he shouted, "Release my daughter.
Otherwise, none of you will leave here alive today."
As soon as his words fell, a male ice armor knight from the god-slaying and heavenly enemy faction pointed at Guan Yu and cursed, "You're just a dog by our brother Seaside. How dare you speak to him like that?" Just as the words left his mouth, whoosh, Guan Yu suddenly swung his demon-slaying knife, and as the sharp blade struck the ground, it released a flash of light that pierced through the body of the god-slaying and heavily enemy player from a distance.
Minus 713,258. Thud! The god-slaying and heavenly enemy player knelt on the ground.
In an instant, he was killed despite being a level 50-6 transformation knight. This explosive damage shocked everyone present, because like Guan Yu, they were all at level 50-6 transformation strength. Their output levels generally ranged between 20,000 to 30,000. Yet Guan Yu's damage had already surpassed theirs by dozens of times. At this moment, only Qin Ci looked at Guan Yu with an appreciative gaze.
Is this the power of a deity? Truly domineering.
Just as Guan Yu approached Qin Ci with the demon-slaying knife, Qin Ci calmly said, "If I die, your daughter will definitely not survive." Guan Yu's heart trembled, and he immediately stopped. "I'll say it again, release my daughter."
"No problem."
Qin Ci suddenly pointed to a dark tomb behind him and casually said to Guan Yu, "You go inside and bring something out for me, and I'll release your daughter."
"What do you want?" "You'll know when you go in." Guan Yu hesitated for a moment.
Under the gaze of all the god-slaying players present, he walked to the tomb. Turning back to Qin Ci, he asked again, "As long as I go in, you will let Xiao Tong go?"
"That's right."
Qin Ci replied indifferently, "I keep my word,
and I can overlook everything you've done behind my back these days. Although he knew that Qin Si's request to enter the tomb was not a good sign, for the sake of his only daughter, Guan Yu resolutely stepped into the tomb. Watching Guan Yu gradually disappear into the depths of the tomb, Qin Si revealed an inscrutable smile. Meanwhile, inside the tomb, a chilling and eerie sound echoed. Caw caw caw. Lu Ming led the undead army and quickly arrived at the Night Watcher's tomb city. Just as they reached the outskirts, a strong aura of ghostly beings rushed towards them. Lu Ming felt no fear. Instead, a fierce killing intent erupted in his eyes. Looks like this is another ghost den? Then let's wipe them all out. Saying this, Lu Ming summoned all the undead and charged into the city with the undead army. In his line of sight, he saw a group of god-slaying players surrounding a dark tomb. Lu Ming immediately sensed that the ghostly aura was emanating from that tomb. However, looking around, he did not see Guan Yu's figure. Lu Ming directly questioned the leader of the crowd, Qin Si. Where is Guan Yu? Qin Si, upon seeing Lu Ming, seemed unfazed. Instead, he smiled with interest and said, "You're still alive, Yu Ming. The show you put on with Guan Yu was truly spectacular. You almost fooled me." Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. From Qin Si's words, it seemed he had long known that he had not been killed by Guan Yu but was merely playing dead, lurking in the shadows. However, for Lu Ming, it no longer mattered whether Qin Si knew or not. Because the ghost general lurking in Starlight City was dead, the god-slaying faction no longer posed any threat to Lu Ming. Additionally, Lu Ming had another purpose for playing dead, which was to lure Qin Si out later through Li Wanning. Now that Qin Si was standing right in front of him, it saved Lu Ming quite a bit of trouble. Lu Ming once again fixed his murderous gaze on Qin Si and questioned, "I'll ask you one more time, where is Guan Yu?" Qin Si merely sneered and replied, "You should worry about yourself, Yu Ming." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Si clapped his hands, cackling. Amidst a series of eerie sounds, a group of first-tier ghost beasts, the Blade Ghosts, suddenly sprang out from the tomb behind the god-slaying player. These were ghostly beings that had not broken their seals and could not escape the sealed area except on a full moon night. Clearly, this group of Blade Ghosts had completely shattered their seals, and this was evidently all thanks to Qin Si. He was brazenly commanding these ghostly creatures right in front of Lu Ming. "It seems you don't even plan to pretend anymore, openly betraying humanity? Pretend?" Qin Si looked at Lu Ming and smiled indifferently. "Is there a need to pretend in front of a dying man?" Lu Ming's gaze swept over the group of Blade Ghosts. "You think they can kill me?" Qin Si's eyes turned cold. "Then let's see. Attack!" Since these ghostly creatures were raised by Qin Si, they obeyed his commands. With Qin Si's order, more than a dozen Blade Ghosts lunged at Lu Ming, seeking death. As Lu Ming's gaze turned icy, behind him, hundreds of fifth-tier Undying Demon Kings surged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the Blade Ghosts. Ding killed a level 50 first-tier Ghost Beast Blade Ghost. Experience plus 550,000. Congratulations on your lucky gain of 1 point of divine power while hunting Blade Ghosts. Ding killed a level 50 first-tier Ghost Beast Blade Ghost. Experience plus 550,000. Congratulations on your lucky gain of 1 point of divine power while hunting Blade Ghosts. Ding! In an instant, the dozen or so Blade Ghosts were effortlessly annihilated by the Undying Demon Kings. What? This scene left Qin Si utterly astonished. His heart was filled with shock. How has this kid's strength increased so rapidly? Wasn't it said that a mere mortal body could never contend with ghostly beings? How could he so easily kill a first-tier ghost beast? Next, Lu Ming's gaze locked onto Qin Si. "It's your turn." Just as Lu Ming prepared to draw his sword, rumble, rumble, the entire Night Watcher Tomb City map suddenly shook violently. At the same time, in the sky above, whoosh, a golden meteor shower fell. For some reason, as the divine agent, Lu Ming felt a wave of loss in his heart. It was as if he had lost a loved one. Remembering a phrase the Black Cloak had once told him, Lu Ming's heart jolted. The golden rain from the heavens is a sign of the fall of the divine. Before Lu Ming could react, the winds and clouds changed abruptly. The bright moon in the sky was covered in crimson. The blood moon had descended. Looking up at this scene, Lu Ming's heart trembled. According to the Black Cloak, the arrival of the blood moon meant the official revival of the ghostly beings, which was supposed to happen 2.5 years later. Why was it appearing now? Just after facing the ghostly siege, now the blood moon appeared. One wave had not settled, another rose. At this moment, the entire Starshine City was thrown into turmoil. Countless players fell into panic. Why has the moon turned red? What's going on? What is happening tonight? Why do I feel like the apocalypse is coming? Experts predict that the arrival of the blood moon is the time of humanity's doom. Could it really be true? God, how terrifying. I'm so scared. Meanwhile, within the Night Watcher Tomb City, as the blood moon descended, a thick blood mist erupted from the tomb, instantly engulfing the entire tomb city. Cackling.
Whoosh, whoosh. In the fog where visibility was less than 2 meters, it seemed something was moving at high speed. Immediately after, Lu Ming received several battle notifications. Ding, unfortunately, your undying demon king has perished in battle. Ding, unfortunately, your undying demon king has perished in battle. Ding! The undying demon kings around Lu Ming were rapidly vanishing. In the blink of an eye, dozens had been killed. Even with the shared vision, Lu Ming could not capture the figure of his opponent. A tremendous threat began to unsettle Lu Ming's heart. My formation is fully deployed, and the Life Fortress has accumulated a shield value of 630,000 against the Undead Legion, yet it cannot withstand the damage and is instantly killed? Even a fully evolved first-tier ghost beast could never possess such lethality. Lu Ming had already sensed that the enemy shrouded in blood mist was extraordinary. Just as the enemy moved through the blood mist, slaughtering the undead, Lu Ming found himself utterly powerless against it. Suddenly, the golden rain falling from the sky showered the Night Watcher's grave city. The entire city seemed to be purified. The blood mist enveloping the city was instantly dispersed. As his vision cleared, Lu Ming discovered that the ground was already littered with the corpses of the undead demon emperors being slaughtered. At the same time, in front of him, a ghost clad in scarlet blood armor, wielding 2 crescent blades, emanating a strong aura of darkness, stood amidst the corpses of the undead demon emperors. Just standing there, the powerful presence was enough to instill fear. A pair of blood-red eyes were fixed intently on Lu Ming. In an instant, whoosh, the ghost suddenly moved at an incredible speed, appearing before Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. With a swift strike, it sliced Lu Ming in half. The speed and reaction were so fast that Lu Ming had no chance to recover. Ding, you have been attacked by the Blood Moon Warrior, Gula, with the Blood Slash skill, losing 1,623,585 health points. You are dead. Ding, the Firestorm Ascension talent has been triggered. Sacrificing the weakest 4th-tier Reaper, you have been resurrected and gained 4 seconds of invincibility. Whoosh! With the reassembly of life, Lu Ming, who had already died at the hands of the ghost, was fully revived on the spot. Seeing this scene, Qin Ci, not far away, suddenly burst forth with a fiery light in his eyes. Resurrected? Interesting, truly interesting. For the first time in history, I see such extraordinary ability in a human. However, the resurrected Lu Ming felt no relief. Instead, he stared at the ghost that had just killed him, lost in disbelief. Blood Moon Warrior, Gula? Isn't this the 2nd-tier ghost general mentioned by the Black Cloak? Could it be that there is more than one ghost general lurking in Starshine City? Just as Lu Ming was grappling with this bewilderment, Qin Ci looked at him and laughed. So, how is it, Yumming? Did you miscalculate? The higher the path, the greater the demon. Do you think the one standing before you is just anyone? The 7th battle team of the Great Xia Kingdom, the future ruler of the world, is just around the corner. With your third-rate skills, do you dare to oppose us, the Godslayers? You are still too naive. At that moment, Lu Ming suddenly realized. So the Godslayers had been holding back from the very beginning. They deliberately fed the ghost general in the northern part of Starshine City, the brutal ruler Tina, to make Guan Yu leak the location information of that ghost general to me, aiming to create a diversion. The brutal ruler Tina was merely a bait they intentionally threw out. Their true target to resurrect from the start was this ghost general, the Blood Moon Warrior Gula. Although Lu Ming had sensed the problem from the first time he encountered the brutal ruler Tina, because the Black Cloak had said, according to historical developments, the 2nd-tier ghost general would resurrect in 2.5 years and destroy Starshine City, annihilating Jiang Province, named Blood Moon Warrior Gula. This did not match the name of the brutal ruler Tina, but Lu Ming thought it was just a mistake by the Black Cloak, and since the Godslayers had indeed been feeding the brutal ruler Tina with human flesh and blood during this time, he did not think much of it. He never expected this to be their smokescreen. There was no time to ponder too much. Lu Ming's attention was focused on this ghost general, the Blood Moon Warrior Gula. Since you've come out on your own, I'll take you in as well. Qin Ci stood leisurely in the back with his hands in his pockets, looking at Lu Ming with a gaze full of disdain. You might as well try and see if you can handle this feast I've prepared for you. Cackling. Accompanied by a scream, the Blood Moon Warrior Gula, wielding dual blades, charged at Lu Ming once more. Its speed was simply too fast. The surrounding undead didn't even have a chance to release their soul fragments before the Blood Moon Warrior Gula had already killed Lu Ming in an instant. Swish! The blade fell. The 4 seconds of invincibility from the previous resurrection had already expired, and Lu Ming was shattered again. Ding, you have been attacked by the Blood Moon Warrior Gula with the Blood Strike skill, losing 1,553,583 health points. You are dead. Ding, the talent Phoenix Rebirth has been triggered. Sacrificing the weakest 4th-tier death god, you have been resurrected and gained 4 seconds of invincibility. At the moment Lu Ming resurrected with full health for the second time, Qin Ci, and the surrounding god-slaying players were all greatly shocked.
Is this really happening? Good, good, good. I want to see how many times you can resurrect. Kill him.
Under Qin Ci's command, the Blood Moon Warrior Gula swung its dual blades again, striking towards Lu Ming.
Lu Ming deliberately did not dodge, using himself as bait. Swish!
Relying on the 4 seconds of invincibility from the Phoenix Rebirth, he immunized the lethal strike from the Blood Moon Warrior. Locking eyes with the Blood Moon Warrior at close range, Lu Ming's gaze erupted with killing intent.
Kill!
With a thought, all the 5th-tier undead demon emperors within the attack range locked onto the Blood Moon Warrior and unleashed their soul fragments. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Waves of soul marks simultaneously stacked and burst on the Blood Moon Warrior.
In the next second, dozens of undead demon emperors struck simultaneously. Slash, slash, slash.
The blood shadow scythe in their hands struck fiercely at the Blood Moon Warrior. A torrent of blood-red damage values leaped from the Blood Moon Warrior's head. 19835.
Minus 19,835. Minus 19,835. What?
Seeing this damage, Lu Ming's heart jolted. It should be noted that under the effects of his War Trample formation and the 3-star artifact, World Destruction Heavenly Chapter, the physical attack power of the undead demon emperor had already reached over 290,000. Not to mention that Lu Ming's drawing the ground as a prison could weaken the enemy's armor by nearly 40,000.
In such an extreme state, the 5th-tier undead demon emperor could only deal barely enough damage to break through the Blood Moon Warrior's defenses. Just as Lu Ming was filled with astonishment, the Blood Moon Warrior drew its blade and swept it across.
Swish! A burst of blood light erupted around it.
The next moment, a damage value soaring into the 7 figures instantly killed dozens of undead demon emperors around it. Just as Lu Ming reached for his sword, the Blood Moon Warrior transformed into a ghostly shadow and vanished from sight. It perfectly missed Lu Ming's sword-drawing skill.
Put! The sharp blade pierced through Lu Ming's back. Ding, you have received normal attack damage from the Blood Moon Warrior Gula, losing 513,258 health points.
You are dead. Ding, you have not chosen to resurrect immediately.
The system will automatically resurrect you in 30 minutes, if there are still undead alive. This time, Lu Ming did not rush to resurrect. Instead, he remained in standby mode, carefully observing the Blood Moon Warrior Gula through the shared vision of the undead on the field. With just one glance, he finally discovered the problem.
It turned out, this Ghost General had already broken the seal and was a fully evolved 50-level 2nd-tier Ghost General.
No wonder its strength was so much greater compared to the 2nd-tier Ghost General, the Brutal Ruler Tina. Lu Ming could easily kill the Brutal Ruler Tina because it had about 60% of its power sealed. Faced with this Blood Moon Warrior Gula, which possessed 100% of its strength, the Undead Legion was completely unable to resist. But, for a 2nd-tier Ghost General to break the seal, the cost required is hundreds to thousands of times that of a 1st-tier Ghost Beast. How could they have revived this Ghost General in just a few days? At this moment, there was no time for Lu Ming to think too much, because the Blood Moon Warrior Gula was rampantly slaughtering the undying Demon Emperor. Lu Ming was in a standby state, and his undead army had become even weaker. Once the Array Trickster died, the effects of the formation would disappear. Lu Ming could only activate his talent, Fire Bathing Sky, to resurrect once more. However, there was no doubt that after merely enduring 4 seconds of invincibility, Lu Ming was once again slain under the Moonblade by the Blood Moon Warrior. The Array Trickster class had very little operability to begin with. Moreover, this fully evolved 2nd-tier Ghost General had reached the peak level of the 50s in terms of attack, speed, and reaction ability. As long as the undead army could not hold out, Lu Ming facing the Blood Moon Warrior would basically lead to a dead end. The situation began to turn increasingly unfavorable for Lu Ming.
Ding, you have died. Ding, you have resurrected. Ding, you have died. Ding, you have resurrected. Watching Lu Ming being killed time and again by the Blood Moon Warrior Gula, only to resurrect fully each time, the players on the field, who were slayers of gods, felt no excitement at Lu Ming's inability to defeat the Ghost General they had nurtured. Instead, they felt immense terror. Damn! This guy! Infinite resurrection? This is too perverse. He can't be killed at all.
Only Qin Ci saw through the clues.
It's not infinite resurrection. Look closely, every time he resurrects, one of his summons randomly disappears.
If I'm not mistaken, he must rely on the sacrifice of his summons to resurrect. That means, as long as we kill all his summons, he won't be able to resurrect.
If it were under normal circumstances, Qin Ci might have been impressed by Lu Ming's incredible resurrection ability.
But at this moment, he only saw the ferocity of the ghost he had nurtured. What my brother said is indeed correct. With such powerful ghosts, if we can have their assistance, we slayers of gods will definitely be able to step into the pinnacle of the world and become the rulers of this realm. It seems that sacrificing a deity to revive the ghost was indeed a wise move. Even a deity must bow to the ghosts. What? Hearing what Qin Si said, Lu Ming's heart suddenly trembled. Could it be that this ghost general was able to break the seal so quickly because it devoured a deity? Recalling the golden light rain that symbolized the fall of a deity that had just fallen from the sky, and the disappearing Guan Yu, a chilling thought emerged in Lu Ming's mind. Qin Si had fed this ghost general, the Blood Moon warrior Gula, with Guan Yu, the agent of the vengeful god Horus. Seemingly guessing what Lu Ming was thinking, Qin Si unabashedly boasted to him, "Indeed, deities are the best feed for ghosts. Eating ordinary people is no match for the recovery speed of consuming a deity's agent. It was worth my effort to help Guan Yu lift the account ban, assisting him in becoming a deity's agent. I didn't expect that for his daughter, he would truly be willing to sacrifice his own life." As he spoke, Qin Si instructed those around him, "Lure his daughter, Guan Xiaotan, online and kill her." Yes. In that instant, Lu Ming's inner anger and hatred reached their peak. At this moment, Qin Si intentionally pointed at Lu Ming, continuously provoking the Blood Moon warrior Gula's hatred. "It's him who killed your partner, Tina. Go! Tear him apart! Avenge your lover!" The Blood Moon warrior was already coveting the divine power within Lu Ming. With Qin Si's provocation, a more intense flame erupted within him. Crackle! Blood light burst from his eyes. With a long howl to the sky, the Blood Moon warrior summoned dozens of shadow clones from around. Following that, the main body, along with the clones, launched a more brutal massacre against the surrounding undead army. Looking at Qin Si's triumphant face, Lu Ming seemed to see the shadow of his brother, Qin Feng, on him. It was as if he could see his past life, his brother Qin Feng instructing Linger to conspire against him, that smug expression on his face. In an instant, Lu Ming was filled with overwhelming hatred. Kill! With a thought, the surrounding undying demon emperors launched an attack on Qin Si and the god-slaying players present. However, they didn't even have the chance to get close to Qin Si. Lu Ming's undying demon emperors were shattered by the powerful shadow clones released by the Blood Moon warriors. The feeling of having his enemies so close yet being unable to kill them drove Lu Ming's eyes blood red. Kill! He nearly went mad, issuing commands to all the undead present. Swish, swish, swish. Countless barriers tore through space and materialized. Over 2,000 4th-tier Reapers and 5th-tier Undying Demon Emperors were summoned, filling the entire Tomb City. When it was time to be arrogant, they were arrogant. When it was time to be timid, they had to be timid. Such a display frightened the god-slaying warriors, who hurriedly hid in the tombs. Outside the tomb, a clone was dispatched to guard, and Lu Ming's undead simply couldn't break in. Under absolute power suppression, no amount of undead could withstand it. In less than 10 minutes, all over 2,000 undead were annihilated. Boom! As a powerful blade light swept in, the last 3 undying demon emperors were crushed before Lu Ming's eyes while trying to protect their master. Lu Ming was also knocked to the ground by the residual force. Confirming that there were no undead left on the field, Lu Ming no longer had the ability to resurrect. At this moment, Qin Si, hiding in the tomb, slowly walked out. He elegantly brushed off the dust from his clothes, then opened WeChat to send a message to his friend saved as Big Brother. "Brother, come in and check. The threat to me has been eliminated." Soon, 2 figures walked slowly from outside the tomb city. One was a warrior clad in golden armor, exuding a cold and aloof aura. Beside him was a girl in a white robe, with a beautiful and refined appearance, exuding elegance. When Lu Ming saw these two, an endless hatred and rage erupted within him. Especially upon seeing the mage girl, his eyes instantly filled with red veins, wishing he could rush up and tear her apart. Lu Ming would never forget that face in his life. Linger. Unsurprisingly, the warrior beside Linger was undoubtedly the captain of the god-slaying team, and also the mastermind behind Linger's betrayal of Lu Ming in his past life, Qin Feng. Clearly, both of them had used suppression scrolls to intentionally limit their levels and powers to level 50, allowing them to appear in the second heaven. At this moment, Qin Si eagerly showed Qin Feng the achievements of the Blood Moon warrior Gula. "Brother, look, all these undead were killed by it. This ghost's power is even more terrifying than we imagined." Following the direction of Qin Si's finger, wherever his gaze passed, there were the corpses of the undead. Qin Feng's face showed joy. "Very good. Just one ghost can possess such world-destroying power. As long as we continue to revive more ghosts, dominating this world is just around the corner." At this time, Qin Si pointed to Lu Ming, who was lying on the ground, and said to Qin Feng, "Brother, this is the tricky array master who has been pestering second sister all this time, Yu Ming." Qin Feng and Linger both turned their gazes toward Lu Ming. Their purpose for coming here was not only to personally verify the powerful ghost they had cultivated but also to confirm a suspicion and speculation in their hearts. At this moment, Qin Feng walked toward Lu Ming. The undead army had been completely wiped out. At this point, Lu Ming had no strength to resist. He could only suppress the hatred in his heart and allow Qin Feng to reach out and remove the mask from his face. When he saw Lu Ming's face, Yi Linger behind him couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Feng also felt relieved and said to Yi Linger, "So, Linger, I wasn't wrong. They just have the same ID. He can't be Lu Ming. Lu Ming is already dead." Yi Linger nodded, her gaze vacant, softly murmuring, "Yes, how could Lu Ming, whom I personally killed, still be alive?" Qin Feng stood up and walked to Yi Linger, gently patting her head, saying, "You just think too much and are under too much pressure. Take a good rest during this time, relax, don't think too much. I'm here for everything." Watching this pair of lovebirds being so affectionate in front of him, Lu Ming's inner anger burned continuously. He already had a plan in mind. The sword draw has a 15-second cooldown. I just need to endure these 15 seconds. Although Yi Linger's real level had already reached over 200, at this moment she used a suppression scroll, which not only limited her level to 50 but also restricted her strength to that range. Even though she and Qin Feng had equipped the best 50-level gilded gear, it was impossible to withstand Lu Ming's sword draw damage, because the sword draw ignores defense and deals true damage. "Even if we perish together, Qin Feng, I will definitely kill you." But things did not go as planned. Before she could endure even a second, Qin Ci spoke up, "Then, big brother, this guy is of no use. Should I just kill him directly?" "Yes, to eliminate future troubles." With Qin Feng's permission, Qin Ci raised his gilded bow, aiming at Lu Ming. "Farewell, buddy. Remember in the next life, when you see us, the God Slayer, bow your head and be a person." Just as Qin Ci was about to shoot Lu Ming, a shadow suddenly rushed in from the darkness. With a swift motion, it interrupted Qin Ci's attack while releasing a sharp light that pushed him back. In the darkness, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. Holding a dagger, she blocked Qin Ci's lethal attack aimed at Lu Ming. Under the moonlight, Lu Ming recognized this silhouette, feeling it was very familiar. "Qin Charan?" At that moment, the graceful figure turned around and smiled at Lu Ming, saying, "So, how about it? Is my rescue stylish? This profile, this voice." It was undoubtedly Qin Charan, but Lu Ming found it strange. "Aren't you supposed to be an Anyan?" Qin Ci, equally surprised, exclaimed, "Second sister?" He looked at Qin Charan, who had not appeared in Starshine City for a long time, and asked, "What are you doing here?" Qin Charan's eyes regained their usual coldness, and in a sisterly tone, she commanded Qin Ci, "If you still recognize me as your sister, let go of Yu Ming. He is your brother-in-law." No wonder Qin Charan was still able to smile in such a situation. Facing her own brother and younger brother, she felt fearless. Qin Ci frowned tightly, saying, "Second sister, don't make it hard for me. This kid repeatedly ruins our plans and has always opposed us, the God Slayer. If I don't kill him, he will definitely bring endless troubles to us in the future. Do you know what you are doing?" Qin Charan pointed at the Blood Moon warrior Gula and said to Qin Ci, "Qin Feng, and Yi Linger, you actually associate with such a ghostly creature. You are aiding and abetting evil, destroying our humanity, destroying this world." "Don't say that." Yi Linger stood on the moral high ground, condemning Qin Charan. "Your brother is only considering the family business. You are also a member of the Qin family and should understand your brother's good intentions." Qin Charan looked at Yi Linger with a cold gaze and said, "Does our Qin family's business need an outsider like you to meddle?" "Qin Charan!" Qin Feng shouted angrily at Qin Charan, "Don't think just because you are my sister, you can do as you please. Get out of my way." Qin Charan stood firm in front of Lu Ming, not moving an inch. "If you want to kill Yu Ming, then kill me first." Qin Ci was already starting to lose it. "Am I crazy or are you crazy? Second sister, are you going to go against the family for an outsider? So what if I am?" Qin Charan protected Lu Ming, her gaze resolute as she said, "He is the man I would protect with my life. I'll say it again, if you want to kill him, then you must kill me first." Just as Qin Ci was at a loss for what to do next, a sharp glint suddenly appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. "Since you want to die, then I'll grant you that." As soon as the words left his mouth, he lunged forward with a slashing strike, rushing to Qin Charan's side, and with a sweep of his sword, pierced through her body. The pain of the blade piercing her flesh was nothing compared to the heartache she felt. In that moment, Qin Charan looked at her own brother, Qin Feng, in utter disbelief. Qin Feng was also somewhat surprised. What surprised him was that, under the enhancement of his 50-level gilded equipment, his S-level charge slash, capable of dealing 160,000 damage to any player below level 50, had not killed Qin Charan. It turned out that from the moment Qin Charan revealed herself, Lu Ming had already designated her as a friendly target. With the continuous stacking of the life bastion, the shield accumulated on Qin Charan had already reached its peak, 630,305 points. Qin Feng's sword merely broke through a quarter of Qin Charan's shield. Good, you finally revealed your true self. With a sharp sound, Qin Charan endured the excruciating pain and swung her knife to push Qin Feng back, her eyes filled with endless disappointment. Then it's time for me to settle the score with you for a long, Ahu, Old Zhu, and Xiao Wu. As the disappointment in her eyes was replaced by a flicker of hatred, supported by Lu Ming's formation, Qin Charan gripped her dagger and charged at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression turned fierce. Humph, you overestimate yourself. With a whoosh, golden flames ignited around his long sword. S-level blade of fire, clang, 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 clang. He accurately blocked several of Qin Charan's attacks, but when he countered, his sword missed. Under Lu Ming's Wind and Thunder enhancement, combined with his own 4-star speed talent, Qin Charan's speed in the darkness increased. She repeatedly broke through Qin Feng's defenses, launching attack after attack. Stop fighting. Big brother, second sister, please stop. Qin Ci urged impatiently. At that moment, Lu Ming noticed that the goddess of night, Nyx, divine scroll in his backpack was emitting an increasingly intense golden glow. Unlike before, this time the scroll's radiance was very strong and steady, as if its choice was resolute. Lu Ming was taken aback and looked up at Qin Charan ahead. What's going on? Could it be that Nyx's chosen agent is not Li Wanning, but Qin Charan? Just as Lu Ming was filled with suspicion, a sound of a blade-piercing flesh echoed. Qin Charan let out a muffled groan. In Lu Ming's line of sight, he saw a blade piercing through Qin Charan's body. Bright red blood dripped from the end of the sword. A level 42 assassin like Qin Charan, even with Lu Ming's formation enhancement, was ultimately no match for Qin Feng, because even though Qin Feng's level was suppressed, he was still a seasoned veteran over level 200. With top-tier S-level skills and gilded equipment, he was simply not someone of Qin Charan's level who could contend with him. At the moment the blade pierced Qin Charan's chest, delivering a fatal blow, Qin Ci's eyes widened in shock. Second sister. But Qin Feng's gaze was cold, as if the person before him was not his own sister, but merely a commodity. I kept you only because I needed to use you to achieve cooperation with the Wang family. Now that I have the assistance of a more powerful ghost, I no longer need to cooperate with the Wang family, and you have lost your value. In the final moment of her life, Qin Charan glanced back at Lu Ming, forcing a smile as she said, I'm sorry, idiot. Sister, can't protect you anymore. In the next life, remember to marry me early. Put. As the blood-soaked sharp blade was pulled out from his body, Qin Charan fell into a pool of blood, her fragrance extinguished and her jade-like beauty lost. Lu Ming looked at the scene before him in disbelief. At that moment, his heart suddenly twitched. Qin Feng, die for me. In an instant, transforming grief into hatred, Lu Ming locked onto Qin Feng and drew his sword. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, the Blood Moon warrior Gula had already anticipated this, rushing out like the wind to block in front of Qin Feng, taking the attack for him. 2846750. The damage was enough to crush Qin Feng 10 times, yet it only took away a quarter of the Blood Moon warrior's vitality. Well done. Qin Feng sneered at the Blood Moon warrior Gula and said, go on, crush him. Cackling. Just as the Blood Moon warrior, wielding 2 blood blades, approached Lu Ming menacingly, suddenly, whoosh centered around Lu Ming, a transparent energy shield with a radius of 50 yards burst forth. At that moment, time seemed to freeze within the area covered by the energy shield, and everyone, including the Blood Moon warrior Gula, found themselves unable to move. The next second, an arm suddenly yanked Lu Ming into a spatial rift. Moments later, time resumed its flow. Discovering that Lu Ming had vanished without a trace, Qin Feng's expression turned cold. He commanded the surrounding god-slaying players, go after him, dig 3 feet into the ground, and find him for me. Yes. Crash! In a dense forest, as a spatial rift opened, Lu Ming and the figure in the black cloak stepped out from the rift. Looking at the surroundings, Lu Ming's eyes turned blood red. Emotionally out of control, he questioned the figure in the black cloak. Why are we running? Aren't you the agent of the second sequence main god, the god of time, Kronos? Don't you have the ability to imprison time? If you just trap that ghost general, I can kill it. Why be a coward? The figure in the black cloak did not rush to explain. Instead, he suddenly extended his right hand and activated his mental power. Boom! Instantly, an incredibly hot golden flame ignited in his palm. But in just a moment, the flame shrank into a flickering ember, as if it could be extinguished with a single breath. The black cloak displayed this golden flame to Lu Ming, saying, "This is the divine fire symbolizing the vitality of the gods. The stronger the flame, the stronger the vitality and power of the god." Hearing this, Lu Ming followed suit, concentrating his mental power in his mind. The next second, crash!
Sure enough, a blazing golden flame erupted from Lu Ming's palm as well. Moreover, this flame was stronger than the one initially unleashed by the black cloak. More fierce, like a bright lamp, it almost instantly illuminated the entire forest. Even the black cloak was taken aback. He thought, is this the strength of the divine fire of the first sequence supreme god? Comparing it to the small flame in the black cloak's palm, Lu Ming couldn't help but doubt. Aren't you the second sequence main god? Why is your divine fire so weak? The black cloak retracted the divine fire and said solemnly, reversing time has caused irreversible damage to my divine fire. Moreover, I must constantly burn the divine fire to remain in this time and space. Once the divine fire is about to extinguish, I will return to 3 years later. While speaking, the black cloak looked at Lu Ming and continued, I return to the present with the hopes of all humanity. I want to kill that ghost general more than you do, to kill all the ghostly beings and save this world. At that moment, Lu Ming finally understood that the black cloak was already at the end of his strength. If it weren't for the severe damage to the divine fire, the code 017, the second sequence main god, the god of time, Kronos, would undoubtedly be formidable. But thinking back to how he had almost died at the hands of the Blood Moon warrior Gula, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a chill. If it weren't for you just now, I would have been dead. But as you said, on the timeline where I was supposed to die 2.5 years later, you shouldn't have been there. How did I escape this fatal outcome? Just as I said before. The black cloak said, clearly, the trajectory of history has already changed. On the original timeline, after you killed the dragon soul Guan Yu, he was not resurrected by the divine scroll I brought back from the future, nor transformed into the divine agent of the vengeful god Horus. Unable to devour the gods, the Blood Moon warrior Gula also did not break the seal and revive this early. This time, it was my mistake. I severely underestimated the ambition of the Godslayers and their means. Pausing for a moment, the black cloak continued, the urgent matter is that we must find a way to eliminate the Blood Moon warrior Gula as soon as possible and obtain the fragment of the national artifact map on him, otherwise, it is highly likely to lead to the premature resurrection of all ghostly beings, which would also result in the early destruction of Jiang province and humanity. Thinking of the dragon soul Guan Yu, who had just become a divine agent and had managed to bring a glimmer of hope to humanity, being erased, the undead legion under him was also completely annihilated. Qin Churen even died to save herself. Lu Ming's eyes turned blood red, and an endless rage ignited within him. Amidst his anger, Lu Ming seemed to recall something. He opened his backpack and took out the divine scroll that sealed the power of the night goddess Nyx. The scroll just resonated with Qin Churen, but it also resonated with Li Wan Ning before. What is going on? Could it be that both of them are chosen agents of Nyx? Wait! Lu Ming suddenly realized, Qin Churen has not left Jiang province, she has always been in Starshine City. So every time the divine scroll resonated, it was because she was nearby. Therefore, from the beginning, Nyx's choice has always been her, not Li Wan Ning? Just as Lu Ming was filled with doubt, the black cloak suddenly said, have you considered one possibility? Both of them are Nyx's choices? Looking at the black cloak's certain tone, Lu Ming retorted, how do you know? The black cloak looked towards the night and said solemnly, the night goddess Nyx, divine code 010, the first main god beneath the supreme god, the second in the future global divine power ranking, only second to you. The condition for selecting a divine agent is a mortal's deep love for the divine. Hearing this, Lu Ming was astonished. So you already knew the conditions for Nyx's choice of an agent. Thinking further, the black cloak came from the future. It was not surprising that it knew this. No wonder the black cloak directly placed Nyx's divine scroll on Lu Ming from the start, because according to its words, Lu Ming was the only god of this era. Only he could meet the contract conditions of Nyx. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lu Ming asked. The black cloak replied, once you know this condition, that love is no longer pure. Don't you want to know who truly loves you? So, Lu Ming curiously asked, then in the future, who will be Nyx's divine agent? Xie. Who is Xie? Is she from our great Xia? The black cloak did not answer this question. You will know in the future. After a pause, the black cloak said something that filled Lu Ming with hope. Once a god forms a contract with a mortal, it means that he has given his life to the agent, and both will live and die together. By the power of the god, at the time of the contract, the agent can be given a chance to come back to life. No wonder the black cloak used the divine scroll of the vengeful god Horus to resurrect dragon soul Guan Yu. And Lu Ming thought, so, can I use Nyx's divine scroll to resurrect Qin Churen? But why couldn't I use the divine scroll on Qin Churen earlier in the Tomb City? Because it hasn't absorbed enough love yet, the black cloak explained. Once it absorbs enough love, it will naturally be usable. When I initially used the God of Revenge's divine scroll, I absorbed many who died with hatred in their hearts. It was only after that I was able to use it on the dragon soul, Guan Yu. Qin Churen has already become Nyx's choice. You can use Nyx's divine scroll to resurrect her. But remember, you only have 7 days. because if the deity does not sense the presence of the chosen agent within that time, they will abandon this choice. At this moment, hope reignited in Lu Ming's heart. From the very beginning, he approached Qin Churen purely to use her for revenge against Qin Feng and Yi Linger. However, during their time together, an invisible bond had formed between him and Qin Churen. And just now, at the moment she sacrificed herself to protect him, dying under Qin Feng's sword, her position in Lu Ming's heart had completely transformed. She was no longer just Qin Feng's sister. Don't worry, Qin Churen. No matter what, I will definitely resurrect you. As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the forest. Both of them immediately stiffened. The Godslayers are coming after us. Due to the weakened power of the soul, the 2-kilometer teleportation from the Night Watcher's tomb city to this Night Watcher forest had already reached the limit of the Black Cloak. In a short time, he could no longer take Lu Ming for spatial teleportation. He could only teleport himself at most. Realizing that the Godslayers had already pursued them outside the forest, Lu Ming took out 2 city return scrolls from his bag and handed one to the Black Cloak. Just as he was about to crush the return scroll, a notification suddenly rang in his ear. Ding, due to the safety zone, Starlight City is under attack, and the teleportation function has been disabled. Lu Ming's expression changed. The Godslayers have sent ghost beasts to attack the city. It seems they anticipated that I would use the return scroll to go back. The only escape route had been sealed off. Lu Ming could only say to the Black Cloak, "You go first. What about you? Don't worry about me, I have a way." As soon as the Black Cloak stepped into the spatial rift and disappeared, Lu Ming immediately opened his account panel, switched to his alternate account, Dawn, and put on a mask. He hoped this would help him blend in. After all, he had no other options left. After the battle at the Tomb City, all the undead had perished, and he had no soul power left. Lu Ming couldn't even summon a first-level undead warrior. Soon, a large number of Godslayer players surged into the forest. They spotted Lu Ming right away. Although his ID did not match the Yin Ming they were looking for, it was not enough to dispel their suspicions. They scrutinized Lu Ming and began to discuss. This kid, his figure looks a bit like Yin Ming. Could he be Yin Ming, just with a different ID? No way. Even if he changed his ID, he would have to do it in a safe zone. He wouldn't have had the chance to change his name. Thus, the leading green-armored warrior placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword and questioned Lu Ming. "What are you, a formation trickster, doing sneaking around here? You, take off your mask and let me see." Lu Ming's heart jolted. Although his ID was different from his identity, both characters shared the same face. Earlier at the Night Watcher's Tomb City, Qin Feng had already removed Lu Ming's mask, and many Godslayers had seen his face. If Lu Ming took off his mask now, he would undoubtedly be exposed. It seemed he couldn't blend in anymore. There was only one way left. First, use the sword to randomly kill one. Refining it will yield 5 points of soul power. Then summon 5 undead warriors. With my formation enhancement, even a first-level undead warrior should be able to fight them. With this thought, Lu Ming pretended to reach for his mask while preparing to switch accounts. Just as Lu Ming was about to switch to his main account, a clear and loud voice suddenly rang out from the periphery. "Let's see who dares to touch my boyfriend." As soon as the words fell, swish, 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 a large group of level 56th transformation high-level players with the glorious ID rushed out from behind, surrounding the dozen or so God-slaying players on the field. At the same time, a tall girl with a high ponytail, dressed in tight chainmail and with long, fair legs, stood out from the crowd. Just her presence exuded an undeniable aura. Lu Ming was somewhat surprised. He recognized that the archer girl was actually Li Wanning. Li Wanning walked straight up to Lu Ming, naturally linking her arm with his, and commanded the surrounding God-slaying players, "Make way for this young lady." The God-slaying players clearly recognized Li Wanning, the young lady of the Li family from Magic City. Moreover, she was the ex-girlfriend of their leader, Qin Ci. They certainly could not afford to offend her. However, they were unwilling to let Lu Ming go so easily. The leading green-armored warrior said, "Miss Li, we are also acting on orders to search for the underworld. We hope you can understand. We just need your boyfriend to take off his mask for verification. Then go look for the underworld." "What do you want with my boyfriend? Can't you read the big words, Dawn? Did your language teacher teach you sports?" Li Wanning was not afraid of offending the God-slaying players, speaking without reservation. "Besides, my boyfriend's stunning looks are not something you can just see whenever you want. I'll say it again, make way for me, or you'll bear the consequences." As soon as Li Wanning finished speaking, the surrounding 100 glorious players were on high alert. The mere dozen God-slaying players dared not obstruct them any longer and quickly made way for Li Wanning and Lu Ming. "Let's go, baby, we're going home." Li Wanning held Lu Ming's hand and swaggered out of the Night Watcher forest in front of the God-slaying players. By the time they returned to Starshine City, the battle here had already ended. Fortunately, it was just a small-scale attack. Only a dozen first-tier ghost beasts had gathered the strength of all the players in Starshine City. Although many players had sacrificed in the end, they had successfully dealt with them. However, Lu Ming knew, if they did not quickly eliminate the second-tier ghost general, Blood Moon Warrior Gula, who had completely lifted the seal, it wouldn't be long before Starshine City faced a true catastrophe. Once inside the city, they reached a secluded spot, and Lu Ming released Li Wan Ning's hand.
"Thank you for helping me out. How should I be thanked? With your body?"
Li Wan Ning stared at Lu Ming, grinning mischievously.
But seeing Lu Ming's lack of reaction, she pouted, unhappy, and said, "Am I not pretty?" Lu Ming glanced at Li Wan Ning.
This was the first time he looked at her properly. Li Wan Ning had delicate features, big eyes, and a tight oval face. Setting aside the label of green tea girl, she was indeed a great beauty, the kind that made it hard to look away once you caught a glimpse.
"You are very pretty." Li Wan Ning became unhappy. "You're lying. If I'm pretty, then why don't you want to hold my hand a little longer?" "Humph, big liar. I won't save you next time."
At that moment, Lu Ming sensed the divine sealing scroll in his backpack resonating again. He recalled what the Black Cloak had said. He must let the divine sealing scroll absorb more true love to use it to resurrect Qin Churen. Moreover, this true love had to be the love of mortals for gods.
Li Wan Ning's feelings for Lu Ming completely met the criteria.
If I want to save Ran Ran, I must continue to deepen Li Wan Ning's affection for me. Just as Lu Ming was pondering how to make Li Wan Ning fall in love with him, Li Wan Ning looked at Lu Ming, who had a serious expression, and suddenly chuckled. "Oh, I was just joking with you. Why so serious? Don't worry, with me around, the god-slaying people can't hurt you.
I will protect you." In the Night Watcher Tomb City,
one batch after another of god-slaying patrol teams hurried into the city from different directions. "Report, Captain, Deputy Captain, no sign found."
"Captain, there's nothing over there either. Nothing found in the west either."
Listening to the news from his subordinates, Qin Ci frowned and said, "Strange, in just a blink of an eye, where could he have run off to? The teleportation function of Starshine City has been disabled, so he shouldn't have returned to the city."
Just then, another small team suddenly entered the city, escorting a mage girl. "Captain, we found this mage girl in the bamboo forest to the east."
Looking at the level 36 mage girl in a black robe, Rose, Qin Ci's eyes lit up.
"Isn't this the little follower who has always been by Yoming's side? I think she's Yoming's sister. Let me go. You have to let me go."
Lin Yue struggled desperately. When she saw the body of Qin Churen lying in a pool of blood not far away, her eyes were filled with disbelief and sorrow. "Sister Churen?
What have you done to Sister Churen? Where is Brother Yuming? Where is Brother Yuming?"
Qin Feng looked at Lin Yue, a hint of coldness in his eyes.
"Yoming's sister, huh?
Then there's no need for her to live. Kill her."
With Qin Feng's command, a soldier holding Lin Yue immediately drew his sword, ready to strike her.
"Wait!" Noticing the unusual excitement from the Blood Moon Warrior Gula beside him, Qin Feng quickly raised his hand to signal his subordinates to stop. Only a divine being can make a ghost so excited.
She is the divine agent.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the area turned their shocked gazes toward Lin Yue. At this moment, Qin Ci examined the frail Lin Yue and incredulously said, "She looks so weak. I feel like she would die from a single punch.
How could someone like this be a divine agent?"
"It might be similar to the situation encountered by the dragon-souled Guan Yu before," Yi Linger said thoughtfully.
"She is currently in an account ban phase. Only by lifting the ban can she fully obtain divine power and become a true divine agent."
Qin Feng gazed at Lin Yue with greedy eyes, as if admiring his prey. He thought to himself, if a vengeful god can completely revive a ghost general, then if she gains divine power and I use her to nourish the ghost, wouldn't that allow me to revive another ghost general? With this thought, a sinister smile appeared on Qin Feng's face.
"Take her away."
Lu Ming logged off and returned to the real world. Upon learning that Lin Yue had been captured by the god-slaying people, he entered Lin Yue's room and saw her computer displaying, "Character is in an unlogged state." Lu Ming immediately understood. It must be that Qin Feng and the others used shift and swap on Lin Yue. According to the records of Tian Yuan, that is an extremely rare and special magic scroll of level 4. After use, players can forcibly change their offline login location.
In short, Lin Yue has been completely controlled by them. Even logging off would be of no use.
Back in the living room, he looked at the table where Lin Yue had prepared 3 dishes and a soup, but there was no Lin Yue in the living room, nor was there Qin Churen.
The entire house felt empty.
A wave of inexplicable loss surged in Lu Ming's heart. He silently sat at the table, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and began to eat. He ate quickly, taking large bites. The mechanical act of eating made Lu Ming unable to taste the food, and he didn't even realize that the food had long since gone cold. As he ate, Lu Ming's eyes turned blood red. Memories of Guan Yu and Qin Shuren being killed flooded his mind. Even Lin Yuwei had fallen into Qin Feng's hands. He had almost repeated the mistakes of his past life, nearly dying at Qin Feng's hands again. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart was filled with grief and hatred. Level 50. As long as I reach level 50, I can change all of this. Because Lu Ming knew well, the greatest threat to him right now was not Qin Ci, nor Qin Feng, and certainly not Yilinger, but it was the fully unsealed second-tier ghost general, Blood Moon Warrior Gula. However, Lu Ming had already calculated based on the data of the Blood Moon Warrior. As long as he reached level 50, he was confident he could kill this fully evolved ghost general. Because level 50 not only meant that the three major talents could be upgraded to LV6. Most importantly, Lu Ming had a powerful artifact in his backpack. That was the level 50 Gilded Equipment Demon Domain King's Authority Ring, which he obtained when he hunted the level 50 Gilded Boss Demon King Zino in the Goblin Kingdom. If it were just ordinary bronze or silver equipment, it might not provide much improvement for a powerhouse like Lu Ming, but this was a quality that surpassed golden equipment. Moreover, it was a ring that increased attack power. It is no exaggeration to say, the Gilded Equipment Demon Domain King's Authority Ring, combined with the upgrades of the three major talents, could at least increase Lu Ming's strength by 10 times. At that time, let alone a second-tier ghost general, even a level 50 third-tier ghost king might not be his opponent. The figures of Qin Feng, Yilinger, and Qin Ci flashed in his mind, and Lu Ming gritted his teeth, his eyes turning red as he said, "Your death is not far away." Meanwhile, in the northern part of Starshine City, the grave city of the Night Watchers, Qin Ci personally buried Qin Shuren's body. Kneeling in front of her grave, he said sadly, "Second sister, is it worth it for a man?" Compared to Qin Feng, Qin Ci still had a shred of humanity left. In contrast, Qin Feng, who had personally killed Qin Shuren, didn't even glance at her from beginning to end, and had long taken Yilinger back to the city to log off and enjoy a feast. Just then, players from the Slaying God team continued to report, "Deputy Team Leader, the brothers have searched everywhere inside and outside Starshine City and have not found any trace of Yuming." Qin Ci did not dare to be vague and immediately conveyed this message to his elder brother Qin Feng. "Brother, we killed the dragon soul Guan Yu, then killed the second sister, and even captured Yoming's sister. Now that Yoming's whereabouts are unknown, I'm afraid he is secretly developing and will definitely retaliate against us in the future." On the other end of the phone, Qin Feng was dismissive. A mere level 40 odd array master, even if he is a divine agent, what can he do? The ghost general we have revived can kill him as easily as squashing an ant. Don't worry, he won't stir up any trouble. Just keep a close watch on Starshine City. Once you find his trace, you don't need to consult me, just kill him directly. By the way, quickly level that rose up to 200. I need her body to revive more powerful ghost entities that we can control. Qin Ci replied, "Understood, brother." "Oh, brother." At that moment, Qin Ci seemed to think of something and took out what looked like a torn map from his backpack, saying curiously, "I just found a broken map in that tomb in the grave city of the Night Watchers. I don't know what it records, but it marked two locations, one is Starshine City, and the other is Candlelight City." I checked, and Candlelight City is also a main city in the second layer of heaven, with its corresponding login point in Anyang. "Brother, should I go to Anyang and take a look? After all, this map appeared from a ghost entity, and I feel that following the guidance might help us find more powerful ghost entities sealed in the Abyss world." "Alright, you take people over to check it out." On the other side, after finishing his meal, Lu Ming quickly logged into the account Dawn and went online. He found that Starshine City was in turmoil, with countless players in panic. Why is this monster only appearing in our Starshine City and not elsewhere? Hey, we don't even dare to go out, and we don't know where they are lurking. If we're not careful, that monster will target us, and before we can run, we'll be eaten by them. The family next door has moved away because they rely on the depths of the sky for their livelihood. They can't hunt outside the city. As long as they don't log in from the three cities of Haishan, Linhai, and Yunzhou, they won't appear in Starshine City. I want to move too, but my parents, my wife, my child, my whole life's work is in Yunzhou. Where can I go? I can't leave. Yunzhou is my home. Lu Ming realized that Starshine City was gradually being monitored. The reason these ghostly beings had not formally launched an attack on Starshine City but were lurking outside to hunt scattered players was undoubtedly because there were not many fully revived ghosts at the moment. Once the number of revived ghosts increased, they would inevitably launch a full-scale assault on Starshine City. This would lead to the outcome described by the Black Cloak, the destruction of Starshine City in 2.5 years, with 35 million players in Jiang Province being slaughtered by the ghosts. On the current timeline,
the early revival of the second-tier Ghost General Blood Moon Warrior Gula means that the history of Starshine City's destruction will also be advanced. Lu Ming murmured, mortals can barely contend with first-tier ghost beasts, but they can't handle second-tier ghost generals. It seems I must level up to 50 quickly and eliminate the Blood Moon Warrior to save Jiang Province. However, at the same time, Lu Ming faced a huge problem. Now, outside Starshine City, there are ghost beasts everywhere, and ghosts are extremely sensitive to the aura of deities. Although I can use a low-level character for cover, the low-level character is too weak to farm monsters. Once I switch to my main character to kill monsters and level up, I could easily expose my location and be discovered by them. Of course, he had considered moving away from the traditional monster killing and leveling mode. On this side of Starshine City, tasks could be quickly leveled up by submitting soul stones, but even if he used the 300 million that Guan Yu transferred to him before dying to buy soul stones, it wouldn't be enough for Lu Ming to reach level 50. Moreover, acquiring a large number of soul stones in a short time was not an easy task. Just as Lu Ming was pondering how to solve this problem, a message from Li Wan Ning popped up. Brother Yu Ming, let's go to Anyang. Anyang has good mountains, good water, and beautiful scenery. Let's forget everything here and start anew in Anyang, okay? Just you, with me. Anyang? This place sounded somewhat familiar. Lu Ming suddenly remembered that Qin Charan had mentioned before that she was preparing to recruit a team that once belonged to Wolong, called Tianqing, and the base of the Tianqing team was in Anyang. Going to Anyang was indeed a good choice. In Starshine City, there's always the danger of exposing my identity, which is not conducive to leveling up. Changing places to temporarily avoid the spotlight, steadily leveling up to 50, and then coming back to catch them off guard is indeed the best and only choice right now. Moreover, the most important thing was that he could take this opportunity to cultivate feelings with Li Wan Ning, collect the power of love for the night goddess Nyx's divine scroll, and resurrect Qin Charan. As for Lin Yue, although she was currently in Qin Feng's hands, Lu Ming had already guessed through Guan Yu's experience that Qin Feng's purpose in capturing her was to obtain her divine power to sustain the ghosts. So before the account ban was lifted, Lin Yue would not be in life-threatening danger. Therefore, Lu Ming gladly accepted Li Wan Ning's invitation. Alright, then let's go to Anyang. When do we leave? Clearly, Lu Ming's agreement to go to Anyang surprised and delighted Li Wan Ning. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming was even more anxious than her. Now, Lu Ming logged off. He booked a high-speed train ticket from Jiang Province, Linhai, to Yun Province, Anyang, for 9 p.m. After quickly packing his things, he took only a shoulder bag, traveling light. Standing at the door, he took one last look at his home. Lu Ming's eyes revealed reluctance and determination. Ranan, Yue, wait for me to come back. I will definitely save you. After speaking, Lu Ming closed the door and left. By the time he arrived in Anyang, it was already past midnight. At the Anyang train station, Lu Ming saw a familiar figure, Li Wan Ning. She was wearing a pair of sunglasses, a white crop tank top on her upper body, and denim shorts on her lower body. Her slender waist, which could be grasped with one hand, and her long, fair legs attracted countless passers-by. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Li Wan Ning immediately dragged her suitcase over, striding towards him with her long legs. I've already booked a hotel. So, what do you say? Are you brave enough to come with me? Li Wan Ning pulled down her sunglasses, her clear eyes looking at Lu Ming with a hint of shyness. What's there to be afraid of? Lu Ming replied, let's go. They left the station and called a ride-hailing car to the hotel. On the way, the driver suddenly asked, you two are from Jiang Province, right? Oh, Li Wan Ning asked curiously, how did you know, driver? Well, the driver said while driving, I don't know what's going on, but there have been a lot of people coming from Jiang Province today. I've done 7 or 8 rides from the station tonight, and without exception, they all came from Hanghai, Linhai, or Yunzhou. It's like a mass exodus. I heard that there's been a strong wave of monsters appearing in Jiang Province. Many people can't deal with those monsters, so they have to flee to other provinces? Upon hearing this, Li Wan Ning suddenly asked the driver, do you believe these monsters were intentionally released by the God-slaying team? God-slaying? I often see it in the news. Isn't that our national server team? How could they do something so harmful to others and themselves? That's impossible. Listening to the driver's response, Li Wan Ning shrugged and helplessly said to Lu Ming beside her, see, no one believes it. I've intentionally spread this news online, but I don't know why it feels like there's a huge black hand behind the scenes, and all news related to this gets harmonized as soon as it's posted. I'm thinking, while the God-slaying team is indeed not low in status, they are still just the 7th in the national server, and there are 6 teams above them. They can't possibly have such overwhelming power throughout the entire Great Xia, right? Lu Ming couldn't help but look at Li Wan Ning with new respect. He didn't expect her to dare to stand up and publicly accuse the God-slaying team of their crimes. Relying solely on the God-slaying team indeed doesn't have that much capability. Lu Ming had already guessed,
the three forces mentioned by the Black Cloak that would betray the Great Xia in the future, besides the God-slaying team, the other two were also starting to prepare. Moreover, the strength and status of these two would certainly not be inferior to the God-slaying team, ranked 7th in the national server. No matter what, they had to be stopped. Their conspiracy and plans must be shattered. I must quickly form a force that can compete with the national server team, otherwise, they have ghosts behind them, and relying solely on my own strength will definitely be difficult to contend with. Lu Ming recalled that Qin Sharon had once mentioned in a conversation that the Tianqing team trained by Qing Long, Xuanwu, Baitu, and Zhu Ke was very strong, with almost all members carrying tags, and their account qualifications were all no lower than 2 stars. The most important thing was that every member of the Tianqing team was carefully selected by Qinglong and the others, ensuring absolute loyalty and reliability. I hope to take this opportunity to recruit Tianqing while in Anyang. Soon, the two arrived at the hotel. However, when checking in, the front desk lady informed Li Wanning, "Sorry, miss, due to special circumstances, there is only one single room left for your reservation." Then what was the point of my early booking? Li Wanning was not one to hold back, directly getting angry at the front desk. "Get your manager for me." The front desk repeatedly declined, saying, "I'm really sorry, miss, but we have a VIP membership service here, and VIP reservations take precedence. That's a clear rule." Li Wanning angrily withdrew her ID card. "Forget it, let's check out another place." Seeing Li Wanning like this, it didn't seem like she was pretending. At that moment, Lu Ming spoke up, "Just a private room then." "Ha!" Hearing this, Li Wanning unexpectedly blushed. In fact, what Lu Ming was thinking was, he only had 7 days left. To revive Qin Sharon, he had to win over Li Wanning within those 7 days. So, Lu Ming looked at the blushing Li Wanning and imitated her, awkwardly saying, "What's wrong, scared?" What's there to be scared of? Li Wanning retorted stubbornly, "Private room. Book it." The front desk girl quickly processed the request. The two took the room card and went upstairs. In the small room filled with ambiguity, the atmosphere was charged and stifling. Suddenly, Li Wanning stood up and said, "I'm going to take a shower." When Li Wanning finished her shower and came out, she sat on the bed, feeling nervous as she waited for Lu Ming to go in. "Is it progressing this fast? But, you were the one who asked him out, and you booked the hotel. Why are you getting nervous?" Li Wanning couldn't help but doubt herself. Perhaps it was because she once thought Lu Ming was a gentleman, and she simply wanted to tease him like usual. However, every time she had teased him before, Lu Ming's responses had been very cold. She didn't expect that this time, Lu Ming would actually go along with her. What should I do if he wants it? Should I give it to him? But this is too fast. I don't even know his real name. Oh, this bathroom glass is a bit see-through. His body is so tempting. Wow, what am I thinking? After a while, Lu Ming came out of the shower. With Li Wanning feeling nervous, expectant, anxious, and shy, Lu Ming walked straight to the floor-to-ceiling window, lay down, said good night, and fell asleep. Li Wanning's heart sank instantly. Looks like I was overthinking it. Good night, brother Yu Ming. In a room with just a man and a woman, Li Wanning lay in bed, tossing and turning, her mind filled with images of Lu Ming in the shower. Seeing that Lu Ming showed no reaction, as if he had fallen asleep, Li Wanning started to speak out loud again. "So boring, I can't sleep." "Brother Yu Ming, are you asleep?" Just as she finished speaking, Lu Ming's voice came. "How about we play something exciting?" Ha, when the loudmouth meets the real guy. Lu Ming climbed up from the floor-to-ceiling window. Then, in the darkness, the sound of a backpack zipper was heard. Li Wanning's heart began to race nervously. What is he getting? Could it be that? Oh my god. What should I do? What should I do? I'm so nervous. Just as Li Wanning was feeling anxious, she heard Lu Ming say in the dark, "I'm ready. Are you ready?" Li Wanning shyly replied, I'm ready too." "Then let's start." Just as Li Wanning's heart raced and her breathing quickened, whoosh! In the dark, the computer screen in front of Lu Ming lit up, the image frozen on the login page of Tian Yuan. Instantly, Li Wanning was greatly disappointed. "What you meant by something exciting is this?" Lu Ming glanced back at Li Wanning and said, "Yeah, what else did you think I meant?" Li Wanning awkwardly said, I thought you meant playing cards or going out for barbecue or something." Lu Ming said, "Then you get ready, I'll go online and wait for you." After saying that, Lu Ming logged into Tian Yuan and disappeared from the room. Feeling the lingering presence of Lu Ming in the room, Li Wanning felt a wave of disappointment. A steel-straight man. While complaining, Li Wanning took out her computer and logged into Tian Yuan. Meanwhile, at Anyang Airport, Qin Ci had just disembarked and arrived in Anyang. Suddenly, he received a phone call. "Big brother, I just got to Anyang. What's wrong?"
Is there something going on?
As Qin Si answered the call, Xin Feng's voice came through. Someone is spreading rumors online that we, the Godslayers, are colluding with ghosts and betraying humanity. This has caused us a huge impact.
Yeah, I saw it, Qin Si replied.
Don't worry, big brother. I've already had logistics handle it.
This kind of handling only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause.
We need to solve it from the source, Xin Feng said. The one spreading the rumors is from the Demon City, a member of the Li family.
Hearing this news, Qin Si's heart jolted. Wan Ning.
At this moment, Xin Feng continued, anyone who obstructs our plans must die.
The Li family dares to openly oppose us, the Godslayers, let them pay the price.
Qin Si frowned, but the Li family is a major prestigious family from the Demon City. They are quite powerful.
It won't be easy to bring them down.
That's why I came to you, Xin Feng said. I found out that the Li family's current wealth and status mainly come from the city of Candlelight.
5 years ago, they accidentally unearthed a pharmaceutical hall.
They have rapidly developed by selling medicines made from the natural herbs beneath the pharmaceutical hall.
The city of Candlelight is exactly where you are now in Anyang. Destroying this pharmaceutical hall will directly cut off the Li family's lifeline.
Xin Feng continued, this task is entrusted to you.
Don't let me down.
Understood, big brother. Xin Si hung up the phone, a cold glint in his eyes. Sorry, Wan Ning, it's not that I want to target you, but your Li family is blocking our path as Godslayers.
Ding, welcome to the Tianyuan world. Your current location is the second layer of Tianyuan, Revival, City of Candlelight.
Wow! White light fell, and Lu Ming appeared in a bustling city. Just to be safe, even though he had changed locations, Lu Ming still logged into Tianyuan with his alternate account, Dawn.
After all, the Godslayer's influence spread across the country, and it was inevitable that there were Godslayer players in Anyang as well.
However, as long as the ghosts here had not yet revived, there was not much threat to Lu Ming.
After a while, white light fell again. Li Wan Ning appeared beside Lu Ming. Brother Yu Ming, want some medicine?
As soon as Li Wan Ning saw Lu Ming, she reached out and handed him 2 yellowish pills.
Looking at Li Wan Ning's mischievous smile, Lu Ming frowned. What is this? Leg-stretching eye-staring pills? It's a special elixir made by our Li family.
Li Wan Ning chuckled awkwardly. 1 boosts your spirits, 2 keep you from getting tired, 3 grant immortality.
So, how about trying one?
Lu Ming looked disgusted. No thanks.
TCH, forget it.
This is a precious level 10 elixir. One can sell for tens of thousands. As she spoke, Li Wan Ning unhesitatingly swallowed one of the pills. Upon hearing that this pill, which looked like excrement, was worth tens of thousands, Lu Ming, of course, did not believe it and took a look at the other pill in her hand.
Upon inspection, he found it was indeed an extraordinary item.
Concentration pill, level 10, description. Consuming it increases your maximum mana by 100% and mana recovery effect by 100%, and reduces skill consumption by 100%, lasting for 12 hours. Note, effects of the same type of elixirs cannot stack. Lu Ming knew that in the Tianyuan world, there were various elixirs that could temporarily and significantly enhance player attributes, which were very popular among players. They were essential for many studios, clubs, and raid teams to tackle dungeons that were usually hard to break through or powerful bosses.
They were also the first choice for many players to temporarily boost their strength in arena rankings.
However, due to the difficulty in finding medicinal materials, the more common elixirs on the market are only of levels 2 or 3.
Unexpectedly, the 2 pills that Li Wan Ning casually picked up were actually the top-tier level 10 elixirs that the big shots from all walks of life find hard to obtain in the Tianyuan world. Lu Ming couldn't help but ask Li Wan Ning, where did you get these? Don't you know?
Li Wan Ning replied, our Li family is the foremost alchemy family in the Great Xia. All level 5 and above elixirs in the entire Tianyuan world are produced by our Li family.
Come on, let me take you to visit our Li family's most famous medicine hall.
Saying this, Li Wan Ning pulled Lu Ming and led him out of the city through the north gate of the Candlelight City. The Candlelight City, free from ghostly disturbances, was peaceful and harmonious. Outside the city, in various wild areas, scattered players leisurely hunted monsters. If this were in Starry City, players would never dare to venture into the wild at this time. Soon, Li Wan Ning brought Lu Ming to a vast valley filled with spiritual energy. Here, the green mountains and clear waters resembled a paradise. Lu Ming saw that according to the map, this place was called Medicine King Valley, LD50. As Li Wan Ning entered the valley, he saw a magnificent golden hall standing majestically in the depths of the tranquil valley. Made entirely of gold, it was a sight of endless splendor. The spiritual energy enveloping the entire valley emanated solely from this hall, as if this hall were the source of the spiritual energy. Even at dawn, at this moment, there were hundreds of fully armed players standing guard around the hall.
These players all reached the peak level of the second heaven, level 50, 6 transformations, and all their equipment was a complete set of golden gear. Each person had a silver emblem above their head. Their extraordinary strength was visible to the naked eye, and their IDs all began with the word, brilliant. With Li Ning's arrival, all the brilliant players shouted in unison, Miss, hello. Thank you for your hard work. While Li Ning responded to the brilliant players, she introduced to Lu Ming, this is the medicine hall. The reason our Li family can become the top alchemy family is all because of the precious medicinal materials produced beneath this hall. So, our Li family's strongest elite guards this place, and their account qualifications are all no less than 4 stars. Each of them has a starting monthly salary of at least 100,000. No wonder Li Ning was so confident. Just when Lu Ming thought that Li Ning was simply showing off her family's foundation, she led him into the interior of the medicine hall. It looked like a large processing factory, with countless Li family employees working overnight to refine elixirs. Li Ning then took Lu Ming through the processing area to a magic array. With a whoosh, the moment they stepped into the magic array, a beam of golden light fell. In the next second, the two disappeared from their spot. Ding, you have entered the first layer of Medicine King Valley. As the system prompt fell, Lu Ming's vision shifted, and he found himself in a tranquil valley filled with medicinal materials. All around, besides the medicinal materials, there were also monster creatures resembling large mushrooms, scurrying about. Lu Ming was somewhat intrigued. I didn't expect there to be a hidden map down here. This is the place where medicinal materials are produced, Li Ning explained. Medicine King Valley is divided into 10 layers, and the higher the layer, the greater the probability of producing high-level medicinal materials, but you must complete the clearance tasks to activate the corresponding layer for production. Due to the significant strength differences among the monsters on each layer, so far, our people have only managed to reach the 5th layer. We simply can't push through the remaining 5 layers. If we could clear the entire Medicine King Valley, we would be able to refine even higher-level elixirs, benefiting the players of our great Xia. When Li Ning said this, Lu Ming finally understood her true purpose for bringing him to this medicine hall. Or rather, the reason she had called him to Anyang. So, you say that the mountains, waters, and scenery around Anyang are beautiful, and that we should start anew here. In reality, you just want me to help your Li family clear the Medicine King Valley, right? With Lu Ming's words, Li Ning suddenly clung to Lu Ming's arm, acting cute and pleading, Brother Yuming, please help us. All the 4-star and even 5-star experts from the Li family have come out, but they can only reach the 5th level. You're so powerful, you can definitely clear the back levels. Just help me, okay? You can also level up here. Besides us from the Li family, no outsiders can enter, and those who slay gods won't find you. Li Ning was naturally a girl who knew how to act cute. She was beautiful and had a sweet voice, and when she acted cute, almost no man could resist. As long as you can help me clear the Medicine King Valley, I can promise you anything you want, okay, Brother Yuming, please. Lu Ming waited over. What she said makes sense. Here I can perfectly avoid being hunted by those who slay gods and level up to level 50 without worries. Moreover, if I agree to help her clear the Medicine King Valley, it could increase her favorability towards me, which would help me gather the power of love for the divine role. With that in mind, Lu Ming said to Li Ning, alright, I'll help you clear it. Li Ning joyfully exclaimed, really? Thank you, Brother Yuming. Just then, Lu Ming sensed the divine role in his backpack resonating. It indicated that Li Ning's favorability towards him was on a continuous rise. The first 5 levels of the Medicine King Valley had already been cleared by the Li family. Thus, Lu Ming directly descended to the 6th level with Li Ning. This place was still surrounded by mountains and water, filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. The monsters stationed here were level 50 bamboo demons, bamboo demon, physical type normal monster, level 50, physical attack, 61250, armor, 36,200, magic resistance, 35,000, speed, 33,300, health, 108,0000, skills, bamboo spike, E-level, bamboo kill, E-level, description. With the revival of spiritual energy, the bamboo that has long inhabited the Medicine King Valley has transformed into a demon. Killing it may yield precious medicinal materials from its body. Is the attribute equivalent to 6 times that of a normal level 50 monster? Lu Ming pondered. It seems that the attribute increase of monsters in each level of the Medicine King Valley is exactly 1-fold. Just then, a system prompt appeared. Ding, please accumulate 100,000 kills of bamboo demons to clear the 6th level. Current kill progress, 328. Then let's get started. Fixing his gaze on a bamboo demon ahead, Lu Ming reached behind him.
He drew his sword, whoosh. At the moment Lu Ming drew his sword, a sharp sword shadow pierced through the bamboo demon, 2846-750. Even a level 50 bamboo demon with all attributes raised to 6 times its base could not withstand such damage. With its health bar of only 1,080,000 being emptied in one hit, the bamboo demon fell to the ground. Ding killed a level 50 bamboo demon, experience plus 5,450. Ding refining bamboo demon, soul power plus 5. With these 5 points of soul power, Lu Ming temporarily summoned 5 first-tier undead warriors. After all, with the undead present, Lu Ming's formation could take effect. The next second, Lu Ming simultaneously released a 5-layer formation and commanded the undead warriors to kill monsters. The first-tier undead warriors, clad in tattered armor and wielding rusty iron swords, looked quite shabby and had no skills. However, Lu Ming's formation bonus was strong enough. He drew a boundary, directly reducing the bamboo demons over 30,000 armor to 0. With a 270,000 attack power boost from War Trample, a single normal attack from the undead warriors could easily chop off a quarter of the bamboo demon's health. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 undead warriors focused their attacks and easily took down a bamboo demon. Lu Ming repeated the process, refining the bamboo demon's corpse to gain another 5 points of soul power, and summoned 5 more undead warriors. In the Battle of the Tomb City, Lu Ming's more than 2,004 to 5 rank undead were all wiped out, resulting in a tremendous loss. Now he could only start over. As the saying goes, what does not kill him will only make him stronger. Thus, under the relentless hunt of the undead warriors, Lu Ming continuously refined the bamboo demons and summoned new undead warriors. Before long, a massive undead legion was born. With the formation in place, the undead legion began to expand its range, hunting bamboo demons more efficiently. Watching the progress of the monster clearance on the 6th level soar, Li Wanning couldn't help but feel delighted. Since we cleared the 5th level 2 months ago, all the strong members of the Li family have been mobilized, and we barely managed to kill over 300 bamboo demons, she said. But with brother Yu Ming here, in just a few minutes, the kill count has already surpassed 500. And this is all done in a state of near nothingness. Looking at Lu Ming's tall figure, Li Wanning's eyes revealed an increasingly profound admiration. What impressed her was not just his strength but his spirit of starting from scratch and refusing to give up easily. Brother Yu Ming, I will do everything I can to help you return to your peak. From now on, you will no longer be alone. I will stand by you to fight against the God Slayer. At this moment, Lu Ming sensed that the scroll of sealing in his backpack was continuously absorbing the power of love. Li Wanning, a precious daughter of a noble family, couldn't stay up late. She promised to accompany Lu Ming, but by 2 in the morning, she couldn't hold on any longer and logged off to sleep. As for Lu Ming, he was eager to level up to 50 immediately. He wanted to slay the Ghost General of Starshine City, rescue Qin Charin and Lin Yue, and take down Qin Feng and Yi Linger. Supported by this belief, he played through the entire night, from 1 in the morning until 8 in the morning. When Li Wanning woke up and logged back into the game, returning to the Medicine King Valley, she found that Lu Ming had single-handedly cleared the 6th level in just one night. In 7 hours, he killed 100,000 bamboo demons. Li Wanning's eyes were filled with disbelief. Oh my god. At this moment, Lu Ming's level had already reached 43.81%. In addition, through refining 100,000 bamboo demons, he had gained 500,000 points of soul power and summoned 505th rank undead demon kings. The undead legion was rising again at a visible speed. At this rate, it won't take 2 days for the undead legion to surpass its peak. Thinking this, Lu Ming opened the divine panel to take a look. He found that he had previously gained 50 points of divine power from slaying the 2nd rank ghost general, the brutal ruler Tina, and had also killed quite a few first-rank ghost beasts, each yielding 1 point of divine power. Plus, he had gained 5 points of divine power from the all-night bamboo demon farming. At this moment, he already had 82 points of divine power. In his backpack, there was a 2nd-rank ghost core and several first-rank ghost cores waiting to be cracked. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to crack the ghost cores, because, compared to the percentage attribute bonuses from the ghost cores, the strength of the divine exclusive skills is far more promising. As long as he collected 100 points of divine power, he could unlock the first divine exclusive skill of God of Luck, Fortuna, Lucky Hand. Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a bit excited. The exclusive skill of a supreme god of the first sequence should be quite powerful. I still need 18 more points of divine power. It seems I need to work a bit harder. Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, Li Wanning suddenly ran up behind him, massaging his shoulders and back while cheerfully saying, "Brother Yu Ming, you've worked hard. When you log off, what do you want for breakfast? I'll go buy it for you." Lu Ming did not refuse Li Wanning's kindness. "Let's go eat together later. After we eat, I'll come back to rest." Okay. Back in the Candlelight City, Li Wanning suddenly said to Lu Ming with a serious expression, "Brother Yu Ming, you log off first and wait for me. I'm running low on potions, and I need to restock a bit. I'm afraid I might forget when I log back in. After speaking, Li Wanning hurriedly left in the direction of the apothecary in Candlelight City. However, while she claimed to be going to replenish her potions, she secretly headed to a corner of the city to meet her ex-boyfriend, Qin Ci. Looking at Qin Ci, Li Wanning's gaze was cold as she said, "What brings you to Anyang? Do you need something from me?" Qin Ci stepped closer, his face filled with lingering feelings as he tried to take Li Wanning's hand. "Wanning, let's start over." Li Wanning decisively took a step back, avoiding any contact with Qin Ci. With a frosty look, she said, "If you still harbor any illusions and think I still like you, I can only tell you that you are too narcissistic. Qin Ci, we are done. Is it all because of that dawn?" Qin Ci looked at Li Wanning in disbelief and said, "He can't even compare to my little finger. What does he have that you like? He dares to love, dares to hate. He is ambitious. He never gives up." Li Wanning replied coldly, "He is better than you in every way, and he is worth my affection. Don't come to disturb me again." With that, Li Wanning turned and left. Watching her gradually fade away, Qin Ci's eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment. "Li Wanning," he said, "this is what you forced me to do." Meanwhile, on Lu Ming's side, just as Li Wanning had left, suddenly a spatial rift appeared before Lu Ming. Immediately after, a figure in a black cloak stepped out. "You came too?" Lu Ming was somewhat surprised to see the black cloak in Candlelight City. At this moment, the black cloak urgently said to Lu Ming, "The one who slays gods, Qin Ci, has come here." Lu Ming's expression changed. "He knows I'm here." "No," the black cloak replied. "They have obtained one of the fragments of the map of our great Xia's artifact, the Imperial Seal, from the Blood Moon warrior Gula. The fragments of the Imperial Seal have a mutual attraction effect. I originally only knew that one of the fragments was with the Blood Moon warrior Gula in Starshine City. I had planned to obtain that fragment and then follow the clues to find the others." Hearing this, Lu Ming pondered, "So what you mean is, the second fragment is in Candlelight City. In that case, Qin Ci shouldn't know I'm here. I can take this opportunity to find the second map fragment buried in Candlelight City through him." Just then, crack, the figure of the black cloak suddenly began to flicker. Just as Lu Ming was astonished, the black cloak said in a deep voice, "My divine fire is about to extinguish, and my time is running out." Lu Ming remembered that he had said, once the divine fire extinguished, he would return to the future 3 years later. And once he returned to a future completely controlled by ghostly beings, his fate was predictable. The future must not develop in the direction the black cloak had mentioned. At this moment, a determined look appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. "I will never let our great Xia's artifact fall into the hands of the Godslayers." At this time, Lu Ming opened his backpack and took out the divine scroll of the night goddess Nyx, asking the black cloak, "How much love power do I need to absorb to resurrect Qin Churen?" "When you can use the scroll on that Miss Li, it can also be used on Qin Churen at the same time." Hearing the black cloak's answer, Lu Ming held the divine scroll and murmured, "So, I must continue to deepen Li Wanning's affection for me, extracting love power from her to resurrect Ranran." In Anyang City, at a street-side breakfast stall, Li Wanning was enjoying a plate of fried dumplings for 5 yuan while sipping on soy milk for 2 yuan a bag. Who would have thought that such a down-to-earth girl would be the daughter of a billionaire CEO? Even Lu Ming couldn't help but look at her with new eyes. "I didn't expect you to like these things too. This is such a good thing," Li Wanning said with her mouth full of fried dumplings, so delicious that she could cry. "You don't know, before I studied in the beautiful country, I ate steak every day, or toast, until I wanted to throw up. Our great Xia has so much delicious food. This is simply a feast." Lu Ming watched Li Wanning devour her food. Although he couldn't say he liked her, at least she didn't seem as annoying as she did at the beginning. Li Wanning was the only one who knew that Lu Ming had a dual account identity. It could be said that Lu Ming's most lethal secret was in her hands, but she had never told anyone about it, including her ex-boyfriend Qin Ci. It was important to know that the most crucial pharmaceutical hall of the Li family was built on this side of Candlelight City. How could the Li family not have a base in Anyang? Li Wanning could easily move into her family's comfortable mansion, enjoy lavish meals, and receive the highest treatment as the young lady of the Li family. But she would rather give up all of that to squeeze into a hotel room with Lu Ming, eating cheap street food. In fact, Lu Ming could tell that Li Wanning did all this just to prevent him from being discovered by those who were hunting gods. After all, too many eyes could be troublesome. After finishing breakfast, they returned to the hotel to rest for a few hours. To make Lu Ming sleep more comfortably, Li Wanning voluntarily gave up the bed. When he woke up, it was already noon. Awake? Li Wanning was sitting on the windowsill with her long, fair legs crossed, holding a book in her hands. The sunlight fell on her, gentle and elegant. Li Wanning tilted her head, looking tenderly at Lu Ming, who had just woken up. "Why don't you sleep a little longer? You worked hard all night." Lu Ming quickly got up and put on his clothes. No need, I'll log on later and clear the 7th level of the Pharmaceutical Valley this afternoon. Lu Ming wished he could skip eating and drinking, using all his time to level up. Because as soon as he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with images of Qin Churen dying in front of him, and the sight of Qin Feng and Yilinger being all cozy together. He had to level up to 50 as quickly as possible. So, after having lunch with Li Wan-ning at a restaurant, the two returned to the hotel and logged on simultaneously. Qin Ci had already brought people to Candlelight City, and to avoid exposing himself before reaching level 50, Lu Ming had to be cautious at all times. Using his secondary account Dawn, he went to the pharmaceutical hall and then switched to his main account Netherworld. He directly entered the 7th level of the Pharmaceutical Valley. The monsters here, the man-eating flowers, had a strength attribute that was already 7 times that of a normal level 50 monster. It was double that of the bamboo demon on the 6th level. For ordinary players, this was a deadly increase, but for Lu Ming, it was almost no different from before. After all, with his formation bonuses, the strength of the Undead Legion had already reached the level of an ordinary player at level 80 or above. Fighting level 50 monsters at level 80 was naturally a crushing victory. The clearing requirement for the 7th level was still the same: accumulate the killing of 100,000 man-eating flowers. Without saying a word, Lu Ming summoned the Undead Legion, released a 5-fold formation, and started farming. Ding killed a level 50 man-eating flower, experience plus 5,450. Ding killed a level 50 man-eating flower, experience plus 5,450. Ding! Just as the Undead Legion was slaughtering wildly, Li Wan-ning suddenly asked, "Brother Netherworld, are you very anxious to level up? Why don't you take a pill?" As she spoke, Li Wan-ning opened her backpack, took out a red pill, and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a look. Body shaping pill, level 10, description: after consumption, monster killing experience increases by 100%, lasting for 12 hours. Note, effects of the same type of pill cannot stack. Seeing Lu Ming's eyes light up, it seemed he really liked this pill. Li Wan-ning showed a pleased smile. "I made this for you myself." Lu Ming then understood that Li Wan-ning had spent the entire morning in the hotel studying how to refine this body shaping pill. "Thanks." Lu Ming swallowed the elixir in one gulp and said to Li Wan-ning, "According to market prices, how much is this elixir? I'll transfer the money to you." No need, no need. Li Wan-ning replied, "It's thanks to you for breaking through the 6th level of the Medicine King Valley last night that we were able to refine this new type of elixir from the new high-grade medicinal materials produced there. By the way, do you have any other elixirs that enhance attack and defense?" Lu Ming asked. "No, this body-shaping elixir is enough." After all, with the current strength of the Undead Legion, they could easily crush the monsters of the Medicine King Valley, so there was no need to waste resources. With the boost from this level 10 body-shaping elixir worth 200,000 RMB, Lu Ming's monster-killing experience doubled. Ding killed a level 50 man-eating flower, experience plus 10,900. Ding killed a level 50 man-eating flower, experience plus 10,900. Ding! By around 9 o'clock in the evening, the target of killing 100,000 man-eating flowers was achieved. Lu Ming's level also jumped from 43 at 81% to 45 at 66%, achieving a 2-level leap. The number of level 5 undead demon kings expanded to 1,000. But Lu Ming knew that this little advancement was far from enough. He had to keep pushing forward. So, after just logging off to eat something, Lu Ming immediately returned online. Li Wan-ning, who had planned to rest, couldn't help but feel a bit worried and followed him online. "Brother Yu Ming, take a break. Let's fight again tomorrow." "No need, I'm going to clear the 8th level of the Medicine King Valley tonight." Lu Ming asked Li Wan-ning, "Do you have any more body-shaping elixirs?" The duration of the last body-shaping elixir was down to just over 2 hours, clearly not enough to sustain the night's consumption. "I have one." Li Wan-ning immediately took out another level 10 body-shaping elixir from her bag. Then, with a worried expression, she looked at Lu Ming and said, "But Brother Yu Ming, your body won't be able to handle it." Lu Ming took the body-shaping elixir and swallowed it, extending the duration of the double experience buff to 14 hours. "No problem, I can handle it, don't worry. You should go rest, you don't have to stay with me, I can manage on my own." Lu Ming smiled slightly at Li Wan-ning and resolutely turned to leave towards the medicine hall. Watching Lu Ming's figure gradually fade away, Li Wan-ning stood there in a daze. Her eyes flickered. "Brother Yu Ming, no matter what I do, can I never compare to Qin Churen in your heart? For Qin Churen, you can disregard everything, even risk your own life." Recalling this morning, after returning from the Medicine King Valley with Lu Ming, when she went to replenish supplies at the pharmacy and happened to witness Lu Ming talking to the figure in the black cloak. "You came from Linhai, agreeing to come with me to Anyang. You help me fight in the Medicine King Valley. You stay with me. The purpose of all this you do is merely to resurrect Qin Churen.
Thinking of this, Li Wanning gazed at the departing Lu Ming, unable to hold back her tears. Ding, you have entered the 8th level of the Medicine King Valley. As the system prompt fell, Lu Ming appeared in a picturesque and tranquil valley. This time, the opponent was still a level 50 monster, Ban Lan Zhen. However, its attribute strength had increased to 8 times that of a normal level 50 monster. The strength was still rising, but for Lu Ming, it was still manageable, because he had already calculated it. If the amplification is based on this multiple, even the monsters in the last layer, the 10th layer of the Medicine King Valley, should have a maximum attribute increase of 10 times, equivalent to a fully formed first-tier ghost beast. With the current strength of the Undead Legion, they can easily crush level 50 first-tier ghost beasts, so clearing the entire Medicine King Valley should be no problem, he thought. The 1,000 undead demon kings scattered and, under their master's command, began to hunt the Ban Lan Zhen monsters in droves. Under the double experience boost from the level 10 body-shaping elixir, Lu Ming's experience bar continued to rise. At the same time, Lu Ming was constantly monitoring the movements of the Godslayer online and searching for information about the Skywalker team. As the vice-captain of the 7th team of the Great Xia National Server, one would expect that someone of Qin Si's status would attract media attention for even the smallest actions. However, strangely, it had been over a day since arriving in Anyang, and there was not a single mention of Qin Si or the Godslayer team online. Could it be that the information from the Black Cloak was wrong, and Qin Si never came to Anyang at all? Additionally, Lu Ming found no news about the Jet Skywalker team online, as if the team that Qin Churen mentioned didn't exist at all. But there was no reason for Qin Churen to lie to Lu Ming. The urgent matter is to level up to 50. As long as I reach level 50, I will have the power to deal with any situation. With this thought, Lu Ming threw himself into battle. From the evening until noon the next day, he finally killed 100,000 Isatis root and cleared the 8th level of the Medicine King Valley. At this moment, Lu Ming's level reached 47.21%. Almost there. I'm finally about to reach level 50. Lu Ming estimated, once I clear the remaining 9th and 10th levels of the Medicine King Valley, I should just about reach level 50. With this in mind, Lu Ming returned to Candlelight City and logged off. Wow! When Lu Ming returned to his hotel room, he suddenly found it empty. Not only was there no sign of Li Wanning, but her suitcase and drying clothes were also gone. Thinking something might have happened to Li Wanning, Lu Ming immediately sent a WeChat message. Where are you? Knock knock. Fortunately, Li Wanning replied, she hadn't gone missing. Oh, brother Yu Ming, I thought I had already messaged you. I forgot. I've gone back home, my house is nearby. After all, there are differences between men and women, and it wouldn't be good for us to stay in the same room and disturb your rest. Alright, I've already paid for your room, so you can stay there comfortably. If you need anything, just let me know. Looking at Li Wanning's reply, Lu Ming frowned slightly. He felt that something was off. Recalling the past, no matter where he was, Li Wanning had always clung to him like a needy little kitten. However, from last night until noon today, while Lu Ming was in the 8th level of the Medicine King Valley, Li Wanning had not appeared at all. Now she had even moved back home. Lu Ming could sense that Li Wanning seemed to be intentionally distancing herself from him. Although he didn't know the reason, he thought of a serious issue. Only when Li Wanning is with me and has feelings for me can the Divine Scroll absorb the power of love from her. In the current situation, it can't absorb the power of love at all. So, Lu Ming sent another message to Li Wanning. At 4 in the afternoon, I'm going to grind the 9th level of the Medicine King Valley. Are you coming? Knock knock. Li Wanning replied. I'll see at that time. I'm studying alchemy. Thanks to you, brother Yu Ming, for helping our family clear the 6th, 7th, and 8th levels of the Medicine King Valley. Now the medicine hall has produced quite a few precious rare herbs, and I need to use them to create better pills. A wave of deep drowsiness and hunger hit him. Lu Ming didn't think much of it, went out to eat, and returned to the hotel room for a nap. He only slept for a few hours. At 4 in the afternoon, Lu Ming logged on right on time. He found that Li Wanning was already waiting in Candlelight City, so the two of them went to the medicine hall together. Entering the 9th level of the Medicine King Valley, they began grinding. What puzzled Lu Ming was that when Li Wanning was with him before, the Divine Scroll would occasionally resonate, absorbing the power of love from her. Now, an hour had passed, and the Divine Scroll remained completely silent. Just then, Li Wanning suddenly stuck out her tongue and said to Lu Ming, Brother Yu Ming, you're amazing. These monsters were all killed by you. I feel a bit unnecessary now. How about I go back and study alchemy first? You. Lu Ming hadn't finished his sentence when Li Wanning smiled and said, Then it will be hard on you, Brother Yu Ming. I'll treat you to a big meal later. After saying that, Li Wanning left the Medicine King Valley. Lu Ming finally began to feel anxious. Taking out the scroll of deification from his backpack, Lu Ming murmured, only 5 days left. If I can't activate the scroll of deification with enough love, then Ranon will never be revived.
But what exactly went wrong?
It was fine before. The scroll of deification was always resonating, Lu Ming pondered. Could it be that I've been so busy leveling up these past 2 days that I've neglected her, causing her to lose her feelings for me? No, I must think of a way to get closer to Li Wanning. With that thought in mind, at 7 o'clock in the evening, while on his way back to the city, Lu Ming sent a WeChat message to Li Wanning. Are you free later? Let me treat you to dinner. You've eaten quite a few of my pills these past few days.
How about we go watch a movie after dinner? I just saw that there's a new movie out recently with pretty good ratings. It seems quite nice.
Meanwhile, at the Li family, Li Wanning was lying weakly on her bed, covering her face with a book, feeling utterly drained.
Knock knock.
The moment the WeChat notification sounded, Li Wanning quickly got up to grab her phone. Seeing that it was a message from Lu Ming, a smile of uncontrollable joy appeared on her face.
But in an instant, her expression dimmed.
The person he likes has always been Qin Sharon. He doesn't like you at all, Li Wanning. Stop being so sentimental. Li Wanning murmured to herself as she held her phone and replied, Oh, brother Yuming, why didn't you say so earlier?
I've already eaten. Next time for sure, I'll treat you.
After sending that message, Li Wanning felt a pang in her nose and fell back onto her bed. Covering herself with the blanket, she couldn't help but burst into tears. This crying fit had the butler outside the door in a flurry.
What on earth is wrong with the young lady? She's locked herself in her room for a whole day, not eating or drinking. Could it be a heartbreak?
But when the young lady broke up with that young master from the Qin family, she didn't act like this.
Ah,
what is love in this world, that it makes this old servant worry for her life and death?
Inside the room, just as Li Wanning was sobbing under the blanket, knock knock,
the phone notification rang again. Don't send any more messages, brother Yuming. I'm really so sad I could die. When Li Wanning picked up her phone while crying, she found that the sender was not Lu Ming, but someone from the Li family.
Not good, miss.
The medicine hall has been attacked. Beneath the medicine hall lay a treasury rich in various precious herbs, the Medicine King Valley. Therefore, it often attracted the covetous eyes and invasions of various forces. However, under the protection of a group of top-tier Tianyuan experts hired at a high price by the Li family, there had been only minor skirmishes for 5 years, and no one could truly threaten the medicine hall's position in the Li family. The fact that it reached Li Wanning's ears indicated that this time the invaders were extraordinary, to the point that even the hundreds of 4 to 5-star qualified experts stationed outside the medicine hall could not cope. The medicine hall is the lifeblood of our Li family. It must not be lost. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Li Wanning dared not be the slightest bit negligent and immediately logged into Tianyuan. She personally led a large group of 50 level 6 transformation experts from the brilliant team rushing towards the medicine hall. And this scene was precisely witnessed by Lu Ming, who had just returned to Candlelight City and was about to log off. Watching Li Wanning and her team hurriedly head towards the medicine hall, Lu Ming hesitated for a moment and cancelled his log-off. In the darkness, when Li Wanning and a group of brilliant players arrived near the medicine hall, the scene before them sent chills down the spines of everyone present, accompanied by a strong, overwhelming smell of blood. All around the ground outside the medicine hall lay broken bodies of players, scattered haphazardly. Every corpse seemed to have been gnawed upon by some terrifying creature, leaving only remnants behind. The ground was a river of blood, strewn with entrails and other crimson remains.
Wah! What kind of person did this? How could it be so cruel?
They were all 4-star qualified, equipped with golden gear, each one a rare powerhouse among millions.
What kind of opponent could it be that even our top-tier players from the glorious team,
who rank among the best in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, stand no chance against them? In an instant, the fear in the hearts of the hundreds of arriving glorious players reached its peak.
Everyone's heart raced uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down.
Only Li Wanning, looking at the horrific scene before her, furrowed her brow tightly.
Ghosts! It's ghosts!
What left Li Wanning in disbelief was, aren't the ghosts over in Starshine City?
How could they be here in Candlelight City too? Soon, Li Wanning thought of someone, Qin Ci.
These ghosts must have been brought here by him. In Starshine City, Li Wanning had witnessed the terrifying strength and cruel methods of the ghosts firsthand.
Ordinary people were utterly powerless against them. Back then, just a dozen first-tier ghost beasts nearly brought catastrophic disaster to Starshine City.
If these truly are ghosts, with just the few people around her, they would be nothing more than food delivered right to their mouths. But the medicine hall was the lifeblood of the Li family. Li Wanning couldn't bear to see the vast estate of the Li family destroyed by these ghosts. Just as she weighed her options, a chilling, eerie sound echoed from the darkness.
WH! What is that? All troops on alert! Protect the young lady!
Instantly, the glorious players drew their weapons, entering a state of high alert.
Centered around Li Wanning, they formed a three-layer defensive formation. The scene fell into silence. Even the sound of their breathing was distinctly audible. Moments later, swish, swish, swish. From the surrounding darkness, a group of grotesque, snarling monsters suddenly lunged forward, attacking the glorious players without a word. Upon closer inspection, these monsters resembled giant spiders magnified hundreds of times, but with terrifying human faces. There were no historical records of such creatures in Tianyuan. Although they were different from the blade ghosts in Starshine City, Li Wanning quickly identified them through her reconnaissance skill. LV-50 first-tier ghost beast human-faced spider. Indeed, they were ghosts. At this moment, the group of human-faced spiders rapidly crossed the ground littered with corpses, closing in. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. With their keen reflexes, they dodged a round of ranged attacks from the glorious archers and mages. The next second, a dozen human-faced spiders pounced, instantly breaking through the outer defense of the glorious players and leaping into the inner circle, cackling. Amidst a chilling, intense roar, they sprang up, knocking down glorious players one by one, opening their gaping maws and easily tearing them apart. Minus 93,258, minus 91,369, minus 223,658, Blood Feast. A fully evolved first-tier ghost beast, even its basic attack was enough to deal lethal damage to the current group of players at levels 45 to 50. Amidst the rising screams, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. In an instant, dozens of players had been torn apart by the human-faced spiders. Faced with these previously unseen, terrifying ghosts, the players of the glorious team had no power to resist. A highly elite force of hundreds was instantly shattered. The disparity in strength between the two sides was immense. At this moment, a group of Li family guards continuously shielded Li Wanning as they retreated. These monsters are too powerful, the medicine hall can't hold. Miss, you must leave. We will cover you. Tears welled in Li Wanning's eyes. No, I won't leave. The medicine hall is the lifelong effort of our Li family. No matter what, I cannot watch it be destroyed. As he spoke, dozens of ghostly beasts had already broken through the encirclement, closing in step by step. At this moment, even if Li Wanning and the others wanted to run, it was already too late. The remaining group of brilliant players huddled together, their faces radiating endless terror and unease. Li Wanning tightly gripped the bow and arrow in her hands, her eyes revealing tension, fear, and urgency. Just when she didn't know what to do next, suddenly, a towering figure appeared before her. Li Wanning looked up, her gaze flickering with surprise and joy at the sudden appearance of Lu Ming. But just as Lu Ming was about to switch to his main character, the Spectre, Li Wanning hurriedly stopped him. It's Qin Ci. These ghostly creatures were brought by Qin Ci. He is also on this side of Candlelight City. If you make a move, you'll expose yourself. We can't let him find out you're here. Li Wanning quickly took a return scroll from her bag and handed it to Lu Ming, anxiously saying, "Hurry and go, Brother Spectre, you must leave." At that moment, the surrounding brilliant players said to Li Wanning, "Miss, you should leave too. We can hold them off for 10 seconds. You all go." "No." Li Wanning's gaze was resolute, her voice firm. "You are all members of my Li family. I will not leave you behind to escape alone. Moreover, the medicine hall is my father's hard work, and it is the lifeblood and hope of our Li family. Without this medicine hall, there would be no present for us. I will share its fate." Even though Li Wanning felt fear towards these ghostly creatures, at this moment, she showed no signs of retreat and was ready to defend the medicine hall alongside the brilliant players present. Just then, Lu Ming glanced back at Li Wanning, saying, "Your hope. I will protect it for you." He turned to the dozen ghostly beasts surrounding them. In Lu Ming's eyes, a killing intent erupted. "Ding dear 10-star qualified player Spectre, welcome to the Abyss world." As the system prompt echoed in his mind, the surrounding brilliant players noticed no change. Lu Ming had switched from his low-level character Dawn to his main character Spectre. At the same time, a series of eerie roars filled the air, intimidating everyone present. The bloodthirsty, brutal first-tier ghostly beast, the human-faced spider, opened its gaping maw and advanced step by step towards the brilliant players, preparing to launch its final assault. The brilliant players on the scene wore expressions of fear, gripping their weapons tightly, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Just as their fear reached its peak, thinking they were about to be torn apart by these ghostly beasts, a human-faced spider in front opened its bloody maw and lunged forward. In that instant, a sharp sword shadow pierced through the human-faced spider's body. 2846750. The explosive damage instantly cleared nearly 2 million health points from the spider's head. Accompanied by a wail, the human-faced spider fell to the ground, struggling a couple of times before going still. Seeing this scene, the brilliant players were left dumbfounded. What? Such high damage? Who is it? Is there a master?
Just as everyone was in shock, the remaining human-faced spiders had all their hatred drawn towards the scene and rushed in. At the same time, swish, swish, swish. From all directions, dark golden barriers flowing with blood light tore through space, materializing. Following that, countless fifth-tier undead, exuding a deathly aura as if they were messengers from hell, the undying demon kings, stepped out from the barriers. Kill! With a thought from Lu Ming, who was among the crowd, hundreds of undying demon kings deployed across the field simultaneously locked onto the human-faced spiders, launching a combo of the skill Soul Shatter plus Soul Slash.
One or two attacks might be easily dodged.
However, the all-encompassing strikes from hundreds of undying demon emperors left this group of people, the Spider Clan, with nowhere to escape. Swish, 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 swish.
Minus 676,352. Minus 889,632. Minus 676,352. Minus 889,632.
In the blink of an eye, those dozens of powerful ghost beasts, which were unbeatable in front of the elite players of the brilliant team, were almost completely annihilated by the undead army. Among the crowd, Lu Ming's eyes radiated a sharp brilliance. A mere first-tier ghost beast, easily handled. But for the players of Brilliant, it was simply an act of defiance against the heavens. As the battle concluded, all the undying demon emperors retreated into the barrier. Lu Ming also switched back to his alternate account. The scene fell into silence, as if nothing had ever happened.
The players of Brilliant awoke from their dreams. God, where did those undead come from, and how were they so strong? Whose subordinates were they?
As everyone looked around in confusion, not knowing who had summoned the undead army to annihilate these ghostly creatures, each felt bewildered. Only Li Wan Ning's gaze quietly followed Lu Ming, who was silently turning to leave.
Thump, thump.
On the way back to the city, Lu Ming suddenly received a message from Li Wan Ning.
Brother Yu Ming, thank you for protecting the medicine hall for me,
and for saving me, as well as so many people from the Li family.
Before Lu Ming could respond, Li Wan Ning asked again, weren't you worried about exposing your identity and being discovered by the ones who slay gods?
Worried, Lu Ming replied without hesitation, but I was more concerned about your safety. This statement was genuine, without any ulterior motive, because just in that moment, Lu Ming truly had no time to think about anything else. He was only focused on one thing: protecting Li Wan Ning's safety. Looking at this message, Li Wan Ning raised her head to gaze at Lu Ming's departing figure, and a flicker of emotional light sparkled in her eyes. For Li Wan Ning, Lu Ming had not only just saved her, saving the lifeblood of her family's medicine hall, but he had also completely opened her heart, dispelling all her worries and concerns. Brother Yu Ming, I've made up my mind. I want to have a fair competition with Qin Charan.
Even if you don't like me now, it doesn't matter, because you taught me that what can defeat a person is never a powerful enemy or a dangerous predicament, but their own will and determination. Brother Yu Ming, I will not give up on you.
Meanwhile, Lu Ming suddenly realized that the divine sealing scroll in his backpack, which had been unresponsive for a whole day, had once again stirred. Previously, it only resonated when he was in close proximity to Li Wan Ning. For the first time, the divine sealing scroll resonated with Li Wan Ning from such a distance. Even this time, the intensity of the golden light emitted by the divine sealing scroll far surpassed any previous instance. At this rate, it won't be long before I can absorb enough power of true love to resurrect Ranran. At the same time, Lu Ming connected the recent attack on the medicine hall to another question. In the past 5 years, the Li family's medicine hall has been attacked by various forces, but it has never been targeted by the ones who slay gods. Qin suddenly launched an attack on the medicine hall, even going so far as to directly unleash ghostly creatures, so eager to capture the medicine hall.
Could it be that the second fragment of the Imperial Seal's map is hidden within the medicine hall?
For a moment, Lu Ming developed a strong interest in this medicine hall. First, I'll grab a meal, then continue farming in the Medicine King Valley tonight to see if I can find the fragment inside. With this thought, Lu Ming quickened his pace back to the city.
Meanwhile, in Anyang City, offline,
a certain 5-star restaurant, Xin Ci, who was enjoying dinner alone, suddenly received a message from his subordinate, Vice Captain. The ghosts we sent to destroy the medicine hall have all been wiped out.
Xin Ci immediately furrowed his brows, incredulously saying, the Li family's watchdogs are that strong?
How could they deal with over a dozen first-tier ghost beasts? His younger brother replied, it wasn't the Li family who killed them. According to our brothers who were hiding at the scene, all the ghost beasts were killed by a group of summoned undead.
Undead summons.
Hearing this, Qin Ci's heart jolted, and he immediately thought of one person, Yu Ming. I didn't expect you to be hiding over here in Anyang. What a stroke of luck, finding you without any effort. Upon learning this news, Qin Ci felt a surge of joy, but then he recalled Lu Ming's terrifying strength and couldn't help but feel a chill.
That kid is a divine agent. I seem to be unable to defeat him. No, I have to tell my brother. I need him to transfer that second-tier ghost general from Starshine City to Candlelight City. Only it can kill Yu Ming. Thus, Qin Ci immediately sent a WeChat message to Qin Feng. At the same time, a fierce light radiated from his eyes. Yu Ming, tonight will be your death. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the city was alive with lights and revelry. While other young people began to enjoy the nightlife, Lu Ming finished dinner at a large cafeteria and immediately returned to the hotel, going online. He couldn't be sure if his actions in exterminating that group of first-tier ghost beasts in the evening had exposed him. Therefore, he needed to level up to 50 as quickly as possible to ensure he had enough strength to face any potential dangers ahead. Before reaching level 50, he also had to ensure his absolute safety. So, before leaving the city, Lu Ming summoned 100 undead demon kings, ordering them to clear mines within a radius of 500 yards around him. Through shared vision, he ensured there were no ambushes from godslayers or ghosts nearby before leaving the city. Upon arriving at the medicine hall, Lu Ming did the same. He commanded 100 undead demon kings to hide in various inconspicuous spots in dark corners within 500 yards of the medicine hall, constantly monitoring the nearby movements. In this way, if any godslayer approached with ghosts, Lu Ming would know immediately and could evacuate the medicine hall in advance. Before level 50, I can retreat, tolerate, and avoid. After level 50, it will be my time to kill. A murderous intent erupted in Lu Ming's eyes. His hatred for Qin Feng, Yilinger, and Qin Ci grew day by day. He entered the 9th level of the Medicine King Valley. Lu Ming continued the tasks he hadn't completed in the afternoon. Meanwhile, outside the medicine hall, Qin Ci indeed arrived with a group of elite players from the God Slayer team near the medicine hall. Creak, creak. In the darkness, a group of ghosts following Qin Ci stirred restlessly, their sharp gazes fixed on the medicine hall standing in the distant valley. A murderous intent radiated from Qin Ci's eyes. This time, Yu Ming, if you dare to show up again, I will ensure you have no place to die. Just as Qin Ci was about to issue orders for the God Slayer players and ghosts to attack the medicine hall, he suddenly seemed to sense something. He opened his backpack and took out the map fragment he had found in the tomb in Starshine City. On the fragment, a guiding line suddenly appeared. Following the direction of this guide, Qin Ci looked up at the distant medicine hall. Qin Ci's eyes brightened suddenly. Wait, could the other fragments of this map be hidden inside that medicine hall? At this moment, a curious assassin brother beside him asked, Vice Captain, what exactly is this map? A treasure of the Great Xia Kingdom, the Imperial Jade Seal. Qin Ci said with some excitement, although I don't really know what it is, since my big brother said so, and insisted that I find all the fragments and piece together the complete map, it must be something extraordinary. Hearing this, the assassin's little brother nodded and said, since it's such an important thing, if it's really hidden in the medicine hall, it shouldn't be easy to obtain. Maybe it's hidden in the secret map of the Medicine King Valley beneath the medicine hall. It's said that the difficulty of conquering the Medicine King Valley is extremely high. The Li family has been trying for 5 years and has barely reached the 5th level. They seem to have brought in Yu Ming just to help them conquer this Medicine King Valley. Qin Ci stroked his chin, pondering, in that case, can't I wait for Yu Ming to clear the Medicine King Valley, obtain the fragments, and then just kill him and snatch the fragments from him? That's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The vice captain is brilliant. The little brother hurriedly flattered. Qin Ci replied coldly, Yu Ming, I'll let you live a few more days for now. Once I use you to get the map fragments, I'll personally send you to your end. Before that, I can also cultivate the power of the ghostly beings. Thus, he abandoned the original plan to directly attack the medicine hall. Qin Ci led the players of the god-slaying team, along with the ghostly beings, gradually retreating into the darkness. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was being watched by a pair of eyes lurking in the shadows. Inside the Medicine King Valley, Lu Ming, through the shared vision of the undying demon emperor stationed outside the medicine hall, observed Qin Ci's actions and plans in detail. As I expected, the second fragment is indeed in this Medicine King Valley. It seems that the probability of clearing the 10th level of the Medicine King Valley and obtaining the map fragments will be greatly increased. Not only could he use the Medicine King Valley to level up, but he could also enhance Li Wan Ning's affection for him, and even obtain the map fragments of the national treasure, the Imperial Seal of the Great Xia Kingdom. For Lu Ming, it was simply a threefold gain. Just now, if Qin Ci had directly led his people to attack, Lu Ming would have had to abandon the medicine hall and find another place to level up. All his plans would have been disrupted. Thinking of this, Lu Ming felt he should thank Qin Ci. I must thank you for this opportunity. Since you want to use my hands to obtain the map fragments, I will play along. Just wait, I will bring you a huge surprise. Qin Feng, you really like to threaten your opponents with hostages, don't you? Thinking of Guan Yu, who had tragically died at Qin Feng's hands due to the threat against his daughter Guan Xiaotong,
A murderous intent surged in Lu Ming's eyes. Soon, you will also taste the bitterness of being threatened. Under the rampant slaughter of the Undead Legion, combined with the double experience bonus effect from the level 10 body shaping pill, Lu Ming's level was advancing towards level 48. At the same time, Lu Ming noticed that with his repeated use of the sword draw skill, its proficiency had already reached over 90%, about to break from C level to B level. The progress of divine power accumulation was at 92 points, just one step away from activating the divine exclusive skill at 100 points. The number of level 5 Undying Demon Emperors had surpassed 2,000, nearing full capacity. Everything was just right. Once Lu Ming reached level 50, what awaited him would be a wave of apocalyptic evolution. Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, a buzzing sound suddenly came from his backpack. Lu Ming opened his backpack and saw the divine scroll of the Goddess of Night, Nyx, radiating a golden light. There was not a flicker. It was as if at that moment, Nyx felt an incredibly profound power of love. Lu Ming seemed to sense something. Turning around, he indeed saw Li Wanning approaching. Remembering how she had previously rejected his invitation to dinner and a movie under the pretext of studying alchemy, Lu Ming deliberately asked, "Aren't you studying alchemy anymore?" "I am." Li Wanning smiled brightly and said, "But I want you to accompany me while I learn." "It's okay, brother Yu Ming, you just do your thing. I won't disturb you." Saying this, Li Wanqing obediently ran to a nearby empty space, sat cross-legged, and continued to study alchemy based on online materials. From time to time, she would steal glances at Lu Ming, her eyes filled with admiration. When Lu Ming noticed her, she would pretend to read aloud the alchemical knowledge points from the materials, masking her true intention of watching Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't expose Li Wanqing either, allowing her to sneak peeks at him. He also let the divine scroll in his backpack continue to absorb the power of love emanating from Li Wanqing. Li Wanqing moved back to the hotel, living with Lu Ming, just like before. During this time, the two of them went in and out of the hotel together every day, ate together, fought monsters together, and farmed in the Medicine King Valley together. Even the hotel front desk saw them as a couple in love. However, Lu Ming never crossed the line. He maintained a final distance from Li Wanqing because, in his view, he had already utilized her feelings, using her love for him to charge the divine scroll. He would never harm this girl who was willing to sacrifice herself for her family and dared to openly confront the God Slayer for the sake of her country. However, what Lu Ming didn't know was that Li Wanqing had always been aware of his purpose in getting close to her, which was to resurrect Qin Sharon. "But even so, I will still like you without reservation. Until you make your final choice, I will never give up." At night, in a hot pot restaurant, Lu Ming served Li Wanqing a few meatballs. Seeing her staring at him, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Li Wanqing smiled brightly and said, "Brother Yu Ming, I've noticed you're becoming more and more assertive." Lu Ming teased, "What's wrong? Are you so deeply attracted to me that you can't help yourself?" Li Wanqing suddenly looked at Lu Ming seriously and asked, "Will you suddenly leave me one day?" Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, Li Wanqing continued to smile and said, "Let's eat. We still have to farm in the Medicine King Valley after this. Once our Li family's strength and status rise another level through the Medicine Hall, I will definitely fight against the God Slayer to the end, and I won't let them destroy our great Xia." Determination shone in Li Wanqing's eyes. After a pause, she said to Lu Ming, "Brother Yu Ming, eat more. You've lost weight these days helping me farm in the Medicine King Valley. Thank you for your hard work." While speaking, Li Wanqing kept serving Lu Ming food. Lu Ming shifted his thoughts back to the current situation. Currently, the progress of the last layer, the 10th layer of the Medicine King Valley, has reached 70%. If all goes well, we can clear it in a few more hours tonight. And my level has already reached 65%. I will definitely level up to 50 tonight. Success or failure depends on tonight. Now, Lu Ming's only concern was Li Wanqing. Although he had been using the divine scroll to absorb the power of love from Li Wanqing during this time, for some reason, it always seemed to fall short, and the divine scroll couldn't reach a usable state. What step am I missing to completely break through this bottleneck? He had only 3 days left. If he couldn't solve this problem within 3 days, he would be completely unable to resurrect Qin Sharon. Lu Ming looked at Li Wanqing, lost in worry. Did he really have to take that final step to succeed? Forget it, let's level up to 50 first and deal with that ghost general later. After finishing the hot pot, Lu Ming and Li Wanqing returned to the hotel and went online, heading straight to the Medicine Hall. The 10th layer of the Medicine King Valley. The monsters residing here, the Millennium Tree Demon, were also level 50, but their attribute strength had already reached 10 times that of ordinary monsters of the same level. Each Millennium Tree Demon was equivalent to the standard of a first-tier ghost beast. Such a terrifying strength is enough to crush any level 56 transformation player within the second heaven. Fortunately, the Undead Legion can still handle them with ease. It's just that the efficiency of killing is a bit slower, but by tonight, they will definitely finish off the remaining 30,000 Millennium Tree Demons. Just when Lu Ming felt that this speed was not fast enough, in Li Wanning's eyes, Lu Ming had already become a god. This news had even stirred the higher-ups of the Li family. In Magic City, at the Li family's magnificent building, Chairman Li Weiguo was holding a meeting with the company's shareholders. The core topic of this meeting was none other than Lu Ming. Everyone present was filled with passion. Our glory has spent a full 5 years just to clear the 1st to 5th levels of the Medicine King Valley, while that young array master beside Miss Li Wanning has soloed to the 10th level in just 4 days. I never expected such a young and vigorous array master to possess such powerful strength. He is truly formidable. It's fortunate that Miss Li Wanning has an eye for talent and was able to find such an exceptional expert. At this point, the shareholders began to tease Li Weiguo. Chairman Li, good fortune should not flow to outsiders. You must let your daughter, Miss Li Wanning, seize this opportunity. Yes, that array master has such powerful strength. If we can recruit him to our glory, it will surely elevate our glory team's international status rapidly. Li Weiguo nodded, revealing a knowing smile. This girl Wanning doesn't tell me anything. It seems I need to personally visit Anyang one of these days to meet my son-in-law. Meanwhile, at the Medicine King Valley, as Lu Ming tirelessly farmed monsters day and night, he finally welcomed a wave of small glory before reaching level 50. Whoosh! Just as Lu Ming drew his sword and, with an explosive damage of over 2.8 million, instantly killed a Millennium Tree Demon, a pleasant system notification rang in his ears. Ding, congratulations, your skill sword draw has been upgraded to B grade. Lu Ming eagerly opened his skill list to take a look. Sword draw, unique skill, LV49, grade B, can grow, skill effect. When drawing the sword, release a sword shadow that deals 400% attack power plus 698 points of true damage that ignores defense to a single enemy within the attack range. If this sword draw kills the enemy, it will deal the same amount of splash damage to another enemy within the attack range, and increase your own attack power and skill strength by 40% for 10 seconds, cooldown, 60 seconds, skill cost, 698, proficiency, 0/1000000. Each use of the sword draw skill automatically gains 1 point of proficiency. If the sword draw kills an enemy, an additional point of proficiency is gained. Full proficiency can upgrade to a grade, splash attack? Looking at the newly unlocked effect of the B-grade sword draw, Lu Ming murmured, interesting. I wonder if the number of targets for this splash attack can trigger the full amplification enhancement effect. With this thought, Lu Ming walked to a densely populated area of tree demons, preparing to test the effects of the B-grade sword draw skill. As Lu Ming stepped into the core area of the tree demons, at least a dozen Millennium Tree Demons in the attack range were glaring at him. Seeing this scene, even though Li Wanning knew Lu Ming had resurrection abilities, she still worried that he might get hurt. Brother Yu Ming, it's dangerous. Just as her voice fell, at the moment when those dozen tree demons simultaneously attacked Lu Ming, he locked onto one of them. Whoosh! Sword draw 706-5660. With explosive damage approaching 8 digits, he instantly killed this tree demon and triggered the splash attack effect. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The remaining dozen tree demons within Lu Ming's attack range were all struck by a sharp sword shadow. 7065660. 7065660. 7065660. In an instant, all 15 tree demons around were annihilated. With a single sword draw, Lu Ming executed a group kill of dozens of fully attribute, tenfold enhanced level 50 Millennium Tree Demons. At this moment, Li Wanning, who had been worried about Lu Ming's safety, widened her small mouth in shock. Lu Ming was also very satisfied with the damage he dealt. Not only was the skill damage more than doubled compared to when he was at C rank, but most importantly, as he had expected, the splash attack from the sword draw indeed allowed for a comprehensive enhancement in the effect of the sword draw itself. The number of targets for the splash damage had increased from 1 to a maximum of 70. What was originally a single target skill had evolved into an area attack skill. Furthermore, it was worth mentioning that an additional effect was added where killing targets with the sword draw grants extra proficiency, greatly improving the efficiency of gaining skill proficiency. Just like before, when Lu Ming executed a sword draw, he gained a fixed 1 point of proficiency. In total, he killed 16 tree demons, earning an additional 16 points of proficiency. This meant that from this sword draw, he gained a total of 17 points of proficiency. If it were against ordinary people, a single sword draw, even if it achieved a double kill, would at most yield 3 points of proficiency, but if I maximized the kills, a single sword draw could yield up to 71 points of proficiency. With this in mind, considering that the subsequent upgrade of the sword draw skill to a rank requires 1 million proficiency,
compared to the previous level's tenfold increase, it was hardly worth mentioning. Thus, with the upgrade of the sword draw skill, Lu Ming's undead army also experienced a significant boost. The increased attack power and skill enhancement effects from the sword draw provided bonuses to all of Lu Ming's formations. The stronger the formation, the higher the strength of the undead army. Of course, relying solely on the boost from the sword draw skill was still far from enough to deal with a second-tier ghost general. Lu Ming knew, to reliably defeat the Blood Moon warrior Gula, I still need to reach level 50. As all formations received a boost, the speed at which the undead army killed monsters also increased. Late at night, around 11 o'clock, a map announcement echoed in his ears, the total number of Millennium Tree demons killed has reached 100,000, and the 10th level of the Medicine King Valley has been cleared. Just as the system prompt finished, rumble. Suddenly, the vast forest shook violently. Lu Ming had a premonition. The ultimate boss of the Medicine King Valley map was about to spawn. But to be honest, Lu Ming felt a hint of worry. In a map like the Medicine King Valley, the ultimate boss must be formidable, at least a golden level, and it might even be a gilded level like the boss of the Goblin Kingdom. Under normal circumstances, facing a level 50 gilded boss, Lu Ming would naturally not worry. His current strength was enough to easily crush a boss of that level. However, the map Lu Ming was currently in granted additional attribute bonuses to monsters. The level 50 gilded boss appearing on the 10th level of the Medicine King Valley, after receiving a tenfold attribute enhancement, had already surpassed a fully formed second-tier ghost general. There was no way Lu Ming could handle it now. Just as Lu Ming was feeling apprehensive, the tremors beneath his feet ceased. Everything seemed to return to calm. But Lu Ming faintly sensed, deep within the forest, a dark aura of the deceased was approaching. So, Lu Ming sent a few undead demon kings to investigate while he remained on standby. After all, if a gilded boss truly spawned, it would be a death sentence for him to go there. Let's first see what the situation is. If it really is a tenfold enhanced gilded boss, I can retreat to the 9th level to reach level 50 and then come back to kill it. It won't be too late. A tenfold enhanced gilded boss would likely be comparable to a fully formed second-tier ghost general in strength. Just right, when Lu Ming reaches level 50, he can try his hand at it first. If he can kill this boss, it means Lu Ming can also defeat the second-tier ghost general. Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, through the vision shared by the Undying Demon Emperor, he did not see any trace of the boss. Instead, deep in the forest, he discovered a massive abyssal crack. According to Lu Ming's memory, this crack should not exist. Could it be that the disturbance on the map just now caused this crack? He thought about how the remnants of the imperial seal of the kingdom might be buried in the Valley of the Medicine King, and over the past few days, Lu Ming had searched from the 1st to the 10th layer of the Valley of the Medicine King without finding the remnants. Lu Ming couldn't help but speculate, could it be that the remnants are in this crack? After all, it was an important item that sealed the imperial seal of the Great Xia Kingdom. Any chance, no matter how small, must not be missed. Lu Ming personally approached the crack. He saw that from the bottomless dark crack, a continuous stream of dark energy was rising, making it hard to breathe. This energy felt familiar to Lu Ming and made him, as a divine agent, feel a tremendous threat. Ghostly beings are particularly sensitive to the aura of the divine. Similarly, the divine is also sensitive to the aura of ghostly beings. At this moment, Lu Ming deeply felt, this is the aura of ghostly beings. This is actually the sealed place of ghostly beings. Moreover, Lu Ming could sense that the aura of ghostly beings beneath the abyss was extremely thick. It even far surpassed the first-tier ghost beasts and second-tier ghost generals he had encountered before. What kind of ghostly beings are lurking inside? Shocked, just as Lu Ming was preparing to further explore this crack, a rustling sound came from behind him. Through the shared vision of the Undying Demon Emperor stationed nearby, Lu Ming was astonished to see a gigantic swallowing python slithering out from the forest behind. Lu Ming turned around and saw that the python was as thick as a train, its entire body golden yellow, with a pair of eyes glowing with a greenish light, and its tongue flicking out like a crimson trident. Above its head, a line of blood-red ID caught his eye. Golden swallowing python, LV50 physical type golden boss. Seeing this boss, Lu Ming's heart jolted. It really is a golden level boss. After using reconnaissance to check the data of the golden swallowing python, Lu Ming felt a chill run down his back. Because, just as he expected, this golden swallowing python had received a tenfold enhancement buff from the 10th layer of the Valley of the Medicine King. Over 600,000 attack power, over 400,000 armor and magic resistance, over 380,000 speed, over 30 million health. It completely rivaled the second-tier ghost general of the same rank. At this moment, the golden swallowing python locked onto Lu Ming and launched an attack. Roar accompanied by a deafening roar.
the golden swallowing python opened its massive mouth and lunged at Lu Ming. Boom! At the critical moment, Lu Ming quickly leaped to avoid the boss's deadly attack. Then, with a thought, he commanded, "Kill." From all directions, dozens of undying demon emperors locked onto the golden swallowing python and launched their attacks. Soul shatter. Soul slash. Slash, 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 slash. Faced with such a colossal creature, the attacks of the undying demon emperor easily hit. Minus 23,652. Minus 31,119. Minus 23,652. Minus 31,119. Minus 23,652. Minus 31,119. Watching the minuscule damage numbers popping up above the golden swallowing python's head, even Li Wanning in the back couldn't help but widen her eyes. What high defense! Even Brother Yoming's undead can't damage it. The golden swallowing python, after the tenfold enhancement, had an incredibly high armor value. Even with Lu Ming's 70-fold enhancement from War Tread, which brought a staggering 350,000 attack power bonus, and the 50,000 armor reduction from the ground prison, it could only barely break through the defenses of the undying demon emperor. It turned out, before reaching level 50, I really couldn't contend with an enemy of the second-tier Ghost General. It seems I still have to wait until I reach level 50, upgrade my 3 major talents to LV6, and achieve transformation. With this in mind, Lu Ming planned to return to the 9th level of the Medicine King Valley to level up to 50 before coming back to the 10th level to slay the golden swallowing python and further explore the secret of that crack. However, the golden swallowing python seemed unwilling to let its prey escape. Just as Lu Ming was preparing to lead the undead legion to retreat, the golden swallowing python suddenly circled around him with its massive body, clearly trying to use its form to create a wall to trap Lu Ming. Run! At a critical moment, Lu Ming pushed Li Wanning out from the gap between the python's closing head and tail, but Lu Ming himself couldn't escape in time. The moment Li Wanning was pushed out, she turned back to see the golden swallowing python had connected its head and tail, forming a circular matrix that trapped Lu Ming along with dozens of undead demon emperors inside. She immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Brother Yu Ming, why are you being so foolish? Are you willing to sacrifice your life for me? But then, Li Wanning couldn't help but turn her worry into relief. Oh, I almost forgot you can resurrect. Indeed, Lu Ming not only had resurrection but also had invincibility frames. Even if he was strangled by the golden swallowing python, he could use the 4 seconds of invincibility that came with each resurrection to escape. After all, as a wild monster, the golden swallowing python didn't possess high intelligence, nor did it have the quick reflexes of the second-tier Ghost General Blood Moon Warrior Gula he faced earlier. Relying purely on attribute suppression to kill Lu Ming was still a bit challenging. Just as Lu Ming was about to let the golden swallowing python eat him, using the 4 seconds of invincibility after resurrection to break free, rumble, suddenly, accompanied by a tremor that shook the ground. It was as if an invisible giant hand had unexpectedly pulled the massive golden swallowing python into the abyss-like crack in the ground. Roar! Roar! No matter how fiercely the golden swallowing python roared and struggled, it was of no use. The power from the abyss was infinitely great. In the blink of an eye, it completely dragged the giant snack into the abyss. Just as Lu Ming and Li Wanning were astonished by this sudden scene, accompanied by the increasingly faint roars of the golden swallowing python from the depths of the abyss, until it completely vanished. Suddenly, a system prompt fell into Lu Ming's ear. Ding, congratulations on participating in the kill of the level 50 gilded boss, Golden Swallowing Python. Experience plus 400W, including 100% experience bonus from the level 10 body shaping pill. What? The kill prompt that rang in his ears not only failed to bring Lu Ming joy but instead sent a chill down his spine. What kind of power could make a gilded boss like the Golden Swallowing Python completely powerless to resist, instantly dragged into the abyss? Moreover, in the blink of an eye, it was killed instantly. It should be noted that this was not an ordinary gilded boss. It was a super strong boss with all attributes amplified tenfold, already reaching the strength of a fully realized second-tier Ghost General. Even Lu Ming at this moment couldn't threaten it in the slightest. At this moment, the pitch-black aura continuously emanating from the abyss made Lu Ming feel an unprecedented great threat. Just as Lu Ming gripped the sword hilt, his gaze fierce, ready to fight against the threat from the abyss at any moment. Rumble! Accompanied by a violent tremor of the ground. The crack that had torn the earth suddenly merged back together. Everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Only the place where the crack had been revealed a pile of things. Lu Ming walked over and discovered that it was the loot dropped by the golden devouring python. Among them were 6 gold coins, a D-grade skill scroll, and 2 pieces of level 50 golden equipment. Compared to the last time they killed the Demon King Zino in the Goblin Kingdom, which dropped 33 gold coins, a 3-star treasure, World Destruction Heavenly Chapter, a C-grade skill scroll, and 2 gilded equipment pieces. The drop rate of this golden devouring python was simply pathetic. The difference between the two encounters lay in the fact that Lin Yue was present when they killed the Demon King Zino, but this time, without her drop rate bonus. Besides these spoils, Lu Ming also saw 2 other items that caught his eye, one of which was something resembling a map fragment. This is a fragment of the map to the Great Xia Kingdom's Imperial Jade Seal. Lu Ming felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. He never expected that the second fragment would indeed be hidden within the Valley of the Medicine King, and it had fallen into his hands so effortlessly. In addition, the other item was a scroll radiating a blood-red glow. The crimson light enveloping the scroll exuded a suffocating aura of darkness. Clearly, the dark aura that had just emanated from the abyss came from the scroll. As Lu Ming looked at the scroll, he pondered, why does this thing look a bit familiar? With that thought, Lu Ming opened his backpack and took out the Goddess of Night, Nyx, Divine Scroll. Comparing the two, a look of shock suddenly appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. The craftsmanship, patterns, and imagery of these two scrolls were strikingly similar. One radiated a holy golden light, while the other emitted a deathly blood light. What on earth is this? It resembles the Divine Scroll so closely, but it's not the Divine Scroll? Just as Lu Ming was marveling at the scroll in his hand, Li Wanqing suddenly glanced at a dialogue box in front of her, her brows furrowing as she said, "The god-slaying people are truly despicable. I haven't settled the score with them from last time, and they dare to come looking for trouble again." Hearing Li Wanqing's words, Lu Ming shared the vision of the undying demon emperor stationed outside the medicine hall and indeed found that players from the god-slaying team were approaching the medicine hall from all directions. Moreover, behind them, a large number of ghostly beings were following. Clearly, they had slaughtered many players from Candlelight City and managed to release so many ghosts in such a short time by feeding them to break the seal. Lu Ming glanced at the sealed fragment of the Great Xia Kingdom's Imperial Jade Seal in his hand and suddenly realized, it seems that the appearance of this fragment has resonated with the one in Qin Si's hands. He learned through the resonance that I have obtained the second fragment from the Valley of the Medicine King, so he has begun his final move. Sure enough, through the vision shared by an undying demon emperor lurking in the shadows of the northern part of the medicine hall, Lu Ming saw Qin Si's figure. In the dark forest, he was personally leading a large group of level 56 transformation god-slaying players, along with countless first-tier ghost beasts, human-faced spiders advancing towards the medicine hall. The map fragment of the medicine hall has appeared. It must be in the hands of the underworld. Slay the underworld, seize the fragment, and destroy the medicine hall. Brothers, charge! Kill anyone who stands in our way. With Qin Si's command, the army pressed towards the medicine hall. Not good, miss. A large number of enemies are approaching the medicine hall from all directions. It's our Great Xia Kingdom's 7th battle team, the god-slaying people. The number and scale of this enemy far exceed any previous encounters. We have spotted a large number of the human-faced spider monsters that appeared in our medicine hall the other day behind the enemy. As messages kept coming in from her subordinates, Li Wanqing felt an urgent sense of anxiety. Brother Underworld, I need to go take a look. After saying this, disregarding Lu Ming's obstruction, Li Wanqing resolutely exited the Medicine King Valley and arrived outside the medicine hall. At this moment, 100 guards from the Brilliant team were stationed around the medicine hall. But Li Wanqing knew well, once the God Slayer led that group of ghostly beings to attack, they would never be able to withstand it with just these people. However, looking back at the medicine hall behind her, endless reluctance flickered in Li Wanqing's eyes. Relying on this medicine hall, our Li family has been able to step-by-step reach today. No matter what, I will never let you destroy the medicine hall. As soon as Li Wanqing's words fell, hundreds of brilliant players around her shouted in unison, "We swear to follow the young lady to the death and defend the medicine hall." The loyalty of the Brilliant team towards the Li family was evident. This showed that the Li family had treated them well in the past. The attitude of those around her gave Li Wanqing immense confidence. As a level 48 archer, she drew a silver moon longbow, her gaze burning as she stared at the approaching enemies in the distance. "Alright, we advance and retreat together." As she spoke, in front of her, players from the God Slayer team surged forward. Leading them was an archer named Qin Si, adorned in golden equipment, who looked at the brilliant players defending outside the medicine hall. A cold glint suddenly appeared in his eyes. "With just you, do you dare to stop me?" Qin Si took the golden bow from his back, looked ahead, and commanded, "Except for Li Wanqing, kill the rest without mercy." With this order, the surrounding God Slayer players drew their swords and launched an overwhelming attack towards the medicine hall. At the same time, the brilliant players guarding outside the medicine hall were also on high alert. "Brothers, hold the line. We will not allow any invaders to step into the medicine hall." Amidst the thunderous shouts, the two sides clashed and a fierce battle broke out. Meanwhile, on the 10th level of the Medicine King Valley, although Lu Ming was present, he could share the vision of the undying demon emperor outside at any time to observe the situation outside the medicine hall. The God Slayer team was extremely aggressive. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers, with over 1,000 people present, each averaging level 50 and 6 turns of strength. Coupled with a large number of ghostly beasts assisting them, the mere 100 brilliant players were utterly insignificant before them. In the intense battle, the brilliant players were quickly slaughtered. However, Lu Ming could only watch everything happening outside and could not go out to support.
I can't ensure whether that Ghost General Blood Moon Warrior Gula from Jiang Province has been dispatched to Candlelight City, he thought.
If it is here too, going out now would be like a sheep entering a tiger's den. It was precisely because of the previous experience of being crushed by Blood Moon Warrior Gula in Starshine City that Lu Ming had to be cautious in everything now. Otherwise, a slight misstep would lead to a repeat of the past. The best strategy is to level up to 50 first before I can kill it. Lu Ming had escaped from Jiang Province to Anyang, enduring humiliation and developing cautiously for so long. He did not want all his efforts over these days to go to waste. He looked at his current level. Level 49, 96%. Only one step away from level 50. Although according to Lu Ming's leveling speed, it would take no more than 10 minutes to reach level 50. What worried him the most was that the Medicine King Valley and the outside world belonged to two different planes.
Lu Ming's formation could not penetrate the Medicine King Valley to empower the brilliant players outside or the undead army.
He feared that Li Wanning and the others would not be able to hold on for long. Just as Lu Ming was deeply worried, through the shared vision of the undying demon emperor from the outside, he suddenly discovered a large number of players with the brilliant team ID charging towards the medicine hall. Outside the medicine hall, the 100 brilliant players could not withstand the thousands of troops from the God Slayer team. Just as they were about to collapse, seeing a large number of brilliant players approaching from the outside, everyone was overjoyed.
Reinforcements! Great! We are saved!
In the next moment, countless players from Brilliance crushed the outer layer of the God-slaying players, instantly turning the tide and surrounding the God-slaying team.
In the front line, Shin Si heard the commotion and turned around just in time. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Accompanied by a devastating S-rank magic rain falling from the sky, dozens of God-slaying players caught in the area had no resistance and were instantly annihilated under a continuous damage of 40,000 to 50,000. As an entire area was cleared, the next second, several elderly figures, looking to be in their 60s or 70s, appeared in sight.
Do you really think Brilliance has no one? How dare you defecate on our Li family's head?
Don't think that just because you are the God-slaying team from the Great Xia National Server, we are afraid of you.
How dare you bully my precious daughter? I see you are tired of living.
Faced with these few imposing old men, clearly not ordinary people, Shin Si remained calm and instead took a keen interest in addressing them by name. Li Group's second largest shareholder, Tianyuan ID Brilliance Huyen Zhua, originally named Li Yan, level 232 summoner, the 37th summoner in the Great Xia National Server. Li Group's third shareholder, Tianyuan ID Brilliance Outyen, originally named Li Tian, level 234 knight, the 35th knight in the Great Xia National Server. And you, chairman of the Li family, Brilliance Empire, originally named Li Weigua, level 238 mage, the 9th mage in the Great Xia National Server.
Oh, today's guests are all heavyweight figures.
On the surface, Shin Si appeared to show respect, but a look of disdain flickered in his eyes, because, under normal circumstances, as a mere level 78 archer, he would definitely keep his distance from these powerful figures over level 200. But at this moment, being present in the second heaven meant they had all used suppression scrolls, just like him, and were suppressed to the strength of level 50, 6 transformations. In a state of equal level, Shin Si felt no fear towards them at all.
At this moment, the knight Brilliance Outyen, clad in ice armor, slammed his spear into the ground with a clang, snorted coldly, and ordered Shin Si, since you know who we are, hurry up and put down your weapons and surrender. You killed so many of my Li family brothers. If you don't give us an explanation, none of you from Godslaying will leave here today. The red-robed, white-bearded summoner Brilliance Huyen Zhua, holding a staff, gazed at the corpses of Brilliance players scattered around, his eyes bursting with flames. Meanwhile, over here, Li Wanning, through the crowd, saw Li Weigua and immediately radiated surprise. Dad, when did you come to Anyang? Why didn't you tell me? Across Shin Si, Li Weigua chatted happily with his daughter Li Wanning. Didn't you secretly find me a son-in-law without telling me? In front of so many people, Li Wanning blushed and shyly said, Oh, what son-in-law? Dad, don't talk nonsense.
Li Weigua chuckled, Don't worry, daughter, as long as it's someone you like,
Dad has no objections. I've already approved of this son-in-law. Shin Si, who was caught in the middle and ignored, felt very embarrassed and furious. Hearing the conversation between Li Weigua and his daughter, he was even more enraged, gritting his teeth. Shin Si pointed at Li Weigua, his anger boiling. "You didn't say that when I was with Waning." Li Weigua looked Shin Si up and down, frowned in disdain, and said, "So the scoundrel my daughter kept mentioning in front of me is you?" At this remark, even the god-slaying players around Shin Si couldn't help but laugh. Shin Si was even more furious, his face turning red. "You old fool with dog eyes." As he spoke, a fierce killing intent erupted in Shin Si's eyes. "Since you are all here today, it's a perfect opportunity to catch you all and completely eliminate your Li family." Li Weigua snorted coldly and said, "Let's see if you have that ability. Dare to bully my daughter and even think about my medicine hall. Little mutt, I'd been unhappy with you for a long time." As he spoke, Li Weigua, the chairman of the Li family and the captain of the brilliant team, raised his staff and commanded, "Brothers of the Li family, those who offend my medicine hall shall be killed." Through the shared vision of the undying demon emperor, Lu Ming observed that outside the medicine hall, the brilliant players had already engaged in battle with the Godslayer. With the arrival of a large number of reinforcements led by Li Weigua, the two sides became evenly matched, and the Godslayer no longer had a numerical advantage. Moreover, the people Li Weigua brought were different from the local players of the Second Heaven. All of them had come from the Demon City, using suppression scrolls to lower their levels to 50. Their original levels were all above 200. Their skill strengths uniformly reached B&A levels. All were veterans with decades of combat experience in the Abyss. They were at a completely different level compared to the Godslayer's new recruits who had just entered the Abyss for a year or two. These veterans can even slay first-tier ghost beasts. Truly terrifying. Watching dozens of veteran players from Brilliant swarm in, leveraging their rich combat experience to control, buff, and output to kill a man-faced spider, Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel. With this, Lu Ming could upgrade with peace of mind. With these veterans around, he might not even need to lift a finger. They could handle all the threats from the God Slayer. Of course, this was under the premise that the second-tier ghost General Blood Moon Warrior Gula was not present. Thus, Lu Ming commanded the Undead Legion to continue killing monsters in the 10th layer of Medicine King Valley to farm experience points. Taking advantage of this moment, Lu Ming pulled out the D-level skill scroll dropped by the Golden Devouring Python from his backpack. Last time, the Demon King Zino dropped an excellent C-level Knight skill scroll, which Lu Ming sold. Lu Ming was relieved to find that this time, he finally got a skill he could use and urgently needed. Copper Wall Iron Bastion, Formation Master D-level skill, skill description, centered on oneself, releases a formation with a radius of 50 yards, granting all friendly units within the formation 30% of Formation Master's armor value plus 528 points of armor value for 10 seconds skill cooldown, 50 seconds skill cost. Consumes 412 mana points upon activation, then 45 mana points per second when he reached level 40 and completed the 5th transfer. He had already unlocked a skill slot. However, busy leveling up in Medicine King Valley, Lu Ming had not had the chance to assign this skill slot. Just right, Lu Ming crushed the skill scroll and used the skill slot to learn Copper Wall Iron Bastion. He gained a comprehensive enhancement effect of 50 times and a sword drawing enhancement of 20 times. The effect of Copper Wall Iron Bastion instantly evolved to provide 2,100% of his armor value plus 36,960 points of armor value to all friendly units within a radius of 3,500 yards. To pursue perfect defensive enhancement, a Formation Master must possess the 3 formations, Copper Wall Iron Bastion plus as solid as a fortress plus unbreakable. Now, he had the Copper Wall Iron Bastion to increase armor value, he had the Unbreakable to reduce all damage, he just needed one to enhance magic resistance, the as solid as a fortress. Lu Ming was also glad that what he got was Copper Wall Iron Bastion, not as solid as a fortress. Blood Moon Warrior Gula is physical. With this Copper Wall Iron Bastion, when I reach level 50 to kill it, I'll have a better chance. Once I reach level 50 and complete the 6th transfer, I'll unlock a new skill slot and buy an as solid as a fortress in the market to make up for the lack of defense against magic-type monsters. With such thoughts, whoosh! As Lu Ming swung his sword down, the 6th formation was activated. Copper Wall Iron Bastion whoosh! A massive formation halo instantly covered the entire 10th layer of Medicine King Valley. Combining the base armor value attribute of Lu Ming at 1071 points, all over 2,000 undead demon emperors received a formation bonus, armor value plus 59,451. In addition to the enhancement from the 3-star treasure, World Extinguishing Heavenly Chapter, and the armor value attribute possessed by the 5th-tier Undead Demon Emperor itself, at this moment, the armor value of the Undead Demon Emperor had already surpassed 70,000. The tree demon on the 10th floor was precisely a physical-type monster. Even with a tenfold enhancement, the Millennium Tree Demon with 90,000 physical attack power could barely inflict tens of thousands of damage on the undead Demon Emperor, and this damage was perfectly offset by the 40,481 points of fixed damage reduction brought by being indestructible. Thus, with the activation of the Copper Wall and Iron Bastion, across the battlefield, all the damage from the Millennium Tree Demon's attacks on the undead Demon Emperors turned to zero. The Millennium Tree Demon with tenfold enhancement is on par with a fully evolved first-tier Ghost Beast. They represent the first-tier Ghost Beasts. If the Tree Demon can harm my undead, it means that all physical-type first-tier Ghost Beasts no longer pose any threat to my undead army. However, to deal with the second-tier Ghost Generals, I still need to reach level 50 and wait for the full enhancement talent LV6 to allow the formation to gain a higher multiplier bonus. Unknowingly, Lu Ming's experience bar had already risen to 98%. He was getting closer to level 50. Meanwhile, outside the medicine hall, the battle between the two top-tier teams, Godslayer and Glory, was fierce. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Qin Ci shot his arrows, he swiftly eliminated two low-health Glory players ahead. At this moment, nearby subordinates hurriedly reported the battle situation. Vice Captain, and Yang is the Li family's territory. Their reinforcements are arriving too quickly. Our team's forces stationed here are not many, and continuing like this is unfavorable for us. Qin Ci gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, first-tier ghost creatures are useless. They are of no help at all." Saying this, Qin Ci immediately sent a WeChat message to Qin Feng. "Big brother, when will that ghost general arrive at Candlelight City? I can barely hold on here." Bang, bang. After a while, Qin Feng replied, "If nothing unexpected happens, it should have already arrived." Just as the words fell, a sudden wave of blood mist spread from all around, instantly enveloping the entire area. What is this? Why did it suddenly get foggy? And it's red blood mist? Just as the Glory players on the scene were astonished, cackling sounds echoed, swish, swish, swish. Mixed with a chilling and eerie sound, a ghostly figure as fast as lightning darted through the blood mist. Accompanied by a series of screams, the players of the Glory team fell one after another. "There's something in the mist. Everyone be careful." The screams rose and fell, unending. The number of Glory players being crushed continued to increase. Terrifyingly, even with everyone on high alert, they could not capture the ghostly figure in the blood mist, and they were completely unable to resist its attacks. Cackling, swish, swish, swish. The blood mist enveloped the entire area for a full minute before gradually dissipating. By this time, the players of the Glory team had already been slaughtered. Corpses lay everywhere, and blood flowed like rivers. The remaining players finally saw clearly the ghostly figure that had just darted through the blood mist. Clad in scarlet blood armor, each hand wielding a blood-soaked crescent blade, its eyes glinted coldly, exuding a strong aura of darkness. The blood-red ID that appeared above its head made everyone present break into a cold sweat. Blood Moon Warrior Gula, LV50 physical-type second-tier Ghost General. What is that thing? Faced with the sudden appearance of the Blood Moon Warrior Gula, even the seasoned veterans Li Weigua, Li Yan, and Li Tian, who had fought for decades in the Tianyuan world, felt an unprecedented sense of immense threat, especially as it had almost instantaneously wiped out nearly one-third of the Glory players. Such earth-shattering terrifying power was enough to show that the opponent was not to be underestimated. With the appearance of the Blood Moon Warrior Gula, Qin Ci's confidence instantly soared. However, he did not rush to command the Blood Moon Warriors to attack. Instead, he turned his gaze to Li Wanning and said, "Wanning, for the sake of our past, I can give you a chance. Hand over Yu Ming, and I won't make things difficult for you." Upon hearing this, Li Wanning's heart jolted. How could he know that Yu Ming is with me? It must have been when brother Yu Ming helped me protect the medicine hall that day, which exposed me. No, he might be trying to deceive me. Thus, Li Wanning maintained her composure, her heart as calm as still water, and replied to Qin Ci, "Who is Yu Ming?" Qin Ci sneered, as if he had already seen through everything, and said, "I don't know how he manages to have two different identities at the same time. But if I'm not mistaken, that Dawn should be Yu Ming, right?" Just as Li Wanning was filled with astonishment, Qin Ci, with a heart full of reluctance, said to her, "Li Wanning, are you really going to resist me to the end for him? I said I could give you another chance. As long as you return to my side and hand over Yu Ming, I can use your identity as my girlfriend to plead with my brother, to let the medicine hall go and spare your Li family." Li Wanning understood completely. So your true intention from the very beginning was not for the medicine hall, but for brother Yu Ming. Knowing that Qin Ci's real target was Lu Ming, Li Wanning stood her ground outside the medicine hall, her longbow tightly gripped in her delicate hands. Her eyes revealed a determined look. Breaking up with you back then was indeed the wisest decision. Traitor of the human race, scum. I will never be with someone like you again. I will absolutely not hand Yu Ming over to you.
Li Wanning's words and attitude thoroughly enraged Qin Ci.
Good, very good. So you protect Yuming, huh?
Then today, I will kill Yuming right in front of you.
Those who stand in my way will die.
A fierce killing intent erupted in Qin Ci's eyes.
Kill for me. Except for Li Wanning, kill everyone else without mercy.
With Qin Ci's command, the players from the God-slaying faction, united with the Blood Moon warrior Gula, launched another offensive. Li Weigua snorted coldly, his eyes radiating a fierce light. Let's see who dares to touch my daughter today, my son-in-law.
All soldiers of the Li family, charge with me.
Under the command, both sides of players erupted into an even more intense battle amidst a deafening roar of killing. Meanwhile, on the 10th level of the Medicine King Valley,
Ding kill the level 50 monster, Millennium Tree Demon, experience plus 10,900. Ding kill the level 50 monster, Millennium Tree Demon, experience plus 10,900. Ding.
Under the massacre of a total of 2,450 5th-tier undead demon emperors from the Necromancer Legion, finally,
wow, a beam of blazing golden light fell from Lu Ming's head.
Pleasant system notifications followed. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 50. Ding, congratulations, your talents, Spirit Slaying, Comprehensive Amplification, and Rebirth in Flames have all upgraded to LV6. Unsurprisingly, the Spirit Slaying talent's summon undead count increased from level *50 to level *60. Comprehensive Amplification's enhancement of all skills increased from 50 times to 60 times, and Rebirth in Flames extended the invincibility time after resurrection from 4 seconds to 5 seconds. At this moment, Lu Ming eagerly took out the long-prepared ultimate artifact from his backpack, the Demon Realm, King's Authority Ring, level 50, quality, gilded artifact, physical attack power, plus 2,800, additional attribute, strength plus 200, additional attribute, spirit plus 200, additional attribute, agility plus 200, additional attribute. Agility plus 200, additional skill, King's Authority, passive. All enemy troops within a radius of 50 yards will suffer pressure, with strength, intelligence, agility, stamina, and health attributes decreased by 100 points, durability, 200, class, universal for physical classes, description, worn by the Demon King Zino himself, accompanying him in battles for many years. This sacred ring symbolizes the highest authority of the demon race, carrying supreme honor and majesty. No wonder it's worth at least 2.5 million on the market for a level 50 gilded artifact. This ring was enough to make Lu Ming's blood boil. After a moment of admiration, Lu Ming immediately replaced the level 20 bronze quality soul ring of his soul set with this level 50 gilded artifact quality ring. Opening his status bar, he saw his attack power attribute instantly surge from 1,253 points to 4,780 points, an increase of nearly 3 times in base attack power, combined with a comprehensive 60-fold skill enhancement and a 24-fold attack power and skill enhancement from his sword drawing skill. A total of 24-fold attack power enhancement and 84-fold skill enhancement. It was unimaginable how monstrous the attack power boost would be for all allied forces within range when he unleashed a war stomp at this moment.
Lu Ming didn't bother calculating this value,
because he knew the Li family outside the medicine hall could not hold out much longer under the onslaught of the second-tier ghost general, Blood Moon warrior Gula, and would soon be completely crushed. At this moment, a strong killing intent erupted in Lu Ming's eyes.
Qin Ci, I'm coming.
With that, Lu Ming activated the map teleportation function and exited the Medicine King Valley. Meanwhile, outside the medicine hall,
with the arrival of Blood Moon warrior Gula, the situation instantly reversed.
The players of the brilliant team could handle the Godslayer and could barely cope with the first-tier ghost beasts, but in front of the second-tier ghost general, they were utterly powerless. With an attack power exceeding 500,000, Blood Moon warrior Gula wielded 2 crescent blades, cutting through the crowd, killing gods if they stood in his way, and killing Buddhas if they blocked him. The brilliant players could not withstand the attacks of the Blood Moon warrior. A single hit would take them down, leaving no chance to react. Amidst the rising cries of despair, they were disappearing at an alarming rate. Watching the Li family being slaughtered mercilessly, Li Weigua, the head of the Li family, was filled with rage.
Bastard!
Just as he raised his staff, ready to counterattack the Godslayer, suddenly, Blood Moon warrior Gula, with lightning speed, rushed in front of Li Weigua. Even someone like Li Weigua, a battle-hardened 9th-ranked mage in the national server, could not compete with a second-tier ghost general after being suppressed from over level 200 to level 50.
His S-class magic shield was shattered in a single blow. Li Weigua was knocked to the ground by a single strike from Blood Moon warrior Gula. Under Qin Ci's orders, the Blood Moon warrior did not kill Li Weigua. Instead, he left him severely injured.
Dad! Seeing her father Li Weigua in imminent danger, Li Wanning was filled with grief and anger. ready to rush over with her bow and arrow to rescue him. But in an instant, she was surrounded by 4 human-faced spiders, unable to protect herself. At this moment, the other brilliant players around were either dead or severely injured. They had completely lost their ability to resist. Seeing that the situation was entirely under his control, Shin Si leisurely walked up to Li Weigua, deliberately stepping on her father Li Weigui in front of Li Wanning. With a mocking expression, he looked at Li Wanning and provocatively said, "The person you are so desperate to protect, where are they when your life hangs by a thread? How could someone who truly loves you bear to leave you in such peril? Make a choice, Li Wanning. Your father, or Yu Ming?" Li Wanning stared fiercely at Shin Si with eyes full of hatred and tears. Seeing that even in this situation, Li Wanning was unwilling to hand over Yu Ming, Shin Si was utterly disappointed. "I know Yu Ming is inside the medicine hall. I could kill him at any time, but I'm giving you a chance to hand him over willingly. Since you refuse this opportunity, I'll kill this old man first, then personally go in and kill Yu Ming." As he spoke, Shin Si raised his bow and aimed at Li Weigua beneath him. "No!" With Li Wanning's exclamation, just as Shin Si was about to draw the bow, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Are you looking for me?" As the words fell, Shin Si looked up. There, at the entrance of the medicine hall, stood a towering figure radiating a powerful divine aura, exuding a destructive killing intent. Stepping forward, "Are you looking for me?" Following the source of the voice, all eyes in the arena were focused on Lu Ming, who was walking out from the medicine hall. Although they knew that this array master Yu Ming possessed extraordinary strength, the players of the god-slaying team showed no signs of reverence upon seeing Lu Ming again. Instead, their gazes were filled with disdain and mockery. "Oh, look who it is! Isn't this the waste who fled from Jiang province to Anyang, hiding and afraid to come out, relying on a woman for protection? What a disgrace to be a man, truly a complete waste. Ha ha ha." Clearly, Lu Ming's restraint during this time had made the god-slaying players forget the brilliance that this divine agent should have. They regarded Lu Ming as just an ordinary sewer support class array master. Relying on the presence of the Blood Moon warrior Gula, Shin Si also looked down on Lu Ming. With a contemptuous gaze, he said lightly, "Why are you out? Not hiding anymore? Have you forgotten the pain of your wounds? Have you forgotten what it feels like to be dominated by us, the god-slaying team? You think you can control me?" Lu Ming's gaze swept over the surrounding god-slaying players, indifferent as he said, "You can control me?" Shin Si smiled lightly and said, "It's fine if you're still tough. After all, this is your last chance to be tough. Do you think I didn't know you were hiding in the medicine hall? In fact, I've known all along that you were hiding in here. I deliberately didn't alarm you, just wanted to use you to get the map fragments sealed in the Medicine King Valley." Upon hearing this, Li Wanning was immediately astonished. She never expected that her every move with Lu Ming had been under the control of the god-slaying team. However, Lu Ming seemed unfazed. Instead, he expressed gratitude to Shin Si, saying, "I really have to thank you for giving me this opportunity." Seeing Lu Ming so calm, as if his plans hadn't surprised him at all, but rather were all under his control, Shin Si then noticed Lu Ming's level had already reached 50. However, Shin Si was not concerned. "Do you think reaching level 50 can turn the tide? How could Wanning possibly be interested in a pathetic and laughable fool like you?" At this moment, Li Wanning, who was completely unaware of Lu Ming's current strength, turned to him and shouted, "Brother Yu Ming, you should leave quickly. This matter originated from the medicine hall. It's our Li family's affair, unrelated to you. Hurry and go. Don't worry about us." The mutual understanding between Li Wanning and Lu Ming only further enraged Shin Si, intensifying his desire to kill Yu Ming in front of Li Wanning. "Leaving?" Shin Si glared fiercely at Lu Ming, his fists clenched, gritting his teeth as he said, "Do you think you can still get away?" As he spoke, Shin Si commanded the Blood Moon warrior Gula, "Go and bring that array trickster to me. I want to personally chop him to pieces." He. The Blood Moon warrior's eyes glinted coldly as he gripped his moon blade and advanced towards Lu Ming. "No!" Li Wanning knew all too well the power of this ghostly being. Even her father and all the elder-level experts of the Li family could not match it, let alone Lu Ming. She hurriedly shouted at Lu Ming, "Run! You have to run!" Faced with the advancing Blood Moon warrior Gula, Lu Ming stood his ground, showing no intention of retreating. "I said before, I will guard your hope." As he spoke, Lu Ming slowly placed his hand on the sword hilt at his back. Seeing this, Shin Si couldn't help but shake his head. "Here we go again," he scoffed. "It's always this trick. Does it even work? What a clown." As soon as Shin Si finished speaking, the surrounding players from the god-slaying faction couldn't help but laugh. "Yeah, it's always this trick. I'm sick of seeing it. He can't do anything but draw his sword. Can he even kill a second-tier ghost general? Did we not already try that in Starshine City? Even if he takes a hit from drawing his sword, he can only take away a quarter of Gula's health.
while Gula toys with him like a grandfather with his grandson. He, truly a clown. With this, he dares to compete with our brother for women? How does he even have the guts? Just as everyone was openly mocking Lu Ming, his attention remained focused on the Blood Moon warrior Gula. Whoosh! Just as the Blood Moon warrior Gula, with extreme speed, flashed in front of Lu Ming, the moment the blade was raised to strike, a first-tier skeletal warrior was summoned, appearing before Lu Ming to block the attack from the Blood Moon warrior.
16136652.
Without a doubt, the skeletal warrior was instantly killed by the explosive 7-digit damage. Seeing this, Qin Ci in the back smiled faintly, as expected, still so fragile. The next second, using the cheapest skeletal warrior to block the fatal attack, Lu Ming deliberately seized the opportunity to lock onto the Blood Moon warrior's flaw. Taking advantage of the moment the skeletal warrior was shattered, exposing the Blood Moon warrior's line of sight, he swiftly drew his sword. The sharp sword shadow pierced straight through the Blood Moon warrior's body. In the next moment, a blood-red damage number jumped up from above the Blood Moon warrior's head, 275758880. 8-digit damage instantly cleared the Blood Moon warrior's full health bar of over 10 million. Ding killed 50-level second-tier Ghost General Blood Moon warrior Gula, experience plus 16 million, including double bonus from body shaping elixir. Congratulations on your lucky gain of 50 points of divine power during the kill. Thud! As the Blood Moon warrior Gula heavily knelt before Lu Ming, the cold light in his eyes faded, and in that moment of losing his life, Qin Ci's previously smug smile abruptly stopped.
All the god-slaying players waiting to see Lu Ming torn apart were now wide-eyed, dumbfounded.
Wah! What? He actually one-shot killed a second-tier ghost. In just a few days, his level has only increased by a few levels. Why has his strength grown so terrifying?
The entire venue fell into a dead silence. Not only that,
with the B-level sword draw completing the kill, the splash damage effect was triggered. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The dozen or so first-tier ghost beast human-faced spiders within Lu Ming's attack range had no resistance whatsoever, being wiped out in a single wave by the massive
57 million splash damage. Ding killed 50-level first-tier ghost beast human-faced spider, experience plus 1
million. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of divine power.
Ding killed 50-level first-tier ghost beast human-faced spider, experience plus 1
million. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of divine power.
Ding!
In an instant, dozens of kill notifications popped up continuously. Through the corpses of the ghost beasts scattered everywhere, Lu Ming's cold gaze locked onto the figure ahead, Qin Ci.
Next, it's your turn.
Watching Lu Ming draw his sword and instantly kill the Blood Moon warrior Gula, along with a dozen first-tier ghost beasts, Qin Ci raised his head. At the moment their eyes met, Qin Ci's body trembled violently, and a chill ran down his back. The strength of a second-tier ghost general is 10 times that of a gold-level boss of the same rank.
He actually killed the Blood Moon warrior in an instant. How is this possible? How can this be?
Clearly, last time in Starshine City, his sword-drawing skill couldn't even harm the Blood Moon warrior. In that moment, Qin Ci's shock and fear reached their peak. Meanwhile, Li Wanning, witnessing this scene, was both astonished and delighted.
Oh my god!
Brother Yu Ming has only just reached level 50, why has his strength increased so much all of a sudden?
Wait,
could it be that he was already confident he could kill a second-tier ghost general at level 50, so all these days he was secretly leveling up just to reach level 50?
Is this the potential of a divine agent? Looking at Lu Ming, the admiration in Li Wanning's eyes deepened even further.
In fact, this was not just the potential of a divine agent, it was the potential of Code 008, the supreme god of the first sequence.
As Lu Ming kicked over the kneeling Blood Moon warrior Gula and stepped over its corpse, he moved forward. The entire team of the god-slaying squad couldn't help but take several steps back.
Their eyes were filled with endless fear, as if they had seen a ghost. Lu Ming then looked at Qin Ci and casually said, "The map fragment, will you hand it over, or should I take it myself?"
Qin Ci's heart jolted. How do you know the fragment of the Imperial Seal is with me? Remembering Lu Ming's earlier words, "I really have to thank you for giving me this opportunity," Qin Ci was incredulous. "Could it be that you already knew I was waiting for you to seize the map fragment of the Medicine King Valley?" At that moment, Qin Ci finally realized.
He had thought he was in control of everything, but in reality, he had always been under Lu Ming's control. At the same time, he felt immense regret. If I had known he would gain such a huge boost just by reaching level 50, I should never have given him this opportunity. But now, it was too late to regret. The only second-tier ghost general capable of competing with him, the Blood Moon warrior Gula, had already been slain. With no power left to confront Lu Ming, the only thought in Qin Ci's mind was to ensure his own safe escape. So, he hurriedly ordered the god-slaying players around him, "Go! Everyone, charge! Block Yu Ming! Don't let him come over!" As he spoke,
Qin Si quickly took a return scroll from his bag and crushed it. But the god-slaying players were not fools. They had already seen how devastating Lu Ming's strength was. Even a second-tier ghost general with 10 times the strength of a gold-level boss was instantly killed by Lu Ming's sword. Were they not just cannon fodder? Seeing that no one around dared to move, and facing a 10-second countdown to return, Qin Si shouted in a panic, 5 million for each death compensation. Think of your families, your children. They will definitely need this money to live out their lives. The god-slaying squad will not forget your sacrifices. As long as I survive, one day I will avenge you. Faced with the temptation of 5 million, the god-slaying players ultimately could not resist such a huge lure. Gritting their teeth, they armed themselves and charged towards Lu Ming. Watching the hundreds of god-slaying players rushing towards him, a strong killing intent erupted in Lu Ming's eyes. Seeking death, as Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From all directions, thousands of dark golden barriers shimmering with blood-like materialized. Immediately, over 2,000 fifth-tier undead demon emperors surged in, instantly filling the entire area. Lu Ming's hatred and anger had never faded. Instead, it had been buried deep within his heart. The restraint of these past days was all for this moment. At this very moment, Lu Ming's killing intent had reached its peak. Kill! With a thought, all the undead demon emperors sensed their master's overwhelming killing intent, charging towards the Godslayer under the pressure of their master's sixfold formation, enhanced by 84 times. Swish, swish, swish. Countless soul fragments erupted, blooming like fireworks among the crowd of Godslayers. 5923642, 5916543, 5932586. Faced with the enormous damage exceeding the 100-fold health limit of a level 56 transformation player, the elite players of the Godslayer were easily shredded like tofu. Meanwhile, the 4 human-faced spiders surrounding Li Wanning had no chance to even touch her, instantly killed by several undead demon emperors. Previously, Lu Ming's necromancers needed several to work together to kill a ghost beast, but now, a single necromancer could kill a ghost beast with just one skill. Seeing the strength of Lu Ming's necromancer army had completely crushed the same level first-tier ghost creatures, Li Wanning was utterly stunned. Oh my god, this is too strong. Even the old folks of the Li family, Li Weiguo, Li Yan, and Li Tian, were deeply shocked by the formidable power displayed by Lu Ming's necromancer army. This Yomi is truly impressive. I never expected a level 50 formation master could possess such earth-shattering power. Truly a formidable youth. Old Li, your daughter really has an eye for heroes. She found such a powerful son-in-law for you. Li Weiguo looked at Lu Ming, finding him more and more pleasing to the eye. With a smile, he nodded repeatedly, indeed not bad. My daughter being with him is a bit of a loss for him. Beside them, Li Wanning. As for Qin Si, the good news was, all his little brothers had come up, buying him time to return to the city. The bad news was, hundreds of little brothers only bought him 1 second. Crash! Watching hundreds of Godslayer players fall dead ahead, and with the return countdown still at 7 seconds, Qin Si was stunned. At this moment, all the undead demon emperors turned around, countless pairs of cold, fierce eyes fixed on Qin Si. In that instant, Qin Si felt the sky had fallen. The remaining 8 seconds of the return countdown felt as long as 8 years. Just then, buzz! Qin Si looked down and saw a blood mark blooming on his chest. The next second, crash! An undead demon emperor flashed in front of Qin Si, slashing him to the ground and interrupting his return. Qin Si rolled over, only to find hundreds of undead demon emperors ready behind him. At that moment, he felt as if he were in hell. Turning to see Lu Ming slowly approaching, Qin Si's expression turned frantic. He quickly took a map fragment from his backpack. The scroll is here. You wanted the scroll, right? I'll give it to you. An undead demon emperor snatched the fragment from Qin Si's hand and respectfully delivered it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a look and found it was indeed a map fragment identical to the one he had obtained from the Medicine King Valley. He put it into his backpack. The next second, crash! Lu Ming suddenly drew his sword, pressing the sharp blade against Qin Si's neck. Qin Si swallowed hard, not daring to make any rash moves. He firmly believed that at this moment, even without drawing his sword, a mere basic attack from Lu Ming would be enough to kill him. And in fact, it was indeed the case. With a 24-fold attack power boost, 40% from drawing the sword and a 60-fold overall enhancement, Lu Ming's panel attack power had reached an astonishing 114,720 points. He only needed to move slightly to kill Qin Si. However, Lu Ming did not rush to act. Instead, he commanded Qin Si, call Qin Feng. Although fearing death is a common human emotion, Qin Si was ultimately tougher than most. Especially with his ex-girlfriend Li Wanning present, he showed no signs of begging Lu Ming for mercy. Instead, he defiantly said to Lu Ming, I've already given you what you wanted, you better think twice about this. My brother is the captain of the god-slaying team. If you kill me, he will definitely not let you go, nor will he spare the Li family. Lu Ming did not waste time talking to Qin Ci. He reiterated, I want you to call Qin Feng. Although he didn't know what Lu Ming intended, under his intimidation, Qin Ci immediately dialed Qin Feng's voicemail. He thought to himself, if my brother intervenes, perhaps I still have a glimmer of hope. After a while, the voicemail connected. Qin Feng's voice came through. So, has everything been taken care of? Has the underworld been dealt with? Did you get the second map fragment? Before Qin Ci could speak, Lu Ming took over the call and said, it's done. I've taken care of all your people, and the fragment is now in my hands. Qin Feng fell silent for a good 3 seconds before responding in a slightly shocked tone, the underworld? Brother, save me. Taking advantage of the moment, Qin Ci shouted, I've been captured by the underworld. It was only at this moment that Qin Feng realized their operation had failed, but he couldn't believe that Lu Ming could kill the second-tier ghost general, Blood Moon Warrior Gula. At this point, Lu Ming interjected, your brother is in my hands. If you want him to live, bring Lin Yue in exchange. This was Lu Ming's true intention. However, to everyone's surprise, just when Lu Ming thought he could at least secure Qin Ci in exchange for Lin Yue, and Qin Ci believed his brother would definitely save him, Qin Feng suddenly said on the other end of the line, go ahead and kill him, there's no need to report to me. At that moment, Qin Ci's gaze went blank, disbelief evident in his eyes. Blood is thicker than water. This was his own brother. Qin Ci couldn't believe that his own brother would disregard his life and death. Brother wouldn't abandon me. He must think this is fake, that the underworld is trying to trick him. Comforting himself, Qin Ci hurriedly tried to prove to Qin Feng, brother, it's really me. I'm a CI. If you don't believe me, I'll video call you. Before Qin Ci could make the call, Qin Feng coldly replied, no need. Those 3 casually spoken words were like a sharp blade, stabbing into Qin Ci's heart. His hand froze in midair. Qin Feng's attitude was more painful than having Lu Ming kill Qin Ci directly. At the same time, Qin Feng also reshaped Lu Ming's perception of him. First, he personally killed his own sister, Qin Sharon. Now he was indifferent to the life and death of his own brother, Qin Ci. For the sake of profit, you really will stop at nothing, Lu Ming said coldly. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his sword and struck, sealing Qin Ci's throat with a single blow. Minus 111,535. Blood splattered. The terrifying basic attack damage instantly emptied his health bar. Beep. As the voice call was ruthlessly ended by Qin Feng, Qin Ci, filled with endless despair, clutched his severed neck with both hands and fell into a pool of blood with a thud. His eyes widened, unable to close in death. Li Wanning glanced at Qin Ci expressionlessly and shook her head. You brought this upon yourself, you cannot live. As the battle concluded, looking at the ground littered with god-slaying players and the corpses of ghosts, the seasoned veterans who had come down from the high-level domain of Tianyuan, looked at Lu Ming, who was decades younger than them, with awe. In my life, this is the first time I've seen such a powerful array master. Yeah, this underworld has completely reshaped my understanding of the array master profession. I never knew array masters could be this formidable. With such a strong person in our Li family, how can we not aspire to join the ranks of the top families in Daxia in the future? Smaller, the pattern is smaller. It should be that our great Xia can have such a strong figure. Why worry that we cannot become the world's #1 power in the future? Just as others were discussing fervently, Lu Ming suddenly noticed that on the ground around him, the bodies of the slain god-slaying players were all floating with dark auras. Instinctively, Lu Ming took out the dark scroll he had obtained from the mysterious rift on the 10th level of the Medicine King Valley. In the next second, he saw that all the dark auras from those corpses were being absorbed by the scroll. This scroll was actually absorbing the aura from the dead bodies. What on earth is this thing? Looking at the scroll in his hand, just as Lu Ming felt a chill run down his back, a voice suddenly rang in his ears, third-tier ghost. Ghost King. As soon as the words fell, suddenly, the space stopped flowing. Everyone present, except for Lu Ming, fell into a state of confinement. In the next second, a spatial rift opened, and a black cloak stepped out from it. Looking at the dark scroll in Lu Ming's hand, which resembled a scroll of sealing gods, the black cloak said, 100 years ago, ghosts descended, and deities revived, leading to a battle between gods and ghosts. In the end, the deities of the world burned their divine fire and sealed all the ghosts. Humans can revive the deities through the scroll of sealing gods, gain the power of the deities, become their agents, and coexist with the deities. Similarly, one can also use the scroll of sealing demons to revive powerful ghosts above the 3rd tier, gain the power of the ghosts, become agents of demons, and coexist with the ghosts. Hearing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but be astonished. At this moment, he also suddenly realized,
the terrifying power that had dragged the Golden Level boss, the Golden Devouring Python, into the abyss and instantly erased it in the Medicine King Valley's 10th level, actually came from the 3rd-tier Ghost King sealed within this scroll of sealing demons. Even in a sealed state, it can so easily kill a Golden Level boss with 10 times enhancement. How powerful would a fully unsealed 3rd-tier Ghost King be? Thinking of this, Lu Ming felt a chill down his back. After a pause, he thoughtfully asked, "What are the conditions for the Ghost King to choose an agent?" The Black Cloak looked at Lu Ming and said solemnly, "The first person it sees." So, just as Lu Ming was filled with suspicion, the Black Cloak confirmed his speculation with a single sentence: "You are the first agent chosen by this Ghost King. Unless you die, it cannot choose another agent. But you need not worry, this may not be a bad thing, because whether it is a god or a ghost, the power is in the hands of the agent. There are evil deities in the world, and there are righteous demons. Whether it is right or wrong depends on the human heart, and you may have the potential to change history, becoming the world's first dual agent of both deities and demons, simultaneously controlling the power of the supreme deity of the first sequence and the 3rd-tier Ghost King." In this light, it indeed seemed like a good thing. Lu Ming felt a surge of joy in his heart. I didn't expect to gain such an unexpected harvest from the Medicine King Valley. Ultimately, he had to thank Qin Feng. If it weren't for him, how would Lu Ming have come from Jiang Province to Anyang? He wouldn't have obtained this scroll of sealing demons from the Medicine King Valley. Amidst his surprise, Lu Ming simultaneously thought of a terrifying question. "So, according to the timeline you traveled back to, the 5 Ghost Kings that will destroy the Great Xia in 3 years are all humans?" No wonder Lu Ming had heard the Black Cloak say at the beginning, "The more terrifying than ghosts are humans." Lu Ming then asked, "Is Qin Feng one of the agents of these 5 Ghost Kings?" "He is neither a demon agent nor a deity agent. In the future, he is just a mere mortal." The Black Cloak continued, "But it is he who commands those 5 Ghost King agents and destroys the Great Xia." Lu Ming found it hard to believe. How can a mortal command Ghost Kings? Before the Black Cloak could speak, Lu Ming seemed to suddenly remember something and realized, the national treasure of the Great Xia, the Imperial Jade Seal. Yes. With the Black Cloak's affirmative response, Lu Ming instantly felt a chill run down his back. This national treasure of the Great Xia could actually suppress the Ghost King? It was simply terrifying. No wonder the Black Cloak was so obsessed with finding this Imperial Jade Seal after returning from 3 years in the future. In that case, we absolutely cannot let Qin Feng obtain the Imperial Jade Seal. At this moment, due to insufficient divine fire, the Black Cloak's figure began to flicker again. "Remember, the first demon agent of our Great Xia was born before you, and the contracted ghost was the 3rd-tier Ghost King, Bloodbath Azura Allegra. Do not let the one who slays gods control him, or else, kill him." Buzz! The Black Cloak vanished without a trace. In the capital city, the Qin family. As Qin Feng hung up the phone, Yi Linger anxiously asked, "Is it the underworld?" With Qin Feng's definite answer, Yi Linger looked even more worried. "Honey, could this underworld really be Lu Ming? I always feel like he has come back to take revenge on us. Last time in Starshine City, didn't you see his face? He can't possibly be that useless Lu Ming." "Don't worry, Linger." Qin Feng comforted Yi Linger, his eyes bursting with a strong killing intent. "No matter the cost, I will definitely kill this underworld. Using his hands to first obtain the Imperial Jade Seal, we will slowly settle this score with him later." Back in Candlelight City, Li Weiguo looked at Lu Ming with an appreciative gaze and exclaimed, "I have seen the contributions you have made to our Li family and your feelings for Wan Ning. I trust you to take care of Wan Ning. I have already sent people to search for your sister, Rose, across the country. As soon as I have news, I will inform you immediately." Lu Ming nodded and said, "Then I will trouble Director Li." Li Weiguo then approached Li Wan Ning, leaned close to her ear, and quietly commanded, "This year for the new year, I want to see my son-in-law. If I don't see him, you might as well not come home for the new year." Li Wan Ning frowned slightly and said, "Are you really my biological father?" However, she still felt a sense of approval coming from her father. Li Wan Ning's love for Lu Ming became even more unrestrained. She looked at Lu Ming with crescent-shaped eyes, her affection almost overflowing. At the same time, Lu Ming sensed an infinite holy power in his backpack, as if it was about to burst forth. He opened the backpack and looked at the shining divine seal scroll inside. To his surprise, he discovered that the divine seal scroll, which had been stuck and unable to break through its bottleneck, had finally shattered the last layer of shackles at this moment and could now be used on Li Wan Ning. The power of love has finally been fully charged. The completion of the Divine Seal Scroll's charging also meant that Qin Churen could be resurrected. It also meant that the Divine Code 010, the world's first main god, goddess of night Nyx, was about to awaken. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. Next, he planned to return to Linhai to resurrect Qin Churen. Then, he would focus on finding the third map fragment of the Imperial Jade Seal. Recalling the words of the Black Cloak,
Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a lingering fear.
Qin Feng, a mere mortal, could actually use the Imperial Jade Seal to mobilize 5 third-tier demon agents and destroy the Great Xia. According to him, there was already a demon agent who had contracted a third-tier Ghost King in the Great Xia before me, and this demon agent's level and strength must be above mine. But Qin Feng has yet to use this trump card, presumably because he has not obtained the Imperial Jade Seal, so he currently does not control this demon agent. It seems I must quickly collect all the map fragments and find the Imperial Jade Seal. I absolutely cannot let the Imperial Jade Seal fall into Qin Feng's hands according to the progression of history. After logging off, he returned to the hotel.
Li Wanning looked at Lu Ming, who was packing his things, and asked, "Brother Yu Ming, are we going back to Linhai next?"
"No," Lu Ming replied while folding his clothes.
"We're going to Su Province." Based on the 2 fragments of maps he had in hand, Lu Ming had already learned that the 3rd fragment of the Imperial Seal was located in the Tianqing continent. The strategy recorded that the Tianqing continent was the 3rd layer of the Tianyuan realm, corresponding to the logged-in locations of the 3 cities, Tianjing, Yuzhou, and Yincheng and Su province of the Great Xia Kingdom. At this moment, Lu Ming looked up at Li Wanning and said, "You shouldn't go, stay in Anyang." Li Wanning pouted and said, "Does Brother Yu Ming dislike me?"
"No," Lu Ming replied. "I'm not going to Su province for fun. I'll be dealing with the Godslayer and ghosts at any time."
"You would be in danger if you followed me." "I'm not afraid of danger," Li Wanning said playfully. "I just want to be with you. Besides, our Li family has influence in Su province. Maybe I can help you in some ways." Lu Ming found himself at a loss with Li Wanning. He said to her, "All right, then you go to Tianjing first. I have something to do and need to return to Linhai for a bit." As he spoke, Lu Ming picked up his phone to check the next high-speed train from Anyang to Linhai. Li Wanning ran over to help Lu Ming fold his clothes, cheerfully saying, "I'll go with you.
I'll accompany you to Starshine City to revive Qin Churen." Lu Ming's movements came to an abrupt halt.
He looked at Li Wanning in surprise and asked, "When did you find out?" "I knew when I came to Anyang."
Seeing Li Wanning's carefree demeanor, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed.
"I'm sorry, it's okay."
Li Wanning smiled and said, "Liking you is my business. It has nothing to do with whether you like me or not. Moreover, you not only saved me twice, helped me clear the Medicine King Valley, and protected our Li family's medicine hall from the Godslayer, but you also saved our entire Li family.
This is what I, Li Wanning, owe you." Lu Ming looked at Li Wanning meaningfully and said nothing more.
So, the two booked their tickets. They arrived in Linhai around 10 at night. By logging into Tianyuan from Linhai, they entered Starshine City, heading straight for the LV-50 Night Watcher Tomb City in the northern part of Starshine City. They found the location where Qin Churen was buried and crushed the divine scroll of the night goddess, Nyx. In the next moment, as the scroll in his hand transformed into streams of golden light and floated into the air, a golden glow enveloped them, and Qin Churen appeared before Lu Ming.
"You fool!"
Qin Churen immediately rushed into Lu Ming's arms, hugging him tightly. Her body trembled slightly as she cried, "I think I had a dream, a very long dream. I dreamed that I died, that I could never see you again." Lu Ming released Qin Churen, placing his hands on her shoulders, looking at her and saying, "Welcome back."
"The night goddess, Nyx."
"Nyx." Qin Churen's eyes trembled slightly.
"Are you saying that I am the divine agent of the night goddess?"
In astonishment, Qin Churen opened her account panel and found that a new entry, account ban, beloved backlash, had indeed appeared. However, upon seeing the task content of this beloved backlash, Qin Churen's eyes clearly flickered.
"What is your ban task?"
Just as Lu Ming leaned in to peek, Qin Churen suddenly closed the account panel.
"I won't tell you."
Lu Ming frowned slightly and said, "If I had known, I wouldn't have used this divine scroll to revive you."
"Then you would never see me again. If I can't see you, then I can't see you."
Lu Ming pretended to be indifferent. Qin Churen huffed in anger. Not far away, Li Wanning watched the two of them being so close, and although she had anticipated this outcome and prepared herself mentally, she still felt a pang of disappointment. At that moment, she suddenly received a call from her father, Li Weigua. Immediately, with some excitement, she said to Lu Ming, "Brother Yu Ming, my dad said he found your sister's location. She has been imprisoned by the people of Zhanshen on the Tianqing continent."
"Tianqing continent?" Upon hearing this name, Qin Churen pondered and said, "Isn't that where the people of Tianqing are located?" Hearing this, Lu Ming also felt a bit doubtful. "Didn't you say before that Tianqing was over in Anyang?" "It was originally in Anyang."
"I heard from along that they had been in Anyang since childhood, staying there for decades," Qin Churen said. "But ever since Along and the others died, for some reason, the people of Tianqing collectively moved to Su province and settled in Yuzhou, and the corresponding third layer of the sky domain for Yuzhou is the Tianqing continent." Lu Ming suddenly realized, no wonder he couldn't find any news about the Tianqing team in Anyang during this time.
It turned out they weren't even in Anyang. However, for Lu Ming, this was a good thing. The remnants of the third map, Lin Yue, the Tianqing team, all the goals pointed to the Tianqing continent. It seems that a trip to the Tianqing continent is absolutely necessary. Lu Ming did not head to Su province immediately but temporarily stayed in the house he bought by the sea, because the third layer of Tianyuan required a minimum of level 50 players to enter. Although Lu Ming's level had already met the requirement, Qin Charan was only level 42 and Li Weining was only level 48, neither of them had reached the requirement to enter the third layer. So Lu Ming planned to first help the two of them level up to 50 before going to Su province, to the Tianqing continent. Of course, it wasn't just to help them level up. Lu Ming himself also needed to kill monsters to collect soul power to strengthen the undead army. After upgrading the soul slashing talent to LV6, I can summon up to 6th rank, Undead God, but the consumption of soul power is even greater. With the tens of thousands of soul power I have accumulated, it is completely insufficient to evolve all 3,000 5th rank Undead Demon Emperors to 6th rank Undead Gods. Once I reach the third layer of the sky, Tianqing continent, the enemies I will face will far exceed those in the second layer. Moreover, all the guards around Lin Yue are the elite of Zhanshan. To avoid alarming the enemy, I must be fully prepared before going to defeat them in one fell swoop. Just as Lu Ming was lying on the sofa in the living room, planning his next itinerary, suddenly, from the kitchen, he heard Qin Charan and Li Weining shout in unison, "Dunce, brother Yuming, it's time for breakfast." Before Lu Ming could come to his senses, he immediately heard the two girls arguing, "Brother Yuming, come eat the egg noodles I made for you. Can your egg, which is all black, even be eaten? The noodles are dry and look unappetizing. Dunce, eat the heart-shaped pancake I made for you. Is that a heart-shaped pancake? Why does it look like my dog wine size and it's burnt? Do you want to poison Brother Yuming? Brother Yuming, eat mine. Dunce, eat mine." Faced with the two girls' enthusiastic offerings, Lu Ming sat at the table, tasted the pancakes and egg noodles they made, and finally, with tears in his eyes under their eager gazes, said, "Delicious." Upon hearing this, Qin Charan and Li Weining excitedly ran to the kitchen to taste their own creations. The next second, ugh, so disgusting, I'm going downstairs to buy buns. Forget it, I'll go out to eat too. Dunce, you can have this pancake, if you like it, eat more. Watching the two girls leave him behind and slam the door, Lu Ming, he realized completely that these two young ladies had good intentions, but their cooking skills were simply hard to describe. They were even worse than his own. At that moment, Lu Ming missed the shredded meat egg noodles made by Lin Yue immensely. After finishing breakfast, the three of them went online and logged into Starshine City. Outside the city, I casually chose a level 50 map and started grinding. 3,000 level 5 undead demon emperors spread across the entire map. With a six-fold formation enhanced by 84 times, they were unstoppable and unmatched. The rampant slaughter of the undead legion, combined with the double experience boost from the level 10 body shaping pill, made Qin Charan and Li Weining's experience bars soar. Ever since helping the Li family clear the entire 10 levels of the Medicine King Valley, Lu Ming had been feasting on various level 10 pills. As his soul-cutting talent upgraded to LV6, he gained 10 points of soul power each time he refined a monster's corpse, causing Lu Ming's soul power to rise rapidly. Summoning a level 6 undead god requires 2,000 points of soul power, which is double that of a level 5 undead demon emperor. Let's see what a level 6 undead looks like. With that thought, Lu Ming opened the summoning panel, consumed 2,000 points of soul power, and summoned a level 6 undead god. With a whoosh, a barrier shimmering with golden light opened. The next second, a figure clad in fiery armor, engulfed in blazing flames, with a pair of fiery wings unfurling behind, stepped out of the barrier, exuding an aura as powerful as a gilded boss, wielding a fiery spear. Clang! The spear struck the ground. Facing Lu Ming, it knelt on one knee, bowing in submission. Is this the level 6 undead god? Looking at the undead before him, Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with intense light. Each upgrade of the undead legion brought surprises to Lu Ming. Besides the aura, the overall strength of the level 6 undead god was completely incomparable to that of the level 5 undead demon emperor. Basic attributes doubled. The upper limit of the 5-dimensional attribute points that could be permanently enhanced through soul power was raised to 30 times the basic attributes. The three major skills, soul cutting, soul shattering, and soul refining, were upgraded to C grade. In comparison, the level 6 undead god was like a high and mighty demon god. Meanwhile, the level 5 undead demon emperor, which Lu Ming had once been proud of, now stood beside the undead god, looking like a mere minion. The undead god instantly ignited Lu Ming's fighting spirit. I must evolve the entire undead legion to level 6 before marching into the awakening continent. Charge! Following that, under the rampant hunting of the undead legion, one after another, the invincible undead gods were born. Unknowingly, time quickly passed to noon.
Xin Charan and Li Weining began to compete for attention. Silly, brother Yuming, I'll log off to cook for you. Lu Ming was startled. Time is precious, let's eat out. Xin Charan said, food outside isn't healthy, home-cooked meals are clean. Lu Ming remained unfazed, outside is clean. Delicious, I love it. So, they returned to the city and logged off for lunch. In an instant, they returned online to continue grinding monsters. With the two beauties, Xin Charan and Li Weining, by his side, Lu Ming found it far from boring. Occasionally, watching them bicker over him added a unique charm to the experience. Grind, grind, grind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xin Charan moved like a shadow. Li Weining shot arrows like rain. Even though the Undead Legion's monster killing speed was already fast enough, they never stopped. Instead, they worked even harder than when they played solo. They poured all their effort into killing monsters. An invisible competition had thus begun. Under the continuous effect of the level 10 body shaping pill, in just 3 days, Xin Charan and Li Weining, with a speed hundreds of times greater than ordinary players, reached level 51 after another. Just then, Lu Ming suddenly noticed, at some point, Xin Charan had changed her ID. Lu Ming remembered that her original ID was God Slayer, Moon. But at this moment, the ID displayed above Xin Charan's head was CA. The intention behind Xin Charan's name change might have simply been to prove that from now on, she had no connection to God Slayer or the Qin family. But what Lu Ming saw was only her ID, CA. The goddess of night, Nyx, divine code 010, the first main god under the supreme deity, ranks second in the future global divine power ranking, CA. Lu Ming gazed deeply at Xin Charan, until she walked up to him and asked, silly, do you want to go out for a late-night snack later? It's my treat, as a thank you for helping me level up. Lu Ming didn't respond but suddenly reached out his right hand and gently stroked Xin Charan's head. Just as Xin Charan's face flushed and her heart raced at Lu Ming's unexpected tenderness, golden light began to emanate from his palm, flowing into her body. A pleasant system notification rang in Xin Charan's ear. Ding, player Yomi has used the divine exclusive skill Lucky Hand on you. Congratulations. Your account qualification has been upgraded to 10 stars. Xin Charan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lu Ming, filled with incredulity. Your divine exclusive skill, is that powerful? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Of course, this divine exclusive skill, Lucky Hand, which cost 100 divine power to unlock, allowed Lu Ming to witness once again the immense divinity of the first sequence supreme deity, the god of luck, Fortuna. Lucky Hand, LV1 using on any player will elevate their account qualification to the highest level. This skill can be used once each time it levels up. Current remaining uses, 0 upgrade requirement, 100 divine power. Having this lucky hand means that Lu Ming only needs to make a slight effort to easily create a top-tier 10-star account that breaks the current world record of 6-star qualifications. With the account qualification raised to 10 stars, Xin Charan's talent, Godspeed, also upgraded to a 10-star talent, increasing her movement speed bonus from 3 times to 10 times. Is this the 10-star talent? So strong! Xin Charan couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, Li Wanqing, seeing this, also ran up to Lu Ming, rubbing her head against him like a docile little kitten, and said sweetly, Yomi brother, I want it too. Okay, you can have it too. Lu Ming had anticipated this scene, so 3 days ago, he had already mastered the lucky hand skill and didn't use it immediately on Xin Charan. Instead, he took the 3 days to farm monsters, accumulating the remaining 80 points of divine power to a full 100 points. Thus, Lu Ming consumed these 100 points of divine power to upgrade Lucky Hand to LV2, gaining another use opportunity. Then, he repeated the action, stroking Li Wanqing's head. With the infusion of divine power, a flash of golden light occurred. Li Wanqing's account qualification was instantly raised from 2 stars to the maximum, 10 stars. Extreme attack speed, 10-star talent. The player's attack speed is increased to 10 times. 1 increases movement speed by 10 times. 1 increases attack speed by 10 times. Xin Charan and Li Wanqing's talents were strikingly similar, like a pair of good sisters. Although they couldn't compare to deities, the strength of their 10-star talents was already enough to dominate over 99% of ordinary players beneath the gods. Looking at these 2 women he had nurtured, Lu Ming felt a strong sense of accomplishment and nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, Li Wanqing joyfully said to Lu Ming, Yomi brother, thank you. To repay you, I'll cook egg noodles for you when we log off. Xin Charan also chimed in, crossing her arms, silly, eat mine, I'll make you pancakes. Lu Ming's face turned pale with fright. He quickly said, let's go out for hot pot instead, to celebrate both of you reaching level 50. Seeing that the 2 women had no objections, Lu Ming finally let out a sigh of relief. After spending 3 days, he had fully upgraded the 3,000 undead of the Necromancer Legion to 6-tier undead gods, with all attributes and skills maxed out. Lu Ming murmured, it's time to go to Tianjing.